They were born twins, but carried wildly different identities. Big brother Beak Do-kyung is the CEO of a multi-billion company, casually opening a bottle of wine that costs several $100,000, while his younger brother Beak Isu is just a lowly garbage collector. Even stepping into a restaurant gets him hassled by others. Luckily, his brother showed up in time to bail him out. It turned out that earlier, the brother, having not been in touch for a long time, had called to arrange to meet Isu, but because he was busy collecting trash, he declined the invitation. Do-kyung thought, it's just trash collection. What harm in meeting your brother for a day? But in fact, the trash Isu meant was the bodies of the saboteurs his team had just killed. It turned out his true identity was captain of the Northern Operations Team, a secret agent, Changi, with only 4 years of infiltration experience in North Korea and 12 northern missions under his belt. But suddenly another sound cut through his phone call. A guerrilla had slipped in quietly and stabbed a rookie soldier severely. To resolve this quickly, he reluctantly agreed to his brother's outing plan. No sooner had he hung up than the man lunged at him. After dodging, he immediately landed an elbow squarely into his mouth. With the momentum, he followed with a thunderous punch, knocking him out on the spot. When it was over, he calmly suppressed his anger, tended to the rookie, and cleaned up the place. I have an appointment, so I'll head off first. Cut to scene. By now, he had arrived at the restaurant. Not long after they started eating, Do-kyung voiced his request. He wanted Isu to move in and join his company, but Isu immediately refused because he was very satisfied with his current job. Mid-conversation, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the number wasn't displayed on the screen, he knew something was wrong, so he asked his brother for permission to take the call in the restroom. On the other end, a trembling voice came through immediately. Captain, our entire team has been ordered to blackout. We will all be expelled. Hearing this, Isu's expression changed, replaying the previous few minutes in his head. After the captain left, the team still held a celebration as if nothing had happened. While everyone was chatting, 6 cars pulled up. Chief Jang stepped out of one of them, wearing a pleased smile. He said he had a small gift for everyone, then put his hand into his jacket pocket and bang! A single shot sent the new recruit collapsing instantly. The gunshot rang out just as a horde of fully armed special forces stepped forward. Right now, I declare the task force disbanded. Blackout order. Begin exterminating the whole team. Thanks for your hard work, folks. Cut back to the present. The voice on the line kept saying this happened because we were careless. That Chief Jang had sold all of us out. Isu immediately told him to stop talking and that he'd return at once to save everyone. But it seemed the caller had been discovered. The last words were, tell him to run. They're on their way to you. Do-kyung, waiting for his brother, dozed off for a bit. But when he looked up, he saw a group of armed men standing before him. One of them drew a dagger. Meanwhile, Isu was running with all his might toward his brother. His face went dark with fear. But Isu was stopped in the middle of the road. Over there, someone ordered confirmation that it was Beak Isu. Eliminate him. They all lunged forward with knives at once. Isu reacted, blocking the blows nimbly. He easily wrestled one of them down. Isu reached out his hand. He struck him hard. Another fell back, bleeding profusely. He slipped through deftly. Isu grabbed a leg and brought him down. The man collapsed flat, eyes wide with terror. He held a knife and stared at him. Suddenly, blood splattered across Isu's face. He released his grip on the man. Isu inspected the knife. The blade's trajectory was almost too straight. He took off his shirt. Isu raised the knife in challenge. Come on then. They all surged forward together. 2 knives clashed against each other. He was still faster and slit one man's throat. Isu alone had to handle 4 or 5 men. Unfortunately, he took a hit on his arm. On the other side, someone came to report the scene had been cleared. Jang gruffly asked, what about Beak Isu? The other looked at his watch and said, Squad 1 and new task force is engaged. A report should be coming in soon. He took out a cigarette, feeling that one squad wasn't enough. He put the knife away. Jang ordered another squad to be dispatched. He commanded to kill everyone and leave no witnesses. Isu worried. His glasses fell into the pool of blood. He spoke up. I'm just asking one question. Do-kyung easily grabbed his collar. On a fine day like this, where are your families? He dragged the knife closer and said, on your way to work, are you? Blood splattered across his face. Do-kyung felt a twinge of regret. If I kill him now, I won't get an answer. A sound came through. Target, Beak. He hurriedly paid attention. What is this now? The device kept buzzing. Report. Beck. Detected immediately. He looked at it curiously. Do gangsters these days even use things like this? The man tried to speak. Target. The device kept repeating. Beck Isu detected. Eliminate immediately. Repeat. Du Kyung wiped the blood with a handkerchief. The device had continued issuing orders. Beck Isu detected. Eliminate immediately. Du Kyung's face turned terrifying. Who'd you say to kill? The TS financial conglomerate CEO Beck Du Kyung, boss of the Tae San Hui organization. Isu finished dealing with the remaining man and immediately returned to the dining room. Seeing the blood on the wall, he froze for a moment and then cried out. Du Kyung sat there, bowed his head, and calmly replied, "It's fine." He brushed his stray hair aside and slowly asked, "Beck Isu, are they all your customers?" On the floor, the two assassins lay defeated. The dagger in Du Kyung's hand still dripped blood. The two brothers quickly got into the car and left. As Isu recounted everything, Du Kyung clutched his head and exclaimed, "I see." Jin Woong drove with a blank expression. Du Kyung felt utterly confused. "Your H.I." Jin Woong glanced briefly in the rearview mirror and saw Du Kyung ruffling his hair in frustration. "Ah, what did you just call it again?" Jin Woong raised a hand and answered, "It's HID. If that's hard to remember, just call it intelligence." Du Kyung took the hair tie from his wrist and muttered happily, "Right, intelligence." While tying his hair, he asked, "So that's not a regular soldier, but an intelligence agent? So they both block North Koreans and do assassinations too?" At that moment, Isu also learned that his brother wasn't merely a thug, but the boss of Tae San Hui, a major soul crime syndicate. Du Kyung was so astonished he was speechless. Being twins, he'd assumed his brother was living well. Suddenly, Isu said, "Let me off here." Du Kyung blurted, "What? Why get off here all of a sudden?" Isu explained, "You saw those guys. If I stay with you, I'll be in danger too. They'll hunt me until I'm dead." Seeing his brother worry for him, Du Kyung said, "Aga, fine. I'm too scared. Get off over there." "No, get off at the police station, so they'll find you easier." Hearing the teasing, Isu said sternly, "I'm serious. This isn't a joke." Du Kyung, pouting, refused to look back, stared out the window, and said, "We're here, get off." The car door opened, and Du Kyung stepped out. Realizing he'd upset his brother, Isu hurriedly asked, "Brother, I know. What do I do now?" Du Kyung said in a low voice, "Isu." Cut to the funeral director busily arranging everything. Two large wreaths were placed at the entrance. A crowd in black suits stood guard in front of the funeral hall. Vehicles and security forces were ready. Du Kyung clasped his hands at his waist and asked his brother, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Isu was a little astonished. Had his brother planned all this in advance? Assistant Director Su approached Du Kyung and politely asked, "Has the director arrived?" He replied, "Yes, I just got here. I've prepared everything as the director requested. Everything is expected to be finished within the next 2 hours." Saying that, Sua handed him a framed portrait. He inspected it for a moment and said, "Isu, only if you die will everything be over." Hearing that, he felt a little puzzled. Du Kyung said sternly, "So I intend to let you die." Isu was momentarily shocked. Isu's portrait was placed solemnly on a bed of white chrysanthemums on the altar table. Du Kyung explained, "This is a performance. I learned this from the Yakuza. They used it long ago to retire honorably or change identities." Isu asked with some doubt, "Do you think they'll believe it?" Du Kyung affirmed, Of course they'll be suspicious, but the important thing right now is Tae San Hui knows more than you think. But if my younger brother dies, the brother of Du Kyung, boss of Tae San Hui, powerful people will come to pay respects and become witnesses. Are you sure that'll overcome their suspicion? No, as long as you believe it, they'll be forced to believe it. The funeral began. A large number of people came to pay their respects. Suddenly a black car barreled in, honking loudly, and drove straight into the courtyard. Chan looked annoyed, frowned, and asked, "What is this? You here for a free meal? Why stay in the car when all the VIPs have already gotten out?" This was the car of Chief Jang's crew. He was looking over the Beck brothers' file. Chief Jang stared at the dossier, muttering, "Wait, twins." He stared at Du Kyung's photo and even noted something about moving house. "Just a thug, huh?" Chan peered inside. He pounded on the car window and shouted, with tinted glass they couldn't see in. "Hey buddy, you can't just park here however you like." Chief Jang instructed his subordinates. "This is the final mission before deployment. Has Isu really died? Open the coffin lid and confirm it." Ji, who was assigned the task, he pulled his black cap low and stepped out of the car. Chan looked at Ji, whose cold face and cheap work shirt, and sneered. "What? You wear that cheap shirt to a place like this?" When Ji, who didn't answer, Chan jabbed his finger at the brim of Ji, whose cap and taunted. "You here to take a walk? Shut up, you dog." Ji, who didn't say much, he punched Chan in the face, saying, "Circle the car another way." His face showed no expression at all. Chan collapsed to the ground. The Tae-san Hui group was utterly shocked. "Someone's come to crash the funeral?" Dong Hyun roared. "That dog. He and his crew are here to settle the score." The HID members showed no fear. Two of them immediately leapt in to assist. One delivered a straight punch to Dong Hyun, then locked his neck in a choke hold and tight. Within moments, Dong Hyun's face flushed bright red. He gasped a few times and then stopped breathing. The other assailant was also taken care of. These were members of the HID Task Force, Northern Operations, Assassin Team 2. Du Kyung and Jin Woong stood above and looked down. Seeing the opponents looked troublesome, Jin Woong had to step in to break up the chaos. He unbuttoned his vest, took it off, and slowly walked down. Jin Woong's tall, broad-shouldered frame covered several steps in a stride. He walked up to Ji Hoo. Staring straight at him, he said sternly, "At a funeral, we only receive those who've been notified." Ji Hoo tilted his head slightly and looked at him with an emotionless gaze. Jin Woong continued politely, "So stop." But before he could finish, an uninvited man swung a heavy hook punch at him. The blow didn't affect Jin Woong at all. His voice remained even. "Could you stop and drive off?" This calm man was Jin Woong, head of the TS Financial Group security team under Tae-san Hui from Hanadong. Nicknamed the Motionless Yaksha. At that point, there was no need for courtesy. Jin Woong swung his hand, grabbed the man's jaw, and squeezed hard. Then he hoisted him up. The whole crowd was horrified. What on earth? He dropped him to the ground. His locking grip forced him to his knees. One look at Ji Hoo's face showed how much pain he was in. Jin Woong slowly rolled up his sleeves. The man couldn't move, only whimpered a few times. Jin Woong tightened his grip. The crunch of bone echoed. Ji Hoo had no life left. He lay flat on the ground. The others were terrified, clutching their faces as if their jaws had been crushed. One shouted, "You uncultured brute, don't be careless. Everyone charge." Jin Woong didn't flinch. His large body moved like a blade between two attackers. He grabbed another man's face and held it tight. The other cursed, calling him a thug, and threw a straight punch at his face. The punch reddened Jin Woong's cheek. He stood still without retaliating. Encouraged, they took turns raining blows on him. "Knock this dog out." After a moment, he raised his hand and smashed one back at him. The thug felt as if the sky had fallen. He hit the ground face first and lay flat on the courtyard. The remaining man, whose jaw Jin Woong was gripping, took the chance to wrap both hands around Jin Woong's wrists. He gathered momentum and sprang up. His legs wrapped tightly around Jin Woong's neck, then tried to execute a neck-breaking move. But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't make Jin Woong move, let alone fall. Jin Woong's hand remained clamped on his neck. Suddenly, Jin Woong lifted him up. The man on the ground was just starting to crawl up. Clutching his head in pain, his pupils suddenly shrank. Jin Woong hurled that other man straight into him. The two smashed heads together and immediately dropped dead on the spot. The rowdy gang had been thoroughly beaten to bits. Chief Jang sat in his car. Seeing the scene, his face went dark. This situation was truly unexpected. He clicked his tongue. "TSH, the damn coffin lid, just open it." He put on his glasses and muttered that none of these guys were any good. He opened his car door and stepped out. He buttoned his vest carefully, stepped up to Jin Woong, and tried to appear conciliatory. Sorry about earlier. Seems there was some kind of misunderstanding." He took out his work ID and held it up. "This is my business card. I'm Isu's superior. He's the deceased. We only met once on the way here, so that probably caused a mix-up. I have a few things to say." Jin Woong was momentarily taken aback. Then he glanced upward and looked at Du Kyung. Seeing Du Kyung nod slightly, Jin Woong politely said, "Follow me." Chief Jang replied, "Ah yes." He quickly went inside and lit an incense stick to perform the funeral rite. Staring at the portrait on the bed of white chrysanthemums, he thought to himself, Isu, are you really dead? If so, Du Kyung, how much do you actually know? Is he back to being head of the household again? Du Kyung returned the greeting. Cut to one day before the funeral. Isu had told his brother everything that had happened. Du Kyung pondered for a moment, then said, damn. So he started betraying everyone and caused this mess? Is it all because of that Chief Jang? Du Kyung pulled out a cigarette, his thoughts in turmoil. What now? Should I fake my death too? Isu answered. You don't need to show yourself for that. Du Kyung said again, then give him a bowl of soup and send him away. Isu replied, no, Chief Jang, because I will confront him personally while disguised as you. And so Isu dressed in mourning clothes and held his own funeral. Right when facing him, he pulled out a small dagger and said coldly, Chief Jang. The man turned and replied, yes. Isu proposed, can you talk with me for a moment? He looked at the young man. The gaze was murderous yet upright and deep, the dagger gleaming, sending a chill down the spine. Isu held the dagger up and asked Chief Jang, I took this from my brother's corpse. Explain this well, or there will be another body here beside my brother, yours. He pressed the cold blade to his throat. Who killed my brother? Song-ho was a bit surprised. He thought to himself, who killed him? Could Beck Isu actually be dead? Chief Jang bowed his head, voice tinged with sorrow. Host of the funeral, please remain calm. Actually, he passed while carrying out a national mission. He calculated that this explanation should placate the thug. Song-ho continued the act. However, this involves state secrets, so I cannot tell you the details. Isu slammed a powerful punch into Chief Jang's face. He couldn't dodge in time and cried out in pain. Beetle juice sprayed from his nostrils. Isu cursed, Mother, what good is all that talk for? I asked who killed my brother. He lunged forward with the dagger to attack. The man sensed danger and instinctively reached into his shirt. Seeing this, Sua stepped in and stopped Isu. Jin Woong also appeared, patted Song-ho on the shoulder, and said, Chief Jang, you'd better go home, shouting, Hey, come back here. I told you to return. Damn it. Song-ho secretly observed the funeral host's attitude. It looked convincing. A moment later, Du Kyung's face flushed crimson as he shouted angrily, Who killed my brother? Huh? You bastard. He turned to ask Isua, How is it? Do I look the part? The girl adjusted his hand, setting his right shoulder and arm like this. Isu blurted, What are you two doing? Du Kyung, holding a cup of tea, sat on the sofa and said, Oh my, great acting. Do intelligence agents study performing too? Like a disguise, an infiltration thing. Isu bowed his head and sighed. At least it bought some time. He'll definitely come back. Du Kyung suggested tailing him and told someone to plant a tracker. Anyhow, you should try going inside. I'll always have my arms open to welcome you. Isu slung his bag over his shoulder and stood up. I can't hide here forever anyway. Seeing this, Du Kyung shouted, What? Where are you going, you idiot? He stopped and answered slowly. Didn't you ask me at the funeral if it was acting? It wasn't acting. I really intended to kill him. Du Kyung questioned. So that's why you're here? You plan to go there and duel him one-on-one. He stood, put an arm around his younger brother's shoulders and advised. I know what you're going to say. I get it, but please don't do anything. Can't you stay here with me? You're still alive, so stay and work with me. Isu retorted. You want me to live here and be your gangster? Du Kyung understood what his brother meant. He replied gently, Yeah, exactly, gangster life. After all, you and I both do the dirty work, aren't we? Isu lightly pushed his brother's hand away, then hurried off. Du Kyung called after him, Hey, Beck Isu. He held his head and groaned. Damn it, he's so dumb he can't possibly be my twin. Jin Woong, take the kids with you so he doesn't cause trouble. Isu went out onto the street and stood at an intersection. He very quickly noticed someone tailing him. Seeing Jin Woong standing across the way, Isu lightly tapped his forehead and asked, Planning to keep following me like this? The man answered honestly, Yes, it's an order from the director. 9 cars were parked down the road, blocking the way. Not far off, someone was quietly observing. The information was immediately relayed up the chain. Chief Jang was standing at the airport. Upon hearing, he issued the order. Is that so? Continue surveillance. He turned off the phone, recalling the earlier incident. That expression clearly suggested the man believed he was the killer. It seemed Beck, Du Kyung knew something. Suddenly, a shadow appeared right behind him. The man leaned in and hissed quietly, "Psst, don't turn around." The stranger draped an arm over Chief Jang's shoulder and said, if he wanted his daughter returned safely. Hearing that, his hand trembled slightly. "What do you want?" "I did as you asked. Now my daughter, what do you want?" The other man suddenly grabbed Chief Jang by the throat. He didn't know what the attacker intended to do, when there was suddenly a joyful shout. Mina's mischievous dad leaped onto his back, wrapping his arms tight around Chief Jang. He was overjoyed. His daughter had returned. Song-ho pulled his suitcase and asked as he walked, "You're here? Were you very tired today?" Mina answered, "Of course I'm tired." The seats were hard and there was no legroom. He smiled fondly. "Sorry, my daughter. Next time I'll pick you a better seat." The girl hugged Song-ho tightly, her voice sweet as syrup. "Mostly I was tired because I missed you, Dad." Chief Jang exclaimed, "Oh my, next time I'll just point at the plane and tell it to fly faster." Mina looked surprised. "So that's my dad, all right. Is this the power of an intelligence agent?" He laughed heartily. "Haha, I just do office work, paperwork, and filing." The girl wondered, "What? Don't you fight people?" Chief Jang affirmed. "Haha, that never happened." Du Kyung clenched the cigarette pack in his hand. He looked around and said, "Ah, they're all gone, huh? Buy me a pack." Sua replied, "Then I'll have someone downstairs do it. I have to stay here with." Du Kyung cried out, "Come on, let me breathe. This feels like being imprisoned." The girl said sternly, "No. Chief Ha Jin Woong has already put people on your brother's tail. It's just you and the director here. If you go out, it'll be very dangerous." He sat down on the arm of the sofa. "Ah, so I can't go out without a bodyguard?" Sua replied, "Yes. Anyway, you shouldn't be alone." A thought flashed through Du Kyung's mind. "Then let's do it this way." The elevator descended to the 57th floor. Du Kyung held Sua's hand tightly as they stood in the elevator. Two men in black suits were standing right behind them. He suddenly asked, "Could you buy me a pack of cigarettes?" The girl hesitated. I will buy it." Du Kyung turned to the two men behind them and said, "This is your big sister. Greet her." Sua bowed, stammering, "Stop, stop." The man behind quickly shouted a greeting, "Hello, sister." "Big sister." Du Kyung immediately sensed something was off. He grabbed one's shoulder and asked, "Our big sister gets more beautiful every day, right?" He immediately replied, "Yes, that's true. You look very beautiful today, big sister." Du Kyung nodded. "Right, but why does everyone call Sua sister?" Du Kyung asked coldly. "Are you one of Chief Jang's subordinates?" The guy tried to keep calm. "What are you talking about?" Then suddenly he pulled out a blade and slashed hard. Du Kyung reflexively leaned back to avoid the strike. He blurted, "This is Sua. Do you have another knife?" "I forgot mine." The girl held a short defensive knife. "Yes, in my skirt." The two hitmen moved into attacking stances. Du Kyung sighed. "Hayes." He put his hand in her thigh, took the knife, and said politely, "Excuse me." The thug lunged forward, yelling a shout. Then he stabbed straight at Du Kyung. His strike was very fast. Du Kyung leaned to the side to avoid it and immediately slashed at his hip. Du Kyung said, "Look at this. You're dressed way too nicely." The thug turned back and kept attacking, swearing, "Damn, his knife is sharp. It cut through my protective gear." Du Kyung lunged and shoved him hard into the wall. On the other side, Sua was being overwhelmed, sitting on the floor. Du Kyung shouted, "Sua." The man raised his knife, preparing to stab downward. He lunged forward. The blade sliced into Du Kyung's shoulder. He nonchalantly asked, "Sua, are you okay? It's been a while since I tasted being stabbed, huh?" He thought to himself that these guys were deliberately targeting Sua. At this rate, Sua would be in danger. Du Kyung immediately counterattacked, slashing straight at the hand holding the knife. The man only managed to scream before falling. The thug then turned his attention back to Sua. Du Kyung instantly swung to block him. The other man saw the dagger lying on the floor. He reached out to pick it up, but Sua quickly kicked the knife away to the other side. Then she slashed down in one blow, taking the opponent out. Du Kyung knocked the other man's dagger away, and he immediately pulled another blade from his back, counterattacking quickly. Du Kyung grabbed his wrist and barked, "Come here. I'm holding my arms wide open to welcome you, you dogs." Two blades slowly sank into the suited man's body. He couldn't stop the steel spring-rigid arm and cried out, "Wait, wait." The elevator bell rang clearly, and the two guards below turned their heads. Du-kyung opened the door and said, "You guys not doing your job properly? Didn't you notice anything strange in the elevator?" The henchman saw blood and panicked. "Director, your shoulder." Du-kyung stopped him. "All right, got any cigarettes? It's such a hassle just to smoke one." The man reached into his shirt. "Here you go." Seeing him pull out a dagger, Du-kyung froze for a split second. Sua was utterly astonished. Du-kyung quickly grabbed his face and squeezed hard. "Hey, damn it, I said cigarettes. This thing's too big, it's heavy." He trapped the dagger and drove it back, his other hand yanking the human skin mask off his face. The assassin said, "Director, don't pull it out. I deliberately brought a big one for you." Du-kyung struck hard. The man jumped back several steps to avoid the blow. His hand quickly produced a karambit knife, spinning it around. There was nothing fearful on his face at all. Du-kyung said, "This one's fast. Don't give me cigarettes. Lend me the knife." A subordinate shouted, "Director Sua is still here. You two step back." He replied, "I said hand it to me. Don't rush straight at him." Du-kyung took the knife and ordered, "Get Sua out of here. Protect her now." They quickly complied. Sua cried, "Director, I told you not to open the door for strangers, remember?" The elevator immediately closed and rose to the 82nd floor. Du-kyung advanced with a knife in each hand. "What now?" "I already guessed your lucky number. Don't talk nonsense again." The assassin scoffed. "Bet Du-kyung so talkative, huh? He's a member of the HID task force, the core of the assassination team. Background unknown. Nickname Yuri-young, meaning ghost." Du-kyung was a bit surprised. "You know my name? Could it be you kill my brother?" He thought the wound looked deep. This fight had to end quickly. Yuri-young replied, "If I had the chance, I'd love to." He lunged to attack his opponent. "I only have one question for you. Is that thug Beck, Isu, really dead?" Du-kyung retorted, "What are you kidding? You were paid a hefty sum for this, weren't you?" He changed his tone. "Then I'll change the question. Where is Beck Isu?" Du-kyung squeezed his opponent and cursed, "Fuck, are your ears full of shit or what?" At the same time, out on the street, Isu and Jinwoong were walking on the sidewalk. The tail was still closely following behind. Suddenly, he saw the two speed into a narrow alley, and, fearing he'd lose them, he ran after them. But just as he reached the turn, a punch suddenly appeared, slamming straight into his face. The scout flew to one side and tumbled to the ground. He thought to himself, "That hit was so hard, I probably broke a bone." Isu asked, "Chief Jang sent you. How did you get here?" He sat up, clutching his arm with a grunt. He pulled off his hood and asked, "He told you to check if I'm alive or dead?" The scout blurted, "Yes, indeed, Beck. Isu isn't that easy to kill." Isu was startled. "What did you say? Could it be Li Xiao?" He pulled off his hood and smiled. "Long time no see." "Captain," Jinwoong asked in surprise, "you two know each other?" Li Xiao replied, "Of course I do." He pointed to his swollen wrist and shouted, "Uncle Gorilla, what are we going to do about this?" "Look," Isu grabbed his teammate's shoulder tightly and said, "Sorry, Shaun. I should have been there with you earlier. Only I survived." Shaun's voice choked slightly. "Being alive is enough. You're alive, and the captain too. So from now on, next time you eat something good, you have to bring me along." The noble fellow, as he said this, he suddenly shivered and yelled out, "Oh my God, goosebumps. That's enough, stop it. Why didn't you do anything?" the noble one asked. Isu replied, "Right, where are you hurt?" Shaun mischievously answered, "Don't ask, my stomach's got a hole, and my arm just got broken too." He glanced at Jinwoong with some caution. After all, that guy isn't exactly gorilla strong. But why did the uncle suddenly have that expression? Jinwoong was on the phone. It seemed like something very bad was happening. Back in the fight between Du-kyung and the ghost Yuri-young, swish, Du-kyung took a knife wound to the chest. The small knife in Yuri-young's hand was very fast. He immediately countered. He kept landing lethal blows in succession. Du-kyung gave him no chance at all, taunting him aloud. "Hey, when it matters you should strike like that. Come on, come here." He thought inwardly that the longer this dragged on the worse it would be. His vision was starting to blur. Yuri-young said, "Beck Du-kyung, the brother of Beck Isu." Du-kyung lunged. He dodged easily. Du-kyung's speed had slowed, and a thin thread of light flashed through the air. Yuryong very quickly wrapped it tightly around his arm. Gotta admit, a thug like you is pretty decent. He brought his knife down and sliced into Du Kyung's chest. The knife fell from his hand, blood dripping red onto the floor. Yuryong shouted, "I'll ask again, where is Beck Isu?" Du Kyung suddenly gathered up his hair and nonchalantly answered, "Don't you hear people saying you're not very perceptive?" He cut off his ponytail while Yuryong stared blankly. "What are you doing?" Hair fell all over the floor. He lifted the clump of hair and asked, "Does it take this for you to understand? I am Beck Isu." Yuryong was utterly astonished. "What?" He looked at him skeptically. "No, impossible." Du Kyung gritted his teeth and laughed. "You truly have no eyes." He charged in again, determined to take him down, or at least make him believe Isu was dead. Yuryong blocked and said, "Beck, Isu couldn't be that clumsy. Finish him, you thug." He raised his knife. Du Kyung threw a punch into his side. The cord made his hand spurting blood. He growled. Those hairs earlier were a bit annoying. Yuryong quickly twisted aside to avoid the blow, momentarily distracted. Seizing the moment, Du Kyung made a quick slashing strike, cutting across his face. Yuryong screamed, "Ah!" He collapsed to the ground, holding his face and moaning constantly. "Oh, oh." Du Kyung said, "Come on, get up. Keep fighting." Yuryong gritted his teeth and crawled up, growling with fury. "You ignorant thug," he snarled and continued his attack. Du Kyung grabbed his arm and held it tight. The dagger in his hand kept chopping down. Yuryong was utterly bewildered. Could it really be like this? Truly? Du Kyung's eyes were bloodshot and full of killing intent. More. Yuryong began to believe the man before him was really Beck Isu. He lunged in a furious assault, muttering repeatedly that he couldn't die. In this way, Du Kyung quickly subdued him. He continued to grab his wrist, controlling the dagger. The blade was turned back toward Yuryong. Du Kyung drove another powerful stab into his shoulder. Yuryong screamed in pain. He then delivered a decisive slash to his abdomen. Yuryong fell to the floor, his face filled with panic and terror. This really was Beck Isu. Du Kyung stood towering over him, coldly uttering one more word. Seeing the opponent's icy gaze, he cried out, Don't come closer." Du Kyung raised the dagger. "Beck Isu, yes, he just looks like him." Yuryong mustered his strength for a weak defense strike and managed to stab Du Kyung's shoulder. Du Kyung, exhausted, collapsed. The dagger tip hit the floor, just inches from Yuryong's neck. Seeing the opponent no longer move, lying on top of him, Yuryong called, Beck Isu." He shoved him away and struggled to get up. Just then, a car arrived in the courtyard. Isu jumped out, rushed straight into the room. He ran to Du Kyung and shouted his name. Isu looked at Du Kyung's wounds. His face went pale, his voice trembling. "Please, sir." At that moment, Yuryong fled up the stairs. Running, he took out a small notebook, mumbling, Beck Isu, Beck Isu, Beck Isu, Beck Isu. "I killed you." Yuryong raised his bloody finger and drew a cross in the book. "I killed Beck Isu." Isu hugged his brother and cried like rain. He had never felt such agony before. In a large room, SUA told Jin Woong they couldn't continue like this. Not only the headquarters, but other groups in the region noticed Director Beck Du Kyung's absence. At this point, we must choose a new representative. Head of Department Jin Woong. Jin Woong stood up and replied solemnly, "Tae-san without Beck Du Kyung is no longer Tae-san." SUA worried. "So are we just going to watch the organization collapse?" Director Du Kyung has come to this. Now we must stay calm and maintain Tae-san in his stead. You wouldn't want Tae-san to fall apart either. Jin Woong interrupted. "Enough." Tears streamed down his face, his voice full of grief. "You really don't know? There's no one like him. No one can replace Beck Du Kyung at Tae-san." Shaon Hoi Hai chased after Isu, shouting, Captain, wait a moment." He blocked him and asked, "Where are you going?" Isu said coldly. The wounds on his body were caused by someone trained. They were surely members of the Special Task Force acting on Chief Jang's orders. Most of the teams under Chief Jang are operating undercover up north like us. If we find them, we'll get a lead on Chief Jang. Shaon was a little flustered. I know, but what do we do now?" Isu answered bluntly. "Chief Jang. He's the one who did this to my brother." Tears welled in Isu's eyes. We have to find them and wipe them out like what happened to our team. Cut to Pangeo Techno Valley, an industrial complex in Pangeo, Songnam, South Korea, known as Korea's Silicon Valley. A man peeling a pear said, "I don't like Pangeo. There's nothing to eat here, right?" He was Kim Tae-won, chairman of ICTT1. He stood up complaining, "It's all tailors and suit makers here. There's nowhere to dig up money." Back in the day, a man had to swim through the big currents in Seoul. "I'm trying to get that seat," one of the four major organizations under the council. One took a knife to the railing and loudly reproached, "And yet during that time, our department head just whispered meaningless sweet talk in my ear, didn't he?" Department head Oak dangled below the railing, protesting, "Sweet talk? What was I supposed to say?" One casually cut a rope. "This pear isn't ripe," he said, tossing it aside. Department head O cried, "Mr. Chairman, you mean that, right?" He said, Tae-san has been attacked. A friend in Seoul told me Tae-san tangled with an unknown force and is currently inactive. Also, lately Beck Do-kyung, Tae-san's boss, hasn't been seen around." Hearing this, one cut another rope. He growled, "No sign of Beck Do-kyung? Is this report accurate?" Department head O panicked but confirmed, "Accurate, it's accurate. He wasn't at the council meeting." One asked softly, "Anything else?" He was certain. "I've told you everything I know." He chuckled, "I understand." Then he cut the last rope. Department head O fell, his screams piercing the air. One ordered everyone to assemble. "Tae-san, today we're going to eat it." Below, department head O lay sprawled under the balcony, gasping, "Am I not dead yet?" At that time in the livestock market of Mahjong District, Isu walked through the quiet market, preferring to stay under the lamplight. If you leave it where you'd expect, anyone can find it. Hide it where no one would think to look. That's Chief Jang's method. Those guys had also been trained by Chief Jang. If I'm careless, I'll run into them. One hand gripped the dagger tight while the other opened the door. At a glance inside, Isu was utterly shocked. Inside, the scene was horrific. Many people had been slaughtered. A shaved-head man sat on the floor and asked, "Who are you?" "Your target wasn't Beck, Isu, was it?" The moment he saw Isu's face, he shouted, "You're still alive." He was badly wounded, but casually said, "Hey, clean that mess up. If it wasn't you, I'd be dead anyway." Isu was a bit stunned. "What's going on?" The shaved head sighed. "What else? Chief Jang did this. That bastard gathered everyone and struck. People were shot through like a sieve. They used radio equipment. Other companies have also been cleaned out. Maybe the others are the same." He hugged him tightly, voice weakening. Isu?" Beck Isu hurriedly stopped him. "No, don't say any more." But the stabbed head kept trying to advise him. "You don't have the strength to take on Chief Jang now. That's not an organization you can face alone. Run to survive." Saying that, he slumped down, showing no sign of life. Isu muttered, "Organization." Meanwhile, at Tae-san headquarters, Kim Tae-won was rolling out a plan to attack Tae-san. He looked at the corpses strewn across the floor and said, "An organization like this, how disappointing. One of the four major groups under the council. Is this all Tae-san has?" On the other side, Ha Jin-woong, the Zoa, statue-like figure, appeared, holding two thugs by the arms. He said coldly, "You lot of that fourth-rate gang." He threw them to the ground. "I don't know what you heard and from where, but this week you kids are the fourth lot to dare show up here." Wu sneered, "Kiddo." He pulled out a dagger. "I was planning to be modest when I dealt with you, but since you talk like that, I'll play properly." His henchmen immediately surrounded the opponents. Jin-woong barked, "I'm a bit tired now, so you lot just go ahead and leave." At that moment, a young man stepped forward from the crowd and took a step aside. They asked in surprise, "What's this?" "Someone from Tae-san. Scared into cutting the nerves, are we?" Jin-woong looked at him and said, "What's going on?" "Beck Isu," he replied softly. "To avenge him, I need an organization. Alone, I can't do it. So hand Tae-san over to me." Jin-woong exclaimed, "Hand Tae-san over to you." Seeing this, Wu rushed forward. "Hey, what are you all playing at?" He jabbed the dagger at Isu's face, threatening, "It's not just your family who's busy. You should know how to line up." Before he finished, a powerful punch struck him square in the face. Wu clutched his bleeding nose, cursing, "You bastard." At that moment, he looked straight at Isu. "Isn't that Beck Do-kyung?" He stepped back a few paces. Isn't that Baek Do-kyung? The henchman panicked. What? Baek Do-kyung? Could Do-kyung have returned? One shoved two henchmen forward. What the hell? Anyway, we outnumber them. Charge. Two underlings immediately obeyed and lunged at the opponents. Isu gave them no chance. One slash took down both of them. One shouted, "You idiots, grab your knives." But they didn't even have hands left to grab knives. One, coming from behind, shouted, "Baek Do-kyung, do you think knives won't stab you?" Bang! The dagger in his hand was knocked into the air and plunged into the ground. He was terrified. Baek Do-kyung, this is Tae-san. One immediately ordered a retreat. Retreat to Pangeo, back to Pangeo. Tae-san's men cheered happily when the opponents retreated, shouting, "Director Beck is back." Seeing this, Jin-woong thought to himself that Tae-san couldn't survive without Baek Do-kyung. That's what I believed. But the cheers kept rising. The director has come to help us. The director. Jin-woong looked at him and asked, "You want Tae-san, right?" Becky Sue. "If you want to take over Tae-san, there's only one way." Cut 2. In a luxurious room, a group sits around a banquet table. Sung-min says, "Baek Do-kyung hasn't appeared in a month." Tae-hyung swore, "Damn, the council is ridiculous. I told you that thug was out already." Yoo-wha exclaimed, "Sounds tempting, doesn't it?" Baek Do-kyung is dead. Hae-sung swirled his glass. "If that's true, Tae-san is finished. Tae-san is Baek Do-kyung's organization. If you want Tae-san, there's only one way. Baek Lee-soo. You must become Baek Do-kyung." A group paced down the corridor toward the meeting room. A hand brushed the curtain as they entered. Lee-soo, Jin-woong, and Shaun appeared. He sat down and smiled warmly. "Hey, you all must be so worried about me, right? What now? If I'd known, I would have bought a souvenir." Lee-soo began to mimic Do-kyung's manner. He raised the dagger. Sua guided his finger to rest behind the blade. Obviously, you need to do that to add power to the edge. He wondered, does anyone pay attention to such details? She answered sternly, "Someone certainly will. If your opponent is on the board, you should be more careful." Lee-soo analyzed. The most notorious crime boss in Seoul meets with the board to prevent conflicts between gangs and encourage cooperation. But in reality, they're waiting for an opportunity to exploit and profit once a clash occurs. That's why Tae-san Hui and I got involved. Sua replied, "Exactly. That's why I told you to be more careful. Honestly, I'm not sure this is the right choice. Why should we protect Tae-san Hui?" Lee-soo placed his finger precisely along the blade's spine. "I need Tae-san Hui, a gang strong enough to exact revenge, more powerful than the other gangs. That's why I need Tae-san Hui and the board to fulfill my vow." At that moment, at a construction site, a group stood high up watching. "This is going to be big." Seoul Police Chief Cho Won-ho praised. "Chief Jang, you did very well. Your skills are truly admirable." He replied, "All thanks to your help. They're all very capable." The chief pressed, No, it's your operational skill that's most important, which is why those guys ended up buried here, right?" Chief Jang gazed into the distance and slowly said, "It's a sacrifice for a brighter future." Won-ho clapped. "Well done. You're truly special. I like that. Is that what they always say? Do dirty work for a brighter future." The delegates have been worried lately. You can't gauge the mood of the northern people by those outdated clothes. Of course, I've been under a lot of pressure these days. They keep telling me to do this and that, so I'm swamped. As he said this, Chief Won-ho suddenly patted his shoulder, his tone turning icy. "But why are you trying to make me so angry? Is getting rid of those pests out there that hard?" Won-ho jabbed a finger into Chief Jang's chest, interrogating him. "Why are you causing so much trouble for me? Don't you know how many resources I spent cleaning up the mess you made? And what? Eliminate Tae-san Hui and that bastard Baek Do-kyung. Don't you understand how influential Tae-san Hui is? And do you know what that means?" Sung-ho bowed slightly. "I'm sorry for causing trouble. That's why we asked you, since all authority rests with you." "Police Chief," Won-ho bellowed. "My authority, you bastard." Chief Jang interrupted Won-ho. He was utterly stunned. "What?" Cho Won-ho. Sung-ho snatched the badge from his chest and held it up, saying, "Sir, you should know who the real boss is here. Your role in this is police chief. What we need is a leader, not a puppet like you, understand?" Chief Jang threw the badge onto the dirt and threatened. "There are countless people who can replace you. If you don't like your role, then get lost. A bodyguard grabbed Sung-ho by the collar. That guy's got some nerve. The police chief is your friend? The rude one sneered. The police chief gave a slight smirk. What? This guy dares to throw away his badge here. Going to fetch my badge back for me? No sooner said than Chief Jang slammed the bodyguard down. The man cried out, "Ow!" Before he could react, Sung-ho added a kick, and he was flat on the ground. Cho Won-ho's men froze. What the hell? A cold gun barrel was trained at the police chief's head. Chief Jang asked, "Should I bury you with him?" Won-ho hurriedly dropped to his knees, hands on his head, in surrender. "Mr. Jang? I was wrong." Sung-ho looked at him with bullet-like eyes. "Sir, I've buried my men alive before." "Chong-hui, what about him? Should I worry about that?" The police chief quickly replied, "Sir, I'll handle that. I know the people on the board." He holstered the gun and ordered the task done without touching hands or feet. Police Chief Cho Won-ho trembled. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Sung-ho remembered. "Hey." Police Chief Cho Won-ho immediately answered, "Yes." Chief Jang said, "Beck Do-kyung, I want to meet him." Cut 2. The board meeting takes place in a luxurious room. For people are present. One seat remains empty. The man in the red suit is Ryu Tae-hyung, director of Gyeorang Resort and chairman of Gyeorang, based in Yongsan-gu. He shouted, "That Beck Do-kyung is dead. I told you so. I said it. He's not fit to sit here." Sitting next to Tae-hyung was Han Hae-sung, director of HHS Entertainment, the boss of Gangnam. He raised his glass, a bit surprised. He said, "You're on a business trip. Why does everyone flare up whenever Beck Do-kyung is mentioned?" Tae-hyung looked annoyed. "Me? It's not just me. That crazy bastard with no backing stole a key area of Han Nam-dong. That bastard deserves to die." The only woman there was Cha Yu-hwa, owner of Cheon Wong Trading, head of Gyeogu, leader of Sam Hap-hui, and also commerce director. She taunted, "You sound like you really want to stab him. Do you hate Beck Do-kyung that much?" Tae-hyung grabbed his head and yelled, "This bastard is driving me crazy, trying to make me look like the villain." The suave young man opposite intervened. "Enough, Mr. Ryu. The reason we're meeting today is to resolve tensions among us." That was CEO Lee Sung-min of Yilhak, boss of Jongnyo-gu, boss of Gudo, Nine Swords. Tae-hyung ground his cigarette into the table, sounding a bit displeased. "This Shanghai brat, Sung-min, if you act like that, I'll get uncomfortable with you. You don't deserve to sit here in your current position. You think you deserve a seat here just because you control a small neighborhood?" Sung-min replied slowly. Chong-hui was founded by Yil-hak, the first chairman. Hae-sung suddenly cut in. "Sung-min, pass me the soy sauce." "Give me the soy sauce bottle." "Sung-min, it's too far." He took the soy sauce bottle and handed it to him. Tae-hyung stuck out his middle finger in mockery. "What a coward." All right. Anyway, as long as we keep letting you stay here, show some respect." Just then, Shaun stepped in, looked around, and said, "Is this the place?" Tae-hyung snorted. "Who are you?" "You look like one of those club hostesses." Hearing that, Shaun turned and said, "Sir, we've arrived." With the tense atmosphere, "I'm sure this is the place," quietly appearing. Everyone in the room was utterly astonished. On the way here, Jin Woong gave him a stack of documents about Chong-hui. He skimmed them and asked, "Are all these members of Chong-hui?" "Not that many, huh?" Jin Woong replied, "Yes, but the important part is the connections." Isu set the documents down. "Even if they gather with good relations, I'll still find their weak points. The only thing we need to do is..." He thought inwardly that he needed to handle this the way Beck Do-kyung would. Isu entered the room, pulled out a chair, and asked the attendant, "Were you talking about me?" Cha Yu-hwa exclaimed excitedly, "Beck Do-kyung, is that really you? You even cut your hair? I didn't recognize you." He replied nonchalantly, "I'm trying to make an impression. And you didn't recognize me either." Tae-hyung glanced sideways, thinking lucky escape. Maybe someone stabbed him. Too bad, I thought it wasn't my turn. He picked up the chopsticks in front of him and said softly, "You don't use chopsticks? If you're going to eat like a dog without forks and knives, can I take them?" Tae-hyung gritted his teeth. "That dog." Hae-sung pushed up his glasses and returned to business. "Mr. Beck, while you were away, we had a talk." He smiled congenially. "Really? You must have been so worried about me. I should have brought some fruit or something." He said solemnly, "We heard your younger brother passed away. It must have been hard. You haven't contacted us. You're not usually like this. Tae-hyung interjected. The funeral was pretty wild, right? I heard there was even a knife fight. Yuhua agreed. Oh, yeah, I'm curious about that too. Hae-sung set his glass down and concluded. I see, there's a lot to discuss, so to summarize. Does Baek Do-kyung currently deserve to remain in this place? Isu stood and asked coldly. If you know someone is in trouble, why not go help them? Then he pulled out a dagger and raised and drove it into the table. Who are you talk about, Tae? San Hui standing. Do you think Chong Hui has the right? Hae-sung frowned slightly, his voice trembling. How can we accept those words? Are you trying to make us the enemy? Isu shouted loudly. I'll be blunt, so listen carefully. This is what Tae San Hui wants. Tae San Hui cannot join Chong Hui from now on. Do what you will. With that, they immediately left. The car sped down the road. Shaun curiously fiddled with a device in the car. Jin Woong glanced in the rearview, saw Isu's brooding face, and asked, Chong Hui is our rival now. Do you have any plans? He looked out the car window and suddenly felt that something was off. Suddenly, a car blocked them right in front. Jin slammed on the brakes. He swerved to the side in an instant. Shaun shouted, Which bastard is that? 3 cars spun to box Isu's vehicle in. Car doors flew open. Tae-hyung stepped out, loudly calling for Baek Do-kyung. Saying that shit at the meeting, he barked. He ran to Isu's car, sneering, I'll do whatever I want, as he strapped a weapon to his hand. He threw a powerful punch, shattering the car window. Isu's face remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Tae-hyung stared at him and said loudly, So, let me be the leader of that Tae San Hui, you bastard. A while earlier, when the car was heading back, Shaun blurted out, Team leader, sorry director, if you turn this, will the side mirror move? Isu answered yes. Jin Woong warned, You're blocking my driving. Behave yourself. He looked at Isu's brooding face in the mirror and asked, But we withdrew from the main association. Now the main association will be our enemy. Okay, Isu replied. I'll trample them all underfoot, but first we have to catch the rat in the main association. Shaun couldn't hide his surprise. A rat? In the main association? Who? Who is it? Jin Woong asked. Why do you think that? He explained. I said the funeral was chaotic with killings. If it were a director's funeral, they'd have announced it to the main association. It's not something unusual. The killings that happened in Tae San had nothing to do with the funeral. Shaun grabbed his head and groaned. Yeah, that's it. Gives me goosebumps. Why do I feel totally lost? Jin Woong tightened his grip on the steering wheel. So who inside the main association is it? Turns out you already knew back then. Isu answered. That's why I avoided the main association until I found that rat. He grew a bit curious. Director, how will you find them? Isu pondered for a moment. Probably by finding them directly? We messed up the nest. They'll stick their heads out themselves. Sure enough, Tae-hyung was now standing in front of him, wearing a smile and speaking mockingly. Baek Do-kyung, come down now. Seeing Isu remain still, he asked again, No gun? You won't come out unless I drag your precious body out. He thought to himself that Tae-hyung and Tae-san had long harbored the deepest grudges and clear hostility between them. This guy's a rat. Shaun craned out the car window and shouted, I can open it. Why smash the window? Cars are expensive, you know. Take your dog claw off. Basic manners. Throw a bone for the dog, and he'll leave it. Tae-hyung glanced at him. You the beaky from earlier? What did you just say? Explain to the guys. Beaky is rude slang for someone who lures customers off the street to sell. Shaun got out, stepped closer to him, and said, What are you going to do? It's my first time in this car today. I'm in a good mood. Tae-hyung sneered. You want a beating? You catch my eye. Besides, Baek Do-kyung want to work for me. Shaun blurted. Oh, so I'm your subordinate? Ah, fine then. Fine then. First, let's go to the repair shop. No sooner had he finished than a punch landed squarely on his face. Tae-hyung, of course, wouldn't back down. If words don't win, then fists certainly will. Shaun raised his hand to block. Oh, look at your reflexes. Are you a thug or what? He was a bit surprised. Oh, you blocked it? Hey, I like you, Beaky. Suddenly a few white cars appeared in the opposite lane. Tae-hyung paused. He looked over and exclaimed, What now? Are we throwing a celebration here, or what? Seeing a familiar face, Tae-hyung asked, What's going on? Lee Sung-min calmly said, Representative Tae-hyung, stop here. Yamin is the representative of Yil Hack Capital, owner of Good Own Nine Blades. Taehyung's loose mouth started jabbering again. Oh my, if young Master Sungmin tells us to stop, then we must stop. What now? Wasn't that enough for you? You've been chasing me for a while, huh? We were about to throw a party, and Sungmin wants to join? You'll hack. I'm not sure they have a cloud. At that moment, someone patted his shoulder and cheerfully said, they've got the cloud. Ryu Taehyung, you're all mouth. A tall, middle-aged man standing behind him smiled warmly. I remember not long ago you were crying about that scar on your back, right? You've grown a lot since then. Ryu Taehyung froze on seeing him and asked, the nine-way, Choi Chan-ho? Old man, what brings you here? Seeing this, Shaun craned his neck into the car and asked Jin Woong, what's happening? Who's that uncle in a white suit? Those two look like they're about to film a long-running drama. Can we call cut? Jin Woong replied, he's one of Yil Hack's 9 Ways elite. Didn't expect a 9-way to show up. Shaun gasped, a 9-way? Jin Woong explained, Yil Hack's reputation has declined a lot. In the previous generation, Yil Hack was a top organization in Seoul. The elite team had 9 members called the 9 Ways. Enlightened, he marveled. Anything involving those gangster uncles is seriously next level. But judging by everyone's reaction, it was an exaggeration. Taehyung's henchman turned pale and trembled. 9-way? Choi Chan-ho, that old man. Is that really Choi Chan-ho? The senior looked at the juniors with a calm eye. These kids lack ambition. The middle-aged man was Choi Chan-ho, CEO of Yil Hack Capital, leader of Good Own 9 Ways, ranked second in strength. That name was enough to make Taehyung wary. He cursed under his breath. Damn, why is Yil Hack showing up here? This is between us and Tae-san. What right do they have to poke their noses in? Jin Woong got out of the car and greeted politely, Senior, long time no see. Taehyung was a bit surprised. What? Choi Chan-ho embraced him. Hey Jin Woong, how did you get so big? Jin Woong replied calmly. I should have come to greet you first, Senior. Didn't expect to run into you here. Sungmin said sternly. Representative Taehyung, we'd like to invite Tae-san to Yil Hack as our guest. Knowing he had no choice, Taehyung snapped, damn it, suit yourselves. Taehyung was hauled into the car, screaming and cursing, get off me, damn it. Shaun snorted and watched him being dragged in like a little puppy. Sungmin approached the car and said softly, Director Beck, please ride in my car. This one has a broken window. Seeing the shift in the situation, Isu thought to himself, Sungmin, what are you up to? He stepped out, looked around, and exclaimed, wow, this is intense, it's all over, huh? He laughed heartily. Director, you're too modest. Please come this way. Chan-ho suddenly suggested, you two go this way. I have some things to discuss with an old friend. Jin Woong replied, I'll go with the director. But Isu immediately waved him off. I'm fine, I'll take Shaun with me. That car is too small. Your head won't fit. Shaun put on a show. I'm not small either. The group quickly left, and Sungmin asked, has Tae-san really withdrawn from the main association? Isu replied, saying withdraw doesn't mean retreating. It's not about status, just a decision made in anger. He thinks that if they simply withdraw, other organizations will clamp down hard. He agreed, right? And we were ambushed today, gotta demand repair money. Honestly, I'm thinking, what are you getting at, Lee Sungmin? He carefully analyzed that the main association restrains and pits groups against each other. To survive, you need strength. Isu asked bluntly, what are you proposing? Representative Lee Sungmin. The car stopped at a pier. He stopped beating around the bush and laid his cards on the table. Director Beck Do Kyung. I need power now. Isu looked at him. Then he glanced out the car window. On the other side, Senior Chan-ho inspected the shattered glass. Compared to stabbing someone in the back, that kid Taehyung actually threw a decent punch just now. He suddenly said, Jin Woong, come to Yil Hack. Jin Woong answered, if that's the case, don't say another word. I'm loyal to Tae-san. Choi Chan-ho persuaded, you have a connection with the 9 Ways. There's still a place for you. Jin Woong affirmed, I'm a Tae-san man, and besides, I have work to do here. He replied firmly, Jin Woong, you actually have nothing left to do here. Today Tae-san will collapse. It's over now. Jin Woong's face was expressionless, as if something bad had happened. Isu looked out, and someone outside spoke up. Hello, Director Beck Do Kyung. Welcome to the Nine Ways. Seeing the men in white suits approaching, Isu exclaimed, Representative Lee Sung-min, this is beyond my expectations. He calmly replied, This is our highest welcome ritual. He covered his face and took a deep breath. Then he looked at him and asked, It's you, right? The rat. Isu called Shaun. He looked through the rear view. Yes, director. He said, Catch Lee Sung-min. Shaun immediately replied, Yes, I'll do it right away. The driver turned pale. What? This arrogant guy. Shaun moved like lightning and struck the driver on the head. The driver slumped over the wheel. Shaun snapped, This little pup's barking too loud. Behave yourself. Stay still for a bit. Isu got out, looked the spectacled uncle in the eye, and said, This won't take long. At that time, Tae-hyung sat smoking and cursed, Lee Sung-min, damn it, you bastard, even dragged in the Nine Ways. A henchman asked, Just how fearsome are the Nine Ways, anyway? Taking the opportunity, we added more people, Tae-hyung suddenly said. Who here is good at fighting? He made a serval sound, his face gone blank. Tae-hyung slapped his henchman on the head. Then, damn it, take a few hits. This dog really knows nothing, but talks too much. Damn, how did Yil-hak manage to take over all of Seoul back then? How are you still glued to the main association's seat? You idiot. He then squeezed the henchman's face hard. Tae-hyung inhaled sharply. I used to wonder the same as you. Yil-hak has 9 blades. Back then I saw with my own eyes how just 3 members of Yil-hak destroyed an entire organization in the Gangbuk area. There were 9. Now only 6 remain. Still, with just 3 of the 9 ways, everything can be smoothed over. Who in their right mind would dare fight the 9 ways? A henchman asked, What if someone brings down the 9 ways? Tae-hyung replied coldly, Then that person will swallow all of Seoul. Night fell and the moon rose high. On the lakeshore, 2 men sat fishing. The low-voiced man said, I'm telling you, this is me being kind. Tae-san isn't what he used to be, right? He's just the hill behind the neighborhood now. That man was Police Chief Cho Won-ho. He explained that because of the upper-level project Baek Do-kyung lost his brother, and Tae-san got implicated, ending up like this. So Yil-hak has to act first now. Sitting beside him was Yil-hak Capital's chairman Lee Sung-min, master of the 9 blades. He responded, Even so, there must be a justified reason to start a war right now. Won-ho pressed, Lee Sung-min, if you hesitate like this, everything will be taken. You've always been too cautious. Your dodging is why Yil-hak is like this now. If the former chairman were alive, he'd have fought long ago. If the main association is the 9 blades, no one would dare make a peep. We have his sharpest blade. Why hold back? I'm honestly helping for the chairman's sake. Let's rebuild Yil-hak from Tae-san. Sung-min stood up. He said slowly, We'll make Tae-san collapse. Won-ho smiled in satisfaction, eyeing the hooked prey. That's right, now go. Sung-min set a condition. In return, let us participate in this project. The police chief was silent for a moment. Then he laughed loudly. You should know your place. I'm only flattering you a bit. Don't get the wrong idea. Sorry, but how could Yil-hak possibly sit at the same table? Back at the dock, Dako Young-gil said, Won't take long. This dreamer's a bit off. But Isu's punch wasn't joking around. He unleashed a flurry of punches to the other's face. Young-gil collapsed to the ground. Isu shouted, You thought you could make Tae-san fall while I was away? Whether someone egged you on or you did it yourselves, you guessed wrong. I'll come for you. And today, Yil-hak will fall. Sung-min tried to move. A blade was held up to block his path. Shaun twirled the knife in his hand and said, Can't you hear me? I'm assigned to watch over you. Young-gil got up, looked at the broken glasses and exclaimed, Oh my, our director Beck wouldn't be like this normally. If you were 10 years older, maybe you'd have a chance. The 2 underlings behind him laughed uncontrollably. Thought you were hot stuff. Haven't seen you take a beating in a while. One of them asked sternly, You surprised? Young-gil grumbled, I just got hit. Are you guys just standing there watching? He lunged off in a flash. As if. The man immediately launched an attack at Isu. He raised his hand to block. The red-haired guy rushed in to assist. He grabbed him by the collar, thrown hard to the ground, and he shouted, We are Yil-hak's 9 blades. The man was Choi Gwang-pao, the 7th blade of Yil-hak Capital. Before he could react, Isu saw a follow-up kick coming. Lee Kyu-chong, the 9th blade, yelled, Yil-hak fall apart? He braced himself to block the strike. A punch from Jang Deok-bae, the 8th blade, landed like thunder. Isu immediately leapt to the side to avoid it. He thought to himself that each of them was very strong and highly skilled at coordinated attacks. These guys formed a closed quadrilateral, so attacking a single corner. Defeat one, and the whole thing collapses. Choosing Young Gil, he threw a straight punch to his face. Young Gil spat blood and fell backward. Sun Mong immediately rushed over to catch him. Are you getting old and losing your wits? Young Gil snapped. Don't say that. Sun Mong kept lunging at Isu. Today Tae San will fall. Isu sidestepped, making his hit miss. Sun Mong grabbed Isu's shirt, yanked him back, and locked him. You disappointed me. Taking the chance, Young Gil threw a straight punch at his face. Shaun saw this and blurted out, those uncles? Sung Min said, Yil Hak's blade is the 9 blades. Everyone says that Yil Hak's former glory is gone. But there's one thing everyone has overlooked. Not far away, a loud crash rang out. The car window cracked, Jin Woon was flung onto the hood, and he was badly hurt. Chan Ho warned, Don't be rash, Jin Woon. Our ties end here. Jin Woon thought to himself, Yil Hak still has the 9 blades. At the dock, Sung Min sat in the car, stating that they were no match for the 9 blades. Shaun ignored Sung Min's warning, opened the door, and muttered, These gangster uncles, Sung Min, don't go anywhere, just sit tight. Sung Min said, Even if you step in, nothing will change. Shaun, a bit surprised, asked, Step in for me? For whom? He gave a wry smile. Actually, none of these guys really know who they're dealing. Lee Sung Min, if I don't go, those uncles will die. Outside, Isu was grappling fiercely. Guang Pao kept getting beaten, confusion mixing with pain. Sun Mong was no slouch either. He punched Isu until he spat blood. He suddenly stopped and said, Enough, Tae San will fall. Q Chong and his men rushed in. Stop messing around. Shaun sprang forward to help. He delivered a kick straight to Q Chang's face, making him stagger. The shaved-head man quickly steadied his comrade, then glanced at Shaun with narrowed eyes. Q Chong asked, You want to try that too? Shaun clutched his stomach and said, Just kidding, it's not that bad. You guys dealing with me would be better, right? Over there. Sun Mong continued his attack on Isu. He grabbed his hand and broke it with a single strong twist. A dry, cracking sound rang out, making the Guang Pao crew flinch. Sun Mong thought inwardly, It's dislocated. Can't move. In that brief moment, Young Gil shouted, Wait, Guang Pao, but too late. Guang Pao lunged forward and launched a kicking attack at the opponent. Isu reached out and grabbed his leg. Cut to Jang Song Ho's earlier comment. That Beck, Isu wasn't just strong, his body was also perfectly formed. Not a flaw anywhere, both in fighting and in life. He's not the kind to back down when hurt. There are people like that sometimes. Both mind and body are extremely strong, so he absolutely won't collapse. In such cases, you have to bind his legs and arms, so he can't move. The result is the mind can't endure the body. Jang had found that weakness. When he locked Isu's hand, Isu cried out, My wrist hurts so much. He said, It hurts, right? No good, do it again. Beck Isu, come on then. Back in the brawl, Guang Pao lay flat on the ground, groaning in pain. Young Gil broke out in a cold sweat. Beck Du Kyung, are you a monster? Sung Min moved to stop him. Beck, he suddenly remembered. The police chief had asked, But what do you intend to do with Beck Du Kyung? Sung Min looked puzzled. What are you getting at? Cho Won-ho replied with a smile. Beck Du Kyung has a twin brother, so maybe Beck Du Kyung is a bit different from other thugs, huh? He made a blocking gesture with his hand. Hit him. Keep hitting him continuously. Suddenly the chief yanked the fishing rod hard and shouted, Who the hell? Missed it. Sung Min asked, What's that brother's name again? An arm drooped to the ground. Young Gil knelt down, gritting his teeth. Beck Du Kyung. This is really going too far. Isu was about to punch him again, when suddenly a loud shout rang out, Stop! Sung Min said, That's enough. Stop here. Young Gil, surprised, asked, What are you going to do? Sung Min stepped forward. From the start something fell off, even though Isu was down. Now I understand why you wanted to eliminate Du Kyung too. He put a hand on his shoulder and said, Now let's talk a bit, Isu. Sung Min looked straight into his eyes. These are twins. He said bluntly, the actions at the association and just now didn't match Du Kyung at all. Isu shrugged him off and asked coldly, So what's different? You know who I am. He gripped his wrist tightly. Can you even continue living like this? Sung Min slightly frowned. You, Isu. No, Director Du Kyung. We can negotiate a little. Isu didn't know his intentions. He pondered for a moment. Over there, Shaun raised his hand to signal a temporary ceasefire. He smiled and said, What are you two arguing about? Temporary ceasefire, everyone. Uncle Q Chong huffed and replied. And then both sides sat down to negotiate. Sung Min said, I admit we underestimated Tae San Hui. Choi Chan-ho stepped up to young Gil's group and asked, Are you guys okay? Alone, Du Kyung took you all down? They answered, Yes, the kid really is a monster. We couldn't stand against him. Isu asked coldly, So what do you want to negotiate? Seeing Jin Woong, Shaun suddenly called out, Uncle Gorilla, you still look unharmed like nothing happened. Huh? He covered his mouth and whispered, Are you sure they're weakened? What if more reinforcements show up? Even though we're winning, Jin Woong replied. He's a senior. That's why he's fine. Shaun breathed a relieved chuckle. If that's the case, then it's probably okay. He reminded them, Focus on the job. Sung Min held a confidential file. Yilhak had received an order to wipe out Tae-san. Who issued that order? And is their motive fully spelled out in this document? Isu cut him like that. Sung Min directly proposed, I'll tell Tae-san this information, but in return Tae-san and Yilhak must become allies. In his mind, he calculated 2 birds with 1 stone. Yilhak grows stronger, Tae-san gains a back. Isu stood up and bluntly replied, No. If that's the bargaining chip, then forget it. He frowned slightly. If I just eliminate Yilhak, will I get that document? Chan-ho laughed. Good idea. Then go ahead and try it. You're getting cocky, kid. Jin Woong stopped him. You should reconsider. This is a good offer for both sides. We'll gain Yilhak's trust too. Isu rubbed his forehead, pondering for a moment. Is that so? The way you all behave makes me sick. Yilhak, or whatever, they're all just gangsters after all. His voice hardened bit by bit. Trust? Over those 2 words my comrades and my brother had to fall. Isn't that right? Jin Woong reminded Director Beck. He grabbed Jin Woong's collar. Gritting his teeth, he said, Call me Beck Du Kyung. Shaun hurriedly stepped between them to stop it. Enough, calm down. Are you two going to start fighting again? First, finish the matter here. Sung Min took the file and walked over to the fire. Isu watched to see what he intended to do. His steps slowed and stopped. He held the stack of papers over the fire and said, Beck Isu, reconsider that offer. He replied coldly, Just give me that file. Only then can I trust you a little. Sung Min threatened, Mind your words. This file has no duplicate. Isu drew his dagger. You try and make me. Jin Woong restrained Director Beck, but he ignored everything and shouted loudly, Yilhak, how can I trust you bastards? Now I don't trust anyone anymore. You better hand over that file. No damn negotiations. From now on, you must know I give the orders, and you just follow them. All of Yilhak will have to submit under Tae-san's command. One more thing. I'll take Lee Sung-min from your side as a hostage. Seeing this, young Gil shouted, Those Tae-san bastards. Seeing his men getting reckless, Chan-ho ordered, 9 blades, all of you stand down. No one moved. He stepped forward and gripped Isu's arm. Mr. Beck, do you need to go this far? Sung Min blurted. Mr. Choi Chan-ho. He took the file from Sung Min's hand. My apologies, Director. Then he turned and said clearly, Choi Chan-ho, leader of the 9 Blades, offers himself as the replacement hostage for you. I'll go to Tae-san as a hostage. Is that acceptable? Isu held the stack of papers, his tones still firm. I say you're the head of Yilhak. Can your head be compared to his? Do you have the authority here to make such an offer? Sun called to Jin Woong. Uncle. He stepped forward to explain. The 9 Blades are Yilhak's representatives in the underworld. So that's sufficient, sir. He replied, Do you think I don't know that? Jin Woong emphasized. Yes, if it were Mr. Beck Du Kyung, he wouldn't behave like that. Isu ordered Shaun. Watch all of Choi Chan-ho's actions for me. Jin Woong stood still. He really found Isu more complicated than he had thought. Cut to a year earlier in the interrogation room. The technician said it's ready. Start recording. The investigator asked because Beck Isu is a member of the White Test team, right? He answered, Yes, sir. The HID task force handles operations in North Korea. Beck Isu is currently under investigation regarding his identity. After his undercover assignment in North Korea ended, Kim Jae-wook, the supervising investigator, asked, So what was your mission? He replied, Everything must be classified, sir. Jae-wook looked irritated. Classified? What are you saying? Think about your situation. When you set foot in North Korea and even became one of their soldiers, they couldn't verify your information or identity there. Could they? Isu said, due to the nature of the mission, all my information was erased. He changed the subject, so tell us about your superiors, your unit, or anything relevant. Isu affirmed as he had said, everything must remain confidential. Give me a secure line of communication so I can talk to them. Jae-wook stood up. Tired, huh? Becky Sue, we really don't like that North Korea operation at all. You have an obligation to cooperate with us and declare your identity. There must be some misunderstanding. This is something you must do because it's your duty to the country. He snapped his fingers. Have you heard me clearly? Follow my instructions. My words carry weight. If I say you're communist, then that's that. Jae-wook leaned in close, threatening. You're not exactly spotless yourself, are you? Just confess honestly to us. Then everything will be settled. Just then, someone entered from outside. Sir, I'm Major Jang Sung-ho, in charge of the Special Intelligence Unit. I heard one of my people is here, so I came to trouble you a bit. Kim Jae-wook handed the file to Sung-ho. Are you burning me? What's the trouble? Internal counterintelligence is our job. He bowed and said, Sir, you must be joking. Internal spy? This kid is like family to me. Jae-wook looked annoyed. Hey, Major, do you think I have time for jokes? You heard me. He put a cigarette in his mouth and insisted, I'm telling you this kid is a spy. Sung-ho quickly produced a lighter. Sorry, sir, Lieutenant Colonel. You must be mistaken. Jae-wook cut in. That's right. Make things clear from now on to avoid regrettable misunderstandings. He lit the cigarette and said solemnly, Listen carefully to what I'm saying. This kid is like family to me, not an internal spy or anything. Don't think whatever you want. But I'm telling you again, this kid is not a communist. Do you understand? Sung-ho removed the handcuffs and led the man away. Let's go, Isu. Jae-wook felt anger, not mild at all. He growled, This won't go quietly. I'll report your conduct to the higher-ups, Major. Where are the guards? Arrest those two for me. Hurry up. But as they ran to the door, Jae-wook was utterly astonished. What the hell is this? All the guards were sprawled on the floor. Sung-ho went outside and said, Isu, you give me such trouble. I just returned and my superiors already chewed me out. He replied nonchalantly, It's not my fault. He kept deliberately accusing me of being a spy. Sung-ho gave a wry laugh, looking at him. Who would believe this? Just say you've surrendered and that'll do. We trust each other like family. Look at how you dress. If my daughter or you were spies, I'd personally eliminate you to save the trouble. He gave a slight smile and asked, Wasn't Lieutenant Colonel Kim your superior just now? Is that kind of action appropriate? Sung-ho cut in, It's fine. It's all under the state anyway. I'm not that scared. The Shaun guys jumped out of the car, mocking, What did they ask the spy? Why is it taking so long? Let's all go eat. I'm starving. Ha ha ha. Dressed and groomed like North Korean militiamen, Shaun smiled and said, Welcome back home. Captain Beck, Isu. Isu held the photo in his hand as a flood of memories surged back. He collapsed in pain when suddenly there was a doorbell outside. Isu answered, Come in. Jin Woon reported that Shaun was watching all of Choi Chan-ho's actions as requested. He rubbed his head wearily and replied, Thanks. He said slowly, It's just work that needs doing. I also need to tell you about what just happened. Isu asked if it was about Yil-hak. Suddenly, Jin Woon grabbed his collar and lifted him up. I'm the one who made the mistake, Isu. Taesin can't be handed over to you to manage. You are you. You can't become Baek Do-kyung. Jang Sung-ho sat in a restaurant making a phone call. Yes. Daughter? Have you eaten? Dad? Dad knows. I'm eating. Dad's daughter must remember to eat properly too. I'm not nagging. I'm just worried about you. The police chief entered from the door and waved to call manager Jang. He quickly sat down, licked his lips, and said, I know lots of good places, that's why I messaged you. Why does it have to be this place? Sung-ho answered, Yes, sit down. He fell silent for a moment, then said to his daughter, No, this place is kind of all right. The police chief ordered, Miss, give me a bowl just like that. Does it have offal? I don't eat offal. Sung-ho hung up. Okay, Dad will call you back later. Cho Eun-ho picked up his spoon and chopsticks. Daughter, didn't she just return from studying abroad? Manager Jang got to the point. Police chief, the matter with the association has concluded successfully. He exclaimed, What? Surely the dishes are already prepared and we just need to eat through them. but we've stuffed ourselves and still have no news. Sung-ho opened his bowl of rice. The association, after all, are thugs. He poured the rice into the communal bowl and asked, "Do you intend to keep dragging this out?" Won-ho wiped his hand with a napkin. "Hey, here we go again. We've only mixed the rice, and I'm already salivating. I've even got blood on me over this. But those guys aren't that easy to handle. I admit our manager is very capable, but it's not as easy as you think." Sung-ho interrupted. "After all, we're still amateurs at this, right? We need to handle it professionally. Before long, the One-Sing project will be launched. Now I probably have to meet the association directly." Cho Won-ho blurted. "What about you?" "Who? Sung-min? If not him, what about his henchman?" He analyzed that if you want a foothold in One-Sing, you must start by managing the association. Use this opportunity to let the counselors taste the sweetness. That way things will proceed smoothly. Cho Won-ho scooped a plate of braised beans into the bowl. "Let's see." In the end, Beak Isu and his people, suspected by headquarters of siding with the Three-Stripe Group, have been dealt with. So with this opportunity, the manager and the new members will be able to demonstrate their abilities, right? Sung-ho bowed his head and pondered for a moment. "If so, then we must take action." The police chief continued ladling rice into the communal bowl. He muttered, "This is such a mess." The mixed rice, vividly colorful and piping hot, steamed vigorously. Isu sat amid piles of tightly packed documents, clutching his head, and cried out, "I think it's this. With a reason like that, so everyone has to die." He looked at the small team photo, pain welling up inside him. A doorbell rang outside. Isu answered, "Come in." Jin Woong, seeing Isu's weary appearance, said, "Sorry to bother you." He reported, "As you said, Shaun is monitoring Choi Chan-ho." Isu kept his head bowed. "You've done well," Jin Woong replied. "This is Tae-san's business." At the place where Shaun was watching Choi Chan-ho, the mood was lighter. He called in a cheerful voice, "Nothing special. Tae-san isn't bad either. Getting time off like this is really nice." Sung-min spoke softly, "I'm sorry, it's all because I'm clumsy." Old Choi waved it off. "Clumsy? What are you talking about?" But this matter wasn't based on the organization's judgment. So we're all just following that judgment. You trusted and followed the organization's judgment. The result wasn't as expected. But from the start, you didn't think it was a mistake. Sungmin smiled. "We'll meet again soon." Chan-ho reassured him. "Take it easy. Use this chance to get a good rest." Hearing the conversation, Shaun asked, "Isn't he your nephew rather than the boss?" He laughed. "Nephew? Of course he's Yil Hack's boss. You're wondering if it's because of that boss you were brought here. Like this? If we trouble you, what should we do?" Chan-ho casually opened a plate of food to look at. "This is my choice. I accept it." Shaun was a bit surprised. "Isn't it the boss's choice? Whatever he's told to do, he does. In the end, you were arrested and brought here like this." He closed the plate and slowly replied, "I have a slightly different view on this. Is Tae-san an organization like that? If so, Tae-san is really disappointing, isn't it?" Shaun felt the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. In the office, Jin Woong said, "I think I was wrong, Beak Isu. I shouldn't have handed Tae-san over to you." "Drop it, Beak Isu." He pushed his hand away and snapped. "Do you take me for a child? Give it if you want, otherwise forget it. What are you trying to do? You want to protect Tae-san, while I need an organization for revenge. That's why we uncovered Yil Hack like that. So what's the problem?" Jin Woong replied bluntly, "There's a problem with our approach. First, you must become Beak Do-kyung." Isu frowned. "That's why I'm impersonating Beak Do-kyung." He insisted, "No, if I were Beak Do-kyung, Tae-san wouldn't act like this. Tae-san is an organization built on trust in Beak Do-kyung, so you must make everyone in the organization believe in you. Believe in Beak Do-kyung." He brushed the strands of hair falling over his forehead up. "Trust or methods? What exactly am I supposed to do?" Even now, the association still thinks the kids are just playing around. Isu turned to him with a cold face and said, "Belief? Isn't it enough in an organization to just follow the boss's orders? Methods? I'll use absolute force to crush them like thugs. Would that work? Any problem with that?" Hearing this, Jin Woong loosened his tie and took off his vest. "Beak Isu, then first show me the way those kids play." Without answering, he immediately leapt forward to attack. He drove a strong knee to Jin Woong's midsection. Jin Woong blocked it at once, and grabbed his collar. Then he slammed him down hard. Isu frowned. The blow seemed no light one. Jin Woong exclaimed, "Is that all? Intelligence officer, or what?" Isu suddenly drove a heel straight into his opponent's jaw. Jin Woong was thrown back. He sat up. He looked at the large bruise on Jin Woong's jaw. In the detention room, Choi Chan-ho kept lecturing Shaun about the underworld, an organization that uses force to subdue others and make them obey. Who would submit to such an organization? You often call us thugs. Do you know what that means? We are men who live by our fists and believe in each other's pride. People like that gather for their interests and start wars. There will be those who fight side by side and those who stab others in the back. That's what thugs are. And then people will appear who believe in you and are utterly loyal. Tables and chairs were overturned on the floor, papers scattered everywhere. Isu sat on top of Jin Woong, his fist frozen midair. He sighed, then stood up and walked out the door. I think I was wrong. Handling things the thug way isn't the issue. But their method isn't just about superior strength. Choi Chan-ho said that if an organization operates by overwhelming force, then it's an army. Shaun agreed. Indeed, an army. Suddenly his phone rang. Shaun glanced, stood up and waved. You're amusing. We'll talk more next time. Enjoy your break. Chan-ho asked, weren't you supposed to supervise me? He replied bluntly, what? I don't think you'd run away. But this guy, no one can be trusted. But I really don't want to use force to subdue you. Isu stepped out into the hallway. And upon meeting Shaun, he said, from now on, follow our way. Create a new organization composed of capable people. Approach the guy we talked about before. Because over there, they're professionals. Do it the professionals' way. The deadline is 1 week. Handle the association within that time. Jin Woong lay on the floor. He rested his hand on his head, reminiscing about the past. On a snowy, rainy day 4 years ago, in a small eatery, Jin Woong was still a cook then. He looked at the young man before him and asked, why do you keep coming here? The man, covered in blood, flicked a lighter and lit a cigarette, calmly answering, what else is there to do at a restaurant? Of course I'm here to eat. You treat regulars like that? Don't you know how to take care of customers? No wonder the place never prospers. This customer was Oyama Gumi, CEO of Beak Do-kyung, head of the TS Financial Group. Jin Woong warned, no smoking in here. Do-kyung chuckled, sorry, force of habit. But these people don't count as customers, do they? He pointed to the 2 men sprawled on the floor. Jin Woong sighed. Go before things get more complicated. He glanced at the door. Well, leaving now's a bit late. A crowd pushed the door open. Seeing the scene inside, they exclaimed, holy crap, is this for real? We thought it was just a ridiculous rumor. But look at the mess of these kids. This must be Ha Jin Woong. Why don't you want to work with Yul Hack anymore? Afraid you'll croak like your boss? This guy is Lee Hyung-gu, Hook's finance manager, a man from Jeolla. Hearing his arrogant tone, Do-kyung warned, hey, the boss here said we don't entertain stray gang members. I'm a regular, so it's fine. Hyung-gu glanced at him with half an eye. What the hell are you saying? Are you bold or just stupid? Seeing his calm, fearless face made him irritated. Damn, look at him. Are you the one who messed with my boys? Hyung-gu touched his face, his voice hard as steel. You idiot. You dare mess with Hook in Hanam District? Looks pretty good. Sell you off, and we'd probably get a good price. Though that'd be a waste. Do-kyung suddenly asked, you claim to be Hook? Ridiculous. He stood there stunned. What? He took his hand and asked, Hook, doesn't that mean just one hand? Here we're talking about Captain Hook. A blood-curdling scream rang out, making the lackeys outside jump in fright. Red blood splattered the wall as Hyung-gu yelled, you crazy son of a bitch. Damn it. Do you know who you're picking a fight with? We're Hook Loans of the Jeorang Association. Jeorang will sort you out. Do-kyung, composed, replied, you think I care? We're Tae-san-hui. Call out all your Jeorang troops. The henchman rushed in, horrified at the scene. Boss, let's take him to the hospital. Hyung-gu clutched his hand, missing 2 fingers. This crazy bastard. They quickly left. Jin Woong finally spoke up. Let him go? Why did you pick a fight with Jeorang? Do-kyung pushed his hair back. Those guys showed up because of you. Did you open this place to mess with them? The whole restaurant's dusty, and there's not even a proper menu. I can't believe you set up shop here. Obviously, you just wanted to deal with the jerks who come after you. Do-kyung with a friendly smile, offered, "Shall I help you with this?" See, Jin Woong asked if he knew who the enemy was. He cheerfully replied, "I said we're Tae San Hui, so who they are doesn't matter." He reached forward toward Du Kyung. "Tie your hair back, it's messy." He took the hair tie from his wrist. "Ah, thanks. By the way, your food is terrible. You really shouldn't be cooking. I'm serious." Jin Woong looked at the hair tie on his wrist. He lay there pondering, not sure if he was doing the right thing. Hyung-gu rubbed his head, looking annoyed. He stared at his hand, missing 2 fingers, and suddenly flew into fury. Damn it, I still can't get used to this hand. But it was time to settle the score. For years later, he still hadn't forgotten that pain. Hyung-gu sprang up. Now Tae San Hui is weak after the leadership resigned. We'll topple them. He rallied his men. Get fired up, you lot. They answered in unison, "Yes, boss." HK Hooks Georang Finance. Currently 50 men available. Before they could even plan, a furious pounding came at the door. One of them blurted, "What's that?" The door was kicked in, and the lookout went flying, landing flat on the floor. The thugs stood bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A tall man slowly stepped in, his face stern as he stared them down. The whole thing started over a wall that had been spray-painted. The manager asked, Boris, do you know who did this?" He pointed at the wall behind him. "Who's that? Who sprayed paint on our building's wall?" In the warehouse, Shaun's voice held a hint of surprise. "Boris, you mean him, right? Has he returned to Russia yet?" Isu said he disguised himself as an exported laborer to hide his identity. The heavy door opened. He thought to himself that since he hadn't found the traitor yet, of course he couldn't return. His real name was Ovchaka, a Russian mobster nicknamed the Purger. Boris, Pakin's hound. Seeing a stranger, Boris immediately drew a dagger and lunged. Isu loudly called to Boris. Seeing Ovchaka's aggressive stance, he wondered, would a guy like him work with us? His nickname is Chilling. Isu pulled out a USB and held it up. "I'm here to negotiate." "Devil." Boris suddenly froze. His emotionless face flicked to the object in his hand, then slowly removed his hard hat. His nickname was the Devil in human disguise. On Boris's head, there already seemed to be a devil's hand. Returning to Hook's territory. Seeing Boris step in, Hyung-gu barked, "Who is that white dog? How dare you ruin such an important day? Deal with him." The henchman rushed up to attack the intruder, and a cold barrel of a gun met them. The thug froze, his face going pale. "A gun, for God's sake." Boris smacked him in the face with a blow, and the man rolled to the ground, unconscious. The remaining man drew a dagger, the dog. Boris pointed his gun at him, seeing him smirk, "You fools," then handed him a solid punch. Hyung-gu's thug spat teeth and blood, collapsing to the floor. Seeing this, the rest shouted, "Damn it, surround him!" 2 men grabbed his arms. Another clamped his head. "I've got him." Boris bit down hard on his bicep. The man screamed, "Oh my God, Jesus." Suddenly he felt unbalanced and tumbled to the ground. Boris retrieved the dagger. He straddled his opponent and coldly acted. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Someone shouted, "Hold him!" The events happened so fast Hyung-gu was terrified, trembling. "What the hell? My hand." Boris's hand was covered in blood. Everyone has a devil inside to excuse their weakness. He grabbed Hyung-gu's hair and shoved him down. Hyung-gu wailed helplessly. "Damn it, who do you think you are? Hey, let me go." Boris pressed the dagger to his head, snarling, "You're the same. There's a devil here too, huh?" At that moment, Shaun ran in, loudly calling, "Boris, stop, stop." He smiled amicably and said, "Good. Well done, Boris, but can you stop now?" Hyung-gu's voice trembled like a beaten dog. "Who the hell are you? Who told you to come here?" "We're Georang." Shaun replied, "Yeah, I know. You guys are Georang, right? I'm from Tae San Hui." He made a phone call to report. "Director, these groups are Georang. All of them are in our hands. HK Hook Finance, Georang Association. Current manpower, 1 person." Hyung-gu knelt on the ground cursing. "Damn it, Tae San isn't some international organization." Isu heard this and replied, "Well done." Now Shaun, a bit worried, cut in, "You can't mess with this Russian. He's ultra-violent." "Your eyes didn't leave the dagger in Boris's hand as you warned." "Hey, Boris, stop. Don't cut, no." Isu added, "Director, about Iron Ferret I object. I know he's talented, but we can't trust him." Isu replied, "His skills are good, and he only works for money. He sensed Iron Ferret's presence. He was approaching. Xiao remained very skeptical. Sorry, even so, isn't he a capitalist? At that moment, from behind Isu, a youth lunged forward with a dagger. Xiao kept babbling on, that bastard. A spy from the north. Kung. Isu quickly drew his dagger to block the blade. Iron Ferret pressing hard on the dagger in his hand, staring straight into Isu's eyes and shouting, "Who are you? Who sent you here? Could it be someone sent from above?" This good-looking pale kid was actually an anti-South Korean teenage spy nicknamed White Belly Cutter. Lim Jiang-chun, 17, the primary surveillance target of a national intelligence agency. Xiao added, "He's currently on the run." I object. Jiang-chun continued his attack, his speed very fast. Isu both blocked and evaluated the opponent. That kid's still too young. He struck hard at the handle of the kid's knife. Though young, his ability was quite good. It's been a while, White Belly Cutter. Upon hearing that nickname, Jiang-chun exclaimed, "You know me? This is uncanny. When I went out, I killed everyone who knew who I was, didn't I?" He stared at Isu, thinking inwardly that since he already knew all his comrades and superiors, he went south. 3 years earlier, at the Gaesong Industrial Complex, a crisp officer shouted, "Attention everyone, I'm Major Lee Woo-chong of the Reconnaissance Bureau. Comrades, do you know where you are? This is where North Korea and others gather to generate profit. When Gaesong Industry is built in the north, its products are sent to the south and used to fill bellies. Those are the South's nonsense and dirty capitalism. Do you comrades understand capitalism?" This officer is a major from the Reconnaissance Bureau, team leader of the new Special Task Force Lee Woo-chong, with 4 years of long-term deployment in the South, 12 infiltrations in total. He clenched his hands and said solemnly, "The kids in South Korea look at us like stray dogs. But that's fine." So North Korea created it as an experimental plan. The children began to be taught many skills, even sewing, combat, survival. But what we do isn't merely products of capitalism. Bite their throats off, like wild beasts. The nickname White Belly Cutter. That is the comrade's duty and mission. The White Belly Cutter unit was a plan to train teenage spies at the Gaesong Industrial Complex to infiltrate deep into South Korea. By day, they worked in the complex. By night, they were trained to become Southern spies and move south along with the complex's goods. But this plan wasn't taken seriously. One day, Jiang-chun was walking when he suddenly met a driver. As soon as he saw him, the driver called out, "Jiang-chun? Lim Jiang-chun." The driver pulled out a red cake box and held it up. "Hey, Lim Jiang-chun, eat this." The kid looked at the choco pie box and couldn't hide his delight. He immediately gobbled it down. The driver said, "Eat slowly, share with your friends too." Jiang-chun suddenly explained, "Lim, my family name is Lim." The man chuckled. "Is that so? Fair enough." The teenagers here are ecstatic to taste the flavors of capitalism at the Gaesong Industrial Complex where they work. For Jiang-chun, who came from the slums, it was even more profound. Many cake boxes were tossed on the floor, finish them and move on. The price of grueling training. That reward, the taste of capitalism. 2 years later, the trainees were practicing close-quarters combat with daggers. The officers standing above observed and asked, "How much longer?" Wu-chong replied, "If we want to complete ideological education and deploy them, about 2 years. The higher-ups gave the order this week. This week we must start immediately. That's a directive from above." He thought to himself that the Gaesong complex might be shut down, so they had to prepare now and show results to superiors. The next day, the driver complained, "Oh, God, what are we going to do?" Jiang-chun asked, "Sir, what's wrong? Your face is as white as paper." He blurted out, "Jiang-chun's here." Seeing the boy spread his hands and beam, the driver remembered. "All right, get it to him. I'll bring the goods tonight. So wait up." He had no choice but to wait until night. Everyone boarded the vehicle bound for South Korea. Night fell. Everyone donned uniforms and began to move. A teammate saw Jiang-chun still engrossed in his snack and whispered, "Hey Lim Jiang-chun, hurry up. What are you doing? Hurry up. In South Korea, you'll be free to eat to your heart's content." He was a bit surprised, bursting with excitement. Is South Korea full of stuff like this? A man with a knife approached the vehicle door. "First, deal with the driver. Everyone, get ready." Lim Jiang-chun flinched and shouted, "Wait, Hold on, what about the driver? Can't we wait for that driver to come back? Hold on, there are other passengers too. Think it over. The other man frowned and said, Don't joke. We don't have time. What are you thinking? Lim Jiang Chun didn't argue. He acted immediately. The dagger flashed in the night. Blood sprayed everywhere. What was there to think about now? Wait a moment. The whole group went pale at the sight. What did you just say? Lim Jiang Chun glared and asked, Did you comrades not follow my orders? A moment later, he opened the vehicle door and called to the driver. Sir, could you give me a ride down to South Korea with you? After all, South Korea suits me well. Behind Lim Jiang Chun, the other team members had all been slaughtered. Elsewhere, the officer lay sprawled on the ground, his face a mask of terror. Major Li Wuchang, don't do this. How did the other comrades end up like this? At 3:30, every member, including the instructors of the new Special Task Force, was dead at Lim Jiang Chun's hands. Major Li put his hand to his face and removed the human mask. At 3:55, an unexpected spy appeared and intervened in Lim Jiang Chun's actions. The officer cried in horror, What is this? Who are you? Afterwards, Lim Jiang Chun was dubbed White Belly Cutter and designated a surveillance subject. The anomaly was reported by Beck E. Su, HID Task Force, Northern Operations. Beck E. Su, for years of prolonged combat in the north, 8 infiltrations into the north. Back in the present, Isu pressed his blade to Jiang Chun's throat. The boy showed no fear and instead admired, impressed. Nice. This is the knife skill we learned in North Korea. But you picked it up fast, he said, raising both hands to his head in a mock surrender. I give up, Jiang Chun asked. So you're really from the north coming to arrest me? Isu replied, I'm not chasing you. Lim Jiang Chun looked a bit surprised. That's the first I've heard of that. If you're not tracking me, what brings you all the way here? He answered bluntly, I'm here to propose a deal. Jiang Chun took a cake, slowly peeled off the wrapper, murmuring, A deal. A deal. That's a word I like. Sounds very capitalist. Spit it out. Comrade. Jiorang Sanha, Red Crow Hotel. A bottle of liquor slammed into the manager's head. An angry voice rang out. What the hell is this? In half a day, 3 hotels suspended operations? Taehyung, soaking a hot tub, sprang up stunned. The manager replied, Sorry, boss. The district said there was no choice. He threw on his robe, swearing, Damn it. Then he grabbed the manager by the hair and yanked him back. Then you lot better look into it. The dogs just said, Yes, sir. Then closed the hotel. The manager hurried to explain, I'm sorry. Don't just follow orders from above. Taehyung went berserk. Damn it, you harebrained fool. Go find out now. Just then, an underling burst in and reported breathlessly. Director, the HK credit at Hanamdong was smashed by Tae-san. Taehyung froze. Tae-san, are all these caused by those dogs? He immediately ordered everyone to gather and go to Tae-san in Hanamdong. They assembled in the corridor. Someone sitting on a nearby chair exclaimed, Oh my, look at his tail. Look at that gang. Seeing him laugh loudly, as if provoking, one guy swore, What the hell is that? Taehyung was walking when he suddenly heard a scream behind him. Hey, Yuryong gripped Thug Du Khan's hand tightly, taunting, Sorry, pal, you've been it too far. Now you'll have to eat with your left hand. Then he twisted hard, making the guy cry out, Oh my God. A surprise punch landed. Taehyung rushed forward to fight and free his man. He growled, What, you think I'm off guard? Lately lots of kids like to act up. Jang Sung-ho grabbed his arm. Sorry, Director Taehyung. Our kids are a bit rough, but we've checked around. The hotel business has many issues, right? He took a drag of his cigarette and picked up the file to review. Just say a few words and everything will be resolved nicely. First, have a seat. Taehyung laughed loudly. Haha, look at him. Stop my hotels from operating. It's not Tae-san, but you? But what exactly are you asking me to do? He pulled out a chair, sat down, and said, So what you're asking me now is to spare your life? Yuryong laughed uncontrollably. Haha, really, those thugs never look right to me. If you do that, you'll be dead on the spot, you thug. Taehyung threatened. This is my turf, you dare. Manager Jang reminded him. Director Taehyung, do it well. I came to ask you for a favor. He took off his glasses, looked him straight in the face, and said, Next time I'm not asking, I'm hitting. Got it. Wolves are apex predators among animals. They are carnivores smaller than bears and tigers. Still, the reason they can be the top predators dominating all beasts is that they are unlike other carnivores. They usually gather in packs to hunt and live together, and one becomes the alpha wolf leading the whole pack. The leadership force represented by that wolf is called the leader. Large organizations with pack structures are Jeorang. The main leader is Jeorang Ryu Taehyung. Taehyung flicked a cigarette and muttered, "You're being unreasonable." "Borrow?" "Me?" "Jeorang." Manager Jang asked, "What is Jeorang?" Taehyung looked a bit puzzled. "What do you mean?" Song-ho said slowly. "They run small hotels down every alley in Yongsan, and they're involved in this and that too." He pulled out a gun and sneered. "After all, you guys are just thugs, right?" "Understand." A group of men entered from outside. Hunters with guns had come for the 7 Jeorang wolves. Manager Jang bluntly declared, "We're not like your amateur lot. We're professionals." Taehyung refused to back down. He clenched his hand and stared coldly at Song-ho. "What are you saying? So you mean you want to fight? Is that it?" Head Jang took a drag of his cigarette. "So you should relax a bit, and then we could discuss business." "Director, Taehyung." He handed Taehyung a stack of documents. He opened them while grumbling, "Business, mung beans, pen award. What's next?" After reading the densely printed page, Taehyung was a little astonished. "This?" He held up the paper and asked, "You really want to let these guys eat? Is it so sweet that you want to share it with us? Why give such good stuff to us? If something goes wrong, we're the ones who will be eaten, right? Only you will take the bigger share. Isn't that so? What reason do we have to trust you and accept this?" Song-ho replied solemnly, "I've told you, this is business. My side will provide the necessary manpower. They're all professionals." Taehyung angrily tore up the stack of documents. "You've been yammering about professionals. Professionals need to be thoroughly verified before we talk business." He threw the shredded papers on the floor. "First, let me see the true capability of these professionals." Outside at a fast food joint, Shaun held his phone and complained nonstop. "Oh man, really? It's well past the meeting time, and there's still no sign of them." He dialed and said, "Team leader, what's going on? Where have you dived off to?" Isu asked, "Can you hear me clearly?" Shaun replied, "Yes, team leader. For now, just wait there, and I'll call you later. Once we move in and have approached the Iron Weasel." Shaun was curious. "Iron Weasel? Huh, any problem?" Isu's group entered a corridor. Upon seeing him, 2 men exclaimed, "What's this?" "Look over there." Jiang Chun drew a small knife and took aim. Shaun asked, "That kid, is he useful?" The man in black leapt to his feet, shouting, "Who dares enter here without permission?" Before he finished, a cold streak of light sliced his neck. Blood spurted, leaving the group frozen in shock. Jiang Chun sheathed the knife and said with a grin, "If you don't want to die, spill everything." Suddenly, Jiang Chun saw a red stain on his shirt and shouted, "Oh, blood." Isu answered Shaun's question. "He's useful too." Shaun still had many doubts. "All right, isn't he a bit too young?" He asked again, "The guy who's supposed to approach us, useful or not?" As Isu opened the door, a dagger came flying. The bald thug suddenly rushed out and shouted, "Die." He dodged to the side to avoid the blow, then grabbed his hand and held it tight, and snapped it decisively. The bald guy fell to his knees, wailing pitifully. "Ah, you bastard." Isu stomped on his head once. The whole room sprang to its feet. Shaun kept babbling on. "This side's pretty great, too. You'd be surprised if you saw it. While the captain went north, I was sent to the U.S. forces in the Middle East. I went there to teach English." Isu cut in. "You already said that, yet in front of you a bunch of men are holding daggers ready to attack. And he still doesn't stop. Do you know what's interesting? Over there some unfamiliar kids were riding in on motorcycles." Voices crackled over the line. "Huh? Catch them fast." Shaun asked, "Can you hear clearly?" Isu replied, "You just say it." He continued, describing a guy named Deadline. "He's the sort who'll obey whoever pays him, so they call him a servant." He was a bit surprised. This guy listens to anything? His hand was squeezing a man tight. The man trembled like a leaf, barely able to make choking sounds. Shaun answered, "That's right. Pay him, and he'll do anything." Jiang Chun is working very effectively, too. He wondered if many were just pretending. Isu suddenly patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder and said, "Let's keep moving. We have to take down all the Georang front groups. Now that we've captured a recruit, we should list the large organizations under Georang as well. In the plan to destroy Georang, Hyungu had been marked with a red X. Only then did Shaun realize it was a guerrilla fight. He said he'd handle this a bit and then regroup with the two. Isu instructed, understood, and told him to move quickly. At that moment, an axe flew straight toward him. Isu swung his arm, caught it, and continued speaking. Because they're moving too, faster than we thought. A man in a white suit glared at him. Damn it, what's this? Trying to make an arrest, or what? He sneered. Are they from a Hyungu investigation team? You dare meddle with our Georang. He was Kim Dok-ki, owner of the Daki Daki nightclub under Georang. Isu said coldly, Clear them out, weasel. These are just amateurs. Jaeong Chun, with a chocolate in his mouth and knives in both hands, lunged into the fray. He nodded. Looks like it. Quickly deal with you lot. Two of Dok-ki's henchmen immediately shoved a man back and took the hit. One suddenly attacked head-on. The blade flashed past Jaeong Chun's face and sliced off the cake he was biting. He shouted, That was sudden. These guys are pros. Isu thought to himself that they were army-trained. So Georang actually has guys like this? Dok-ki stuck his neck out, trying to look tough. These were sent by director Ryu Tae-hyung of Georang. I heard they're educated. Skills are clearly different. Huh? Even I'm surprised. They've probably already gone to your Tae-san by now. You're not the only ones who use brains. Go check it out. You'll likely find your organization and boss beaten to death. Why are you scared now? Hearing this, Isu wondered if Manager Jang had directly intervened in one sink or had allied with Georang. Jaeong Chun held up 2 fingers and said, Double. You have to give me double. These guys are pros, so you gotta pay me double. Isu blinked slightly. This guy really had capitalist blood. Jaeong Chun leapt up, non-stop haggling over price, and added that he had a question, so he'd need to verify. After all, I'm a North Korean spy. I wonder whether we'll be able to take down those South Korean pros. He lunged to attack the opponent. The man in the vest immediately met him. Jaeong Chun dodged the knife and swung hard his hand. With one hand, he controlled the opponent's knife hand, the other spun the small blade, and then made a decisive cut. The guy let out a choke sound and toppled over. The other man rushed in to help, but he couldn't escape Jaeong Chun's blade either. He shouted, I've cleared them out, so hurry up. Move your legs. Isu replied, Of course. Dok-ki pressed against the wall, his face a picture of Ji Huang's expression, and he whispered, Hyungu, huh? Isu felt anxious inside. Manager Jang was tangled up with Georang already. How did it happen so fast? At the Red Crow Hotel, Tae-hyung looked at the newcomers and laughed. What's this? Looks like a useful guy, huh? Will he do what we tell him? Like these amateurs of ours, right? Manager Jang pushed up his glasses and slowly replied, Director Tae-hyung, do you know why we're professionals? Isu ran down the corridor, thinking that if Thursday Chi wasn't balanced, it wouldn't work. So as long as there's money, whose words matter isn't important. At this point, that guy is the top professional among professionals. Isu's figure had fallen into deadline sights. In front of Tae-san Hui, countless people had gathered, each holding a firearm, advancing fiercely. It seemed tonight Manager Jang intended to cleanse Tae-san in blood. In a nearby car, Manager Jang and Ur-yang were exchanging a few words. Ur-yang adjusted his clothes and said, I still can't believe we're involved with that guild schemes. But Manager Jang is acting like he doesn't understand. What? Ur-yang pretended to listen with a provoking face. You know what I mean? He swept his hair back and growled. I'm sure I took out Beck Isu. So why? Why is he still alive? You must see the person alive and the body dead. Manager Jang looked at him with a skeptical face. Maybe he's already killed him, right? He turned back, sounding dangerous as a warning. If you bring his body back or something like that, this wouldn't have happened. Don't you think so? At Manager Jang's words, Ur-yang seemed to have an epiphany. He slapped his palm as if enlightened. That's right. I'll bring the body back. Why didn't I think of that before? Ur-yang laughed maniacally. I'll bring it back. Yes, that's what I should do. It seemed Beck Isu had left a psychological ghost in him. Talking with this madman was exhausting. Manager Jang could only sigh, let it go. Meanwhile, Isu's fight was fierce, wasn't it, Isu? With his quick reactions, he successfully blocked the motorcyclist's powerful swing. Seeing the people in front of him, Isu immediately realized things were bad. Cornered, huh? Xiao can't meet them? Don't tell me Manager Jiang is in deep trouble here. Too many new variables appeared for Isu to think. Deadline immediately came back with dazzling headlights. The situation became more perilous than ever for Isu. A brief note about the past in the Middle East, Afghanistan, the most dangerous war zone, the desert wasteland with countless sand clashes. To survive this harsh environment, Nomad Battalion 66 formed a special action unit, the U.S. SOCOM Special Operations Team. After securing the target, the battalion quickly reported back, Romeo 3, Target Alpha has been eliminated. We are securing weapons and ammunition. Over. There was one odd member in the strike team, decked out entirely in Allied gear. Where he got it, who knows? But even so, there were many variables. To survive in a place full of variables, you have to find a way to survive. After grabbing the supplies, Deadline immediately headed to the black market exchange point. The door opened to a lair like a dragon's den. Inside, it was full-on tiger and dragon style, everyone fully armed. The extremists needed weapons to sow chaos, and those hungry wolves supplied arms for personal profit. After the exchange, Deadline left at once. Life is full of variables. This is the most dangerous war zone, and if you don't anticipate the variables, you'll become their victim. In the bag Deadline carried, there was not only money, but also a time bomb. And when a moment came, the bomb detonated. Boom. The blast lit up the dark desert like daylight. The extremists were enjoying their spoils, unaware that their variable was on its way. Death Silent, against all odds, was still alive. He returned to settle the score. With a crowbar in hand, he sent one of them to the counting board in under a minute. But Deadline was badly wounded by the explosion. His back was blown open, blood everywhere. In this desert, you have to be at the top of the food chain. If they dare act like that, they must be ready to face the consequences. Death Silent rode in on his battle bike and tore the extremist group apart. That night, only screams remained, and he was the most dangerous enemy of all. Back to the present. Death Silent was cutting the wind as he charged toward Isu. He immediately analyzed his opponent. Left hand holding an iron rod aimed at the opponent's weak point, when suddenly the motorcycle's headlight went out with a snap. The space around Isu seemed to plunge into darkness. Transitioning from light to dark takes time for the eyes to adjust. Isu immediately realized this and swung the hot piece around him without clear sight. So that's why he kept shining the light straight at me. But Deadline was completely different. He adapted to the dark and struck Isu with a killing blow. Although Isu partially blocked it, the weapon in his hand snapped in two instantly. Even his arm was wounded by the strike. The hit was so fierce that Isu had to clutch his arm as it trembled in pain. The situation was now extremely difficult for Isu. He realized he was facing a superior opponent. Back at Tay Sanhui, both sides were fighting fiercely. Hold the line. Take out those Georang dogs. But Tay San was in a weak position. The two captains panted and asked each other, "Damn it, we still haven't met the director leader." "Ah, so what? We haven't met the leader either." Amid the chaotic brawl, a lone figure strolled forward. It was the bespectacled man leading Manager Jiang's special agents. He shoved a Georang guy aside and clicked his tongue, wondering where Boss Jiang was. "What's with these clowns?" Over here, Taysan's captain was trying to steady everyone, not to waver. But the glasses-wearing man appeared like a cut of light and delivered a punch that spat blood. Bonus comedic timing. Don't try this at home. The clean, decisive punch sent the captain crashing down immediately. He couldn't fight back and collapsed helplessly to the ground. The glasses-wearer turned and admonished the useless men behind him. "Come on, they're just two thugs. Move up." The Georang men, reinforced with morale, surged forward excitedly, leaving the Tay San side in a panic. "Destroy those Tay San bastards." No sooner said than a punch came flying. Choi Chan-ho entered the fray with a thunderous punch that flattened the man to the ground. Guts splattered everywhere, a horrific scene of blood and flesh. He said softly, "Oh my, I just wanted to rest." But if Jin Woong asked, there was no other choice. He tightened his gloves, ready to fight. The Georang men were thrown into disarray. "Good-o, why is Choi Chan-ho here?" The glasses-wearer, seeing the Georang men shaken, was a bit puzzled, but he didn't keep him waiting long. Choi Chan-ho's attention locked onto his gaze. "Hey, you over there. You don't look like you're with my crowd. What a shame this is our first meeting." The other guy looked at him, somewhat bewildered. Choi Chan-ho's background was revealed. Executive of Yil Hack, second-rank Gudo. He took off his white vest, excited. "Today I'm on Tae-san's side, temporarily chief of Tae-san's security team." The glasses wearer, annoyed, took off his glasses. "What nuisance," he growled. "Old man, didn't your son send money for your care? Why do you keep joining these childish games?" Previously part of a special military police unit, now dual-hatted as Special Action Team leader, Park Chong-hoon had been expelled from the military for violence and disorder. Choi Chan-ho's appearance completely changed the balance. The Yil Hack clan had ushered in an era of glory. Choi Chan-ho was one of the sharpest swords that brought Yil Hack to the top. He was the gang's pride whenever his name was mentioned. But in this fight, Choi Chan-ho would fight for Tae-san-hui. Technically a fake allegiance, but still full of muscle. He shouted, "Where did all the real men go? Just a bunch of weaklings." Jiarang's henchmen were terrified. How on earth is Yil Hack's old man siding with Tae-san? Chong-hoon paid them no mind, looking down on these street thugs. "What are you planning to do here?" Chong-hoon continued, "Hey, old man, didn't your son send money for you to retire in a hospital? Why join these childish games at your age?" He removed his glasses and pocketed them, preparing for a serious fight. Seeing him, Choi Chan-ho immediately realized he wasn't much of an underworld type. So he'd teach this guy a lesson to show the underworld wasn't as simple as he thought. Before he could get into a fighting stance, Chong-hoon seized an opening and hooked a punch straight into Choi Chan-ho's jaw. Next came a left-hand strike to the face. Then he added a heavy knockout blow to the stomach. He used boxing against judo. After that flurry, Choi Chan-ho seemed pretty stunned. Chong-hoon sneered, "Old man, what nonsense is this? Trying to teach me a lesson?" Chong-hoon scratched his neck disdainfully. "I don't know you. So it's not about acquaintance. It's about skill." Chong-hoon had been expelled from the military for violent and unruly behavior. That shows he's not some mediocre thug. His ferocity was evident in every punch. Meanwhile, Isu was still struggling to confront death silent. The last strike from that guy left his arm numb and aching. Isu felt as if his arm might be broken. He thought to himself that he'd already wasted too much time here. He couldn't stay stuck. He had to act fast. Across from him, Deadline revved the throttle and charged straight at Isu. The bike leapt into the air to strike from above. The engine roared, tearing through the night. Isu realized he was facing a linear assault from the motorcycle aided by its speed. He decided quickly to target the bike's frame, but it failed. The bike dropped down quickly. He used the iron rod in his hand to smash straight into Isu, who was struggling to block with his broken arm. Each strike carried destructive force. He sped his bike forward at extreme velocity. It seemed like he'd rammed straight into him, but suddenly he braked. The bike tipped forward, and he took advantage of that distance. He lunged straight for his head. Now not only was his arm injured, but his head was bleeding too. Isu stood still, counting the last hit. That was the 5th blow he'd taken. The variables in his opponent's attacks kept stacking one after another, putting Isu in a tough spot. Manager Jang and the whole Jiarang crew were acting, yet he was stuck here. If this continued, the plan would surely collapse. Isu's eyes changed. He focused more than ever. He told himself to stay calm and be ready for anything. Observe the opponent closely and act in the most appropriate, optimal way. For the next attack, Deadline spun the rear tire against the road to create smoke. Smoke and dust billowed, obscuring vision. He intended to blind Isu with that cloud. This trick was truly cunning and unpredictable. Isu had to admit defeat for the moment. He could no longer see his opponent. Surely the man would rush into attack. Would he come from the right or the left? Variables are things you can't fully predict or control. However, not all variables are bad. A light footstep approached behind Isu. He straightened his button and said, "Is this how a pro does things? From where I stand, this isn't very professional." A very familiar figure, Jin Woong, had arrived. Isu was astonished at his appearance. Before Isu could ask why he was here, Jin Woong cut in. "How about a little help from this amateur?" Jin Woong's arrival was a ray of light in Isu's dire situation. Back to the situation at Tae-san-hui. Chong-hoon was feeling a bit surprised by Choi Chan-ho. He muttered, "Hey, old man, you're tougher than I thought." After taking a beating, Choi Chan-ho still stood firm. Chang-hoon watched the old man and thought to himself, how is a gangster this strong? Dragging this fight out here makes no sense. We need to end it quickly. But who will finish whom is still unknown. Just a moment's lapse. Chang-hoon nearly ate a punch to the mouth. Luckily, he reacted in time and dodged successfully. Chang-hoon felt something was utterly off. That attack speed didn't match that body at all. It meant Choi Chan-ho's strength wasn't his only asset. His speed was worrying. Realizing that, Chang-hoon decided to keep his distance. But old Choi wouldn't allow it. Well, had he gotten right in front of him? Lately, he'd been in a foul mood since the government's hounds started nipping at their gangster ranks. No sooner had he finished speaking than a punch slammed into Chang-hoon's gut. The blow fell like a sledgehammer, flipping Chang-hoon back, so strong it lifted him off his feet. Chang-hoon's face went pale. Out of options, he pulled a firearm to fight Choi Chan-ho. Before he could swing, Choi Chan-ho's punch knocked it away, and Chang-hoon took another blow. Choi Chan-ho squeezed his opponent's face. Chang-hoon trembled in fear. He tried to speak, but could only groan. Choi Chan-ho growled. "Do we look like easy prey?" He said in a low tone. "Why do you look down on us? You really think you can beat me just because you're in cahoots with that sly snake?" As he spoke, Choi Chan-ho's grip tightened. Chang-hoon doubled over in pain, his nose bleeding. If nothing was done, his jaw would shatter. Acting on instinct, he pulled out the gun and aimed it at Choi Chan-ho to stab. But the plan failed. Choi Chan-ho grabbed the knife with his bare hand. Chang-hoon's whole hand shook, eyes wide in surprise. He hadn't expected Choi's glove to be made from a bulletproof vest. Choi paid it no mind and continued lecturing. "We're not petty tricksters. Schemes? Plots? Our way is simple. For family, friends, and the organization. Those are what we fight to protect." Choi Chan-ho's words showed the honor and code of the underworld. After saying that, he threw Chang-hoon hard to the ground. Blood sprayed everywhere. Chang-hoon lay unconscious on the spot. Old, muscular Choi Chan-ho had not a scratch. It was a total rout by the ninth path. The fight on Isu's side was not so easy. Jin Woong saw him twist his wrist and understood. Was it broken or just dislocated? Isu answered, "I'm okay. What's more important is Tae San-hui." Jin Woong rolled up his sleeves and said confidently, "Don't worry at all. Tae-san isn't something that can be taken down right now." Indeed, with Choi Chan-ho alone, he had scattered the Georang, and even the mixed-in professionals suffered the same fate. Seeing Jin Woong ready to face a man who was giving him trouble, Isu warned that the guy was a pro, not someone to take lightly. But Jin Woong paid him little heed. "Pro or amateur, it's the same," Jin Woong said. Isu still worried for the amateur Jin Woong and kept reminding him he shouldn't face him unprepared. Jin Woong replied nonchalantly, "Why bother overthinking and tiring yourself out?" Then he wrapped his jacket around his arm, ready to fight the dirt bike rider in front of him. "All I have to do is deal with him," he said with a wink. The man, unafraid of Jin Woong, charged his bike at him at high speed. The tires screamed like a taunt. At that moment, Jin Woong recited what director Beck Do-kyung had told him. How big can it get? So what? We're Tae-san, after all. At the same time, the man rode up right in front of him, still holding the iron rod. But the person facing him was no longer Isu. It was Jin Woong, Tae-san-hui's protector. Jin Woong gathered momentum and threw his full strength into punching the oncoming bike. The blow was so powerful it stopped the whole bike dead, producing a horrific crash sound. The professional Isu had mentioned went flying, tumbling along with his bike. Jin Woong asked, "Isu, what did you think of that performance?" Although sometimes we use Beck Do-kyung's methods to get things done, this time, Isu quietly stood behind, watching his back. Jin Woong stated firmly, "We have to become Beck Do-kyung." At that moment, when the impact rang out, the motorcycle was punched backward. The bike's front was smashed to pieces, and the rider was flung, crashing to the ground. Jin Woong froze, then spoke up. "So how was that?" Even though we usually follow Beck Do-kyung's way to finish things, this time, we must become Beck Do-kyung himself. Startled, he looked toward him, and time rewound. There was a boy pursing his lips trying to hold back, but tears still welled up. A call rang out, and he turned. "Hey, Becky Sue, this is 11-year-old Beck Isu. The caller put his hands on his hips and asked, "Crying again?" Isu quickly raised a hand to wipe his tears. Everything started that day. The boy in a martial arts uniform wore a face full of bruises, yet he chewed a skewer while lecturing. "Didn't I warn you I'd teach you a lesson if I saw you cry again?" This is 11-year-old Beck Du-kyung. Suddenly, Isu began sobbing, tears streaming, choking for words. The younger classmates had been teasing him, so he thought he'd get hurt. "We're twins, but unlike me, he's stronger than anyone." Du-kyung, having heard this, held the skewer out to comfort Isu. "What are you shaking your head for?" Isu closed his eyes, pursed his lips, and shook his head. "Eat it, I don't want to." Du-kyung beamed and told his brother, "Come on, ignore them, they can rush in all they want. I'll handle it, because this brother of yours will never lose." Isu thought to himself that at that moment he began to resent having a brother like that. Cut to some time later, urgent announcements rang out. "Hey, Beck Du-kyung's gotten into another brawl. In the schoolyard, they're charging at him like mad. No kidding, he's for real." "Where?" "Move aside quick, I want to watch the fight." The students, drawn by the commotion, all rushed outside to gawk. "Hey, is he bleeding?" "If he's bleeding, that means he's lost." "Hey, is that guy crying?" "Crying means defeat." It's over, leaving only a classmate pursing his lips and silently reading. This is Korong High, 2nd year, Class 4, Beck Isu, 15 years old. But the student watching through the window began pointing. "Isn't that Beck Du-kyung's underlings?" "Yeah, there they are." "Wait, didn't he look like he'd just been beaten up?" "Hey, look, right in front of them. It's Bogyong." Korong High, 2nd year, Class 5, Beck Du-kyung, 15 years old. "Haha, I still can't fucking believe it. You're the only one willing to show your face, huh? You're making me look like the bad guy. You know that?" A bare-chested, huge fellow appeared, cracking his knuckles with a cocky look. A student in class got excited and shouted, What is that?" "A high school gangster." "No. Is he a professional brawler or something?" Isu, reading, also took notice. Below, the tall gangster stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at Du-kyung. "So I gave your buddy some advice, but I don't know if they actually took it to heart. Have you juniors understood the point?" Du-kyung casually kept his hands in his pockets and replied, "Senior, I've graduated and I'm already a high school student now. So why are you still hanging around this crappy high school? What's in your head? Do I need to speak in a different language for you to get it?" He said, grit in his teeth, glaring up. The senior, displeased with that attitude, muttered, "This brat's got nerve." Du-kyung turned coldly. "Never mind. Come with me outside. No need to embarrass yourselves here in the schoolyard." Then the two sides faced off once more. Du-kyung raised a hand to signal his friends. "You lot, step aside. I'll handle this myself. Even if you want to help, you'll just get in my way." The students watching from upstairs were stunned. "What? He's going to fight them alone? That's badass." Isu leaned closer, looking down with a pensive face. Sometime earlier, Du-kyung had grit his teeth and assumed a submissive posture before the seniors. "I offer my sincerest apologies, senior. I was too stubborn and disobedient and didn't show you proper respect." The senior grew uneasy at the sudden change in attitude. "What's wrong with this brat? Why the sudden switch?" Du-kyung looked up admiringly. "I heard you went on to high school. I'm really impressed, senior. You must be someone big and important there, right?" The senior scratched his face. "Well, yeah, I guess so." Du-kyung continued flattering him. "You're really amazing, senior." The senior sat down and pressed Du-kyung's head down with a finger in mock approval. "Ah, this smooth talker. I think I'm starting to like you, kid. I was going to teach you a lesson like I did your friends. All right, I'm in a good mood, so I'll spare you. But in return, I'll give your friends a beating. Fair's fair. Sound good, kid?" Hearing that, Du-kyung suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha." Then he pulled out a pen and pressed it down. "Damn. Fine then. I'll play along and bow my head obedient." The senior recoiled in shock. What? Why was Du-kyung lunging forward with the pen in his hand? A terrible scream followed. "On my foot." The pen had stabbed into the top of his foot. Du-kyung used the moment to kick him backward while shouting insults. "Lucky mouth you got, huh? You filthy pig." Every morning Jahun delivered the papers by running. So I used to tease him that he was delivering newspapers the old-fashioned way. But it seems he did it to help support his sister financially. At least he did until you broke his left leg. As he was telling the story, another senior swung a fist. "What the hell are you babbling about, you bastard?" He dodged and kept talking. And Songguk. Yes. Recently Songguk seems to have found a new hobby. He started helping his mother make kimbap because she runs a kimbap shop. He always brought kimbap to school, but one side would be exposed. Now he can't make kimbap anymore. I want Jehun to introduce me to his sister and eat Songguk's kimbap with her. That's a shame. Do-kyung looked up at the sky thoughtfully as he spoke. On the ground, the senior was clutching his foot and screaming, "Ugh, my hand." At that moment, the other high schoolers rushed in to restrain Do-kyung. One held his arm, another wrapped him from behind. Another senior then swung a fist at him. Do-kyung tossed his head back like that, but he quickly grabbed the other guy's hair and kept going. Oh, and another thing. Our little clumsy Woo-sok. Why did you have to smash his head like that, huh? Then he rubbed one cheek, grinding his teeth. Ugh, my head must hurt like hell. You bastards. At that moment, a warning shout rang out. Brothers, jump 'em all at once. Do-kyung politely raised his middle finger and cursed sharply. You filthy dogs. Whoever wants a piece, come at me. I'll break every one of your necks. Just then Isu appeared, thinking to himself, I hate that reckless older brother of mine. The one who can do what I can't. He launched a kick, separating the guy who was restraining Do-kyung. Do-kyung stared over stunned. Huh, why you? Beck Isu. Isu ground his teeth. I was jealous. Really jealous of my brother. I want to be like him. As Isu took off his glasses, the high school thugs were utterly shocked. What? Beck Do-kyung, there are two of them. Do-kyung pushed the guy away and asked, Hey, what are you doing here? Isu blurted out, Brother, it's like this. I don't think I'm cut out for studying at all. No matter how hard I try, I can't cram any knowledge into my head. As he spoke, Isu took a fighting stance excitedly. Do-kyung heard that and laughed brightly, scolding, You crazy half-baked thing. Then the sounds of blows and the brothers' banter emerged. Hey Isu, if you don't study, what do you plan to do later? What will you be, huh? Do-kyung replied confidently. Your big brother will start a business. I haven't decided what kind yet, but I'll make you the chairman. Isu, hearing that, asked skeptically, Really? Even now, I still want to become like my brother. Back in the present, the rider and his bike were sent flying like foam. He lay sprawled out on the ground. Isu hugged his arm and asked Jin Woong, What should we do now? I think I could become Beck Do-kyung, but I guess the road is still very long. He held his face, a little uneasy. Right now, I don't know what my brother has become. What kind of person is my brother to you, director? Can I really become Beck Do-kyung? Jin Woong answered thoughtfully. I'll give you my answer. Then suddenly he dropped to one knee before Isu and affirmed the kind of person he thought Beck Do-kyung was. And I will turn you into Beck Do-kyung, the symbol of the Taesan Corporation. Isu was utterly surprised. Suddenly, a round of applause rang out. Choi Chan-ho stretched and thought with satisfaction. Now their morale has dropped. I'm almost done here. Then he said, Aegu, I'm too old for this. I should retire early. At that moment, CEO Lee Sung-min sat holding his forehead, looking thoughtful. Back to Chan-ho. He seemed to notice something odd and turned. HM, maybe it's still too early for that. Now the pack of hyenas hit you and poured in here. Young man, don't be such a coward. Right then, someone with a sharp knife slid past behind him, over by Isu. At that moment, Jin Woong suddenly dropped to one knee before him and declared, And I will make you into Beck Do-kyung, a true symbol of Tae-san Hui. However, he stood up and turned to one side. He was still there. The motorcyclist was now trying to prop his bike up. He wondered, but who is he? Isu was speechless. You're only asking now after you sent him flying over there? Jin Woong replied that it was because he charged toward us, or maybe he's one of your pro friends. He hurriedly denied it. No, I don't know anything except that he's part of the U.S. military. At that moment, the rider shouted, Hey, what are you going to do about my headlight? Jin Woong looked at Isu and asked, Didn't you just say he's from the U.S. military? He spoke in Korean. Isu looked ahead and sighed. Today is definitely an interesting day. The rider was holding a red metal bar in his hand, spinning it around continuously. Seeing that, Jin Woong stepped forward and nonchalantly ignored him. He raised his fist. I don't have to go easy, do I? As the rider was about to rev the throttle, his phone pinged with a message notification. He heard it and stopped his movement. Then he pressed the button to wake the phone screen. Immediately, a notification appeared. Sender Georang has sent 20 million as a holding fee. Go to the location below when you complete the mission. The remainder will be sent later. After reading the message, The rider put the metal bar away, leaving the two facing him puzzled. The wheel had also been turned in another direction, yet he still pointed at Jin Woong threateningly. You, who broke my headlight? I won't forget your face. Having said that, he revved up and sped away. Watching him go, Jin Woong said, he's gone. I thought he wanted to go all the way. Isu replied, he only does it for the money. I can only guess he's finished the job, or he just got a better gig. Cut to a building. The room was too quiet. Someone pressed their lips together tensely. Even the organization's subordinates. Tae-sin union member Choi Young-yin had worked 2 years. Tae-sin union member Lee Yun-ho 6 months. And the sharp, observant agents could feel it. Special Agent Jang Soo-bin's leave was being postponed. At that moment, a fist wrapped in metal was thrown. Choi Chan-ho threw a punch that sent the newcomer flying back. It was a fight they couldn't intervene in. But he had also been struck in the back. Blood was spurting nonstop. This guy was no joke. If I loosen my defense, I'll lose immediately. However, he must have been hurt by my blow too. I have to finish it now. After calculating, Choi Chan-ho threw another punch. Yang startled and stepped back. All like this. Then he put on a terrifying, demonic expression. This won't be enough to beat me, old man. Choi Chan-ho's expression turned worried. He slid backward, but before he could react, Yang slashed him several times. Choi Chan-ho became tense. He's too fast. I'm almost done for. Just as I blocked one strike, he added another. Where did he come from? I underestimated him. My defense isn't something to be proud of. Yang shouted crazily. Again, give me more. Try it again. As he spoke, he raised 2 bloody knives, his demonic face seeming like he could eat people. Suddenly, he burst into a staggering laugh. Boo-ha-ha-ha. Again, was that Beck Isu's line? Choi Chan-ho charged forward, using his second 9-blade strike. Yang dodged the attack while taunting, not like that anymore, huh? Choi Chan-ho's eyes flashed brightly as he unleashed a decisive punch. Again, Yang ground his teeth and swung his knife, thinking this opponent wasn't someone he could hold back against. But Yilhak's 9-blade drove that knife straight into Choi Chan-ho's fist. He also believed he couldn't be defeated while protecting something. Yang grabbed Choi Chan-ho's hand and said coldly, is that all your strength? Pathetic old man. Then he bent back and forcefully snapped Choi Chan-ho's arm. He gritted his teeth from the pain. Seizing the moment, Yang thrust an up kick. Come on again. Suddenly a radio announcement rang out. Everyone stepped back, and the knee froze inches from Choi Chan-ho's face. Yang turned to check his phone in his pocket. What? The client ordered everyone to withdraw immediately, he demanded. Then he looked at the stragglers walking away and shouted, Hey, you bastards, where do you think you're going? Chang-hoon spoke up. The Jeorang bastards changed plans. We received orders to fall back. It seems the plan ran into trouble, so we're pulling out. We're leaving now. Obedient to their leader's orders, they suddenly grabbed their hair and retreated. He glared and snapped. Is that your hobby? Why do you keep babbling about retreating and such? You're pissing me off. Then Yang released his grip. Why do you like leaving so much? The fun's just starting. He spoke in his radio. Hey, Chief, this is nonsense. I'll drag his corpse back myself this time. So let me continue. Chief Jang on the line replied, Don't argue and meet us there now. Our chairman Tae-hyung says he has a plan. Tae-hyung sitting nearby grumbled, Hey, Chief, it's a bit odd that you told me to stay here. We all know that. Looking at the bigger picture, I also hate Tae-san-hui. However, do you really think crushing Tae-san-hui will solve all problems? He wore a sly, calculating look. In this case, we have to use gangster law. Cut to Jiang Chun, who was nibbling a pastry while fussing with his tie. Why do I have to do all this? Hey, over there, give me a hand. Shaun turned away in exasperation. Hey, Parrot, come here. Parrot means a parrot. Parrot, Jiang Chun asked curiously. While Shaun tightened his tie, he explained, it's something very cool and super strong. Hearing that, Jiang Chun confidently said, Oh, fine. Call me Parrot from now on. Shaun then reminded Boris, Hey, Boris, don't bring knives outside. Damn it. Whatever. Boris cheerfully admired the gleaming blade in his hand. Just then someone entered. Choi Chan-ho and Jin Woong turned to look at the newcomer. Jiang Chun and Shaun looked over cheerfully. The newcomer exclaimed, Wow, you guys are dressed better than I thought. Isu arrived with his secretary and cheerfully said, Looking around, I get it now. So now we'll discuss this like a real mob. Where should we start? He sat down with a cold expression. After a while, Choi-chan Ho stepped out of the car. He demanded, HM, after all I've done to help the gang, they tell me to go home? Jin Woong flustered and hurriedly explained, No, sir. That's the idea. If Do-kyung wants to leave, he can. Seeing his impatience, Choi-chan Ho laughed. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Sorry, I'm planning to head home anyway. I'm tired of the food here. Jin Woong hesitated. Senior, I just wanted to ask you, if you can, please stay at Tae San Hui a little longer. Choi-chan Ho patted his shoulder and said, I know where this is coming from, Jin Woong. However, looking at Tae San Hui now, a thought occurred to me. It's not too late for us and Yil Hak to rise again. As he spoke, he flashed a confident, hopeful smile. So I have to go back to my home. Back at Yil Hak, a man with a dark buzz cut glared and demanded, You lost. Didn't you realize who you were picking a fight with? This is Yil Hak headquarters. Nine-Blade Dako Young Gil, 4th rank. You think Nine-Blade will let this go easily? He was now kneeling amid a group of men who'd been beaten to a mess in a chaotic scene. On the floor, Guang Pao lay unconscious. Beside him, Deok Bei was face down. Young Gil demanded, Which freak sent you here? At that moment, Yer Yang and the guy carrying the iron rod appeared. Suddenly, Tae Hyung showed up and put a hand on Yer Yang to stop him. Damn, the old man moves faster than last time we met. Then he looked down at young Gil and bared his teeth in a grin. Long time no see, my dear senior. Back a moment ago at Yil Hak headquarters, a voice rang out. This is the money we made this month. Seems less than last month. Sungmin checked the books and evaluated. Young Gil stood beside him and took the blame. It's my fault, sir, Sungmin replied. No, part of it was my carelessness too. But overall, are you satisfied? At that time, Guang Pao, one leg in a cast and propped on the table, still laughed excitedly. Ah, of course, sir, what is this worth? Su Mong, one arm in a cast, chuckled. I'm fine, but I don't think this guy agrees. He poked Guang Pao's leg, making him clutch it in painful silence. Sungmin also said, You work hard. You're a boss who can't even fight me. Suddenly a noise sounded. Q Chong turned and said, I'll go check what's going on outside. At Yil Hak's 9-Blade headquarters, Lee Q Chong, 9th Blade. Then he opened the door and stepped out asking, What's all this about? Who's going to explain to me? The guards replied, Sir, it seems the noise came from the floor below. Another said, Isn't that the sound of a motorcycle? This is the 3rd floor. Suddenly that man's face went blank as he looked down. He saw the rider with the rod driving his bike up the stairs. The front of his bike aimed straight at the 3 men. They were all utterly stunned, and then he crashed straight into their door. Soon Mong and Deok Bei startled and looked outside. The rider sped up, swinging the iron rod as if to strike. Deok Bei couldn't dodge in time and took a hit to the face. Blood spurted from his mouth. The 9-Blade gang was completely on the back foot, even though they were veterans who had survived countless life-or-death battles. Like former boxers, they were always ready for any situation, using skills and experience from their past to face the enemy. However, a completely new kind of opponent they could never have imagined appeared. For the 9-Blade, this left him stunned, and ultimately became their greatest obstacle. Soon Mong panicked and raised his casted arm to block the swing of the iron rod. The rider casually drove the bike around the room. Everything began to be wrecked and tossed about. Soon Mong was distraught. We're still injured. Just then a group of people entered. They were dressed in black. The rider turned to look. At the sight of the badges on their jackets, young Gil shouted, Hold it right there. You guys are from Georang, right? You're breaking the truce agreement. Do you want to make enemies of the whole council? One black-clad man glared. What the hell is this old man babbling about? Another loudly called to his crew, Boys, clean them out for me. Guang Pao then decisively tossed off his leg brace and launched a kick at the rider. You dog, who do you think you're baring your teeth at? I'll wipe you all out. Yil Hak headquarters 9-Blade, Choi Guang Pao, 7th Blade. Despite his foot still being swollen, he forced himself to support his body. Young Gil was extremely worried. Damn, Guang Pao's wound is still. At that moment, the rider charged towards Sun Mong again. Young Gil rushed over and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him back. Throwing him aside, he shouted, At least I have to smash that rider to paste. Run, Mong. Protect the young master. Soon Mong staggered and answered, We'll hold them back. Deok Bay, his face battered, still tried to cling to the rider to hold him. Young Gil, you can't do this alone. He won't be alone. Big brother Young Gil beat the hell out of him. Yilhak headquarters Blade Jang Deok Bay, 8th Blade. The rider hesitated and looked over there. Young Gil launched a kick at the rider's head, but he braced with his helmet. Yilhak 9 Blade Dako Young Gil, 4th Blade. Young Gil then steadied Deok Bay and warned, "Quick, prioritize protecting the young master." Sung Min panicked, "Let me help." At that moment, a black-clad man took a blow to the face, his features warped. Guang Pao, protecting Sung Min, turned and said, "I'll take over for you." Guang Pao confidently replied, "Difficult matters are my specialty." Sung Min was frantic. "Guang Pao, let me stay." Guang Pao's face was drenched in sweat from his earlier wound, but his expression remained resolute. Sun Mong had escorted Sung Min to the car. "Get in." "Young master, he's panicking." "What are you doing?" "We have to fight with them." Sun Mong spoke seriously. "The Jiorang gang has started to move. That means we're in danger." Sung Min was stubborn. "That's why I want to stay. Running away alone is too humiliating." Suddenly, Sun Mong fell silent. "Young master, if you fall, everything we've built becomes for nothing." Sung Min retorted, "So you want me to run away, but am I supposed to be a coward no matter what? Is that it? Even if it means leaving everyone to die?" Back in the present inside Yilhak, the 9 Blades men had all fallen. Only young Gil remained, struggling on one knee. Taehyung looked down at him with a mocking smile. "Oh my, so this is how Yilhak falls apart? I expected more than this. Where's our young master hiding these days?" At that moment, the car, carrying Sung Min, was speeding along the highway. He sat in the back with his head down and asked, "What if I'm the only one who survives? I've done everything I can to raise Yilhak from the ashes. In the end, I lose it all again." Sun Mong didn't know how to comfort him. "Young master," Sung Min snapped angrily, "don't call me that. How much longer do I have to be called young master? Am I not the boss of Yilhak?" Sun Mong replied, "That's not what I meant." Suddenly a streak of red flashed past the car. The rider then accelerated forward and simultaneously dropped something from his hand. Immediately metal spikes appeared on the road. Sun Mong jolted and swerved frantically to try to avoid them. The car careened, turned over, and slammed into the shoulder. Sung Min's face went pale as he braced himself against the seat. He panicked. What the hell was that? Sun Mong's head had started bleeding from the impact. He opened the car door and replied, "I can only take you this far, to the place where you'll stand at the top. I believe you already know your answer," he said as he lifted his hand to shield Sung Min from the rain, who sat stunned. Sun Mong smiled kindly under the rain. Yilhak headquarters 9 Blade, Lee Sun Mong, 6 Blade. He wiped the rain from Sung Min's face and instructed him, "That's all you need to understand." Sung Min then began to run step by step into the pouring rain. "You are our boss, Chairman Sung Min, and we, the 9 Blade, are Yilhak's sword and also your mirror." When he could no longer run, Sung Min fell to his knees in the rain, desperate, before the curiosity of passers-by. Remembering Sun Mong's words, "No matter how ashamed you feel, you are Yilhak. Of course the decision is in your hands." Sung Min forced himself to rise and kept moving. After a while, they went to Yi Su's place. When he saw him, he exclaimed in surprise. Chairman Sung Min, Choi Chan-ho, and Jin Woong turned around in shock. Sun Mong's words affirmed there was nothing we couldn't do. Sung Min appeared miserable and staggered, trying to call out but unable to form the words. Beck Yi Su." Choi Chan-ho was utterly startled. Young master?" Yi Su looked down at him coldly. "Chairman Lee Sung Min, you look pathetic." Sung Min doesn't know how to respond, does he? Then he decided he needed to rely on Tae-san to save Yilhak. Sung Min lowered his head. "I beg you, Tae-san." Choi Chan-ho looked at Sung Min with deep sympathy. He stepped forward on one knee, intending to bow. "Please save us. I don't care how humiliated I must be." Yi Su quickly steadied his shoulder. "Oh my," he smiled and chided. "Did you slip? Be careful. Let's go inside first. You're soaked through." Sung Min's expression grew anxious. "Director Baek Do-kyung, I'm fine." Our 9 Blade. Yi Su remained calm. Please speak slowly. No need to be in such a hurry, right? And besides, we were just talking about a rather interesting issue. But we still can't make a decision. We're planning to overthrow the council. but we haven't chosen where to start. So who do you think we should start with? Chong-woon, or HHS, or Jiore? Cut to a scene inside a room, a beam of light shining in through the window, and 4-bag being used instead of patient. SUA, after tending to the other person, looked back once. This person's arm, with a tattoo, was receiving an infusion. Cut to a scene at an old-style house. A voice rang out, "Huh? I told you not to smoke here." The man about to light up froze. This is Yil Hak Group's chairman Lee Sung-hak, a top figure in Seoul. Seeing his grandson, he hurriedly hid it behind him. "Huh? What cigarette? I wasn't smoking. Must be someone else." The boy shouted, as if he were a hostage. "I told you I'd bury you 2 meters deep if I catch you again." As he spoke, the boy pointed a sword at Sung-hak. "This is Lee Sung-min, heir of Lee Sung-hak." A subordinate beside them warned anxiously, "Young master, please watch your words." Sung-hak gently took Sung-min's sword and said, "Agu, how scary. All right, fine, I won't smoke anymore. Now lower the sword." Sung-min, "Who taught your little Sung-min to talk like that?" Sung-min cheerfully answered, "Uncle Choi Chan-ho. He told me to say that so no one would look down on me," making the subordinate uneasy. Sung-hak calmly replied, "Oh, really? Uncle Choi Chan-ho taught you that?" Little Sung-min looked up with an innocent face and asked, "Grandpa, you're super good at fighting, right?" Sung-hak denied it. "Me? I'm not super good." Hearing that, Sung-min wouldn't accept it and stood up tugging his hand in protest. "What? You're the best in Seoul. Don't lie to me. How can you not be a great martial master?" He comforted him, "I'm just telling the truth. I can't be, but I bet you're very good." Sung-min excitedly asked on, "So you're not the top? Then is Uncle Choi Chan-ho the best?" Sung-hak slowly stood and explained, "No, the real top is different. Being the best doesn't mean being great at fighting, my dear. Rather, the best is someone with a strong spirit, so you never have to bow to anyone." Sung-min, hearing that, went momentarily blank. Then the boy innocently blurted out, not sounding cool at all, "So you're very weak, right?" The subordinate helplessly patted his head. The young master of Yil Hak just laughed affectionately. "Ha ha ha." Then a questioning conversation broke out. "Choi Chan-ho, what on earth did you teach Sung-min?" Choi Chan-ho replied, "Actually, that's Sun-mong's fault. The Seoul branch of Yil Hak was founded by Chairman Lee Sung-hak. Yil Hak and grandfather were like his dream." Yes, a dream. Sung-min, after collapsing in the rain, had woken up from a dream. As he sat up, Choi Chan-ho rushed over. "Young master, are you all right?" "It was only a dream." Looking at his anxious face, Sung-min helplessly uttered, "Yil Hak. Yil Hak will collapse. It will happen sooner or later." Tears streamed down his face in sorrow. A while later, Sung-min went to speak with Isu. Isu asked, How is your body?" Chairman Sung-min, Chan-ho standing behind, answered for him. "Thanks to the director, he's much better now." Isu replied coolly, "Is that so?" Then he added, "We are indebted to you all. Please feel free to rest here as long as you need." Choi Chan-ho laughed. "Ha. What debt? We're just helping each other." Isu fell silent again, pondering. "Helping each other? I'm just wondering, can Yil Hak support us?" He heard this and affirmed, "Of course. If it's for Tae-san, we'll do anything." Isu lifted the kettle to pour and gave a pointed reminder. "Mr. Choi Chan-ho, I'm asking the head of Yil Hak. Or did you only become the boss just last night?" Choi Chan-ho fell silent. Someone also spoke up. "Please wait outside. I have something to discuss with Chairman Beck Do-kyung." Hearing that, Jin Woong led the worried Choi Chan-ho out. Then Sung-min spoke again. "Although I said I wanted to discuss things with you, I also want to ask a few more questions. Beck Isu, are you really the owner of Tae-san? Then where is Beck Do-kyung?" Isu calmly set the teacup down and called to Lee Sung-min. "You still called me Beck Isu earlier, so you still haven't told Choi Chan-ho my true identity." Sung-min replied, "I knew you were hiding that, so I only did my part." Suddenly, Isu said something that stunned Sung-min. "Are you afraid? Have you realized something you can't handle? If so, then remain that way instead of testing me like you're doing." Sung-min, seeing that sharp look, whispered anxiously inwardly, "Did I ask too much? Now we need to be friendly with Tae-san." He asked carefully, "That's true. Now let's talk business. Are you really planning to cooperate with Yil Hak?" Isu flatly denied it. "No, Yil Hak as it stands isn't worth it. It's too weak. I told you already. Can you really help us? I'm not asking your opinion. I'm asking how you will help us. There's only one way Yil-hak can help Tae-san right now. With that thought, Sung-min poured tea and replied. Tae-san realizes they must fight Jeorang and the council. But can Tae-san handle it alone? Yil-hak still has ties to the council. However, Jeorang attacked us and breached the contract. So, if I, the boss of Yil-hak, report this to the council, Jeorang will have to pay for breaching the contract. Yes, I admit Isu said Yil-hak is weak now, but our credibility, I'm not saying Yil-hak is weak in that sense. The weak one here is Mr. Lee Sung-min. In other words, would they acknowledge someone like you as the boss if you didn't have Good-o and the 9 blades at your side? Hearing this, Sung-min's face went pale and stunned. Cut to Gangnam, HHS headquarters. An exclamation rang out. Damn, this place is incredible. Tae-hyung sat leisurely. Maybe I should invest in an office tower instead of a hotel. The man with glasses nearby calmly warned, Stop babbling. How are you going to handle that mess? And why did you attack Yil-hak first? This is Han Hae-sung, CEO of entertainment company HHS, head of one of the council's big 4. Tae-hyung replied nonchalantly, I hit first because I like making Hae-sung gasp. It was always a youthful habit. Why didn't I think of it earlier? I can't back you this time. Understand? A kid like you has crossed the line, Tae-hyung. It's part of my plan. Just wait for the next meeting. Hae-sung, I hope all this isn't just to tease Sung-min. At that name, Tae-hyung burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Sung-min doesn't even know the meeting location. It's a place specially chosen for the young master. The house of our arrogant friend, Lee Sung-hak. That's the meeting place this time. Sung-min now stood before the house with a furious look. Ryu Tae-hyung, you've gone too far. Then he stepped in. A few thugs laughed at the sight. Huh? This isn't a place you just walk into. Exactly. Who the hell is he? Oh, he looks familiar. Or am I imagining it? They mocked him and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Sung-min remembered Isu's warning. Listen carefully, Mr. Lee Sung-min. Without Good-o on your side, you're just the son of a collapsed conglomerate. You can't walk the path made by your Good-o. Sung-min's expression didn't change. Wait, isn't that the young master of Yil-hak? Aegu, our beloved young master, has come for something important. Isu's words kept running through his head. You must prove yourself the head of Yil-hak. At that moment, a cigarette was thrown onto Sung-min's shoulder, as if all the Good-o were trying to prove his worth. Sung-min pressed his lips together and gave no sign. Then a huge pot-bellied man stepped forward to act tough. Sorry, this is a council meeting in session. Only the 4 heads may attend. This is Jeorang Corporation, Supervising Director Jang Man-suk. Isu's voice continued in his head. Now prove yourself to me. Sung-min, face dark, snapped, move aside. Man-suk looked briefly surprised. What? Sung-min threw a punch and shouted. I said get out, you fat pig. The others inside, hearing the commotion, took notice. What the hell? Is that from the front door? Sung-min, his body covered in wounds, had already taken down one thug unconscious. Another man rushed out with a club. You bastard! Where do you think you are? Immediately Sung-min took a blow to the head from the club. Another voice returned in his head. Sung-min, it's okay if you can't fight, but you must have a strong will so you never have to bow to anyone in front of your family. Then Sung-min's feet slid across the floor as he fought to keep his balance. His hand grabbed the man's throat and squeezed tight. His body trembled, eyes blazing as he stared at his opponent. Another thug lunged forward with a knife. Has this guy gone crazy or what? His expression looked like he was about to devour someone. At that moment, an employee pushing a cart passed by. The passerby put a hand on the other's shoulder and warned, Hey, this is getting out of hand. Before he could react, Sung-min smashed something, shattering a glass bottle. Shaun removed his hat and calmly said, People like you should know better than to get involved. In the end, only the bosses may enter. Sung-min, bedraggled, stood silently there. Cut inside. A group of 3 are dining together. Tae-hyung keeps talking between bites. Now, let's start the meeting. I'm sure you have a lot to ask, right? Yuhua folded his arms and asked seriously. Aren't we waiting for Yil-hak? And shouldn't you be more serious, given the reason behind this meeting? Tae-hyung, hearing this, shrugged with mock boredom. Yil-hak won't be attending this time. I wonder who will be the one unable to attend the upcoming meeting? Yuhua coldly questioned, Jiorang, are you really acting like this? At that moment, Sung Min appeared at the door. His appearance stunned those inside into looking over. His face bloodied. He muttered in a low voice, Oi, Ryu, Tae-hyung. It seems no one has told you yet. You're not allowed to smoke here. You miserable bastard. I'll tell you what I told the landlord. As he said it, he bent down and plucked the cigarette from Tae-hyung's mouth. Then, with a zombie-like terrifying expression, he said, If you smoke here, I'll bury you 2 meters deep, you dead shrimp stepper. An era of glory, the symbol and domination of Seoul. The chairman of Yil-hak, Lee Sung-hak. The entire underworld back then had to submit to and be controlled by Yil-hak. And Chairman Lee Sung-hak was the king above all. Not only did he manipulate the gangs, he also tried to extend his powerful hand into politics. But that mistake led to failure. From then on, Yil-hak steadily weakened. Opposing forces that had lain hidden in the shadows rose up and attacked all of Yil-hak's business areas to overthrow it. A full-scale war between Yil-hak's 9 Blades and other Seoul factions erupted. The underworld plunged into darkness. But in the end, that war came to an end. Chairman Lee Sung-hak saw the damage all around and made an important decision to divide the business into 4 major territories, each boss of a territory being recognized as a kingpin. Yuhua took off his glasses and said coolly, the 4 major gangs were formed then, and they became the predecessors of the current council. You, Tae-hyung, attacked Yil-hak alone, disregarding council rules. That's a violation that can't be overlooked. You need to give a valid reason for that. Otherwise, Jiorang will become the common enemy of the entire council. Tae-hyung, pulling out his cigarette, replied nonchalantly, Oh really? Since when did you become the one in charge? So who will be unable to attend next time? Yuhua said coldly, If you keep acting unilaterally like this, I'll walk out of this meeting. At that moment, Sung Min appeared at the door. Blood streaming down his face. Looking terrifying, he said, Hey Tae-hyung, there's something you don't understand. I already told the people here, if you keep smoking in front of me, I'll kill you. You hear me, you bastard? After snatching Tae-hyung's cigarette, he sat down casually. Phew. Sitting, Sung Min calmly reminded them, This is a meeting place, a place for people to gather, not for dogs. Why am I running into dogs everywhere these days? Tae-hyung, angered by his attitude, smashed the dining table. Not bad. Lee Sung-min, you're suddenly pretty cool today. You seem to have some spirit today. But what do you think you could do being here? Sung-min, still looking fearsome, began wrapping bandages around the wounds on his fist. Thanks to you, my head got smashed like this, and somehow I feel clearer. Yuhua then spoke. Yil-hak has arrived. Let's discuss. I have opinions. Sung-min glared and gestured behind him. As you can see, Yil-hak was attacked by Jiorang just 5 minutes ago. Outside the main gate, Jiorang violated the rule against attacking organizations under the council. All of Yil-hak's assets and business domains have been sealed. This punishment completely contradicts previous agreements. Therefore, as the representative of Yil-hak, I demand that all of Jiorang's business rights and territories be stripped. Anything else to say, Tae-hyung? Tae-hyung replied calmly. I have no excuse. Like you said, I did all of it, but you seem a little mistaken. Then he produced a photo of Sung Min wearing a smug grin. About violating the council's no-attack rule, it seems you Yil-hak lot were the ones who broke it first. You look pretty chummy with Tae-san, don't you? You even gave them gifts. You were the ones pulling the strings, egging Tae-san on to attack Jiorang's turf. How is that possible? The documents I gave Tae-san weren't about Jiorang's business projects. The 2 others listened, startled, and exchanged shocked looks. Sung Min tried to calmly analyze inwardly. The documents didn't mention them at all. Tae-san's crew have long had designs on Jiorang. Tae-hyung continued. They've always been waiting for an opportunity to strike us by ambush. Now you've handed them that chance. As soon as they left the council, they hit a small area under Jiorang's control and caused us significant losses. You Yil-hak are the ones who instigated Tae-san to attack Jiorang. So am I wrong about that? Let's see how you respond, he said confidently. You'll be silenced by my reasoning, because your investment project with Tae-san can't be disclosed to the council. Tae-hyung then went on. If you won't speak, I'll speak for you. Lee Sung-min, the head of Yil-hak, has violated the agreements of the council. Therefore, this council should be dissolved and everyone take their own path. After all, aren't we basically just gangs anyway? The earlier conversation with Isu flashed through his mind. Isu calmly said Jiorang would definitely target you in the meeting because they know Yilhak still leans on the council. But it's fine, this is your chance. Hearing that, Sung Min wondered. Then why should I attend that meeting? He had explained it before. This is the chance to show your power. That day, show him what the boss of Yilhak is like. Yuhua angrily demanded. Taehyung, what are you doing at this meeting? Meanwhile, Sung Min half closed his eyes, leaned back slightly, and calmly said, As you wish. The arrogant bastard looked utterly indifferent and frightening now, no longer quick to lose his temper like before. At that, Haesung spoke up. Lee Sung-min, calm down. You're at a disadvantage. Can't you show a bit of goodwill? Sung-min coldly retorted. So you're siding with Lee Sung-min now? Yuhua put her sunglasses back on and continued. You two made a mistake. If you want war, you should check yourselves first. She finished and swung her arm toward the door. Immediately, a tall figure carrying a weapon stepped in. Under the blade's gleam, she continued. I brought someone with me today, and if you intend to act that way, you'll die here today. Sung-min quietly observed the newcomer, thinking, Is that Cheon Wang's assassin? I'd heard of him before, but this is the first time I've seen him. Taehyung suddenly pushed off the table, stood up and blurted out, I'm scared. Cheon Wang has made his stance known. And what about Yilhak? He sprang up and sat on the table in front of Sung-min. What do you have to prove today? Tell me. The more he spoke, the closer he pressed his head against Sung-min's forehead. That investment project with Tae-san is a tasty piece of meat. You planning to eat it all by yourself? Sung-min chuckled. You don't have to tell me. I'm not planning to eat alone either. Just then, the footsteps of a group of people appeared. As they appeared, the leader called out loud, Hey, it's none other than Isu. Taehyung, are you in there? Come out and play with me a bit. He stepped inside, glanced at the scene, and commented, This meeting's atmosphere is tense, isn't it? What are you all planning to do here? Sorry I'm late. My bad. Taehyung frowned irritably when he saw him. Baek Do-kyung, you bastard. Didn't you quit the council? What are you doing here? Isu laughed. You forget fast. You literally said the council dissolves and everyone does as they please. Who do I need permission from to be here? He then looked down at Sung-min with implication. Ah, so that's why Lee Sung-min agreed to leave the council? Like I said, you two are pretty close. Isu replied casually. What's wrong with being close? After all, Lee Sung-min will be the chairman of Yilhak. As everyone reacted in surprise, he stepped further in and continued. We from Tae-san have agreed to nominate Lee Sung-min to become the next chairman of Yilhak. I'm standing behind Sung-min to show our endorsement. Any objections, Taehyung? If you have something to say, speak up. Otherwise, shut your dog mouth. Let the others hear it clearly. You must choose to make Lee Sung-min the chairman of Yilhak, or dissolve this council and become lowly thugs. Your call. I hope everyone makes the right choice, so we can preserve the legacy the late chairman left behind. He and the others headed for the door, not forgetting to glower back as a warning. Yuhua raised her hand to signal the assassin behind the door. Isu looked at Sung-min with a smile and said, Let's go. Chairman of Yilhak, Lee Sung-min. At this point, you have become Lee Sung-min, chairman of Yilhak, allied with Tae-san. As they walked, he asked if he was all right. Sung-min had exhausted his strength relying on Choi Chan-ho's men and was starting to faint. Luckily, Isu arrived in time, or I'd have been dead. Isu reassured him. You did very well. Suddenly, someone appeared at the bottom of the stairs and called out, Looks like I'm late. Huh? It's my first time, so I got lost. Isu quickly looked down, and upon seeing that person, his expression turned furious. Dong Ji shrank back. Department head Jang stood there, adjusted his glasses, and said, Oh, it's been a while. Finally, I have a chance to meet you. You're Mr. Baek Do-kyung, right? Isu looked down with a menacing glare and hissed. Manager Jang. Chief Jang smiled and said, At last we meet again. Mr. Do-kyung, isn't it? Isu narrowed his eyes and hissed. Chief Jang. He was climbing the stairs at the time and exclaimed, I didn't expect to run into you here. Sung-min froze and blurted out. He just called him Chief Jang. A tense thought tightened in his chest. So this is the man responsible for Yilhak's breakdown, and for everything else. Sung-min, losing his composure, shouted, Beck, Director Beck. Isu, now full of murderous intent, already had a knife in hand. He began mentally calculating. The distance between me and him is 2.1 meters. Killing him would be as easy as turning my hand. Just like what he did to us before, for the goal I won't hesitate. At that moment, Chief Jang's eyes widened. He drew his gun and chambered around. Because Isu, you made your bed, you'll lie in it. Isu was now standing directly in front of Chief Jang, but he forced himself to stay calm, his face empty as he stared off to one side. Not wanting to hesitate, Isu pulled out a cigarette from the pack. Then he asked, "Chief, do you have a lighter?" Chief Jang quickly fished out a lighter and replied, "Ah, I do." As he lit the cigarette, the two men's gazes met squarely. That stance held for a long moment. Chief Jang put the lighter away and said, "I heard things have been pretty noisy since the funeral." Director Beck, still holding the knife, Isu inhaled and answered, "Yeah, I suppose so." Then he asked, "So has the matter been resolved?" "Isu, I have a guess who the culprit is, but I don't yet have a way to confirm it." He pressed his face close to Chief Jang and frowned. But now that he saw Chief Jang here, "I'm certain who the culprit is." With sharp eyes, he asked again, "So what do you plan to do next?" "If it were up to me, Isu, I'd kill him on the spot. But one person's death won't make this end." Chief Jang fell silent after hearing that. Isu stepped past him and waved a hand. "Anyway, see you later, Chief. When we meet again, I'll tell you what I plan to do." Chief Jang glanced back over his shoulder. Then he said, "Yes, see you. I have a lot of questions about your younger brother. After meeting you today, I'm still not entirely sure, but I have a feeling." Isu casually waved. Suit yourself." Then his group descended the stairs. Chief Jang kept staring straight ahead in silence. Isu was equally Chinhua. After a while, Sung Min called Director Beck. Isu replied, "Yeah, let's go." But behind that calm back was an unspeakably miserable face. He gripped the knife hard as if convincing himself. "Let's go." Scene shifts to the Honggu loan service in Itaewon. A shocked voice rang out. 244,000 won. A man slapped a stack of bills on the table and demanded, "Hey, where's the other 46,000 won?" "This is Chairman Honggu, Lee Hyung-gu." The bald man hesitated a little. "That, the fruit shop owner." He asked what she like. "She's polite." The bald man said her daughter was really scary. At that, the chubby girl grimaced, held out a bag, said she'd take it and come back tomorrow. She said that, "Hyung-gu, yeah, pretty scary. If you poke her head, she'll give you an apple. It's pretty sweet, actually." He then barked, "Shut up for a minute." After that he tore his hair, shouting, "Good Lord. How did Hook get ruined like this? If Tae-san, we hadn't brought that Russian guy here." The image of Boris holding a razor-sharp knife flashed terrifyingly through his mind. And that blonde playboy too. Then Shaun leaned in with a friendly smile. "Captain, I advise you to retire and lay low, okay?" Honggu recalled those painful memories and steeled himself. "Yeah, just you wait, I'll be back." Speak of the devil, and he appears. Shaun at the door exclaimed, "Whoa, what the hell, did I just see a snake?" Then he looked into the room again and smiled innocently. "Captain, long time no see, miss me?" The bald guy frowned in confusion. "Huh? What the heck?" Honggu's body began to tremble involuntarily, his face contorting as if he'd seen a demon. Before the bald man understood, he stepped up to Shaun and looked down. "You little bastard, what do you think you're doing?" Hearing that, Shaun went dark. "Little what?" Honggu panicked and tried to stop it. Wait. Hey, don't do that." Shaun snapped back angrily. "Little? Who are you calling little?" "I'm not little, got it?" "Got it." Punches and thuds followed, leaving Honggu pale. After a while, everything calmed down, and they sat to drink. Honggu asked, "So do you want me to tell you everything I know about Jiorang?" Shaun replied cheerfully, "Yeah, like information on the locations of their businesses." His body still trembled as he answered, "Didn't you already know their business addresses? You went and smashed them all up." Shaun sipped his drink and said, "I thought so too, but apparently not entirely. I'm looking for something I haven't found yet." He asked curiously, "What is it you're looking for?" He put on a serious look. "One person, one place that could hide 5 people." Honggu pressed his lips together and stared, tense. Could the rumor be true? Did Jiorang overthrow Il Hak and kidnap Gudo? He'd heard the branches were disbanded, and that Tae-san Hui allied with Il Hak. So the rumors must be true. Seeing that expression, Shaun asked, "What's with that look? So do you know or not?" He forced a laugh and replied, "Ah, I know. I'm just musing out loud." Hith hith. Then he quickly held up 2 fingers and said, "Right now I'm thinking of 2 places." He unfolded a map. "If it's Georang, I know their business locations and security. I've bribed people everywhere to secure my position in Georang." Hearing that, Hungu pointed in surprise. "Oh, so you're just a small fry too?" Hungu corrected him. "My position is much higher than small fry, my friend. Anyway, I'll tell you everything I know on one condition." Shaun urged, "What condition? Spit it out." Hungu put on a confident look and said, "Let me into Te San Hui." Shaun looked skeptical. "What? Aren't you from Georang?" He frowned. "You don't think I want to switch sides?" He privately calculated. "Who knows if Te San Hui will win? If it ends well, I stand to gain a lot." Shaun set his cup down and agreed. "Fine, it's a deal." He waved. "Captain, let's go quickly." Hunga was a bit bewildered. "Go? Go where? Do I have to go too?" He laughed. "Hey, what's up? Didn't you want to join Te San Hui? Then we should go together, right?" He froze, stunned. "Huh. Manager Hungu, Lee Hungu, formerly of Georang, is now temporarily with Te San Hui." Cut to a neatly arranged housing complex. At this moment, in a spacious house, someone opened the door. Young Gil was caught glaring inside. The person who opened the door spoke. "This place is really cozy. Is it fun here?" The one who opened the door was Taeyong. Young Gil stayed silent and didn't reply. He continued, "Hey, don't be silent with me like that. A hostage who's too stiff isn't much fun. I guess you'll feel lonely when we separate the old men from you," Taeyong said, sitting in the chair opposite. "Maybe I should have locked you up in pairs, huh? I'm here today to tell you some good news. Listen carefully. Te San Hui is now under Il Hak's command. Like continuing Lee Sung-Hak's tradition or whatever. It seems they're planning to make the young Master Sung Min the leader. Because of that, they're working hard to find you. Anyway, congratulations. The young master is now leader. You raised him well." Young Gil grinned. "So Georang will have to face both Te San and Il Hak forces. You came here to sob and tell me you're scared of that? Sounds like you." Taeyong, hidden in the dark with an unreadable expression, burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. What the hell are you talking about? We're Georang, Goodo crippled and all. And how could Te San Hui stand against us?" He then stood and moved toward Young Gil. "All right. Are you talking about Te San's immobile lackeys and Il Hak's Choi Chan-ho? Even if they team up, they still have motives. You get what I mean?" Young Gil tilted his head back and sneered. "Your motives make me laugh. I have no idea what the heck they are." But on Te San's side, elsewhere, a small blood-stained knife appeared with a voice. "Hey, let me ask you something. Who taught you to use a knife like that?" That was Isu handling the situation. Young Gil believed Te San Hui had Beck Dukyung on their side. Isu now stood up facing the others. "What a mess. I think I went a bit too far. Now move." Isu pointed the knife forward. His expression was fairly unhinged. He loosened his tie and began the rescue of Goodo. Begin. Cut to another building. When Suau arrived, Jean Woong pulled her suitcase and greeted her. "Welcome. Secretary, leave the luggage to me. The director is waiting for you in the meeting room." Suau calmly glanced at the documents handed to her. "I already grasped the overall situation on the way here. The Goodo could be in one of 2 places," Jean Woong remarked. "You're always diligent." Suau modestly replied, "Don't flatter me. It's just a task I was assigned." At that moment he asked, "Any progress?" Suau was silent and shook her head. "As you said, Chief Ha, without Beck Dukyung there is no Te San Hui. As Te San Hui's secretary, I'm just doing my duty, and you should do the same." Saying that, she opened the door and walked in, thinking to herself, that person, if he knows what he must do, he'll see it through. Entering the room, Suau said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll summarize the situation. A guest house in Itaewon and an abandoned warehouse in Icon. These 2 locations are the places most likely where Georang is hiding Goodo. Since we don't have the numerical advantage, we can't hit both locations. So we need to concentrate manpower on a single site. Also, we need to leave some people behind to guard headquarters in case of an attack. Because the population density around the Itaewon guest house is low, there's a high chance we'll be spotted by the enemy. A siege would be reasonable. Instead of targeting the guest house, what if we attack the abandoned warehouse? Isu spoke up. No, we won't send our men in. If they catch up to us and mobilize their forces, it'll be very disadvantageous. Sungmin lowered his head, a little tense. Yes, I agree. It's too dangerous to let emotions interfere. Isu then stood up and calmly said, Li Xiaon, Lim Jiankin, and I, the three of us, will go into their lair. The three of us will go into their lair. We'll send Li Xiaon and Lim Jiankin to the abandoned warehouse. They're infiltration specialists, so they can scout the area without alerting Jiore. As for the other place, Sua pressed her lips together and fell silent, glancing toward Isu. Cut to a guest house. A voice rang out. Excuse me a moment. The guest house owner asked, Huh? You want to book a room? The other replied, Yes. Actually, I'm looking for someone. The owner wore an annoyed expression. Hold on. I know you have your reasons, but I can't reveal guest information, especially not to someone like. Then the man said, Please take a look at this. Thinking he'd been handed money, he smirked and held out his hand. Come on, you hear me. A moment later, that hand was pierced by something. After doing that, the man asked again, How about this? I want to ask you something. So it turns out this is Isu. The innkeeper screamed in pain. He glared and demanded, Goodo, are they here? I'll handle it by myself. Then he pulled the knife out of that hand. Forget it. No need to get you to talk. I'll question these guys myself. Now, Isu was facing a group of men armed with knives and clubs, all by himself. A little while later, those men were sprawled on the floor with bloodstains spreading around them. Su wiped his blade and thought, they were subordinates of Chief Jiang. Seems I've come to the right place. Then he spoke up, though. He hasn't fully recovered from the last fight. Do you need me to come along? Mr. Choi Chan-ho. Choi Chan-ho appeared to assist him. The men replied, This is about Goodo, right? Of course I'll come along. IL Hack Capital. Choi Chan-ho, leader of Goodo's second blade. Isu lit a cigarette and said, Just don't overdo it. Observing Isu, he thought, Beck Du-kyung. I still don't know the real man behind. He then turned and smiled, saying, I don't want the chairman to be upset if you get hurt. Then the two of them walked up the stairs together. Choi Chan-ho spoke again. May I ask you something, Director Beck Du-kyung? Isu casually replied. Suddenly like this? You must be terribly bored. He then wondered, I'm just asking, why did Tae Sin-hui appoint our young master as chairman? Isu answered too smoothly, almost too clearly. To preserve IL Hack's tradition. Choi Chan-ho cut him off. I'm not asking you to hear such flattering words. The authorities have begun intervening in our affairs. The association was disbanded and a war is about to break out. All of this happened within just 3 months. Isu paused. So what exactly are you trying to say? Choi Chan-ho looked up firmly. Director Beck Du-kyung, I believe you are connected to all those events. And what I'm wondering is your real motive for cooperating with us. Tae Sin-hui. Isu asked coldly. Do you really want to know the reason? He answered, Yes, I do. Didn't we pledge to fight together? Suddenly a bunch of people came running down the stairs. Over here, by the stairs, they're under the staircase. One guy thrust a spear at Isu. You dogs stay right there. He looked up, snarling. Too noisy. Grown-ups are talking. If you have something to report, come down and say it. Saying that, Isu grabbed his ankle. He yanked hard, catching a man on the railing. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Then he called out, Mr. Choi Chan-ho. Meanwhile, the man, not relenting, kept cursing, You bastard. Isu dodged another attack and said sternly, We'll finish this conversation later. On that note, he hauled the guy down hard. Choi Chan-ho took the chance and punched, smashing his head into the floor. Then more guys started jumping down from above to attack. Choi Chan-ho calculated quietly. Attackers from above usually have the advantage. Those men were still loudly shouting insults. You bastards. Isu reached out and grabbed one guy by his shirt. Then he threw him into the others. Choi Chan-ho kept analyzing, but their attacks were more predictable. At this point, some were thrown to the floor. Others were stabbed by Isu's knife and bleeding. He advanced up the stairs while dealing with the rest. Choi Chan-ho also began to take action. On stair terrain like this, it's easy to lose balance. He grabbed a man on the stairs and smashed his head down onto the floor with tremendous force. Isu looked down and grinned. We're a pretty good team, aren't we? Then he resumed charging up, cutting through them. One reckless guy leapt down and threw a kick, but Isu dodged it. His foot missed, and he slammed his head against the stairs. Just watching it looked brutal. Isu twirled the knife in his hand, then plunged the tip down into the unlucky guy, and a piercing scream filled the air. After a while, only a few men remained, wounded and wary, staring at Isu. He glanced at them with a mocking look. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. I heard Jiorang has professionals. Yet you lot still lose to a common thug like me. You make me doubt where those so-called pros are. Cut to the abandoned Yongsan warehouse, where a group was discussing. So we have to search this whole place too? Xiao turned and asked. Only 3 people? Hungu, wearing an eye patch, answered from behind. I didn't know I had to come along. I don't even have a voice. Xiao challenged him. What did you say? He snorted a laugh. Uh-huh. No, it's nothing. Let's move on. Jiankin, still chewing, asked, which way, boss? Hungo put on a dangerous look. I said there could be 2 locations, but I believe they're hidden here. Xiao replied. You should have said that from the start. This is where Jiorang conveniently holds hostages. I only thought so because I saw some newcomers heading toward the hotel. A voice of surprise. Newcomers? Hungo answered, yeah, they're not mobsters like me. I also heard one of them is carrying a gun. Xiao stopped and turned, exclaiming in shock, what? Back on the other side, the unlucky remaining men were still being tended to by Isu. Beside him, Choi Chan-ho was handling things while watching Isu's situation. Baek Du-kyung. At that time, young Gil had said that he was a monster. His level is completely different from ours. Choi Chan-ho silently assessed. I'd heard he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. He turned to look at the pile of bodies on the floor, while ahead, Isu fought alone against the remaining group. At that moment, one guy tried to run off to raise the alarm. Damn it. But he was immediately booted backward by someone's kick. An astonished shout from Choi Chan-ho rang out. Q-Chang, this is IL Hack Capital. Lee Q-Chang of Gudo. Q-Chang, after dealing with that guy, called loudly, Boss Chan-ho, what's up? He hurriedly reported, while they were in chaos, I slipped out. Another brother, Hyung Nim, is in danger. Then Q-Chang ran off down another path. Isu raised a hand to hold back Choi Chan-ho. Then he peered inside cautiously. Wait, Q-Chang, the man urged. They're right here. Hurry up. So Isu stepped forward into the interior. He said, what does this mean? From inside, Q-Chang's eyes flashed, and he pulled out a gun. Isu's gaze remained calm. As he prepared to lunge forward, Q-Chang fired a shot out. But he couldn't hide his tense expression. Someone asked, have you ever fired a gun before? He fell silent for a moment, then answered that he had a few times while in the military. Captain Zhang, sitting opposite, warned that this would be quite different from military experience. Q-Chang examined the gun and replied it wasn't that different. After all, it's just a gun. You load it like this, and after you aim, you just pull the trigger, right? Then he continued, I want to ask you something, Captain Zhang. Didn't you say that if I betrayed IL Hack you'd spare my teammates? Captain Zhang replied, we haven't killed them yet. They're still alive. A noble reason. Huh? Go ahead and tell yourself you're doing this for a noble cause. After all, it's true in a way. Q-Chang then asked, so why give me this chance? The man denied it. Chance? No, I'm not giving you a chance. You're mocking us. IL Hack and your Gudo are just a bunch of incompetent clowns. Golden Age? The true IL Hack? Don't make me laugh. IL Hack is just a ragtag bunch of failures who overreach. The point is, you shouldn't put too much faith in IL Hack. Hearing that, Q-Chang grit his teeth and retorted, so you're saying we, the swords of IL Hack, should join the wolves? He demanded, standing up excitedly and pointing the gun at Captain Zhang. The man merely showed a sly smile. Wolves, huh? You mean Jiorang? Not exactly. I mean, I'll invest in you. You told me you were the ones keeping IL Hack alive. So that means Lee Sung-Hack and Lee Sung-min aren't fit to lead. So there's no need for any swords or wolves anymore. People like you should be the ones doing that work. More importantly, you yourself. Can you shoot someone? The man asked challengingly, staring straight at Q-Chang. He gripped the gun's muzzle and instructed, from the closest possible distance, and aim as precisely as you can. Then all you have to do is squeeze the trigger. Easy, right? Q-Chang suddenly asked, are you on Jirang's side? Captain Zhang replied, we're more like tamers than their allies. That's why we need you. Without a leash to keep them in check, they'd think the whole world belonged to them. Cut to the present. Qiu Chang's gun was pointed outward. Isu was about to run over there, when suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder, holding him back. Both of them froze in that dangerous air. Qiu Chang spoke up. "I'm sorry, Mr. Beck Du-kyung. We had no other choice." Choi Chan-ho answered from outside the door. "Qiu Chang, it's me, Chan-ho," explained. Qiu Chang immediately replied, "Brother Chan-ho, this is all for our benefit." Choi Chan-ho, "And you're persuading us that's for our benefit?" "Speak up, Qiu Chang," Qiu Chang shouted. "Don't come closer. This is only for our and Goodo's benefit. We have to accept that." Choi Chan-ho asked, "What do you mean?" "Accept it." Qiu Chang continued. "I talked with Captain Jang. He said he'd guarantee business rights for all of us." That surprised me. "You mean?" Qiu Chang smiled hopefully. "Now we can become bosses ourselves." Choi Chan-ho barked at him. "Snap out of it." Lee Qiu Chang. He loudly defended himself. "What did I do wrong? This is IL Hack you helped build. Why does he get everything? After the chairman died, you were supposed to inherit the organization. All the shit we've had to endure is because of him." Hearing that, Choi Chan-ho, furious, punched the door so hard blood spattered. "Stop." He clenched his teeth, trembling, and said, "All because of that." Unable to bear the disappointment, Choi Chan-ho smashed his head into the wall with great force. Then he demanded, "So you betrayed IL Hack?" Qiu Chang. Inside, Qiu Chang panicked. "Brother Chan-ho-me?" He was cut off. "Don't call me brother. You're no longer family to me." Lee Qiu Chang. "Under the name of IL Hack, I'll defeat you." As he said it, Choi Chan-ho's tears fell in agonized sorrow. Qiu Chang inside shouted a warning. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I have no choice but to shoot." Choi Chan-ho grabbed the doorframe and replied, "No, you don't say that to me. You should say it to him instead." At that moment, Isu appeared behind Qiu Chang at the window like a ghost. He kicked the glass window in, smashing his way inside. Isu quickly grabbed Qiu Chang's gun-bearing arm. Then a bright slash, like lightning, cut down to the floor. The wrist was sliced, blood spraying. Qiu Chang dropped the gun from his hand. Isu swept his leg, sending him toppling backward. Qiu Chang's head slammed hard onto the floor. A cry of pain rang out. Isu quickly clamped his hand around Qiu Chang's throat. Then he glared and demanded, "So you're a traitor too?" His hand held a sharp knife now. "I hate traitors." As he prepared to stab, Choi Chan-ho lunged in to stop him. "Director Beck Du-kyung, please wait." Isu halted the stabbing motion. Then he turned back with a smile and asked, I'm not allowed to kill him." Cut back to the abandoned warehouse in Yongsan-gu. An IL Hack member had also been blinded and locked up inside. Hearing a noise, the man looked up and said, "What's this? Is it mealtime?" "This is IL Hack Goodo's pillar, Lee Soon-mong, sixth brother. I thought I was about to starve to death." From outside the door someone replied, "Huh? Food? I don't have anything, sorry." The one peeking in was Jaeonkin. Seeing him step in, Soon-mong asked, "Who are you?" Jaeonkin casually pulled the bun apart. He handed a piece to Soon-mong, then asked if that would be enough. "The bigger half is mine." Soon-mong was stunned. "Kid, how do you still have guard with you?" "No. More importantly, where the heck did you come from?" "I saw the guard group knocked out at the door." Jaeonkin replied, "I'm from the north." Then he paused for a moment. He continued, "I'm from Tae-san-hui." Hearing that, Soon-mong grew even more amazed. "Tae-san?" Then he asked, "So Tae-san moved? The young master, right? What about the others? Are they okay?" Jaeonkin cut the bindings and reminded him, "Hey, please try not to move." Then he looked up reassuringly. "We've already sent people to rescue your friends, so don't worry." Elsewhere, another group had also been taken down one by one. Shaun, after dispatching the last man, scanned the area. "Should be just around here. Bingo, I found him." He spotted an IL Hack member tied up ahead. He stepped forward calling, "Have you been waiting long? You all right?" "This is IL Hack Goodo Pillar Jang Deokbi, eighth brother." Shaun knelt before him and sighed. "What a pitiful state. Old man, do you remember me? If you don't, I'm a bit hurt. I still remember you beating me. You know, snap out of it." Saying that, he lightly tapped the man's face. "Feeling okay?" Suddenly the man behind held a knife. Yuriong's familiar blade. What did he just say? A pale face twisted into a terrifying grin. The slash came down, but Shaun quickly leaned back and dodged. The attacker looked slightly startled. After avoiding the blow, Shaun frowned. What a nuisance. From behind, a tuft of silver hair showed beyond the mask. Yuriong had disguised himself as Diokbi. He wondered, "How did you dodge that?" Shaun replied, "Even if you were sitting in that chair, you're much smaller than I remember." Then the man pulled off the disguise mask and said, "That's not a very good answer." Even Beck Isu couldn't dodge that last move. Hearing that, Shaun's expression turned serious. "What?" Yuriong asked again, "Huh? You know Beck Isu?" Shaun grabbed a knife and charged forward. 2 slashes were launched at the same time. While attacking, Shaun glared and demanded, "So you were the one who killed him?" Yuriong said casually, "Oh right, I killed him. I killed Beck Isu." As he spoke, he wore a grotesque, demonic smile. Cut to the abandoned warehouse in Gyeongsangu. A guard was posted outside the warehouse when someone appeared. It was Hungu. He arrived calculatingly, thinking this is the moment to prove himself, the moment to show his worth, after being abandoned by Jiorang. When the guard saw Hungu, he called out, "This is Jiorang's property. If you're not one of us, please turn back." This is Jiorang's former MSC, Jang Mansiak. Hungu growled, "Step aside," which surprised him. Hungu, seeming furious, swung his arm. "I'm Lee Hungu, director of the Hook Collection Company." Mansiak also raised his fists into a fighting stance. At that moment, Hungu produced a badge and said, "I'm with Jiorang too." Shortly after, the man opened the door and stepped inside, hesitantly saying, "Hello. Are you alive?" The man tied to the chair kept his head bowed. Hearing that, Young Gil looked up in surprise. This is Gudo Dako Young Gil, fourth brother." Hungu quickly introduced himself. "I'm Director Cho of the Hook Collection Company. Tae since sent me to bring you out." Hook Collection, Lee Hungu, allied with Jiorang. Cut to another location. Yuriong, having just launched those pristine white lines, asked, "Where the hell did you come from? How do you know Becky Sue? You don't look like the usual thugs at all. Are you a pro?" Shaun calmly readied his gear and pulled on a face mask. Yuriong seemed to realize something. "Ah, you can. Then shut that mouth of yours carefully." Immediately, Shaun drove the knife hard toward him. Yuriong dodged and assessed inwardly. Wow. It aimed straight for my throat without hesitation. Not only that, it was fast and accurate. Yet Yuriong easily evaded Shaun's attacks. Afterwards, Yuriong countered, "Hey, you're leaving your torso exposed too much. Like I thought, you're not a fit match for Beck Isu." At that moment, Shaun's blade shot to within 2 centimeters of his tip. Yuriong hurriedly leaned aside to barely avoid it. He planted a hand on the floor to steady himself. Then he flipped back, creating distance. Now his face showed astonishment. Tossing the knife was a deliberate feint to hide the killing move. Was it? Shaun produced a smaller knife and said, "Oh, you dodged that? Are you a pro?" With a hint of teasing. Yuriong burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, fascinating. You better not die like Beck Isu." He said it with a grotesque grin. Meanwhile, Isu stood outside by the car. He smoked, lost in thought. Inside the car, Choi Chan-ho was talking with Q Chang. "Where are the other Gudo men being held?" Q Chang turned to the window, one hand pressing the bleeding chopped wrist as he answered, "At Jiorang's abandoned warehouse. They're probably all there. They have no reason to harm them, but you don't need to go rescue them." He asked, puzzled, "Why is that?" Q Chang, in pain, said, "They're all safe. They only want to hold them as hostages." Then he turned and shouted angrily, "Right now, we can't fight Jiorang. The times are changing. In this case, you should hand over the young master and Tae-san to Jiorang. That's the only way for Gudo." With that, he immediately took a crooked punch to the face. From Choi Chan-ho, Q Chang was terrified. Still, Chan-ho pinned him down and kept punching continuously. After punching him, Choi Chan-ho grabbed the collar of his shirt. Then he snarled a warning. "Keep babbling, and I'll slice you to pieces." Q Chang still tried to speak up. "Il Hack is no more." Outside, Isu by the car felt the vehicle shudder. Q Chang's expression turned helpless. "Why are you always like this? Gudo isn't what it used to be." Choi Chan-ho was also holding back his suffering. Unable to bear it any longer, he angrily swung his arm and shouted, "That's exactly why you're wrong." Immediately, a large crack appeared across the car window. Choi Chan-ho's fist slid past Q Chang's ear. Then he let go and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Gudo brothers, the reason we fight isn't to win, but to protect what we love." Q Chang lifted that hand in response. "But how can we protect our seniors? With such weak fists? He asked, clutching the arm and shedding helpless tears. Suddenly, Isu hurriedly opened the door and rushed in. Choi Chan-ho was startled and called out to director Beck Du-kyung. Isu couldn't answer and slammed the gas, speeding the car off. His panic was evident. What's happening? Isu replied tensely. Something's come down south. We have to get to the warehouse. At the warehouse, Shaun was locked in fierce combat with Yurion. He dodged a knife Shaun threw and growled. Hey, you still playing around? It's time to get serious. Got it? Then 2 slashes were launched simultaneously. Yurion sprang up, intending a top-down attack, but the feet of both fighters clipped and collided. Yurion faltered. Then he spun around in a full turn. Shaun quickly followed the motion. It left Yurion with an utterly astonished look. He glared and snapped back. What the? Could it read my movements? Did it know what I was going to do? Then it moved exactly the same. While cutting the cords, Shaun remarked, "Oh ho, cords? People really use this stuff?" With a wry tone. Yurion glanced down in confusion. It even knew I had a tether and a backup weapon? Just as I thought, it's like me. Yurion asked seriously, "Who the hell are you?" as he continued to fling another cord. Shaun moved his feet even faster. Then the two lunged at each other once more. "If I were you, I'd know all your moves too," Shaun muttered. He carefully dodged the cord. Then the knife in his hand spun and sliced it through. "I know them so well it makes me sick." The cord was severed again. The knife in Shaun's hand spun fluidly. He then turned back and slashed a cut across Yurion's chest. Blood spurted out. He glared, teeth clenched in disbelief. Then suddenly his mouth opened into an excited grin. The 2 slashes swung at each other again. The other knife in Shaun's hand also began to come into play. As he lunged, Yurion clamped down on the blade. Then he yanked hard toward Shaun, trying to wrench the knife from his fingers. His other hand restrained Shaun's hand. The tip of the knife pressed into his chest a little. A wound across his nose began to bleed. Then Yurion opened his mouth wide in a creepy grin and shouted, "Hey again!" Sounds echoed through the warehouse. Sunmong raised a finger to signal silence. "Quiet. Someone seems to be coming." Young Gil turned and replied, "Huh? Then suddenly, Sunmong turned to one side with a stunned expression. "Hey, Gwangpul." Gwangpul was tied up in a corner, unconscious. "Il hack, good-o Gwangpul, the 7th brother." Young Gil panicked and shook him. "Gwangpul, wake up!" Gwangpul's head was tilted to one side, his mouth agape. He looked critically ill. Young Gil shouted, "Wake up, Gwangpul!" Gwangpul groaned a few times, ugh, then made 2 raspy sounds that left the others feeling helpless. Young Gil turned and asked, "So do we stay silent for this guy now?" Sunmong replied, "Yes, wake him up, please." Young Gil lightly slapped Gwangpul's face. "Get up, Gwangpul. You're still sleeping here?" Gwangpul slowly opened his eyes, bewildered. Young Gil said, "We just need to wait for Tae-san's people to rescue Deokbi, and we're done." At that moment, Hungu appeared, hurriedly saying, "Hey guys, this doesn't look good." His breathing was weak. He was carrying Jang Deokbi, with Jaeonkin helping at his side. Deokbi's face was pale. His condition was seriously life-threatening. The 3 of them were extremely worried. Deokbi Jaeonkin turned to the door and said, "I've contacted the commander. Now let's find a way out of here." Suddenly a car's headlights flashed. Jaeonkin squinted against the glare. Someone stepped in and called out, "Look who's here. Where do you think you're running off to? You bastards. Surprised to see me, are you?" Taeyong said, confidently raising a gloved fist. Nearby Shaun, Yurion was laughing maniacally. "Ha, nice. You're making me excited," he said, lunging forward like he wanted to eat someone whole. But Yurion pushed the knife already embedded in Shaun's chest and deeper. Cut to 5 years earlier, in a house. Bodies were scattered across the floor. Shaun was dealing with men in black. After handling one, another charged in, stabbing and yelling, "Ugh, you bastard." Shaun grabbed his arm. Then he slashed a horizontal cut across the man's chest. Blood spurted quickly. Shaun then proceeded to stab again. Another slash marked the unlucky man's body. His knife pressed to the man's throat. The man's expression was utterly desperate. Shaun decisively slashed. Blood sprayed into the air. The body collapsed at his feet. A voice then rang out. "You could just talk to them nicely. Why you have to be so rough with them, huh, young man? Who sent you here? North Korea or South Korea? This is weapons smuggling and illegal human trafficking." Jang Jongpao, a double agent working for both North and South Korea, Xiao stepped down the stairs and approached. Zhang Pao quietly drew a gun from a cabinet and continued, "Tell me everything. No matter which side you're from, I can make you happy." As he spoke, he wore a smug smile and leveled the gun at Xiao. At that moment, a thin fishing line whipped toward his triumphant face. The line looped over one shoulder. Xiao pulled hard and a hand was instantly severed. Zhang Pao screamed in agony, "Ah, my hand, you bastard!" Xiao coldly said, "So you're a double agent. Consider this a warning. Do your job properly. Don't cross the line, understood?" he said, twirling the knife in his hand. "Now that you've lost a hand, maybe you'll learn a thing or two. Hit Special Ops, Top Secret Ghost Team, Li Xiao. Mission number 11. Afterward, he stepped out of the building. The other end asked for a status update. "How's that guy?" Xiao replied, "I just gave him one hand less, still breathing fine." The caller asked, "So he's not dead?" Xiao, "Yes. So should we kill him?" It turned out the caller was Section Chief Jiang. He warned, "Kid, focus a bit more when you carry out missions." Xiao objected. "The mission said warn, not kill." Section Chief Jiang, "That's on paper. In the field, you have to finish the job properly." Xiao listened and replied, "Okay, I understand." Suddenly, Section Chief Jiang called again, "Kid, I know how you are, but this is a necessary mission. As leader of Team Ghost, your careless work is unacceptable. Ghost's existence is secret. Even high officials don't know. Yet, as team leader, you know your responsibilities." Xiao, "Yes, I understand." Section Chief Jiang, "All right. Then next time execute the mission as best you can, okay?" Xiao, "Yes." Back in the present, facing Yuriong, Xiao suddenly said, "You finding this fun, huh?" Which puzzled him. "What?" Xiao rose onto his toes and sprang forward. The knife lodged in his chest was brushed across Xiao's skin. He freed himself from the blade and delivered a sweeping kick. Yuriong quickly lost his balance. His body wobbled, his face showing disbelief. Xiao stabbed downward from above. The knife lodged right beside Yuriong's neck. He lay flat on the floor. Xiao swept the blade across the floor in an arc, sparks flying. The knife drew ever closer to Yuriong. After the sweep, Xiao tossed the knife upward. Yuriong hurriedly raised his hand to catch it. Seizing the moment, he launched a kick. Xiao dropped to one knee to brace and absorb the kick. Yuriong's eyes narrowed. Xiao had one of his legs pinned. He pressed the knife against that thigh. Yuriong's eyes widened. Xiao brought both hands down, slicing twice across his leg. Yuriong quickly slid back, escaping Xiao's hold. He panicked inwardly, thinking, "Damn, my foot would have been gone if he'd been a second slower. What the hell? Where did this bastard come from to be this skilled?" As Xiao kept his head down, a notification sounded. "There's trouble over here. You need to come immediately." "Damn, what's over there? Do I have to go right now?" Thinking that, Xiao sheathed his knife and said, "That's it for today. You're lucky. See you next time, bastard." He raised a finger in a casual salute as he spoke. But Yuriong staggered to his feet and snarled angrily, "Why are you leaving before it's finished, you?" He could only watch Xiao's retreating back. The pain in his leg throbbed, forcing him to cry out. Yuriong barked, "Stop, you bastard. Stay right there for me." Cut to another place. Someone strode forward and shouted, "You bastards. Hearing you were causing trouble here, I rushed over immediately. But what do I see? It's Taeyong." He looked at Jiankin with contempt. "Just a kid. And who's that behind him? Hungu. Are you carrying Diakbi?" Hearing that, the man's face flushed and he teared up, asking, "So you don't know me? You really don't recognize me?" About 5 or 6 cars simultaneously shone their headlights on the group. Taeyong continued, "Enough kidding around. Now that I'm here, not a single one of you is getting away." Jiankin tensely stepped forward with his weapon. Then suddenly someone's foot appeared silent. The sounds drew the group's attention. Thin fishing lines were quietly tossed onto Taeyong. He froze in confusion. "Huh?" Xiao looped a line around Taeyong's neck and said, "You've talked too much." Taeyong ground his teeth and swung a punch back. Xiao quickly slid to the side, moving behind him. Immediately the lines tightened around Taeyong's neck. Xiao pulled the line hard from behind. He bent down. Taeyong's body fell onto his back, thrashing as he was strangled. "HRK." Xiao, restraining Taeyong, said irritably, "Why do dumb people always like to talk so much? That habit will get you killed." Xiao yanked the line back hard. Taeyong struggled under the choke, but couldn't break free. Xiao glanced at him and asked, "Still got a big mouth now? The more you yap, the more trouble you bring on yourself." Taeyong's face flushed from lack of air, but he still spat out, "You bastard, how dare you?" Like a shadow, Xiao tightened the line further and added, "You're unlucky to meet me today. Today you're like a dog with a noose." Damn. Taeyong swung an elbow up, aiming for Xiao's shoulder. Xiao let Taeyong drop off him, then wrapped a few more turns around his neck. "What are you doing, huh?" Saying that, Xiao kicked the opponent's knee, forcing him to drop to his knees. Xiao tightened the line more and more. "Still too stiff, huh?" Taeyong struggled and flailed. HRK. At this, his henchman panicked. "That bastard Xiao is threatening us. Try stepping forward and see what happens. Maybe I'll just tighten the line a little more." He said it and pulled harder, leaving Taeyong unable to resist. Then Xiao turned and told Jiankin, "Kid, check on everyone and get them out of here quick." Hunga watched, sweating. This was beyond imagination. Taeyong of Jiorang was subdued so easily. Where did Tae-san find this monster? Xiao kept tightening the line and said, "If you still want to live, order your men to get lost. I'll spare your life." Suddenly, Section Chief Jang appeared behind him. He launched a slash. Xiao quickly shifted half his body back to evade. Section Chief Jang called out, "You think you can escape by doing that?" The fishing line was cut right in front of him. Xiao's eyes narrowed. Section Chief Jang spun around behind him. Too predictable a move. Then he slammed his palm hard into Xiao's back. Xiao cried out and dropped to his knees in pain on the ground. Section Chief Jang flashed a smug smile. "That's the wounded spot from before, right? I could tell just by looking. I didn't expect it, Xiao. I didn't think you'd still be alive like this. My guess that you survived was spot on. The leader of Tae-san is that bastard Beck Isu, right?" As he spoke, he cruelly drove a knife down onto Xiao's hand. Then he looked toward Jiankin's group and warned, "Nobody come any closer. When you control a hostage, you must use them properly. Don't threaten them sloppily and let them escape. Maybe I'll show you a bit of my skills." Taeyong, after slipping free, clutched his neck, furious, cursing what a bastard. Section Chief Jang looked down at Xiao. "Kid, I've taught you many things. If you want peace of mind, you must eliminate opponents. Don't give them a chance to turn the tables, right?" Taking advantage of the moment, Taeyong lunged and kicked Xiao. "Let me finish him off quickly," he said. Then he swung a fist at Xiao's face. Xiao's body was slammed hard onto the ground. Taeyong grabbed Xiao's collar and rained punches down, hissing angrily. "You were so cocky earlier. Now what, you little bastard, are you barking again?" Section Chief Jang, seeing this, clicked his tongue in displeasure. Taeyong kept hammering punches into Xiao, shouting, "Come on, bark, you bastard. So quiet now. Stand up and act arrogant again." But at that moment, Xiao grabbed his arm. He flipped the man over and controlled him from behind. Xiao slammed Taeyong's face down onto the ground. He winced in pain. Xiao used his elbow to tighten his choke on him. His eyes sharpened as he said, "You dog, I have to teach you some manners." Then with one hand, he drew his knife and carved a cut on Taeyong's face. A pitiful scream rang out. Xiao looked ahead, voice low. "How you like that little performance?" Taeyong clutched his face in pain. "Look at my eye, you dog." Xiao continued. "The situation's different now. I won't be merciful anymore." Section Chief Jang put on a sneer. "Hey, suit yourself. If that idiot dies, it's no loss to me either." Then he turned and ordered those behind him, "You idiots, move up and grab those Goodo guys." The henchmen stared ahead, making no move. Xiao still restrained Taeyong. "Can you command them or not?" he asked. "Seems our section chief has no authority here. You think gangsters follow military-style discipline? You're dreaming. Those who oppress others to seize power are never respected. A true leader is trusted by his subordinates. Once you're in the underworld, you play by underworld rules. Section Chief, you lack experience here." Hearing this, Section Chief Jang glared angrily, as if these fools' rules baffled him. His shifty eyes began calculating. "If stupid Taeyong dies today, it's his own fault, but I still need him alive for work. Annoying that his men wouldn't listen to me." After thinking it over, Section Chief Jang called out Li Xiao. "Spare that bastard. Consider today your win over me. And Director Taeyong, meet me later to talk." His expression was terrifying now, like a bloodthirsty demon. Xiao replied, "This bastard Taeyong. I'll release him once we get away from here, but none of his men are allowed to follow us." After that, the group began to leave, leaving Section Chief Jang standing frozen. Their footsteps faded into the distance. Taeyong spat through clenched teeth. "You're lucky, you dog." Shaun shot him a warning glare. "You're talking too much again. Haven't you learned? See, you idiot." Saying that, he began to loosen his grip on Taeyong's neck. Taeyong tried to swing as he was released, but hit nothing. He hurriedly turned and saw only darkness. Taeyong, furious, ground his teeth. "Where are those bastards? Tae-san, you haven't heard the last of me. I'll kill you all." Just then, Section Chief Jang stepped forward. "Taeyong, we need to talk." Taeyong sneered, raised his fist, and replied, "You're just in time. I got things to tell you too." Section Chief Jang also raised the knife in his hand. Later, Isu's car pulled up at the abandoned warehouse. At the same time, Shaun's group arrived there as well. Choi Chan-ho hurried over and asked, "Everyone okay? Is Deokbi hurt?" Young Gil answered, "He doesn't look well. Get him to a hospital fast." At that moment, Isu and Jaehyun looked ahead, and Isu called Li Shaun. Shaun, covered in wounds, still tried to wave and smile at them. Later, the car drove back onto the road. Q Chang hung his head in guilt. "Deokbi, I'm really sorry to you." Deokbi smiled and said, "It's okay, it's my fault anyway. It's my stupidity, but everyone's okay." Q Chang rubbed his hands together, sweating profusely. Deokbi continued, "We need to apologize to the young master. Whatever we lost doesn't matter. His safety is what counts." Q Chang's tears fell in streams. "Il Hack ended up like this because of me. How can I face him again?" Deokbi tilted his head, comforting him. "Don't overthink it. You know you were wrong. If needed, I'll speak up for you." Then his own tears quietly rolled down. "When we meet the young master, you and I will." His gaze slowly closed. At that moment, Deokbi leaned his head against the window and went silent. Q Chang stared at him in astonishment. Then he clenched his hands tight again. An overwhelming agony rose up that he couldn't hold back. Before Deokbi shut eyes, he blurted, "Sob, will I go with you, Deokbi?" At the warehouse side, Section Chief Jang was lighting a cigarette and addressed Director Taeyong. "Looks like you're about to take a beating, huh?" Glancing at his face, he said as he grabbed Taeyong by the hair. "You're really getting on my nerves, you know?" Taeyong was down and couldn't fight back. Cut to Il Hack headquarters. Voices of scolding rang out. "You stupid bastard. Why did you do that? Why say it? You betrayed the brothers. Betrayed Il Hack. Because of you, the others' lives were put in danger. Do you realize that? That bastard really is an idiot." Gwangpul was pummeling Q Chang with punches to vent his anger. "How dare you show your face here? How could you be so stupid?" As Gwangpul was about to strike again, someone stopped him. "All right, stop it, Gwangpul." It was Choi Chan-ho. Gwangpul barked at him too. "Chan-ho, you can't just sit there. Let me teach this bastard a lesson." Choi Chan-ho shouted back, "I've said it's enough. This is his business. We only know so much. The decision of life or death rests with the young master." Sung-min sat grim and silent. Gwangpul still wasn't satisfied. "Brother, how can a young master lay hands on this filthy bastard? Let me handle it." Isu watched Sung-min, who was nervously clenching his hands. Isu then spoke up. "We at Tae-san have no objection to this matter. This is Il Hack's internal affair. Handle it as you see fit. Still, Tae-san has put in a lot of effort this time. You should deal appropriately with someone who betrayed his comrades like this. Whether the punishment is harsh or mild, you must resolve it firmly to prevent similar incidents." Saying this, he placed his knife into Sung-min's hand. Then he turned to remind the others, "You all stay calm, don't rush. The important things will be handled. Beating or killing him won't really solve anything." With that, he laid a hand on Gwangpul's shoulder to steady him. Then Isu stepped outside. "The main thing is to make him and the others understand their mistakes." Gwangpul slowly rose to his feet. Sung-min looked down at the knife in his hand, making his decision. "Maybe because of me, a leader without talent, he was disappointed and acted out, betraying the brothers." Hearing this, Choi Chan-ho hastily protested. "Young master, why would you say that?" Sung-min continued forward. "Therefore, as I see it, he doesn't deserve any punishment for this. All of this. I'll forgive you, Li Qiuchang, although I'm truly pardoning you this time. Don't think I'm being lenient or merciful toward you. I'm acting because I've recognized my own weakness. It was my weakness that led to Deokbi's death, not yours. Ultimately, this verdict isn't mine alone, but IL Hack's. I hope none of us ever repeat such actions. Q Chang knelt there, as if waiting for a sentence to fall upon him. Then he was stunned when Sung Min strode past. Q Chang turned back confused and blurted out, "Why?" He shouted in agitation. "Why are you sparing my life? Young master, all the guilt is mine. Why are you taking all the blame?" "Because Ami Diakbi had to die," Sung Min replied calmly. "This incident has awakened me. For the future of IL Hack, for us, I will strive to learn and improve myself. I will restore IL Hack to its former glory. This is the goal I must aim for. On this difficult road, I don't want any useless blades. So on this path, don't stand in our way. Better yet, disappear. Don't show up again. For now on, you are no longer one of Goodo IL Hack's members. On this path, I don't want to see a traitor like." After walking a bit, Sung Min paused. The others following also understood. Sung Min, face weary, spoke up. "Pathetic, what now? I haven't achieved anything. Aside from spouting useless words, I don't think I've done anything for IL Hack." Choi Chan Ho, standing behind, objected. "No, young master, you've done right. IL Hack's future depends on you. You are the leader of IL Hack." Sung Min turned in surprise and asked, "Leader of IL Hack? Me?" Choi Chan Ho affirmed seriously. "From now on, every matter of IL Hack, every action, every move will be decided by you, young master. You must be strong and resolute. All the wise actions of the young master will help IL Hack regain its position." Cut to the rooftop of headquarters. Isu stood alone, smoking up there, looking down at the scene below. Suddenly someone offered a lighter. "Want to use this?" Isu replied, "Ah, thanks." The one who handed it was Suau, her face still cold and expressionless. Isu took the item and wondered, "I don't even remember where I left my lighter. But why does a girl have one of these? Do you smoke too?" Suau calmly said, "That's the lighter Beck Du Kyung used before." "Beck Isu. Huh," she added, staring off into the distance. Isu froze, then exclaimed, "You call me Beck Isu? I haven't heard my real name in ages. Lately everyone calls me Beck Du Kyung. I've almost forgotten my real name. I've immersed myself too deeply, dragged into this to the point of no return. Revenge for him has taken over my mind. It's made me muddled. I can't act like my true self anymore. Every action and word has to mimic Beck Du Kyung. Even deciding simple gestures, I worry about doing this or that correctly to be perfect. Because of all that, even simple things like drinking or smoking, I have to use these props. When he sees me like this, I don't know if he'll approve or scold me." Suau replied, "I think he'd be glad. You do everything for him, but I'm pretty sure he'd say something like this. Even though we're twins, how on earth are we so different? I think he'd say that." She gave a faint smile as she spoke. Isu was briefly surprised, then said, "Really?" Isu turned and asked with a pained smile, "Would Beck Du Kyung really say that?" Suau, seeing the hint of despair on his face, was startled. Director Beck." At that moment someone appeared and called out, "You're here?" "Director Beck." It was Sung Min, followed by Choi Chan Ho climbing the stairs. Isu quickly stubbed out his cigarette and smiled. "Chairman Lee, you came?" "Everything's settled down." Sung Min bowed and handed over the knife. "Thank you. You gave me a sharp blade. It's the best knife I've ever seen, unlike my blunt ones before." Isu took the knife and looked down thoughtfully. "Is that so? I think you handled the recent matter well. What's done is done. Now let's talk about the main issue." At that, Choi Chan Ho spoke up. "Excuse me, Director Beck. I have something to say. Before discussing upcoming matters between the two groups, could you answer my previous question?" Isu glanced at him. "What question?" And then he remembered. "The conversation from the boarding house the other day. I want to ask about your taste, San. Are you cooperating with IL Hack or planning to use IL Hack?" Isu stepped between them and replied, "I'll explain that later." Then he suddenly stopped and called, "Choi Chan Ho, there's one more thing I need to confirm. Has IL Hack been involved in shady dealings in Seoul? Is that true?" Choi Chan Ho answered frankly, "Yes, but that was all in the past." Isu continued, "So how much did IL Hack earn daily from those shady dealings?" Choi Chan Ho replied, "That was about 15 years ago. I don't recall exactly, only vaguely." "Why are you asking about that?" Isu didn't stop. "Was it an enormous sum, right?" He grew a bit impatient. Director Beck, I don't understand what you're getting at. Isu leaned back against the railing and said, standing atop Seoul isn't just our wish. Many gangs are striving for that. Choi Chan-ho looked slightly puzzled. What do you mean by that? Isu explained, whoever they are, they fall under government control. They use force and law to regulate us. The gang's businesses are systematically divided. They do everything to control the power of these groups. So there were bloody purges against gangs that disobeyed or crossed them. All of this was masterminded by that bastard section chief Jang. The plan is called One Sing. He seemed to vaguely realize something. Was Director E referring to the document the former IL hack president received from the station chief? Isu affirmed, that's exactly what I mean. Keeping this secret even from your own good-o clansmen isn't easy, is it? Choi Chan-ho then asked, Director Bai, I still don't understand the purpose of this meeting. The sunlight was beginning to break. Isu replied coolly, purpose? It's nothing grand. Territory, money, gang rivalries mean nothing to me. Whether I stand at Seoul's pinnacle is irrelevant. What I need to do is take down that bastard, Section Chief Jang. I must destroy his scheme. I can't let him succeed. Or to put it plainly, this is a personal vendetta between him and me. He spoke as a palpable aura of murderous hatred emanated from him, with a hint of wryness beneath it. Choi Chan-ho asked again, defeating him means that much to you? Director Beck Isu answered, yes, it's very important to me. He stole my family. That bastard will pay for what he did. So once I've achieved that goal, I'll step back and leave the running of Seoul to you. As he said this, he placed his hand on Sung Min's shoulder. Then suddenly, Isu said someone wanted to meet you. You were surprised. Someone wants to meet us? Isu nodded. Although it's not the best timing, his health isn't great, but that person is very eager to meet you. Before that person can meet you all, I'll take responsibility for this matter. After saying that his shoulders sagged, he descended the stairs alone. Cut to another residential area. Inspector Won-ho stepped out of the car and asked irritably, what's going on? Is something big happening here? Why is the driveway to Lee Sung-hak's villa being guarded by Jirang's men like this? He looked puzzled at the black-clad crowd filling the steps. Inside, Section Chief Jang was pouring himself a drink alone. Someone at the door announced, the director has arrived. What do we do? He replied, let him in. Won-ho then stormed in and angrily demanded, how dare you treat the police like this? Don't you know I'm the head of the inspection bureau? Sitting at the table, he kept sneering. Damn gangs, now they even act up to me. Section Chief Jang told them to ignore it. They don't know anything. Pretend they're not there. Sir, sit down. Only then did Won-ho look the others over with a scrutinizing gaze. Who is this guy? I don't think I've met him before. Are you Ryu Taeyong? He looks different from what I imagined. He actually looks quite dashing and handsome. The man opposite was Taeyong. He smoothed his hair and nonchalantly replied, you flatter me, but everyone does say that about me. Then he suddenly gritted his teeth. What did you just say? Have you always thought I'm useless and ugly? Old Won-ho took off his glasses and exclaimed, Section Chief Jang, this matter? He snorted, maybe we have many things to discuss, but first there are a few personal matters to settle, right? Section Chief Jang remained cold. Director, you seem far too used to police procedures. You're not familiar with the underworld's ways. He said this with displeasure. Why would you say that, Section Chief Jang? Section Chief Jang glanced over. I've told you that many times, haven't I? How did you forget so quickly? We're just business partners, not sworn brothers or anything like that, right? This is my territory, so don't talk nonsense about loyalty or honor here. Your rank doesn't mean anything to me either. I'm reminding you this time, so you remember. Don't repeat it. Now, let's get to the main matter. So where does this begin? Cut to a photo shrine scene. Sung Min stood before a framed photo, bowing in somber silence. He touched the photo and said, Uncle Deokbi. Then memories surfaced, a small gloved hand gripping an ice pop and snapping it in two. At that time, little Sung Min was sitting on Deokbi's shoulders, playing with the snow. Uncle, are you the oldest person here? He suddenly asked. Deokbi replied in surprise. Huh. Young master, what are you saying? I'm still young after all. Sung Min wondered. But you're the tallest here. Chan-ho said the older you're the taller you get. Right, uncle? Deokbi chimed in. Oh, so you heard that? Then it must be true, young master. The boy shouted happily. I want to grow up fast and be tall like you, Uncle Deokbi. Choi Chan-ho then appeared and said, Young master, even if you grow up, you still might not be taller than Deokbi. Deokbi, are you here? Little Sung Min excitedly cried out. If Deokbi is the tallest here, he should be our leader, right? When I grow up, I'll definitely lead everyone. Sung Min laughed at that. Yes. As you wish, I greet you, Deokbi. Deokbi was utterly flustered. Oh, what are you saying? He hurriedly explained. Young master, that's not what you mean. Still, little Sung Min kept smiling brightly, utterly delighted. Back in the present, Sung Min pressed his hand to the glass and said, Every time I visit you, I remember that moment. Even though I've grown, I couldn't get as tall as you. Why did you leave so soon? Why did you abandon everyone? What am I supposed to do now? He said, burying his head in sorrow. Tears streamed down his face. I wish I could go back to being that child. Uncle, Choi Chan-ho stood beside him, silently holding back his grief. Outside, Isu leaned against the car, smoking. After a while, Sung Min and Choi Chan-ho came out. He called, Director Beck, you've arrived? Isu answered, I was going to pay my respects, but I thought I'd give everyone some privacy. It's really unfortunate. If only I could have acted faster. Choi Chan-ho said, No, it's not your fault, Director Beck. Suddenly Sung Min stepped forward and called out to Director Beck. He bowed his head before Isu. We are truly grateful to you and Tae-san Hui for what happened. Il Hak owes Tae-san so much, so you don't need to blame yourself. No one wanted that to happen. In the underworld, life and death are unavoidable. Il Hak thanks you once again. Our survival is because of you. As he spoke, Choi Chan-ho also bowed with him to show gratitude to Isu. Isu patted Sung Min's shoulder and replied, All right, there's no need for that. You're making me awkward. You're the president. Why should the president bow to us? It's a tragic event no one wanted. Recover your spirits quickly and don't let it affect your work. Sung Min regained his composure. Yes, he's probably watching over me from heaven. Isu said, Oh, I brought someone with me today. Goodo from your side had a big influence in the recent events. At that moment, a person opened the car door and stepped out. He smiled and said someone needed to clean up the mess. This is Ovcharka, the inspector from the Russian anti-mafia unit, temporarily attached to Goodo. Cut to Jiarang's Red Hotel. Taehyung stood there sulking, with a handprint-like bruise around his neck. He recalled just recently slamming his hand on the table and loudly demanding, Why? Do we have to temporarily look after those damn Tae-san guys? Section Chief Jang replied calmly, Don't be hasty. Think about it. If the two sides are fighting to the death now, outside powers will exploit the chaos to profit. Do you think Tianxiong of the HHS conglomerate is Jiarang's friend? If things get out of control, can you handle the responsibility? Old Wanho finally spoke up. For now, just listen to me. He smiled and told Jiarang to negotiate peacefully with HHS. Start with words. That's the best approach for now. So later, if there's a conflict, you won't be allowed to say anything. Isn't that right? The more Taehyung thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it. Just then there was a knock at the door. He said, Come in. Seeing who entered, he asked what was up. The subordinate hesitated a bit. Director, they've requested to postpone the meeting. Taehyung ground his teeth. What? Reschedule the meeting? The other side's lackey only said that much. Cut to another place, a cheerful voice called, Welcome, customers. This is Daelim Chinatown. Isu stepped inside and replied, Excuse me, service for the guests, please. The owner came out and said, Please take that seat. Sorry, it's a bit crowded today. Isu waved it off. The owner asked, What will you have? He calmly replied, I'm here on business, not to dine. The owner sighed. This is a restaurant, and you're not here to eat. So what are you here for? Isu put a business card on the table, looked up and smiled. May I meet your boss? Someone from Tae-san is here to see him. The owner asked, So you're from Tae-san? You sure take this place seriously, huh? But take this hit first, then we'll talk. With that, he brought a cleaver down onto Isu's hand on the table. Isu quickly pulled his hand back. Isu then grabbed the owner's wrist and twisted it backward. A loud cry rang out. Ah! Isu controlled him and said through gritted teeth, Don't think because I speak politely you can act up. I told you, I'm here to meet someone, not to fight. He didn't need many people to show up like this. At that moment, several others in the place began to stand up. Another man swung an axe at him and shouted, Die, you bastard! Isu quickly delivered a kick. Immediately, a chair flew into that man's stomach. Isu grabbed the man's head. Then he slammed the man's head hard onto the floor. The others, some with axes and some with knives, shouted, "You son of a—" At that moment, a strange knife pressed against one man's chest, startling him. Xiaolan stepped in and warned, "Everyone move back." Then unexpectedly she sprang up. She flipped through the air and swung her knife down at Isu. He dodged the attack and thought to himself, "Too fast." Another knife was quickly thrown. Isu also took his knife and blocked the slash. It was strange. Her slash changed trajectory midair and still hit. As he fought, he marveled inwardly, then had to say, "So this is the butcher everyone talks about." Xiaolan's sharp eyes warned, "Shut up, you bastard. If you talk back, you'll die right here." Conflicts erupted after Il Hack's collapse. It didn't only involve gangs in Seoul. The Southwest District, where most foreigners in Seoul gather, became the site of fierce clashes between Koreans and North Koreans. The appearance of these two groups made the fighting even more intense. In this chaos, a flower bloomed brightly amid the blood-soaked battlefield. Cheon-woong. Isu was now highly wary of the opponent's ability. He thought to himself, "Is she Cheon-woong's butcher? She must not be underestimated." Xiaolan smirked. "Come at me, face me, and show me what you've got." Suddenly a loud call rang out. Xiaolan and the others looked outside. Yuhua stormed in at that moment. Xiaolan asked nonchalantly, "What's this? Weren't you at a meeting? Why are you back so early?" "Don't worry about it. Ever since that despicable man showed up here, I've wanted his head. If those bastards try to start something here, they won't get away with it." Before she could finish, Yuhua swung a slap. She said coldly, "What is going on here, Xiaolan? I'm asking you. Do you want me to slap you a few more times before you get it?" Xiaolan turned, her face streaked with a scratch. "This so-called Taesan hound has been looking for me, and, as you can see, I was about to punish him for his attitude." Yuhua ignored Xiaolan, looked at the axe stuck in the table, and asked, "Uncle Minxixi, is this yours?" The man called Uncle Minxixi kneeled on the floor, clutching his aching wrist, and protested, "Yes, but how is that my business?" Yuhua stepped toward the axe and asked again, "Have you forgotten about what we used to do so we could sleep soundly each night? Back then we slaughtered enemies, and even our own kin had to bleed. You were really cold-blooded at that time, weren't you? The prestige we gained from those bloodbaths mustn't be easily broken, right? Cheon-woong would rather die than abandon his weapon. Have you forgotten Cheon-woong's vow?" As she spoke, she placed the axe into Uncle Minxixi's hand. Isu watched her and thought inwardly, Choi Yuhua, the head of Cheon-woong. Everyone, including the butcher, calmed down facing her. The atmosphere changed completely. Everything settled. Their visitor was clearly not ordinary. Then he twirled his knife, smiling, "Lucky I met you. If I had been a bit later, I would have been toast." "Director." Yuhua ran up to him in a panic, asking, "What happened? Are you okay?" Director Beck replied calmly, "I'm fine, no problem. More importantly, can you spare me a little time? I'm here to see you, Director." As he spoke, he tucked the knife into his shirt. Cut to an office in Cheon-woong's territory. Xiaolan sat with her chin propped on her hand, frowning in irritation to one side. Isu sat opposite her and said, "Xiaolan, can you stop acting so enraged? It's because you girls attacked me first that I just came back by myself." Xiaolan looked away and said coldly, "Yes, that was our misunderstanding. Sorry, but I can't lie to myself to be nice to people like you. So I considered whether to let this go for you." He sighed, "You really have personality. Your apology is almost too heavy for me." At that moment, Yuhua carried a tray of drinks, smiling. "What's going on here?" "Director Beck, you said you came to see me. But why are you talking to her?" She sat down and asked, "So what do you want to discuss?" "I think I already know why you're here, but I'd like to hear it from you." Isu replied bluntly, "If you already know, then no need for more words. I'll get straight to the point." Yuhua glanced over. Isu lifted his cup to sip and continued, "If Jiorang and we come into conflict, which side will Cheon-woong support?" Yuhua laughed. "Support which side? I won't stand with anyone. I only trust myself." Isu pressed, "So you won't side with the winner?" Yuhua was briefly silent, then asked, "What makes you think that?" "Isu, isn't it obvious? Even if Tae, San Hui, and Jiorang clash, whichever side wins." will suffer heavy losses in lives and property. So if you attack the factions, then you could take everything you want. I won't let that happen. Her expression sharpened. So you want us to side with Tae San-hui, right? He waved his hand. No need. I just want you to stay neutral, don't get involved, and we won't pick a fight with you either. At that moment, a knife was quickly drawn again. Xiaolon impatiently pressed the knife to his throat and barked. How dare you threaten us? Watch your tongue. Before the gleaming blade, Isu only gave an excited smile. Hey, careful there. But his expression suddenly changed. He drew his knife while looking up and snarled, Point a blade at my neck again, and that'll be a big problem. Yuhua sternly admonished. Enough, Xiaolon. This is a guest. Isu put the knife away. Director Cho, I came here alone, so I have no intention of threatening any of you. At least I'm here to negotiate a deal, so I hope your side won't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, I won't let it rest either. His expression was taut. Yuhua fell silent for a moment, observing the situation. Then suddenly, Isu produced a box and continued. Of course I came prepared. A gift for you. Whether you accept it is your choice. Yuhua was astonished when she saw the item. A ring. Xiaolon immediately lunged for the ring. Tae-san-hui, are you guys bored of living or what? Isu grimaced and hurriedly explained. Just kidding, it's only a box. Yuhua opened the box and saw a USB drive inside. She was momentarily puzzled. USB 1 sync. What is that? He smiled and said, This is the cause of everything and also why I must wipe out Jiore. Now I'll tell you why you should support Tae San-hui. It's all in here. Yuhua fell silent, staring down at the USB in her hand. Then she looked up to see Isu standing by the car, waving at her. Xiaolon asked, What will you decide? Yuhua expressionlessly replied, Not sure yet. Xiaolon turned and frowned. Not sure? You're the leader. You're supposed to make the decision for us to follow. That's what leaders do. Yuhua's voice trembled. That's why I told you. Tears suddenly flowed non-stop as she said I really can't take on the role of a leader. I'm terrified of dying. Xiaolon quickly jumped down from the table to comfort her. Oh dear, this girl's crying again. Why are you crying? You did great today. Yuhua dove into Xiaolan's arms sobbing. Didn't you see how scary Beck Du Kyung looked earlier? You saw that, right? She should have been the leader. Although a bit late, that would have been better. Suddenly, there was the sound of a slap echoing through the room. Yuhua took a slap from Xiaolon and collapsed to the floor. Xiaolon looked down with a serious expression. Is she mocking me? Me a leader? Is this really what she should be saying right now? Yuhua hung her head in protest. You can see for yourself. Everyone's already armed. There won't be any deals or negotiations left. It'll be bloodshed. Then she hugged her knees in helplessness. That's also why we need a reliable leader. Everyone, even Uncle Minshi, already had weapons in hand. Now, even Xion Woon's oath is wavering. Xiaolon took the rolled-up paper and replied that no one had ever broken their oath. They were standing up against the person who came to see her. They did it only to protect her, their leader and comrades. Whether she's weak or strong doesn't matter. What's wrong if a guild master is a little weak? Let me handle the fighting. You just need to stand behind me, cry or do whatever. As she spoke, she handed the paper to Yuhua. Yuhua's eyes were rimmed red as she said, You know what? You're really something. Xiaolon looked down coldly. Huh. I'm not very fluent in Korean anyway. Cut to the eatery from before where a voice rang out. Hey, I heard that guy Tae San-hui came here to make trouble. At that moment, a group were drinking and chatting. Chill out, man. Tae San-hui's hounds have eyes everywhere here. I'm not afraid, but we should be careful. Lucky I wasn't there that day. Another guy added, Seems the negotiations went well. Good thing you didn't make a serious mistake. Suddenly, a large car crashed straight into the front of the eatery, shocking everyone. Everyone was startled and looked outside. Shards of glass flew through the air. Uncle Minshi hurriedly asked everyone, What just happened? Are you okay? A friend staggered and grabbed the table, replying, Yes. We're fine. What was that? At that moment, a masked man stepped out of the car. Outside, 3 large vehicles were parked right on the road. Uncle Minshi stepped forward to question them. You all came in such numbers. Did you make a reservation or what? The masked men flashed a badge and declared, We're from Tae San-hui. Then a guy in the eatery grabbed a hammer and charged, shouting, You Tae San-hui dogs, are you here to cause trouble? But he was immediately hit with a knee to the face, blood spraying from his mouth. A masked man snatched the hammer from his hands. He raised the hammer, about to smash the guy. At that moment, a fist flew into his face. Someone appeared and landed a punch that sent the masked man sprawling backward. He pressed something to his ear and asked, "How do you use this thing?" This was Jin Woong arriving. He said, "Ah, yes, I can hear you now. I've reached Cheon Woong's place. There are quite a few guests here, too. They're from Tae-san? I didn't know. Seems they're wearing Tae-san badges." Isu on the other end exclaimed in surprise. "Badges?" Jin Woong replied. "Yes, really. How come I didn't know you did this?" Isu blurted, sounding ridiculous. "What do you think if I make one for you?" Jin Woong stepped in and refused. "Come on, I don't need those badges anyway. I'll clean up these fake Tae-san people to see what kind of skill these imposters actually have." Cut to Cheon Woong's office. Xiaolan sits hunched over holding a blade. Yua sitting beside her speaks up. "Could someone have been playing tricks?" Xiaolan replies with a cold expression. "As expected, you can't trust these Tae-san people. I should have killed that bastard back then. Why did I stop and let him live?" Yua hurriedly defends, "But it was Tae-san who helped us handle them before things got out of control. So we can't just blame everything on Tae-san. You can see they're all imposters. There's no reason for Tae-san to act so foolishly. They were the ones trying to cooperate with us. You guys attacked them wearing badges and kept claiming to be Tae-san. If someone wanted us to distrust Tae-san, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity?" Suddenly Xiaolan stabs the blade into the table. Right, this is the best opportunity. So they staged it on purpose, pretending someone tried to take advantage, then swooping in to save us so we'd trust them more. The plan is too obvious. They're just dirty actors, that's all. Isn't that right? Yua tries to persuade. "Honestly, we shouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly. I'm reconsidering too." Xiaolan storms off angrily. "Reconsider? Just go deal with them cleanly. The important thing now isn't finding the truth. We can't keep thinking in ways that favor Tae-san. What's important now is that Cheon Woong's honor has been severely damaged. We must reclaim it. So what should we do now? What's your thought?" "I'm waiting for your orders, leader." Yua frowns, deeply conflicted about making a decision. Xiaolan glares down. "That's the point. Yua, if even the leader is shaken, who else are we supposed to follow?" Yua slumps into a chair, holding her head tiredly. Let me think a bit more, or shall we try asking Uncle Wong for help?" Hearing that, Xiaolan turns angrily. "What? Why bring Master Wong into this? Remember, you are our leader, not Master Wong." "What do you mean by that?" Yua snaps impatiently. "I only suggested asking him for help. Why have you been snapping at me this whole time?" Xiaolan pulls the dagger stuck in the table out, then walks straight out. "If you don't give orders, I'll handle those Tae-san bastards my way." I'm not joking. As for Isu, he quickly arrived at Cheon Woong's eatery. He went in and suddenly bent down to pick something up. Looking at the knife in his hand, he winced. These throwing knives were old and worn from long use. Could these really be the everyday knives they used? These are just knives you can find anywhere, not military-grade weapons. Seems they're not Captain Zhang's men. Isu opened the door of a car, and a banknote fluttered out. He exclaimed in surprise, "Renminbi. Why is it here? Could it be that the attackers of Cheon Woong were a Chinese gang? Why would that be?" Right then his phone rang, and Isu answered. "Hello. Yes, it's me, Chairman. Did you call about something?" Sung Min on the other end asked. "I heard you went to meet the Cheon Woong Association alone." Isu replied, That's right. Bringing too many people to see them now wouldn't be a good idea. But do you know what happened between Cheon Woong and the Chinese gangs?" Sung Min was surprised. "What? Between Cheon Woong and the Chinese gangs? Those Chinese gangs have been quiet for a long time. Anyway, I'll ask Chan Ho about it." Isu, Is that so? You two are on the road now, right? Then ask later for me if you can. Have a successful business trip." "Chairman, I'm really looking forward to your results." Sung Min laughed. "Ha, you're just putting more pressure on me. Director Beck, you take care too. Anyway, the situation over there seems pretty sensitive these days." He was about to light a cigarette when someone appeared holding out a lighter. He held the phone and said to Sung Min on the line, "All right, I'm hanging up now. I'll get back to you later." The man with glasses smiled and said, Sorry, you must be surprised, right? You look busy, so I just wanted to help light your cigarette." How rude of me. Isu looked at him and asked, Excuse me, but who are you? The man took off his glasses and replied, My name is Wang Ha-Oh. I work at the currency exchange nearby. And you are? Isu smoked while sizing the man up. I'm Beck Du-kyung from the Tae-san group. He thought to himself, this guy clearly stepped on shards of broken glass, yet made not a sound at all. Wang Hao bowed. Oh my, how rude of me. I had eyes but didn't recognize Tae-san. Allow me to properly greet you again. Isu replied calmly. Ah, no need. That makes me awkward. Wang Hao reached out. Aha, is that so? If you don't mind, could I have a cigarette? He pushed the pack forward. Of course, take as many as you like. Wang Hao smoked and asked, By the way, what brings you here? Isu answered, You probably know. Some people impersonated Tae-san members and caused a ruckus here. So I'm investigating. Wang Hao exclaimed. So the troublemakers here were fake Tae-san? You mean these incidents weren't caused by Tae-san, you guys? He laughed and said, Yes, that's right. I came immediately because it was so unjust. Also, you speak very politely, don't you? Suddenly he bowed again and hurriedly said loudly, Oh my. Haha. No. Director, it's just that my Korean isn't fluent yet, so sometimes my words don't sound natural. Isu put a hand up to stop him. Hey, I was just saying. All right, you're making me even more embarrassed. Then he asked, But Mr. Wang, why did you come here? Wang Hao replied, Me? I work at the currency exchange nearby, so I'm fairly free. My boss sent me here to check things out and to tidy up the place while I'm at it. Isu looked around, thinking silently that he must be from Yu Wacha's faction, sent here to clean up the scene. Then he flicked his cigarette away. So that's it. But I still have things to investigate here. I wonder if he can postpone cleaning the scene for a bit. He wondered what this man's true purpose really was. Earlier, I also found foreign currency here. Could this man be connected to those people? Wang Hao pointed in a direction. Oh, why not start by looking on the other side first? I'll tidy up the tables and chairs on this side a bit. Saying that, he walked inside. Isu replied coldly, Fine, that's okay. If you find anything strange, let me know. His eyes kept following him. He couldn't let him erase all the evidence. He looked inside and saw Wang Hao bending over, rummaging through something. At that moment, Isu sent a message to Chairman Lee Sung-min. Do you know anyone named Wang Hao? Suddenly Wang Hao spoke up. Oh, you said to tell you if anything odd turns up, right? Isu asked. Yes. Have you discovered something? Wang Hao. Not exactly. I was just wondering, have you switched brands of cigarettes? Isu turned back in surprise. Changed cigarettes? Wang Hao explained. Yes, I work at a currency exchange, so lots of people pass through every day. I hear countless rumors. They say Beck Du-kyung used to be an executive at Oyamagumi in Japan and returned 5 years ago. They even claim you only smoke one brand, Premium Red Marlboro. Isu frowned and said, It's just cigarettes. I switched because I wanted to. He continued, But how is that possible? You didn't even notice your Zippo was out of fluid. You really look like someone who just picked up smoking recently. He said this while glancing sharply back over his shoulder. Isu glanced back once and replied, Sorry about that. I must have been distracted by the phone. Wang Hao now held a shard of glass. Distracted, huh? Fair enough. Everyone loses focus sometimes. But what was it you put into your breast pocket? Mind showing me? Isu frowned and turned back toward the rear, just as Wang Hao charged forward with the shard in hand. Cut to Sung Min's car arriving on the scene. Choi Chan-ho opened the door and said, Chairman, you should rest a bit. Sung Min laughed. I'm still not used to being called that. Oh, right, Director Beck asked me earlier to ask you about someone's identity. He asked, Whom did he ask about? You just reminded me. Do you know anyone named Wang Hao, or have you ever heard of him? Choi Chan-ho rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Wang Hao. I think I've heard the name long ago. Is he still in Korea? He used to work at a currency exchange called Dragon Egg. He was also an informant. Sung Min sounded a bit disappointed. Oh, just an informant? That doesn't seem like a big deal. But he immediately objected. No. If you're up against that guy, it's absolutely not a good thing. Especially for Il Hack and Tae-san right now, you exclaimed. Especially Il Hack and Tae-san? Choi Chan-ho recalled. 15 years ago, during Il Hack's great decline, the southwest area of Seoul was controlled by foreign gangs. The situation was really chaotic then. The leader of the Southwest area then, the vanguard of the Black Dragon Triad within the Samhap Society, was that very man, Wang Ha-O. Because of confronting that bastard, our IL hack. At this, his hand tightened into a trembling fist. Had to suffer the consequence of permanently losing its #1 route. Sungmin heard this and looked aghast, unbelieving. Over here, Isu was still being attacked by Wang Ha-O with a glass shard. He intended to restrain the man's hand. When the tip of the glass stabbed into Isu's web hand, Wang Ha-O swiped once, opening a wound on his face. He struck while speaking. "Oh, the rumors about you weren't wrong. Huh? You got decent skill." Isu smiled and said, "Seems you're not just a money-counting type either. So what's your real background?" Wang Ha-O, "Your true identity? We still have a lot we don't know about each other. I'll ask you first." With that, he lunged at Isu again. Wang Ha-O glared and demanded, "You're not Beck Dukyung, are you?" Isu dodged and replied, "Too bad. If I'd known, I would have handed you my business card to inspect. I was in such a rush today, I didn't bring any." He thought to himself that the man could weaponize anything and fought lightly and smoothly. His combat experience was clearly very seasoned. At that moment, he drew a knife from his person and received a phone call. Isu held up his hand and said, "Hey, wait a sec, hold on a moment." Then he exclaimed, "Oh wow, big news." The screen showed a message from Chairman Lee Sungmin. Wang Ha-O is the vanguard of the Samhap Society. Now he's the third member of the Black Dragon Triad within the Samhap Society. Don't confront him. Be as careful as possible. Isu said, "Someone told me absolutely not to fight this guy. Seems his ability isn't insignificant." Wang Ha-O sat down beside him and replied, "Is that what they say?" Just the usual ridiculous rumors people attach to me." "So are you planning to run away now?" he asked, raising the sharp fragments in his hand. Isu took a fighting stance and smiled. "How could I? We still have a lot to discuss and clear up, don't we? Also, let's take the chance to test how strong the Samhap Society really is." One side wielded shards of glass and pointed nails as weapons. The other brandished a bright, sharp knife, and so the two sprang at each other and attacked. Wang Ha-O spoke up. "Honestly, whether you're Beck Du-kyung or not doesn't matter much to me. I just feel that those who hide their identities, like you, aren't very trustworthy." Isu laughed. "I understand that too, which is why I have similar suspicions about you." Wang Ha-O, "You're pretty confident, huh? If you want to flee, there's still time. Are you going to run like a coward?" Isu raised the knife in front of him. "Why would I do that? We have plenty to talk about, right? Let's see how strong you are." After a brief exchange, the two launched into a brawl. Wang Ha-O threw the nails and glass shards in his hand forward in one motion. Isu seriously used his knife to slash those concealed weapons. Did he just think to send out a soundless attack to charge the opponent? Then he tried to feint, attack east to strike west, aiming at his opponent's weak point. Nice tactic, but unfortunately the man was too slow. Wang Ha-O's fist collided with Isu's blade. Yet the astonishing force of that punch sent the knife flying out of Isu's hand. Then he taunted, "So you attack with a knife like that?" The knife spun several times in the air, then fell into Wang Ha-O's hand. He grabbed the knife and thrust it straight at Isu. Isu raised both hands to block and smiled. "How can you do that? Just take someone else's knife and use it like that." The blade grazed the face of his wristwatch. Isu snapped his arm hard, and the knife flew out of Wang Ha-O's grip. Isu then reached up and caught the knife. He conveniently slashed down once at Wang Ha-O's hand, successfully creating a wound. He thought in surprise, did he use his wristwatch to block that blade? Wang Ha-O glanced toward that spot with a puzzled look. Huh. Isu gripped the knife firmly. Then he pointed it straight at his opponent with a cold expression. Wang Ha-O silently calculated that his view of this guy needed to change. He'll use his full strength to fight him. This time, Isu lunged forward to attack first. He swung a cut. Wang Ha-O leaned back to dodge. Then their elbows collided with each other. Isu spun the knife in his hand. He blocked that punch while pointing the knife at Wang Ha-O's face. After Wang Ha-O attacked with a knee, he used his other hand to parry. He rose onto his toes and sprang up. Then he launched a flying kick in midair. Isu twisted his body to dodge. Wang Ha-O spoke up again. That's an annoying fighting style, kid. That move is pretty hard to block. Isu used his arm to take the kick, but he quickly counterattacked. He swept at the opponent's lower leg. causing Wang Hao to lose balance and fall backward. His face turned panicked. Damn, he aimed for my leg? He couldn't keep his balance and tumbled into the car door. At that moment, Isu stabbed forward with a knife. Suddenly, Wang Hao grabbed the car door. He pulled it aside to block Isu from getting in. Isu paused mid-stab. Inside, Wang Hao saw an iron bar. Isu quickly yanked the car door open, but he no longer saw anyone inside. At that moment, footsteps came running. Isu turned and saw Wang Hao holding the iron bar, springing up to swing it down. Isu tried to raise his hands to block the blow. Straining, his voice grew gritty. So you're the type who uses whatever you find? Huh? Wang Hao replied. You think I'd fight someone with a knife, empty-handed? The iron bar scraped once across the pavement. Then he swung it toward Isu's knife-wielding hand. Suddenly, his knife shattered into many pieces. He was utterly stunned. Wang Hao grinned smugly. No knife anymore. How do you plan to fight me now? Elsewhere, Tu Lan was tying her hair up. Then she strutted off coolly, followed by a gang of underlings. She scowled and hissed, So stupid, so stupid. They should have attacked San right away. Xiaolan angrily threw her head back and shouted, Yeah, Cha Yua is so dumb. Yua sat in her office, clutching her head, utterly exhausted. Her expression was one of complete helplessness. Recalling Xiaolan's warning, if she didn't come up with a plan herself, Xiaolan would act on her own. I'm not joking. Yua grew more flustered. What should I do now? I'm just a puppet. I can't do anything for Qion Wang. Suddenly someone outside the door called. Boss, are you in there? Yua replied. Come in. An older man opened the door and said, I'm Gu Chongjun, the duty manager at the Sin Lim front desk. Yua stood up and asked, What brings you here? If you need anything, I can go over there myself. Chongjun replied, I'm old, but a bit of walking does me good. I heard there's some trouble here. I want to come see for myself. She hurried to greet him. Everything's been settled fine. Please sit and rest. The old man sat and continued. Isn't it lucky that Xiaolan isn't always at the leader's side? Why leave the leader alone like this? You all looked a bit thoughtful hearing that. Oh, it's because there's a bit of trouble at the club over there. Chang Jun responded. So you disagree? Then they came to the club to cause trouble for us. Boss, what do you think about this? Yua replied. Go ahead and speak. He recounted. In my 15 years at Qion Wung, from its founding to when you became leader, I've been present for every major and minor event. Yua smiled and said, Yes, I know you've sacrificed a lot for Qion Wung. Chang Jun continued. If Xiaolan is the sharp knife people respect in Qion Wung, then we must also mention Mr. Wang. Now he's retired and no longer concerned with things here. Their loyalty is unquestionable. But in my opinion, a sharp knife you can't control becomes a danger to its wielder. He said this as he pulled a prosthetic hand from his sleeve. If I had such a knife, leader, don't you think I should remove it before it harms me? A while later, he stepped outside and spoke on the phone. Ah, this is Gu Chongjun. Yes, it seems the situation isn't very settled. I already told her about Xiaolan. Qion Wung has been unstable lately, so I'm quite worried. On the other end, Taehyung gritted his teeth. Stop complaining so much. This is me helping you a little. You need to take action yourself. It's a bit difficult, so why are you nagging me now? Qion Wung has lived too safely for too long. Now there's upheaval. Are you afraid it will collapse? What you're doing is helping Qion Wung. It won't collapse. It'll just change to fit the times. But that bitch Xiaolan is troublesome. She needs to be removed for things to be settled. You understand? Chang Jun descended the stairs and replied, I understand that. Anyway, things are proceeding well, but her leader seems hesitant. No matter how sharp a knife is, it gets chipped over time. That idiot Xiaolan seems set on attacking Tae-san, and only Cha Yua is here alone. As he spoke, he waved down below. A group of thugs appeared there. He continued, We can start the plan now. My side is ready. Today's matter will be carried out by Tae-san. Cha Yua will die at Tae-san's hands today. In the office, Yua anxiously made a call. She recalled Chang Jun's earlier words. Leader, the danger isn't having a sharp knife you can't control. If you don't want to be harmed by that person, it's best to destroy it. Yua muttered impatiently. Xiaolan, why aren't you answering your phone? Later, when she went down the stairs, a group of underlings were waiting there. One of them asked, Director, where are you going? What if you run into those Tae-san people? Yua strode off and asked back, Xiaolan, does anyone know where she went? They answered, she said she's going to negotiate with Tae-san. She seemed pretty angry about it. Yua closed her eyes and pulled out sunglasses. She always does things her own way. Then she loudly called to everyone, everyone get ready. We're going over to Tae-san's to see what's what. As she walked, she thought the recent chaos might not all be Tae-san's doing. I need to investigate further. If they wanted to disrupt Cheon-woong, there's no way they'd hand me 1/6 files. I need to stop Xiaolan from doing something stupid quickly. If she attacks Tae-san now, it could trigger an outright conflict between the two sides. Suddenly, an iron bar struck the ground, drawing the group's attention. A masked man spoke up, Director Cha Yua. Where are you going, Yua? She and her underlings turned to look at the newly arrived group. He slung the club over his shoulder and continued. Do you know how dangerous it is for a young woman to be out now? It's not safe at night. Let us escort you. Yua turned back coldly and asked, Escort me? Do you lot actually think you can do that? The masked man answered confidently, Sure, we bully the many, rob the weak, and the strong beat the weak. That's our special. One of Yua's underlings shouted angrily. Who the hell are you? How do you talk back like that? You must want to die. Then the guy was struck on the head with a club. Yua glared in shock at the scene. At that, the man spoke up again, Director, all of this, is for the future of Cheon-woong. Therefore, surrender. And with that, Yua and her group were surrounded by the masked man. On Isu's side, he had Wang Ha-oh pressing the club to his face. Wang Ha-oh struck once. Then Isu tilted his body and dodged. Wang Ha-oh swung the club and said, Seems that knife is very precious to you, huh? Sorry about that. Isu stared pensively at the broken knife in his hand. Then Wang Ha-oh swung the club once more. The club suddenly slipped from his grasp. Isu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Ha-oh shifted the club and made another swing. Isu thought to himself, That's the move Xiaolan used. Wang Ha-oh exclaimed, Not bad. Thought that move would kill you for sure. Our director's skills aren't to be underestimated. Isu calmly replied, holding the broken knife. You're something too. Breaking this knife of mine isn't ordinary. Wang Ha-oh laughed loudly. I just complimented you a bit, and you actually think you're on my level? You're way too full of yourself. You still really don't understand, in this situation, how dangerous you yourself are, he said, pointing the club seriously at Isu. Isu looked down at the knife in his hand and asked, You mean I don't understand myself? That's partly true. I too have been wondering lately how strong I really am. Today I'll show you my true strength. Saying that, he put the broken knife away. Then he drew another knife and continued. So you should be careful too. From now on you should unleash your full strength. I'll fight seriously with everything I've got. Wang Ha-oh asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Isu charged forward again, swinging his knife at the opponent. A flurry of rapid attacks was unleashed by him. Wang Ha-oh dodged with difficulty. He evaluated inwardly that the strikes were much faster now, and the attacks more vicious. Isu drove a knee up, sending Wang Ha-oh's chin flying. His face momentarily contorted. Isu shifted the knife in his hand. Then he kept stabbing forward, while Wang Ha-oh kept retreating to dodge. I can't just passively block like this. If so, I'll also show you my true strength. With this one move Isu nudged Wang Ha-oh's shoulder and asked, Planning to finish me off with one strike? The two collided head-on. Isu spun his foot and struck at his leg. Using the momentum, he pushed Wang Ha-oh down to the ground. Isu raised his blade and glared, shouting, Come on then. Wang Ha-oh's face flushed as he muttered, Are you even human? No, you're not. You're a demon in human skin. Isu looked like a cold-blooded devil. As Isu's blade was about to pierce Wang Ha-oh's face, a voice suddenly called out, President. Jiankin ran over in panic. Come this way quickly, it's getting dangerous. The situation here is pretty chaotic and violent. Even in a hurry, you still remembered to nibble on your pastry. Wang Ha sat up and asked, Chaotic? What the hell are you talking about? How did things at Cheon-woong come to this? Over on that side, Yua glared in horror at the blood splattered in the air. Her subordinate shouted, Director, you must leave now. Another, while dealing with a man, yelled, Clear a path. Get the director to safety move. Yua looked down at her hands in panic. Now only two people remain around her. They urged, Director, you must go now. What about Xiaolan? We still can't reach her. You must leave now." The boy had barely finished when a masked man swung an axe at him from behind. The horrific sound made her glance back with a frozen expression. At that moment, old Chang-jun looked down from upstairs and spoke. "Director Yuhua, I'm sorry, but this had to be done for Cheon-woong's stronger future." Those below were worried for Yuhua. "Director, please calm down." She clutched her head in despair. How did things turn out like this? "Xiaolan, where are you?" On the other side, Xiaolan was wielding her blade, cutting through a chaotic pile. Her eyes scanned the surroundings like a demon's. She stood there waiting as a car headlight flashed. Yuhua sat curled in a corner, clutching her head in panic. "Xiaolan, you said you wouldn't leave me alone. Please come back." Outside the door came the sounds of fighting and shouting. "Die, you bastard!" Suddenly, everything stopped, leaving her a bit stunned as she listened in silence. Then came the pounding on the door and a call. "Open up. We're from Tae-san. Everything's been settled." Yuhua, bewildered, opened the door. Isu appeared with a large smear of blood on his face, looked down and said, "There isn't much time, so I'll be brief. Cha Yuhua, make your choice. If you cowardly hide behind this door, I'll say no more. Keep hiding like you are now. Right now, Cheon-woong is in chaos. If you choose to go out there, think carefully. Unfortunately, you might end up as one of the bodies lying around out there. So do you want to sit here, scared to death, or go out there and lead Cheon-woong through this?" After saying that, Isu reached his hand inside. He stared straight at Yuhua and said, "Choose." Cut to 10 years earlier. In a building, someone shouted, "Why call us together when everything's almost collapsing?" Il-Hack can no longer maintain its position. Soon they'll divide business rights among all the Korean gangs and organizations. Small foreign groups like ours will have nowhere left to lean on to make a living. One man, axe on his shoulder, said management of Western operations will surely be handed to a Korean gang. So we're being pushed out. This is the leader of the North Korean gang, Wai Chang-ho, representative of the North Korean group in the southwest area. Old Chang-jun slammed his hand down in anger. Those bastards don't see us as anything. They treat us like dogs eating the leftovers they toss out. This is the Chinese gang, Gu Chang-jun, representing the Korean group in the southwest. For that reason, I called everyone here to plan a counter. In this situation, we still have one option. He glanced over and asked, "What is it? Say it." At that moment, an object slammed down on the table. Wang Ha-oh banged his nameplate down and cheerfully declared, "We'll unite and make a Korean gang submit to us. This is the Samhyop Black Dragon Triad." Wang Ha-oh, branch chief of Samhyop Black Dragon Triad. Wang Ha-oh went on. Cheon-woong used to be supported by Il-Hack, which handled all their business. Now that Il-Hack has fallen, Cheon-woong will have nowhere to rely on. Currently, Cheon-woong's leader is missing. Therefore, Cheon-woong is the savior of our situation. We must join forces to take over Cheon-woong. Old Chang-jun objected. If 3 powers jointly take over, who will lead? If one of us becomes leader, won't the balance tip as before? Wang Ha-oh replied calmly. "I've found the daughter of Cheon-woong's leader. She can step up as our leader. She's 19 this year, old enough to stand up as leader." He was still dissatisfied. "How can that be? Isn't 19 too young?" Wang Hao looked toward the door and exclaimed, "Oh, here she comes. Everyone, greet her. This is the representative who will stand in for Cheon-woong's face, Director Cha Yuhua." At that moment, Yuhua and Xiaolan opened the door and stepped in. Wang Ha-oh pushed a chair toward Yuhua and continued, "In a new era, we should rename the company. How about Cheon-woong Corporation? The name reflects the grandeur of our organization." Old Chang-jun remained extremely worried. Is entrusting such a large organization to a girl like that really okay? Wang Ha-oh reassured, "Don't worry, we'll support her. Cheon-woong Corporation will become increasingly stable and grow in this new era." Yuhua sat with her head bowed before the cracked nameplate, with Wang Ha-oh and Xiaolan standing behind her in support. Back in the present, Isu reached out his hand toward Yuhua. She, Tran Tru, stretched out her hand, but the other hand suddenly froze. Yuhua pulled her hand back and said, "All right, I'll go out there myself." Suddenly, she stared in surprise toward one side. Seeing a string of men knocked out and sprawled on the floor, Yuhua exclaimed, "Impossible, they're all 3 of you. Did you take them all out?" Jiankin handed a pastry to Xiaon and asked, "Want some more?" Xiaon wondered, "Why do I always get a smaller share?" Isu asked Yuhua, "Where's Xiaolan? Why leave her alone like that?" At that, she seemed to remember. Yuhua quickly dialed her phone. "Right, I have to contact her immediately." Suddenly, a still conscious man leaning against the wall spat out, "What idiots! Calling won't help. Earlier you and Xiaolan. None of you should have escaped. But it seems that kid will die alone without you by her side." Yuhua glared and demanded, "What did you say?" "Over there," Xiaolan hissed impatiently. "Damn it." Then she called out, "Hey, subordinate, answer me." "Yes," Xiaolan asked. "How much longer until we reach San? And why cram everyone into one vehicle like this? It's too cramped, get off some of you." She sat among a group of subordinates, all cowering. "If you want to walk or catch another ride, do it yourself." A sweating subordinate replied, "Sorry, ma'am, but all the vehicles are full." Xiaolan pinched his face and barked, "Then get off and walk. Why squeeze into one car?" He replied, "But ma'am, we're almost there, just hang on." The front passenger spoke up, "You seem more irritable than usual. Did something happen to you?" She huffed, "Enough, what are you implying?" Then the group realized there really might be something wrong. The driver said, "If you don't say it, your mood will just keep getting worse. We'll have to share in that anger with you. There must be something bothering you, for sure." Xiaolan replied wearily, "Go ask your leader about it." "Ask him. He says it's related to the leader?" "The leader has too much on his plate. He can't fix everything. We, as a subordinates, always follow her orders. Even if we die, we wouldn't complain. She should know how to lead, make decisions for Cheon Wung, so everyone can follow. But she can't say a word. So we act on our own." The driver asked again, "Xiaolan, do you really think we must blindly follow the leader's orders to the death? But that's not acceptable. Many of us have lives. We can't just live only for death. There are too many regrets in life. We're ordinary people, not as resolute as you. We have elderly parents and children to care for. We must live for them. We want to live." After watching their expressions, Xiaolan bowed her head and said, "You're right. Maybe you're not as strong as I am, and death is terrifying to you. I've been too focused on myself and forgot everyone's thoughts and feelings. I'm really a shallow person, good at killing, but we've been on the road for how long until we get to San? Why do I feel like you're driving me in circles?" This made everyone tense. A man in the passenger seat twisted his wrist and said, "That's enough talk. Can you please shut up a bit?" Xiaolan's expression sharpened at that. The two people beside her quickly restrained her arms. Then the man in the passenger seat threw a punch. After punching, he wore a satisfied look. "That was a good, solid hit. I've been waiting a long time to clock this bastard in the face." Xiaolan tilted her head back and snapped, "If you want to hit me, then hold me tight. If I get free, you'll all be dead because of me." The driver spoke up, "Boss, we had no choice. It's for our lives and our families we had to do this." Xiaolan quickly launched a kick to the man's face and barked, "You fucking..." The vehicle suddenly fishtailed on the road. The shaved-head man panicked and grabbed her, shouting not to let her get free. Suddenly, Xiaolan used her strength to pull the two of them toward the center. Their heads slammed forcefully into each other. After dealing with them, she said coldly, "You stupid bastards, you. There's plenty of meat here. Let me carve some for you, okay?" The tires kept sliding uncontrollably along the road. After losing control, it skidded for a bit, then tipped onto its side. The cars behind had also come to a stop. Then, with a booted kick, a car door flew off to the outside. Xiaolan quickly jumped out of the vehicle. She stood beside the crushed car. Then she looked back at the men in the car and said, "Are the little people out here just trying to survive?" Xiaolan then turned her sharp gaze forward. The vehicle doors were opened, and she continued, "You worthless bastards, what right do you have? You sold your dignity just to live, didn't you? Anyone brave, come over here. I'll show you the price of betrayal." A group of men charged at Xiaolan. "Brothers, go. She's alone. Don't be afraid." One of them lunged forward with a knife. Xiaolan quickly stomped, distorting his face as blood spurted out. The man's body fell backward. Another man charged forward swinging an axe. Xiaolan sliced down, cutting his arm with the blade. The blade bit in a bone at his wrist. A scream of pain rang out, and she screamed inside, "Die, all of you. Then another man with a knife rushed in. Xiaolan swiftly turned to face him. She kicked up and struck the man's shoulder. The two collided and tumbled backward. Xiaolan swung the blade down with great force. The hand holding the knife was severed from the body. A scream echoed. "My hand!" Xiaolan kept hacking at the two men, blood spraying everywhere. She grabbed hold of some unlucky guy's arm and raised the blade again. With another downward slash, yet another arm was severed from a body. Fresh blood ran along the blade. Xiaolan asked aloud, "Not scared? I'm all alone here. Is that what you're saying?" Then another spray of blood arced through the air. At that moment, the rest of the group stood frozen beside the car. Xiaolan stepped on the corpse and continued. "Have you ever wondered why they call me the Butcher? That nickname isn't an empty one." A man dripping with sweat turned back and scolded, "Shit, I told you touching that bitch wouldn't end well. What do we do now?" The shouted-at man panicked. Oh, it's bad, let's run." Xiaolan's body seemed dyed black with murderous intent. She stepped forward with eyes blazing. Those terrified, wailing looks were no different from animals about to be slaughtered. "Call me whatever you want, crazy woman or whatever, I don't care." One man tried to open a car door and jump in when a blood-covered knife suddenly flew at him. He stared in horror at the knife embedded in the door. Xiaolan went on, "But today, I'll show you what Qion Wung's butcher is." As she spoke, her eyes glowed red, her face terrifyingly smeared with blood. Cut to a rooftop where Wang Ha-o leaned against the railing and said, "It took 10 years for outsiders like us to be acknowledged and find a place in Seoul, even gaining control over the southwest area. The Qion Wung you see today was written with the blood and tears of countless people. And you dare to look down on all of that? You old man." Old Chong Jun, his prosthetic hand fallen off, raised a trembling, withered hand and answered, "Wait, I didn't. Mr. Wang, please hear me out. Anyway, Qion Wung is already at its end." Wang Hao stepped closer, kicked the fake hand away, and asked, "You still dare to utter those filthy words?" The old man shouted, "Don't you understand? The government has directly stuck its hands into our affairs. The One Sing Project was set up by the government to purge and control all underground forces. The world has truly changed. All organizations will sooner or later collapse, and Qion Wung won't be exempt. Even the Central Association has fallen apart. Our Qion Wung will be swallowed up. Think it over. We can cooperate once more." With that, Chong Jun stretched out his hand to persuade. Wang Ha-o silently looked at the outstretched hand. Then he placed his hand on top of it. "You say this Qion Wung will fall along with the other groups in Seoul?" The old man laughed and affirmed, "Yes, we can't change it." Wang Ha-o glared and squeezed that hand hard. "How dare you entertain such foolish thoughts?" Old Chong Jun begged in pain. Mr. Wang, spare me." Wang Ha-o continued, "Then 10 years ago, what did you say with your own mouth? That this organization would be handed to that girl. Do you remember what I said back then? That Qion Wung would endure like bedrock. Qion Wung is the blood flower that blooms brilliantly in the night. And it's the flower with the most thorns. No one dares touch it. Those who don't believe that will pay the price." He said this as he pressed a knife to that hand. Chong Jun was terrified. "Mr. Wang, please, spare me, don't." Wang Hao said, "You no longer have the right to touch that blood flower." Immediately, the fingers came off the hand. A scream like a castrated pig rose up. Wang Ha-o glared warningly. "And don't forget, this is my Qion Wung." A week quickly passed. On both sides of the organization street, 2 lines of people stood in queues. Shaun walked along and asked, "Hey, Mr. Gorilla, did I miss something? I clearly remember that we lent a hand to the Qion Wung organization. So why do they still act so damn ugly about it?" Jin Wung replied, "Their leader was attacked, and there's even a traitor within their ranks. That's why they're like this. I think they still need time to decide whether we're allies or enemies." Inside the room, Isu sat opposite Wang Ha-o. He began, "First of all, please excuse us. Our leader should have come in person to discuss things with you. But due to some unavoidable complications, this time I must reluctantly act as your representative." Isu then asked, "So you sent a currency exchange manager to represent all of Qion Wung? Should I accept this and treat it as a joke? Or should I be pleased because the person in front of me is the real power here? Am I right?" The triad boss said. Wang Hao laughed. "Ha ha ha. If you regard me that highly, everything will be settled quickly. Let's wrap this up and deal with matters here first. Tae-san, what do you think about shaking hands with Cheon-woo? Isu looked surprised. What? Wang Ha-oh explained. We know the whole situation about the One Sync project and the recent series of events. So aren't you in need of a reliable ally right now? Saying that, he lifted a bottle and pushed it forward. There is no one more suitable than our Cheon-woo. What do you say? Isu, as if understanding, smiled and replied, This isn't for me to decide. Our Tae-san is now under Il Hack's command. Wang Hao chuckled and said, Ha! I told you we know what's been happening recently. Don't hide behind a puppet leader like that. Why can't we talk straight with each other? Isu pulled out a cigarette and said, A puppet leader? I thought that term should be for Cheon-woo. I've been itching to say it all along. So basically you're trying to recruit us under Cheon-woo's banner, right? Wang Ha-oh rolled up his sleeves and laughed. Ha ha! You haven't seen enough of life yet. Your vision is still narrow. You need to look at the whole picture behind Cheon-woo. Outside, Shaun stood under the eaves as the sky began to pour. He held out his hand to catch the rain and said, Oh ho, it's raining. Xiaolan appeared in a bedraggled state, covered in blood, and walked up. The subordinates panicked. Boss is here, she asked quietly. Where's Mr. Wang? Is he inside? The subordinate replied. Yes, sir. He's discussing matters with the chairman of Tae-san. Suddenly, someone stepped forward to block Xiaolan's path. Jin Woong spoke up. Excuse our rudeness, but our boss is in a meeting inside. Therefore, anyone without permission is forbidden entry. She frowned and brandished her knife. Fuck, enough with the chatter. Get lost. Don't play host on someone else's turf. Jin Woong remained calm. Cheon-woo, we're doing our best to be conciliatory with you right now. Xiaolan sneered. Conciliatory? Standing on someone else's porch and acting like their father. Is that your version of conciliation? Jin Woong, then, excuse my rudeness. It seems today we can't avoid bloodshed here. After that, the two sides started to face off against each other. Shaun signaled and said, Sai, just let her in. He was picking at his nails and said, So what if she goes inside? She can't do anything. At most she'll scream and swear a few rounds. That's it. Xiaolan lost her temper and lunged at Shaun. The knife skimmed past his cheek. She stepped forward, drove the blade into the door behind Shaun, then glared. You crippled bastard. Want me to finish off your other hand so your mother can be satisfied? Shaun casually flicked out his hooked knife and smiled. My other hand? What about it? Xiaolan, you damn witch. Try stabbing me and see whose blade is faster. Shaun replied nonchalantly. Oh no, I'm so scared. I almost stabbed you for real. Just then Wang Ha-oh walked out of the room with Isu and called out loudly. Xiaolan, what are you doing? She pulled the knife back and warned. Shaun, you're not done with me yet, you bastard. Shaun turned to everyone, twirling his knife, and asked, Hey, is she flirting with me or proposing? Wang Ha-oh demanded. What's going on that she'd act like this? Xiaolan hesitated and said, Well, then she looked around and added, It's a bit awkward to say here. Isu waved to his people, and they stepped outside. He said casually, No need to make a fuss. We're leaving. Hope you'll help us in the future. Left with just the two of them, Wang Ha-oh asked, What's this about? Why did you come here? She replied, Cha Yua has disappeared. This left him stunned. What? Cha Yua has. Later, a convoy of cars drove in a line down the road. Grumbles rising. Honestly, director, I just can't understand this anymore. Shaun complained. Why are you helping them? They're ungrateful bastards. Isu replied, Calm down. This might not be wasted effort. Our prediction about Wang Ha-oh was completely accurate. He's the one behind Cheon-woo and the central figure of the triad. The triad's foothold in Korea went through him. Cha Yua was nothing more than a puppet. Shaun sighed. Sigh. So she really is a puppet director? But why would you say that? When she's sitting right there, a woman would be upset to be called a puppet. Yua sat in the car, looking absent-minded. Jaehyun protested, but he was the one who called her a puppet. Shaun teased. You've gotten clever and slow at the same time lately, huh? Anyway, you've worked hard. The kid said this as he ruffled Kyun's hair encouragingly. You remember the last time when Yua quietly watched the situation from below the office? Someone suddenly opened the door and came in. She said, I didn't expect you to break in all the way in here and drag me out like this. Jiankin was munching on a pastry and held up a finger in signal. Back in the present, Yua turned and called, Beck do, or rather, Director Beck. Why do you think I'd agree to cooperate with Tae-san? Isu kept looking out the window and answered thoughtfully, My gut tells me so. I just feel no one wants to live wearing a mask and acting all the time. I think you're just like that too. In any case, you're very welcome. Jiankin broke a pastry in half and happily handed it to Yua. She smiled and took it. Suddenly, Isu spun around, snatched the pastry from his hand, and said, As the leader of Cheon-Woong, you deserve a warm welcome, of course. From the Cheon-Woong side came a trembling, worried voice. Hick, Mr. Wong. I'm really sorry. A terrified man bowed before Wong Ha-oh. That incident happened in just a brief moment, but luckily our forces didn't suffer many casualties this time. Wong Ha-oh bent down, picked something up and said, It's not that we avoided casualties. It's that they didn't want to cause any. Then he picked up a pastry wrapper that Jiankin often ate from. Wong Ha-oh recalled the image of him chewing that pastry messily. He gritted his teeth and said, Tae-san, at this point, everything's going to change. Cut to 10 years earlier, back at the high school. A group of students were sneaking glances around. Yua was flanked by two friends acting as her bodyguards. Worried, she murmured, No, not here, right? Her friend replied, Yeah, I don't think they're here. See, I told you the back door would be fine. Suddenly a loud voice called out, Hey, Chayua. Xiaolan stepped out of the car with a cold expression and demanded, I knew you'd do this. I told you to use the front entrance, didn't I? Are you mocking me? She said, lunging forward and grabbing Yua by the collar. The friend beside her shouted, Hey, seriously, why do you threaten my friend every day? If you keep this up, we'll call the police. Xiaolan replied nonchalantly, Go ahead and call, you bastard. This isn't your business. Yua, not wanting to involve her friends, forced a smile. I'm fine, really. It's okay, you guys go ahead home. Her friend was terribly worried. Chayua, before leaving, the two raised their phones and said, I'll message you on Messenger. Yua, call us if anything happens. The phone straps on the two friends vibrated. As they climbed into the car, Yua quickly demanded, Why do you come to my school every day? I become the director like you wanted. Xiaolan closed her eyes and answered, That's why I have to pick you up every day. Yua kept raising her voice. I'm a director, and I'm being monitored and treated like I'm being kidnapped. She asked, If I were actually kidnapped, what would I do then? Xiaolan, startled, said, Kidnapped? She explained, an 18-year-old student becoming Cheon-Woong's leader. What would you do if a rival group really wanted to trap you? Aren't you the perfect easy prey? They'd snatch a high school girl and return her with a few fingers missing or some broken bones. Then they could threaten all of Cheon-Woong. That's the reality you face when you take the director role in the underworld. Be grateful we can still meet at the gate like this. Hearing that, Yua relented. Okay, I get it. I'll listen and stop running away from you. So at least be polite to my friends. They do it because they're worried about me. Xiaolan noticed the phone dangling from her hand. She remembered the phone strap the two friends had. Yua had the same sticker, a sign of close friendship. Then she spun back to the window, still the same. All right, I understand. But what's Messenger? Yua asked in surprise. You don't have a phone? Back to the present. Wong Ha-oh sat in his chair looking out the glass and said, Cha Yua's been taken by Tae-san. He turned back holding the pastry wrapper. It's the kind of thing a Tae-san kid eats. As you see, they even left the wrapper here, probably to mock us. They'll use Cha Yua to gain leverage in the upcoming meeting. However, they forgot one important thing. The council has already disbanded. The Black Dragon Triad has decided to intervene in Cheon-Woong. Saying this, Wong Ha-oh put on his coat. Xiaolan frowned and replied, But to gain the advantage, we need Cha Yua. He turned back coldly and said, What's important to us is Cheon-Woong. Now that things have come to this, we'll consider the bigger picture, right? What can Cha Yua bring to Cheon-Woong at this moment? Later, a convoy of cars ran down the road again. Xiaolan sat in the car muttering, What value does Cha Yua have for Cheon-Woong? The driver then said, We've arrived at Tae-san. She coolly headed to the underground parking lot. We'll infiltrate from the lower level first, she ordered. The cars continued to accelerate along the road. They chased each other through winding turns. Then the cars stopped, and Xiaolan and her group quickly jumped out. A voice called out, Why are you late? You Cheon-Woong trash. A car's headlight flashed on. Isu's group stood there in formation as if they'd been waiting a long time. She and her underlings, blinded, instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. Damn it, Isu spoke up. You should be thinking about those waiting for you, shouldn't you? Regaining her sight, Xiaolan charged forward with her blade. You waiting for me? We're Chaiyua's dogs. At that moment, a pair of sunglasses was thrown toward her. Xiaolan quickly caught the item. These are Chaiyua's glasses. Isu stepped forward and said, calm down. Just listen to me first. Do you think this could be solved with violence? Hey, think carefully before you act. Chaiyua's in my hands. She has no idea what I could do, does she? If I got angry, I could do all sorts of things to her. The more Xiaolan heard, the more she ground her teeth in fury. That bastard. Isu glanced back at her and asked, so can I ask you to put those weapons down? Immediately, Yua's henchmen dropped their weapons to the floor. Isu smiled and continued, Xiaolan, don't you want to let go of that knife? From where I'm standing, you're the scariest person here. Xiaolan quickly dropped the blade. Isu was satisfied. Right? Now, can you listen to me? She remembered Wang Hao's words from the other day. What's important to us is Qion Wung. If things come to this, we'll prioritize the bigger picture. What can Chaiyua bring to Qion Wung in the current situation? Scene shifts to Isu's office. Yua was now looking out through the window at the wide view beyond. Her hand still clutched the phone with the old high school sticker on it. At that moment, Isu opened the door, stepped in, and said, Director Cho has a visitor who wants to see you. Xiaolan then stepped inside. Seeing Yua, she hurried over and scolded, Damn it, you idiot. How did you get kidnapped? Haven't I always told you to be careful, Yua? I wasn't kidnapped, Yua replied. Xiaolan looked puzzled. What? Yua repeated. I wasn't kidnapped. I came here with them of my own accord. Xiaolan, incredulous, pointed a finger. What are you saying? You came here with them willingly? Do you know what Qion Wung's situation is because of you? Yua replied desperately. I'm sorry, but I couldn't. I couldn't handle being Qion Wung's leader anymore. Xiaolan grabbed her collar and demanded, What nonsense are you talking about? Yua hung her head. I can't stop shaking. It's too crazy at any moment. I can't stop trembling from fear. Until now, I've never been this terrified of life. Because you were always here and there was someone I trusted by my side. I believe people would do anything to protect me. Yes, I could become the leader everyone needed. I always tried to do everything so as not to disappoint them. But that look couldn't leave my mind. The way the people I trusted looked at me when they took the lives of those in Qion Wung. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Now that they don't need me, they're trying to kill me. Xiaolan quickly reassured her. No, I've already killed those bastards, they're gone. Tears streamed down Yua's face. Her lips trembled as she said, I can't trust anyone anymore. Why did you come looking for me? Did you come here to kill me too? Xiaolan was stunned when she saw that hollow expression. Then suddenly she squeezed Yua's throat. Yeah, that actually makes perfect sense. After dealing with Chaiyua, who is now useless, the Black Dragon Triad would take over Qion Wung and then dominate Seoul. Just as Jin Wung was about to step forward to stop her, Isu placed a hand on his shoulder to hold him back. At that moment, Xiaolan had already released Yua's throat and continued. But Chaiyua is the real problem. As she spoke, she hugged Yua. Have you forgotten who I am? I was the abandoned child raised from age 3 in the Black Dragon Triad. Killing a few people is nothing to me, but I've already decided to make you director. Chaiyua, so I won't go against your wishes. Xiaolan declared she would protect her. No matter who it is, no one will harm her. That's my vow. No one can destroy you and Qion Wung. I'm the butcher of Qion Wung, you know. You're my leader, Chaiyua. After those words, the room fell briefly silent. Yua was touched for a moment, then panicked and flailed. What? Get away, stay away, that's you. Why would you say that out of nowhere? Xiaolan pointed at her phone and demanded. Then why didn't you text me? Yua explained. I ran here so fast I didn't even charge my phone. Notice how you two have matching cute phone straps right now. Over on the other side, Wang Hao was making a call to someone. When no one answered on the other end, he set the phone on the table and wondered, Xiaolan, did you side with that bastard? Then Wang Hao turned to the man opposite him and said, Sorry, I was rude to you earlier. Let's continue. Let's keep discussing this. You're the representative of Jiorang, right? Young Mr. Ryu Taehyung. And you, I have no information on you. I've never met you before. Are you the department chief? Jang Sung-ho, the chief, answered in a low voice. Pleased to meet you. My name is Jang Sung-ho. Wang Ha-oh, pulling out a cigarette, continued. Our Cheon-woong was recently attacked by Tae-san, and on top of that, Director Cha Yuo was kidnapped. As the acting director of Cheon-woong, we will not forgive Tae-san. So are you two planning to act with us or not? We'll deal with both Tae-san and Il Hack. We'll take the initiative. Chief Jang stood up, put his hand into his coat pocket and replied, It's an honor to work with you, sir. We'll fully support you. As he spoke, he lit Wang Ha-oh's cigarette, and I'll share everything I know about Tae-san. However, do you know that Tae-san's director Beck, Do-kyung, actually has a twin brother named Beak Isu? The lighter flared to life. Beck Do-kyung of Tae-san. Chief Fong Jong smiled and brought the cigarette at Wang Ha-oh's mouth closer. There's also a twin brother named Beak Isu. You knew that, right? He bowed his head and put the cigarette to the lighter. Beak Isu, huh? Wang Ha-oh held the cigarette, tilted his head. I've also heard that Beck Do-kyung has a twin brother. Then Chief Jang sat down in the chair across, smiling. He looked puzzled. But didn't that guy already die? His brother's funeral was major gossip in our underworld circles. Chief Jang pushed up his glasses. The brother who was killed used to be one of our special forces. His abilities were outstanding. He recalled Beck Do-kyung and Beak Isu, a murderous look on his face as he toyed with two knives. The elder brother rose from the Yakuza world and formed an organization in Seoul. The younger was an elite special forces soldier. They were an extremely perfect brother pair. Do-kyung's eyes glowed a fierce red. Isu's face tightened, his eyes flashing blue-purple, and their faces matched perfectly. Wang Ha-oh, hearing this, raised the cigarette to his mouth in puzzlement. Perfectly identical, you say? What exactly do you mean, Chief Jang? Chief Jang smiled and explained, I'm talking about Beck Do-kyung, the head of Tae-san. He glanced up with keen interest. But what if that wasn't Beck Do-kyung? What if behind that mask is an entirely different person? Beck Do-kyung. Wang Ha-oh lit his cigarette, put it to his mouth, and fell into thought. Then he remembered the way the man held the knife, the posture full of vigilance. Wang Ha-oh's remark left Tae-hyung beside him a bit shocked. Do you mean the one currently controlling Tae-san isn't Beck Do-kyung, but Beak Isu? That could actually happen, right? His face showed confusion as he thought quietly. What the hell are they saying? Isn't that Beck Do-kyung? Wang Ha-oh stubbed his cigarette out on the table. But whatever the case, if that person really isn't Beck Do-kyung, his eyes brimmed with confidence as he rolled the cigarette and looked up. Then again, what does that have to do with us? Beside him, Chief Jang rummaged something from his coat pocket. It might not concern you, but it could concern someone else. Wang Ha-oh eyed the photo Jang placed before him skeptically. Who is this connected to? Silently, everyone at the table stared at the photo in Chief Jang's hand. These are the people who will shake Tae-san to its core. The photo showed a man in a suit standing on some street. As the old saying goes, there's always a taller mountain. At the same time, in a brightly lit high-rise building, Yuhua, panicking, shouted and rushed to stop Isu. Hey, calm down. Then she turned to Xiu-lan. Xiu-lan, you don't have to go that far. She's fine. As someone began taking off an outer jacket, seeing she couldn't hold him back, she grabbed Xiu-lan's arm. Listen to me. She looked annoyed. Honestly, give me a break. Her face full of anger, she drew the knife at her side, glared, and stepped toward him. I'll say it again. Tae-san, if you beat me, then matters concerning me and Cha Yuhua will be for you to decide. In that case, I'll show unwavering loyalty, she proposed. But if I win, then Tae-san will wear my control chain around their necks forever. Hearing that, he calmly loosened his tie and stepped forward. Yuhua looked at them in horror. Xiu-lan, stop. What if something happens to you? She spun and confirmed. You could just stand there and watch the show. Isu also pulled the knife from his side, smiling as he stepped closer. Director Cho, don't worry too much. Then he tossed it down at their feet. He took her wrist, starting to hold, smiling and assuring. I won't be too rough with her, and you can relax. I won't be a bother. Feeling insulted, Xiu-lan scowled and lunged forward. Shut up, you bastard. I'll take one of your arms as a warning. She swung. He leaned back to dodge. Her eyes widened in surprise as she raised the blade. Then she lunged again to strike. but Isu gently dodged. She drew the blade back, furrowed her brow, probing with suspicion. Tae-san, can you really defeat that person? Xiaolon glared and slashed. He ducked to evade. I heard you beat Master Wang. He's Wang Ha-O of the Black Dragon Triad. Her hand left the hilt. Isu stepped back, the other hand gripping the hilt as he struck. He remembered the previous fight with Wang Ha-O. Wang swung while he dodged. First came a barrage of continuous strikes like a storm. That man frowned and slashed relentlessly, then followed with unpredictable, vicious blows. The attacks pressed in continuously. Her attack style was exactly like Wang Hao's. Isu frowned and looked at her coldly. What exactly are you trying to do? Xiaolon kept swinging the blade wildly. I'm just seeing if you're ready yet, you bastard. A little dramatic flair for effect. Isu planted his toe into the ground. His body pushed and folded her arm upward. Then he flicked a move up in her chin, sending her stumbling backward. Xiaolon gritted her teeth, then spun back around to retaliate in a fury. She stared in shock as his punch closed in on her face. Isu froze in midair, and Xiaolon stood there just as stunned. He scowled but held his position. What do you mean by that question? Her eyes widened in astonishment, fixed on his fist. Wang Ha-O raised and trained you within the Black Dragon Triad. So why would you abandon them to choose Cha Yuhua? Isu frowned at her. Wouldn't that make you a traitor to the Black Dragon Triad? His fist stayed poised. Xiaolon answered, My mission since I set foot in Seoul has always been one thing: to protect Director Cha Yuhua. She gripped the blade so tightly her hand trembled. So I simply follow orders. Then Xiaolon shoved his fist away. Isu watched, puzzled. If those targeting my leader are the Black Dragon Triad, then it's the Black Dragon Triad who are the real traitors. She frowned, swung the blade back, and muttered, Now answer me. Can Tae-san stand against the power of the Black Dragon Triad? His punch lunged forward as her blade came down. Isu punched her sword away toward the rear. He closed in amid Xiaolan's shocked inability to react. Alone, of course, I couldn't manage it. She gritted her teeth in anger, then struck downward again, but he dodged lightly. That's precisely why I'm trying to rebuild everything from this blunt blade. She lifted her leg to kick at Isu. He leaned back. She swung her leg toward his head. Now Xiaolon smiled. Oh really? Looks like your blade is useless after all. But Isu grabbed her ankle, holding it tight. Useless or not is still to be seen. But it seems it's starting to tear the first little scratches. Isu glanced at her, his grip on her ankle tightening. Such is the power of IL hack. And now, it's your Cheon Wung. Next, he swept her standing leg up, grabbed the ankle, and threw her in a spin. Xiaolon was thrown to the ground, teeth gritted in pain. He pinned her arm against her throat, glared down from above, his fist raised. Whether it's Jiorang, the Black Dragon Triad, or the one sink behind them, it doesn't matter. Isu frowned, stared at her, asserting because we are Tae-san. Elsewhere, in a district of Incheon, the streets were bustling, and a girl stood by the roadside waiting for a car. Su, neatly dressed with documents in hand, looked at the arrivals. You're all so busy yet took the trouble to come here. I'm embarrassed. President Lee Sung-min and Mr. Choi Chan-ho. On the other side, two men in white approached solemnly. The one in front, from the IL Hack Investment Fund, Chairman Lee Sung-min, an organization under Tae-san. They entered the building guided by Sua. Sung-min complained. Who exactly made us travel so far to meet like this? She stepped aside, apologetic. I'm very sorry, but if you don't want to attract attention, this is the only way. She went to the elevator and informed the two behind her. We have to go up to the 6th floor because that level is under construction and has no elevator. You'll have to climb the stairs. She turned away, not forgetting to explain to the two, and even if the elevator worked, I wouldn't recommend using it. They walked down the corridor, puzzled. In front of them stood a door secured with heavy electronic locks. Sua placed her hand on the keypad. The door then opened and the three peered inside. Sung-min was bewildered. Could it be that behind this door? Behind the curtain lay a figure on the bed. The beeping of medical machines filled the air. Sung-min swallowed and frowned as he looked in. They moved closer. Sua pulled back the curtain to reveal the person lying in a hospital bed. Sung-min's eyes widened in astonishment. Beside him, Choi Chan-ho looked equally shocked. They slowly approached the bedside where Do Kyung lay unconscious. He was hooked up to a ventilator and in a coma. Could this really be Director Beck? Sungmin leaned on the bed rail and peered down. Choi Chan-ho glanced at him. Director Beck, Do Kyung? But isn't he supposed to be in Seoul right now? Then who do we meet? You realize the person we met was actually Director Beck's twin brother. His name is Beck Isu. Do Kyung remained motionless and unconscious. Choi Chan-ho still looked puzzled as he watched Sua adjust the forebag. What about that funeral in Seoul then? Could the one who died back then not be his brother, but Beck Do Kyung? She insisted Director Beck did not die. She looked at the hand with the 4-needle and announced, Beck Do Kyung is still alive now. Choi Chan-ho, seeing her like that, awkwardly tried to explain. Sungmin scowled at him. Excuse me, that's not what I meant. Sua set the file on the table and reminded them. We must ensure no one suspects anything until Director Beck wakes up. Then she took out a sheet of paper. So I need to ask a favor of you two. She placed a photo before Choi Chan-ho. He looked puzzled. Who is this? She pressed. Have you ever heard of a Japanese group called Oyama Gumi? She continued, explaining that Bikuki's Japanese name is Oyama Rugasaki. This matter involves a group called Oyama Gumi. See, by the bed Do Kyung still lies motionless. At some airport, Sua kept explaining. Thanks to support from the Yakuza Oyama Gumi in Japan, Taesan rose from an outside power to gain the influence it holds in Seoul today. Footsteps echoed in the waiting hall. Sua concluded that Beck Do Kyung's presence, or more accurately, Oyama Rugasaki's presence, at Taesan was indispensable. She emphasized that's why we had to disguise Beck Isu as Director Beck Do Kyung. But if one day Oyama Gumi learns the truth, Shogo's men walked on, glancing around with cold vigilance. He ran a hand through his hair and complained in Japanese. See? I told you. Hey, so rude. If anything happens, they're the ones who should be sought out. How dare they summon others here? He strode ahead while the other 3 grumbled. These people have no basic manners at all. Even a dog wags its tail when its owner arrives. He walked with his hands in his pockets, his underlings trailing behind. Clearly, this organization is worse than a mangy dog. Sua judged that Oyama Gumi would punish anyone who dared insult that name. Shogo's gaze was devilish as he grinned wide-eyed. Now then, where is Director Beck Do Kyung? Let me introduce myself. Representative Director and Deputy Head of Oyama Gumi, Wakigashira Oyama Shogo, sworn brother of Beck Do Kyung. Night fell over a high-rise in Tokyo, Japan, the Roppongi Hotel. A man ran out the front door toward a police cruiser parked outside in a panic. Get in. This way. He later recounted to 2 officers that there had been shouting from the penthouse suite. When he tried to enter the room, some men blocked him, and they were armed with knives. The officers' faces grew serious. We understand. Which entrance? This is Tran True. Stay calm and give us detailed information about that guest. They entered the hotel. The man handed the file to the police. I think they look very much like Yakuza. I'm sure of it. The officers followed. Yakuza, huh? His face turned serious, brow furrowed. Yakuza daring to run rampant in Roppongi? Who do those bastards think they are? The older officer behind him flipped through the files. His expression soured, brow tightened in earnest. Damn it, just give us the details on that guest first. They proceeded into the room. The 2 officers probed around. You can manage downstairs. We'll try to talk to them. You too, don't just barge in. The other man regarded them awkward. The young officer raised his gun at the knife wielder in the room, standing there as the weapon was lowered. The scruffy brown-hair guy saw them and smiled, advancing with a weapon in hand. What weapon? You think it'll have a chat with you? The man beside him opened his shirt to draw a knife. Huh, looks like it. I think call me over. The young cop still aimed his gun at them, brow furrowed, shouting threats. Can't you hear? Drop the weapon. The older officer put a hand on his shoulder, warning, stop right there, Matsuda, they're Oyama's men. To the group's astonishment, he raised his gun to the sky and fired a shot. With a very serious expression, brow drawn, he shouted a warning. I'm warning you too. Drop your weapons, you bastards. The older officer stepped forward to stop him. Matsuda, don't. Do you know what you've done? He looked bewildered. Behind them, a man approached, his body soaked in blood, legs stained, leaving sticky tracks on the floor. What's all the noise about? Shogo emerged from the room holding a long sword, his pajamas soaked in blood, staring at them coldly. A bloody scene inside the room and gunfire. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Executive of the Oyama Oyamagumi, second Wakigashura, Deputy Head Oyama Shogo, sworn brother of Beck Dukyang. He looked up, his gaze filled with chilly contempt. Cops, was it you who fired the shot? Shogo stepped forward slowly, blood streaks trailing at his feet, the tip of his long sword scraping the floor with a screech. You fired a gun in a hotel. Have you lost your mind? The older officer shouted to his subordinate Matsuda, who still pointed his gun in panic. Then he lowered the young man's arm. The youth looked perplexed. The officer tipped his hat and explained to Shogo, someone reported this, so we came, but we didn't know Oyama's men were here. He paused. Oh, a report, huh? Then smiled coldly. Well, what can we do? We have to cooperate. It's our fault after all. Let me take back my earlier attitude. Since a shot suddenly rang out, Shogo then turned toward the room. You said you received a report? Go check it out. Follow me. The two officers watched his retreating back in puzzlement. The young cop frowned, whispering angrily, Sir, what's this? Why do we have to bow to those damn Yakuza? The older officer tugged his hat, admonishing, sober up Matsuda. He warned that if he wanted to stay alive, he must behave calmly and properly. Nearby, two guards respectfully invited Shogo into the room. He walked calmly over the corpse and the pool of blood. Sorry about that. At the feet of the dead lay bodies with eyes unclosed in the blood. He walked across the blood calmly and remarked, a few lowlifes have sullied the reputation of the name Oyama. Two of the people in the room also watched them. Dead bodies lay motionless on the floor, blood streaming around. You see, that's how I accidentally caused this mess. The two officers stood frozen. Shogo calmly sat in a chair, planted his sword against the floor, and questioned them. I've already reported this to your superiors, but I forgot you could also call the police from within a hotel. He bowed in a swordsman's salute, saying he'll take responsibility. My apologies, officers. Although this hotel belongs to our corporation, I admit I was a bit too relaxed about it. Shogo continued to assert himself, while the two stood there speechless. This is a matter for our superiors to discuss. We'll take our leave and file a report later. Yes, we'll be more careful next time. Matsuda, furious and livid, shouted to interrupt. What are you grinning about? You just killed people in a hotel. Sorry? And that's it? The whole group turned to him. Shogo's face flushed with anger as he looked up. You must be the rookie, right? Your name is Matsuda? The older officer stepped forward with a conciliatory smile. He's just a clueless kid, as I was saying. But he came up, stepped in the blood, and interrupted. Matsuda, don't you understand yet? Killing people in a hotel is wrong, isn't it? Shogo placed a hand on Matsuda's shoulder, making him uneasy. What are you saying? Calm down, son. Listen to me. Shogo glanced at the corpses on the floor and remarked, look at all that blood everywhere, right? Who wants blood soiling their home? That's why I executed them in this hotel. Shogo smiled and leaned in, his eyes full of malice. Doing this at home would be messy, wouldn't it? So instead of killing them here, I'll come kill them at your house, Matsuda. The phone on the table began to ring, catching Shogo's attention. The two officers fell silent as well. Matsuda, terrified, only tapped his shoulder as a reminder and then moved toward the phone. The young officer, full of fear, glanced at the bloody handprint on his shoulder. Shogo approached, drew the curtains, looked outside, and answered the call. Hello, Oyama speaking. What's the matter? Huh? Korea? What's happened? He asked the person on the line in confusion. Huh? What? You mean he's about to die? Shogo's eyes were cold and stunned. Rugasaki? No. What happened to Beck Dukyang? Elsewhere in the Grand Hall, Choi Chan-ho walked ahead of Sung Min and announced that Oyama Gumi was coming to Korea. He stepped forward to confirm with the man how powerful the Oyama Gumi organization really was. Choi Chan-ho explained the headquarters and operations of the group. The Oyama conglomerate is Japan's largest, rising from construction, but that's just a front. In reality, it's the Yakuza, an organization with absolute power in Japan's underworld. He spoke gravely to Sung Min about a Korean organization protected by Oyama. That organization is Baek Do Kyung's Tae-san. They stepped out of the building. Bodyguards stood respectfully on either side. A black car waited for the two on the street. Choi Chan-ho explained that now the news was that the current director of Tae-san is Baek Lee-soo, not Baek Do Kyung anymore. A man at the end of the line opened the car door for them. Someone stepped out from inside, and Oyama-gumi won't sit still about that. Shogo's face was cold as he rolled his eyes. Tae-san, named after a great mountain, yet such a tiny organization is ridiculous, especially that snot-nosed brat with the position. On this side, Choi Chan-ho and Sung-min also stepped forward. He bowed at a 90-degree angle and spoke respectfully to Shogo opposite him. Pleased to meet you, Lord Oyama. I am Lee Sung-min, chairman of IL Hack, the current branch of Tae-san. Since Executive Director Baek Do Kyung is absent and cannot receive you, Before he could finish, Shogo and his men brushed past Sung-min with contempt. What did you say? Can't you even speak properly? His eyes full of disdain, he sneered, Chairman. What kind of chairman are you? Bring out Baek Do Kyung. Choi Chan-ho frowned, irritated, watching their retreating figures. Even if they're Oyama, I didn't expect them to be so rude. After all, we're a reputable organization in Korea. Besides Sung-min, he slowly raised his head. Immediately after, he grabbed his hand and pulled his suitcase. The group, seeing that, glared back at him. His remark made Shogo's face darken, a flicker of surprise crossing him. How could a small, pathetic outfit like ours be compared to the mighty Oyama-gumi? Sung-min bowed his head, closed his eyes calmly, and gripped the suitcase. That's exactly why we've come to escort Lord Oyama, even if it's not with great ceremony. He set it aside and bowed deeply. Those around him followed suit. So please be generous and forgive us. We will treat you with the utmost respect. Seeing that, Shogo brightened with interest. The two men at his side looked a bit annoyed and mocked him. Ha ha ha. The chairman acting like that? He's got a bendy neck, huh? Sung-min caught the hint, glanced up to probe. So they think he'll bow easily? If it's only this bow, they can have as many as they want. Then Shogo stepped forward and ruffled his hair. That's more like it. How could you compare yourselves to the powerful Oyama conglomerate? You seem to know your place. His hand stayed on top of Sung-min's head. Push him down. Choi Chan-ho glared at him. But you know, Mr. Chairman, that old man beside you just stood there, and he even called me rude. Hearing that, Sung-min sprang up anxiously to explain. No, sir, that's a misunderstanding. Shogo's face went cold as he turned to the man behind him. Where are your men? Go deal with him. An axe came down straight at Choi Chan-ho's face on command. Can't leave that old, stiff tree standing there, can we? We stepped back and dodged. The axe wielder grinned excitedly, baring his teeth. He launched a flurry of attacks. Choi Chan-ho retreated to dodge, but still took a bloody cut. Sung-min looked over in alarm. Lord Oyama? But Shogo looped an arm around his neck to stop him. Hey, where do you think you're going, President Lee? His face lit with amusement as he warned. We're coming to Korea to settle a big matter and leave right after. I'm not interested in those Korean bastards. Sung-min ground his teeth and looked back. Shogo cut straight to the point, causing a flash of shock to pass over him. Where is he? Where's Baek Do Kyung? Over here, Choi shouted, pushing him back against the car door. Above, the axe wielder chopped down. Choi frowned and looked toward the car blocking the road behind them. Then he swung his arm and knocked the axe out of his hand. He frowned and threw a punch at him. Don't you know any manners, you bastard? The axe wielder ground his teeth. Across, he glanced toward Shogo, who casually had an arm around Sung-min's neck. The punch stalled, and the axe wielder seized the chance to grab Choi's wrist. He grinned, eyes squinting maliciously, raised the axe as if to chop off Choi Chan-ho's arm. Now you get it, old man. You over there, shouted Choi, eyes wide with worry. Suddenly a hand grabbed the axe wielder's head, startling him. Immediately the man was shoved headfirst into the car window. Isu's gaze was icy as he stared at them. What are you playing at? He was pinned to the door, his arms swinging the axe toward him. Ugh. He grabbed the axe wielder's wrist with one hand. His other hand grabbed the man's hair, making the axe wielder grit his teeth in pain. Isu fully subdued him and warned, still not done? The axe wielder's head was shoved back against the car door, shards of glass scattered. He turned angrily and looked back. Did father just scold me? Why so strict? Whatever happened, doing that puts me in an awkward spot. So widened his eyes, thrilled. Beside him, Sung Min frowned in astonishment. He cautioned him. The other man stepped forward briskly. This is Seoul, not Oyama territory, brother. Then he closed in with an unfriendly look and warned, this is Tae-san. Understand, old man? Arrogant. So still smiled at him, excited. In the office, Jin Woong reported solemnly, you should avoid Oyama Shogo. He's extremely dangerous. Isu flipped through documents in his chair and observed, I think I'll steer clear of him for now. He frowned, annoyed. The first thing Oyama asked about was Baek Do-kyung's safety, which means someone leaked that Baek Do-kyung is in trouble and Tae-san is weakening. Jin Woong beside him was puzzled. Who would do that? He closed the file and concluded it must be Director Jang. He planned to probe us through Oyama Gumi. He recalled Director Jang stabbing a weapon into his arm with a probing look. Director Jang probably realized after seeing Shaun at Jiarang's warehouse back then. So he must have discovered that I'm not Baek Do-kyung, but Baek Isu. Isu then looked at his reflection in the glass, frowned, and opened his lighter. He'll surely report my identity to Oyama. Then he closed the lighter. With the data you gave me, I can investigate Shogo and those around him specifically, and Oyama more broadly. Isu stood upright, staring out the window as he reopened the lighter. However, too many variables could occur. If my identity is exposed, the situation is extremely dangerous. Behind him, Jin Woong watched his silhouette. Right now, a head was being pressed against the car window, shattering it. Isu thought to avoid creating more variables and act carefully. He shoved the man's head straight into the window, breaking it. Isu grabbed his hair and looked back at the man behind him. Hey, did father scold you? Why so quick to fly off the handle? Across, Shogo watched him with interest, and Sung Min beside him gaped in surprise. Whatever happens, if you keep doing that, you'll cause me real trouble. They stepped back slowly. This is Seoul, not Oyama's turf. Isu ground his teeth, closed the gap to Shogo, and warned, this is my Tae-san, got it? Seeing that, he widened his eyes and grinned, baring his teeth, stressing Baek Do-kyung. Oyama. His face darkened as he glared at him. It's Rama Rugasaki, right? Call him by the right name. Then he turned to the still-stunned Sung Min and admonished, Mr. Chairman, first tend to Mr. Choi Chan-ho. It seems my brother couldn't wait to meet me, so he acted like that. Sung Min looked at him with some doubt. Director Beck, over there. Shogo stared at them with keen interest. What's this? Is this really Baek Do-kyung? He watched Isu adjust his clothes and scrutinized him. The tattooed faces matched. This must definitely be Baek Do-kyung. A flash of surprise crossed Shogo's eyes. He stared, wide-eyed. But why do I feel suspicious of him? Only then did he speak up. Chairman, you called that name. He's the chairman? This catches me off guard. Isu glanced over annoyed. Sung Min looked back too, so leaned close to his face, sneering. Even if you're a Korean kicked out of headquarters, how can someone named Oyama serve under another? Isu frowned, irritated. What are you saying? Do you intend to keep provoking me? He grabbed Shogo's tie and straightened it. In Japan, you always bother me like this, which is why I left. You know that. He smiled, stepped closer, and chided, having an older brother like that makes it impossible for me to sit still. Leaving was the best choice. Shogo grinned with interest. Hearing that, Shogo sneered, half angry and half assessing. That's exactly you. Those fake, impudent mannerisms. He bared his teeth and glared, thinking of Kaido standing behind him with countless family members watching. Then he stamped forward. You can't humiliate the honor of the Oyama family. Isu's eyes widened as a sword lunged toward his neck. He stepped back and dodged the slash. Isu stared at Kaido. Kaido returned the cold look. I'd seen him in the report. He's Ishizuka Kaido, Oyama Shogo's assassin. Then he grabbed his wrist, Jin Woong's voice echoing in his head. It's his first time facing Baek Do-kyung. He bared his teeth and squinted. Hey, aren't I senior to you? He twisted the man's arm back as a reminder. The man raised his knee to kick. You're a bit rude for a first meeting. The man's leg shot up toward his face. Isu quickly raised his hand to block. He looked at his smoking, darkened arm in surprise, realizing the man didn't care whether he was Baek Do-kyung. If not, over there. Shogo loosened his tie and watched eagerly. He realized the man had begun to suspect. Arrogant fellow. Seems he's furious after you badmouth. Across, the man swung, and Isu dodged. His right hand reached for the knife at his hip. His hand touched it, preparing to draw, but he stepped back. He couldn't pull the knife if the man kept guarding him like that. Isu decided to hide anything that might raise suspicion, when suddenly a figure in white rushed between them, leaving them all dumbfounded. The man glared and swung his blade, aiming at the white figure in front of him. The knife was clamped by that person's arm. Then he quickly took control, actively twisting Kaido's arm behind him. "Take that." The other lost patience and stomped on his foot as a warning. "Who do you think you're swinging that knife at?" Shaun subdued him to his knees, arm cuffed behind him, the knife pressed to his throat. He smiled. "You new here?" The man glared back in anger. Then Shaun grinned at him excitedly. "I'm new too," Isu thought to himself, and decided to use this wild card. Seeing that, Shogo covered his mouth and laughed, impressed. He took Kaido down that fast. There's such a brat in Korea too. Meanwhile, the axe-wielder propped himself on the car door and stood up. He glared, grinning with blood all over his face. He got up, and a figure approached beside him, leaving him puzzled. Jin Woong stood in front of him and stared. The man tightened his grip on the axe. "So it's you." He grinned, closing it eagerly. The bastard named Soha Jin Woong still looked at him calmly. Over here, Shaun had just slapped Kaido's head and worriedly looked back. Look at that face, daring to face the gorilla directly. A blade stabbed up from below. He widened his eyes. Then he let go of Kaido. Kaido swung the knife in an arc. Shaun's face was cut, anger flaring as he snarled. "Are you out of your mind, you bastard?" Across, Kaido's arm dropped. With his other hand, he held the knife and coldly stared at him. Shaun, puzzled, cracked his knuckles. Then Kaido reached out and twisted his shoulder joint up. Isu stood beside them, lighter open, watching the situation. Shogo raised a hand to his chin, watching intently. Shaun watched him move his arm again, puzzled. "No way, doesn't it hurt?" Suddenly Shogo stepped forward to intervene. "Oyama." He turned his head and looked coldly at him, approaching with a smirk. "That's enough. Stop it." On the other side, he snapped the lighter shut. He looked toward Isu and warned, "And you should stop too." Beck Du Kyung. "No, Rugasaki." His face darkened, then stepped up and placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling provocatively. "I was just joking a bit earlier. Maybe it's been so long since I saw my little brother, I'm a bit awkward." He glanced back, not very pleased. The hand on his shoulder tightened. Isu looked coldly and shrugged the hand off his shoulder. "The guy who never joked is joking now." Then he brushed past him, chuckling, then turned back. "All right, got any cigarettes? I came straight from the airport and forgot mine." The people around them straightened their outfits and watched. Isu scowled, raised an eyebrow, and took a cigarette from the pack. "You started smoking since I left." Shogo reached out to take the cigarette. "Well, seems so." Then he glared at him as he brought it to his mouth, thinking, "There's something you don't know about it." Isu brought the lighter toward the cigarette, but stopped at midair. He casually looked up at him as the cigarette neared his lips and teased, "Come on, you have to bring it close for me to light it." Shogo mocked. "Oh really? You didn't know that?" Isu moved the lighter closer. He bowed his head to light it and explained, "Actually, I've never smoked. It's bad for your health, right?" Isu squinted, puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Shogo changed the subject. "So this lighter belongs to Beck Du Kyung?" Then he glared, letting the cigarette fall and looking at him as if he discovered something. "I've been looking for this for a long time. You don't know what that means, do you?" So explained, "If it were Beck Du Kyung, he would never take this lighter out in front of me." Isu's face darkened as he glared back. The lighter went out. He demanded, "Who are you?" Then he lost his temper and grabbed the wrist holding the lighter. "I remember every small gesture of Beck Du Kyung, and even every turn of phrase of his." The man closed in. He glared back at Shogo. "Because it really grates on my ears. All that stuff pisses me off. I'm the one who knows it best because I hate it the most." Then he let go of him. But next he turned and walked away, smiling at him. "Not bad." Isu looked at him with a mix of anger and surprise. So said, "I'm actually complimenting you." An imposter Beck Du Kyung. Huh? Behind them, Sung Min looked up in confusion. "What's going on?" Suddenly he made a sound. Then he smiled warmly and held out his hand. "I almost forgot you're the chairman. At least let me say goodbye, right?" "Chairman Lee." Sung Min quickly reached out and bowed. "Sorry. We'll receive you more carefully next time." Isu was puzzled. Why did he extend his left hand? Hopefully this ends here. Suddenly Shogo clamped down on his arm. Shogo spun and dragged Sung-min away. Really? You didn't have to wait that long. Chairman Ryu. His hand was slammed down hard onto the car. Shogo pulled out Kaido's short sword, then glared and prepared to slice down at Sung-min's arm. He stared wide-eyed, unable to react in time, and then it chopped off his little finger. Sung-min glared, his eyes bloodshot with pain. A piercing scream echoed around them. Jin Woong and Choi Chan-ho gaped in astonishment. Isu and Xiaon also grimaced. Sung-min's hand trembled, the knife still lodged in his little finger. Apologies. Shogo's eyes were like a madman's as he gripped the short blade still embedded in Sung-min's hand. That's enough, Chairman Lee. He reached for the handkerchief in his outer pocket. You all deliberately lied and dared to insult Oyama Gumi with those offensive words. Such foolishness. He lowered the handkerchief and grabbed the severed piece of finger, his gaze cold and mocking as he stared at the blackened little finger. That will be paid for. Losing a finger this time is cheap. Sung-min clutched his hand, bleeding in agony. He scowled, closed his eyes, and strode forward angrily. Oyama, what are you doing? Behind him, Xiaon pulled out his rope, ready to fight. Captain, teach them a lesson. Kill him. The men around them also winced. Choi Chan-ho clenched his fist and shouted. He lost his temper and yelled, Oyama, then lunged forward, gritting his teeth, but the boys shouted to stop them. What the hell are you doing? Sung-min turned to them and reprimanded. The chairman is here. How dare you behave so rudely? His hand trembled as he tried to staunch the blood. Our guest is about to leave. Be polite and see them off properly to the last moment. Then he bowed calmly to Shogo. Wishing you a safe journey, Lord Oyama. Seeing that, Shogo sneered and looked down, somewhat surprised. Oh, then placed a hand on his shoulder. Sung-min warily followed the movement of that hand. Perhaps I misjudged someone here. He approached, calmly opened the car door, and glanced back. It seems the owner of this San-Hui truly is you. He bowed and stepped in, looking back with a grin, then see you soon. I think we'll meet often from now on. Sung-min still bowed respectfully. Yes, thank you. Goodbye, Lord Oyama. Shogo sat in the car staring out the window. I'll see you again too. Isu darkened, pursed his lips, and looked at him. An imposter Beck Do-kyung? The car drove off, and the group hurried over to Sung-min. He panicked, clutching his trembling, bleeding arm. Isu stood motionless, watching, his eyes full of rage, veins bulging. Inside the car, Shogo casually sat and spoke on the phone. It's me. Have they finished over there? Over here. Gunji listened to the call while flipping through documents in his hand. He got no response and urged, Master Strategist. In the office, the man reviewing the ledgers just replied, Yes, we've handled everything on this side. He set the file on the table and explained, I've investigated what happened in Korea recently. Gunji looked at the pile of bodies behind him while on the phone. Indeed. Things here are even more interesting than I expected. Shogo mused. Oh, more interesting? Same here. He reported further. First, there is some information different from what we knew. 2 items. He glanced at the blood on his arm and asked what the 2 things were. Gunji rolled his eyes as he recalled the image of him and his brother and concluded. First, Beck Do-kyung has a twin. That person recently died, and his memorial service was held not long ago. Shogo shrugged off his coat as he replied. Oh, he has a twin? Now it all makes sense. Gunji looked puzzled. What's going on? So he tossed the coat aside and explained. We've already met. That twin of his imitation of Beck Do-kyung didn't fool me at all. The others were surprised. Imitation? But Beck Do-kyung really is dead. Then Gunji walked while rummaging in his jacket. And secondly, the council that used to hold the balance in Seoul has dissolved. Right now, the situation is like the Warring States period. Factions are fighting each other. He took out a bottle of pills, clicked the cap, and reported. At a time like this, San-Hui can't afford to lose its leader Beck Do-kyung. Yet a few months ago, San-Hui had actually expanded its territory. Gunji concluded they joined as a subsidiary under Il Hack, but that's just the surface. So pressed at the bloodstain on his shirt, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Il Hack, huh? I'll verify that myself. This info could be useful. Il Hack seems more usable than I thought. He ordered further investigation. He dumped the round pills from the bottle. More useful, huh? Then I can draw conclusions about these matters. Gunji popped the pills into his mouth and asserted soul is now chaotic and unstable. The external pressure shattered the balance. Also, Tae San-hui, Illinois hack, and Cheon-woong have been consolidating smaller forces and getting stronger. He chewed the candy, rolled his eyes, and assessed that a third power is the one trying to stop this and has been feeding us information. That's my conclusion. Reintroducing Oyama Corporation, head of planning and strategy, assistant director of Oyama Gumi, strategist Hanazawa Gunji. Gunji stopped. On the other end, he sighed, as expected. That's useful intel, truly strategist-worthy. Then he glanced down and explained, "Thank you. I'll verify a few things and report back to you. I'll call again." Gunji hung up. "All right, back to our matter. How much do you know about Tae San-hui? Do you speak Japanese?" He leaned forward and stared at the man in red, demanding, "I have other work, so I won't repeat myself. Speak. You're under Tae San-hui too, right? At least you must know Japanese." Hunga was beaten bloody. Gunji questioned, "Wait, are you really with Tae San-hui?" Before the ornate gate, the sky was thick and black. Large vehicles stood blocking the entrance. Wang Ha-o lit a cigarette and muttered, "So Oyamagumi has taken Tae San-hui in hand? This should be entertaining." Then he raised his head to look at the man opposite. "You see it too, don't you?" Seeing no response, he repeated. Director Gu Chong-jun bowed, clutching his bandaged arm. "Isn't this a good opportunity for us?" He smiled, eyes half closed. "We'll strike Tae San-hui while it's being pressured by Oyama." Wang Ha-o sat in his chair and looked down at him and the men standing behind. "Is this why you brought all your men here? To go all out against Tae San-hui?" Wang Ha-o braced himself to stand and said, "Drop that idea. No attack. We'll observe calmly." Chong-jun, confused, shouted, "But why?" "Now's our chance." Before he finished, Wang Ha-o cut him off, adjusting his coat. "Director Gu Chong-jun, your problem is impatience. That just ruins things." He stepped up in front of Jang Run. "I know, right?" His hand gripped that bandaged arm. "Because Tae San-hui seized territory and tormented him, he wants revenge. But now isn't the time. Think about it." Wang Ha-o frowned and stared at him, warning. "Oyama Gumi has personally come to Seoul. Are you planning to clash with them too?" He whispered. "Do you know why they came to Korea?" Nearby, Sua held a file in her hands. Wang Ha-o concluded it means they're about to directly step into Seoul territory, and she stood frozen, staring at the dossier. Sua hesitated and glanced at Choi Chan-ho. "Oyama sent this to us." He frowned. "Oyama." He clenched his teeth in anger, their hands entwined and tightened. "Say something." She calmly read the dossier. Tae San-hui's crime of deceiving Oyama, and they have piled up many more offenses against us. Jin-woong's face darkened with concern as she continued. "But aside from that, all of Tae San-hui's operations must be directed by its owner, Oyama. Therefore, every decision and action of Tae San-hui will be determined by Oyama Shogo." Inside the room, clothes were strewn messily across the table. She opened the box in her hand, astonished. What we included is something that reminds Tae San-hui of its sins to date. Immediately, she flinched backward and covered her mouth. Choi Chan-ho rushed forward in alarm. "What is it, miss?" "Secretary, show me." He took the box and opened it. Then his eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Inside was a bandaged fingertip, still stained with blood. "Is this their warning?" Attached was a message. "Examine your mistakes." Choi Chan-ho screamed in rage. "You dogs!" In the high-rise building, the shouts echoed through the night. At some hospital, a brightly lit patient room, a man sat beside Do Kyung's hospital bed. He reached for a lighter and confided, "So this is how it ends. What did I go wrong?" There was no response opposite him. "I don't know either, but we're twins, and I was confident I could impersonate you without a slip." Then he buried his face in his hands in frustration. "But becoming you, I should have been able to protect your Tae San-hui as well." Isu lifted his head now, his eyes rimmed with dark circles and cold. "Perhaps that was my limit." He then placed the lighter on Do Kyung's hand. "I'm sorry. I guess after all I couldn't become you perfectly." Then he glanced at the bag beside him. "Now I'll do it my way." Isu took off the clothes he was wearing. He put on the prepared outfit, slipped into his familiar leather shoes. He fastened the safety harness across his chest. Then he walked out the door. Shaun was already waiting with his arms crossed. He looked at him hesitantly. "Captain, is this really okay?" Isu glanced past him and confirmed, "Being exposed actually makes me more comfortable. So from now on, we'll change the plan." Hearing that, Shaun put on his cap too. "How far do you want to take this?" He asserted my identity is already out, so there's no more hesitation. He pulled his shirt up to cover half his face, eyes cold. The two walked down the corridor. Isu adjusted his attire coldly and ordered, "Kill anyone who dares block our path." He drew a sharp weapon. "Who is his target?" Isu raked his messy hair. "We'll take Oyama's head first." However, his eyes filled with rage as he warned, "Oyama goes so, I will personally kill that bastard." Reintroducing North Korea's Special Undercover Force, Intelligence Team Captain Beak Isu. For years infiltration experience in North Korea, a total of 12 infiltrations. At Taesan's main building, Jin Woong adjusted his outfit and strode with grave purpose. An organization whose name means a great mountain. But even if you're a great mountain, the footsteps behind move according to him. The crowd pouring in from outside caused chaos, threatening those inside who still had to kneel under Oyama's feet. So even if you're tall, the guy disdainfully glanced at someone. At the door, the bodyguards rotated into position, and someone calmly stepped in through the entrance. Then, standing before the highest peak, Shogo strolled in with his hands in his pockets. Jin Woong bowed his head. "You frowned. You're just a small hill after all." He stood before the aisle full of reverence, beneath the red carpet. Shogo looked down. "So bow and show respect to the mountain you cannot reach." Shogo sneered, his face dark as he looked down. In the tea room, Shogo sat staring at the tea utensils, wide-eyed with curiosity. Then he smiled and looked at Sung-min. "Ah, is your hand all right?" "Chairman." He lowered his gaze to his hand. "Yes, I'm fine." Then Shogo lifted the lid of the teacup on the table with a gesture like cutting off a finger to the recipient, as if to apologize. He waved the spoon and said emphatically that he had accepted the sentiment. "Between us, you don't need to sit so stiffly." But Sung-min bowed his head, frowning cautiously. "Since you brought it up, I'll say it. Taesan is currently an organization under our IL hat." He looked at him seriously. "So even if Oyama stands behind Taesan, participating in Taesan's management is not allowed." That man smirked, offering the spoon. "Ah, about that, Chairman. You can keep doing what you're doing now." Then he propped the spoon up and flicked it, eyes full of mockery. "Actually, I'll make it even more perfect when Taesan belongs to you." Someone glanced warily. "How can you propose something like that to me?" He poured the tea and observed he's heard enough about Seoul's current state. It's not much different from the Warring States era. People are too busy tearing each other to pieces. Shogo lifted the teapot, placed his hand on the lid, and said, "I'm not interested in this Seoul. I only want the great Nine Tails, Oyama's fame, to be remembered here." Then he set it down on the table to make that happen. Afterward, he pushed the cup toward Sung-min, who looked at it in awe. "I'll make you rule all of Seoul." So he looked at you offering the proposal, surprising you too. "The nine-tailed Oyama will make you the victor on this battlefield." You looked down at your reflection on the tea's surface, full of bewilderment, then calmly reached up to lift the cup. Sung-min brought it to his lips under Shogo's expectant gaze. But before he could sip, he looked over there hesitantly. Sung-min set the cup down. "Victory here? That's truly touching," he affirmed, making Shogo's eyes widen in surprise. "However, things won't be as easy as you think. The underworld in Seoul is no joke." Shogo covered his face and gave a wry laugh. "Ha ha, I get you. The organizations here aren't trivial, including IL Hacked Pride. Huh?" Then through a slit of an eye, he stared at him and warned, "But we are Oyama. You can't measure us with your ruler." Then Shogo explained, and Sung-min looked skeptical. "Have you heard of the monster called an Oni in Japanese fairy tales? People say it's a man-eating demon. Well, that Oni represents the Oyama organization. Sometimes organizations begin to oppose the Nine Tails Oyama, and the police outside investigate crimes linked to this group. That day, there had been an ambush targeting one of our enforcers. The man bowed his head, his body beaten and bloody, the surroundings a chaotic mess of blood. The scene was truly dangerous then. His eyes full of satisfaction. He frowned and grinned, hair matted and sticky with blood. Because members of the rival group ambushed them, that man knelt on the ground. The corridor was full of bodies, all 9 of them torn to pieces. Shogo paused for a moment, but what was truly interesting on the other side? Hungo looked up in suspicion. What the hell? Nobuhiro swallowed the fruits of his actions, and that man screamed hoarsely. Why you? On the other side, Shogo muttered that some bodies were missing fingers that couldn't be found. Here, some guy's index finger had been cut off, blood gushing everywhere. He pressed a trembling hand to his mouth and questioned. This isn't. We've seen all kinds of filth in Jiorang and Tei-sen already. He looked at the axe wielder standing among the crazed crowd, eating a finger. He backed away in fear, but at this point that man was no longer human. The axe wielder advanced toward Hungu. Let me live. Please. The axe wielder's shadow fell over him. Hungu grit his teeth and looked up fearfully. Please. He grinned and bared his teeth, preparing to bring the axe down. Suddenly the back door flew open. The whole crowd turned their gazes toward the silhouette at the door. You called out, Lee Hungu, are you in there? Inside he looked at you in panic. Yes. The axe wielder on the other side also frowned in perplexity. He looked at you. Baek Do-kyung. His face darkened as he surveyed the scene before him. The axe wielder smiled cheerfully. Rugasaki, he looked at you in confusion, while you drew the short sword strapped to your chest. What's with that outfit? The man rested the axe on his shoulder provocatively. Wait, so that's really your identity? Behind him the henchman rushed forward. He stood behind gloating. A pathetic fake, huh? You drew the short sword and gripped the hilt tight. Those guys murmured about you. Huh, I've heard, but is this for real? What a surprise. Just like in the movies, he looks exactly like Rugasaki. One of them raised his knife and sneered triumphantly. Oh my god, his face is identical to our bastard boss Kashira. They lunged forward, but Liu gripped his wrist hard, face dark, stopping him. I've always wanted to stab him someday. You swung your arm, redirecting his hand off course. The knife's tip slid toward the man's neck, making him stare in astonishment. Immediately blood sprayed around, and you calmly watched. The 2 men behind also looked on in amazement. The axe wielder at the back frowned, also looking puzzled. The other man glared at you, blood spurting endlessly. Seeing that, the 2 men behind rushed in. How dare you oppose Oyama? Isu swung his knife up, then threw it straight into the head of one of the men behind. The man stabbed in the neck fell, and the other paused, watching involuntarily. The remaining man jabbed his blade and shouted in anger, You chosen dog. But you smoothly dodged and punched him in the face. He fell, eyes rolling white, then collapsed at your feet. Beside you an axe swing came down. You also glanced that way. Isu turned and dodged. Then he reached and pulled out his short sword. The sword pulled out of the corpse dragged blood with it. Isu kept his distance from Nobuhiro, who also looked back, then smiled and lunged forward. Isu raised his knife to block. The axe and the short sword were knocked backward. He charged, and the other charged with eager excitement. Oh, that man smiled, frowned slightly, and complimented, You're pretty good, huh? Then he unleashed a flurry of strikes. You stepped back to dodge. Now I'll play with you like that Rugasaki fellow. Isu parried and dodged the slashes and warned him, Onizo and Nobuhiro, I've seen you in the files already. Next, he reached the wall behind him. The axe came down while he watched calmly. The type who uses brute force to solve things. Nobuhiro lost his patience and yelled, What are you saying, you fake bastard? Isu glared at him. Then he slapped up the axe handle and drove the knife straight into that man's stomach. He grit his teeth in pain and looked at him. Then he swung the axe repeatedly. You ducked to avoid the blows. Isu threw a punch straight at Nobuhiro's face, his body adeptly dodging the strikes. He kept coughing up blood, looking panicked. Isu twisted the knife to prepare a slash, and the man noticed. Then you swept in a stroke and lunged toward his back. Nobuhiro collapsed to the ground, blood spraying. The 2 axes clattered to the floor. He turned his eyes back to you from behind in astonishment. Isu reached up and grabbed his collar. You only have strength. Your precision attacks are poor. He glared at him, releasing his grip on the collar once more. On the other side, Hyung-gu was struggling to stand. Seeing the situation, he looked a bit bewildered. Baek Do-kyung, no. He's completely different. Who is this guy? Isu stepped up to him, sat down, and asked Han, Lee Hyung-gu, are you okay? Ah, Yes, yes, I'm fine, but who are you? Hearing that, he realized too, reaching out his hand. Oh, really? How'd you recognize this side of me? Just consider me your boss from now on. Hyung-gu stood up. Can you get up? He looked at Lee-soo with suspicion. Ah, yeah. Then he glanced back. Huh. He let out a startled shout. Behind him, Nobuhiro charged in crazily. Yeah, boss. Watch out behind you. He grabbed his waist and pulled him away, leaving Nobuhiro stunned and him oddly calm. Got you. You damn ragged dog. He held onto his waist, then quickly flipped Isu over, intending to hurl him to the ground. I'll pin you down, you fake bastard. But suddenly the man froze and gritted his teeth. Isu twisted and landed safely against the wall. Nobuhiro doubled over in panic. Isu pushed off the wall to gain momentum. He lunged forward and kicked straight into the man's leg. The man's body wobbled. The pain contorted his face, and he ground his teeth. Ugh. Isu landed safely, while the other man collapsed. His complexion changed, full of agony. Then Isu delivered another kick, sending him flipping backward. The body tumbled to the ground. The two of them warily watched Nobuhiro. Beside him, Hyung-gu watched the scene and frowned in confusion. What is going on? What am I even seeing? He stared at him while he adjusted his gloves. This is a totally different level. Nobuhiro crawled up from the ground, clutching his wound. All theatrics. What a fake dog. Hyung-gu panicked. Ah, he's getting up again. He looked crazed, hair disheveled, eyes full of rage as he glared at him. Come on, keep hitting me. Isu looked down at him from above, completely calm. The man lunged madly, but he simply punched the man's face with composure. Nobuhiro turned his head, gritting his teeth in fury. Damn it, you rag dog. Then he swung another punch, teeth clenched in determination, but he dodged everything, only needed to land one hit. Isu bent to avoid the punch, eyes fixed on his abdomen. Nobuhiro kept mumbling to himself, only one hit. Then he struck back, punching the man's stomach, causing him to stop in pain. Blood spurted from his mouth, his body battered. Ugh. Nobuhiro gritted his teeth with resolve. One strike. He swung a punch, but Isu just watched calmly. Then Isu took a punch from him. The man's eyes were full of excitement and satisfaction. That's more like it, right? But his hand gripped the man's hand tight. Isu secured his arm, his face dark with mockery. Is that all you've got? His gaze was icy as he stared at him, his hands beginning to apply force. Nobuhiro's arm was twisted painfully to the back. The man clutched his shoulder and collapsed to his knees. He stood over him coldly, listening to the screams. He clenched his teeth, eyes full of anger as he cursed. You son of a bitch. Then Isu kicked toward his chin, sending him flipping backward. Hyung-gu stared at him in utter bewilderment, just looking at him. On the other side, Nobuhiro lay on the ground, gasping for life. How the hell did you? Isu looked at him, foot pressing down on his face. The man ground his teeth and looked up, unable to resist. You can't even try. Then he stared at him and drove the short blade into his palm until blood spurted out. Wake up, the man screamed in pain. He stared coldly at him. I have a lot of questions for you. He recalled Shogo's smug face and the way he laughed while holding his cigarette. Oyama Shogo had already realized I wasn't Bokyong when he looked at the lighter. He said I wouldn't know its meaning. His knife hand pressed deeper as a threat. What do you mean by that? Nobuhiro also shouted in pain. He glared at him. That's close to the Oyama Gumi emblem. Not something you cheap Koreans can light however you please. You get me? Hearing that, he pulled a short blade out of his palm. So that's what the Oyama Gumi emblem looks like. Then he raised a short blade and informed him. I'm taking this from you. He then plunged it down, sending a finger flying off. Nobuhiro looked on in horror. He lay on the ground, clutching his severed finger, screaming. Arg. Isu stood up, picked up the finger, and glared at him. You want repayment? This means the same as an apology, right? He sheathed the weapon against his coat, face dark as he confirmed. Fine. I'll take it from all of you bastards. Nobuhiro trembled on the ground, trying to brace himself and sit up. You son of a bitch. I will for sure. He spun around crazily, the severed, spurting arm lunging toward him. I'll tear you apart. But Isu didn't hesitate and punched him, sending him crashing straight down. Nobuhiro lay flat on the ground, blood everywhere. Next to him, Hyung-gu was still out of sorts, jolting when Isu called, Lee Hyung-gu. He adjusted his wrist while walking and quickly fled. Move it. He stared at him in a daze and shouted, right. Then he stepped toward the door. He glanced back quickly with suspicion. Fleeing. Is he a soldier or what? He grabbed his phone to call someone, a hint of doubt in his mind. A lighter, Oyama's thing. At the hospital, Sua opened her umbrella and walked in. Phone pressed her ear. University Hospital. How can I help? Sir. She closed her umbrella, tilted her head, holding the phone to her shoulder. A lighter? Well, that's good then. Then she calmly walked inside. I'm at the hospital too. I'll retrieve it. Outside, black cars were lined up at the entrance. Someone inside impatiently tapped the steering wheel. Gunji peered at the hospital from the car with a suspicious look, and he took out a bottle of pills from his jacket pocket. Baek Do-kyung's secretary, Sua, is at the hospital. In the next moment, the men stepped out of the cars and stared at the hospital in the rain. He poured the pills into his palm. If that's the case. He popped a pill into his mouth and led the group in with icy composure. I'd better go in and check myself. Meanwhile, Sua, unaware, was stepping up the stairs. She walked while taking his call. The meaning of that lighter? Meanwhile, Isu was escaping and updating her on the situation. Behind him, Hyung-gu still watched in doubt. Yes, I heard it's the Oyama Gumi emblem, and thanks to it Shogo realized I wasn't Baek Do-kyung. She then entered a door. I'm not sure either. I can't confirm that yet. She stood in the corridor with an umbrella. I only know it's something Director Baek Do-kyung always carries. Then she pressed a fingerprint to open the patient room door. I guess the Oyama Gumi emblem is engraved on it. She looked inside. Only Director Baek Do-kyung would know the meaning. The scene before her made her eyes widen in surprise. The phone in her hand fell to the floor, and he called out in puzzlement, Secretary, what's wrong? Inside, Do-kyung was holding the lighter in his hand. He sat on the bed, looking out the window. Sua stood frozen, her umbrella dropping to the floor as she looked back. Then Do-kyung heard a sound and turned his head. Sua covered her mouth in shock. He remained calm and looked at her. I didn't know who it was. Turns out it's you, Sua. His eyes were hazy and a playful smile crossed his lips. Why? Feels like it's been ages since we last met, huh? She moved closer in surprise. It has been a long time. Indeed, it's been a while since we met. Do-kyung kept turning to look at her. Below, Gunji's men were milling around the hospital. He glanced at the elevator. A notice was posted above. Construction on the 6th floor. The 6th floor is currently undergoing window replacement for safety. All patients and visitors are prohibited from entering. We ask for your understanding. Thank you. Construction period. Day X to Day X. University Hospital. His gaze, cold and curious, swept down to the sign. No entry. He then turned to the man behind him and said, Try going up. I'll check if there's another way. Gunji lifted his glasses and, thinking opposite to the others, wondered inwardly if they'd left Seoul and come to this hospital to hide something. He adjusted his glasses, eyes scanning around. What Tae-san must be hiding in the hospital right now is probably just that. And inside the patient room, Do-kyung lay on the bed staring at the ceiling and said, So the headquarters has collapsed. His hand trembled. While I was away, that guy, he came from Japan and took over the Tae-san Corporation. Upon hearing the news, he lost his composure and shakily sat up from the bed. I can't just lie here. But Sua anxiously stopped him. Don't overdo it. I called the doctor. Just lie still. She helped Do-kyung lie back on the bed and comforted him. This is enough for now. Then she calmly instructed, For now, this is enough for you. So leave the rest to us. Outside, the men opened the door and came in from the stairwell. They stepped into the corridor, where a man stood guard outside. They sneered, Who do we have here? They scoffed. Seeing you here, looks like there really is something going on. They looked at Tae-san's head of security, Jin Woong, who glowered at them with a hand on his hip. You cannot proceed further. They still advanced without fear, taunting. What? You still don't get the situation? Someone like you dares to stop people from the Oyama group, like us. Jin Woong asserted sternly that even Oyama couldn't pass. They placed their hands on his shoulders to push him down and threaten him. Hey, captain of a security team, take it easy. Who are you showing off for with all this bravado? The leader's eyes were full of contempt as he smirked. Even if you bark for 100 days, your master still won't hear you. But before he could say more, Jin Woong grabbed his face and shoved him backward. You think so? The man looked stunned. The older man was furious, grinding his teeth as he punched the man's face straight into the ground. The two men behind them were also a bit taken aback at the sight. They drew their weapons and shouted, You bastard! You dare touch Oyama! But Jin Woong lunged and attacked. One punch made a man drop the knife in his hand and fly backwards. The other looked panicked, his hand just about to raise the knife. He stepped forward with the knife. The man turned toward him. You'll regret this, huh? But Jin Woong arrogantly moved toward him, his fist clenched. Regret? If that's it, I'm already full of it. He tightened his grip on the arm holding the knife. Because I was a dog that couldn't protect my master, the man panicked. His hand was squeezed by Jin Woong until it cracked. A dog that couldn't bark in front of the master it should protect. He screamed in pain. Gah! Jin Woong stood over him. The man fell to his knees on the ground, but now it's your turn. He looked down from above, smiling. The man looked up in fear. So, we'll try barking now. Jin's grip tightened further. He knelt in the rain, screaming. From the adjacent building, Gunji glanced over at Jin Woong. He heard the shouting, but only rolled his eyes and kept walking. Two guards stood in front to block him. Who are you? They warned him the area was off limits. But he rushed in and slashed the man's throat with a sharp weapon. The other pulled his weapon too. The man in front pressed his hand to the spurting blood on his neck, and Gunji lunged at the man behind. He seized the guard's hand to stop the knife being drawn. Then he delivered a blow. He held his concealed weapon and praised the two. Good luck, that was lucky. The two were kneeling on the ground, struggling to breathe. Gunji looked over and reminded them, Isn't this a hospital? Press the emergency button and you won't die so fast. He then bent down to look at someone at his feet. Well then, quickly snatched the ID card. Lend me this card. He moved toward the doorway. As soon as the door opened, Gunji hurried in, the card slipping from his hand to the floor. On the hospital bed, Du-kyung lay unconscious. Seeing someone enter, he turned his head guardedly to look. Gunji stepped up beside him and stared intently. He clutched the blood-stained concealed weapon in his hand. Du-kyung also noticed Rugasaki. Outside, footsteps were in chaotic motion. SUA, leading a doctor, ran frantically toward Du-kyung's room. Ahead, two people were applying pressure to a guard's wound. This way, hurry. One of them, having his bleeding stopped, trembled with worry. Secretary, hurry to the director. SUA's face was pale and full of fear. She flung open the door and ran into the director's room. Both Du-kyung and Jin Woong looked up at her. Immediately, she hurried to the bedside, worried. Are you okay? What on earth happened? He replied calmly. Hanazawa Gunji has arrived. So frowned in doubt. Hanazawa, are you sure that's him? Is everything okay? Du-kyung closed his eyes to reassure her. Yeah, what'd go wrong? Just look at his face. Light chuckle. He flipped open the lighter as he added, It's a relationship where both sides have to watch their step. She helped him sit up. SUA, did you bring my phone? She stammered, Beck Isu has it. Du-kyung sat up, bowed his head and smiled as he understood. The woman beside him lowered her head in worry. All right. Then, SUA, lend me your phone. His gaze gradually sharpened. After all, there were a few things that needed handling. Elsewhere on the desk, a phone kept ringing relentlessly. Tetsuji sat in his office and put the phone to his ear. Yes, I'm listening. Du-kyung's voice came through. Long time no see. Father, he hesitated. The tone of his voice. Then he smiled. Is that Du-kyung? Right? This is Oyama Tetsuji, chairman of the Oyama conglomerate, head of Japan's underworld and leader of the Oyama Nine Tails. He laughed and took off his glasses. I was worried when I heard those false rumors, but it seems they really were nonsense. Du-kyung insisted. The rumor is true. Father, Beck Du-kyung is dead. At his desk, Tetsuji sat upright, smiling wryly. Oh, really? So I've been talking to a ghost on the phone. Immediately after, Du-kyung informed him. From now on, I'm not Beck Du-kyung. I'm Oyama Rugasaki. Tetsuji put the cigarette to his lips and turned his face, understanding. So you've decided. I see. Very well. I'll have you live by my will. He clenched the lighter tightly, his gaze going distant. I'll do whatever you wish, father. Tetsuji braced a hand on the desk and stood. Why are you changing your mind now? Didn't you run off to Seoul because you didn't want this? Do-kyung shot back, so now I will. Are you sulking, father? He stepped toward the door as a bodyguard opened it. That's my boy. It's been a long time since I felt pleased. He teased, clearly feigning irritation. He walked out into the corridor. Do-kyung, my intention hasn't changed. You're my heir. His reminder made him look down at the lighter in his hand. That's why I'm giving you my lighter, proof everyone will recognize. In the hallway, people knelt on both sides of Tetsuji's path. But the situation had changed a lot since then. Many family members still refused to acknowledge you. He knew that well. Of course he knows Shogo's faction, right? You're not the formal heir because you're Korean or something, Tetsuji explained as he walked. Well, that can't be denied. He sat on a hospital bed, clutching the lighter with an unreadable expression. Honestly, I don't care who becomes the head of Oyama. Do-kyung gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger. Shogo has crossed the line. He's come after my family. Those around followed Tetsuji's silhouette as his voice came over the phone. Tell those who won't acknowledge you, those who side with Shogo, bring them all to Seoul. He tightened his grip on the lighter, anger in his eyes as he ordered. In Korea, there's Rugasaki. Strip away all family ties and emblems and bring them here. The men rose as he muttered. Then I'll ask only one question. Tetsuji paused, then continued in a way that left the men's faces puzzled. Will you kill Shogo? Do-kyung gazed out at the night sky through the window. Yes, I will kill him. Dryly intense. One of them stepped forward to light a cigarette. Tetsuji looked puzzled. Is that so? I understand. Do-kyung hung up the phone. Jin-woong clutched his head in shock, while Sua beside him shouted angrily. He just woke up and already said there's something to do. Declare war on Oyama Ninetails? He leaned back on the bed, closed his eyes, and took the scolding. Then Do-kyung smiled and glanced at her. Well, not confident. He judged what difference it makes whether the opponent is Oyama or someone else. We're Tae-san, aren't we? The two of them bowed, their heads to look. Do-kyung muttered, and above all, outside in the corridor shadows were running hurriedly. He looked at Isu bursting in through the door. And there's him too. He lost his temper and shouted. Sua, are you okay? They all looked over. Do-kyung forced himself up and teased with a smile. Hey, who's this? It's Beck Isu? No, you should call him Beck Do-kyung. Tears rolled down Isu's cheeks. What is happening? He was astonished. Tears fell automatically from his eyes. Do-kyung just glanced back and smiled. It's me, Isu. Then Isu couldn't believe his eyes. You? Do-kyung smiled and looked up. Yeah, it's me. Isu, he pressed. Are you crying? While he himself sobbed with his eyes shut. You mean to say? The gentle image of young Do-kyung flooded back. Isu hiccuped. If you hadn't woken up, I'd have become you myself. Then came the high school days. He sat with his head up, smiling, while you stood looking down. Was it worth it? Becoming Beck Do-kyung. What does that even mean? Back to reality. Isu wiped his tears. Since we're twins, I thought if he could do it, I could too. Then he smiled, both happy and self-reproachful. But really, it's not like that. It's truly difficult. Do-kyung clenched his hand. Isu, you've had it rough. He sat on the edge of the bed and raised a fist to his chest earnestly. From now on, I'll handle everything. Isu froze. He grinned mischievously as a reminder. So stop crying, okay? Be strong like before. He looked down from above at the fist and smiled. Then he bumped fists with it. Next, Do-kyung held his head and leaned back on the hospital bed, moaning, Ouch! I'm a bit tired now. He rolled his eyes and smiled. The Tae-sen I worked hard to build is now handed to Il Hack. Ouch! Unbelievable. He turned to Isu and gave him a sidelong glance. But do you know what really surprised me in this situation? Do-kyung and the other two glanced over with puzzled faces. Everything was done by Beck Do-kyung. I carried out all actions under your name. Sua beside them understood and looked at him approvingly. Thanks to that, the public image of Beck Do-kyung grew, becoming an unbeatable gangster with no rivals. Do-kyung put his hand to his innocent-looking face. Wow, so excited, so happy, I love it. He deflected. Ouch. So what's your next plan, Beck Do-kyung? Isu frowned and glanced. First, we must return to Tae-san. He agreed, and Do-kyung glanced over, understanding. You're Tae-san? Let's go back. He straightened his collar, narrowed his eyes coldly. Oyama, Shogo, and his men, one by one, every single one. Then he yelled inwardly, I'll shred them to bone and pulp. Elsewhere, Shogo glared as he lifted the white cloth. Behind him, Kaido also looked on. He sat at the bedside with deep feeling. You're badly injured, kid. Nobuhiro lay on the bed, his body battered. It's fine, I can still move. Immediately, he lost patience and shoved that guy onto the bed. Right, that's more like it. Nobuhiro gritted his teeth in pain. Seriously, this guy who reprimands Oyama's men is the one bettered in? Ridiculous. The man struggled to sit up, clutching his side in pain. I'm sorry about this incident. Kashira Shogo cut him off. It's fine. But his gaze bored into Nobuhiro, anger on his face. But how could that imposter be so strong? The smile slowly froze, steel cold before that man. He's on par with Rugasaki. The gripping hand made Nobuhiro tremble. The man bowed his head, sweating. I haven't directly witnessed Rugasaki's true strength. Then he recalled attacking him and being counterattacked. No matter how powerful the imposter is, I can't imagine he's as strong as Rugasaki. Isu sliced off a finger right in front of Nobuhiro. Shogo glanced at him suspiciously. Strong like Rugasaki? Kaido looked over and assessed. Yeah, that's right. The man's addition darkened Shogo's face. He's a monster from another world compared to us. Then he bared his teeth and smiled. His hand rubbed Nobuhiro's shoulder, the man's face full of awe. Nobuhiro Onizawa, I like you already. His hand clenched, face serious. Your passion and madness are exactly what's needed for Oyama, he praised, leaving Nobuhiro baffled. Thanks, Kashira. But Shogo interrupted, but his hand released and his face filled with anger. This time I'm really disappointed. Shogo mocked the man on the sickbed. You were gravely injured by an imposter and now blame a monster from another world. Are you that frightened? His eyes dripped contempt as he looked down. Isn't that right, Nobuhiro Onizawa? Suddenly Gunji entered through the door, drawing their attention. Shogo smiled. Kaido glanced over. You're here? Hanzawa, did you find anything new? He held a phone in his hand. Yes, before I report. His eyes ringed with dark circles. He raised it respectfully. You should take the call. The boss is looking for you. Shogo froze a moment. My father. Then he answered the phone warily. Father, I'm listening. On the other end, Tetsuji sat before the steps. Shogo, what are you doing over there? He opened his gold lighter, eyes deep. Tei-san, I handed it to Rugasaki. What stake you have left in Tei-san? Shogo smoothed his hair and shot an annoyed look at Gunji beside him. Have you heard, father? I have many eyes and ears around me. Tetsuji interrupted. I heard that from Rugasaki himself. He frowned. Rugasaki. Then he stepped toward the window. Ha ha ha. Father, he's an imposter. He's impressive. He even fooled you. Shogo tried to explain. He's the twin brother of Beck, Dukyung. He's... In the quiet, Tetsuji cut him off. No. Rugasaki convinced me. I've checked. He glanced at Nobuhiro on the bed with suspicion. So what? That man is truly an imposter, father, but he merely opened and closed his lighter as a reminder. So, haven't I already told you I've confirmed it? A flame flickered. Tetsuji's gaze was displeased as he emphasized, if I tell you to trust me, then you must trust me. Shogo stared at his angry reflection in the mirror. The imposter said this. Over on his end, Tetsuji stood up and warned him. He said that man will become Oyama's boss in the future. So as both the boss of Oyama and Tei-san, he won't leave you be. Hearing that, Shogo's eyes widened in shock and anger. He calmed himself. So what else did you say to him? Tetsuji moved into his study while still on the phone. As the current head of Oyama, I said what needed to be said. Surely that answer will do. Shogo's face went pale. He stared wide-eyed at his reflection as if he were the boss. His expression showed some displeasure. Shogo, you don't intend to return to Japan right now, do you? Shogo interrupted. Father. His hand gripped the phone tightly, veins standing out. When you said that, were you speaking as my father or as my boss? Tetsuji looked out at the koi pond beyond the glass. Shogo, I have never... He flicked the ash from his cigarette. Over here, he also looked at Gunji with suspicion. Then he slammed the phone against Gunji. Is Beck Dukyung really still alive? He was serious. I've confirmed it, sir. Next he handed the phone back. Shogo demanded, you just turn around like that? Gunji looked puzzled. Because it's really Rugasaki. Shogo's eyes widened. You're siding with Beck Do-kyung now. He put the phone away and warned, I only work for Oyama. Then he put a dossier in front of Shogo. This concerns Oyama. I found a third organization that was snooping for information in Seoul. Shogo stared in disbelief. Where? This is. Gunji simply raised one index finger to the sky. Then, in the room's silence, he said one word, Seoul. He opened a file and glared out the window. What Seoul? Inside was a file on a group of people. Outside, a black car was parked in the rain. Chief Jang sat in the car, smoking while he waited. Rumor has it Oyama has taken over Tae-san. His face darkened as he fell into thought with Lee Sung-min's men. They're more stubborn and scheming than he expected. Suddenly, someone in a raincoat peered in at the door. Chief Jang had no idea that staying in Seoul too long would be bad. If he kept diving into this game, he'd lose. Shortly after the door opened, and he looked toward the rain-coated figure. Jang Sung-ho's daughter impatiently opened the door, angry at her father's cigarette. Oh my, caught you. Didn't you say you'd quit smoking, but you're at it again? He tossed the cigarette out of the car and smiled. What, you're here? If it's raining, the least you could do is call. Seeing the girl sit in the back seat, he asked, why not sit up front? Jang Sung-ho's daughter took off her raincoat and replied, no, I hate the smell of your smoke. And she pinched her nose and glanced toward the door. Ugh, gross. I'm in the back and it still reeks. Chief Jang Bien-min, you tried to sneak a quick smoke in the breeze and got caught by your kid. The girl folded her raincoat and complained, not noticing someone standing at the car door. Hi, Dad, planning to sneak a smoke? There's a whole crowd out here, you know. Chief Jang softened his voice while the person outside placed a hand on the door handle. Sorry, daughter, let's head off now. Shogo opened the door and climbed into the passenger seat, startling the two of them. Sorry. Chief Jang frowned, both angry and puzzled. Jang Sung-ho's daughter also froze, watching warily. Who are you? Shogo grabbed the girl's wrist and pulled her back. Oh my. Your dear daughter. He gripped the girl's hand tightly, water dripping down his face like a devil's grin. Calm down. Girl, I'm a friend of your father's. Shogo's eyes glanced up to the rear seat. So, Chief Jang's face tightened, angry as he bit his lip and looked down. It'd be nice if we could become friends soon, right? Chief Jang, the daughter tried to avoid the stranger's touch. Who is this man's father? What is he talking about? Shogo's manner of speaking sent shivers down her spine. Sorry, you must be surprised, huh? You don't speak Japanese. She was genuinely frightened. Sung-ho's neck veins stood out, yet he dared to reassure her. It's okay, Hyuna. He forced the most natural smile he could muster. He's just an old friend your father ran into. Later she dared to ask, Oyama Shogo, what brings you all the way here? Shogo gave an obvious excuse. I couldn't reach Chief Jang by phone. He started feeling his way toward the driver's seat. I'm really, and then stared at Hyuna oddly. I had to come in person to talk to you. I didn't know your daughter would be here. Sung-ho growled as a prompt. Oyama, if this is business, it's better to go outside, right? Shogo patted his shoulder and stepped out. Fine by me. Do as you wish. A few people were already waiting outside. Shogo leaned against the car with swagger and requested, Now then, shall we talk? Chief Jang Sung-ho was really stubborn-mouthed. He stealthily pulled a heat piece from his jacket. What do you people want to do this for, huh? Then he outright threatened them. Looks like you bastard don't know right from wrong in a foreign land. Sung-ho was blunt and clear. I might cut you some slack in Japan, but here it's different. Different lands, different bosses, right? Shogo not only wasn't afraid, he smirked and said exactly what that imposter had said. His name is Beck Isu. Shogo exhaled each calculated word. I hear he's your subordinate. Lieutenant Jang Sung-ho of HID Special Operations. Every part of Sung-ho's background was already in the opponent's hands. If we're to work with you in Korea, we had to investigate your entire history too. A knife raked across the roof of the car. That was Kaido making a warning move. At the same time, Shogo poked at Sung-ho's weak spot. Seems you love your daughter very much. He complained with displeasure, yet showed no mercy for his subordinates. Huh? Shogo took a few steps towards Sung-ho. I don't understand why you're worried you can't catch him. He tried to persuade the man before him. If you both share the same enemy, wouldn't it be better to join forces? Sung-ho pushed up his glasses and, hearing that, grasped the issue. Playing big like this means you want a place at the table too, right? The next answer refused flatly. But what can I do? Our table's already full. Shogo, full of schemes, offered an idea, then rearranged the table. He also made his position clear. I don't want to casually share my food with others. Song-ho took a cigarette, considering the request to reshuffle territories. He was silent for a moment, then probed Shogo's abilities. Can you do it? He immediately intended to prove himself. Let me show you what Oyama is like. So Shogo and his team left. Let's go. Kaido. Song-ho, hearing that name, suddenly took notice. That guy's name is Kaido? Can you meet me for a moment? He tossed the half-smoked cigarette toward Kaido's face. A strong hand had already grabbed his jacket without warning. Kaido lost his balance and staggered, falling over. Right there, Song-ho warned, "Stop fidgeting, kid. This isn't a place to be pulling knives out everywhere." He pressed the sharp weapon to Kaido's throat while the adults were talking. Then, in a gruff voice, he scolded, "You should know better. Stand still." While he was at it, Song-ho also warned the other one. "Oyama, remember this too." He emphasized each word. "Don't pull this stupid stunt a second time. Understand?" At the Red Crown Hotel in Gyoran, Taehyung sat at the table on the phone, his face tight with stress. He'd heard something from the other end that made him curse out loud. Damn it, what the hell is this? It turned out Taehyung was tangled up in that familiar problem. Baek Do-kyung isn't really Baek Do-kyung, and Tae-san got beaten by Oyama. Furious, he poured the rest of his drink down his throat to vent. Why isn't that sly Chief Jang picking up? Damn it. At that moment, a sound caught Taehyung's attention. What was that? Seeing the newcomer, he ground his teeth in dislike. "Who are you? I don't recall seeing you before." Taehyung demanded, restless. "First time we meet, and you've already turned my men into doormats?" He wiped the droplet of alcohol from his mouth and stepped toward the insolent face. "Have we crossed paths before? Why are you suddenly so furious?" The thug popped a few effervescent tablets into his mouth. The Korean bastard jabbered away like a bird. He squeezed so hard the box crumpled. Scared now, Taehyung cracked his knuckles and finally recognized the Japanese. So it's you guys." Without hesitation, he sneered contemptuously. "Those Japanese, Oyama people, trying to gobble up Tae-san and now want another bite." Someone from outside stepped in toward Taehyung. Tae-san, you're everywhere. The name's getting old." He was even carrying a sword. Well, that's standard for Seoul, apparently. Shogo, expressionless, sneered bit by bit. "Silly mountain range. It's the pride of a frog in a well, isn't it?" Seeing the weapon Shogo carried, Taehyung twirled his wrist with interest. "A real long sword? Damn, everything's here." He assumed a fighting stance and drew his sword to test it. But Shogo strode past coldly. "Get down." He looked down on his opponent. "This place is too big for you. It's not your scene." Shogo added more belittling words. "Don't you think you're out of your depth here? Elsewhere?" Hyung-gu pointed with his hand, and his face went blank. "Huh? So?" He was about to lose his mind upon seeing the truth before him. Are there really two Baek Do-kyungs? Hot-headed Shaun tore the blindfold off Hyung-gu and straightened it. "No, twins, actually. There's Baek Do-kyung taking off the blindfold over there. Why does he always wear it on the opposite eye?" Do-kyung commented. "Hey, is that guy on our side? He makes me uneasy." Hyung-gu seriously wanted enlightenment. "But I have one question. Which of the two is the real Baek Do-kyung? I'll follow the boss I choose." At this point, he couldn't hold back tears and raised his one fingerless hand. "So tell me, who cut this off?" Hyung-gu was still flustered and couldn't adapt immediately. "So my boss is the fake Baek Do-kyung?" "No. It's Lord Baek Isu." Do-kyung squinted and questioned sharply. "I've been uncomfortable around you this whole time, you know. And weren't you the one who wagered back then?" He clarified the issue, but what about Gyorang? How did you end up under Tae-san's command? Hyung-gu proudly smoothed his hair. "I'm someone who knows how to read the times. As Big Bro Isu said, you're the new symbol of this era, right? You're on a different level than Gyorang." Do-kyung nitpicked. "But that bastard dares speak to me like that." Hyung-gu turned to praise Shaun, making him beam. That blonde big bro had made Ryu Taehyung afraid to even breathe loudly. After all, Do-kyung was surprised. "You subdued Ryu Taehyung? That couldn't have been easy, right?" Shaun arrogantly belittled the opponent. "Captain, let me handle a bit. Those guys are really mediocre. Hyung-gu cut in, hey, don't say that, blonde big bro. He recalled the scene that day. Clearly you defeated Ryu Tae-hyung with a single blow. An old story, yet it still made Hyung-gu gush praise. Big bro is really that strong. Ryu Tae-hyung, where I'm from, isn't someone to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, Tae-hyung assumed a fighting stance. Jeorang is currently the largest faction among Seoul's groups, and its leader is Ryu Tae-hyung. His movements were nimble, easily evading the opponent's attacks. He may look it, but he was also a former lightweight boxing champion. Then he landed a painful hit, dirty boxing. Next, Tae-hyung delivered a stunning blow, but he was stripped of his right to compete just before the international match began. Despite spitting blood, the thug still grinned and raised the axe in his hand, intending to lunge at Tae-hyung. In no time, he executed an agile dodge. Tae-hyung guided his fingers toward the thug's eyes. He gouged at the opponent's eye, but the thug dodged in time, causing Tae-hyung's hand to fall onto his shoulder. Tae-hyung drove a powerful punch into the thug's stomach, this time forcing the thug to grit his teeth in pain. The angry thug's weapon struck and managed to wound Tae-hyung. As a result of that incident, he was permanently erased from the roster. Exhausted, Tae-hyung gasped, "Damn, am I drunk? It's hard to control these hands the way I want." That knife awakened the beast inside him, making him suddenly think of killing that bastard on the spot. Consequently, he withdrew into the underworld and joined IL Hack, the largest organization at the time. Tae-hyung crazily slashed across the thug's flank. "Hey, where did you bleed from earlier?" Shogo, observing until now and seeing the situation was impossible, prepared to intervene. Meanwhile, Tae-hyung stomped on the thug unaware. After just 1 year in the underground, he had been nominated as the youngest Gudo in IL Hack. The more he looked at the man under his foot, the more Tae-hyung felt irritated, because that thug could still struggle back to his feet, blood smeared all over his face. At the same time, Shogo restrained Tae-hyung from behind. "Right? That's how it should be." He kept saying something like, "That move works for you." Tae-hyung cursed at the sight. "Damn. What? Wait, your turn's coming." But when had Shogo stabbed a sharp object into Tae-hyung and then mocked, "You don't need many tricks to deal with a foolish average guy like." At the massive corporate headquarters building, Sung-min scrambled after Kaido. "Hey, Mr. Ishizuka, please listen to me." He ignored him and kicked the door open with his foot. Sung-min didn't dare do anything. "What the? This far already?" Kaido brazenly put on airs with Xiaolan. "We have orders from the IL Hack leader, so why are you still sitting here doing nothing?" Xiaolan barely glanced and treated it like a nuisance. "What nonsense is he spouting?" Yuwa repeated Kaido's earlier words. "Why aren't we following the IL Hack leader's orders?" Xiaolan, who fears no one, picked up the gun on the table. "Leader? Huh. Why does this damn organization have so many leaders?" She stepped closer to intimidate Kaido. "Whose order is this anyway? Tae-san's, IL Hack's, or some random punks?" Xiaolan told him bluntly, so there'd be no false hope. "We've decided to side with Beck Du-kyung. There's no reason to obey what you say anymore." Kaido fell silent and suddenly lunged a sharp object at Xiaolan, but she luckily caught it. "Oh my, bold move. Try that again, see what happens." Kaido complained irritably. "Too noisy. What are you babbling about?" Sung-min saw this and shouted to stop them. "Mr. Ishizuka, please hear me out for a moment." In the end, Kaido had to hold back because Sung-min stood between them. "What idiots." Sung-min tried to defuse things. "Xiaolan, I understand your grievances, but we ask that you cooperate and follow our instructions for now." Yuwa also joined the debate. "Director Lee Sung-min, I know you're IL Hack's leader, but we've already supported Beck Du-kyung and joined Tae-san." She added, "But I don't know where Beck Du-kyung is right now. If it's not an order from Tae-san, we won't comply." Xiaolan crossed her arms and criticized bluntly. "Director Lee, aren't you acting like a child? Aren't you the director of IL Hack, a big organization formed even before Tae-san?" Feeling Sung-min's conduct was out of line, she scolded him. "Where is IL Hack's pride you've been talking about?" Sung-min was silent for a moment, then turned away. "Maybe this isn't the time to discuss it. I need more time." Xiaolan was truly displeased. "So that's it." Because Sung-min believed Beck Du-kyung would return soon. "Let's wait and watch the situation for now." The thug was no longer coherent, screaming repeatedly. Ah! Shogo just stood still watching the man. And on the floor, Tae-hyung lay defeated. Done. Shogo leisurely sat and drank. Good. Now let's wrap this up neatly, he said. At that moment, Tae-hyung's hand twitched. He forced himself up. Not bad. Tae-hyung spat curses with hatred. You bastard. His mind was hard as iron. Even like this, he could still stand. You think you can take me down so easily? Let's see who ends up dead. Shogo looked at him with amusement. Oh, still got the strength to get up. Tae-hyung kept cursing. You bastards, how dare you? Do you think you can go up against the Jeorang Syndicate? Shogo echoed. Jeorang is a syndicate in Seoul. He pushed Tae-hyung lightly with the sword. You're their leader? Shogo seized the man's head forcefully, making him scream. Look closely. Then he pinned Tae-hyung's head down. See that now? He prodded at the other's weak spot. No one left. Do you know why? Where did your men disappear to? Shogo kept bringing this up. They say wolves live in packs and follow their alpha. He spoke each line sharply. Your gang is getting weaker and weaker. On top of that, by deliberately breaking Tae-hyung's will, as a leader losing prestige, your disciples would naturally start thinking differently, right? The knife fell slack to the ground. Shogo's voice rose again. Your organization has abandoned you. He mocked Tae-hyung. You're no longer the pack's alpha. You've become hunted prey. On Tae-san's staircase, the whole corridor was deserted, not a soul in sight. Kaido stepped into the elevator alone. He kept staring steadfastly in one direction. Those men in black over there caught Kaido's attention. Anyone there? Isu looked like he'd just finished dealing with someone. So Kaido drew his weapon on guard. He stepped toward him. So it's you. So Isu had recognized him. Ishizuka, Kaido. He fell silent, lips pressed tight. Xiao behind also recognized him and was about to warn the captain it was Isu. Then cut in. Yeah, got it. Leave this to me. He'd heard that name before. People said he didn't know what pain was. His past was bleak. Ishizuka Kaido, an orphan with unclear origins. His appearance made others pity him. A life spent just trying to survive each day. Kaido always lived on the edge in one way or another. Lucky for him, he doesn't feel pain, so it never hurts him. Quite the perk, if grim. Kaido was always dirty and dusty, even in harsh, unforgiving conditions. He walked alone through this desolate place, yet kept moving forward, proof of his faith and resolve. Now Kaido shrugged off his coat, ready to fight, since he couldn't feel pain. His face bore not a flicker of emotion, so don't be scared no matter who your opponent is. Immediately, Kaido dashed forward. He attacked Isu, but Isu evaded. Xiao, watching beside him, commented, too fast, terrifying speed. Kaido swung a flurry of strikes, and Isu matched him blow for blow, not a scratch appearing. Kaido stepped back to gain momentum. He boldly launched a powerful kick. In the end, Isu used his forearm to block. His gaze cut sharply at the opponent. Before long, Kaido lunged in with another stab. Ultimately, he was caught and restrained by Isu. He looked up at the one holding the advantage, then kicked and flailed to break free from a hold. That move truly earned Isu some impressed praise. Xiao could clearly see an ordinary person hit by that strike would pass out in pain. Kaido felt nothing at all, apparently. But you know one thing. If you force yourself, it'll damage your joints. Seeing Kaido still get up normally, Isu had to admit it. It's true, you don't know what pain is. He adjusted his wrist joint, but aside from that trick, what else have you got? Kaido produced another sharp object. Just as he was about to stab, Isu grabbed his hand tight. He jabbed a finger at Kaido's wrist joint. Who would have expected Kaido to use his other hand to punch Isu in the face? This time Isu took a full, stunning blow. But Kaido also took damage. One of his arms was clearly twisted out of place. Isu raised his voice, provoking him to continue. From his own assessment, he thought that even if you don't know pain, the human body still has limits. Indeed, now Kaido's face showed pain, you bastard. He lunged up and delivered another kick. Isu once again subdued him. Every now and then I meet interesting fellows like you. He twisted Kaido's leg joint hard. Isu's voice continued evenly. Strong people, physically and mentally, but you are very special. Kaido couldn't stand and collapsed flat to the ground. Isu moved closer to him. Previously, Kaido hadn't feared any opponent. He ruthlessly stepped on the opponent's injured area. Don't know what pain is? Because you truly don't know pain. Isu came up with an even more terrible idea. What if I turn you into a cripple? He used intimidating words to make Kaido show real fear. If you're scared, get up and beg me. Now he finally trembled. A car sped along the highway as a voice from inside called out. You mean Oyama is at Tae-san's place, right? The driver suggested. It'd be rude to leave empty-handed. Want me to buy you something? Do-kyung in the back objected. Cut the nonsense. Just by looking, the driver could tell the other guy was worried about something. Seems Isu got there a step ahead, huh? Do-kyung glanced outside. He says Tae-san, I'll enter properly through the front door. And if he can guarantee that, then no one can stop him. Do-kyung said nonchalantly. Rumor paints me as a cold-blooded gangster. But at that moment, the driver stopped the car. We're here. Wait a bit. I'll assist you. Suddenly, Do-kyung remembered what the driver had revealed. Thinking it over, the driver said he'd and his family been getting attention lately, right? He refused the driver's help for a reason. Too many eyes are watching. Entering like that would be embarrassing. The fierce-looking group walked through the parking garage. Gunji turned back to warn them, ignoring Sholan's scowl. Damn it, you're slow, move it. Some of them, seeing the two acting strange, probed. Hey, what you two doing? Not leaving yet. Shaun sent one guy from their group pack. The other, having just witnessed this, rushed up. Huh? What's going on? Before he could do anything, Shaun gave him a strike. You're being too noisy. On top of that, you even sneer as if you're the host. Shaun emphasized to provoke the opponent. Isn't that right, Lady Butcher? Gunji, having realized the situation, drew his weapon in warning. You brat. Could you be one of Tae-san's people? But Sholan behind was one step quicker. Where's your brat leader? Shaun signaled with a pointed finger. A man's hand placed on the table. Sungmin leaned his head back, relaxing. A strange noise outside caught his attention. It's pretty noisy out there. Chanho noticed easily. I guess he's returned. With this lively atmosphere, Sungmin wanted to join the fun. Shall we go out and see? Kaido's foot twisted painfully as he moved. He muttered a curse. Damn it. Isu loomed like a pompous lord behind. You can still get up? Keep going then, let's see. The badge gleamed splendidly. This is the Tae-san building. Hearing that name alone conveys the pride of the organization behind it. A well-dressed man stepped forward slowly. Oyama, you claim you're the highest mountain? Do-kyung formally introduced himself. We are Tae-san, you know. Here he questioned. How dare you be so bold? Do-kyung was very displeased with Kaido's remarks. By what standard do you judge Tae-san's greatness? At the sight of him, panic clearly showed. Rugasaki, Do-kyung wanted to make Kaido see how wrong he was. If you want to understand Tae-san, he pressed his face close, growling the warning. Lie there as you are, crawl on the floor, tear at your hair, and look up. Do-kyung pointed to the logo on Kaido's back as a reminder. That's the symbol of our Tae-san. Time slipped by. 2 months later, Sholan leaned back in her chair and laughed heartily. Ha. The itch for blood in her rose as she absorbed the news and wanted confirmation. You didn't see that bastard? Sholan had realized. Tae-san remains in a bad state. Your brother is pretending to be you, isn't he? She felt like a joke to them. Ridiculous, right? Why did we come all this way for someone impersonating the head of Tae-san? Do-kyung explained gently and clearly. As I said, I'm sorry about our situation. From what happened, he found it reasonable. However, my brother fulfilled the role of representing me well. I fully agree with his decisions. Do-kyung wanted to clarify that he also has ties with Il Hak and Cheon-won. Given the current situation, though many things are unsatisfactory, I will try to make amends. These words were meant to enlighten Sholan. Simply put, what she said is also my stance. Do you understand what I mean? From that, Do-kyung could persuade her. So listen to him. You should plan ahead too. Circumstances have changed. Isu removed the cigarette from his mouth and handed it to Do-kyung, leaving him puzzled. What's this? Yua bluntly assessed. Sorry, Beck Do-kyung, but your subordinate is too rude. That was the argument. Moments later, she tacitly agreed. But aside from that, the person we decided to follow is your brother. From Isu's perspective, dissatisfaction over this change is only natural. Our stance is crystal clear because this is no longer the Beck Do-kyung we once trusted. Hearing this, Do-kyung asked Isu curiously, what happened? What did you do to Director Cha? Sung-min, sensing the tension, spoke to calm things down. All right, everyone, don't get carried away. Let's continue this calmly. He steered the conversation elsewhere. Aren't there more important issues? But at that moment, Yuhua, tense from reading the paper, spoke up. What should we do? She had been following the developments in the newspaper. From that we can confirm, as predicted, Oyama has taken control of Jiorang. What happened to Ryu Tihong? Sungmin reported some news. Jiorang are the ones most closely connected to Manager Jin. Link those facts together, and you could conclude that Oyama's takeover of Jiorang means he may have allied with Manager Jin. Du Kyung scoffed, feigning excitement. We should go see for ourselves to find out, right? The more he thought about it, the more eager he became. It's been a while since I thought about the conference. Think it'll be fun? Let's go once and find out. See who's cozying up to whom. 2 guards were standing watch outside the hall. Just then, the footsteps of a woman entered. It was Yuhua. She strutted in like a model, full of arrogance. Standing before one guard, she was questioned. What are you doing here? Yuhua produced her business card to prove it. Leader Cheon Woong, Cha Yuhua. Satisfied, after the guard verified it, Yuhua was admitted. Please come in. But immediately after, his attitude grew suspicious. That's odd. The guard hesitated. Leader Cheon Woong already arrived some time ago, though. Inside the hall, a clear, loud voice rang out. Distinguished representatives of Korea, Wang Ha-oh sat center stage reading the letter. My name is Shogo Oyama, CEO of the Oyama Group. For Oyama, though we are a small enterprise, he continued reading the lines. We hold this event to hear the words and counsel of the representatives of the guilds directly. Please attend and lend us your support. What is this? As soon as the last line ended, Wang Ha-oh grew suspicious. Oyama has been moving in on even the small neighborhood shops. What are his intentions? Shogo casually poured a drink and chatted. I'm surprised too. The Black Dragon Triad has been in Korea for quite some time. He himself wondered what business they planned to do on this little patch of land. It's puzzling. Wang Ha-oh turned to add. Aren't we both thinking the same thing? So Shogo proposed an idea. Perhaps we should do something together. He eagerly hoped Cheon Woong would be ours. A brazen voice cut in over Shogo. Mine? Oh, please. When did Yuhua get beside Wang Ha-oh? Isn't that so, you two? He was a bit surprised to see Yuhua there. Chairman Sha, I thought you wouldn't come. She sat down casually. The chairman is here. Can't the assistants go home? Wang Ha-oh's gaze carried a hint of reproach. Chairman Sha, you look quite confident. Shogo, not wanting trouble, excused himself. I'm off. He shook someone's hand. Shogo formally greeted Chairman Lee Sungmin. Then he politely invited the guests. Make yourselves comfortable. Shogo carefully pulled out a chair for Sungmin. It looks like everyone's here. Sensing that, he went straight to the main point. Let's begin. Someone's footsteps echoed in the main hall. The guard looked at the person before him, wanted to verify their identity. What are you doing here? What's your name? The other party was momentarily stunned. Du Kyung curled a dangerous smile. A name? You're asking me? He then slowly spoke his name. I am Beck Du Kyung. Everyone in the hall turned to look at it. It seemed Du Kyung had just taken down 2 guards and was walking in. Why are you stopping me? Let me in. Du Kyung pretended to explain. Since it's my first time going out, I'm wearing something expensive. He greeted Shogo when he saw him. Long time no see. Du Kyung adopted a saintly air. You okay? Do you miss me? Sit down here and let's talk a bit. Shogo was astonished at the man before him. Beck Du Kyung. He immediately slammed his cane on the floor in denial. No, that's not. Du Kyung leaned close to Shogo's face and reiterated, Rugasaki, that bastard. Du Kyung held the envelope with a strange expression. It's been a while since the General Assembly was mentioned. This should be interesting. He wanted to volunteer. If so, let me go. This time, Oyama Shogo. But Shogo disagreed and immediately took the envelope back. Hey, no. Du Kyung repeated with relish. This time I'm going. I told you last time, didn't I? This time I'll do it. Shogo was still stammering. Rugasaki. Meanwhile, Du Kyung was looking around. What's this? No room for me? He pulled out a chair. Du Kyung sat a little away from the dining table. I'll sit here then. Someone turned and looked suspiciously. Isn't he down, just acting as Beck Isu's younger brother? Wang Ha-oh spoke first in a polite tone. Long time no see, Director Beck. How have you been? He noticed but Du Kyung had no impression of this person. Who are you? Why the fake familiarity? He felt disappointed. You don't remember me? Director Beck suddenly seemed to recall. I remember now. Du Kyung reminded everyone of that miserable past. Isn't he that uncle? Uncle Wang Ha-oh got beaten to a pulp by me, right? He said it sarcastically. Since you're sitting in someone else's seat, a seat unfit for you, I didn't recognize you. Wang Ha-oh stood up, unable to contain himself. Someone else's seat? What do you mean by that? Du Kyung taunted further. What don't you understand? He dragged another chair over. You sit here too. Du Kyung emphasized. That's where the directors are talking. Better not to butt in. I'm a bit bored sitting alone anyway. He also moved closer toward Beck, Du Kyung. Wang Ha-oh sat down as well. He wanted to ask for a cigarette. Fine, go ahead. Do you have cigarettes? Du Kyung reminded. I do, but it's not Marlboro, so don't rush at it like last time. He took out a lighter. Shogo suddenly stared intently. He immediately changed his attitude. That lighter again. After Du Kyung finished his cigarette, he resumed talking. Looking around, there are quite a lot of unfamiliar faces, aren't there? He probed. Is Jioreng now led by that uncle? Wang Ha-oh's doubts grew larger. Indeed, there's something a bit different from before. Is this really Beck, Du Kyung? Shogo then moved toward them. The wolves have been cleared out, and director Ryu Tae-hyung seemed busy with company matters. Ha. His words carried a clear implication. But I only invited the real directors, not any imposters. Shogo bluntly demanded. Is this really you this time? Beck Du Kyung. Du Kyung remained unafraid. Really? Since when did you start talking as if I'm a fake? As Shogo spoke, he pulled the cigarette from his mouth. Tae-san, who the leader is now, doesn't matter anymore, Du Kyung said coolly. He pressed the cigarette toward Du Kyung like a threat. Because that little mountain will be the perfect grave for you twin brothers. He ignored it and brushed off his coat. Hey, this is expensive stuff. Why are you being childish? Shogo sat down and proposed. But there's another option for you. He suggested that you and I use each other so all of Seoul can see what Tae-san really is. But what Shogo ultimately wanted was this. In the end, Oyama would seize control of Seoul. He asked excitedly, so? Rugasaki? This time, under the name Oyama, you and I will. But Du Kyung immediately refused. I don't like that, shut up. As he spoke, he opened his lighter. Didn't you listen to your father? Du Kyung decisively smoked. Oyama will be mine. I'm not generous enough to hand that conglomerate to you. He added the warning. And also, I'll kill you. I've already decided that. You know that. Du Kyung seemed to have him pegged. You and I absolutely cannot get along. Du Kyung held his cigarette, amused and curious. So I'll ask you one more question. Why are you so eager to take me down? He fired off a series of questions. Why come all the way to Korea to eliminate this bastard? I paid everything off and left. What else do you want from me? Shogo stood up indignant. Paid everything off? Did you really think those things were ever yours? He spoke as if long-held humiliation had eaten him, like a boring toy you kindly gave me. Shogo stepped close to Du Kyung and challenged. You think by doing that you become some martyr for the peace and security of that organization? His eyes were full of hatred. From the start, that entire conglomerate was mine. Oyama Sr., it's all mine. Do you understand? He moved toward the dining table. You all better listen carefully. He knocked over the wine and tossed the cutlery down. Taesan Mountain will collapse under my hands. Shogo threatened everyone. If you try to stop me, you'll all be annihilated. So if you plan to line up to block me, stand firmly. He was so insane that he'd flatten anyone who stood in his way. Shogo also turned to address Beck Du Kyung. I'll trample on you and take everything you have. He looked back and emphasized this isn't looting or war. It's resistance and reclaiming what's mine. Du Kyung applauded with amusement. How touching. You must have practiced a lot, right? He began to speak again. Do you know what rhetoric is? I did a lot of it when I was young, you know. Don't you? Du Kyung showed contempt. That's the level of your skill, muttering like a child, so I can't hear anything. He grabbed his cane, daring him to try to destroy it. Go ahead, take it and try. Du Kyung left and admonished. This time, try doing it properly, will you? This is the last chance he's giving Shogo. If you still fail this time, I'll kill you instead. He seemed stunned into silence. Yua also stepped closer. She and Wang Ha-oh exchanged glances. Yua followed Du Kyung. Wang Ha-oh spoke awkwardly. I mean, I didn't come here to hear your family history like this. He pulled out his phone to make a call, right? Manager Jang? Wang Ha-oh asked curiously. By the way, who do you think that is? Beck Du Kyung, Beck Isu. He reported back on the situation. He's limping. The manager doesn't seem injured, but he seems uncomfortable somewhere. Sung-ho immediately noticed the leg. He tried to sit and recall. If Oyama's words are true, Baek Do-kyung was the one attacked at that time. Sung-ho tried to think. He survived, but did that attack leave lasting damage? Wang Ha-oh urgently called out. Are you listening? Manager Jang, focus. Yes, I'm listening. Wang Ha-oh reported that a few men were ready and waiting for orders. The car door opened. Wang Ha-oh announced the arrival of people in black. From now on, we'll handle it. Sung-ho cautioned carefully. First, we should reach a clear conclusion about Baek Do-kyung. They went down a floor, and 3 people stepped out of the elevator. Isu turned his head to look back. He told the other 2, you go ahead. I need to stop by here for a moment. You all wondered, stop by? Where are you suddenly going? Sungmin was curious too. Is it personal? You're still not well. It's dangerous to go alone. Isu helplessly explained. The restroom? I'm going to the restroom. Aren't you guys observant at all? Why do all 3 of you go together? Seriously, he greeted them. I'm not a child, go ahead. Sungmin reluctantly left first. See you later. Isu walked to the restroom. The faucet turned on. He stood there washing his hands. Isu had seen it coming. Are you lot all sneaking into the restroom like this? They appear behind him one by one. Kids wouldn't do this. Isu shook off the water. Like some thug students sneaking off to smoke behind the teacher. He counted them off. 1, 2, 3. How many of you are there? Isu wasn't too surprised. I haven't seen this exact situation much before either. He stayed calm and responded, still drying his hands. If you're planning to act like this, try killing him properly when you find him. Is that your idea? Isu readied himself to fight and demanded. If that's the case, then this time show me you can do it properly. A large ship was shining its lights out to sea. On the deck were 3 silhouettes of men. One of them was unlocking the door. Things seem to be looking up, Something suddenly fell out. He recounted the hard past. In our day, we had to hide these inside tuna bellies just to smuggle this stuff through. Looking at the stacked contraband before the foreigner only made things more baffling. Now you transport out in the open? I can't understand what's in Koreans' heads anymore. Another man smugly said, from now on everything's legal. Right? He cheerfully reminded them. Not legal, accepted. The higher-ups have already discussed it. The guy bent down to pick it up. But even if it's only accepted in Korea, he wondered, isn't this exactly the kind of business the chairman always wanted? He absolutely won't sit idly by. He snatched the hot goods back. Don't worry about that, Matt. He held it confidently. This is what the chairman wants. We've decided to follow his wishes. He added, moreover, the chairman has decided to withdraw from the front lines and leave the business to others. The guy, overjoyed, asked, what? Is that true? He opened another door. Rugasaki and our boss. Back then, the empty room had hosted a one-on-one argument in the chairman's office. Running the group was entrusted to the organization's leadership. But in this case, Baek Do-kyung had come to the hotel. The latch was reset. He spoke as he locked it securely. Who does he think he is, crawling into the tiger's den alone? He's probably been dealt with by now. Now he returned to probe. Who are you? Mercenaries from Korea. Soldiers. But there were rumors you had other plans. He grew suspicious. What game is this now? A rope was tightened around his neck. Keep talking, I'm listening. A man in all black interrogated him. Soldiers? He looked around in alarm. Who are you? A familiar voice. Earlier, Do-kyung, hooded, demanded, who told you that person was taken care of? The cane thudded down onto the floor. He dealt with them swiftly. They had intended to eliminate Isu. He easily dodged the blow. Isu's leg had a slight problem. Someone spoke up. Could he already have seen the order? His left leg is injured. Aim for that. That person removed his hat. All focus. Take it slow, stay calm. Don't assume he's just a common thug. He's Baek Isu's brother, so you can't predict what he'll do. Chong-hoon ordered. No need for brutal retaliation. Pepper him repeatedly until he breaks. With the predators here. He was the head of the Special Management Division, 1 Sink North, Chong-hoon. He was extremely calm. The man was just our prey. Isu showed no fear and talked big, didn't he? Chong-hoon waved his hand. All right, deal with him. They surged forward continuously. He raised his fist. A hand grabbed his arm. The man excitedly exclaimed, got him. He was quickly grabbed by the collar. His leg extended out. He crashed hard into another man. The moonlit attacker had a knife ready in his hand. He lunged forward. Isu quickly seized the knife. The two were very close to each other. He stayed on guard, wary. He executed a bold kick. He felt a bit tired. Annoying, isn't it? Isu backed up a short distance. He even exclaimed, "Your leg's still pretty strong, huh?" He looked at Chong-hoon, guessing, is he waiting for an opening? Surely he's aiming for the decisive moment. Isu was cautious, but if you're waiting for an opportunity, if you reach your hand behind, I'll do the same. Back over here. He snapped hotly. Say it again and see who gets taken care of. He stammered, repeating, "It was you guys, those who killed Kaido and Nobuhiro." He took off his hat, the twin brother of Beck, Du-kyung. Du-kyung, revealing his true face. Luckily, it was a fake. He didn't stop. "We've seen your skills clearly, imposter, but you shouldn't have come here," he slyly announced. "Your brother Beck Du-kyung is being rounded up by a team we sent to arrest him." Du-kyung chimed in. "Oh yeah? Going to arrest Du-kyung? How confident of you." He sneered with contempt. "I heard Beck Du-kyung is walking on a busted right leg? What can he do with a body like that, huh?" The man beside him couldn't hear well. "What? What body?" He sneered. "You talk big. Catching Beck Du-kyung that easy, is it?" He recoiled in fear. "Wait, could it be? Are you?" Du-kyung sat down and questioned. "If you really are Beck Du-kyung, it's worth testing you, isn't it?" He blurted his identity out. "I'm the crippled Rugasaki. Damn it, want to try and catch me?" On the other side, Isu was very careful, searching for weaknesses and an opening to strike. He leaned against the wall. "I've been waiting for this chance from the start." Isu attacked one man first. Had he noticed that direction of movement? Chong-hoon stood back watching. He was pretty surprised, stepping forward on his left foot. A lot of people rushed over. They kept attacking him relentlessly. Isu observed all directions. He quickly knocked a knife out of one man's hand. Isu seized the opportunity. He used two knives to fight back against them. Those guys immediately ran into trouble. Another man tried to hit him from behind. Isu was one step faster. He knocked that man down. Isu spoke coldly. "Prey and hunter, huh?" He pressed the knife to the man's throat. "You're my hands now. So who's the predator?" Isu slashed once. Blood sprayed everywhere. Chong-hoon finally realized and stepped closer. "You're Beck Isu? So it was all an act from the start, right?" He smirked lightly. "Well, it was all practice. Isn't that how you learn things like infiltration and disguise, Junior?" Chong-hoon immediately called for help. Our plan had flaws. Beta is cancelled. Request Alpha support." He ordered them. "Alpha is coming. Retreat for now. Alpha and I will handle this. Staying here will just crowd the place." Isu was quite surprised. "Alpha," Chong-hoon spoke with an insinuating tone. "You know him too, Senior. He's a legend to us. He even has a pretty loyal fan base." He was about to continue. "Well, he's a bit crazy." One hand ruffled Chong-hoon's hair. "Hey, shut up." The man slowly removed his hat. "Don't cause a scene. I'm getting annoyed." A long scar appeared on his face. "Are you really Beck Isu?" The tone sounded somewhat familiar. "It's really strange." That cruel expression showed. "You were clearly dead. I was the one who killed you then. You killed me." Isu seethed with fury. "You? You're the bastard who did this to my brother." Yuriong was thrown into confusion. "You? So the person back then wasn't Beck Isu?" Chong-hoon beside him panicked just as much. "This guy really is Beck Isu. So both of us." The information had Yuriong losing his composure. "No, this can't be." He kept muttering. "I killed Beck Isu myself. You can't be Beck Isu." He couldn't take it anymore and kicked Yuriong. Meanwhile, Yuriong was still in extreme shock. "No." Yuriong's mind sparked another thought. "I have to kill you." Sharp, hot weapons flew through the air. Ghost, something fictional without a physical form and non-existent in reality. The brutal group had just finished off someone. Team Ghost was such an organization, one that didn't even leave a name behind. The Ghost team leader, identity unknown, Code G1, raised his badge, confirmed the target was dead, and withdrew from the scene. He loudly ordered everything burned. 2 years earlier in Western Russia, Yuriong, having just completed the mission, breathed a sigh of relief. "You done, let's go home." He was promptly reminded by the teammate behind him. "G2, put your mask on, don't leave any traces." The guy explicitly reminded him. "Did you forget? We don't leave anything behind." The Ghost deputy leader, identity unknown, Code G2. Yuriong obediently complied. Use it now, don't slack off." Honestly, when finished, they all stepped out to their car, blanketed in cold snow. As Yuryong climbed in, he leaned back and complained, "Everyone's worked hard. It's taken a month. I like to get back to Seoul fast." The leader warned again, "G2, I told you not to take off the mask. We're still in enemy territory." This time, Yuryong dared to argue. "Oh, come on, what's your problem? It's just this anyway. The operation's over. Why be so rigid?" The leader growled, "G2." Yuryong snapped back angrily, "G2 my ass. I'm Choi." At that moment, the driver suddenly shouted, A car slammed violently into theirs. The impact was so tremendous the vehicle rolled over several times. Another gang, armed with hot weapons, was searching the area. The captain inside tried to call out, "G2." He frantically shook him. The body lay motionless. "Wake up, Choi." As if that weren't enough, the squad outside focused fire on the car. Bullets peppered the cold ground. After it was over, one of them reported they'd fully neutralized the enemies on scene. "We're withdrawing now." At that moment, the man in the back was suddenly gagged by someone. "You." That made the leader look down in attention. "What is it? What's going on?" "Ugh." G3 appeared covered in blood. He even took out one more guy. Those around him were momentarily clueless. They crowded around, staring at their comrade collapsed on the ground. Only then did the leader understand and open fire. Damn it. Bullets rained down toward G3 like a storm. The leader above kept squeezing the trigger without pause. Yuryong suddenly appeared, pressing a sharp object to the leader's throat. Oh wow. Soon enough, the man's blood droplets fell to the ground. After finishing, Yuryong sneered at the crazy shooters. "You lot sure like firing wildly. The vodka country at least has some charm." Then he turned to ask the captain if he was okay. G3, though in pain, denied it. "I'm fine. Erase our traces first." Then he ordered everything burned to ashes. The crash car was immediately set on fire. Yuryong looked at the flames with regret. "Damn, I'm sorry. I still don't know your names." G3, G4. In this situation, G3 actually dared to smoke, earning a rebuke. "Hey, a cigarette? Are you crazy? Didn't you say we wouldn't leave anything behind?" G3 calmly replied, "No need to be so rigid. It's over." He tilted his head and smiled faintly. "Last time, come on, let's let slide." Only then did Yuryong really notice G3's condition. After a moment, he steadied himself and hauled G3 up. "Damn it, let's get out of here fast." G3, however, stood like a stake in the ground. His voice grew faint. "You go alone." G2. G3 chose to sacrifice himself. "With this body, they'll catch up to me for sure. I have to stay and erase the traces." Yuryong went rigid on hearing that. "What are you saying?" G3 clenched his cigarette and suddenly smiled. "Forgotten already?" He stepped straight into the burning fire. "We won't leave anything behind." Yuryong stood motionless, watching G3 sink into the flames. He was so shocked his voice came out barely audible. A second later, Yuryong's scream echoed across the battlefield. In the office, a voice spoke up. "So the assassination mission succeeded. All other team members died on site." Director Jang scanned the list and halfway read the name G2. Yuryong sat in a corner, desperate. Then Director Jang added, "Now you're the only one coming back." He offered a sliver of hope. "Good job. At least you're the one who returned. You've worked hard." Director Jang shared some details. They said they'd hand over the burnt bodies in Russia to us. Repatriated remains or something. Hearing that made everyone puzzled. "So a funeral." Director Jang casually took a cigarette and delivered the painful line. "Unfortunately, we can't accept them. That would be admitting it was our doing." Then he turned, tried to extract information. "TSK. Still, it seems this operation was exposed somewhere. Can you guess where?" Yuryong remained silent, offering no reply, and the atmosphere fell into a hush. "You look like a damn old man now. So how exactly do you want me to hear the answer?" Director Jang stayed calm, as if nothing had happened. He reproached, If only he were here, this wouldn't have happened." Director Jang began recounting how the team was formed. "At first, I wasn't sure whether making Ghost into a unit was a problem. Maybe having too many people acting makes it easier to be detected." Then he stubbed out his cigarette and issued an order. "From now on, you'll be Yuryong Ghost, no longer G2. Turns out the more people, the more useless." He was stunned, unable to believe it, and intended to stand to clarify. Just then, someone rushed in to report, "Director, there's news from the Defense Security Command." He relayed something important. Beck Isu has returned, but he's suspected of being a double agent and has been detained at headquarters. Director Jang casually shrugged off his jacket, then asked, "Who is in charge?" The man immediately replied, "Lieutenant Colonel Kim Jae-wook," reportedly interrogating him for days. He ordered, "Bring my uniform here, I'm going personally." Yuryong, standing in the back, had no idea what was happening. He asked with curiosity, "Who is Beck Isu? Who is he that you react like this? Is he really that good?" Director Jang bluntly denied it. "You are different from Beck Isu." He said something that made Yuryong's face go dark. "From the start, the two of you were different. But you'll understand later about you and Beck Isu." He stood frozen, struck as if by light. Yuryong's flashback ended. In the present moment, he was getting kicked by Isu. Beck Isu is like a legend. By now, Yuryong had to admit it. That's right, Beck Isu truly is a legend. His foot shifted after that impact. Yuryong leaned back in astonishment. Unlike those whose existence is denied like us. He slumped, but his voice still rose. "Beck Isu, what makes you different?" He then turned to ask Chong-hoon. "Hey, you said your name is Beta? You don't have a real name." He didn't understand, but replied, "That's an ID number. Focus, don't get distracted." Yuryong wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at Isu. "Don't worry, that hit woke me right up, and I figured it out." Yuryong admitted we couldn't beat that thing. Now, he decided they had to win and ordered the first floor crew to cut power from the lobby to the restrooms. Chong-hoon couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Yuryong growled the order again. "Do as I say. Hurry." Chong-hoon immediately used the radio to transmit. "Beta, report." Yuryong stood there in thought. A creature whose very name doesn't exist in this world. The room instantly grew dark. Ghost is exactly the kind of thing. Isu gripped his sword, ready to strike. Yuryong boldly declared, "I'll show you how the legendary Ghost Team Blue operates." Yuryong hurled a sharp object at him with force. Isu, without using much strength, easily deflected it. Using the darkness? Useless. I can still faintly see the reflected glint of the blade. The blade was thrown again, something imaginary, without a physical form, not existing in reality. Isu suddenly froze at that thing. When had Yuryong appeared behind him? It was Ghost. Dukyung was concentrating on something. Is he really this well-equipped? So Dukyung suspected they'd been completely exposed. "Why are you doing this?" Isu laughed nonchalantly. "Ha, because we were exposed, that's why we have to do it. Ha ha ha." Isu's gaze turned serious. "By now, Director Jang must believe that both you and he are still alive. So you raise the stakes. From now on, one of us could be killed if we're not careful." Isu analyzed and proposed the best option. In that case, he's physically disadvantaged and more likely to be the target. So you'll impersonate him and act as bait. Dukyung agreed. Right? If they want to kill us, the one already knocked down, like him, would be their preferred prey. While we're at it, he wanted to know more. "By the way, how's that guy? Is he still alive?" Isu hadn't formed a clear image of the person being mentioned. "Which guy?" Dukyung recalled the memory of that day, the one who tried to kill him. "Do you know who he is?" "He's a pretty dangerous man." Shaun, at the back, echoed Director Jang's sentiment. "Those bastards, if I met them, I'd skewer each one." Dukyung cheerfully joined in. "Oh, your skills aren't bad either. I heard you taught Ryu Taehyung a lesson." Shaun boasted proudly. "Honestly, I told you I'm no ordinary guy." Dukyung clutched his wounded belly. "This time I'll learn my lesson. Damn it, I should finish that guy myself. I was too careless before." Shaun also assessed seriously. "Even so, those guys are no joke." Dukyung spun his gun with swagger. "After all, both that man and we were professionally trained, but we're assassins, veterans of many battles." Shaun vowed firmly that we won't lose to ordinary people or those gangsters. Then he sincerely praised Dukyung for recent fights. He turned many foes into wrecks beyond recognition. "Truly our boss." Dukyung scratched his head sheepishly. "Really?" Only Isu remained silent. He had a concern weighing on him. That guy had been well trained. Thinking about that man made Isu genuinely wary. Those are very dangerous figures. He specializes in assassinating key targets and would have no hesitation in killing, acting swift and decisive. From what happened, He could calculate he might get the advantage with a surprise attack since he'd had similar training. But of course there remained an issue even Isu couldn't clearly resolve. His fighting will is formidable. It wouldn't be surprising if both of them could still fail. So Shaun warned especially, if you meet him, be careful. He's a demon who specializes in assassinating key figures. You can't let her guard down. Isu only replied tersely, yeah, got it. Shaun leaned in and whispered to Du Kyung, you look so uneasy. That puppy face. Are you a professional assassin? Is it that serious? Du Kyung immediately rallied his teammates' spirits. Think again. What is your captain an expert at? He reminded Shaun, the expert at playing the gangster role, right? At that moment, Isu used his strong hands to slash away each sharp thrown blade. The knives kept being hurled by Yuryong in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, he saw him appear behind. Got you now, Beck Isu. As Yuryong struck, Isu quickly grabbed a weapon to block. In less than 5 seconds, he'd shoved him. Our captain doesn't have a single specific specialty. Then Isu spun his leg with great skill. But if you had to pinpoint a specialty, just then the hot edge of his blade was pressed against Yuryong's throat. Isu forcefully threw his opponent to the ground. Surely that's how he'd handle other specialists. He straight up raised the knife toward him. That's a specialty. The sharp tip of the blade was now inches from Yuryong's eye. Just then Chang-hoon ran in and kicked Isu's hand. Yuryong for the moment couldn't do anything more. Meanwhile, Chang-hoon snatched the knife. He tried to attack, but unfortunately Isu managed to block it. He quickly stepped back to avoid the immediate danger. Yuryong hurriedly turned to praise his rescuer. How should I put it? You're actually useful. Chang-hoon replied coldly. Is that how you say thanks? Then Yuryong refocused on the fight. All right, let's keep going, keep attacking him. Isu's veiny hand loosened his tie. There's only one thing I worry about regarding Captain Beck Isu. He became genuinely serious about the battle. The opponent is the one who stabbed Du Kyung. Would he lose his cool facing him? Yuryong was the one who lunged first. Then Chang-hoon attacked from the other side. Even 2 against 1, Isu could still control the situation. Seeing you in front made Chang-hoon pause to assess Beck Isu. He was so relentless he only targeted Alpha, the one who hurt his man. Isu punched Yuryong in the neck. Chang-hoon stood to the side and observed. Meanwhile, the movements grew faster and rougher. Truly, Isu gave him a new impression. This guy is really something. Yuryong lunged up to counter, but Isu ducked to dodge. Damn, his gaze was fixed intently on his opponent. Next, Isu used the pommel to jab at his chin. Watch me move. Yuryong hurt so badly he spat blood. He was truly astonished. How is the grip of that knife like this? Not stopping there, Isu grabbed a handful of his hair. He cruelly ordered, raising his face, you can't die that easily. Suddenly, Isu noticed something behind him. It turned out Chang-hoon had performed another sneaky strike. He marveled again. Damn, you can even dodge that? Chang-hoon held a guarded stance and warned, Alpha like this is a bit much. Feeling that way, he asked to withdraw. Yuryong forced himself up and tried to make sound. Withdraw? Chang-hoon kept insisting. Just as expected, Beck Isu was impossible to take down now. First, withdraw. At that moment, Yuryong remembered G3's bloodied face. That made him even more determined to get revenge. There was no way he would retreat. Yuryong insisted emphatically. You can't turn back when the target is right in front of you. That's not allowed. He sprang up and leaped like a leopard, leaving Chang-hoon bewildered. What the? Yuryong lunged toward Isu, the fury inside him driving him to take revenge. Yuryong repeated G3's exact words from before, because we can't leave any evidence behind. But immediately after, he was flung aside by Isu. He used his hands to try to brace his body, while Isu advanced step by step. He lifted his foot to stomp hard on him. With iron-willed determination, Yuryong pulled himself up to charge again. He swung the tip of his knife at Isu, only to be met with a crushing kick from him. Chang-hoon stood there with his head full of damn question marks. Why is Alpha like this? A lighter popped out of Isu's pocket. The strong kick also knocked him off balance, and he fell. Yuryong, badly wounded, coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet he still bared his teeth. Isu watched, waiting for what would come next. Yuryong, stubborn as a rock, charged on, but halfway through he tripped and fell. Something had caught Yuryong's attention. This action puzzled Isu. Yuryong suddenly stared, captivated by the light. His mouth unconsciously uttered a lighter. He put it to his lips and mumbled, "Fire." Images of G3 flashed through Yuryong's mind, especially the dark memory from that day. He told himself, okay, this would do the trick. Isu stood there, not understanding what was happening. Yuryong began to light the lighter. He looked like a madman, ready to burn and scorch everything, leaving nothing behind. From up here, you could see a fire blazing off in the distance. At that moment, Dukyung's group stood below looking up. He exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's burning. It's all on fire. A stack of money is burning." Good grief. Shaun turned to ask, "Why, sir? Are you lamenting its value?" Dukyung replied thoughtfully, "This is a place Oyama never lets anyone touch. Head of the Oyama family even called it forbidden ground. This is definitely that bastard Shogo's doing. He's crazed for money. If there's cash involved, he'll do anything. Could this have been ordered by Oyama? Judging by recent actions, it's quite possible." While he was speaking tensely, Jaeong-chun offered a pack of snacks. "Chocopi? I never thought I'd come all the way down south and have a chance to see one of these," Dukyung said in astonishment. "All right, you're from North Korea. Isn't this cake a bit too globalized?" "It's everywhere now," the boy told it quietly. "In North Korea's Hamjeongdo region, floods happen nonstop. No matter how hard people try to fight the floods, food like cabbage, potatoes, and everything else gets swept away until there's practically nothing left." Dukyung exclaimed, "What? Their lives are that miserable?" Jaeong-chun, "People always live in hunger and disease. Life, there's like hell on earth then. If someone had a cake like this to eat, they'd stand out and people would notice. They'd go crazy, fighting each other just to snatch that piece. I really don't like that at all." As Jaeong-chun spoke, he looked toward the blazing fire. Dukyung fell silent and frowned, watching. Then he held the cake out to the boy and said, "Take it and eat. You sound so miserable. How could I eat this alone?" Jaeong-chun took his own cake, tearing the wrapper with a slightly sad expression. "Why bother? You don't need it. I've already bitten it, and I'm giving it to you. Who wants to eat something unsanitary like that?" Hearing that, Dukyung flew into a rage and insisted Shaun keep it. "Hey, how does that kid talk like that? Weren't you taught manners? You casually ask why I had to study in South Korea? It's not necessary for you." Shaun couldn't help but sigh. "Oh boy, I can't even with this brat. By the way, did those people just torch this place?" Dukyung looked helpless. Of course not. If it's Shogo style, he'd have planned plenty of schemes beforehand. Who knows what trick he's plotting now? Then he suddenly broke into a sly smile. "That guy's probably thinking he'll be fed and safe with those bastards from the One Sink project. Sounds plausible, doesn't it? Burn it all down, leave nothing behind. Anything we take out of here. From the One Sink project leader to section chief Jang." As he spoke, Dukyung clenched the cake in his hand with a look of fury. "Then Oyama Shogo too. I won't forgive them." Cut to Yuryong, his face smeared with blood, eyes wide with a horrifying expression. He flicked the lighter open and cried, "Burn it all. Leave absolutely nothing behind. Set everything on fire. Erase every trace." Isu hissed tensely, "Hurry and give that to me." Chong-hoon asked in confusion, "Alpha, what are you doing?" He laughed maniacally. Beck Isu. Is that thing that important to you? Fine, I'll give it to you then." Then he grabbed the item and ran off in one direction, wildly shouting, "If you can, chase me and take it back." Isu ground his teeth in furious anger. He quickly bent down and picked up the knife from the floor, then chased after him, shouting, "Stop." Chong-hoon contacted allies. "Hello, it's me, Beta. There's a problem happening. Alpha is..." At this time, Yuryong was running madly, muttering, "Burn it all down. Don't leave anything behind." "Is that right, Captain? Destroy everything." Recalling then, in the chaotic room, they were searching for something. Yuryong asked, "Is there anything flammable here? Let me see if there's any kerosene." At that moment, a teammate found something in the fridge and exclaimed, "Here's an interesting item from Russia. In Russian slang, people call it vodka. This is it, a clear bottle of liquor." Back in the present, Yuryong was still running madly there. It made the most sense there. Then his steps began to slow. Isu was hot on his heels. Before stepping through that door, Yuryong turned, glared, and beckoned with his finger. Then as the elevator doors closed, Isu was a step too late. He angrily pounded on the doors. Damn it, he slipped away. He quickly looked up at the floor numbers. Where's he running to? At this moment, Yuryong was sitting collapsed on the elevator floor. He clutched his head in agony. Is this a concussion? The monster. Damn Beck Isu. Recalling what Section Chief Jang said back then. From the start, the roles of the two of you were different. You and Beck Isu. Did you ever think you'd become a legend? If you did, don't. It's forbidden. No one must know you exist. You must live rough like a ghost. The more he thought, the more pain drove him to clutch his head. Extreme. Yuryong suddenly vomited some liquid. It hurt, spit. Then he quickly lifted his head as the elevator doors opened. He staggered out. As he walked, Yuryong kept muttering, Beck Isu. Why have you changed so much? Useful? Damn it, we're the same. He muttered while opening a cabinet to look for liquor if given an order. He would do anything to carry it out. His expression twisted as he opened the bottle. Then Yuryong scattered the liquor onto the floor. Holding 2 bottles, he poured them around, continuing his ramble. Perhaps both our hands are stained with blood. We've killed so many people, haven't we? But why do you have such a noble status? Are you recorded as a legend? Isn't that so? Beck Isu, no, we're the same. He threw the bottle and collapsed on the sofa. You must not be different from me. You have no right to be above me. So Yuryong pulled out a lighter and flicked it open. Then he raised the flame into the air with a mad expression. Let's die together here, shall we, you bastard? The elevator on the 27th floor opened, tiny sparks spreading in. Isu stepped out in confusion. What the hell is this? Before him, both sides of the corridor were engulfed in flames. Isu hurriedly raised his hand to shield his nose. What's happening? At that moment, Yuryong appeared and called out loudly. Beck Isu, you're really not normal, are you? You dare poke into a pit of fire like this? You're insane. You came here just to take this? Or are you trying to avenge your brother? Isn't your brother still alive? If so, what crime did I commit? Isu stepped forward with a cold face. Shut up, but Yuryong continued. You say I nearly killed your brother? Ha. Ridiculous. Isu lunged forward holding knives in both hands. I said shut your mouth. Yuryong, now, fought using a fishing line. He laughed with delight. Ha. Both of us will die. We'll both be burned to death. With that, he threw the fishing line toward Isu. Immediately, a chair from inside the room was flung out. Isu darted to the side to dodge. Then the chair fell to the ground and shattered. He was amazed inwardly. Tied up, really? At that moment, Yuryong looped the line around Isu's leg. His leg was yanked violently forward. Then a glass bottle was thrown right in front of him. Isu quickly slashed and split the bottle in 2. He blurted, "Is that alcohol?" Then he hurled his knife toward the chair. Instantly, the fishing line wrapped around the chair was cut through. Stop doing stupid things. After saying that, when Isu turned around, Yuryong was gone. Isu stepped forward and called out, "Don't hide anymore, come out here." At that moment, Yuryong on one side flicked open a lighter. He was on the ceiling behind Isu's back. Yuryong, with a terrifying, ugly demon grin, threw the lighter down and shouted, "Ha, you're done for." Meanwhile, behind the building, flames still roared, a massive column of smoke rising into the sky. And the 3, Do-kyung and the others, were driving away in a car. He glanced at the boy loudly crunching his snack. At that time, Do-kyung was calling Chairman Lee Sung-min. As the other side picked up, he said, "Yes, Chairman, we've finished here." Sung-min on the line blurted out, "Director Beck Do-kyung, there's a fire, it's burning." His expression turned serious. "What? How did you know? It's visible over there too?" Sung-min explained, "No, not that. Shogo's hotel, it's on fire." Do-kyung froze. "The hotel?" Sung-min's eyes widened. "Right, Beck Isu is still inside. Hasn't come out." Yuwa covered her mouth in shock, speechless. After hearing that, Do-kyung's expression grew gray. Back with Isu, when he turned back, he realized the lighter was aimed at the bottle that had just been shattered. He swung his remaining knife up to block, but the arm soaked with the earlier alcohol had already caught fire. Yuryong again used the fishing line to manipulate the knife and taunted, "That's how it should be. You're on fire too," he said as he lunged with a knife toward Isu. He raised his burning arm to block that attack, but the other knife in his hand had been knocked away by him. Yuryong kept swinging the knife in attack. Isu's knife fell and stuck into the floor. He lunged at him again. "Ha, feeling the heat? You're too slow. Try telling me. Look at how the flames just keep getting strong." Yuryong grew more and more frenzied. What does the burning pain feel? Suddenly, Isu cried out, "Painful, are you saying that?" Then he grabbed his wrist and pulled him forward. The fiery punch followed as he swung his fist up. Yuryong took that blow and collapsed to the floor. As he swung the punch, Isu continued, "You think I feel pain from something like this, huh? If it's the burning pain you mean, I've had my fill of that." Then he took another knee jab from him. Images from the past flooded Isu's memory one after another. Painful scenes of being wounded. Then the image of Kyung unconscious in his arms. All of it surged into the present moment. He spoke again. "Because from that day until now, I've been burned by that pain ever since." Yuryong suddenly had his stomach and mouth shoved hard to the side by Isu. "You asking about the feeling of suffering?" Isu delivered a kick to his chin, sending him sprawling backward again. He frowned and continued. "I used to suffer so much I wanted to die. So I made up my mind. I'll swallow all of you whole. So in this pit of burning hatred, let's burn to death together." As he spoke, he tore off his singed, ragged sleeve. At that moment, Yuryong staggered to his feet. "Damn it, you asking if I'm suffering? What bullshit are you talking about? Isn't it kind of suffocating in here, though? Maybe it's because of lack of oxygen." Saying that, he lifted a chair to smash the rear glass. Cracks appeared on the glass. Isu was stunned. "What the hell are you doing?" Then Yuryong suddenly asked. "Know what a background is?" Yuryong ranted as he frantically smashed the glass. "If a fire burns in a sealed space, oxygen can't feed the flames. Yeah, just take my word for it." His expression stayed terrifying. Finally, the glass could no longer hold. A hole was made, and the chair was thrown out. Immediately, the flames burst even fiercer. Isu stood dazed in that blazing fire. Then, as everything erupted, the large panes shattered into countless fragments flying through the air. The fire was burning on the top floor of the hotel. Kyung urged anxiously. "Damn it, hurry up." Shaun was trying his best to drive fast. "Yes," he kept calling. "Please pick up. Beck Isu." He said it with a crooked smile, as if reassuring himself. "You're the champion, right?" The flames were raging so fiercely now that they could no longer see clearly inside. A hand was reaching for the knife stuck in the floor. Then suddenly that hand froze. Hearing the ringing, Isu reached into his chest pocket. He tried to pull out his phone, simultaneously lifting the knife as he answered. "Hello." Kyung on the other end panicked. "Where are you?" "Beck Isu." Isu answered, "Inside the hotel." He hurriedly said, "He's coming now. Get out quickly." Isu fell silent. "Not yet. He's here. The guy who once tried to kill me is here. You have to kill him. He's here, right here." Hearing that, Kyung held his head in worry. "So you want to burn to death too?" Isu insisted you must kill him. Kyung, if something happens to you there, what will we do? You're the leader of Tae-san. If the leader dies, what will your brothers and I do? You guys will get dragged into the inferno of revenge, because of me too. Just like you are now. 6 years ago, I almost ended up the same. So I fled back to Korea. I saw so many people swallowed by the flames of hatred, and I thought I couldn't let myself go insane like them. But if you die this time, I'm sure I'll go mad, just like those others. Kyung tried to reassure his younger brother. "Don't let the flames consume you. You don't need to be burned up by your own rage. You have to swallow that anger down. That's what you should do, right?" After a brief silence, Isu spoke. "There's a service vehicle entrance behind the hotel." Kyung was surprised. "The delivery entrance behind the hotel?" Isu walked toward the door and continued. "I'll get out through there." Kyung hurriedly replied, "Okay, I'll come pick you up." Everything was still burning terribly, when suddenly an arm reached out from the rubble. The whole of Yuryong rose up, gasping for air. He looked around. "Ahem, Beck Isu, where are you?" "Huh." An empty expression crossed his face. "Hey, how could you leave me and go? Shouldn't I be burned to the last minute?" At that moment, someone else appeared. Chong-hoon, with a wet cloth over his nose, came up and asked, "Alpha, is he here? Where's Beck Isu?" He answered, "Don't know. I'm looking. I set it all on fire. Did he run away?" Chong-hoon was stunned. "What, you caused all this?" Then he shouted, "What a crazy bastard." Yuryong dragged himself over and said, "Hey, anyway, I'm glad to see you here. Beck Isu is injured too. He can't go far. This is a perfect 102 opportunity, so help me out." But before he finished, Chong-hoon stabbed him. "You seem to have the wrong idea. I was ordered to come find you here." Yuryong looked up in shock. "Damn, Director Jang?" Chong-hoon said, "You should have been more careful." He said calmly, "Ghost, it's not him. Choi Yeo-jun will black out from now on." With that, Chong-hoon pulled the knife out of it. Cut to the building's basement. Isu was lifting the shutter door and stepping out, when suddenly car headlights flashed into his eyes, accompanied by Shogo's voice. "A bit late to come out, aren't you? We've been waiting ages, you fake. Isn't that right? Your name is supposed to be?" Suddenly another person appeared and called Beck Isu. Isu was stunned and looked toward the person. Director Jang stepped forward and said, "Long time no see, Isu." Isu's expression was utterly shocked as he stared at the other party. Director Jang pushed the glass up and continued, "Isu, we finally meet again." Isu looked at him and challenged, "Are you sure I'm Baekyu?" He replied, "That time when we ran into each other. I've always been heartbroken. Now it's clear." Isu grinned tightly at that. "Oh really? Do you remember what I said back then? It won't end with just one life. If we meet again, I'll give you the answer about what I'll do." He said this as he stepped toward the other man. Director Jang took off his glasses and exclaimed, "So, what's your answer now?" Isu. Isu swung the knife and lunged to attack first. Director Jang also pulled a knife from his person. He bent down to dodge his slash. Isu continued by lifting his leg and kicking up, successfully delivering a knee to Director Jang's midsection. He raised his hand to block that blow. Then a sharp strike appeared. But it wasn't a blade. It was Isu's elbow flying into Director Jang's cheek. He staggered back unsteadily. Director Jang wiped his mouth, eyes wide, and said, "I guess you were Beck Isu. Only Beck Isu could do this." Isu lunged in and stabbed downward. "Stop fooling around and be serious." Jang Sung-ho. And by now he had drawn his own knife as well. One hand blocked Isu's knife, while the other held a blade stabbing toward him. But he quickly parried that attack. Director Jang braced himself and kept twisting Isu's fist in his palm. Then he shoved one strike down toward the floor. As he hit him, he said, "Because you put so much force into that stab, your movements will become more pronounced. Your actions are so predictable. Emotion has weakened you." Isu, Then he glanced up with reptilian eyes. "Beck Isu, today you will..." Isu charged in, shouting and cutting him off. "Say less this time." At that, the others exclaimed, "Damn, what the hell is this? We can't interfere in this fight. What should we do? What's this?" Onizawa stood there stunned. "I underestimated Beck Isu because of my arrogance and misjudgment of him. That's why I lost. I became a failure and returned alive only to tarnish Oyama's name. Still, isn't being alive my chance? There won't be a next time. I'll train really hard. This is my promise not to fail again." This is Nobuhiro Onizawa's determination. At this moment, even before witnessing the fight unfolding before me, I could already sense the gap in skill. Shogo, seeing Onizawa's hand tremble, said, "Tsuke, don't overdo it. Nobuhiro, just work within your limits." Just then his call rang out. "Kaido, can you move your hand?" Kaido answered, Not yet. It's a bit difficult." Shogo patted his shoulder and said, "Yeah, that arm will be hard to move for a while, but you can still use the other hand, right? Isn't that so?" Kaido said as Shogo took his hand, then placed a gun into that hand, to Kaido's astonishment. At that moment, police cars appeared outside the hotel gates, followed by fire trucks. Everyone was doing their best to put out the flames. Just then, a black car rolled up. Shaun worriedly blurted, "Damn, the police are here, and they're blocking the roads too." Do-kyung stunned the police. Then he panicked and slammed his phone. Has Director Jang gotten involved in this? Do-kyung quickly called someone. Sung-min at the fireside answered immediately. "Yes, Director Beck." Do-kyung asked hastily, "Has ISU gotten out?" Sung-min looked up and replied, "We're waiting in the lobby but haven't seen anything yet." Do-kyung lost his composure. "Damn it, the police are outside now. I don't think I can get there because the main gate is blocked. First, you guys need to get out of there." Sung-min asked back, "What about Beck Isu?" Do-kyung replied, "He said we can go to the rear storage." "Go there," you calmly reasoned. "If the main gate is blocked, the back gate is likely blocked too." Do-kyung was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "Then there's no other way. Ram straight through, destroy whatever's in the way." Sung-min worried that charging straight and was reckless. At that point, Yuhua put up her hand and said, "Chairman Lee Sung-min, please let me borrow your phone for a moment. After taking the phone, she calmly said, Director Beck, this is Cha Yuhua. We will not take part in that action. We cannot follow your orders. Du-kyung got agitated. What? Listen, now's not the time to fight among ourselves. Yuhua continued, I don't mean that. Director Beck, please calm down. You're being impatient. Look around and assess the situation. We're already inside near him. We'll help Beck Isu. So make sure there's an escape route for him after we come out. Du-kyung looked outside and said, we need to assess the situation here. But to open an escape route in such a fierce multi-sided battle. Yuhua, are you not confident? Sholan is also coming, along with Chan-ho. I'll send her with you. It'll take a while, so handle things yourself while you wait for them. Du-kyung rubbed his head in confusion. No, that's not the point. What could she really do in there? From what I heard, Sholan brought only about 100 people. She reassured him, don't worry. Our chairman won't come empty-handed either. It's time, isn't it, chairman? A group of people in white appeared. Pull out those blades, will you? Du-kyung on the other end replied. Okay, I'll wait at the back gate. Help me save him. Shaun turned the steering wheel and drove the car. The car swung hard, kicked up smoke, and sped straight ahead. A police officer saw it and announced over the radio, a suspicious vehicle has arrived. It's heading for the back gate. Repeat, a vehicle is heading for the back gate. They're coming. Get ready. Because they won't be arriving empty-handed. So we should give our incoming guests a proper welcome. Wang Hao's group has been waiting here for a long time. Elsewhere, a spray of blood spurted and fell to the floor. A deep cut had opened on Director Jang's arm. He was still facing off against Isu. He exclaimed as if impressed. You're something else. Beck Isu, always like this. Even wounded like that you can put me in this situation. He frowned in annoyance and replied, let me ask you one thing. Jang Song-ho, why pick on us? Why target us? Suddenly a bang rang out. A gun was raised, the muzzle still smoking. It was Kaido who had just fired shot. Shogo turned to look and spread a nasty grin. Haha, sorry, watching would be boring otherwise. Director Jang spun around, teeth clenched, eyes full of fury. Shogo, you dog. And Shogo fixed a haunted stare on Isu. Beck Isu, it's about time we finished this, right? A bullet was now lodged in his stomach, blood pouring out. Back when Isu was fighting Director Jang earlier, attacks kept coming relentlessly from both sides. At that moment, Shogo looked toward Kaido, then stepped forward and called to Kaido, making his body stiffen in fear. Shogo sneered and asked, is that Beck Isu? Seeing him in person, I get a bit now. The reason you and Anazawa ended up so bruised. But even if you get beaten up, you don't actually get finished off. Kaido, no matter how many times your arms and legs break, you can get back up just as many times. Right? Put them together, and you can rush in a few more times. Right, Kaido? Can the arm move? He came closer as he spoke. Kaido stammered tensely yes. Maybe not fully yet. Shogo took his hand and said, no, Kaido, this arm still works. Saying that, Shogo smiled wickedly and placed a gun into Kaido's hand. Kaido's hand trembled as he caught the gun. Then his face went pale as he looked at the target. Meanwhile, Isu was still engaged with Director Jang. Director Jang's knife swept across his face, but he ducked, avoiding it, and simultaneously slashed at his opponent. Director Jang stared in shock at the wound on his arm. Isu quickly delivered another slash. Another wound appeared on his face. He panicked for a moment. Damn, a bit slower, and he'd lost his head. I thought Beck Isu was gravely injured, so I'd have a stamina advantage, but that's not the case. Then Director Jang said, so, it really is Beck Isu. He's not easy to deal with. Over here, Kaido was trembling, the gun pointed forward. Director Jang kept muttering that if he'd known he'd have roughened him up a bit early. Isu scoffed at that. Roughen him up, you say? Don't talk nonsense. Should have stopped you from making us look like this in the first place. Kaido, tense-faced, aimed the gun at the target. Isu walked forward and said, I'm only asking one question. You, what? Suddenly his movement froze as a bullet sank deep into his side. Director Jang stared in shock at that wound. Isu glared down at his abdomen, blood pouring steadily from the wound. Outside, a group of people stood watching the fire on the hotel's top floor. Wang Hao leaned against a car, casually smoking and looking utterly relaxed. As he inhaled, he said, is the world changing then we need a new trend and a new figure to fit it, right? But what we're doing isn't different from 15 years ago. During the chaos, we seized our chance. So you could say nothing really changes now either. Across eras among gangs. Then, or now, they're just busy fighting each other. Just as he stubbed out his cigarette, Wang Ha-oh spotted a car pulling in. Someone in the car opened the door and stepped out. Du Kyung pressed his lips and strode toward him with a cold look. Wang Ha-oh sighed, saying he could never get used to these two no matter how many times he saw them. So who is it this time? Agent Beck Isu or Director Beck Du Kyung? Which one is it? Du Kyung impatiently interrupted. Hey, old man, if it were a normal day, I might have joked with you a bit. But I don't have time now. Move aside, or these guys will take care of it themselves. Wang Ha-oh replied calmly. There's such a thing as the sincerity of those who wait. How can you say that to me? You're in too much of a hurry. Impatient, Du Kyung drew a knife from behind and said, I'm in a hurry because someone inside is waiting for me. Can Wang Ha-oh handle that? Suddenly a sound from Beck made everyone freeze. Everyone stared inside in shock. Shaun panicked and cried out, shots. Du Kyung's face grew even heavier. Isu, damn it. Then he lost his composure and rushed at Wang Ha-oh's men. Suddenly a car rolled up and screeched to an abrupt halt. The car stopped behind everyone. Someone opened the car door and called out loudly, Hey, Beck Du Kyung. Wang Ha-oh frowned when he saw who it was. Oh my, you're here too? Xiaolan. Xiaolan stepped out of the car, tying her hair as she replied, Damn it, don't start the fight before I do. Then she told Shaun, Step aside and watch. I'll clear the way. He bowed and made a gesture inviting her. Xiaolan faced Wang Ha-oh and said, Leave this bastard to me, understand? She stormed toward him with a large crew of followers. Inside, Kaido held the gun he had just fired. The space fell into a hush where you could hear a pin drop. Shogo sat down, put a hand on Kaido's shoulder, and looked ahead smugly. Ha. Sorry. Watching alone was getting a bit boring. Director Jang turned back in fury and shouted, Shogo, you bastard. Kaido tensely stared at the hand on his shoulder while its owner kept taunting. Now let's finish this slowly, he said. Well then, one more time. Kaido, hurry up. Looking up, Kaido's expression was like he was about to eat someone alive. Kaido gritted his teeth and, hands trembling, aimed the gun. Countless bullets fired straight at Isu. But he quickly jumped to the side to dodge and hid behind a car. Shogo's expression turned perverse. Last shot, this time aimed properly. Kaido didn't notice a pair of bright eyes watching him from behind. Director Jang decisively kicked, and the hand holding the gun made both of them startle and panic. Shogo and Kaido glared upward, but Shogo pushed himself up and demanded, What are you doing now? Director Jang grabbed his collar and questioned him. Are you kidding me? Your crazy man dared to fire. Didn't I tell you? This isn't Japan. Shogo glared down and snarled, and then an axe blade was planted on Director Jang's shoulder. Onizawa demanded, How dare you lay a hand on someone? Shogo snapped sharply. Get out of the way, Onizawa. There's no room for you to butt in here. Onizawa ground his teeth in fury. If you give that bastard another chance. Shogo glared warningly. Shut up. I told Nobuhiro to get lost already. Onizawa froze at that attitude, then quickly realized what he should do and lowered the axe. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Shogo grabbed Director Jang's wrist and asked, What's the problem? Director Jang, it's just a few shots. Do you really have to make such a fuss? This much you can cover up. It's no big deal, is it? Or is it that now you're feeling guilty and pitying your old subordinate? What's the matter? It's not like this is the first time someone's been shot to death. Director Jang couldn't take it anymore. He gritted his teeth, drew his gun, and pointed it at them. You gangster bastard. What do you know to say that? At least they should be finished off by my own hand, understand? Shogo, with dark circles like an addict, pressed the gun to his forehead and exclaimed, That's how it should be. All right, I get it, you handle it well. He tapped Director Jang on the shoulder and turned away. After all, he wasn't my target from the start. That one's yours to deal with. Do as you please. Isu was hiding behind a large car at this moment. At that moment, Du Kyung and two others appeared and yelled, Where did these people who want to beat and kill someone else's precious brother come from? That cheeky attitude still can't be fixed. That's why I told my father that bastard needs a beating to snap him out of it. Hearing the voice, Isu slowly poked his head out and looked at him. When that bastard Shogo saw him, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, yes, there he is. Ha ha. Seeing this, I'm sure. This is the real Beck Dukyung. His expression was ecstatic. Isu tried to brace himself on the car to stand. Dukyung called out, Isu, are you okay? Tell me, who bullied you? Who should I kill first? Shogo slapped his knee laughing. Ha ha ha. Not like the others. You really don't know fear, do you? Charging in with no guard at all. By the way, how did you get in here? Isn't Wang Ha-oh on guard at the entrance? Dukyung replied nonchalantly. Oh, Chan-ho? He's probably busy fighting out there. So he spoke while pointing the Tae-san knife out. You lot worry about me. Handle your business properly. Cut to outside. Xiaolan faces off against Wang Ha-oh's group. One of Wang Ha-oh's men raised his hand to complain. The headlights are blinding as hell. Old Gu Chang-jun spoke up from behind. Mr. Wang Ha-oh, why did you let Tae-san go in like that? We're more numerous. We could have beaten them. I know what you mean. Wang Ha-oh lit a cigarette and asked back, if we accept sacrificing quantity for quality now, we'd gain the advantage. That's what you mean, right? But when you talk about sacrificing numbers for quality, did you include yourself in that count? The old man hung his head to avoid it. I'm still injured. Wang Ha-oh put his hands in his pockets and walked off disappointed. Tisich, really can't expect anything from you. How can you teach your men like this? What if they see and copy you? Am I right? He said to Xiaolan as he stood opposite her. She warned everyone warily. Everyone fall back. Wang Ha-oh tossed his cigarette away and sighed. This one's going to be fun. The butcher I raised myself back in the day has come to visit. Xiaolan charged forward with her blade. Wang Ha-oh parried and taunted, even threatening to gut her here. But a direct attack like that won't take me down anytime soon. After all this time, why haven't you improved at all? Xiaolan swung her blade and replied confidently. Of course I have. My sidecars are still shining their lights forward. Wang Ha-oh narrowed his eyes. Headlights? So leaving the headlights on is intentional. After Xiaolan slashed, he quickly bent down to dodge. Wang Ha-oh's body fell heavily and couldn't get up at once. She rushed in again with a sharp look in her eyes. Blows kept coming, and Wang Ha-oh kept dodging. Later, he was driven close to the metal railing. Xiaolan continued to surge forward, calculating inwardly. This is a good opportunity to strike him. Her blade swung early and missed because of the distance. Wang Ha-oh winced and said, There's progress, Xiaolan. You're still calculating. Don't give him a chance to counterattack. But Wang Ha-oh clutched the railing and said, Remember, haste makes waste. Losing patience is like losing your life. Then he rolled and kicked. The dagger slipped from Xiaolan before she could catch it. Xiaolan stared in stunned surprise at that move. Then her face took a hit to the jaw, and her body flew backward. Xiaolan hadn't had time to react. Damn it. What followed were continuous counterattacks from Wang Ha-oh. He threw punches while grunting. You're not that bad, but then those punches rained repeatedly into Xiaolan's midsection. Her face contorted in pain. Wang Ha-oh glared down and said, Long roads prove the horse's worth, Xiaolan. Inside, Dukyung was coldly striding forward. Shogo waved his hand to signal his men. The whole rough-looking crew moved forward. Each one acted cocky and arrogant. Onizawa braced himself and shouted, Get out of my way. I'll finish him myself. Then he shoved a handful of pills into his mouth. Chewing loudly, he hissed, Rugasaki, let's see how talented you are. Suddenly Shaun appeared beside him, twirling a knife and saying, This bastard must have vision problems or something. Onizawa glanced over in confusion. What the? The guy pressed the knife to the target's throat, looked off to one side, and laughed. I'll take care of this one for you. Go see the captain. Dukyung replied, Give me a hand. Kaido was trying to pick up the gun from the ground. When Jiang Chun sat opposite, grabbed it first, and asked, Not scared. I'll confiscate this gun. Who goes around carrying something like this? He said as he unlatched the weapon. Then Jiang Chun stood up and produced a knife. Because I'm responsible for dealing with you. I'm looking out for you this much. So lie down and rest. If you resist, you'll just die faster, he added dryly. Director Jang, hiding in a corner watching the scene, thought, Is that Beck Dukyung? Things were getting complicated. He had to prioritize capturing Isu. While calculating, he crept forward with his knife to look for Isu. But after peeking behind the car, Isu had disappeared, leaving him stunned. At that moment, Isu was sitting atop a vehicle looking down. He leapt down to attack first. Director Jang hurriedly raised his knife to block the slash. On this side, when Du Kyung stepped forward, one of Shogo's men remarked, "You seem reckless, huh?" Rugasaki. Du Kyung just smiled provocatively. "Hey, what are you still standing there for? If you want to slash or kill, suit yourselves, but at least jump in." Hearing that, the guy flew into a rage and charged, shouting, "Damn it, get him!" And the whole bunch followed after him. Du Kyung quickly raised his sharp knife. One slash immediately wounded the arrogant guy. That man knelt down in pain, and the others kept coming. An invisible-looking slash sliced into another man's arm. Du Kyung handled another guy like that, then swiftly lunged at someone else. Suddenly a man ran in to stab him, trying to ambush from behind. Du Kyung stepped back quickly. He easily controlled the attacker and stabbed his knife into the man's throat. A spray of fresh blood quickly spurted out. Du Kyung dropped the man and grumbled, "Ripped shirt. Who hugs people from behind anyway? Gross." Another man saw that and charged with a knife, screaming, "Bastard." He held his blood-covered knife and looked over indifferent. One slash and blood spattered immediately. Someone watching Du Kyung thought to themselves, "Quick reflexes. His movements are so simple, yet those idiots can't even touch a hair on his head." After dealing with the group, Du Kyung swung his knife and advanced forward. Suddenly he stopped and looked to one side. At that moment, a larger group of Shogo's henchmen appeared, smugly thinking, "You think you can take on this many?" Du Kyung raised his knife and barked, "Hey, stop. You're being annoying. You know how it is. I'm busy too." He looked flustered. "Huh." Just then a young man in a white suit appeared and threw a punch. "So don't get in my way." A hook to the chin was delivered, sending the guy flying backward. The newly arrived young man glared at his opponent. Du Kyung also turned in surprise and asked, "What are you people doing here?" Another man put a hand on the young man's shoulder and replied for him, "Go to Director Beck quickly. From now on, this place is under our control." That's Sung Min. On this side, the two people's knives scraped against each other. After a few slashes, both stepped back coldly to create distance. Director Jang seemed at a disadvantage, dodging while thinking. Beck Isu. His reflexes were faster than before. Then he grabbed Isu's wrist and drove a knee into his gut. The knife in his hand fell, and he grimaced from the pain. Director Jang swung his knife again, his face cruel as he prepared to stab down. At that moment, a sharp blade flew toward his face. Du Kyung had thrown that knife. Director Jang couldn't dodge in time. Instantly, another wound sprayed blood. Du Kyung said, "Finally got hit, huh? Director Jang, you bastard." It had been a long time since Il Hack's wings were broken. The vision of Il Hack reigning supreme at his peak would not return. Those blades had long since broken, and the fangs were worn down. With wings so broken, it's hard for Il Hack to stand firm among the powers now. That's the situation Sung Min of Il Hack faces. At that moment, Sung Min appeared with two large, strong men. The black-clad henchmen around whispered, "Isn't this the bastard from Tae-san? How did he get in here?" However, from those broken wings, new feathers gradually sprouted and grew. This new white-suited young man kept throwing punches at the henchmen. Another long-haired young man casually flicked his knife and took out one guy. The guy was so mouthy. "You bastards are dead." This will even turn into sharper, keener wings. Enduring the terrible pain of that rebirth, the wings grew again, even bigger and stronger than before. The son of Il Hack, the leader of this generation, Lee Sung-min, had begun his first flight on his new wings. Now another guy attacked Sung-min, shouting, "You bastards, what crevice did you crawl out of?" The young man quickly swung his fist up, colliding directly with the sharp blade. Then he landed an elbow on him. Then the commentator quipped, "Pretty slow, huh? Looks like I can't keep up with the seniors." "This is Il Hack strategist Jang Se-young." Another guy rushed to attack him from behind. "What a bastard." Se-young quickly glanced back. By then, the sneaky attacker had already had his wrist slashed by the guy. Se-young tilted away, disgusted. "Hey, don't let his blood splash everywhere. I'm still wearing white." The long-haired young man wiped blood off his knife and said coldly, "Well, you'll have to get blood everywhere too." This is Il Hack's combat master, Oh Gu-jun. Soon Mong, standing behind Sung Min, spoke up. "I'll deal with the big boss. Leave the rest to those two." Then he wondered aloud, "How did you guys find Jang Se-young and Oh Gu-jun?" Looking back, The chairman had instructed us to create a new plan. So we traveled all over the country, searching for new talent for the association. The first person we found was Jang Se-young. He was originally a professional boxer, until an unfortunate accident cost him an eye. Right before an official match, during a sparring session, his opponent allegedly threw a bare-knuckle punch to his eye. Se-young clutched his eye, sending the coach into a panic. "That crazy bastard. Se-young, are you okay?" Se-young. That's how his athletic career absurdly came to an end. Yes, I'm sure the chairman has heard similar versions of that story. His opponent kept provoking him. "Come on, come at me again, you bastard." The opponent in question was Ryu Taehyung. Even with a bruised face, he kept yelling, come here, fight me, you bastard." Back to the present. Soon Mong asked, "So did that guy try to get revenge?" Sung Min replied, "Actually, surprisingly, that wasn't the case." As for the second person we found, Gu Jun, he's the son of the first-generation Gudo leader, Oh Myong-hwan. Shaun, watching from the side, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, that's the newly recruited Gudo? He fights pretty effectively, doesn't he?" Thanks to those two, a few annoying dumb bastards gathered here got sorted out. While he was focused watching, Onizawa swung his axe down. Shaun muttered, "I wonder if Boris is still busy? Oh man, I even learned some Russian to talk to him." Then at the last hair-raising moment, he stepped back and dodged the chop. "Hey, relax and lie down to rest. Keep this up and you'll actually die." His expression turned serious. "No, but now it's probably too late. The pill he took earlier wasn't for a cold. Was it, you bastard?" Suddenly, Onizawa vomited something up. Shaun continued, "Either way, we'll clean you out. I need to team up with the captain, too." Suddenly, someone perverted hugged him from behind and sneered, "Got him, I got him. Hurry over here." Onizawa smiled a terrifying smile at the sight, gripping his axe tight. "If you let him go, you're dead." Then he lunged at Shaun like a maniac. The man holding Shaun was utterly stunned. "What are you doing?" He quickly swept the man's leg. Both of them fell to the ground, avoiding the deadly chop. Onizawa, still vomiting some kind of fluid, continued to swing wildly. The man yelled, "Hey, wait." Shaun turned back in shock. After moving away a bit, he glared at the scene of Onizawa chopping down his henchman. Shaun's face was full of disbelief. Seeing the man bleeding and dying, Shaun shouted, "You bastard! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Isn't he one of your men? How could you?" Onizawa just turned and gave a crazed smile. "Men? We have plenty of those. If they die, oh well. If you want, I can give you one as a keepsake. Consider it a meet and greet gift." On Dukyung's side, he had just thrown his knife toward Director Jang's face. A trickle of blood quickly spurted across his face. Seeing that he blurted out, finally landed a clean hit. "Huh, how's it going, Director Jang?" At this point, Director Jang was trapped between the two of them. He raised his knife and asked, "Oh ho, you're Beck Dukyung? So this is how things turn out." Isu then walked over to Dukyung. Dukyung asked with concern, "You okay, Isu?" He replied, "Yes, sir." Dukyung asked again, "So that guy is Director Jang?" Dukyung added, "This is the first time my brother has met you in person." Director Jang glared and replied, "First time? Oh, is that so? I thought we'd met at least once before." Dukyung heard that and raised his middle finger in a friendly way. "Well, if you've met me, then you'll be dead in an instant. Got it." He calmly smoked. "Really? You actually think you're stronger than your brother?" he said with a serious smile. "Any opponent facing me has only one fate." Then he looked back at Isu. "How are you doing?" Isu was exhausted and in pain, collapsing and clutching the wound on his belly. "I'm fine. Wait for me a moment." He also noticed the wound had been bandaged, but it wasn't severe. Dukyung's glance suddenly turned icy. Then Dukyung spun around and said, "Just sit there and watch. I'll handle him quickly." Director Jang scoffed at that. "Sure, but let's see who handles whom. How about you show me a little skill, so I can see him?" While fighting, he kept taunting, "Pathetic. Look how sloppy you hold that knife. Is that the level of your skill?" The two of them clashed back and forth for a while. When Director Jang blocked Dukyung's elbow, he taunted again. "Seems like all you've got is a big mouth." Then he slashed out, and Dukyung leaned back to dodge. Seizing the moment, he quickly used his foot to strike at him. A hooking kick made Director Jang stagger, about to fall backward. He grinned through his teeth. "How do you like that move?" Director Jang spat a mouthful of blood. Then he, like a madman, lunged forward to attack Dukyung. He quickly moved his body to evade. Back to Dukyung's own assessment, I aimed for the chin but missed. Director Jang also had to think now. As expected, he wasn't to be underestimated. Baki, Beck Isu's older brother, turned out to be even stronger than I thought. No wonder Yuriong mistook him for Isu. Just then someone dragging a long sword and spoke up. Beck Du-kyung. No, Beck Isu. That's right, Beck Isu. Didn't I tell you? It doesn't matter who. Du-kyung startled and turned around. Isu at this point had no strength left to raise his head and look at the person. That person now held the sword hilt with both hands and swung the blade up. Du-kyung saw this and panicked, shouting, Shogo, you crazy, what are you doing? Shogo aimed the point at Isu's neck with a twisted expression. In the end, today this place will become the tombstone for you two brothers. Isu at this point had no strength left to lift his head to look at him. Du-kyung panicked and ran over, shouting, Shogo, don't you dare touch her, you bastard. Shogo began lowering his sword with a perverse expression. I'll start by taking care of your little sister first. At that moment, footsteps could be heard. Jiang-chun risked it and thrust his sword to deflect Shogo's slash. He growled, You've come all the way to Korea to cause trouble, so I suppose you should learn the language here? I'll teach you. Shogo glared down. Another one like this in Tae-san. Huh? Jiang-chun thrust the blade away from Isu. Seeing that, he sneered. Looks like you lot are underestimating me. Then he swung out a strike. Jiang-chun leaned back and evaded it. Yet he was still a bit shaken. What was that? Shogo paused his movement and mocked. I didn't think you could dodge that blade. Seems your body is pretty light, huh? Du-kyung turned back, worried, asking his brother, Hey, are you okay? Meanwhile, Director Jang charged at them again. Du-kyung blocked the attack and shouted a warning. I can't help you much while dealing with this director, so be careful. Don't be careless. I know Shogo looks crazy, but his swordsmanship is very... Director Jang attacked while speaking. You look pretty relaxed facing me, Beck Du-kyung. But I don't think this is the time for that. Du-kyung focused on his opponent and grimly smiled. Get your best. If this keeps up, I'll be falling asleep. Director Jang? Inside, he was very worried. Damn, I think I'm in trouble facing this old man. Then he glanced at his brother. On the other side, Isu didn't look good. Isu was still collapsed on the ground, showing no sign of movement. Cut to outside, in front of Xiaolan's blade, a voice rang out. Van Hoa-kai explained, Van Hoa-kai means every flower blooms like a spark of fire. That's what we're seeing over there, right? Xiaolan had been knocked down by Wang Ha-oh. He looked toward the giant flame and continued, When I gave you this little knife, there was only one thing I prayed for, that you would grow up and make those flowers bloom. But now look at what it's become. Wang Ha-oh said as he rested the blade on Xiaolan's shoulder. Have the flowers bloomed? Xiaolan, I didn't know I'd still have guests dropping by. Having said that, he looked up and glared in one direction. A convoy of vehicles had just arrived, and people began opening doors and stepping down. Wang Ha-oh stood and laughed. Oh, we have more guests arriving here. I was wondering who would come. Turns out it's good-o, Choi Chan-ho. At the sight of Chan-ho's group, the henchmen began to panic. Is that good-o Choi Chan-ho? Never thought we'd meet him in the flesh in a place like this. Chan-ho put on his gloves and snarled at Wang Ha-oh. Didn't we have some unsettled business between us? Jin Woong at the back reported, We'll support you. And Chan-ho replied, You all have your own jobs. Keep your strength. Leave this place to me. Over here, Wang Ha-oh waved to his men. Send people back to Tae-san first. The henchman hesitated, but if I send too many brothers there then? He retorted, Are you not listening? In our gang, aren't orders and reasons supposed to come first? Then he casually lit a cigarette and, with confidence, continued, The former top swordsman of good-o, Myong Hwan, died by my hand. So if he comes here for revenge, I'll step up, take responsibility, and deal with it. But that doesn't mean I'll let him beat me. Understand? Choi Chan-ho, after hearing that, Chan-ho lost his patience and lunged forward, throwing a punch. That's enough, you bastard. A fist flew out. Wang Ha-oh bent over to block it. He managed to stop it with one hand. Wang Ha-oh quickly launched a kicking counterattack. Chan-ho quickly grabbed his wrist. For a moment, Beck Du-kyung's fist slammed into his belly, so hard his body arched like a bow. Wang Ha-oh staggered, trying to keep his balance on the ground. At that moment, Xiaolan was helped to his feet by a henchman who asked him, Do you think that bastard Wang Ha-oh can stand up to good-o? The man replied, His opponent is Choi Chan-ho. I've heard he's the strongest, nearly at the peak of the former, not Dao era. Wang Hao stretched and exclaimed, "You're really old now, yet your strength is still the same." Chan-ho rubbed his chin and replied, "Lucky for you. Seems you still enjoy this chopping game." Huh. He looked down at the blade in his hand. "Ah, you mean this? I could see it might be useful in this fight. Well, now that things have come to this, we should settle it like the old days." With that, Wang Hao rushed forward to attack first. Chan-ho raised a fist to block the chopping strike. He kept pressing the attack. At that moment, he reached forward to brace himself, when Wang Hao immediately spun and delivered a kick to his chest. Chan-ho's expression turned somewhat gray. After another chop from Wang Hao, he was wounded in the arm. He collided with a car. Wang Hao was met with a counter-strike. "Looks like you've got a lot holding you back, huh? Your movements seem a lot slower now." Right then, a fist appeared right in front of his face. The punch landed, sending him falling backward. This time it successfully knocked Wang Hao flat to the ground pitifully. But Chan-ho looked at the large wound at his side and tensed, thinking that wound almost took him down. Luckily, I countered just before he struck again. Suddenly, Wang Hao burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! You crazy old man. Did that chop even break your skin? Choi Chan-ho, your fighting skills have improved quite a bit, haven't they?" Chan-ho replied calmly. "No, you're the one who's gotten weaker, Wang Hao. You and I are just two old men left behind by time. Do you still dwell on past grudges?" He answered, "Why wouldn't I? I'm only avenging those you killed, aren't I?" Chan-ho denied it. "Revenge isn't why I'm here." That left him puzzled. He continued, "There's no place for us in this new generation anymore. Revenge changes nothing either. Just wait. The blade that ends your life will come for you too." Cut to the interior. Shaun is dealing with a henchman while observing the situation. As he delivered a finishing slash to the man, he said, "Ending this is tougher than I thought. It'd be great if someone could take care of them. Even just a few." Suddenly, a support swing came flying toward him. It was none other than Onizawa. He jumped back to dodge and shouted, "Hey, aren't you tired yet? How the hell are you still standing?" Onizawa staggered and struck like a zombie. Shaun went into a fighting stance, anxious. "Damn, I need to get to the captain as soon as possible." Just then someone appeared and said, "Looks like you're having trouble. You dealing with a professional like him is a bother." Jin Woong said as he rolled up his sleeves, ready for the fight. "Leave it to another pro to handle that." Shaun smiled at him. Jin Woong stepped forward and said, "Amateurs should fight amateurs. Go help your captain." Shaun stepped back and replied, "I'll leave him to you then." Onizawa's eyes flashed like he was possessed, excitement painting his face as if he'd spotted prey. "So now you're my opponent?" Jin Woong frowned and answered, "Is your name Nobuhiro?" "This isn't the kind of meeting I wanted." He said, "The unshakable god of Tae-san, your reputation. I even hear about you in Japan. Show me what you can do. Show me the strength of Tae-san." With that, Onizawa swung his axe down. Jin Woong gently leaned back to dodge. Then he swung his arm in a punch. "Sorry, but..." As he spoke, Jin Woong redirected Onizawa's face. Onizawa's face twisted, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jin Woong grabbed Onizawa's collar and continued, "I don't understand Japanese. Next time learn Korean before you step foot here." With that, he threw another punch. A moment later, Onizawa lay motionless on the ground. The henchman panicked and turned to look. Nobuhiro had been knocked out. Jin Woong rubbed his wrist and said, "We won't go down that easily. Everyone charge and take care of those idiots." And so both sides rushed into battle. Outside, Chan-ho asked aloud, "Wang Hao, how do you feel now?" He replied, "You sure make a lot of noise. Every time you show up, you surprise me. Though we're old, our strength is still strong." Chan-ho ground his teeth and clasped his fists together in excitement. "All right, we've fought too many times. Let's see who dies by whose hand today." "Can you hear that sound?" Wang Hao laughed. "Good, old friend, you still have the fighting spirit. But I'm not scared for that. My old friend, today the two of us might settle this once and for all. Choi Chan-ho, come show all the strength you've got. This is our last confrontation before the younger generation rises to inherit this era." Chan-ho rushed forward to attack first. "All right, let's see if you still have any strength left, Wang Hao." Wang Hao raised his hand to block the punch, thinking inwardly, The punching speed is still too fast, even if age isn't exactly on my side. But this guy's moves are still too basic. I can handle it. When counterattacked, Chonho's face showed slight surprise. Then he broke into a wry smile. Even though I'm old now, but this strength has never truly faded. Saying that, he swung his fist again. Wang Hao now widened his eyes and looked down, and as if there was no time to dodge, took a punch. Suddenly he exclaimed, saying, "If you can do it, you must do it." But it's not that simple. Wang Hao used both hands to block the blow. Then, using the momentum from above, he stomped his foot down onto Chonho's shoulder and followed with a powerful kick that sent Chonho flying backward. His body was driven by that force and slammed into the ground. Yet Chonho still managed to stand. He struggled to keep his balance, wiping the blood from his mouth. Wang Hao spoke again. "How's that? Don't tell me you're scared already, old friend. As I said, this is our final battle before the new generation takes over this era. So show everything you've got." Chonho charged forward to attack once more. "You're still pretty arrogant, Wang Hao." But he got a knee placed into him. Then Wang Hao spun and drove an elbow into his jaw. Chonho gritted his teeth as he took the blow. But it wasn't over. He launched another kick, turning Chonho's face to the side. Xiaolan, propped up by his men and watching the scene, was equally stunned to the sight. Chonho was knocked flat to the ground by that kick. At this point, the henchmen watching began to whisper, "Is it over? Has Choi Chonho been defeated?" He propped his hand on the ground, trying to get up. Then he spoke. "You're right. I may be old, but I'm not finished here. The blood in me still boils." Wiping the blood from his mouth, he displayed a strange excitement. "Keep going." The chain-smoking Wang Hao laughed and said, "Whenever my old friend wants, I can accept the challenge." "All right, let's continue this fight." Suddenly a gun was raised toward the sky and fired with a bang. Officer Wonho appeared before them and shouted, "Stop right there, you bastards. You people have caused enough trouble here. Hands up and surrender. This isn't the place to show off." "Ha. Terrible. We'll end here anyway. I'll deal with you later. Where's that bastard Chief Jiang?" At the mention of that, his face twisted angrily and he hissed. Inside, Shogo's sword was still swinging through the air. Jiang Chun kept dodging those attacks. He ducked to avoid the slash. He thought inwardly as he realized something odd. "I'm too familiar with this attack already. It's repeating itself. It seems he's trying to push me back so he can land a fatal cut. He has the advantage of a longer sword than my knife." Madman Shogo stepped closer, grinding his teeth. "How about it, kid? Keep going. If you can, rush in here. Let's see what you can do." Jiang Chun really charged forward now, ducking to avoid that blade. But the man blocked Jiang Chun's path of approach. He gave a satisfied smile, thinking that if he could dodge this blade, it would all be over. But Shogo sneered in reply. Jiang Chun stared in shock as his knife was cleanly sliced by the sword like sugarcane. Luckily, someone grabbed Jiang Chun's hat and coat from behind. Xian appeared just in time to rescue Jiang Chun, shouting, "Hey, that's a deadly move. Why are you playing with your life like that? Do you want to die by that blade?" Jiang Chun replied, "I didn't think it was that dangerous." When Shogo saw Xian, he spoke up. "Oh, so you want to join the fight? What are my damn disciples doing?" Xian pointed one way and laughed. "You mean your followers? Look over there. They're in chaos fighting Tay-san and our side." And he looked toward where Xian pointed. "Chaos," he said. At this moment, the two groups were charging into fierce battle. Onizawa could only stand with the support of two henchmen. Shogo's expression turned serious. "I see, this is quite the thrill." Then he turned confidently to another direction. "But it's fine. We'll win anyway." Meanwhile, Kyung, fighting Chief Jiang, suffered a wound on his biceps. Seizing the moment, the man tried to lift his leg to kick him. Kyung could only raise his hand in time to block the kick, but by then his body was already a bit off. Xian was frantic. "Damn, he doesn't seem able to handle that bastard Chief Jiang. He's in danger." Jiang Chun leapt into action. "Okay, let me get back into this fight. This time that bastard won't be able to touch you." He sprang toward them, spinning his knife in hand. Xian could only warn, "Be careful, Jiang Chun." Jiang Chun slipped under Shogo's slash, calculating inwardly. "This isn't my usual fighting style, but today I need new tactics. My plan is to close the distance to maximize my knife's edge and reduce the long sword's mobility." Jaeong-chun used both hands on the knife's handle to catch the incoming blade. Then he quickly folded his hands together and grinned at his opponent. Looks like I've grabbed this sword now. He glared down. Oh, a splendid combat skill there. But with a two-handed push, let's see if you can hold on to this sword. Then he used force to pull the blade free and simultaneously kicked Jaeong-chun. He checked his knife and muttered, "Indeed, that attack just failed." Then Jaeong-chun spun the knife in his hand like a toy and laughed. "But I've learned a lot about your attack. Now watch my blade dance." From that strike, I figured out he's left-handed. Shogo heard that and gave a sly smile. If I try to rush him from the right, the sword's arc should slow down. He'll be forced to switch to two-handed grip on the sword. At that point, the sword's power and speed will increase. He recalled his earlier moves and said, "Kid, it seems you've noticed something, haven't you? Why don't we show each other what we can do?" Shogo said, glaring, both hands gripping the sword's hilt. At that moment, Isu had regained a bit of strength. He began surveying the surroundings. His vision was all blurry now. Shogo swung out more slashes. He put both hands into the sword's hilt, then sliced hard toward Jaeong-chun. He tried to block the cut, just as he'd predicted. Suddenly, he grabbed his hair, but that's not how the kid is going to beat me. So how's it now? Kayun was restrained, the blade pressed close to his throat. Jaeong-chun hissed, "You bastard," as he tried with both hands to fend off the blade. Worried, he was stronger than I'd thought. At that moment, our protagonist appeared again. Shogo smelled it out and turned to look. He shoved Jaeong-chun away forcefully. Isu quickly grabbed the wrist holding the sword, then decisively swung down with a cold expression. Then he said, "That's enough." Shogo stared in shock at the finger he'd just cut off, blood spurting nonstop. Isu looked up with hollow eyes and continued, "Now it's a duel between the two of us." Shogo thrashed his hand free from Isu's hold. Jaeong-chun lunged forward, wrapped around him, and tumbled back to evade. Shogo began laughing like a madman. Ha ha ha. The savage laughter was so chilling that Du Kyung, who was fighting Chief Jang, halted in confusion. "Shogo." Over here, Shogo still tipped his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Then he cupped his face and demanded, "How dare you underestimate me? Do you know what you're doing?" Beck Isu's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he stared at Isu. He replied in Japanese, "Are you apologizing to me? Then I'll take a finger first. But I'll finish you right now." The pair on that side were about to rush at each other, but froze and looked over when they heard that. Du Kyung laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha. Really? I cut his finger. His sword skill is pretty good. He'll be a formidable opponent for you. You're wounded, yet still dominating it. I'm even a bit scared. Your level's high now, huh?" he said proudly. At that, Chief Jang stomped over to warn, "Don't turn away while fighting." Immediately, he was kicked and fell to the ground. Chief Jang then charged in once more. Suddenly, a knife flew straight at his face. He quickly leaned back and dodged it, though he still struggled. The owner of the thrown knife spoke up. "Quick reflexes, huh? Next time I won't miss." That was none other than Shaun. Chief Jang, standing in the doorway, answered, "Li Shaun, huh? You're here too." Shaun said, "There's no happy ending for you here." Chief Jang began to pull a gun from his coat, narrowing his eyes. "My plan is to take you all down and clean up. Think that'll work?" Shaun, clad all in black and hiding in a dark spot, replied, "Let's see if I can kill you this time, Jang Song-ho." Suddenly someone stepped in and spoke. "Thought it would be easy, kid. That's Chief Jang. This time you won't win so easily." The person who stepped in was also wearing glasses. Chief Jang frowned and asked, "Who the hell are you?" "Who are you?" "Also one of Oyama's people." Du Kyung pushed himself up and exclaimed, "Perfect timing for a watchman's shift." Rugasaki Gunji narrowed his eyes at his opponent. Then he remembered his previous meeting with Beck Du Kyung. Back then, he was lying in the hospital looking very pale. Pulling out a chair, Gunji spoke up, "Long time no see. Who would have thought I'd meet you in a state like this?" Du Kyung joked, "Oh look, you didn't come to check on my health, did you?" Gunji looked at the blood-stained tip of his knife and explained, "Ah, nothing, just came to confirm a few things in person." He laughed, "Ha, don't be like that. And more importantly, that means you're no longer following that bastard Shogo, right?" He pushed his glasses up. "What with the glasses now? I never was on that guy's side. Nor was I on yours." Du Kyung was stunned and blurted, "What? After all I've done for you?" Gunji explained, "I follow the Oyama organization. I only supported you because we shared a common goal." He looked up at the ceiling thoughtfully and asked, "So you only helped back then? What about now?" He replied, "After you changed your mind and left, Shogo rose to power in the organization and brought a lot of other trouble. With you absent, Oyama fractured several times, so we had to become more solid. So the leader Oyama now recognizes is Oyama Shogo." Kyung frowned at that name. "Do you know what kind of man he is?" "So you mean that's the organization you back now?" Gunji calmly pushed his glasses up and answered, "After Shogo rose to power, Oyama did see better development." Kyung didn't care how he rose to that position. Gunji stood and cut him off. "Will you stop interrupting me? I told you I'm only with the Oyama organization." He clenched the lighter in his hand and asked, "So what is Oyama now? From now on I'll show you what Tae-san is." Back in the present, Gunji thought silently. "Rugasaki, I get you, but right now I can't help you. However, he is different. The only person who can give you support right now." While calculating, he stepped in front of Chief Jang. "I am Hanzawa Gunji. I represent Chairman Tetsuji Oyama. He wants to speak with you directly." Chief Jang Song-ho said this as he produced his phone mid-call. Then Gunji turned to Isu, Shogo, and the others. "Hold on a moment. The chairman needs to talk." Shogo's expression stiffened. "Father, why?" Chief Jang received the phone, and immediately a voice came from the other end. "Sorry to speak for the first time in a situation like this." Tetsuji, sitting at ease, introduced himself. "I am Tetsuji Oyama." Then he asked, "My child is there too, right?" Chief Jang pulled out a cigarette and replied, "Yes, one kid is right here in front of me." Hearing that voice, Kyung was stunned and blurted, "Father." Tetsuji on the other end asked, "So what are you doing to him now?" Chief Jang stepped forward and answered, "Unfortunately, your son and I have a grudge to settle, so I'm afraid." Tetsuji warned carefully about what to say next. "If the answer isn't satisfactory, you'll have a problem with me too. Because Beck, Kyung, and Shogo are both my beloved hidden sons. Although there's a lot of turmoil in the family right now, it would be bad if Chief Jang intervened. Settle it like this. Whoever wins leads, whoever loses gets expelled. And since my sons cause so much trouble, why not make the hotel management rights compensation for your project?" Chief Jang looked at the blazing fire and asked, "Compensation?" Tetsuji replied, "Consider it a memento, meaning Oyama will support the One Sink project." "Chief Jang, what if I refuse?" Tetsuji replied calmly, "Then I'll come in person to meet and arrange everything. It may reach a point where we can no longer face each other as friends." Chief Jang Song-ho. Chief Jang said, "So shall I stop here? Will you always intervene like this?" He denied it. "Not exactly. Until the inheritance struggle of my sons is settled, Oyama will continuously support them. For now, their actions remain personal, not Oyama's official acts. Consider Tae-san and Shogo as two separate entities. Oyama won't back either side." Shogo ran over to challenge, "Father, why? I'm part of the Oyama family too." Tetsuji on the line replied, "Oh, it's you? Shogo, I remember you asked me. Whatever I say to you is what I say as a father. Or do you want it to be an order from Oyama?" He ground his teeth and snapped. "What's the difference?" "Doesn't matter." Tetsuji continued. "Shogo, it's just a simple question. You are my son. I have never changed that belief." Shogo froze, his face going rigid. "So this time let me ask. As a member of Oyama rather than my son, would you satisfy me?" Outside the hotel, Detective Wonho twisted his face and said, "Things are getting interesting indeed." Then he ordered arrests. The armed squad began to move forward. At that moment, someone's footsteps sounded. Kyung supported Isu as they stepped out. Behind them were Sung Min and Yu Hua with their underlings. Isu's face was pale from many wounds and severe blood loss. Chan Ho, seeing this, panicked and shouted, "Director Beck." Even Detective Wonho pointed, "How can you still be standing there?" Chief Jang pushed the gunman aside and said, "Ignore it. Chief Choi Wonho, let things end as they are, because we've already obtained what we needed, the big fire in downtown Seoul." He was furious. "Chief Jang Song-ho, we've prepared everything, so let this end by punishing them. We can't let this pass as if nothing happened." That blazing fire stirred another issue in each of us. Wang Ha-oh shrugged on his coat, wondering what will happen to Oyama now. The crushing defeat. After the phone call with Tetsuji, Shogo could only brace his sword and kneel in despair. Rage ignited. He clenched his teeth in fury. The hatred still burned unresolved. The remaining embers will flare into a new torch. This torch will signal to all that a new generation, a new era, has been born. While everyone else wrestled with the chaos, Hae-sung calmly held a glass of liquor and watched the scene from above with a satisfied smirk. Cut to 2 years earlier. Do-kyung was standing by the seashore, having just pulled out a knife. He stared thoughtfully at the knife in his hand, his expression carrying a hard-to-shake sorrow. Standing beneath such an enormous sky, Do-kyung felt very small. At that moment, Jin-woong opened the car door. He walked up behind Do-kyung and announced, "Mr. Chairman, preparations are complete." Do-kyung, still looking out at the sea, replied, "Good, it's finally over." Then he turned and left. "Let's go, that's enough." Back to the present. 2 months after the hotel fire, a press conference is underway. "Oh, it's starting." Detective Won-ho, in uniform, spoke into the mic, addressing the honorable citizens. Regarding the recent hotel fire in Hanam-dong District, Chief Jang stood behind the crowd, frowning as he watched the situation. Detective Won-ho, a bit tense, cleared his throat. "Ahem, I sincerely apologize. May I present the following? There are many unverified rumors that the hotel blaze was caused by conflicts between gangs, and those baseless claims have stirred public concern. The investigation team confirmed the involvement of members from the mentioned gangs. However, please understand that it's difficult to draw firm conclusions about gang-related conflicts. The police have apprehended the primary suspect in the case and are conducting investigations and basic resolutions, and Onizawa has been presented for interrogation along with all persons related to the fire." A reporter raised a hand and asked, "Recently there have been numerous incidents involving gangs in Seoul. Has the police taken remedial measures in those areas?" Detective Won-ho slammed the table and said sternly, "Seoul is currently facing an emergency threat from gangs. To counter terrorist-like actions endangering public safety, we will launch the Special Security Operation One-Sing. It's an operation to deploy forces to key areas in advance to prevent violence. The Special Security Operation will be executed by a combined military and police force to protect citizens." In one corner, 2 groups were brawling. The police rough-handled some thugs, noses bleeding, scolding, "You punks need beating before you'll listen, huh?" Then the man in the cap pointed at someone. "You there, the bald guy, what are you calling me?" He adjusted his cap and ordered, "From now on, you're the boss here, understand?" The bald man was bewildered. "Me? What?" The cap wearer casually pointed to someone else. "If not, the guy behind you will do it." The bald man shouted hurriedly, No, I'll do it. "So what exactly am I supposed to do?" The cap wearer tossed down a black bag and said, "Do what I tell you." The bald man nervously opened the bag. Inside were a bunch of colorful packets. Here, these are," he instructed. "Every month we'll bring these. You are responsible for exchanging them into cash. Just convert them into money for us. The task is extremely simple, got it?" Cut to Hong-gu, who was pointing at a map and saying, "Once the plan is in motion, Seoul will definitely change." "Understood?" Below them, Do-kyung's group sat listening. At this point, Se-young raised his hand and said, "I still don't quite get." Hong-gu looked helpless. "Come on, new recruits, listen carefully. I'll explain one more time." You then smiled and thanked him. Hong-gu patiently explained again. Up to now, Seoul's underworld has been maintained by 5 major organizations known as the Federation. However, after the Federation collapsed, the organizations underwent restructuring. Throughout that process, Taesan absorbed several factions, including Il-hak and smaller societies. But Oyama from Japan took over Georang, and with cooperation among various forces, the government-backed One-Sink emerged. So the 2 dominant powers in Seoul now are Il-hak and Taesan. Do-kyung fell silent after hearing this. Chief Jang's original plan was for One-Sink to infiltrate Seoul societies. Somehow, it seems to have controlled everything. Hong-gu looked down and confirmed, "That's right. We have now become a considerable organization ourselves. However, One-Sink tolerates illegal activities by affiliated groups. That's why their income scale fluctuates so wildly. The proceeds from illegal activities are tied to One-Sink, which then distributes the accumulated funds to its subsidiaries." Se-young asked, "Huh? Like a government organization delegating to bodies under it? Something like that. Hangul. Roughly the same. So many small subsidiary groups are happy to join one sync. Gu Jun's veins bulged hearing this. Damn capitalists, he muttered. Zeman guessed that at this rate, one sync scale will continue to grow, and the biggest variable remains Gangnam-gu. As for HHS, Haesung still hasn't made a move. Yua added, I think he'll at least join us. After all, he's Ryu Tung's friend. That said, he wasn't even at the hotel that day. Sung-min pondered. So, basically what I'm asking is, should we act first? If we can protect the interests of businesses and organizations in Gangnam-do, we'll have more leverage against one sync. Do Kyung asked back, are you planning to oppose HHS? He explained, avoid unnecessary conflicts where possible. We must build greater power. Even if we have to confront one sync, Do Kyung, we should protect businesses' interests without sparking conflict. Sung-min, have you forgotten? Director Cha Yu-hwa, I'm innocent here. In the past, Georang and HHS were both subsidiaries under IL Hack. And now with Tae-san under our control, Illinois Hack will grow stronger. IL Hack will once again appear in Seoul. Many subsidiary organizations in Gangnam-do were once part of IL Hack. Now, with Goodo's help, we'll plan to take over those groups again by moving into Gangnam-do. Do Kyung, after hearing that, said calmly, that's one way to do it, but it's already too late. Besides, how many groups currently recognize IL Hack's legitimacy? Gu Jun, agitated by that, tried to rush forward, but Se-young quickly held him back. Do Kyung stood and continued, do it. IL Hack will act as you outlined, but right now Tae-san will operate independently. Sung-min asked, operate independently? Do you already have a plan? Do Kyung, if IL Hack handles recruitment and attraction, Tae-san will be responsible for removing unnecessary elements. This isn't a plan. We've already begun carrying it out. Cut to Gangnam, Upgyujong. Heavy breaths kept echoing. The bald man was now running down the street like a man possessed, shouting, move, get out of the way, huff huff. He crouched in a corner watching someone swear. Damn lunatics. Where did those monsters even come from? Damn. Are those bastards who call themselves IL Hack the ones hanging around out there? The bald guy fumbled to dial someone on his phone, when suddenly an unexpected person swung a hand toward his face, leaving him stunned and frozen. Isu slammed the bald man's head hard into the wall behind him. He slid down and sat there, unconscious. A voice rang out. Hey Beck Isu, can you handle that? Do Kyung calmly replied on this side. It's fine, he'll handle it. That's why I sent him. Sung-min voiced his worry. I don't think that's a good idea. It's too impulsive. He tugged at his hair and asked, impulsive? We're in a life-or-death fight. Chairman, who knows, they might surrender. But if they act rashly, we could just take them out first like always. Besides, Li Xian has gone along already, so don't worry about that. Yuo is also uneasy. I get that, but he was injured recently. Du Kyung replied nonchalantly, injury isn't the issue, and unfortunately, it seems the wound doesn't slow him down. Moreover, the problem is that he's furious, so it's better to let him go alone. At least try to extinguish that rage before it explodes. And to do that, we need to find somewhere for him to vent all that anger. On Isu's side, once the bald man came to, Isu told him to call people. The bald man asked anxiously, sorry, but where should I call from? Isu stamped down on him. Anywhere, call whoever you can. He ground his teeth and hissed, call them all out here. Then his eyes, like a wild animal's, looked down at the prey and said, Beck Du Kyung of Tae-san is here. Ah, no need. Becky Sue is here already. Call them all out here. Cut back to Honggu, who tapped his foot on the floor to get attention. Now, attention please. From now on, you'll hear a special lecture from your strategic advisor, me. From now on, he is to be known as Tae-san Lee Hyung-gu, self-styled Unified Tae-san Strategic Advisor. Hyung-gu began, anyway, we don't really know much about Seoul right now, do we? Sitting below were his two pupils, Se-young and Gu-jun. Se-young clenched his fist excitedly and blurted, oh, Mr. Advisor. Hyung-gu got even more enthusiastic about teaching. First things first, you need to know the strength of each organization and the strength of each organization's leaders. I personally went through the last battle and ranked them. This is valuable intel, so rookies should feel honored. Saying that, He proudly produced the document. Se-young cheered again. So cool, Mr. Advisor. Gu Jun, annoyed, slammed the table and warned, Hey, take it easy. Is this really the time to clown around? Who said I appointed him advisor? Honggu panicked and looked away. Se-young just smiled and tried to soothe things. Oh, what's wrong? Gu Jun, just let him be. He'll be useful to us. And he'll be entertaining, Se-young added. Gu Jun could only glare down. Zhang Se-young, seriously you? Se-young turned back, grinning, and asked Honggu, Mr. Advisor, do we get rankings too? His tone was no longer playful, but suddenly flustered. Why, yes. Well, not exactly yes. For you two, there's only information from the hotel fight, so it still needs further verification. However, your current ranks are Zhang C and B+, Ogu Jun B, and your profiles are First Division Zhang Se-young Gudo rank B+, First Division Ogu Jun Gudo rank B. Se-young jumped up, hugged Hyung-gu, and exclaimed, B+ sounds pretty high, doesn't it? He continued, although it's been a while, you have a record facing Ryu Tae-hyung, so B+ makes sense. I assume that organization-level bosses usually sit at A for reference. Previous Gudo in their heyday were above A. Se-young gripped his hand, marveling. As expected, the advisor's intel ability is top-notch. He even knows all the past info. Gu Jun turned away abruptly and asked, So my dad is the only one not ranked? Suddenly someone walked in and called out, The meeting's lively today, huh? Chan-ho smiled brightly and asked, What interesting conversation are you having? The three inside froze at his appearance. Then Hyung-gu and Se-young together looked down at the tablet they had just searched. If it was Choi-chan, he was the man who had almost been the top of Seoul in the past. Though his golden age had passed, recent active work had him rated A+. As Hyung-gu pointed at Chan-ho, the man was astonished. Se-young chimed in, Oh, sure enough, he's a high-tier, variable character, hard to rate among similarly ranked figures. Chan-ho, puzzled, asked, What's A+? Lee Hyung-gu reintroduced him. Now he is First Division Choi Chan-ho Gudo rank A+/-. Then he changed the subject. Enough of that. Everyone get ready. Our Gudo is heading to Gangnam. At that moment, someone else appeared. What's going on? What are you all talking about? Du-kyung stepped in, smiling as he asked. Hyung-gu tensed at the sight of him. That thing, he thought. Baek Du-kyung had been second in Oyama and leader of Tae-san in the past. Now he was a monster rated even higher than that other man. Du-kyung, amused, put an arm around him and peered at the screen curiously. Oh, a ranking board? Interesting. So what's my rank then? Cut to the guy Shogo. He had changed into Japanese clothes and entered a room. Shogo sat down opposite someone. There were many others inside, sitting in neat rows. At that moment, a voice rang out. First, I ask for your understanding. For this event, we should have invited one person separately to serve as chief secretary. Gu Jun kneeled before the group and continued. However, given the venue and the circumstances, I will keep my remarks brief. I am Hanzawa Gunji of Oyama Ninetails and will serve as assistant chief secretary. Recalling his previous conversation with Tetsuji, he had told him to stay in Korea. Gunji said in a worried tone, Lord Oyama, in the Andragasaki, are you really leaving Shogo here? Tetsuji replied. That's precisely why I said he must stay in Korea. I'll entrust everything to you as my aide. Gunji is now head of Oyama Corporation's Strategic Planning Department. Hanzawa Gunji, rank B. Tetsuji added that, after all, he couldn't just abandon both of his sons out there. So you must assist Shogo for me, Gunji. With that, Gunji presented a tray of items to Shogo. As he drank, Gunji prostrated himself with his head bowed. When Shogo finished the bowl of water, he handed it back. He was now the former Oyama Ninetails Wakagashira, Oyama Shogo, founder of the A+ ranked Onin organization. At that moment, a green-haired man frowned and exclaimed, What the hell is this? He was the Korean representative from Cheonwon, Wei Chong-ho, requesting to take charge of international import-export trade. The balding man beside him nervously explained, Hold on, Representative Wei Chong-ho. This is the Chinese representative in Cheonwon, Ku Chong-jun of One Sink, in charge of international trade finance. Wang Hao now facing Gunji. As he offered the water, he calculated inwardly that to let Shogo stand on his own in Korea, they'd have to use this guy's hand. But he was an unpredictable man. Introducing again, Cheonwung's General Representative Wang Hao, 1 Sync Branch Head, Southwest Region, Rank S. Cut to the Taesan office where a voice called out, "We need to expand our influence as well." Chan Ho, looking worried, suggested, "So let's find organizations smaller than us that we can bring under our control." At that moment, Isu pushed the door open, looking dejected. He entered carrying a briefcase, followed by Xiao. Chan Ho hurried over and asked, "Back already? I heard you went to Gangnam alone. Are you okay?" Isu suddenly threw the bag down in front of him. Here, bloody files spilled out of the suitcase. He continued, "I received business rights dossiers from small organizations on the outskirts of Gangnam. They transferred everything over. With this, those groups will be tied to us and won't be free to join other organizations." Chan Ho was stunned. Isu, to this extent, then he softened his tone. "I see. We'll meet and negotiate with the other organizations. Is this a good way to proceed? If we force them like this, we won't be any different from 1 Sync, will we?" Isu said coldly. "Do we have to be different?" At a faint, rueful chuckle. "So, are we really any different from them up till now? To be blunt, you all also want to crush every other organization, big or small, and have Seoul in the palm of your hand, don't you?" As he spoke, he looked at his blood-stained hands. Revenge and rage. "Am I the only one like this?" "Think again," he said. Then, Isu started to storm out. "Don't worry. If you want Seoul, I'll give it to you all. If you won't go my way, sit back and watch," he said. Suddenly, a knife pressed against his neck stopped him. Gu Jun spoke coldly. "Becky Isu, I can't agree with what you just said. Do you think you're the only one who harbors anger and thirst for revenge? Who do you think you are to do that?" Shaun quickly lowered his hand and warned, "Calm down. Gu Jun, he's still our leader after all." As he spoke, he pointed his knife at Gu Jun's back. Everyone else panicked. Choi Chan-ho nervously warned because he knew how crazy Isu was now. Gu Jun put the knife down, inwardly amazed. "So fast, since when?" Shaun twirled the knife in his hand and glared. "If I hadn't stepped in, you'd be dead already, understand? Let me reintroduce you. You're under Tae-san. Li Shaun, formerly of the Special HID Task Force, North Ops, previously team leader of Ghost, S-Rank." Hearing that, Gu Jun put the knife down, though his eyes still stared fixedly at Isu. At that moment, Du Kyung appeared at the door with SUA. "What's going on? What's with this atmosphere?" He smiled and asked, "Could it be there's a fight going on here? There clearly is a fight happening here. Come on, stop it. The furniture in here is expensive, you know. Anyway, Isu, you've been through a lot," he said as he patted both their shoulders to calm them. Not injured, but his smile froze mid-sentence when he saw the pile of things on the floor. They were the blood-stained documents Isu had brought back. He pursed his lips and glanced at his younger brother, then saw the other hand covered in blood. He scratched his head and said, "Well, it doesn't look like the injury is too serious, does it?" Then he sat down, picked up the papers, and continued reading. He said he didn't care about methods, but this is a bit extreme. Isu just turned back and affirmed, "Am I being unreasonable? This is the right way. Or are you going to end things ambiguously like that hotel incident last time?" Du Kyung's face darkened at that. Then he stood up and confronted his brother. "Damn it, do I have to blow the place up for you to be satisfied?" Isu, riled, shouted back, "Yes, I have to kill them all. I could have killed them all. We already decided on this, remember? Kill them all, and I'll wait." Before he could finish, Du Kyung landed a glancing punch on his cheek. Isu staggered backward, couldn't keep his balance, and crashed on the floor. Du Kyung's face bulged with veins as he clenched his fist and demanded, "Do you want to die that badly?" "Huh." He shouted that stupid name while Isu sat on the floor, quietly wiping his face, reintroducing himself. Beck Isu, formerly HID Special Forces, North Ops team leader. For years of long-term infiltration into North Korea, 12 incursions into the north. Now head of the Seoul boss, backed by Tae-san rank 10. He looked up at his brother with eyes full of resentment. Du Kyung couldn't take it and lunged forward, shouting, "You still dare say that? Maybe I've been too lenient with you." Chan Ho quickly restrained him. "Director Beck, enough. Don't cut him off before hearing him out." Du Kyung turned back. "Don't listen to what he says. He already said that's the best way." At that moment, Du Kyung got punched by Isu. Chan Ho hurriedly caught Du Kyung. No, Isu, why are you like this again? Du Kyung then let out a cold laugh. Ha ha ha, thinking about it. Haven't you gone without a beating for a long time? Shall I remind you of the old days? Isu smirked and raised his fist. Want to try? Sua glared and warned. That's enough, Beck Isu. How can you treat your brother like that, right after he just recovered? Do you want to put him back in the hospital? Silence fell. Du Kyung gleefully pointed at his brother, while Sua warned him not to laugh. You're no better. When his brother is in trouble, you act as if the whole world has ended. Now that things are calm, why are you hitting him? Du Kyung protested. He hit me too. He then got a sharp slap from her and fell silent, as if to say he cared. Meanwhile, Chan-ho's group, sensing things were tense, quietly urged each other to slip out. Let's get out of here, come on. Cut to another location. A brisk footstep approached. Two onlookers, surprised, exclaimed, Oh no, why are you here? I heard you were busy in Osaka. The man bared his teeth and said, Oh, I've already settled things in Osaka. Instead, I think it's probably more troublesome here. Is the boss inside? At that, the head guard, tense, replied, I'm sorry, but Tetsuji said he doesn't want to see anyone. The newcomer immediately raised a hand. I don't care. I'm no stranger, am I? Yes. But the large man glared down and asked, If not, are you planning to stop me? Inside the room, someone was picking up a ghost stone and playing by himself. There, none other than Tetsuji, playing a solo game of Go while reading. At the noise outside the door, he looked up. The newcomer sighed. Huh, they said you lock yourself in. Are you acting like an old man? Tetsuji replied calmly. I'm getting on a bit. Then he asked the man, What's going on? What brings you all the way to Tokyo? Finished in Osaka, the man answered, Don't worry about that, big brother. Mudo Taiga. I've completed the conquest of Osaka in Oyama's name. Introducing Taiga Mudo, director of Oyama's Osaka branch, resident of Kakudo, Tetsuji's right-hand man. Tetsuji resumed reading and casually asked what he meant by conquered. You the same as ever? Huh? Taiga looked down at the Go board, thoughtful. Are you reviewing the previous game? Then he rubbed his chin with a sly look. Hey, can I take the black stones? Tetsuji asked. You want a rematch? Taiga retorted. What's the fun in copying someone else's moves? Play a game with me. Tetsuji, intrigued, rubbed his chin. Haha, any stakes? Have you improved at all? Taiga picked up a black stone confidently. Skill is the point. If I want to win, I'll try. You can't stop me. Hearing that, Tetsuji's expression turned serious. You intend to win? Taiga placed a stone and declared, Yes, if I win, I'll leave Oyama. Tetsuji quickly took a white stone and asked, May I ask why? For the sake of my big brother and my disciple. Shogo and Rugasaki are fighting on Korean soil, right? So, teacher, I should side with Shogo. Tetsuji held a handful of white stones and said, In that case, Oyama cannot intervene. I already told you, no one is to interfere in the succession battle, right? He glared at him with a warning look. But Taiga folded his arms calmly and explained, That's why I'm leaving Oyama. Then there's no related issue anymore. Tetsuji, if I interfere, it will unbalance that battle. Taiga then wore a cold expression as he looked toward him. You were the one who broke the rules from the start. If you withdraw from Korea, all support will be cut off. That's no different from abandoning Shogo. You favored Rugasaki and abandoned your own son, Shogo. So, at the very least, I want to stand with Shogo, right? Tetsuji asked coldly. Do you think I or Oyama would accept that? He then smiled and said, So if you win, you and your brother can leave. At that, Tetsuji slammed his hand hard on the Go board in anger. You really are. And because of that outburst, both of them were stunned. After a moment, Taiga burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you lost, admit it. Tetsuji flustered. No, this is... Taiga pushed himself up. Ha ha ha. So this game is pointless, I win. As he was about to step out the door, Tetsuji suddenly blurted, It's a draw. He held his forehead, looking utterly exhausted. Then unexpectedly added, Thank you for taking care of him. Taiga didn't turn back and just replied, What are you talking about? You didn't have to do that. I know. Then the door slowly closed. Cut to a scene in Yeoksamdong, Gangnam. A gaunt but addicted-looking man sat with his legs crossed, sipping tea, and asked, So you say you're from IL Hack, right? Se-young sat opposite, smiling amiably. Yes, that's right. We're from IL Hack. I'm Tae-san. The man fell silent for a moment. Huh, Tae-san. At that moment, Isu was standing outside the door, eavesdropping. Inside, the other man asked to confirm. So you're saying we join you, not HHS? Se-young replied cheerfully, yes, exactly. We'll ensure your organization's security, But the woman quickly raised 3 fingers and cut him off. There are 3 issues here. First, you lot are rude. Isn't the leader supposed to come here to discuss? Se-young still smiled with narrowed eyes. Aha, the chairman is very busy. Instead, Jang Se-young from Gudo has come in his place. The woman across sipped her tea and remarked, so the rumor that Gudo is falling apart is true. Leaving someone like that in Gudo? Seriously? Se-young's expression hardened and his other hand clenched tight. He tried to calm himself and said, if you give us a chance, the chairman will come. But the woman cut him off again. Second, we don't get much benefit. We've been waiting for this offer from HHS, the leading organization. Yet they haven't acted. Rumors of one sink have spread everywhere. If we switch sides, one sink benefits more. Don't you think so? At that moment, Isu suddenly appeared and exclaimed, the greatest benefit. He stepped forward and stomped the table so hard the teacup tipped, then continued. It seems you don't know what the greatest benefit is. The greatest benefit is that you can still sit here like this. Do you understand? The woman waved her hand to stop her subordinate from lunging and replied, ignore his attitude. I'll move on to the third point. It's because we know who you are. Beck Isu. Her expression turned terrifying at that moment. You're the shadow, the Tae-san boss in the dark. You're the current top power ruling soul, aren't you? You're very famous. Se-young turned to look behind him and saw a crowd with blazing eyes standing behind the curtain. She continued, everyone in the underworld is waiting for a chance, a shot at fortune if a powerful man like you falls, right? Se-young jumped up in fright. When did so many people appear? Isu's expression was gradually losing control. Someone said, I won't go crazy, hold back, so I tried. I thank you for giving me a reason to act freely. The woman snapped her fingers like an addict. What's there to thank me for? I'm the one who should be thanking you. Immediately, several burly men stepped out from behind her. Isu turned and began taking off his coat, telling Se-young, you Gudo, I'll leave those 3 to you. Se-young sneered. Only 3? Outside, a bunch of henchmen were trying to open the door and shouted, it's locked. Aren't you going to open it? In an instant, a punch wrapped in a coat flew straight at the glass. Isu threw a punch. The glass shattered into pieces and hit one unlucky guy. He looked astonished and muttered, I didn't expect this stunt, huh? A few rushed in to attack, but he quickly blocked one and added a hook to the chin. With his other hand, he shoved the face of another man, slamming his head hard onto the floor. Outside, the others were getting beaten one after another. Isu smashed him into the glass door, which shattered into many pieces. The henchmen outside panicked and shouted, don't freak out, the door's open. Everyone go in. Then suddenly someone else appeared and called out, look, they're fighting again. Du-kyung walked up holding some kind of box. A henchman, seeing that face, startled and panicked. What the hell? That guy looks exactly like, no way. Beck Du-kyung raised the box and demanded in a gruff voice, I brought a gift to try and make peace. Are you telling me we're fighting instead? Isu casually punched a henchman in the face and explained, I didn't start it. Those guys did. Du-kyung dropped the gift box and said, never mind, I guess we can't give them presents after all. Instead, maybe I'll give them this. As he said it, he pulled a knife from his person. A while later, Du-kyung leaned against the wall, preparing to light a cigarette. Isu, standing beside him, exclaimed, hey, that one doesn't even have a flame. Then he looked in surprise at his younger brother, who was calmly lighting his cigarette. After that, Isu handed over a lighter. Need a light? Du-kyung took the lighter and said, all right, thanks. The atmosphere felt oddly strange. Then he asked, but what happened to the lighter you gave me? Isu pondered. It got lost at the hotel. Hearing that, Du-kyung was startled and alarmed. Hey, what are we going to do if that's lost? Isu turned his face away, a bit evasive. Sorry. Du-kyung could only look up and sigh. Oh, fine. Anyway, that's what started the trouble with Oyama Shogo. If it's gone, there's nowhere to use it anymore. Then he glanced over at his younger brother. He saw Isu standing alone against a corner, looking very lonely. Du-kyung turned away, scratched his head, and said, Isu, I used to think your way was wrong, but now I think it's right. But you saw just now. You're the true leader of San now. All eyes and soul are on you. Isu replied coldly, I told you, leave them be. Then just kill them all. Du-kyung gave a wry laugh. You do that, huh? And what about the others after you? Don't you know the Korean saying, if a crow tries to act like a heron, it'll break its legs? Meaning forcing yourself to imitate another's strength brings great harm. Du-kyung frowned, a little helpless as he looked over. You're the leader, but we're an organization. We need leadership, not a leader who forces everyone to follow whatever he demands. Isu glanced at his brother with an expression that left him speechless. Cut to the Hardon real estate headquarters. Sung-min stood inside, studying the large map before him. His face was intensely focused. Beside him, another man was preparing a drink. After a while, the man brought out a cup of tea and invited him to sit. Our director will be here soon. Sung-min turned and replied, Yes, thank you. The two sat down to talk. The man sighed, saying you really have to come in person to view a house for sale. But who expected such heavy rain? Sung-min, it's fine. I came for something else. He asked curiously, Something else? What do you do at a real estate office, if not to see houses? Sung-min put on a serious expression and said, IL Hack. I'm from IL Hack. That answers it, doesn't it? The man turned inward. Illinois Hack. Let's see. You're from IL Hack. Inside a room, some patrons playing cards cast a conceited glance toward the entrance. A shaved-head thug with tattooed arms frowned and stood up. You say IL Hack came here? Then you should know where this is, right? You came alone and must be very confident, huh? Could you be IL Hack's Goodo? Sung-min looked up calmly and replied, Is this the director? By my recollection, the director should be a bit older than this. The shaved head bowed and said, Director? I'm the director here now. Who exactly are you looking for? At that moment, someone stepped in and spoke. Just as expected, Gu-jun appeared cold-faced. Just as I thought. That's why I said I'd come along. Chairman. The shaved head looked suspiciously at Sung-min. Chairman? Then you. Sung-min turned to remind him. Oh, Gu-jun, I appreciate your intention, but if you act like this, we can't negotiate. If even Goodo barges in to intimidate, isn't that a threat? So please wait outside. The thug quickly stepped closer and looked up at Gu-jun. What? Intimidation. Bringing just one guy and acting high and mighty. He sneered. Well then, your Goodo is so impressive. The moment he finished mocking, a knife was pressed under his chin. Gu-jun glared and said, If you're curious, go ahead and see. Sung-min stood up and admonished. Oh, Gu-jun, put the knife away. Gu-jun quickly lowered the knife. I know. He then turned to the other side's henchmen. All of you sit down. Listen to the chairman of IL Hack. At that, the rough-looking man scoffed. Chairman, that IL Hack of yours. Do you even know where this is to act so arrogant? As he spoke, he swung his fist as if to rush forward. At that moment, a man hurriedly pushed in and shouted, Tae-jeon, what the hell are you doing, you punk? It turned out the shaved head was Tae-jeon. He flinched in shock. Dad, why did you come to such a dangerous place? The man ran up, grabbed him, and held him back. Kid, stop it. Sung-min, seeing this, also cried out in surprise, Father. Then the man turned to him and called, Young master. He quickly stepped forward and took the young master's hand. With a joyful tone, he asked, You're young master Lee Sung-min, right? Sung-min was a bit bewildered. Director, Song Tae-gyu. Tae-gyu smile moved. You still remember me? Yes, it's me, Song Tae-gyu. I meant to come by personally to greet you, but everyone quickly sat down and continued talking. Director Tae-gyu sighed. To meet you like this. You're IL Hack's chairman now, young master. Gu-jun stood behind Sung-min and solemnly reminded him. This is the chairman of IL Hack. Please don't call him young master. Sung-min laughed cheerfully. It's fine, you can call me that. He scratched his head awkwardly. I've been rude. Meeting the chairman brings back old memories. The last time we met you were 8, right? If I hadn't heard your voice, I'd still be in tears now. Sung-min didn't want to get swept into nostalgia and cut in. Don't talk about that. Let's discuss something else. Then T.U. said, I heard the chairman rebuilt IL Hack, but I never expected to meet you in person like this. And I didn't expect the chairman to have such a reliable Goodo, just like Mr. Oh Myong Hwan I met before. Sung-min replied calmly, I'd like to talk more with the director, but there's an important matter to discuss. That's why I'm here today. Director Song Tae-gyu clenched his hands, suddenly tense. I know the chairman's heard the rumors. We're just a small business in Gwanak-gu being squeezed by Han Hae-sung, so we can't do much. We're barely holding on. But I believe that one day the chairman would come here. I've always perked up my ears waiting for your footsteps. I'm worried that on days like today, the sound of your footsteps will be drowned out by the rain. He quickly made his decision. So please, chairman, give us a chance. From now on, we'll be IL Hacks people. Tae-jian, sitting nearby, went pale and blurted, Dad, what are you saying? Director Song Tae-gyu seemed to recall something long ago. That Chairman Lee Sung-hak once saved his life. I'll repay that no matter what. Suddenly he bowed deeply to Sung-min and said, So please help us. Sung-min was momentarily flustered and hurriedly said, No, sir. We are the ones who need the director's help. Tae-jian could only stare in astonishment at the result his father had just declared. Cut to a tall building. Someone walked up in the rain. Taiga, wearing a coat to shield from the rain, grumbled, I picked the wrong day for these guys. Didn't expect it to rain today. At that moment, a guard at the door saw him and asked, Why have you come here? Taiga gave a rough laugh. What was that? Can you speak Japanese? The guard panicked when he heard Japanese. Japanese? Did you come from Oyama? Immediately, Taiga launched a kick at him. You said Oyama? I get it. The guard was kicked in the glass, which shattered, and he fell inside. Taiga bent over excited. Quieter than I thought. He said this as he stomped on the guard's chest. At that moment, a group of security guards stepped up to block Taiga. He charged inside and demanded, Where's Rugasaki? Over there, a bald man, trembling but holding up a knife to threaten, shouted, Hey, stay there. Where do you think you're going? He was immediately punched by Taiga, so hard his face looked like it might cave in. But these monkeys... The bald man's body flew up into the air as if weightless. Taiga exclaimed, You know knives are light because they're light they break easily. At that, other guards rushed in to attack. They were instantly met with his uppercut to the chin. Another man was sent flying into the air. Another guard was about to attack him from behind. Song Taiga tilted his body to dodge and casually remarked how weak he was. Then he grabbed the other's head and slammed it hard onto the floor. His expression was utterly exhilarating. When another kick came, he caught the man's leg and sneered. Is that all Rugasaki's people can do? The man was yanked violently along. Taiga spun him around in midair. These moves made the other guard stop in fear, but they still couldn't avoid being affected by Taiga. Taiga was confident that none of them were worthy of fighting him. Call Rugasaki here. Meanwhile, a group lay strewn across the hall, while others hesitated whether to charge, when a voice from the upper floor rang out. Enough, stop it. Taiga quickly turned to look back. Oh. At the sight of the person, he blurted, So you're the one? Yiksha Hot Jin Woong. Jin Woong clasped his hands in greeting. You're from Oyama. Reintroducing myself. This is Yiksha Realty of Tae-san, Hot Jin Woong. Taiga stomped forward, gruff. No, I'm not with Oyama anymore. But if I said I'm with Oyama, would you fight me? Former head of Oyama's Osaka branch, Gakudo Mudo Taiga. He looked like he desperately wanted a fight. Over here, the short-haired woman accepted the gift box Du Kyung brought and made her decision. I'll hack Tae-san. I'll follow you guys. Du Kyung turned to his brother and said, See? I told you it would work. Coming empty-handed means you can't get anywhere. The woman continued, If you form a new force like this, I'd rather follow you than stay with HHS. That thing is a fiction. Isu, puzzled, asked. HHS is just fiction? What do you mean? She explained that the truth was Gangnam now had no leader. The great organization HHS and Han Hae-sung had vanished. Du Kyung was stunned. HHS disappeared and no longer exists? What nonsense is this? The woman recounted that after the council fell, HHS suddenly stopped operating. The bribes they used to receive, and even the management of territories all ceased. Some leaders of the alliance went looking for director Han Hae-sung, but couldn't find any trace of him. In fact, the leadership seat of Gangnam is now vacant. Isu quickly asked, Then doesn't that mean anyone could seize that key position? This is a great chance to grab power. The woman lowered her head. Sounds tempting, but what then? If internal conflict breaks out in Gangnam, and outsiders learn HHS is absent. All stronger forces will rush in to seize Gangnam's benefits and crush us. Small groups like ours can't stop that. As she spoke, she opened the gift box and pulled out bottles of juice. That's why we've kept quiet about having no leader. If outsiders don't know, they won't act. We're still nominally under HHS. Gangnam remained intact while HHS existed, even if only on paper. So please, don't anyone touch us. That's the situation. But this can't last. That's why we've considered joining the newly formed One Sync. Du Kyung began to ponder. You should have come to us sooner. Why let things get to this point? The woman looked serious. This is my personal view. I don't think HHS has disappeared completely. For some reason, they've gone into hiding. Now, they're just monitoring the situation here and testing our loyalty. Isu fell silent. Du Kyung received a call from someone. Ah, sorry, I have a phone call. He stood up to take the call. This is Beck Du Kyung. Isu asked the woman again. So you still can't trace Haesung's whereabouts? She replied, yes, that's right. Maybe he's somewhere in Gangnam, but we can't find him. Before she could finish, Du Kyung turned back with a panicked tone. Beck Isu, prepare immediately. We're heading to Taesan. His expression showed how serious it was. Damn, this is completely unexpected. I never imagined that old man would come to Korea. Meanwhile, Taiga kept taunting Jin Woong. Yiksha, will you fight me? Cut to the scene outside on the main road. The three IL hack members were walking together. Chan-ho laughed happily and said, Gwanek District? It's been a long time since I've been back here. Chairman, Gwanek is important. It's one of the areas IL hack must control. Sungmin laughed. Ha ha ha. Uncle Choi Chan-ho, you're in a good mood today. I know. He continued. Of course, it's more than nostalgia. Gwanek used to be one of IL hack's key business spots. I remember coming here with you as a kid. The scenery still looks familiar. As they were looking around, Chan-ho turned and said, Oh, Gu-jun, take a good look around here, too. You used to come here often with Myong-hwan when you were young. Everyone liked you and Myong-hwan so much, but he just walked past saying, Hurry up, we'll be late. Besides, I don't have any memories like that of a father. Chan-ho's expression turned a little pained. Oh, Gu-jun. Then he turned to Sung-min. I'm sorry about that kid. Chairman, he gets like that whenever his father is mentioned. Gu-jun smiled. I'm fine. No need to worry too much. Chan-ho gazed into the distance and recounted. Oh, well, Myong-hwan was the first blade and former captain of Good-o. You've heard that Oh Gu-jun is his son, right? Gu-jun replied, Yes, I know that. That's why his demeanor is surprisingly unexpected. You'd think he'd want to avenge his father, but he seems more like someone listening to an enemy's tale. For Oh Gu-jun, his father's death is a very complicated emotion. The man Oh Myong-hwan lived and died for IL hack more than anyone else. But Oh Gu-jun only wanted a normal father who would care for him and spend time with him. He himself found it difficult because of his father's death like that. After everyone arrived, Gu-jun announced, We're here. Director Song Tae-gyu said he would summon the leaders of the small organizations in Gwanek District. Although all those leaders claimed they would be loyal to IL hack, I felt uneasy coming here. As he spoke, he pulled a knife from his chest pocket. What if it's a trap aimed at the chairman? Chan-ho stopped the motion and said, If that's the case, don't worry. In Gwanek District, nothing will happen. With that, he opened the door and went in. Suddenly, a noise made both of them startle and look inside. Seeing the scene before them, Gu-jun quickly grabbed his knife and charged toward the group inside. Sure enough, a bald man looked out and asked, Are you people from IL hack? Gu-jun was stunned and exclaimed, What is this? These are the leaders here. Chan-ho put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him and explained, Gwanek District is different from other places, you know. Small business owners were pushed out by the dominance of mid-level groups in Gangnam, Seocho, and Gwanek. They gathered and formed an organization to help each other trade and do business. In reality, they don't have much fighting strength at all. Director Tae-gyu smiled and greeted, Choi Chan-ho. Aren't you Choi Chan-ho of Good-o? Chan-ho returned the smile warmly. Oh, Director Song, how long has it been since we last met? Ha ha, you've been well, right? The others cheered happily. Choi Chan-ho, truly IL hack and Good-o. IL hack has returned to help us. Gu-jun sheathed his knife in his shirt and asked, So Gwanek District really has no real strength? Why is it an area we must bring under our control? Chan-ho explained, One sync has formed and is aggressively gathering small groups. So Guanik needs us. We must bring them in and shelter them like before. Song Gu-jun was still uneasy, thinking it would be too much to worry about them at a time like this. Suddenly an old woman approached, took his arm, looked up and smiled brightly. Myong Huan, is that you? Have you eaten? Here, take it. As she spoke, she placed something in Gu-jun's hand, leaving him momentarily surprised and embarrassed. What she put in his hand were a few small, cute candies. His eyes glinted with emotion. The old woman chimed, "Thank you, Myong Huan. Thank you for coming back." Samin came in smiling and said, "Look, it's Gu-jun." Gu-jun turned back inside. A childhood memory flashed before his eyes. He was looking toward his father, who was cheerfully chatting with the people around him. Sungmin exclaimed, "Doesn't everyone need Il Hak and Goodo?" Before them, Chanho was happily chatting and joking with the old men, a scene just like years ago. Sungmin added, "So we must do our best. That's how we'll lead everyone." Gu-jun silently clutched the candies, full of affectionate flavor, tightly in his hand. Cut to the Tae-san headquarters. Taiga advanced toward Jin Woong, taunting, Your nickname is Yiksha? Fine. You say you're some kind of Yiksha." Coming up to Jin Woong, he added curiously, "You look smaller than I thought. How tall are you?" Jin Woong replied calmly, "No matter how tall, it doesn't change anything." Taiga burst out laughing. "Oh, really?" Then his gaze suddenly went eerily pale. "In that case, your failure won't be excused by our physical differences, will it?" Hearing that, Jin Woong quickly swung his fist up. He immediately launched a punch at Taiga's face. Taiga staggered and slid backward a long distance. Taiga wiped his face and frowned. "Damn, I was trying to guess where you'd hit me first. If you're the one who started, fine then." Jin Woong, inwardly astonished, thought, was that punch not strong enough? Did he turn his head a second after getting hit? Taiga lunged in to counterattack. "I've seen your punch clearly, so this is my return." Jin Woong took a heavy blow to the stomach. Taiga was ecstatic. Too little force? That can't be right." Jin Woong remained standing and asked coldly, "Hey boss, is that really all you've got?" Taiga burst out laughing. "Haha, you ask if that's all I've got? You got hit and still standing proud? Right, I remember now. Your nickname, Immovable Yiksha, indeed lives up to the name." Thus the nickname Jin Woong was born, belonging to Tae-san Realty. Haha, Jin Woong. Taiga clutched his face and laughed hoarsely. "Oh no, this feeling, I'm not supposed to get this excited. But isn't this kind of interesting?" Just then Du Kyung returned. As soon as he walked in, he loudly called, "Mudo Taiga." Taiga froze mid-move. "That voice, it's the brat Rugasaki." Du Kyung entered with an unfriendly look. "Oh, the kid? Really close, aren't we? Looks like you're no longer Oyama's man. Huh? Shouldn't you show some respect and call him leader or something?" He heard that and shrugged with a casual laugh. I'm not Oyama's man anymore." "I guess that's about right." Du Kyung was shocked. "Not Oyama's man anymore? What's going on?" Taiga bent to pick up a jacket and said, "Yeah, it's like that. It's a long story." Then he walked past him and continued, "I'm just here to say hello. I was planning to head this way to meet Shogo anyway." Du Kyung frowned. "You mean you'll side with that bastard Shogo?" Taiga waved his hand to confirm. "Yes, exactly. Next time we meet, we'll be enemies. You're surprised, right? Finally, I can fight you. Well, I'm off. See you soon." This war won't be far off. As the other left, Jin Woong couldn't hold it and dropped to one knee in pain. Du Kyung turned back, worried. Jin Woong. Jin Woong asked, "Who was that?" "It's the first time I've met a monster like him. He's dangerous." Taiga was skipping along happily in the rain. This'll be fun. Tae-san organization, At that moment, he spotted Isu standing silently in the long rain. At first, Taiga didn't notice, but when he sensed something off, his expression turned serious. Taiga called out, "Hey, you there," then suddenly lunged with a fist and was attacked from behind by Isu. An odd preemptive strike aimed at a hidden weak point, catching the opponent off guard. However, Mudo Taiga did not like this kind of unilateral declaration punch at all. He considered such tricks the tactics of the weak. Still, the reason he delivered the blow was instinct. Isu turned and glanced at him with a cold, brooding look. The punch quickly flew straight to his face, but he raised both hands and managed to block. Then Isu wound up to counterattack. Taiga hurriedly put both hands up and shouted, "Wait!" He clasped his hands together, This is embarrassing. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Isu asked, puzzled. Sorry for what? Taiga scratched his head awkwardly. I've never been in a situation like this before. I'm flustered, so I didn't know what to say. Then he forced a smile. Yeah, it was a mistake. Hearing that made Isu angrier. He swung his leg. Don't joke. Do you take me for a pushover? Immediately, Isu launched a kick, but Taiga blocked it and grabbed his leg, exclaiming, Ah, this situation shouldn't be like this. Isu wriggled free from his hold, then spun and threw a kick with his other leg. Taiga raised his hand to block that strike, which was so strong it spat up steam in the rain. He gritted his teeth and hissed, but this is really fun. At that moment, a car appeared. The person who opened the car door was Gunji. Taiga bent down to pick up his jacket and said, Sadly, that's it for today. What's confusing, Isu? Then he smiled brightly and reached out to introduce himself. I'm Mudo Taiga. By strength, you must be Beck Isu, right? He wondered. So you're Ayama's man too. Yet Taiga just glared at you. Now that's not exactly the case. Gunji stepped closer and said, I'm here to pick you up, Mudo-san. Let's go. Taiga, all right. Then he turned and shot Isu a line of judgment. What a stiff friend. At that, the two of them headed toward the car. Isu watched sharply and blurted, Mudo Taiga. The car sped down the road. Taiga peered out the window and muttered, Beck Isu. Huh, what's that about? He'd aim for the back of him. That kind of trick is for the weak and frightened. Afraid? Really? Mudo Taiga, afraid of that guy, and aiming at his back? Thinking that, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, afraid? He recalled Tetsuji's warning back then, that if we intervened in that fight, it would throw things off balance. Now Taiga was ecstatic, exclaiming, Big brother Tetsuji, it seems you worried for nothing. This needs me to balance it out. Cut to Gujun, who was still holding the sweet candies the old woman gave him that afternoon. He just sat there, lost in thought. He pictured the old woman smiling brightly, saying, Thank you, Myong Huan. Thank you for coming back. Then he opened a pack of candy and ate one. Taejeon suddenly appeared from nowhere, muttering, Damn, the old folks are getting senile. At this point, what can IL Hack do for us? Gujun glanced over in surprise. He sat down beside Taejeon and said, Oh my goodo of IL Hack? What are you doing here? Gujun carefully put the candy in his pocket and replied, Nothing much. Don't worry about it. Taejeon smoked and gave him a scrutinizing glance. You're the son of the late Oh Myong Huan, but you still stay with IL Hack, huh? Even though your father is gone like that. Are people treating you well? Or do they pay you a lot to work for them? His words were laced with sarcasm and contempt. Gujun stood up and warned, Hey, those petty provocative actions should stop now. A follower of a useless old man like you. Talking here is a waste of time. Saying that, he started to walk away. But Taejeon didn't stop. Who's insulting whom? Me or you? We're the same, really. Keep making excuses. Whether you're good-o or not is your own problem. That's why your old man, Oh Myong Huan, died the way he did. At that, Gujun couldn't hold back and lunged to grab his collar. Song Taejeon then spoke up. I remember very clearly how Oh Myong Huan died that day. Aren't you curious how your father died? Gujun's expression wavered. Cut to 13 years earlier. Someone skewered a rice cake and asked, Hey, what's this? Let's see if it's tasty. Why does this area only sell such small stuff? Behind him were a few menacing gangsters. If you sell stuff like this place's business will go bankrupt. I'm from the Southwest, used to run a fairly big trade there. The men began shoving passers-by away. Go, 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 don't pay attention. The woman selling spicy rice cakes stayed silent. The man stepped closer and continued. So trust me and let's work together once. I'll feed everyone in this area with a new business model. Will you cooperate with us, ma'am? Just then, IL Hack's people appeared. Who are you lot? Aren't you going to piss off? The men in black were startled. You in the white suits. Were you talking to us? The IL Hack leader exclaimed. Clearly these guys aren't from this neighborhood. Over here, the scar-faced man was trying to persuade the rice cake seller. For you, special protection and support is only 50%. Elsewhere, it's 70%. Before he finished, his henchmen were hurled aside. He spun around, startled. What? What's going on? At that moment, IL Hack approached from behind him. So, you brought these guys here today? Interesting. Where did you come from? This is IL Hack's Lai Soon Mong of Gudo, 6th Blade. Then the spicy rice cake seller turned back to scold. Hey kid, Sun Mong, don't start trouble again. Sun Mong slung an arm over the other guy's shoulder and replied with a grin, Ma'am, I told you already. Guys like these won't go away easily if we don't step in. As he said it, he tightened his grip around the man's throat. The man tried to choke out, Li Sun Mong? Li Sun Mong, Godot's executioner. At that, the henchman tried to crawl to his feet. What did you say? So who are these then? Another IL hack member warned him. Oh ho, no, just stay down like that. If you try to get up now, you won't be able to get up like that again. This is IL Hack's Choi Guang Pal of Godot, 7th Blade. Sun Mong, still nibbling on a skewer, said, even if things get smashed, it's because that guy did it, not me, ma'am. Guang Pal barked, pass him over to me. Why is it always like this? Last time you were the one who knocked down the sign. Sun Mong replied nonchalantly, anyway, that's how it is. Then he grabbed the man's hair. He glared and demanded, what area do you think you're stepping into, you bastard? What now? You're already here. Are you ready to die? The man panicked. No, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Immediately, the rice cake seller came out and smacked Sun Mong a few times. That kid's trying to cause trouble again. Keep it up and Chan Ho will scold you. Sun Mong yelped, what? I'm a kid. Why mention Chan Ho? At that moment, young Gil's expression suddenly cried out in surprise. Oh, Chan Ho, you're here? Didn't you say you'd pick up the young master today? Then he quickly scratched his head and laughed to the other. Ah, my mistake. It's not him after all. Sun Mong sulked. Seriously, stop scaring me like that. Young Gil turned back with a gentle smile and asked, by the way, what's up? Why are there so many of these guys lately? Is there food down in the market pit for them to scavenge? He then introduced IL Hacks Du Gao Yang Di of Godot, 4th Blade. The spicy rice cake seller stood with hands on hips. Yang Di, these kids seem past their prime, don't they? Why are they loitering here like this? Young Gil held the man down and forced a smile. Ha, embarrassing. Both the boss and I are swamped and don't have time to manage every area. Then his gaze turned terrifying. So, I have a lot to ask this bastard here. Young Gil slammed the man's face onto a plate of spicy rice cakes and demanded, what business do you have coming all the way here? The man struggled to answer. I told you. I already said. Strange guys have come from the southwest lately. Young Gil pressed. What are those strange guys doing? The man answered, I heard it's the Chinese Three Gorges Association. Groups in Incheon have been robbed and driven out. They're about to move into this area too. This news stunned the whole Godot group. Elsewhere, someone had been attacked and slid across the floor, screaming in agony. Damn, what is that guy? They're beyond our strength. We must hold them off until Godot arrives to help. Another person stepped out and warned, this time leave it to me. You lot stay put. Someone protested. Hey, wait. What are you saying? We have to wait for the bosses to arrive, right? The masked man retorted, you lot aren't confident you can win on your own. You need Godot to win, right? So if I take that guy down, you'll all be beneath me? He introduced IL Hack's newcomer, Ru Tiyoung. So his name's Tiyoung. He cracked his knuckles with confidence. Come on, bit players. Time to leave the stage. I'll deal with that guy. Taehyung targeted someone sitting with their back turned. At that moment, the person propped on the table stood up. Hey, are you IL Hack's Godot? Taehyung denied it. What? I'm not. Godot is just a name. I'm your opponent here today. The masked man quickly swung a blade in a slash. Taehyung dodged and exclaimed, damn, attacking without warning? The man spun around, then threw a punch. Taehyung barely managed to block. IL Hack's men were stunned. What the hell? He's ridiculously strong. One shouted. Hey, Ryu Hyung warned we'd have to know our limits. We're no match for him. The man called for Godot to step forward, adding that shrimp-level punks like you aren't worth his time. Introducing Wang Hao, the Black Dragon River Three Gorges Association. At that moment, a Godot member appeared behind the group. Hey, give me a moment. Taehyung was still bouncing with excitement, like he couldn't wait to fight. Go on then. A teammate warned Ryu Taehyung. Enough already, you madman. Then he lunged to attack Wang Hao. Wang Hao quickly grabbed Taehyung's wrist. Faster than before, but your bravado's too much. Too bad you ran into me today. Sad to say, beating you today will snuff out a promising sprout. Taehyung saw the blade coming and couldn't dodge in time. Damn it, At that moment, another hand appeared and stopped Wang Hao's blade. The newcomer asked, "You said you were looking for Goodo? I'm Goodo, talk to me. If you're confident, today I'll put you in your place." Wang Hao sweated under the grip. The man introduced himself in a cold, grim tone. "I'm Myong Huan, Illinois hack. Cheers, Goodo, first blade." Elsewhere, a voice spoke up. "Don't you think that photo looks bad?" He was asking about Sung Hak's poster. "New era Sung Hak. A fresh joy. The nation will change." Number 4 candidate Lee Sung Hak. Independent. Sung Hak, fawning over his picture, replied, "Why do you say I look a bit old in that photo? But I prefer this style anyway." Chan Ho carried in a large box and answered, "Not good. That pose doesn't look serious. It's an election after all, sir." Sung Hak fell silent. You're right. If it's for campaigning, we should be careful and serious." He admitted, "Honestly, having worked in gangs, I feel more suited to being a thug. Running for office feels off. Will I actually gain any power?" Chan Ho turned and said, "Campaigning is good for you and for us. If you have power, we suffer less. You told us before to gather and form Goodo, remember?" He pondered. "Huh, what did I say?" "I don't remember." Chan Ho reminded him. "I told you. As a hoodlum, you have to be ruthless. Remember those words of mine later. You did say that to us before." Sung Hak felt uneasy about his youthful proclamations. God, how embarrassing. People say anything when they're young. Though I said that deep down inside, I never wanted you to have to resort to violence and have blood on your hands. Thinking about that truly makes me unhappy. Chan Ho affirmed, "Yes, sir, we understand what you mean. But we formed Goodo to bring power to you. I thank you for taking us in and raising us. You gave us the life we have now. A life like real people. That's the chairman, sir. Now that you're getting older and this election is settled, do your best so you can change into someone else later. We'll still serve you as before." Sung Hak smiled and said, "Talking with you really stresses me out, seriously." Chan Ho raised a hand. "Don't forget this one thing, sir." Sung Hak curiously asked, "What is it?" Chan Ho, the young master, mentioned it before. He mimicked Sung Min's expression. "Be careful. You're old now. Don't overdo it. That's it. So now that you're older, do what you must and leave the rest to us to handle for you." Sung Hak, hearing this, angrily raised an ashtray and shouted, "Now you're saying I'm old and weak? How nice of you." Chan Ho flinched in panic. "Oh my, those are the young master's words, not mine. Come to think of it, the young master is grown up now. He's in middle school. Time really flies." Sung Hak looked off into the distance and agreed. Indeed, he was just a kid and now he's grown. As for me, I'm getting old. Chan Ho laughed. "Oh, by the way, Boss Manhwa has gone to the Guanik area to take care of something. Is anything happening with Sung Hak over there?" Chan Ho said it wasn't anything serious. "As for that matter, Goodo will handle it. That's our job. You don't need to worry about it. This new house is so big. I'm still not used to being here. There are too many rooms. I'll get lost." Cut to Myong Huan, who was taking Wang Hao's attack. Myong Huan asked, "You came looking for Goodo to talk? I'm a member of Goodo. Shall we have a little chat? If you're scared, you can stand there and be tied up." "I'm Myong Huan." Wang Hao scoffed. "Cute. Fighting and still doing introductions? You're such polite people. Huh, big brother." As Wang Hao went to raise his knee, Myong Huan punched it downward. He then stretched his leg back. At that moment, the other man swung his blade down toward Myong Huan's head. He quickly leaned aside to dodge. Then he sprang back, jumping to create distance. Wang Hao was stunned. After just a clash with him, his left leg already felt nearly paralyzed. Myong Huan picked up a chair and said, "If you're fighting, don't mess with people's shops. This is where people earn a living, their livelihood." Wang Hao took a fighting stance again. His hand gripped the knife and stabbed forward. Myong Huan used the chair as a shield in front of him. Wang Hao swung the blade around toward him, then stabbed into the chair Myong Huan was holding. The knife became stuck in the chair. Wang Hao watched as Myong Huan moved around to the rear. Myong Huan couldn't dodge in time and was kicked in the jaw area by him. Taehyung recoiled in shock. He'd been kicked in the chin. Who knows if he's okay now? After kicking, Wang Hao pulled his leg back and surveyed the situation. Myong Huan's pupils dilated in disbelief. Then he quickly lunged to counterattack Wang Hao, swinging a fist to intercept while wondering, has his strength already weakened? Then his body recoiled backward, recalling the attack just now on Taehyung. Wang Hao, bewildered, wondered if he'd actually dodged it then. While he was distracted, Myung Hwan rushed in and landed a punch. The cheek immediately swelled and turned purple, twisting his face. Myung Hwan stared down at his opponent contemplatively. At that moment, a subordinate asked, "Are you okay?" Myung Hwan rubbed his head and replied, "This guy's strong too. No joke. Everyone, be careful of him." Taehyung clenched his fists excitedly. "He's down now. You really are good." Myung Hwan said, "He's down. I'll watch him until he wakes, and then take him home. Also, watching you fight now, you've got skill. Did you learn martial arts before?" Taehyung answered, "Yes, I learned a bit of self-defense." Hearing that, Myung Hwan coldly pulled the knife out of the chair and warned him, "All right, you're inexperienced in real fights. Don't get too excited. Otherwise, you'll have trouble anticipating what the opponent is planning to do back to you. You remember, right?" Taehyung's face flushed with admiration as he beamed. "Yes, I know." Myung Hwan helped Wang Hao up and instructed his men, "Clean this place up properly. Don't let it affect people's business." The underlings replied, "Yes, leave it to us, boss." Suddenly, Myung Hwan looked down at Wang Hao and exclaimed, "Oh, I've never even asked this guy's name." Cut to another building. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. As he tried to sit up, he panicked and asked, "Huh? Where am I?" Myung Hwan, cooking in the kitchen, turned and answered, "This is my house." Wang Hao sprang up with a wary look. Myung Hwan held out the knife and asked, "So you were looking for this?" He stuck in the dining table and warned, "Don't act rash. Calm down. In my house, you won't be slashing people up. I'll ask you a few questions I need answers to. So just answer them." Wang Hao glared back. "You think I'll talk? Let me go now. Don't think you can hold me here. You only won because I underestimated you just now. Now who will beat who is anyone's guess." Myung Hwan's face darkened. "All right, we'll talk later. At least I beat you this time. If anything, we'll fight again next time." Wang Hao gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it." Myung Hwan raised a spoon to his mouth and continued, "If you want to fight, let me finish my bowl first. Can't let a thunderstorm interrupt a meal. You haven't even eaten. Come eat with me to get your strength up." Wang Hao angrily lunged and swept all the food off the table. "What the hell are you saying? Aren't you a Myung Hwan? Get up and face me now, or I'll wreck this place." The dining table was in disarray. Myung Hwan braced himself on the table and stood. "Really? Fighting while eating? Do you think you could take me down if we fight?" He stood there looking half a head taller than Wang Hao. He stubbornly launched a punch. "You're being too arrogant." Suddenly, a small foot stepped out of the room. Young Gu Jun rubbed his eyes and called out, "Dad, you're home." He saw Myung Hwan taking a hook to the chin from Wang Hao. Myung Hwan looked toward his son with concern. Wang Hao stopped his attack mid-motion. Gu Jun calmly stood there and asked, "Why are you fighting while you're eating?" Then the boy sat down and started cleaning the floor. Myung Hwan hurried. "Leave it, I'll clean it." Gu Jun just reminded them, "Please don't fight anymore. Before, you promised me, if I behaved and studied well, you'd bring Mom home. So please, Dad and Sir, don't fight anymore. If you do, Mom might never come back." Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. "Kid, do you see me and your dad like we're buddies?" Myung Hwan replied, "All right, I won't fight anymore." He put an arm around Wang Hao's shoulder and promised, "I'll do that, and I'll bring your mother back. Right, my friend?" The two looked at each other with very different expressions. Wang Hao, a bit stunned, blurted, "Huh? You're crazy." Cut back to the present at a funeral home. Wang Hao stood before a framed photo and suddenly heard a voice. "My friend." Then a call rang out. "Who are you?" Wang Hao hurriedly turned around. The newcomer was Gu Jun. Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise, "Is that your grandson?" Gu Jun, recognizing the man before him, looked incredulous. "You are." His footsteps had appeared here. The two locked eyes for a moment. Wang Hao pushed up his glasses and marveled, not expecting to meet the kid here. He thought to himself that they were completely different people now. This really felt like heaven was playing a joke on them. Then he glanced downward. He was surprised to see Gu Jun bowing and paying his respects. Wang Hao, astonished, asked, "Why, kid?" The boy explained, "I may have met you when I was little, but I still remember you as my father's friend. So this is only natural." He thought to himself, "All right, it seems he doesn't know I'm his rival now." Then a bottle of liquor was placed beside the one standing by him. As he did it, Gu Jun said, "My father used to like this drink. Today, I brought it for him." Wang Hao asked in surprise, "Your father liked this kind of liquor?" Gu Jun replied, Yes, I still remember. The scene flashed back 13 years. 2 bottles of liquor set side by side, and a voice asked, "Can you handle this?" Myung Hwan, half dazed as he poured, replied, "I don't know either." Wang Hao asked, "Are you really going to drink it like that?" Myung Hwan, not sober, spilled wine everywhere yet confidently said, "It's fine. This is light stuff. I barely feel anything." Wang Hao poured a large cup and grinned. "If you pour like this, it's more comfortable to drink, right?" Then he tilted his head back and drained it. The patrons in the bar whispered in confusion, wondering how those two could be so close. After fighting yesterday, anything can happen indeed. After a while, countless empty bottles were strewn across the table. Wang Hao spoke up again. "You Gudo guys seem pretty famous, huh? Bullies rarely dare touch Gudo here in Seoul." Hearing that, I'm even more curious how powerful the groups that rule all of Seoul must be. Of course they'd be strong. You have to be strong to dominate Seoul. Myung Hwan slammed his cup on the table. That's not entirely true. To reach the very top, strength alone isn't enough. You also need intelligence. Wang Hao remarked, "All right, I get the idea for now." Myung Hwan leaned back and groaned, "Ugh, knowing too much just gives you a headache. Society is complicated." Before he finished the sentence, he collapsed face first onto the table, unconscious. Wang Hao looked at him in bewilderment. Already drunk? Afterward, he stepped outside alone. He lit a cigarette, leaning against the wall and smoking. Wang Hao muttered, "Wanted to reach the top. Strength alone isn't enough, huh?" At that moment, a man in a white suit appeared and called out, "Hey, Wang Hao, take a look." Sun Mong approached and asked, "You're exactly the guy I was looking for." He looked out in black clothes, hair messy, tattoos showing. "Seems like you've been causing trouble in this area lately, right?" Wang Hao replied casually, "Seems like what you said." "Why are you looking for me?" Sun Mong said, "Because of this," and then launched a powerful kick at Wang Hao. Sun Mong glared. "Who does this area belong to? Don't you know, yet still dare to come trouble us?" But Wang Hao raised his hand and blocked the fast, strong attack. There, Sun Mong was astonished. He blocked that attack. Suddenly, he unleashed another side kick into Wang Hao's stomach. As a result, Wang Hao was kicked into the pile of empty bottles behind him. "Can I step in like this?" Someone gave a thumbs up. "Works for me." A cheeky aside. "Long time no see you in action." Diak Bei smiled honestly. "No problem." Reintroducing Il Hak Gudo. Diak Bei set down the polearm. Now, lying amid the wreckage, Wang Hao glared up and demanded, "Who the hell are you people?" Diak Bei. "We're Gudo, got it." Wang Hao struggled to stand. "Oh, so you're Gudo." He stepped forward and crushed the bottles that were still intact under his feet. Then he bent down and picked up the sharp shards to use as weapons. Wang Hao exclaimed, "All right, I get it now. Gudo isn't just one, it's 9 of you, huh?" He then leaped forward. Using the shards, he stabbed forward. When Sun Mong raised his hand to block, he was quickly cut. Then Wang Hao shifted his hand direction. He decided to use his whole body to flip Sun Mong over. His body lost balance and tumbled onto the ground. Wang Hao quickly closed in and pressed his face down. Diak Bei panicked and ran over Sun Mong. Wang Hao also immediately lunged out. He quickly spun his body. Then he swept the leg of the incoming Diak Bei, and Diak Bei was once again affected by Wang Hao's move. Wang Hao delivered a knee strike that sent Diak Bei tumbling backward. He cried out in pain. Sun Mong had by now gotten to his feet. He hurriedly steadied his subordinate. "Hey, you okay?" Diak Bei. Diak Bei willed away the pain and answered, "I'm fine. This guy's tough. We need to be careful." Wang Hao raised a fist to provoke them. "All right, let's continue." Sun Mong and Diak Bei rose, taking up guarded stances. As both sides were about to rush in, Myung Hwan stepped forward and called out, "What are you two doing?" His expression was ice cold. Sun Mong froze at that. "Sir," Diak Bei bowed his head. "Hello, sir." Wang Hao stepped in and spoke up. "Hey, oh Myung Hwan." Sun Mong, seeing this, challenged him. "How dare you talk to my boss like that?" Myung Hwan stood there motionless. Wang Hao continued, "Things really aren't what I thought before. You're no different from the others out there. Gudo is an organization made up of a bunch of pathetic, cowardly idiots. Those who can't do anything properly and fear failure band together to gang up on others. That's what I wanted to say. Oh, Myung Hwan, you understand that, right?" With that, he turned and walked away. Suddenly, Myung Hwan called out. Then the original knife was thrown over. Wang Hao quickly caught it. After throwing it, Myong Huan said, "Take it. We've only just met, but consider us friends, though I still don't know your name." Myong Huan reached out to shake his hand, but Wang Hao spun and walked off. He walked on for a bit. Then, finally, he called out his name, Wang Hao. Myong Huan gave a slight smile and called after him, "Hope we meet again, Wang Hao." Cut to IL Hack. Exclamations of surprise broke out. Wang Hao, is he really that strong? Sung Hak was pondering. Myong Huan, sitting nearby, answered, "Yes." Soon Mong added, "That guy's caused a lot of trouble in Incheon. If we don't deal with him, he'll be a nuisance. If you order it, we'll put him down." Sung Hak stood and said, "All right, I understand. But for now, let's lie low a bit. It's a new era, and I'm running for office. If we can contain the matter, we'll handle it slowly. Still, first we need to do some things so it doesn't spiral out of control." He scratched his head, clearly conflicted. Myong Huan then spoke up, "Leave that to me." The president asked in surprise, "You intend to do it yourself?" "Oh, Myong Huan, that guy does have strength. Can you handle him alone?" He replied, "I won't fight anymore. I've promised my child that." Sung Hak, "All right. I don't quite understand your motives for doing this, but can you confidently resolve this?" "Yes." Myong Huan. At that moment, someone knocked and called, "Mr. Chairman." Then the person opened the door and entered. "I'm the head of the management department. I have something to tell you." Sung Hak invited him in. "All right, come in." The department head suddenly bowed before Myong Huan. "Hello, oh Myong Huan. I've heard the chairman speak of you many times." Sung Hak stepped forward and said, "He's the management department head I picked for this campaign. Now that you've decided to go deal with that Wang Hao, I'm relieved, though I don't know yet how you'll proceed. But take him with you. He can help with a lot of that." At that, Myong Huan stood and reached out to the department head. "I'm Myong Huan. Nice to meet you." The two quickly shook hands and greeted. The department head then flashed a sly smile and introduced himself. "I'm Han Hei Sung, head of strategic management. Pleasure to meet you. Looking forward to your support." Cut to Wang Hao. He stood stunned and blurted, "What did you say?" "You mean?" Myong Huan stood beside him and said, "You heard right. Still not clear. You can take charge of the entire Western District." Wang Hao remained bewildered. "You can't be joking about this. You don't just hand it over because you say so." "Me a Ong Huan," Myong Huan replied, "that Il Hak already agreed to hand it over. So, just accept it." Still puzzled, Wang Hao said, "All right, but why give it to me?" At that moment, Sung Hak stepped forward and said, "Let me explain." He produced a gift bag and said, "The guy can only fight. Small talk isn't his talent. So I'll tell you the reason. By the way, do you like fish? We just caught some. They're still fresh." Wang Hao eyed him warily. "You are." Sung Hak raised two fingers in greeting and smiled, introducing himself cheerfully. "Forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. I'm a bit old. I'm Lee Sung Hak. I've been campaigning lately, so you might have seen my posters around." Wang Hao took a drag of his cigarette and replied, "Yes, I know you. You're the chairman of IL Hak." Then he asked, "If you brought snacks, you must have brought drinks too, right?" Sung Hak grinned. "Don't worry, I prepared everything." A while later, Wang Hao walked down into a dim basement. He came before a sign that read Money Exchange. He exclaimed, "This is the place? Well, let's see about that." Cut back to the previous night. Someone slammed the table in fury and shouted, "Damn it!" Wang Hao scolded, "You're old. How can you drink so much? Drinking like that will hurt your health." Sung Hak, tipsy, waved it off. "Don't worry about me. I know my limits." Hearing Myong Huan praise his strength, he said he'd been eager to meet him. "Now that we've drunk together, we're acquainted. It's time to get to why I came today," Wang Hao said as he poured wine. "All right, I'm listening." Sung Hak raised a glass and asked, "Wang Hao, would you like to become a blade for IL Hak?" Wang Hao was a bit surprised. "You mean, you want me to join Goodo?" "What are you thinking?" he said, dumping his cup on the floor. "Are you drunk? Already treating me like your underling. Although I'm not famous in Seoul, at least here in Heilongjiang." Sung Hak cut in, arms folded. "Hey, you're overdoing it. I just met you. I can't simply make you join my ranks that quickly. Goodo's members are already trusted by me. Those blades are IL Hak's line of defense. It's not exactly suitable for a hothead who does as he pleases like you. But times have changed. Every member now has a role. Right now, we need a sharp, powerful blade like you." You could say the Western District is a prize fought over by many major gangs in Seoul and Western Incheon. Every organization wants to seize it as a launching pad to attack other territories. This place has been a headache for me. It's never been stable. So since you're already based in this area, Wang Hao, take charge of this district now. I thought you were up to something. All right, just hear me out. Can't you let an old man finish speaking before butting in? I was going to recruit you as a subordinate before, but on second thought, letting you operate freely suits your reckless nature better. This area is too unstable, so since you already know it, manage it. Now that you've heard this, you should understand what I'm asking, right? Wang Hao, having grasped the point, asked back, You mean use someone who opposes me to confront the forces opposing you in this Western District? Sung Hak nodded. You get it. Like I said before, I'm campaigning, so there are many things I avoid getting involved in. At that time, the election would have many negative repercussions. So I want you to help manage this complicated district. Wang Hao tapped his fingers on the table. If I help you, what's in it for me? Sung Hak replied confidently, This very district. Il Hak will recognize you as the owner of this area. Wang Hao, you can handle it, right? It's what you want, after all. Wang Hao smiled, grabbed the cup Sung Hak poured, and tilted it back, draining it. Then his face flushed as he exclaimed, I understand your meaning now. Indeed, old ginger is the spiciest. Cut to the next night. Wang Hao pushed open the folding door. Stepping inside, he thought, Will I really be recognized as the manager of this district? Sounds good on paper, but this still needs a bit of tweak. Then a bunch of gangsters with wide eyes and knives sprang out to attack Wang Hao. Wang Hao flicked his cigarette, but into the face of the one lunging at him. Then he decisively brought his blade down in a single slash. Don't act like you're grudgingly recognizing me. He pressed the thug's head to the floor, his thoughts continuing. I'll take care of this myself. You have no choice but to leave this district to me. Cut back to Il Hak headquarters. Sumong walked by and remarked, Judging by his fighting, something seems off. Earlier, young Gil looked ahead and cheerfully shouted, Boss, you're here. The newcomer asked, Where's the chairman? Is he inside? This is Il Hak Gudo, third blade, Ju Song Tae. Both bowed. Young replied, No, he's out on some business. If you need him urgently, I'll contact him for you. Song Tae waved his hand. All right, I can do that. Then he suddenly asked Sun Mong, Hey, Sun Mong, do you have a sore throat or something? Sun Mong answered in surprise, No, I'm fine, sir. Yet Song Tae slapped him. Then he smiled arrogantly. I thought you had a sore throat. Greeting your seniors all mumbled, I couldn't hear a thing. Sun Mong bowed and apologized. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful. Then Song Tae gave young Gil a kick for good measure. He bent towards Sun Mong and glared. Just so you know, you won't be forgiven easily, especially since the one you should respect is your boss. Right, young Gil. Young Gil, treated like that, could only bow and flatteringly reply, Yes, you're right. It's because I wasn't good enough. He then stepped inside, continuing to berate them. All right, whatever. Lately your operations have been poor. Take a look at how you're doing things. Don't make me repeat myself. Show proper respect, and let the remaining 3 bow respectfully. After a moment, someone picked up the glasses and handed them to Sumong. You okay? He's been a bit busy lately, so he's been a tad irritable. This is Il Hak Gudo's 5th blade, Han Byong-guk. Then he followed Song Tae inside, not forgetting to turn and wave with a forced smile. Young Gil sighed with relief. Boss, he seemed really annoyed. Sun Mong worried. Sorry, it's my fault you got involved. Hearing that, young Gil patted his junior's shoulder and grinned. It's nothing, right? This isn't the first time. It's not all your fault. I'm exhausted. Home or office, it's the same. Tired and irritated everywhere. Back in the office, Song Tae asked, Byong-guk, what do you think of this place? Lately those kids have been doing a terrible job. Byong-guk replied, Yes, boss, it seems you've had a lot of annoying tasks lately. He continued to complain. Frankly, the subordinates are useless now. Their heads must be scrambled. With the new era, factions act cautiously, but those dumb juniors have let their guard down. Just then someone knocked and called, Excuse me, sir. Who is it? Hae-sung opened the door with a schmoozy smile. Hello, Director Ju. I'm Han Hae-sung, head of the strategy department, appointed by the chairman. I need to pick up some documents here. Sorry to bother you a moment. Song Tae frowned. Documents? Let me see them. Hae-sung earnestly replied, Sir, these are the chairman's documents. He wouldn't want anyone to see them. Song-tae challenged. What secret documents can't be shown to anyone? Then he lowered his scarred, ugly face as if to intimidate. I'm in charge here. I'm Ju Song-tae, the third blade, understand? I can view any documents. Got it? Just as he wished. Hae-sung secretly flashed a sinister smile. Then he put on a fearful act and held out the documents. Yes, it's my fault. Please take a look. Song-tae glared and snatched the documents. All right, at least you're smart enough, he read aloud. Oh, glancing at this, it seems our organization has considerable funds and personnel. Everything's running. Byung-guk beside him chuckled. Yes, keep reading. I just point and hit. Reading heavy stuff doesn't sink into my head. Song-tae was still happily scanning the documents. Really, you don't need me to explain. Just a look and you get it. Then Byung-guk's smile suddenly faded. He blurted, Do you know anyone named Wang Hao? Byung-guk answered, No, I'm not familiar with him. He turned to Hae-sung, head of department. Do you know who Wang Hao is? The document had a notable entry. Wang Hao in charge of the Western District. Song-tae was astonished and incredulous. Look, this person is responsible for a district in our organization. That's no small post. How'd I not know this? Hae-sung acted innocently, scratching his head. Yes, Mr. Wang Hao. This was recommended by the first blade director. I don't know the details, but it seems the chairman plans some personnel changes after the election. That's why Mr. Myung-hwan recommended this new personnel to the chairman. I heard he also intends to bring Mr. Hong-hoa into the 9-blade ranks. He said this with a satisfied grin, pleased to sow discord. As he hoped, Song-tae now exclaimed in disbelief. The chairman intends that? Recommended by you, boss. Byung-guk nervously stepped closer. Really? Hae-sung turned to slip away. Yes, this is just what I heard. I have business now, so I'll take my leave. Byung-guk then offered his opinion. The Western District is complicated, and previously the chairman left it alone because during the campaign, he didn't want to stir up big issues. At first, I knew that district was under your management. Song-tae covered his face, trying to accept it. Byung-guk, what do you think about this? Didn't the chairman and the boss mean to leave that area alone? Now, they appoint a new person to manage your district and plan post-election personnel changes for the new era. How can this be, man? Stay calm. He put a hand on his junior's shoulder. Byung-guk, don't say anything more, I get it. We've all done dirty work for IL Hack before. We're all stained up. His expression turned terrifying as he began to speculate. Now that it's a new era and personnel will change after the election, maybe the dirty ones like us will be removed and replaced by people with cleaner records. We no longer matter to the chairman. We're like rusty blades that need replacing. You understand what I mean, right, Byung-guk? Byung-guk was still bewildered. Man, haven't we sacrificed too much for IL Hack for him and the boss to do this? He shouted. We are Good-o. We are the blades that protect IL Hack. How could that be? No, you must be misunderstanding. That can't be right. Say it isn't so. At that moment, Song-tae outside the door had heard everything. He wore a snake-like grin, having fully grasped the situation. Cut to Sung-hack and Myung-hwan. He sat beside a jar of liquor in the corridor, looked up at the sky, and sighed. This election business is exhausting. There probably won't be a second time. Myung-hwan laughed. Go on, say that. Of course there won't be a second time, but anyway. Congratulations, Congressman Lee Sung-hack. Sung-hack smiled thoughtfully. It's all thanks to everyone. That's how I got to where I am today. Then he asked, How's the area Wang Hao manages now? Myung-hwan poured more drink and replied, that area is stable now. Thanks to Wang Hao, things went as planned. Sung-hack pulled out a cigarette. We didn't pick the wrong man. Myung-hwan continued. Yes, although there's still much he can't manage yet, it's fine for now. Hearing that, he turned and smiled brightly. He seems like he used to be. Do you want to bring him into Good-o? Myung-hwan. Yes, he has the capability, but honestly it's hard. He has no intention of joining. Sung-hack hummed. You mentioned he's not interested in joining. Myung-hwan sipped his drink and explained. Since he's worked alone all his life, he hasn't learned to trust others. What he primarily wants now is power beyond others. So people will have to submit to him. He's different from me. I have a life goal. I want power so I can shelter and protect that person. nothing more. Sung Hak raised his cup and laughed. All right, I get you, but you sound drunk. That's why you talk so much. Keep an eye on the Western Territory, will you? That Wang Hao is pretty solid. Of course, he has shortcomings, but they can be fixed gradually, Myong Huan replied. Yes. Cut back to Il Hak's office. Myong Huan was entering the hall when he sensed something odd. In front of him were a multitude of reporters and journalists. He asked a passing staffer what was going on. She replied, They're on TV reporting about the chairman and the director. Other directors are already in the office. If you want to speak with them, head over. At that moment, someone with a microphone shouted that the Police Oversight Agency had launched an investigation into allegations of election fraud against Congressman Lee Sung-hak with many shady details. A panicked staffer ran out to stop him. Sir, please leave. Our company will explain to them later. Cut to the inside of the office. News about Sung-hak's election spread across all the bulletin boards. What? Violating election laws. The Good-O members were extremely worried. How could this happen? Who would want to sabotage us like this? Once he's a congressman, does that make him untouchable by the courts? What do we do now? Young Gil nervously rubbed his head. The chairman has already gone to report to the authorities. Of course, he says he's innocent since he worked cleanly, so nothing should happen. Song Tae gave a sly, puzzling smile. He just says that himself. Do you really think that's true? Someone turned and asked him what he meant. He continued, How long have we been working here? Do you think Il Hak has been clean? Think again. Everyone knows what we used to do. How do we get the position we have today? We've done illegal and unpleasant things no one wants to admit. Everyone knows about Good-O or Il Hak. What's the difference from a gang of thugs? Of course, once the chairman becomes a congressman, he won't want that dark past sticking around. That's why I'm saying there's no purity here. At this point, someone couldn't stand it and slammed the table. All right, Juice Song Tae. That's enough. Stop it. Chan Ho said through gritted teeth, trying to restrain himself. But Song Tae calmly spread his hands, insisting he was right. I told you so. At that moment, Myong Huan burst through the door, looking hurried. Chan Ho blurted, The boss is here. Myong Huan immediately asked, Where's the chairman? Chan Ho. He went to the prosecutor's office to present himself for investigation. Chan Ho said, on hearing that he coldly demanded, So what are you all doing sitting here talking? Byong Guk hurriedly explained, The chairman told us to stay here. Seoul is shaken now that the chairman has been accused and must be investigated. All organizations allied with Il Hak have stopped and are holding position. It seems they're waiting for the investigation's outcome before making their next move. The government side, needless to say, has almost cut contact. Neighboring areas under our domain have problems to resolve. Cheon Woong is suffering. They've taken heavy business losses. They're an organization that depends heavily on Il Hak. Now, they're hoping we'll take action to help. It seems their trouble involves the triad gangs of the Chinese. Song Tae's face twisted with annoyance as he spun around. As for the western area, don't worry. There's a new leader appointed by the chairman handling it, Myong Huan said. A new leader. Byong Guk continued. This is too troublesome. Mr. Myong Huan, do you have a solution? The chairman isn't at the company now, so everything falls to you. Myong Huan began to take off his coat and said, All right, then deal with the small companies first, get them stable, and we'll handle the rest later. Then he added, There's something I need to tell you. From now on, we're no longer acting as Il Hak's Good-O. We will operate separately from Il Hak. Be careful that our actions don't damage the company's reputation. Keep doing things quietly like before. Then the Good-O team stepped out dressed in ordinary clothes. Taehyung watched in shock. Good-O, are they acting together now? And dressed so oddly. Maybe they saw the TV reports and want to lay low for a while to avoid investigation. At that moment, Hae-sung appeared from behind. All right, Ryuti Hyung. You don't need to worry about that, Hae-sung said. Taehyung exclaimed in surprise. Hae-sung? Then he fell silent and began to appraise the other. You look pretty good now. Didn't the chairman appoint you head of strategy? Hae-sung scoffed casually. You're still the same. You can't get anything done properly. Taehyung, confident, pointed at himself. What are you saying? I could join Good-O. Big brother Myong Huan has already acknowledged my skills. Seriously, among all close friends, you're the most successful. Hae-sung scratched his head in disdain. Good-O? What's exciting about that? Just a bunch of hired muscle. Taehyung was puzzled. Why would you say that? He put a hand on Taehyung's shoulder and asked, "Why do you want to be a blade others can use like a tool? Can't you think of anything else? If you want something, aim to become someone powerful enough to wield those blades yourself." He smiled a greedy, sinister grin that made Taehyung break into a cold sweat. The sky had turned to sunset. The Good-O members stepped outside. Byung-guk called, "Big brother Song-tae?" Did he turn around? Byung-guk was extremely tense. "Is this for real? I'm kind of scared." Song-tae turned back and threw an arm around him. "Look at this fool. Now we're the true IL hack Good-O of the old days, not some office-dwelling scarecrows. Everyone can see we're real gangsters now, right? Being part of this dark underworld means we should be free to act as we choose." Meanwhile, Sung-hak sat in the interrogation room with the investigator. "Sir, you know how tense things are. If the investigation doesn't go well, you could be stripped of the newly won congressional seat." Sung-hak waved confidently. "I did nothing wrong. Of course, without a party backing me, when I win people will whisper." The officer replied, "It's not as simple as you say. Specifically, the leader in the Western District, Wang Hao, has been involved." Then he grew serious. "What are you saying? That's not part of my IL hack company. We have nothing to do with matters there. So investigate thoroughly before jumping to conclusions." The officer quickly held up a photo. "Wang Hao, how can you say you don't know him?" Soon reporters filled the outside with cameras ready. As Sung-hak stepped out, questions erupted. "Congressman Lee Sung-hak, please say something. What are these allegations against you? What's a gang afraid of? Those fraud charges must be true." At that moment, Hae-sung, aiming to blow things up, hurried through the crowd in a panic. "Congressman, I brought the car. Please get in quickly." He shielded Sung-hak as if genuinely worried. The congressman, flustered, managed to respond. Sung-hak looked back, growing uneasy. Indeed, this was troublesome. Back in the interrogation room, the officer pointed to a photo of the two men talking at their first meeting and asked, "Look at this. How can you say you don't know Wang Hao? We've already investigated Wang Hao's illegal activities in the West." Sung-hak held his head, defeated. "I only know him slightly." The officer snapped, saying that won't help. "We've thoroughly investigated many matters. You can't deny them. To further the investigation, we'll review in detail the documents related to your company's operations." Back in the car, Sung-hak looked out anxiously, wondering where they'd found such documents. At that moment, the slick Hae-sung, driving, spoke up, "Sir, I need to discuss a few things with you." He looked down, curious. "What is it?" Hae-sung began to explain. "After these many accusations, several of our subsidiaries, they've split off and seized some of our jobs and territory. So to handle things like this, all the Good-O directors have gone out to deal with." "How could that happen? What time is it that they act so thoughtlessly?" Hae-sung continued. "Yes. That's why they're in civilian clothes. I think they'll operate covertly. If they act that way, it won't damage the company's public image." Cut to another location. A car pulls up in front of a crowd. Myung-hwan quickly opened the car door and stepped out. "Over here." Sung-hak bowed his head, helpless and truly exhausted. Hae-sung went on. "Cheon-woong, one of our dependent groups, is also having trouble with the Chinese gang." Sung-hak grew anxious again. "Is that because Director Cha contacted them for help?" "Are you sure?" He confirmed it. "Yes. According to investigations, the Chinese have attacked their territory. At a stairwell entrance, some thugs carrying iron bars walked and muttered among themselves. IL hack is collapsing, so we should hurry and carve up their territory." Even without the fraud accusations, Wang Hao had already backed us into a corner. So we have no choice but to find another turf to survive. Right then, a blade slammed into the floor and a voice said, "Looks like you've overstepped. If you're out of options, you should have told me, right?" They looked around in panic. Inside, Wang Hao continued, "We're in this underworld. How could I ignore it? I'll arrange something for you." Back with Sung-hak. After hearing this, he said, "Wang Hao will probably handle the Western matter." Hae-sung asked, "So you mean we'll leave everything there to Mr. Wang Hao? Then later, remove the Western matters from IL Hack's company records to ease the investigation?" At that, Sung-hak suddenly realized something, his eyes wide. He recalled the officer's words. "To further the investigation, we will have people closely review the documents about your company's operations." "Look at this. How can you say you don't know Wang Hao?" The officer said, pointing at the photo. The photo of the first time you and Wang Hao met. Wang Hao has carried out many illegal activities in the West. We've investigated this. The picture you pictured was secretly taken by He Sung at that very spot. Sung Hak bowed his head and said, Wang Hao handled the Western affairs, the documents the investigators have. Now Chief Han, he replied, yes. He ground his teeth and demanded, did you create all of these incidents? He Sung still smiled nonchalantly, gripping the seatbelt. Chairman, what are you saying? If you say that, I won't know how to answer you. Then he cruelly floored the accelerator. He glanced back with a face like a bloodthirsty demon. If you ride without a seatbelt, your life is at risk. At that moment, the car smashed into the roadside. Seoul is getting too crowded now, Han He Sung thought. Lee Sung Hak, the head of a top conglomerate, cannot surpass the group called Il Hak, and the knives that protect him, Goodo, their confidence is merely an accessory. Therefore, every plan is an action gathered with meticulous calculation, collecting each feather, one feather at a time, to move closer to the goal. Han He Sung silently gathered those feathers with the goal of bringing Il Hak down. And finally, he managed to pull Il Hak down. After the car crashed into the roadside, He Sung dragged the blood-covered Lee Sung Hak out. He wore a satisfied smile. Phew! Blood smeared across his face, yet he was exhilarated. Not done yet, calm down. Now, what's the next plan? I knew he'd come. At that moment, a car sped onto the scene. He Sung called out, Ryu Tae-hyung. Tae-hyung stepped out, froze at the sight, and muttered, what the hell is this? Han He Sung, what the hell are you doing? He Sung nonchalantly said, it's nothing. I was just taking care of an old man. Come help a bit. Tae-hyung shoved his hand away and barked, you crazy bastard. This is nothing? Do you even know what you're causing? He Sung retorted, hey, Ryu Tae-hyung, do you remember what I told you? What? He grinned and asked whether he'd rather be a knife others use or the one who holds the blade. More cars arrived at that moment. The gangsters got out and asked, what is this? Why did you bring people? Weren't you coming alone? Another replied, fine, fine. It's just one extra guy. What's the problem? Get your gear ready. They tossed a heavy bag of money in front of He Sung. Chief Han, here's the payment we promised. That old man is Leung Hak, right? They were bags stuffed full of cash. The thug bent down, grinning with the money. 2 bags for his sale? Lee Sung Hak's worth it, huh? Then he grabbed a handful of bills and called out, hey Ryu Tae-hyung, listen up. We're under attack. The Korean group from the southwest targeted Chairman Lee Sung Hak and ambushed him in a remote spot late at night. Hearing that, they quickly drew knives. Ul, what did you say? Weren't you supposed to hand Lee Sung Hak over to us? He Sung casually patted Tae-hyung's shoulder. So act. The sole successor left Tae-hyung a mess to sort out. Someone across swung a blade and shouted, fuck you. Tae-hyung grabbed the attacker's wrist and called to Han He Sung. He then threw a punch that slammed the man hard into the ground. Tae-hyung turned and growled, you need to take responsibility for this properly. He Sung replied, yes, yes. I'll take proper charge from now on. The mob boss Rui Hyung. Suddenly a hand clamped He Sung's neck and a voice said, boss, this is awkward. Chief Han, Sung Hak, drenched in blood, still held his grip on his throat. After all, I'm still standing right here. I knew you were ambitious. In the end, you've become an obstruction. He Sung struggled, but couldn't break free. Damn, what strength is this? Sung Hak continued. Chief Han, you won't gain anything from this. In the end, you'll regret returning. No matter how you try to fix it or scoop it back up, it'll spill out anyway. So stop. As Sung Hak's strength waned, He Sung pulled out a knife. Master, Chairman, you should be the one to stop. How much have you swallowed? As he spoke, he stabbed the knife into the man's side. His expression turned devilish. You've eaten far too much already, haven't you? Regret. Regret? That's just a pathetic deception. The contemptible trick of those above looking down on others. Regret is crawling and slithering on the floor like this. Chairman Lee Sung Hak. At last, Sung Hak had no strength left and slid down, lying motionless on the ground. Cut to another spot where a voice rings out. What about our forces? Byung-guk began listing. 3 central groups have allied. About 60 people, sir. Around 60. Hearing that, Myung-hwan bent down and pulled up the rolling door. As he pulled, he said it'd take only 7 men from each group. Easy math, boss. Inside a squad stood ready. weapons at the ready as if they'd been waiting forever. Clean out Goodo. The Red Crown fight that day would later be praised as a Goodo legend. First, Song Tae went berserk, punching, kicking, smashing wildly at those inside. Young Gil also faced a group armed to the teeth with his bare hands. After a while, the attackers descended into chaos. That day, Goodo had only 9 men, yet they defeated 60. They retook Red Crown with not a single person seriously injured. Stepping outside, young Gil held his arm and said, "Cleanup's almost done, sir." Big brother Myong Hwan turned and asked, "You guys work hard. What about the wounded?" Dayak and Kiyu Trang were indeed injured, but they can still move, nothing too severe. As young Gil listed off names, Chonho tensed, grabbed his phone and blurted, "Boss Myong Hwan, we have to get to the hospital." His expression was extremely grave. Myong Hwan looked over in shock. "Chairman," when he arrived at the hospital, he had lost too much blood. Sung Hak now lay in the hospital with wounds all over his body and in critical condition. The group rushed to the hospital in despair. The doctor said that by the time he was brought in, the golden window had been missed, so don't expect too much. Young Gil lunged forward in agitation. "What do you mean?" Chonho asked coldly. "Who did it?" Sun Mong replied, "The Chinese organization did it, sir. We heard the chairman was ambushed on his way back from the prosecutor's office." Chonho, losing patience, turned to Myong Hwan. "The Southwest group's behind this?" "Boss, we should head to the Southwest now. We can't just let this go." Myong Hwan closed his eyes and tried to calm himself. "Wait, it's not confirmed yet." "Hold on." But Chonho shouted, "Confirmed? The chairman's lying in there now. What else is there to confirm?" Boss Myong Hwan coldly warned Choi Chonho. Sun Mong then asked, "Because of that Wang Hao? The chairman's in that state, and you still trust him?" Myong Hwan glared over at him. Sun Mong ground his teeth in fury. Then he couldn't hold back and turned away. "Damn it." Wang Fan called after him in alarm. "Sun Mong." Young Gil continued reporting the situation. "Boss, I heard Chief Han Hae-sung was at the scene too. Let's gather the full story before we act." Baong-guk had already gone over there. He was heading toward Hae-sung's hospital bed. He was covered in blood as well. Seeing people arrive, he scrambled up, acting flustered and alarmed. Baong-guk pulled up a chair and calmly said, "No need to sit up, Chief Han. Lie down." The bastard continued his performance. I couldn't protect the chairman. I should have protected him." Baong-guk said, "Chief Han, sorry to question the injured, but I have many things to ask, so please understand." He removed his glasses and wiped his eyes as if in tears. "Yes, my body's fine. If it's something I know about." "Song." Baong-guk leaned in, about to expose him. "Han Hae-sung, this was your setup, wasn't it? I thought about it. Timing was just too perfect. Why did you have to tell me and Big Brother Song Tae about Southwest Branch Chief Wang Hao?" Big Brother Song Tae has always been insecure about his position and how others recognize him. "Remember then," Hae-sung sneered and smiled filthy. "I heard the chairman agreed and would bring him in a Goodo." Baong-guk analyzed. "You said that to provoke him. So maybe the chairman's indictment was Song Tae's doing." "No, what matters now is the starting point of all this is you, and everything was orchestrated by you, Han Hae-sung. So I'll ask again, are you truly uninvolved in this?" Hae-sung kept acting his part desperately. I don't know anything. If my punishment is that I failed to protect the chairman, I'll accept it willingly. But to say I harmed the chairman, please, sir." Baong-guk fell silent for a long moment, unsure whether to believe him. Then he put a hand on the slick fellow's shoulder. "All right, sorry, Chief Han. I guess I was overly sensitive. Chief Han is wounded too, so you rest." Saying that, he drew the curtain and stepped out. Baong-guk walked out of the ward, leaving Hae-sung flopped on the bed, fretting. What a nuisance. I thought he was a dumb, trouble-free fool." At that moment, Baong-guk walked out of the hospital alone. It was late at night, and snow was falling heavily, making it very dangerous. He walked and analyzed to himself how the Chinese organization could have timed the ambush so precisely. How could they possibly predict the moment? At that time, suddenly Baong-guk's tears fell. Then he muttered, "How could they time the ambush on the chairman like that?" Suddenly, another mutter came from behind Baong-guk. "I'm not someone else's knife. I'll be the one holding the blade." Tae-hyung, now like a madman, plunged the knife down. The knife drove straight into Baong-guk's chest. He couldn't react in time to stop it. Taehyung pressed the knife down harder and harder, his face fierce. Byung-guk gritted his teeth and endured while questioning. Who the hell are you? Taehyung suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. He pulled the knife out and swung it up again. You don't know who someone like me is? Really? I am. Ryu Taehyung. I'll become the king of Seoul. I'll be the new boss who controls all of Seoul. As he spoke, he crazily thrust the blade into Byung's chest. The battle raged fiercely in the blizzard. An axe lay thrown on the snow, blood splattering around. People lay strewn on the ground, curses echoing. Damn it, you bastards. Taehyung smiled, baring his teeth at them, his face full of smugness. So the fighting stance is all finished now, huh? Huh. Haesung wiped blood from his face and praised inwardly. Ryu Taehyung is indeed a useful fist. The problem is his head isn't very sharp. He called out, making him turn to look that way. Are you finished? Ryu Hyung? Haesung lit a cigarette and leaned back in his chair. Then come help me a bit. Taehyung looked at the body lying in the snow in puzzlement. Did you really kill Chairman Lee Sung-hak? Haesung grinned proudly, propping his foot on the ledge. That's right. Illinois Hack is gone now. He stepped forward and shouted curses. Damn it, you crazy man. What on earth were you thinking? He calmly leaned against the car. I've said it a few times. This was an ambush by the Western Chinese group. We were victims too. He lost his temper. Who will buy that story? Who would believe it? Haesung looked up, knife in hand. Oh, aren't you a chatty one? Taehyung's eyes widened in shock. He gritted his teeth and drove the knife straight into his own stomach. That will make them believe, won't it? His eyes were stunned as the knife sank deeper. What are you doing now? Blood spurted. Haesung's voice broke. Listen carefully. Chairman Lee Sung-hak was murdered in that ambush. His hand shoved hard on the hilt, pushing it in further, his face contorted in pain. Although I tried to stop it, I was knocked out. Blood sprayed onto Taehyung's hands and feet. He stared at the scene in the snow in disbelief. You madman, why go so far? What made you do that? Then he threw the knife to the ground and reminded Ryu Taehyung, we absolutely must not become Il Hack. Haesung held his wound and felt the dead man's body. So if you can't be him, become a hunter. Then looking at Taehyung, he judged, to be honest, you're more suited to being a beast than a hunter. He glared at the knife at his feet. Do you see what I'm saying? Haesung's gaze was resolute, his brow knit as he urged. So pick up the knife. He picked up the knife at the old man's call. Now the crane's leg was broken. All that remained were its wings. He, frantic, grabbed the knife and lunged at the others. One guy leapt up and grabbed his collar. Taehyung flinched. The man slammed his fist straight into Taehyung's face. He snapped his head back and squeezed his eyes shut. Byung-guk braced himself on the ground, trembling. Goodo, we're ridiculous. He clutched his face and lay down. His hand grabbed the knife from the snow. The chairman used to call us mischievous kids. Then he stood and stepped toward Taech. Without him, we'd have become stray kids living rough like thugs. Byung-guk's face was vacant, yet he stared at the boy sitting on the ground. We used to be nothing but thugs doing filthy work. The past is past, but now you have forced us back into this state. Byung-guk punched him hard in the gut, making Taehyung howl in pain. So take responsibility for what you've done. He panicked. Wait. The knife plunged into that guy's chest. He stared in terror as blood spurted. Oh, wait, stop. Suddenly, Haesung rushed from behind with a knife in hand and slashed at Byung-guk's throat. He turned his head in shock as a voice rang in his mind. What kind of wrestler are you if you're this scrawny, kid? When he was little, he had a swollen face from constantly grabbing grilled meat. What do you know, uncle? Wrestling is about technique, not size. Being big doesn't guarantee anything. Sung-hak reached out jokingly. Look at this kid's face. So scared he can't say a word. Kid, that's why friends don't hang out with you. Byung-guk, wary, pushed his hand away. Hey, don't touch my head, uncle. He smiled, and the boy chewed while making a face. No need to be on guard around me. Everyone's weaker than you anyway. Isn't that right? Sung-hak cheerfully tapped his balding head and winked, comforting him. So stop being so angry and smile. Kid, if you live always angry, you'll get wrinkles like... The image faded in his mind, but the words lingered. Even if someone annoys you, you must smile. You can do that, right? Tears welled in Byung-guk's eye sockets and began to fall. Sung-hak's voice echoed in his head. kid. He collapsed to the ground, leaving only Hae-sung standing upright. He lay on the snow, tears streaming, whispering in despair. Chairman. On the ground, Tae-hyung bit his lip and sobbed. Hae-sung urged him, Ryu Tae-hyung, get up. What's with that ugly attitude? He crazily stretched out his hand toward Tae-hyung. From now on, it's our era. Isn't it too early for you to lie down? In a building that was still lit, Wang Hao's face was serious as he demanded, say again, what's this about Il Hack? He folded his arms and leaned back in his chair. Il Hack will fall? Who spread that rumor? The two across from him bowed their heads to listen. The man with his hair tied at the nape paled and looked up. We only heard it as a rumor. Councilman Lee Sung-hak was called to the prosecutor's office for questioning, which basically means he's out of the game. He added, so Seoul's underworld will soon become a battlefield. At times like this, even small matters require gangs to protect their interests. Wang Hao tilted his head. So who started those rumors? Suddenly the door flung open, startling them, and a figure appeared in the doorway. Sun Mong clenched his teeth in anger and glared, while Wang Hao remained calm. Oh, long time no see. You're with Good-O too, right? Perfect timing. We were just talking about your affairs. He smiled, not expecting a kick to come flying at him. What have you been up to lately? Even little shrimp like you dare talk about Il Hack falling. The kick landed, and Wang Hao put out his leg to block. They broke apart to the astonishment of the onlookers. Wang Hao sat on the ground, looking up at Sun Mong in confusion. What the hell are you doing now? At the door, a man wearing metal gloves entered with his gang behind him. He looked up warily. Wang Hao stared at them. The other confirmed, you are Wang Hao, right? Outside the door, it had been beaten into a chaotic mess. Is this the so-called overlord of West Seoul? Gwang Pao led the group fighting outside. It's a pity, but from today, there will probably be no more Western overlord. He pulled on his blood-stained gloves again, teeth clenched in anger as he looked down. Now only Il Hack remains for us. Wang Hao's eyes were full of bewilderment. Oh, Myong Hwan, what happened to him? Elsewhere, a hand squeezed a glass until it shattered, fresh blood spreading. Myong Hwan's face turned ashen. His hand bled but stayed clenched. Tell me again, where did they go? Across from him, Song Tae calmly held his cup and looked at Myong Hwan's hand on the table. The brothers led people to the west. They said they'll capture that Wang Hao and take back the west. His face full of shock, he muttered, I told you to leave the west alone for now. Deal with it later. But Song Tae ignored him, pouring liquor into a glass and warning, Boss, we're thugs, not fools. He went this far. How can we just let it go? He drank, grinding his teeth. We Good-O helped Il Hack grow. Well, why does that Chinese guy have to be made head of the West Branch? He has no place here. Myong Hwan's hand stayed clenched in anger. So what the hell happened with that West Branch head thing? Seeing Myong Hwan still didn't believe him, Song Tae ground his teeth in anger and slammed his glass on the table, splashing liquor everywhere. Are you still like this till the end? We all know everything. Then he pointed at him and declared, the chairman won. Now we're no longer necessary in this era. Good-O, or rather thugs like us, are stains of the past. Myong Hwan's face went numb. The helpless screams still rang in his ears in shock. So the chairman will throw us away like dirt. And Il Hack will start anew with that Chinese guy, right? Myong Hwan reached for Byunming. No, Wang Hao isn't like that. But Song Tae rose helplessly and muttered, Boss, don't forget, we're basically thugs who do the dirty work. He stepped outside, lighting a cigarette. Whatever the reason, they're just like dogs who won't let others take their bowl of rice. Song Tae added, I know everything too. That document names Wang Hao as West Branch Chief. Myong Hwan's face full of bewilderment. What document? Song Tae angrily dropped his cigarette from his mouth, turned and shouted, Yes, the document. I saw everything in the papers that Han Hae-sung, the head of organization, brought. He stood silently, inhaling his cigarette as he explained. I only wanted to hold on to the chairman a bit longer. Thugs like us need him to cover us for a while. Damn, I didn't think things would get this complicated. Myong Hwan's eyes widened in panic. Ju Song Tae, could it be? Did he suspect you were the one who handed the prosecution the documents on Il Hack's activities? Song Tae's eyes grew wide in shock. He was stunned. How could you do that? What will the chairman think? Elsewhere, A large blade lunged at Sun Mong. He pulled young Gil beside him forward to block, and both of them staggered back. Then the other man dodged, and Wang Hao chopped the blade down to the ground. He stood silent in the dust, muttering, "So it is Good-o, or whatever." His eyes full of anger, his body splattered with blood. All just bastards good only at ganging up on others. Someone from behind threw a punch. Wang Hao noticed, "Good-o. Alone I'm definitely outmatched, can't take them on." Then he switched the haft and turned around. If that's the case, a slash struck Q Chong, causing one eye to spurt blood. Su Mong watched Q Chong anxiously. The wounded man staggered away from Wang Hao. He turned and announced, "I'm fine, really fine." The worried men behind ran up to grab him as he tried to flee. Immediately after, Wang Hao lunged straight out the window. He ground his teeth, filled with rage. "Oh, Myong Huan." Elsewhere, Song Tae clenched his teeth, and Myong Huan realized. Ju Song Tae isn't Good-o now, nor is he with Il Hat. He drove a blade into Myong Huan's hip, face contorted in torment. He concluded he's just a thug and a brute. Hearing that, the guy gave a bitter smile. "Yeah, in the end we're just thugs who do whatever it takes to achieve our aims, right, boss?" But immediately Myong Huan lunged and clamped his hand over his mouth. "Is that what you mean? Thugs, huh?" His eyes deadly, one hand covering the man's face, the other holding the knife lodged in his own belly. "Then from now on I'll treat you like a proper thug." Before that, Myong Huan's eyes widened in shock as he realized. "Ju Song Tae, did you hand the chairman's documents to the prosecutor?" Caught. Song Tae just turned his head to look back. He lost his temper and lunged to punch him in the face. Song Tae's body collapsed to the ground. Myong Huan grabbed his collar and pulled him up, a fist poised before a face full of fury. "Answer me, Ju Song Tae." Myong Huan's clenched hand trembled. Then he lowered his hand in helplessness. "Damn it." He turned and left. "I'll head southwest, you stay here." But Song Tae looked back. He scrambled up, wiping his face and trying to stop him. Is Wang Hao because of that guy? Myong Huan stayed silent. Behind him, Song Tae pulled something from behind his back and slowly stepped forward. He gripped the knife tightly and walked up slowly. "Boss, didn't I tell you earlier?" Then with resolve he stabbed toward him. "We're just the chairman's dogs." Sounds of scuffling erupted. Inside a roadside diner, Song Tae declared, "In the end, we're just thugs, boss," adding a touch of tragicomedy to the scene. Now Myong Huan's hand gripped the knife in the man's belly while clutching his face. "Is that so? A thug, huh?" Song Tae gaped in astonishment. "What the?" He's still just standing there. Next, he swept his leg in. A takedown sent him sprawling. The knife ripped from his belly, and Myong Huan slammed his body onto the floor. "Fine. I'll show you what a thug looks like." Before he could react, a knife flew toward Myong Huan's face, but he jerked back and dodged. The man's knee followed through and kicked up into his face. Myong Huan staggered backward, while the other man got to his feet and looked down. He lunged forward with a face full of rage. "Oh, Myong Huan, looks like you're spent, huh? Your strength has really fallen off." A blade came down from Song Tae. He smoothly dodged. Myong Huan thrust his hand toward his neck. Ju Song Tae. Then he swept his leg, sending him tumbling backward. Song Tae's body slammed hard onto the ground. "It's you." A foot followed, stomping straight down on his face. Myong Huan stood on top of him, unhesitatingly stamping down. His eyes filled with fury as he looked at him. "Your mouth is the problem." The man screamed in pain. Someone at the door stepped in after hearing the commotion. Myong Huan snapped, "I told you not to be told company business, didn't I?" His face full of astonishment. "Director, oh Myong Huan," then shouted hoarsely, "How did you end up like this?" He looked over in bewilderment. Ju Song Tae. Damn it. At that moment, Song Tae quickly spun and ran off. He wrapped an arm around Tae Gyu's neck, then pressed the blade to his throat, threatening. "Oh Myong Huan, the monster, what did he do?" "Director, why are you doing this?" He then crazily slit his throat. "Damn, Director, he's done for now." Myong Huan stood frozen in shock. Next, Tae Gyu collapsed to the ground, clutching the wound on his neck. He slipped out through the door. Someone ran over in a panic. "Oh God, Song Tae Gyu." Outside, Song Tae fled in panic, while Wang Hao advanced toward the door with the blade. Inside, he tried to staunch the blood of Tae Gyu, who lay gasping on the floor. Hey, he's calling out. Song Tae-gyu. Then they helped each other up, as Wang Hao kept coming. Hold on a bit. I'll get you to the hospital. He was frantic. Oh, Myong Hwan. Did you plan this from the start? Wang Hao leaned on the door, panting as he stepped in. Using me to take the southwest, then cutting off the lizard's tail in the end? Myong Hwan looked up awkwardly. Wang Hao still had his hand clamped on Tae-gyu's throat. He tried to lift him up. Get out of the way. I'll explain everything later. Right now, we must save Song Tae-gyu. But the man held the blade up to block. No explanations. Wang Hao ground his teeth in anger and cursed. You all are 3-inch tongues who don't keep promises, so now I'll cut it off. Myong Hwan glared stubbornly. I say again, get out of the way. But he only laughed bitterly to himself. I forgot. Then suddenly he swung the blade. Myong Hwan grabbed Tae-gyu and dodged. Your organization is just a den of sly foxes. The man saw him dodge and turned to look. Oh, Myong Hwan. The blade lunged at his face. You think I'll meekly let myself be cut? He dodged, but his face was sliced. Myong Hwan clenched his hand, deciding to take down Wang Hao first and then deal with the rest. A punch shot straight at his face. Wang Hao's eyes were full of both anger and astonishment. He stepped back, wiping the corner of his mouth, and reminded, in the end, you lot aren't any different from me. Myong Hwan grabbed a table from behind. Then he hurled it toward Wang Hao. He used his foot to brace the table. Then Myong Hwan used the blind spot to throw a punch. The punch landed squarely into his ribs. Wang Hao reflexively swung his blade in return. The blade sliced across his chest. Myong Hwan's arm instinctively pulled back. His face briefly panicked. Then he swung down and punched Wang Hao in the head, sending him to the floor. His head was struck, leaving him dazed. A foot quickly kicked back to counterattack Myong Hwan. They stood there battered and bloodied on either side. Wang Hao glanced at the man lying on the ground. He recognized him and gritted his teeth. Where do you think you're going? He skewered forward with the blade. Must see the final scene of this mess, after all. Behind them, Tae-jian came in. Dad! Myong Hwan's eyes widened in shock and fear. The innocent young man called. Mom said hurry home. Dinner's ready. Everyone looked back in alarm. Myong Hwan barreled forward like a madman. The man swung the blade, while Myong Hwan was distracted. Oh, Myong Hwan, die now. Tae-jian looked up in confusion, eyes wide with panic. Myong Hwan shielded the boy. A blade from Wang Hao cut into his back. He protected the child in front. Tae-jian looked at Tae-gyu lying on the ground. He opened his eyes, gasping, lying in a pool of blood. Myong Hwan's hand wrapped around his neck. The boy was bewildered. Then he broke free of his arms and ran over in panic. Dad! Wang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. They all turned to look at the child. Tae-jian trembled as he reached toward his father. The man behind looked at the boy. You're Tae-jian, right? Then he lifted Tae-gyu up to take him home and to the hospital with his mother right away. Then Mr. Le left, leaving the boy stunned. I'll take your father to the hospital first, he said to the child. They hurried past Wang Hao, who remained frozen. Wang Hao! Myong Hwan managed a bitter smile over his bloody body. I'm sorry, my friend. Wang Hao hung his head, one hand clutching the wound at his side. He dragged the battered body of Thayu out into the snow. His eyes blurry as he walked through the snow. So much snow, Gujun, he muttered. Their bodies walked down the alley with blood splattered about. Myong Hwan murmured, Dad will be right back. The snow kept falling, covering the bloody footprints. That winter, a day of heavy snow. On a certain road, a black car stopped and the door opened. On the ground, blanketed in white snow, a man stepped out. Someone? Hae-sung closed the car door and smiled, having planted his fresh footprints on Il Hack's turf. From then on, he pushed up his glasses with a satisfied grin. Behind him was Tae-hong, the end of Il Hack's reign. He slung an arm around the other's shoulder as they walked into the large building. Everything was buried under the white snow. Over here, a corpse lay collapsed on the ground with dragged streaks and bloody footprints trailing away. History always praises the victor and buries the vanquished. How cruel. Reality. Hae-sung sat and wiped his glasses with a satisfied smile. That's why we must try even harder to win more. He's HHS Entertainment's CEO, Han Hae-sung. Then he put them back on and looked across at the person opposite. Isn't that right? Director Du Gong Ti. He sat with his legs crossed and smiled back at that name. 2 years after Oh Myong Hwan's death, in a large building in the city, a hand lightly touched the nameplate on the desk. The man in a white suit stood silently before the desk with a nameplate on it. Choi Chan-ho, with a bandaged arm, vigilantly looked toward the sound at the door. Hae-sung entered, loosening his tie as he walked in. "Ah, Director Choi is here." He sat down casually. "Phew, I saw the chairman's office open and thought someone might be in." Choi Chan-ho looked on bewildered. He calmly looked at him. "So, how is the chairman?" Hae-sung rubbed his forehead and took off his glasses. "Nothing much. The doctors say his condition isn't very promising right now." Then he watched the man warily. "Still, the doctors are monitoring him." Outside, the chairman is known to be in hiding after resigning as a counselor. Beside Choi Chan-ho, they looked at the nameplate on the desk. Yes, if people learn the chairman is absent due to an accident, it will create an uncontrollable mess. Hae-sung glanced over as well. Then Hae-sung put his glasses back on. The Red Crown territory in Yongsan is already a mess. Small groups turf fights have raged non-stop for 2 years. Taehong is also moving toward the seat. Damn, Seonam side is swamped too. I'll go there in person to check it out. Suddenly the door was thrown open. Hae-sung lifted his glasses. No need to be so dramatic. His hand still dripped with blood from the weapon as he spoke. "Just in time, huh?" The bloodied man slicked back his hair and introduced himself. "I'm Ryu Tae-hyung, guarding the Red Crown territory." Then he stepped up to Choi Chan-ho, who reached out. "Ryu Tae-hyung, you've had a hard time. With those wounds, are you all right?" He looked at that arm with disgust. Choi Chan-ho, good-o. Memories of the day he killed Bung's roots resurfaced. Then he lowered his face and brushed past him. "It's okay. It's nothing serious." He tossed the weapon onto the desk. He opened an empty cigarette pack and cursed, "Damn it." Then he sat with his leg propped on the desk, grinding his teeth in anger. "Bastards." Choi Chan-ho frowned in anger and warned, "Hey, do you know where this is?" Hae-sung reached back to soothe. "Director Choi, please cut him some slack." Tae-hyung stayed there brooding, while Hae-sung stepped in trying to persuade Choi Chan-ho. Despite appearances, he's an indispensable ally to IL Hack. These days, many young people in Southern Seoul have been following this guy. Hearing that, Tae-hyung glared in displeasure. "Damn, following what now? Those things have long been gone. Nothing to brag about. They're just following the winning side to survive." Then he wondered where the other lieutenants were lately. They're rarely seen. The two men looked at him. Choi Chan-ho leaned back in his chair and explained. "Most of the time people are split up, working different areas." He recalled the others on duty. Young Gil, Soon Mong, Wong Pa patrolling the whole Gangbuk area. Then remembered the other districts tearing each other apart. Deok Bay and Kyuchong and I are holding Gangnam in the southwest, but we're still severely outnumbered. Now Hae-sung pushed his glasses and turned away. He's familiar with the situations of the 3 blades and 5 blades. How could he possibly know everything about them? Choi Chan-ho's face went dark as he bowed his head to explain. "The investigations haven't made major progress. There's still no trace of a name Ju Song-tae. Byung-guk's death is also suspected to have been caused by the southern side." Chan-ho recalled the battle with his friend. "Still, recently I found a reliable comrade. Thanks to him, I was able to survive." He added, "So I'm thinking if there's an opportunity, I'll recruit him into Good-o. Good-o can't hold all the remaining positions forever." Tae-hyung leaned back in his chair to listen. Then Hae-sung slid a dossier in front of him. "Otherwise, I was going to talk to you about manpower. Take a look through this report once." Choi Chan-ho took the packet and stared in bewilderment. "What is this? A division of IL Hack?" Hae-sung explained. "IL Hack has become too enormous for us to manage everything. So divide the organization to manage by districts." Tae-ong rested his hand and considered. He smiled and added that Jongsan-gu and Yeonggu would be under Ryu Tung's control, and a suitable group has been found for the southwest as well. Choi Chan-ho's face filled with shock and outrage as he objected. "Regardless of who takes those positions or areas, this is impossible. How can you unilaterally decide this?" Then Hae-sung stepped toward the desk to further persuade. "The chairman is absent, isn't he? I'm just making a reasonable judgment, given the circumstances." Choi Chan-ho ground his teeth in anger, clutching the documents. "Han Hae-sung, what authority do you have?" He scoffed, suggesting that without the chairman and without Myong on the top blade, Director Choi must think it's his turn to decide everything. Choi Chan-ho's expression was hideous. He clenched his teeth and glared at him. "What did you say?" Hae-sung sneered, blunt and daring. The man moved around to the back, pulled out a chair, and smiled. He, too, once coveted this position, didn't he? His face was contemptuous, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. "But kids like us have taken position after position. Now there's nothing left for you. So you're upset, right?" Choi Chan-ho grew angrier, glaring at him. "Han A-chung." He grabbed the photo on the desk. "This is for Il Hack's future. Everything is preparation for a new chairman to take over the company." Choi Chan-ho was stunned. "A new chairman?" Hae-sung looked at the photo with predatory amusement. "Isn't there still a royal bloodline suitable for the throne?" In the photo, Sung Hack sat with his grandson. He argued that the chairman's vegetative state can't be kept secret forever. Once everything leaks, it will be uncontrollable. The photo was placed neatly on the desk in front of the nameplate. "So it's up to us to raise the new chairman." He smiled calculatingly, holding the photo and asserting that young Master Ly Sem-min would reasonably assume the chairman's position in place of his elder. Meanwhile, at Incheonport, a man stood on the shore looking down at the sea. Wang Hao smoked as he silently scanned his surroundings. He recalled how he and Myong Hwan used to chat happily here. He smoked quietly, his gaze wandering into the distance. Someone approached from behind and called, "Mr. Wang Hao, the guests have arrived." Wang Hao turned to confirm. "All right, let's go." The man who turned tossed his cigarette into the sea as he moved. At a nearby shop, Wang Hao looked puzzled. "Huh, weren't they supposed to be guests?" On the bench, a little girl sat with her knees drawn up, staring blankly. He whispered to the person who had brought him, "But what's with that kid?" The other covered their mouth and explained, "That girl is Shan Chu's third daughter." But he hadn't finished listening before he lost his patience and kicked the round table. "Daughter or son of whom I don't care. I only asked why that brat was sent to me." The other shouted, "Mr. Wang Hao, why would you say that?" Then he bent down to look at the girl curled on the chair. "She was just kicked out of the organization not long ago. Now you give me the vanguard position to do everything, and next you expect me to babysit this kid?" The man beside him smiled ingratiatingly, timidly standing by. "This shows the organization's trust in you, Mr. Wang Hao. Isn't that the clearest proof?" Wang Hao turned, smiling at him. "The organization's trust? Is that kind of trust built by doing things like this?" His gaze grew serious as he looked down at the little girl. "What do you think the organization is, kid?" The little miss. Xiaolan's expression, cold and indifferent as she looked down, was an absolute force that made every member shudder. The girl hugged her knees, curled up in a corner, hands gripping her wrists. "So everyone said a kid like her couldn't do such a thing." Then she bowed her head onto her knees. Next to her, Wang Hao silently watched her. Then he smiled. "You think like me?" His affirmation made the girl widen her eyes in surprise. "Soon I'll create a new boss here. That boss might even be a little girl the same age as you." Then Wang Hao reached out his hand before her with a smile. "So try once and see whether your thinking or mine is wrong." Xiaolan looked up to see him. He remembered Myong Hwan when he had once reached out to him. Wang Hao's face froze. Then he reached out and patted the girl's head, much to her surprise. "What's your name, kid?" The girl put her feet down and sat obediently for him as he patted her head. Xiaolan. Elsewhere, outside a building, the rain fell without stopping. Wang Hao smoked and smiled, asking Han, "Do you like this liquor?" "Oh, Myong Hwan." Beside him, Gu Jun pushed up from his knees and stood. He bowed to Wang Hao. "Excuse me, I'll go ahead." Then he turned and stepped into the rain. He stayed behind, bringing the cigarette to his mouth, then spoke, startling Gu Jun, who stood in the rain. "Don't you want to avenge your father?" He glanced back, rain drenching his body. "I don't know where this anger of mine should be aimed right now." Gu Jun added whether he was blaming his father for failing as a dad who couldn't do right by him, or resenting the people who took him away. Meanwhile, Wang Hao still stood before the urn of ashes. Wang Hao muttered, "Then the answer is easy, isn't it?" He looked at him with wide, puzzled eyes. "Yes." Wang Hao smoked as he stared at Myong Hwan's photo on the urn. "What good is hating the dead? The ones still alive, the people who did this, those are the ones you should blame." His eyes were cold as he reminded Gu Jun behind him. What they must also receive is punishment. Wang Hao emphasized, there's no truer feeling than what's called revenge, kid. He still looked at him with puzzlement. Before he could react, Wang Hao turned away, then saluted the photo of Myong Huan inside, saying, see you later. He walked along the corridor. Elsewhere, a downspout full of water poured into a basin. Guards stood on both sides as a man with an umbrella entered the brightly lit room. Chief Zhang entered, brushing rain from his coat and complaining, damn, it's pouring outside. Inside, Taiga and Shogo were waiting for him. How is this place even worth you living for? In front of them was a dining table. Chief Zhang approached, and Shogo sat up. Ah, you're Chief Zhang Songho, right? He reached out, grinning. Forgive our rudeness. I'm Muto Taiga, pleased to meet you. Seeing that, the other took his hand. Yes, please look after me in the future, he thought inwardly. Muto Taiga is the leader of Japan's underworld after Tetsuji. Chief Zhang sat at the table. The others hadn't arrived yet. Taiga beside him propped his hand on the table and watched Chief Zhang. He sneered and remarked, I hope this meeting will be useful to everyone. With keen interest, he added, we've wasted too much time until the One Sing project proposal came up. So I hope the reason Chief Zhang gathered us isn't just for a Kambaya meeting. Shogo crossed his arms, not looking pleased. Chief Zhang smiled professionally and assured him, you don't need to worry about that so-called wasted time. He added, you could say we've already bought enough time for our work. His gaze dropped to Shogo's severed finger. At the door, Wang Hao stepped in, making everyone freeze. Looks like I'm the last to arrive. My apologies. He sat beside Chief Zhang. I was so distracted I lost track of time. He smiled solemnly. Now that everyone's here, let's begin. We're all busy people. Chief Zhang smiled and raised a hand to stop him. Ah, there's one more person. Two people opened the door and entered. In fact, they were the collaborators who laid the groundwork for the One Sing project. Shogo glanced over. I'm so late. Haesung smiled at the group, followed by Song Tae. Already started the meeting without us. Then he bowed to those in the room. I run a small business in Gangnam. My name is Han Haesung. They then looked toward the person behind him. What about that one? Hearing this, Haesung glanced back and explained, ah, this person works with me. We'll introduce him properly later. Wang Hao eyed them warily. Han Haesung from HHS. You appear here again these days? He then moved to sit beside Taiga. I overheard outside, laying groundwork. You're a bit boastful, Chief Zhang. Haesung calmly explained. Chief Zhang planned the project. I only added a little. Across from him, Chief Zhang still held his tea and calmly countered. Still, thanks to you the project was proposed this way. He then looked at Shogo. Shogo returned the look. With many unpredictable variables, it's a little different from the original plan. Seeing that, Haesung scratched his neck and, looking apologetic at Shogo, said, oh my, I should have greeted you earlier. It's an honor to work together, Mr. Oyama Shogo. He then raised his hand with the pinky missing to remind him. Chief Zhang, I don't dislike noisy, crowded places. His gaze was sharp and wary toward Haesung. Whether the person sitting across the table might become one of the family was another matter altogether. He calmly picked up the chopsticks on the table and said, you're right, but what if he's not family? He then placed the chopsticks down on Shogo's plate, smiling as he glanced at him and quipped, am I not handing out utensils to a freeloader? Taiga's expression darkened. He frowned in anger. Shogo touched his chin with one hand while gripping the chopsticks and spoon just placed for him. A freeloader, huh? Beside him, Wang Hao reached to light a cigarette, thinking how roundabout this was. He looked up, cigarette in his mouth, and mocked them. Director Han, this isn't the headquarters. Don't crawl around here like cattle grazing the riverbank. Everyone turned to look at him. Wang Hao explained, I mean, during the war, you were nowhere to be seen. Why should we trust you to cooperate now? Then Haesung stood up, holding the bottle. Looks like I've made the blacklist. They looked at him wondering, is that Wang Hao? He looked at Wang Hao, judging him silently. First time meeting. Are you the one who took down Myong Huan before? Right after, Haesung came over and clapped him on the shoulder. We've decided to be in the same boat, and I welcome everyone. With casual ease, he poured wine into a glass and smiled at him. So, Mr. Wang Hao, you must prove whether you're needed for this position. Beside him, a cup slammed down hard on the table, splashing liquid. Chief Zhang smiled and reminded them. His gesture drew everyone's attention. All right, greetings are done. That's enough. Now that we're all here, let's get to the main point. His gaze swept them sharply. Punish Tae-san. Possible. Shogo smiled and looked up at that, wondering if it could be done. Then he bowed his head and called to Taiga beside him. Master. No, Mudo Taiga will smash Tae-san. Chief Jang remained skeptical. Can he? Beside him, someone closed their eyes and smiled smugly. Taiga ground his teeth and glared to confirm. Mudo Taiga of Oyama-gumi, 10th Fist Master. If Oyama Shogo orders it, I'm happy to obey. Wang Hao hesitated, bringing a cigarette to his lips. At the same time, the cigarette was taken from his mouth. Isu looked at the papers on the desk. A sound at the door caught his attention. Yua took off his glasses and stepped into the room. Oh, you're here, Isu. Hearing her call, he glanced over, confusing her. Now you're Isu? Isu looked calmly at the cigarette in his hand. Right, I'm no longer Baek Do-kyung. She smiled, folded her glasses, and put them in her breast pocket. Indeed, without a rank, it's a bit odd. Huh? Isu raised the cigarette to his mouth, leaned on the table, and scanned the documents. Nothing strange. Now I want to get used to the name Baek Isu. She moved closer to the table. Her eyes looked up, then down again. She propped her chin on her hand, studying the papers he held. So what have you been reading all this time? He fussed over the desk as he explained to her. These are things I researched from business documents of small gangs in Gangnam. They're worried about the absence of a major boss who once led them. Han Hae-sung. He marked the plan on the map, because without a large organization to protect them, they could be attacked by us or by one Sing. Then Yua sat on the table and picked up a sheet to examine. I've heard it too. So although Han Hae-sung disappeared, they're hiding it from the outside at all costs to avoid chaos. Isu, cigarette in his mouth, reorganized the papers. Right, members in Gangnam told me this. He recalled the previous meeting. I don't believe Han Hae-sung truly disappeared. The party painting on the wall was merely observing the whole situation here, he guessed. Why would they say that? Isu lowered the cigarette and fell into thought. Hearing that made me wonder why they'd say such a thing too. At that, Yua turned back puzzled. Do you have any guesses? Then he slapped the stack of documents down on the table and straightened them. One odd thing about collecting these papers in Gangnam and reading them is how suspiciously clean they are. Isu calmly took the materials back, looked at her, and explained. So when I searched Gangnam top to bottom, those areas in Gangnam had never been attacked by anyone. Yua looked on in astonishment. Then he thought of that blood-stained organization. Even when one sink was proposed and small groups would have to merge into it to survive. Yua propped her chin and pondered. Come to think of it, there are no small groups in Gangnam affiliated with one sink. That's strange. Isu concluded the same. Either they were lucky and weren't targeted. His gaze turned icy as he concluded that perhaps the big organizations simply never touched Gangnam from the start. She seriously studied the documents and thought. Then the reason Han Hae-sung could sit still and do nothing is, Isu asserted, he sided with one sink from the beginning. She looked up at him in mild surprise. What? Baek Isu actually thinks more than I expected. Isu was bewildered by her praise. Excuse me? She voiced her thought, leaving him speechless. I thought you only had brute strength since you go around wide-eyed, smashing everything. Then she turned away and sighed. Why are you so angry all the time? You even fought with your brother when you went to those small groups. He awkwardly tried to explain that. His voice faltered because he had missed everything right in front of Chief Jang and Shogo. You all listened and looked back in surprise. He rolled up his sleeves and explained to her, I intended to kill them all, even to avenge him and his colleagues. So even if I died, I'd finish this. But he said the organization needs a leader, not a madman working without thought. Isu reached out and assessed. I must have been extremely angry then, as he said. She froze when she saw the tattoo on his arm. Baek Isu, that arm. He calmly looked down at the tattoo covering the scar and smiled. Even so, it's okay now. I'm calmer. This arm is burned enough. My rage has passed, he affirmed. So from now until success, I must become cold and work more calculatedly. Outside, the lights in the building went out. Inside the parking garage, a figure ran swiftly. Shaun hid behind the cars observing the situation, his face covered. He waved to the person behind him. Jaeyoung Chun panicked and dropped a candy to the floor. The guards quickly shone their lights to check. Huh? What? Did you hear something? Looks like it's behind this pillar. They aimed their lights, but saw no one. What was the puzzled guard saying? Heard wrong? Before they could react, Shaun closed in from behind. Not far off, Jiang Chun knocked out the other guard. He helped the stunned guard up, turning to scold. You really? Why do you always bring food? You were eating awkwardly in the back. Now it's finished. Get to work right here. The guard was shoved into some trunk. Jiang Chun warned him. Listen clearly. Don't cause trouble again. Our mission is to secure the exit and provide support if needed. He closed the trunk. Understood. Beside him, Jiang Chun chewed and raised a hand in acknowledgement. The one behind walked while pounding his chest from choking. Up front, Shaun reported to the others. The parking basement infiltration is complete, no problems. He asked back, how about over there? Captain, on this side. Isu had just entered the records room through a vent. He looked around warily. No problems, and from the emergency stairs he can climb up to the chairman's office unnoticed. I'll infiltrate from here. Then he put on a mask, and, as Choi Chan-ho had informed, Shaun was skeptical. Was this really once an IL hack branch? He stayed alert, hiding behind the cars, and reminded them. But don't overdo it. You said the main scout is the captain. Jiang Chun followed closely on guard. Isu replied, all right, wait up. They moved with full caution. Suddenly you call Shaun, what for? Come here. He's coming over too. Oh, all right. Then he complained. During an operation, and you wander off? This kid, seriously. In front of them sat a customized motorcycle. Elsewhere, Isu leaned his hand on the bookcase. He paced around the room, then stood before the desk and looked around. He lifted his glass to inspect the situation. The ice had melted, but the drink was still cold. On the table, the pile of documents was still rumpled, and the furnishings showed signs of recent use. He tilted his head and looked around. A medieval-style painting hung before him. Indeed, Han Hae-sung was missing. A voice came over the radio. Busy? Isu was puzzled. What is it? A shout came through. Aha! Gave you a scare. Lim Jiang Chun. The sudden noise blasted in his ear, making him wide-eyed and alarmed. Over there, Jiang Chun sat on the car roof, his body illuminated in response. Work's a bit messy. Might need your help. What now? Shaun huddled in a corner with a broken finger, looking out. What now, Captain? In front of them, a man wearing a motorcycle helmet was that guy. He held a crowbar, sitting on the bike and staring at the two. Deadline. Hearing that, his eyes widened in panic. An hour earlier, at the basement door, Shaun complained. Damn it, I can't see a thing. He took off his helmet and looked around. He'd said the CCTV lines were cut. Before him, the electrical panel was smashed, the gauges still stuck. Someone had bluntly cut all the wiring like this. What a drag. If I'd known, I'd have left already. Jiang Chun sat in a corner with a packet of candy, observing. Over here, we can't tell anything. First, we have to halt the investigation. Praise came over the radio. Good job. You did well. Shaun went up the stairs while instructing. Anyway, just sit tight there. We'll leave as soon as we find something. He stood before the main electrical control, thinking that if HHS were really linked to one sink, there might be traces left here. A light beam shone toward the door. Someone stepped forward. Shaun held his device, a light tucked in his mouth, adjusting it. Suddenly a noise beside him made him freeze. Someone opened the door and shone a flashlight in. Shaun's silhouette vanished. The man shone the light, but saw nothing. Then he slid down the landing, trying to tuck himself into a corner below, then steadying his breathing. Above, he heard the other's footsteps echoing. When he confirmed the man had left, he slowly moved upward. Then a light suddenly shone, leaving him dazed. You think hiding there means I wouldn't notice? Shaun glared at him in annoyance. Hey, at least they come out, or something. Don't make me embarrass myself like this. Deadline trained the beam straight at him, annoying him. Can't you pretend you don't see me? Next, Shaun threw a flying knife at him. The man swatted the light aside, his face flashing with surprise. A throwing knife. Immediately after, he closed in with a weapon in hand while the man was distracted, and then stabbed toward him. The other guy drew a blade and used his flashlight to block Shaun's strike. Shaun stared at him in disbelief. What? A combat knife. So of course you're from one sink. He laughed with amusement. The beam still trained on Shaun's face. The light brightened, and he shielded his face with a hand, shouting, too bright. Then the man swung the knife. But Shaun spun away to dodge and reached out to slash at his shoulder. the man bent away. He then kept hacking toward Shaun while Shaun retreated, evading each cut. The man glanced over approvingly. Not being able to see, but still dodging well, he said. Immediately after, Shaun swung his leg and kicked Deadline in the shoulder. The man staggered and fell to the ground. An invisible thread looped around his neck. The man raised his flashlight in astonishment. Right after, Shaun tightened the cord, winding it around the man's neck. The man dropped the flashlight. Shaun grabbed it and cinched the cord tighter around the throat. He turned his head to look at Shaun behind him. "You're the one from Tay-san?" His face twisted with anger. "Becky, Sue, and his crew, huh?" Seeing that, Shaun leaned his chin on the man's shoulder and whispered, "What? You know our captain?" He smugly tightened the cord, eyes proud. "Know him well. I beat him once already." Then he jabbed at the wounded side where Shaun had been stabbed. Shaun wobbled backward, the spot that had been stabbed aching, while the man bent to dodge. The man sprinted toward the door handle. As he left, he glared back in anger. "Damn it, fancy tricks you got. Wait, you'll get a beating later." Shaun flipped him off contemptuously. "Oh, my scary stuff." Shaun clutched his injured waist and limped away. "Damn that bastard." Rule 36, retreat is best. He picked up the hard drive from the ground and muttered that the mission was still a patrol after all. He replayed the man's words in his head, puzzled. What did he mean earlier? The man walked toward the exit of the parking garage. Then he grabbed his helmet. Deadline ground his teeth and pulled it on. He wondered if he'd actually beaten Beck. Isu? He swore fuck. Elsewhere, he moved toward Jiang Chun, who was sitting in a corner eating, then glared. Nothing suspicious, right? He ate and looked up puzzled. What's with that wound? Shaun decided they needed to leave quickly. They'd been discovered. As he stood, the car headlights behind shone on the two. He revved the engine, then sped the bike at them, weapon in hand, to Shaun's astonishment. Deadline grabbed the cord and closed in. "Deadline, why is this guy here?" Shaun swung the cord. The man zoomed past on his bike. The cord wrapped around the shaft of his weapon. The man accelerated while jerking the weapon back. "That's kid stuff again." Shaun gripped the cord in panic, then felt his fingers bent and broken one joint at a time by the cord's pull. Shaun nimbly grabbed a weapon and sliced the cord. "Damn!" Jiang Chun ran over, frantic. "You okay?" Then he called for backup. "Boss, you busy?" The bike charged at them again. He warned aloud as he noticed, "Don't come out here." By the time he realized it was too late, the vehicle was getting closer and closer. Jiang Chun froze, watching Deadline roar the bike toward him. He was then slammed onto the hood of the nearby car. A shout reached Isu. "Ah!" He anxiously called for Lim Jiang Chun. He sat steady on the car, staring at the man across. "A bit of trouble here. Might need you to come help." Elsewhere, Shaun huddled against a wall with his broken finger. "What now, Captain?" He screamed inwardly. "How on earth is that guy here?" On the other side, the guy looked at them. Deadline also recognized him and his motorcycle. Deadline. His arm was still bleeding. He couldn't believe his eyes and poked his head out. "Is this real?" That spiky-haired guy earlier was Deadline. Then the man sped his bike toward Jiang Chun. He stood on the car roof, glaring. His hand released the brake, and he shot forward. The front of the bike lifted and the wheel lunged straight at him. He then leapt up and flew off. His hook snagged Jiang Chun's coat and helmet. He tossed him down to the ground. Jiang Chun spun around, trying to get to his feet. Ugh! The hooked spike shot at him again, causing panic. "Move, Lim Jiang Chun. Quickly!" Jiang Chun tilted his head back to dodge as the man zoomed past. Oof! Deadline's hand squeezed the bike's brake tight. He revved the tail, then spun the bike around. And Jiang Chun stepped back, drawing his weapon. A circus act? Really? Who is this guy? Beside him, Shaun held his broken hand and muttered that the special ops soldier was called Deadline. They looked at Deadline standing by his bike. He's one sink. Seeing that, Jiang Chun went on alert. That can't be good. He looked back suspiciously. Wasn't he the one on the motorcycle? Behind him, Shaun bent his finger back into place. Jiang Chun lunged forward with his weapon. "I'll tip that bike over. You stay ready and warn me. Be careful." Over there, he spun his knife and advanced toward the man. If he's armed, his left hand won't pull back. I'll aim for his right. Deadline also charged in on his bike. He cursed and swung wildly. "You idiot!" Immediately, Jiang Chun's leg was clipped, sending him sprawling while the man burned the turn. Then the rider turned the bike to come down on him from behind. Jiang Chun lay on the ground in pain as Xiao ran over, panicked. Jiang Chun. The sharp tip of the weapon was poised to stab Jiang Chun in the face when something flew in. Xiao spun and knocked the man's crowbar away. The man looked at them. They landed warily and stared back at him. Xiao angrily swung his weapon their way. Deadline launched a frenzied counterattack. They collided and both fell back. He turned his head and complained. "Those Tay-san guys are pain." He looked at the long scratch on his bike and muttered, "Last time was a light. Now they're trying to go for the tire?" While he wasn't looking, Isu darted in. He stepped on the car hood and sprang up. His knee slammed into the visor on the man's helmet. Then he glared at him, full of fury. "What's all this fuss? While you're at it, take the helmet too." Shards of glass are flying everywhere. Isu kicked him, and he immediately crashed to the ground. How could he let Deadline get away so easily? He panicked and called out to Beck, Isu. It seemed Deadline had planned for a last-ditch move, and things were looking unavoidable. So then, who would have expected Isu to deliver a kick to his jaw? The helmet's visor shattered into pieces. He realized Deadline's tactic. Wearing the helmet in a fight to absorb impact with the shell? Or was that the idea? He could still stand up and boast loudly after such a bloody fall. "What are you saying?" Deadline had never known fear, which is why he acted so nonchalant. "You think that makes you superior to me? Don't be so sure." Isu turned purple with anger at the taunt. "You lost to me before, didn't you?" Xiao boldly asserted that Isu and Deadline were hard to separate in skill. They seemed evenly matched. Isu drew his knife to fight him. He threw it at Deadline, but Deadline dodged in time. The knife flew back into Isu's hand. The clash between him and Deadline was intense down to every minute. According to Deadline's calculation, sitting on the bike with a long weapon gave him an apparent advantage. You could confirm that from the situation. Of course, the bike speed makes its strikes quite powerful, and their destructive force is hard to predict. Xiao's assessment was professional. A person on the ground striking upward is different. They have time to prepare and read the opponent's moves. And if the opponent uses a long weapon, it's easier to dodge and close in. Deadline, the arrogant number 2, and no one dares claim number 1. "You think you can take me?" He gripped his weapon tightly. Deadline swung the bar at him. Nothing seemed to faze Isu. Isu appreciated the idea behind it. Using that crowbar as an attack tool was not a bad move. There was a knife wound on Deadline's shoulder. The crowbar really was dangerous. He recognized Deadline's background from his moves. The guy came from special ops, so his strikes and evasions were fluid and precise. Isu had to be a bit cautious, but any weapon in Deadline's hands was formidable. He wasn't discouraged. He still had ways to deal with him. Isu's knife pressed against Deadline's crowbar. He even warned, "If you're using that iron bar, aim for the helmet's peak. That's how you maximize damage," with a hint of teasing. Isu quickly slashed with his knife to teach him a lesson, but apparently you still couldn't manage that. Deadline's eyes showed his anger. He'd been thrown to the ground countless times fighting Isu. Isu was still fired up. "All right, get up and keep fighting me, huh?" Deadline was startled by his power. "You've clearly become stronger than before, haven't you?" He had another plan. "So then I have to..." Xiao warned at the right moment. "Captain, watch him." Deadline sat on the bike and twisted the throttle. Too late now. It's unclear what malicious intent he has this time. He stood with his knife, waiting for him to act. Deadline wanted to show off his skill, so he rode with one hand and attacked him with a crowbar. The wheel rolled at high speed. He was testing Isu's endurance. "Let's see what you can do now." "I'm Beck Isu." He quickly moved between the cars. "You analyzed Isu's fighting style. If he drives his bike in such a wide arc, the captain will have a hard time closing it." Deadline immediately popped a wheelie on the car and sped off. For some reason, he thought this would save time. Isu watched his every move closely. Deadline's bike still raced like crazy despite the collisions. No matter how fast he swung the crowbar, Isu dodged at the last millisecond. Deadline squeezed the brake to bring the bike to a stop. He didn't attack proactively, but only stayed on guard. Unexpectedly, he sped the bike past Isu. The rear will quickly touch down. Deadline intended to end the fight with a final blow. "This is it then?" His expression looked uneasy. Who knows when Isu had thrown the knife to jam his wheel? Deadline replayed the scene in his head. In such a short time, how had he managed to throw the knife into the chain box? Even he had to admit it. "That bastard, you're good." Isu punched straight into the helmet visor. Once again, Deadline was knocked off the bike. Shard of glass flew chaotically through the air. He was tossed several meters from where Isu stood. Shaun feared he was hurt. "Are you okay, Captain?" "I'm fine. All of me is fine." "Okay, I'm good." You asked Isu before taking action. "Shall we take that bastard back to Tae-san and deal with it?" Shaun remained uneasy, wondering if another guy like that would come after them in the future. A sound echoed through the apartment complex. So HHS is finally under one sink? Do-kyung didn't know whether to be happy or sad. In the end, things turned out like this. He drew red lines on the map. He had no comment on the matter. From the map, it looked like HHS was effectively a member of one sink now. Isu no longer needed it. So the documents I brought back are useless now, since everything is clear. Sungmin clenched his hands tightly whenever he was tense. It meant we were considerably outnumbered compared to Aung Sin's forces. You are reported the real situation. Indeed, Onisan also has many skilled mercenaries. That means both Tae-san hack, and we face high risk of danger. Do-kyung had also investigated further. Besides the troop numbers above, financially they're pretty strong too. He still had some doubts, and "I have a question about this. Can you explain?" Do-kyung was always ready to listen. "What is it?" The map markings puzzled Hyung-gu. Looking at the Dongjak-gu area, why isn't it entirely red and still has some green? She seemed reluctant to bring it up. "That's Cheon-woong's territory. But we previously carved out a portion for Wang Hao." Yua explained in detail. "I don't think I mentioned this before." He confirmed it. "So there's a small pocket here under Wang Hao's control." Hyung-gu proposed a plan. "So, if possible, why don't we attack here first to retake that small territory?" Isu is considering the move. Retaking that place would give us a springboard to attack elsewhere, right? She agrees. "That's right, boss." He's not overly worried. If we can secure Dongjak-gu, it would block HHS from linking up with one sink. A small area on the map was colored in to mark it. Do-kyung suddenly realized his own shortcomings. Oh, so Dongjak-gu is more important than everyone thought. He guessed the opponent's intent, so that spot will see a lot of conflict. The other side will notice the problem too. She had no better plan upon hearing Isu's assertion, especially since Wang Hao won't let it slide. Shogo tightened his tie. Taiga spoke before entering. "I'm going in." He turned and asked, "Are you ready, master?" He didn't want his identity exposed. "Don't call me that in Korea, Taiga. Pay respect to him. I'm no longer your master." He accepted and knelt before Shogo. "Now I'm just a sword for you to use." "That's what I mean." He couldn't wait another minute. "All right, then let's get ready to depart." Taiga is truly efficient. "I've used my influence to recruit some capable people in Japan to form an army for you." He learned their locations. Several leaders of that group have moved to Incheon already. The boat docked at dusk. Taiga's subordinates were waiting to receive them. Shogo was extremely pleased. "Well done. Truly someone my father and I have trusted." He gently opened the door. Now, then, the underlings were already waiting for Shogo outside. "Let's move out." He was determined to avenge the humiliation of being beaten by Tae-san. Now, they'd make them pay. Taiga supported him enthusiastically. "Yes." Shogo issued orders at once. "Then go." He put his trust in the men. "Go there and take down Tae-san." 10-finger kata, light chuckle, a quiet space in a small garden. Tetsuji was strolling in the garden. A trusted aide had gathered information. "Sir Tetsuji, I have a report." He was pleased to meet him. "Has it been confirmed?" The subordinate nodded. "Exactly as you predicted." He had investigated the cause. After Taiga Muto left Oyamagumi, many areas in the Osaka branch had members applying to leave our organization. He gave examples. Many members had gone to Korea, like Taiga Muto. He wasn't very surprised. It was somewhat predictable. Tetsuji had heard his name before. Taiga Muto, the sword icon of the Japanese Yakuza, known to many as the fiercest of leaders. He found it hard to believe. Now the man seems intent on gathering his followers in Korea. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Tetsuji remained very arrogant, confident in his real power in Japan. He wasn't sure he could take on the newcomer. But things were slipping from his control. Taiga Muto and the emerging force with Shogo. This is a risky game. The trusted aide asked for instructions. "So how should we respond to that situation? Aren't these people who defected to Korea violating our rules?" He didn't care. Let it be. Tetsuji was certain it would yield no good result. If we clash with those people now, nothing good will come, especially with the key members Taiga has gathered. Just as he predicted, they're probably already in Korea by now. Tetsuji must think very carefully. If we clash with them, both sides will inevitably suffer losses. No one wants that. He doesn't want his trusted men dragged into trouble. And you also have matters to handle, don't you? Tetsuji reminded them we'll focus on that task only. Taiga sat in the car, and the first thing was, he alone took up half the space. Get a bigger car. This one is too small. Let Gunji explain. A big car draws unwanted attention on the road. He had to accept it. All right, I get it. We'll bear with it. He was surprised by Taiga's attitude. You said that? That's beyond my expectations. Taiga acted friendly toward everyone. You understand me. We'll have more talks later. Gunji had a question. Okay, may I ask you something, Mr. Mudo? Taiga was speechless at his question. If I were the old me, I'd order a death match with Beck Isu. After all, he's the brain of Tae-san, but it seems you haven't taken any action against him yet. You didn't underestimate Isu's abilities at all. That's an interesting question. Whenever I hear the name Beck Isu, thinking of his face makes my blood boil. It really gets under my skin. I don't even know what he's saying. But that was the man I used to be. Gunji was confused too. What do you mean? Can Taiga just act on orders? I'm now Shogo's subordinate, no longer Taiga Mudo. So actions can't be driven by personal feelings. He was serious. Everything must be calculated for the organization's ultimate victory. Thoughtless acts won't happen. Unnecessary variables must be eliminated. Gunji deliberately slowed the car down. You've been needling Taiga this whole time. So are you saying you're afraid to face Beck Isu? He clenched his fists. Afraid, is that supposed to sound good? Taiga tried to stay calm, not letting emotion override reason. Taiga Mudo, afraid to face someone? To be honest, Beck Isu is a monster, but that doesn't mean I can't beat him. Gunji was extremely calm. I get it. You're furious, but there's nothing to be done. In Korea, this is indeed the question everyone asks. Taiga looked toward the sunlight. Don't worry, it'll be quick. The knives of Lord Shogo will be dispatched to Tae-san soon. He hurried to clarify. I mean my loyal warriors. Jaeong-chun ate his fill at a fancy restaurant. It seemed he choked because he ate too fast. Soda, give me soda quick. A server brought the soda to Jaeong-chun. He praised the restaurant. All the dishes are delicious. If you served all these to guests, it'd be great. Now, please clear the table. The waitress bowed. Yes, we'll do that right away. A staff member suddenly came in to check. How's it going? She happily pointed at the spotless plate. He's adorable. He finished everything. The waitress doted on Jaeong-chun as usual. It's great to be served by a cute manager every day. She felt something off. He's still a kid. How did he become manager? Truly puzzling. He closed his eyes, ignoring the staff chatter. Let them call him manager. It's fine, just call him that. Kyung found no joy at work. The job is comfortable, but being too idle makes him wonder if that's okay. Isu was genuinely worried. A hairline fracture, perhaps? You scold Jaeong-chun for not listening. Now don't overwork yourself anymore. He doesn't care about himself at all. This little injury is nothing. I'm used to broken bones like this. Isu allows you to rest. All right, take some time off. If you're hurt, you need to recover. You have plans for the next step. Once you fully heal, you'll join the training. Oh, Mr. Chun just learned about the new assignment. Training, huh? Li Xiaon memorized every little detail. Right, training in combat techniques. That time at the hotel, I observed how you fought. You want to make Jaeong-chun stronger because now he's fallen behind the others. And of course, we can't let that continue. He's more eager than anyone. So how should I train him now? Isu hasn't agreed yet. Wait for the wound to heal. I'll instruct you then. You have other tasks needing Jaeong-chun's help, but of course I won't let him sit idle. Isu gave him a nameplate. You still have to work, you know. From then on, Jaeong-chun sat in the manager's chair. Now, that's a cushy position. He was unwilling to accept it. But did he really say he's fallen behind? Jaeong-chun leapt off the ground. The small knife in his hand spun into a circle. Jaeong-chun stood and performed a few basic moves. He still remembered Isu's words vividly. Wonder if that was true? Jaeong-chun hasn't fully recovered yet. Ouch, it still hurts. The female staff's voice rang out. Excuse me, dear customer. She politely tell why address the customer. Our restaurant is now closed. The staff bowed, asking for the customer's understanding. Sorry, she snapped, deliberately insulting her. Speak Japanese. They don't want to hear Korean. She had to translate into Japanese. We're currently closed, but the woman grabbed her tie. Closed. The woman suddenly flew into a rage and shoved the staff onto the table. You want to kick me out for that reason? The staff didn't understand what Kodon wanted. Why are you doing this, ma'am? She pulled out a knife to threaten them. Of course I'm here because I expect to be served. A man touched her shoulder. Hey, customer. Kodon's look is scary. What are you doing? She flashed a sly smile. I told you, speak Japanese. Taiga knew her well. Amaya Kodon, leader of an organization in Osaka. He liked Kodon's brazen personality. She's an interesting person. Gunji wasn't surprised either. He'd heard of her. He doubted Kodon's background, not expecting the leader to be such a young woman. He'd heard the group's leader used to be an old man who had only one son. He'd never heard of an eldest daughter. Taiga patted him on the shoulder and laughed. That's right. She's actually the wife of that man's son. She uses her husband's family name. He'd never seen such a case before. Oh, how strange. The leadership passed to the wife? That's rare. Truly a weird organization. He didn't oppose it because Kodon was no pushover. That's not the strange part. What's odd is why she became the group's leader. The story unfolded as Taiga told it. She used a sickle as a weapon and killed everyone who came to her wedding, from her husband's father to the big bosses in the organization who attended her wedding. They all had to be wary, and from then on she rose to leadership and created a new legend. The department head was slain by Kodon with a sickle. She didn't dare scream for fear of being silenced. Manager, Kodon shouted, it's too noisy. She grabbed the female staff's hair and screamed, what good will that do? Try fighting back. She stopped shouting and looked up at the ceiling. Jaeong-chun leapt down from the upper floor to rescue the female staff. His knife sank into the floor with a thunk, causing Kodon to release the woman's hair. She intended to attack with her sickle like before, but Jaeong-chun rushed in and pulled her away in time. Kodon thought he was showing off. Some hero saving a beauty? She spat contempt at others. The brat wasn't hard for Jaeong-chun to size up. Japanese? She's from Oyama. Kodon disliked being compared. Oyama? Are we supposed to be on par with that organization? She boasted to Jaeong-chun. We are the assembled blades of the 10 swords, an organization under Lord Shogo. He seemed to have heard the name before. Shogo, Kodon was thrilled. Today is our deployment. She insisted this was the official declaration of war against Tae-san. Images of Chan-ho and those connected to Tae-san flashed through Kodon's mind. Taiga had already met him. As she predicted, the allied organizations are with you. Kodon was confident in her words. We will quell the chaos and make you kneel before Lord Shogo. Jaeong-chun tightened his grip on the knife when he realized she was smug. So, Kodon's sickle was ready, matching her spirit. Give it your all in the fight today. I want a brutal battle. Be as savage as you can. Jaeong-chun instructed the waitress. Get out of the way and run to contact headquarters. That was all he could say. He said a guest from Japan insisted others obey her. I told you already, speak Japanese. Only then did Jaeong-chun realize that the sickle was her weapon. Kodon's speed was so fast ordinary people couldn't clearly see. She suddenly bent low. I really hate kids, you know. He jumped up in time to dodge the downward strike aimed at his legs. Jaeong-chun had to step back. How is she so fast? He struggled to move. His legs still hurt. Worry showed in Jaeong-chun's eyes. At this rate, he'd be in real danger. He took a reckless chance, hoping to finish this fight quickly. It seemed Kodon despised this weapon. A butterfly knife, is it? For some reason, she flew into a rage. Kid, are you making fun of me? Jaeong-chun was exhausted fighting in this condition. She lunged at him with the sickle. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Jaeong-chun's small knife couldn't resist forever. Kodon imagined a scene far from reality. Did she expect to face such a brat today? She portrayed herself as skilled, not one to bully the weak. After all, we're the representative blades of Lord Shogo. Clashing with a kid today isn't something to be proud of. Sweat poured down his face more and more. Jaeong-chun shoved the table backward with his back, throwing her off balance. A powerful blow was about to hit Kodon's face. It turned out he took the chance to deliver a kick to her face. Kodon even praised the move. Pretty clever, huh? Her nose bled, but she acted unfazed, though the brat is plenty savage. Jiang-chun had been holding on this whole time. Looking at her, I'm a bit scared too. He knew in his heart that this knife really couldn't block that sickle. Jiang-chun recalled the scene of his weapon breaking in the past, like when he fought Shogo. Suddenly, he managed to keep the calm the leader had talked about. Isu had accurately predicted this would happen, and had prepared a weapon for Jiang-chun. You seem much weaker now, so take this. He tossed the knife over to him as a precaution. Jiang-chun blinked. What is this? He immediately recognized the prized item. Isn't this the knife the leader uses? Isu spoke suggestively. Think back to what you were taught, Lim Jiang-chun. He gently reminded him. Those things I showed you before. Jiang-chun clenched the knife. What had the leader taught him? Is that how it goes? Only Isu had patiently instructed him. Right. Remember your fundamentals. Use everything you know in the fight. Jiang-chun, following his advice, always carried it. Had he guessed a day like today would come? He was not willing to accept it at all. You say I'm inferior? Kodon was a little surprised. Another knife? Jiang-chun brushed the dust off his sleeve. He reminded himself to eliminate any unnecessary moves. She couldn't predict Jiang-chun's action. What does the brat intend to do? He swung a powerful blow at Kodon. She couldn't help but think his movements had become faster. Jiang-chun suddenly grabbed her wrist. He remembered Isu's method. Move as little as possible. Jiang-chun easily attacked after distracting Kodon, focusing all his strength on the opponent. Her eyes showed fury, and by momentum, he lowered his body. Jiang-chun dropped his head and braced one hand on the ground before she could deliver a lethal strike. He applied the techniques he'd learned in combat, striking with precision. Jiang-chun resolved himself and was decisive. He kicked straight into Kodon's body. Blood streamed from her mouth after the impact. Jiang-chun's calf started hurting again at that moment. It was hard for him to charge forward, but Kaiun still tried to get back up. Not bad. He wasn't discouraged at all. That's the spirit. Kodon swallowed the pain. Damn, the brat fights well. Jiang-chun found it hard to believe. So she can still stand? She lightly touched her hair. But unfortunately, the wounds ran across Kodon's body. Because I went berserk. He was startled by Kodon's words. I've also seen that sore leg of the brat. She staggered and ran up in front of Jiang-chun. Du Kyung suddenly wondered. The Ten Swords Organization? Suna hurriedly explained the situation to him. It's a newly formed organization by Shogo. Our subsidiary groups are being attacked. They're requesting headquarters support. She held a file, recalled the locations of those groups, and reported calmly. Right now, Cheonwung's Donggak and Il Hax Gwanak, along with our Hanamdong, are under attack by them. The two stepped out of the elevator with a crowd watching them. She added, how many people can we spare to support them? We don't have many personnel. In front of them, the organization's people stood gathered. Suna announced, so I called everyone to assemble. Shaun pointed to himself confidently. I'll go to Cheonwung's east side. I know that area a bit. Isu calmly accepted the task. Then I'll head to Il Hax Gwanak to join forces with Gudo. Du Kyung added, what about Hanamdong? He explained calmly. Lim Jiang-chun is managing there. Though his leg hurts, he should be fine. Once plans were set, he relaxed his arm and smiled. Beside them, Suna was on the phone. I'll stay here to defend headquarters. She suddenly looked over at them. Director. Then the report made his face go pale with worry. Hanamdong seems to be in trouble. Suna reported that on the other side Kodon was badly beaten. Members of the Ten Swords organization had already attacked there. Kodon lay on the ground amid the rubble, struggling. She couldn't believe that Brat had done this to her. They approached mockingly. She glanced over. You look terrible, Kodon. Then he covered his face and sneered with his cronies. Just a little time in Korea, and already like this. Lord Shogo's polished blade turned into a chipped sword. His hand landed on Kodon's shoulder with a contemptuous tut. But given a woman's strength, she'd done her best. She merely brushed his hand off and laughed. As if I've lost, right? Hearing that, he grinned broadly with interest, then stood up and ordered his followers. Kodon also forced herself to rise from behind. What are you doing? On the ground, Jiang-chun lay smeared in a pool of blood, eyes still open. We've secured the first victory. Hoist our victory flag. On this side, her continued report left him stunned. Reinforcements arrived, but too late. Du Kyung placed a hand on his shoulder to console him. His eyes were cautious as he warned while his face pulsed with anger. Go to Hanamdong. I'll take Gwanek. He hesitated briefly, but Du Kyung stepped forward and urged him, don't overthink it. They've acted. We can't delay. Then he turned back, looking at him with firm resolve, and reminded, we need to retaliate for their actions. He stoked Isu's anger to a peak. Make them pay for messing with our people. Beck Isu. After a brutal battle with Jiang Chun, everything finally ended. Daiki Otsuka smiled satisfied as he walked around surveying the ruined, barren room. Well, what now? His cronies inspected as well. Kodon, exhausted after the fight, collapsed on the spot. After pacing around to confirm nothing else was amiss, he turned and ordered his men, first victory. Raise our victory flag. The joy didn't last long before a young man came running over in a panic. Lord Daiki was inexplicably called Otsuka Daiki. Yes? What's the matter? Not wanting to keep his boss waiting, the lackey quickly reported that they had fled. Hearing this, Kodon raised an incredulous brow. He's still alive? However, upon hearing that, the man showed no anger, just took a puff of his cigarette and sneered. Pathetic. That tail-tucked, runaway act. An outfit you can judge without even looking. Meanwhile, in some car, Jiang Chun lay slumped on the seat, bruised and covered in blood, a sight that terrified those present. Hey, wake up. Sitting in the driver's seat, the girl spoke to the car while checking his condition, but there was no hope. How is he? Don't know, still breathing but bleeding badly. The more she examined him, the more alarmed she grew. He'd even lost consciousness. As she called him, the driver panicked and tried to comfort herself aloud. Damn it, hold on a bit longer, kid. The girl placed a pillow under his head, crying and tried to keep him conscious. Hang in there. Manager, did you know? The three of them hadn't noticed a car tailing them closely. It didn't just follow them. It pulled up and rammed straight into the car, carrying Jiang Chun. After finishing one cigarette, Otsuka Daiki lit another. This time he couldn't hide his smugness. No mistakes allowed for a perfect victory. After the cigarette burned down, his eyes went cold as he ordered his men mercilessly, leave no one alive. Allow me to reintroduce him. Otsuka Daiki, formerly an unregistered mercenary from Osaka. Inhaling deeply with satisfaction, he turned to his men and asked about the other side. Right, how are things over there? What was that place called? Gwanek, wasn't it? At that moment, in some building on the street, a group of mysterious men in black stood everywhere, on high alert. A man with white hair and two gleaming earrings at his ear complained in a short, bored tone. I want to go home so much. Receiving no answer, the man urged again. Seems everything's done. Can we go? Haruto, still no reply. He glanced at the man working flat out beside him. Haruto didn't bother to look up, answering perfunctorily. Wait a bit, just a little longer. After a while longer, the man below was making faces. The one called Haruto stopped too. That's enough. Look at this. Ritsu, without waiting for Ritsu to reply. He held up the result boastfully. Isn't that expression hilarious? Ritsu, seeing it's finally over, jumped down to demand. How many times do I have to say it? There's nothing funny here. Clean it up. Haruto, cold and annoyed. TSK, what a dull fellow. But before he could go, he was grabbed by the leg by someone he'd just beaten. Don't go, can't go. Watching the scene, Haruto laughed loudly. Look, his jaws smashed and he's still talking. Saying that, he broke free and swung to kick. Too bad I don't speak Korean. However, before he could do anything, another group burst in, battering down the door. The newcomer glared at the two who'd locked the door and whispered, "What's all that about?" With those people appearing, Haruto got excited while Ritsu stayed calm. Hey, that white vest. Rizu, that's those guys, right? Right? Seems so. They're the old nine paths of Il Hack who once bombarded Seoul. Guang Pao didn't understand and asked Su Mong, "What they saying, six brother?" Seems those two know us. Amazing. Ritsu, seeing how calm the two were, guessed probably our forces outside were wiped out. Nothing too significant. As he suspected, bodies were strewn all over outside. Contrasting with his comrades' calm, Haruto was ready to rush in and fight at any moment. Right, the interesting ones have arrived. Ritsu warned quickly, "Haruto, those guys are different from previous opponents. be careful. No sooner had he finished speaking than Haruto took a solid punch to the face. Gwampel landed a blow that sent him flying backward a full meter. After the punch, he felt much more at ease. He didn't understand what they were saying, but first things first, beat them up, right? Ritsu was speechless watching his comrade fly off. Told you not to be careless. With one man temporarily down, the others hurried over to check on him. Good Ote-jion, you okay? The injured man ignored his battered body and turned his attention elsewhere. My dad. Gwampel understood and looked into the distance to reassure Taejion. He's fine, don't worry. Director Song is with the chairman. After lying on the ground a moment, Haruto raised his hand to rub his chin and muttered, Whoa, not messing around, huh? Having muttered, he lifted his head with a crazed look and blood spraying from one corner of his mouth. How's that old man punching so hard? No sooner had he said that than Haruto lunged forward to throw a punch at Gwampel. Nice work, Ritsu. The men watched in panic. No sooner had he said that than Haruto lunged forward to throw a punch at Gwampel. Nice work, Ritsu. The men watched in panic. Because of that momentary lapse, young Gil took a full kick from Ritsu to the face. Damn it. After the punch, Gwampel, Haruto barreled straight towards Sunmong. Well, that should do it, right? However, this time he met an iron board. Haruto took a knee straight to the face. After the blow, he exploded with anger. Who do you think you're hitting? The aura from the hunter made Ritsu back away in alarm. Having knocked Haruto out of awareness, he delivered a crushing blow to Ritsu. Since when did you lie? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Veins bulging, you bastards. By the time young Gil and Gwampel stood up, the two Japanese men had collapsed. As before, Haruto quickly recovered and laughed heartily. It's been a while, good-o Lee Sunmong. Hearing that nickname, he angrily ran a hand through his hair while young Gil agreed with both hands and feet. Yeah, it's been 10 years. With that, he sprang up, walked to his comrades while wiping his face. Ritsu, these old men are weird. One slip and they're gone. Rarely did Ritsu agree with Haruto. True, if they were 10 years younger, we might lose. At those words, someone else appeared out of nowhere laughing loudly. Only 10 years younger? The whole group turned to look. It was Choi Chan-ho, now mocking as he put on gloves. Ouch, that'll bruise the pride. The sudden arrival put the two on alert. Another white suit. What's this? Does that old man speak Japanese? After his dramatic entrance, the super cool man stepped forward and spoke bluntly, leaving the underlings speechless. Let me handle it, Chan-ho. These guys aren't ordinary. Hey, old man. Haruto ignored the painful experience and joked mockingly. Is this a retirement home, or what? Why is it full of old men? Chan-ho said nothing and simply bent down. No sooner had he spoken than he delivered a super strong punch into Haruto's ribs. Taking that blow, his face showed shock. Then he couldn't bear it and collapsed. The scene made Ritsu find it a little hard to believe. He hesitated and spoke up. Haruto. While Haruto writhed, Chan-ho raised his hand to land another blow. You said it yourselves. Would you only win if we were 10 years younger? With that, he delivered a punch to Haruto's head. When he finished, he lifted his head and declared coolly, You lot are the ones who need 10 more years of experience. Brat bunch. Turned back to the car, carrying Jion-chan. The waitress, exhausted, sat up and asked, Is everyone okay? No sooner had she spoken than a man appeared by the glass. What's this? The window's broken? Well then, hurry up and come out. True to his words, he reached for the door handle, a move that made the girl inside cry for help. Help me. At her frightened pleas, the man mocked. Crying? Say it in Japanese. Suddenly another car arrived. What's that? No one answered. A figure shot out like lightning, and while the man was still assessing, he was sent flying. The backup's here? Isu finished his kick, but still hadn't released his anger. The waitress inside, who had been crying, was left stunned. After the strike, he checked on Lim Jion-chan. Is that kid okay? Hearing hope in her voice, the girl kept talking. He's unconscious. Hurry. We need to get him to a hospital. Isu didn't overthink it and urged them on, ignoring the madman lunging with a knife. Go, leave this to Tae-san. What? You bastard, who are you? Even so, before he could do anything he was subdued. Isu ripped the knife away and snapped his wrist with a crack. Not stopping there, Isu returned the favor for what the man had tried to do to him. Having taken down one guy, he growled irritably. I just have one question. Are you men Shogo subordinates? The others didn't answer, so Isu taunted, charge if you want. I won't leave a single one alive. After that confident proclamation, Isu urged them on. I'm in a hurry, move it. The Japanese guys, enraged by the taunt, charged forward. But who's Trin or whatever? Those guys didn't stand a chance of touching him. He dodged smoothly, and Isu landed a punch to one man's back. At that, the rest hurried up to attack. Yet he dodged every single attack with effortless ease. Isu even grabbed one man's arm and slammed him so hard he screamed louder than a slaughtered pig. Not stopping there, Isu kicked that man and pinned him onto his own comrade. When he was done, he tossed the guy aside like a bag of trash. The man writhed on the ground. My arm, the one being pinned, snarled, "Get off me, you idiot." Before he could shout anything, he took a full boot to the face. Once he stopped thrashing, he clutched his wound and glared at Isu with hatred. You bastard! How dare you hurt my hand? After kicking one guy, Isu moved to deal with the noisy remaining man. With that, he kicked the man flat out. The others at the back didn't dare to rush forward. After a while, in their cowardice, they all dropped their weapons at once. We surrender. I surrender. I'm just... Those words only made him chuckle. He snapped, No. I told you earlier that I wouldn't spare a single one. Back with the IL hack crowd, Guangpao didn't know what he was seeing and exclaimed in surprise. Whoa! It turned out what surprised him was Haruto's collapse before Chanho. Chanho actually still fights like that? Hearing that, young Gil took the opportunity to mock. You're 70 and you still get beaten? The bastard was left speechless, and Guangpao was dumbfounded. Even so, the two kept talking and didn't notice Haruto slowly getting up. By the time Chanho realized something was off, he took a full thrust to the gut. Goodo, don't let it guard down. This guy hasn't gone down yet. Luckily, Chanho stepped back in time. Haruto wasn't angry. He wiped his mouth with bubbling enthusiasm. Old Ginger gets hotter the faker it is. Ritsu watched, exasperated, and quickly retorted despite the jokes. Joking? That old man is actually a strong opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Haruto wiped his face and urged his comrades on. Good, let's go. Ritsu, it's been a while since this was fun. Ritsu, however, was still world-weary. Take it easy. Please finish this quickly. Prompted by that, he dashed forward, about to throw a stomp punch, while saying, Hey, that depends on the opponent. With that, the punch was thrown, but Chanho dodged and casually commented, Good power, but your moves are too slow and simple. Taken aback by the remark, Haruto was naturally wounded in his pride. What did that old man say? Ritsu bent down behind him and poured a little fuel on the fire. Don't mind him, he's just trash-talking you. After saying that, Ritsu grabbed a small knife, intending to stab the back of his heel. But life doesn't always go smoothly. Young Gil quickly stepped in and stomped on his hand. Why do you keep crawling around and sneaking attacks? Are you a snake? With his hand stepped on, Ritsu felt no pain but used his other hand to grab young Gil's leg. You're the one who just cursed me, aren't you? At that moment, Haruto didn't attack Chanho, but prepared to rescue his comrade. Then take the hit. Young Gil, unable to defend, took a full blow to the head. After that hit, young Gil froze and his body slowly collapsed. Because of that fall, Chanho lost focus. Seizing that moment, Haruto rushed in. Hey, we're fighting. Where are you looking? Once again, it was a situation hanging by a thread. Guangpao arrived to save the day. That's not going to happen. After being punched in the shin like that, Haruto wavered for the first time. Damn it, he didn't notice the approaching hand. And for that, Haruto took another hit straight to the stomach. Seeing his comrade in trouble, Ritsu wanted to rush to help. Haruto, of course the IL hack group wouldn't let things stand. You get down fast. Chanho was puzzled by the sudden demand. Ritsu ignored him, glared ahead, and growled, That black-haired guy. Leave him to me. Seeing this, Sunmong couldn't help but glare back and was about to lunge, forcing Chanho to hurry and hold him back. Damn it, glaring at me? Not satisfied, huh? Contrary to the leader's attitude, Sunmong and young Gil were thrilled. The old Sunmong of days past had returned. I thought getting older would make him milder. No sooner had he spoken than a whole bunch of men with knives rushed in. Is Haruto okay? Facing that reinforcement, Guang Pao was irritated. Are they crazy? Where are those guys now? Damn it. Chanho calmly adjusted his glove and wrist, then requested, Guang Pao, Sun Mong, take young Gil and Tae Jian and go. The enemy outnumbered them, and our side was already wounded. This request quickly met strong opposition. But, no matter what was said, the decision stood. Chanho spoke in a low voice about the bitter truth. Myong Huan, Q Chong, and even Diok Bei. We've already lost too many brothers. I don't want to lose anyone else. Those words moved the three. Sure, but they stubbornly stayed. Then we've got a solution. You go, I'll stay. Me too. I want to finish this with that uncultured bastard. Ritsu, not understanding what the four had said, guessed they were planning to run. That line successfully sent Haruto into a rage. He lunged forward. What? No way. Don't even think about running. He charged, and Guang Pao shoved back. Seeing his men block his path, Chanho shouted, Get out of the way, Guang Pao. I told you to get out there. Guang Pao ignored the urging and said, Hurry up and go. Meanwhile, Sun Mong was in a one-on-one with Ritsu. Somehow provoked, Sun Mong beckoned tauntingly. All right, your opponent's me. Come on over. Another kid did the same. Chanho suddenly felt unlucky. Sun Mong said, I'll stay. Pull Guang Pao out there. Before they could do anything, the black-clad group pounced to grab them. Were they trying to run? Of course those guys were nothing. Soon they were all knocked out. After punching them down, young Gil told the ones behind, Go, I'll cover the way. At that point, Chanho was officially helpless. Even young Gil, knowing what he meant, young Gil cut him off. We still have things to protect, you know. With that, young Gil quickly shoved Chanho aside to avoid a charging attacker. No, I can't leave you guys. The man trying a sneak stab, then ate a solid punch and went out cold. Still, he was a bit injured. Young Gil kept urging, Go, hurry, you need to protect everyone. As he spoke, young Gil jabbed his elbow toward another man. The air needs you, Illinois Hack needs you. So we're counting on you. Chanho heard it and could do nothing. After taking care of that bunch, young Gil declared confidently, Leave this place to us. Chanho clenched his hands, facing an extremely difficult decision. Outside, they had long been surrounded. In the end, Chanho shouldered Tae Jian and went outside. Facing a crowd far larger than their force, he was angry. I know you don't plan to clear a path, but I have to get out. If anyone blocks me, I'll die trying. Those surrounding him didn't care. They were ready to attack. As he prepared, he thought, Il Hack's Gudo is a blade that protects someone. So even if it breaks and becomes dull, it still holds up. They endure each moment to protect someone. But now those blades are protecting one another. The chip blades are sharpening each other. At this moment, Illinois Hack's Gudo was sharper than ever. Upstairs, Sun Mong and young Gil were fighting like their lives depended on it. Below, Chanho was ready to punch through every man blocking him. After a while, they were all defeated. He then set Tae Jian to rest on a nearby bench. You're okay. After making sure he was steady, Chanho worried a little. Wait here for me while I fetch the car. He had barely taken a few steps when another man appeared, and Chanho noticed him. The newcomer was a black guy with hair spiked like a porcupine. He gave Chanho a dangerous smile. The old knife struggle carried a death or glory resolve. Chanho watched for a moment and then charged, but this time he was outmatched. That full strike left him a bit stunned. In the end, Chanho had to admit he was being shattered to pieces by a large, razor-sharp blade that looked freshly honed. Not long before, in an internal meeting, Du Kyung put a photo on the table and said, Taiga Mudo, if you ever meet this man, do not confront him. Everyone must stay far away from him. Understand? He pointed at the picture, emphasizing how dangerous this person was. Shaun held the photo and studied it closely. The man did look fierce. No wonder people thought he was terrifying. He suddenly remembered, but we have people who look no different from him. Isn't that right? Jin Woon and Chanho didn't know who he meant. Shaun asked, is this guy really that strong? Strong enough to be called the strongest in Japan? Jin Woon explained, of course we know that much, but the details can only be learned by fighting him. Saying he was strong is the most accurate description. I've still never met anyone as strong as him. That's why I called everyone here, to warn you all. If we didn't warn people and they ran into him and started a fight, it would be troublesome. Xiao disagreed. We know he's strong, but that doesn't mean we have no chance to win. Isu cut in. Just listen. Don't confront him. He's right about that. Xiao turned. Captain, Isu stepped forward and calmly explained. Honestly, if I could win, I would have done everything to win. I don't intend to back down to anyone. But what about the things that happen afterward? No one can predict that. He stood behind Du Kyung and elaborated. We are a united organization. Everyone here holds key positions in the group, so nobody should act on personal impulse and create unnecessary risks. Du Kyung excitedly shouted, That's my brother for you. The leader behind Tae San said, Yes, I understand your point. Xiao chuckled. Oh, very good. Who gave a captain that nickname? He seemed pleased. Well, who else but me? Chan Ho worried. I've heard of Taiga Mudo just from his look. Du Kyung said, That's right. He might be from the same generation as you. He advised, even though you still look spry and can face many opponents, be careful. When you see him, play it like a cautious mouse first. Chan Ho smiled and replied, I completely understand, sir. In his mind he thought, I'm getting old now, so I should avoid fights like that. Back to the fight. Chan Ho's face was bruised, and he exclaimed, Taiga Mudo. The man asked, a little surprised, You know me? Fine, come at me then. Chan Ho launched a direct punch. But Taiga was quicker. One thunderous blow landed squarely on Chan Ho's stomach. He broke into an eerily wicked smile, then hissed, You didn't dodge? Chan Ho's knees buckled to the ground, but he immediately stood back up. Seeing this, Taiga gave a small exclamation. He sneered. Are you going to kneel on both knees at once? He asked. Are you Taiga Mudo? I've heard a lot about you. He exclaimed. Is that so? Looking at you, you're certainly not an ordinary man in Korea either. Just then, some people over there stepped forward and said, Lord Taiga, why are you here? Leave this old man to us. You can go rest. He frowned. Old man, those young hotheads, indeed. He's not someone you kids can handle. A guy hurriedly explained, We just wanted to. Taiga cut him off. If you think you can handle him just by looking, then you lot are hopeless. He flexed his fingers until they cracked. All right, now that you know who I am, we can continue the fight. For an old man, you still look surprisingly spry. Chan Ho thought to himself that everyone had been warned to stay away from Taiga Mudo, but now he couldn't follow his own plan anymore. He had to stop him here. He assumed a fighting stance. He barked, All right, I'm coming up. Taiga threw a punch aimed at Chan Ho's head. He immediately ducked to avoid it. He'd said before he didn't want to overexert himself, but with a situation like this, he launched a counterpunch. Taiga easily dodged. This fight was getting too exciting. The lackeys outside shouted, Lord Taiga Mudo. Taiga felt thrilled and laughed loudly. Good. Now this is what a real fight looks like, huh? Saying that, he kicked at Chan Ho's leg. He instantly staggered and lost his balance. Seizing the chance, Taiga followed with another punch. Chan Ho doubled over in pain. But suddenly, Taiga felt a twinge of unease. Just as he fell, Chan Ho launched a kick that struck Taiga's face. Taiga was knocked backward. He thought to himself that he'd just taken a hit to the chin. Now he needed to press him and force him to retreat. But as soon as Chan Ho got up, Taiga lunged to attack. His arm was so fast and powerful that Chan Ho struggled desperately to defend. He thought to himself, he's too fast. Taiga slammed Chan Ho down to the ground with one hand with a heavy thud. His strength was no joke. Just like the warning said, he really was a monster. He grabbed Taiga's arm tightly. When facing someone stronger or faster, there's always a way to turn the tables. Saying that, he immediately wrapped his leg around Taiga's neck. Taiga snorted. Taiga's arm was trapped in the middle and couldn't move. Chan Ho said, This arm of yours probably won't hold. Taiga hissed, You have some tricks, but they won't do much. His right hand fired a punch straight into his opponent's head. That was just enough to disappoint me with your strength, he said. Chan Ho felt the world spin. He spat blood and lay flat on the ground. Has the gap in strength reached this level? Taiga struck once more. Chan Ho couldn't fight back. He thought to himself that he couldn't do anything. It was all just exhaustion. He suddenly remembered young Gil's words. We still have many people. You need to protect them, big brother. Taiga said arrogantly. That's it? I'm bored already. He turned his back and walked away, muttering, I thought this fight would last longer. But suddenly Chan Ho crawled back up. A subordinate shouted, Lord Taiga Mudo, careful. There's someone behind you. He immediately turned around. Chan Ho, right behind him, hadn't given up. He landed a very strong blow on his head. Taiga couldn't react in time and took a staggering hit. He spat blood and rolled onto the ground. The subordinates were stunned. He actually managed to stand up, along with the man who had knocked down Lord Taigamudo. Chanho trembled all over and could barely stand. Taiga broke into a proud smile. Good. That's more like it. A proper rival from Korea. It's been too many years since anyone knocked me down like that. His cloak fell to the ground. He quickly rose and said solemnly, "But I do feel a bit of regret. If only we had met a few years earlier, then we'd have had a truly entertaining match." Chanho braced a hand on his knee, gasping. "We are Goodo, the blades of Il Hack," he shouted, charging forward to attack, to live and protect everyone. To do that, I will not fall. Taiga, this time I won't give my opponent a chance. He threw a very powerful punch at Chanho's face. He kept reassuring himself. To do that, I must not fall. Looking at Chanho collapsed on the ground, Taiga said, "Come on, old man. You're out of energy. Your mission is complete. Hopefully we'll meet again someday. Now I want to go find that chairman fellow." At that time, the battle between Gu Jun's group and their opponents was reaching a climax. In the luxurious room, someone stroked the blade and said, "Oh, a sharp combat knife, is it?" Otsuka Daiki rubbed his chin and admired it. "That's a fine knife for that kid." He suddenly looked toward the door. So they're finally here? There was a loud bang. The door burst open. Isu stepped in. Otsuka smiled and asked, "You look like Rugasaki's twin? You two are quite similar." Isu asked, "Did you make that knife, sir?" He stood up and cheerfully replied, "If so, what do you intend to do?" He said coldly, "Kill without mercy." Meanwhile at the hospital, Isu called Jin Woong. "How's his condition?" He replied, "I've done everything I can. Now we can only wait for him to wake up." Lim Jiang-chun lay in the hospital bed, his body tightly bandaged, his injury severe. Jin Woong stepped outside and intentionally said loudly, "Those who came with him aren't badly hurt. They'll be fine with some rest." Isu answered, "I understand." A relative of Jiang-chun, sitting outside, suddenly asked, "Is the little one all right?" Seeing Jin Woong shake his head, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He walked quickly down a corridor and then reported the situation. Overall, things didn't look good. They hadn't expected Lim Jiang-chun to be taken down like that. Those bastards from the Power Clan aren't slackers. I'll send more people to support you. Isu declined. "No need. I can handle it here. If that bastard is that strong, Guanik and other areas could be in danger." The men by the door were astonished to see him and let out a shout. Isu reminded them, "So keep an eye on that side. Leave this place to me." A man in a black suit drew a dagger and barked, "Hey, stand there. Who are you? You deaf? Who the hell are you?" Jin Woong said, "It's noisy here. Should I call back later?" The man stared at him. "Wait, haven't I seen you before?" Isu kept listening to the call. "It's fine, I'll be done soon." He grabbed the man's wrist and snapped it hard. The man screamed, "Hey, let me go." Isu added a sharp knee to the groin, then shoved his face. The man across suddenly realized, right, that's him, Rugasaki's twin brother. The call still wasn't interrupted. Isu asked, "By the way, what's going on with Guanik?" Suddenly, he spotted a nameplate on the floor and fell silent. Jin Woong curiously asked, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Isu picked up the nameplate, examined it closely, and said, "I have to hang up now. I'll call you back later." He slipped the small nameplate into his jacket. Even if Lim Jiang-chun was injured, he wouldn't lose to these shrimp. The bald guy lunged at him with a dagger. Isu dodged to the side to avoid the blow, then grabbed the dagger's hilt. His other hand slammed hard into the bald man's jaw. He then executed a move to break the man's arm. He shouted, "He won't lose to trash like you, understand?" The group froze. For a moment, not one of them dared to step forward. Isu asked, "Who did this? Was it the guy in there?" Back to the fight between Chanho and Taiga. He looked at him sprawled on the ground, showing no sign of life, and remarked that he'd completed his mission. Then Taiga told his men, "Well then, let's move on. So, where is their chairman?" Just then, Haruto came running up. "Well, a long time no see, Taiga-san. How have you been lately?" He cheerfully exclaimed, "Haruto and Ritsu. Is that you two? How are you? We have to rely on you two again." Haruto warmly shook Taiga's hand and replied, "What do you mean?" "Serving you is our honor." Taiga suddenly said, "Ritsu, you look thinner. Are you embarrassed?" "I've been trying to eat more, you know." Seeing Haruto with beetle juice at his nostrils and Ritsu's battered face, he looked at the two pitiable fellows in surprise. Seems the opponent wasn't easy to chew. Huh? On the floor, bodies lay scattered, including members of IL Hack. Young Gil sat with his head down, his white vest stained with blood. Haruto replied, "Yes, it's been a long time since we've had such an entertaining fight." Guang Pao lay motionless on the floor, no longer moving. Suddenly the door opened, and a weak voice rang out. "Hey, where do you think you're running off to?" Sun Mong staggered in, mumbling, "It's not over yet, it's not over yet." He collapsed to the ground, his body seemingly drained of all energy. Sun Mong tried to push himself up, muttering that it wasn't over yet. Ritsu exclaimed, "Stubborn, aren't you?" Taiga stopped him. "Leave it to me." He stepped up beside him and said, "You've got a decent fighting spirit." Taiga sat down and helped Sun Mong to his feet. "I've heard stories about your past. Gudo of IL Hack wearing white vests. You made your name heard all the way to Japan." Sun Mong pushed his hand away. "What are you talking about? I don't understand any of this." He said, voice breaking, "It's not over yet. Big brother Chan Ho, trash like you. Big brother Chan Ho, big brother." Suddenly, he saw Chan Ho lying on the ground. A bad feeling came over him. Sun Mong shouted, "Big brother Chan Ho." Taiga replied in a low voice, "He has completed his mission. So have you." He mustered his remaining strength and punched him straight in the face. "You bastard." Ritsu cried out. "Oh, Taiga-sama, Taiga, are you all right?" He said slowly, "Gudo, your golden age is long past, yet you still managed to survive to this day. Commendable, really." Sun Mong of Gudo still tried to reach out. "I'm not done with you yet." Ritsu drew the dagger. "Then let's finish it." Taiga warned, "Don't play around. End it." He suddenly remembered. "Ah yes, I think it was in Hanamdong. How's it over there?" At that time, over in Hanamdong, Otsuka looked intently at Isu and said, "Come on out. Rugasaki's twin brothers really do look alike." He asked coldly, "Are you the owner of that knife?" He stood up, wearing a provocative smile. "So what? What do you want?" Isu glared at him, teeth clenched, and replied, "To kill you." Otsuka picked up the knife and said cheerfully, "I've been waiting for you, Isu." He was Otsuka Daiki, a former member of Japan's self-defense forces, part of a special operations unit. The identities and faces of all members were secret. Because of that, Otsuka felt bored. Even with money, status, or fame in his hands, no one knew of his existence. So after discharge, Daiki chose to join Japan's underworld. And, of course, his opponent was a capable person. He pointed the blade toward Isu and said, "Come on, show me your strength." To prove his own ability, he suddenly asked, "Were you a soldier?" Wanting to prove he was the strongest, he lunged at Isu with the dagger and said, "Just like you." Isu dodged the strike, while simultaneously controlling his wrist, then kicked hard into the opponent's leg, bluntly replying, "Not even close." Otsuka lost his balance and fell. Isu seized the opportunity and drove the dagger in with a deadly stab. He quickly rolled to the side and avoided it. The tip of the knife embedded itself in the floor. Otsuka sprang up, stepped back a few paces to keep a safe distance, wearing a sinister smile. "Oh, is that so? So I'm stronger than you," Lai Su said calmly as he looked at him. Otsuka lifted the knife. "Continue then." Isu with a streak of blood on his face. At that moment, Taiga's group moved on. He said Daiki and Kodon, there should be fine. Haruto was a bit surprised. "Huh? I heard that Kodon was beaten to a pulp. Has everything been settled?" Taiga asked again. "So now only Daiki is there?" Sun Mong tried to crawl up, stammering, "Master." Ritsu stepped forward and replied, "Yeah, right." He sat down and grabbed his hair. The knife at Sun Mong's throat cursed him. "Bastard, that guy just kicked me in the face earlier." Just then, someone suddenly placed a hand on the bald man's shoulder. As he turned and snarled, "You damn mutt, where did you come from?" A thunderous punch landed square on his face. Sei Yong and Gu Jun suddenly appeared. In an instant, they'd cleaned out those puny pests. Seeing this, Ritsu asked in astonishment, What's going on?" Boris, wearing a white suit, strode toward him, his gaze icy cold. Seeing Sun Mong under the enemy's blade, he showed no emotion at all. A week earlier, Isu opened the door and stepped into the room. He glanced over and saw Boris already sitting on the sofa waiting. Isu asked, "You're here already?" Boris offered a very slight smile. Isu went to the sofa and cheerfully said, Long time no see. Boris replied, things are different now than they were then. So you've taken control of this organization? He lit a cigarette and got straight to the point. That's true. But what about the favor I asked of you? Thinking of Gu Jun's current state, Boris said confidently, he's been trained well. Now you just need to keep using him as he is. He's quicker now and doesn't lose his temper like before. Of course, he still has many flaws, but that's enough. Nobody's perfect, Isu replied. Thanks, that puts my mind at ease a bit. Boris then asked, so what will you do next? He was a little puzzled. Do what exactly? Boris spoke plainly. You want me to join Gudo to train other members? After all, we're an organization with many different members, so transfers aren't difficult, right? I thought you'd have me act as a discreet supervisor of the members, but it seems that's not the case. So, anything you want to say now? Isu stood and walked toward the large glass door. Boris, curious, asked, got some other scheme? He laughed loudly. A scheme? Haha. Isu explained, IL hack has really weakened, so I want to give it something fresh. If an old blade is blunt, you replace it. Does that answer some of your questions? He shook his head slightly. All right, I understand a bit. If those are the things you need to do, then do them. It's fine. Everything is the same. From within the darkness, whether good or bad, it all looks black. Ah, since you already know that, I have nothing more to say. As Boris spoke, he walked to the door. Darkness usually comes with danger, so be careful of enemies hidden within it. You might not tell friend from foe. The devil claw tattoo on his head really did suit Boris's nature. Back in the warehouse, Ritsu saw the newcomer and asked, what did you say earlier? Boris walked forward slowly, staring at him with a cold, hard look, and then suddenly delivered a very powerful kick. Ritsu couldn't react in time and went flying, rolling on the ground. He raised his arm trembling and said, one kick broke my arm? Who the hell is that bastard? Boris helped Sun Mong to his feet to let him sit with his back against the wall. An old knife needs replacing. That's the only way to bring strength to the organization. Now is the time to do that. Meanwhile, Se Yong and Gu Jun were operating at full throttle, wiping out the opposition. From behind Boris, Haruto suddenly appeared. He threw a rear punch, roaring, you bastard! Who the hell are you? Boris immediately grabbed Sun Mong and dodged to the side. Haruto's punch slammed into the wall with a thud. Boris quickly stepped out and countered, raising his hand to block and asking, surely you're Gudo, right? Boris didn't say much. He kicked at his leg. Haruto lost his balance and fell. At that moment, Boris grabbed his head and slammed it hard into the ground. Taiga, seeing this, looked somewhat astonished. Ritsu shouted, are you okay? Haruto refused to give up. He sprang up immediately and continued attacking. Damn it! Boris took a few steps back. Haruto planted one hand on the ground and kept throwing punches with the other. The two engaged in a gritty close-quarters fight, when suddenly someone shouted, stop it! Sung Min appeared. He looked at Taiga and said, are you Taiga Muto of the 10 Fists? Taiga looked at the fair-faced young man before him and asked, who are you? He replied, I am Lee Sung Min, chairman of IL Hack. Taiga exclaimed, so you're the chairman of IL Hack? Why did you need to come here? Sung Min answered, I have a proposal to make. I want to speak with Mr. Muto about it. Boris turned to look at him with a somewhat suspicious gaze. At Otsuka's place, he was now ready to confront Isu. At this, he sneered. Facing you just makes me laugh. Come on over then. He immediately swung his blade very quickly. Isu blocked the strike with pinpoint accuracy. After the opening, Otsuka launched continuous attacks. Planning to use that knife to deal with me? He trapped the arm, seized the knife from him, then dropped his own knife into the other hand, and kept striking. Otsuka was provoked. Typical of a soldier, his weapon use is oddly distinctive. Learning to wield that knife like he does isn't simple, you know? Isu suddenly threw a punch that landed on his face. Otsuka flared his nostrils and let out a grunt. Seeing Isu closing in on him, he suddenly stopped and launched a kick. Isu leaned back and avoided it. Otsuka exclaimed that his footwork was surprisingly quick. No joke. He paused for a moment, then launched a new wave of attacks. Although older than Isu, his striking power was by no means weak. Otsuka kept slashing. He had calculated a meticulous strategy. He attacked at high speed, overwhelming the opponent with his strength. Sure enough, Isu couldn't counterattack. Otsuka thought to himself, but honestly, Facing me with only that level of skill isn't enough. You'll be the bastard who fails against me. He continued, fainting as he fell. Isu had paused. Otsuka thought this was the moment to strike. But just as he swung, Isu bent down and avoided it. He blurted out, "Your moves are way too obvious," and stabbed hard into his thigh. Otsuka staggered and cried out. Seeing the streak of blood running across the floor, he realized he'd come in too close. He didn't expect him to close in and strike so fast. Still, Otsuka did not retreat. He continued to attack fiercely. Isu's blade had developed a large crack. How about that? Otsuka noticed this. He swung once more, and Isu's knife snapped in two. He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. A dull knife is still a dull knife. Even broken, it can be used another way. Isu swung his hand and caught the blade. What's the harm in it being broken anyway? He plunged the broken blade hard into his opponent's neck. Otsuka hadn't anticipated this. Isu said, "This is how a soldier uses a knife. Always adapt to circumstances and regain the advantage over yourself. Now you've learned a lesson, haven't you?" He reversed the haft and hammered the butt hard onto the blade at his throat. A strangled scream rang out in the air. Otsuka collapsed to his knees. Red blood spread slick across the floor. Isu picked up his knife. At this point, everything was essentially over. All things considered, you mess with my brothers, and you deserve to die. Du Kyung stood on the rooftop, frowning as he looked at the lighter, muttering under his breath, "Damn Isu, the more I think about that lighter, the angrier I get." Sungmin stepped up from behind and handed him another one. "You can use this one too." Du Kyung took it. "Thanks, but you don't smoke. Why do you have a lighter?" He replied, "I figured someone might need it." Du Kyung remarked, "You're a smooth talker. It's good to think ahead like that." He offered the cigarette pack to Sungmin and asked, "So, do you smoke?" He declined, "No, I don't need it." Then he pulled a pack from his chest and held it up. "I have cigarettes too." Du Kyung asked, "So you think you might use them sometimes?" Sungmin stared at the pack in silence, saying nothing. He looked up at the sky for a moment, then asked, "When was the first time I met the chairman?" About 4 years ago," he agreed. "Yes, probably so." Du Kyung took a drag. "Back then, when Ryu Tae-hyung provoked you, you endured it. I could see you were quite gentle then. Now I'm not sure." Sungmin smiled ruefully, saying, "I really should have thought about the past." Du Kyung judged I was fine too. "You were very different before. You were just holding back then. Now I understand why Isu accepted you as IL Hack chairman. All things considered, you've shown a lot. But lately, it seems you've been preoccupied with something. You have no fighting spirit at all. You're not the kind of person you used to be, are you?" Sungmin's expression suddenly tightened. Du Kyung lightly shook the lighter in his hand, his voice probing somewhat. "Or are you planning to give up everything? The chairman of IL Hack, like that?" Sungmin explained. "I know I'm in a very high position. I also know what I want right now. IL Hack is indeed weaker than before. I've tried to change things, but with no effect. Even if you don't say it, I understand. I'm also aware of what I need to do." Du Kyung asked, "So what are you going to do next?" He paused for a moment. He paused a bit, then continued. "Do you think only you can do everything? What you're abandoning now isn't your pride. It's the trust of those who believe in and follow you." Du Kyung dropped the lighter into his palm. "Now that the council's gone, you don't need to pay so much attention. Whatever you do, just do what you need to do. From the start, that's how I plan to act. Show what you do. Don't waste time worrying about other people's looks. And if you can't show that determination, then you'd better give up. I think that will be good for you." With that, he quickly left. Sungmin wondered to himself how to work on what he needed to do. Back at the meeting with Taiga Mudo, Sungmin stood before him and presented his proposal. "I've come to make a proposal to Mr. Mudo." Taiga exclaimed, "A proposal? What is it? What do you want?" Many members of IL Hack lay scattered across the floor. He cracked his knuckles and spoke sarcastically. "What you intend to say? I'm not very interested right now. Everything the chairman can do is already clear enough. You're probably going to offer some benefit to calm things down, right?" Haruto nodded in agreement. Taiga stepped closer to Sungmin and said, "But I don't like that, because we're the ones holding the upper hand right now. So I can predict part of what you'll say." He stopped in front of Sungmin, leaned in close, peered at his face, and asked intently, "After I speak, do you still have anything to say?" He suddenly recalled Du Kyung's words. "Do what fits your position. Don't mind anyone's gaze." Sungmin unbuttoned his vest and spoke loudly. "Mr. Mudo, I've heard you're a very famous leader in Japan. He brushed his hair back. If these things were orchestrated by you, then I think you're a real bastard. I'm disappointed in you, truly, Tiger exclaimed. A bastard? He sneered. Well, you've even changed your tone to sound like the chairman. Sung-min reached into his vest while issuing the threat. All right, while we still show you courtesy, you better have some decency. Hearing this, Haruto shouted, What did you say, you punk? Boris snapped his fingers suddenly and said, Now you think you have the right to butt in? Shut up. Taiga laughed loudly. Haha, really? Everyone here shouldn't have too high expectations of me. I'm just a leader working for Mr. Shogo right now. But to secure victory, I'll do whatever it takes. Suddenly, a black glove was thrown straight into his face. Sung-min had shouted out so boldly, If you're a leader, how can you speak for Mr. Shogo? Then there's nothing left for the two of us to discuss here. He raised his hand and ordered, Take me to your boss. He's the one I need to talk to. Haruto and Ritsu watched the scene in complete astonishment. Gunji pushed up his glasses and waited. Se-young and Gu-jun smiled faintly. Boris was pleased, saying he finally understood. This is the true character of Il Hack now, and that guy has improved a lot compared to before. Sung-min took a drag of his cigarette. Don't just stand there waiting. Taiga pondered for a moment. Sung-min turned back to the Il Hack group and said, I told you so. Taiga suddenly laughed out loud. Haha, I'm surprised by you. He sat down and said, Mr. Chairman, I behaved badly. I judged you wrong, and for that I was rude. Taiga Mudo, repeat, I will defeat all of your men here. That is what I will do, and it is my loyalty to you. Shogo, Haruto shouted, Come on then. Sung-min called to Boris. Without a second's hesitation, Boris grabbed Haruto by the head and slammed him hard onto the ground with a thud. Haruto couldn't resist and was seriously injured. He thought to himself that the attack came too fast. Since when had that happened? Ritsu screamed, Sir. Boris abruptly stopped. Shut up. Taiga was somewhat surprised and exclaimed, Taking down Haruto, was that simple? Sung-min said slowly, Mudo, I admit you're very strong. You defeated Gudo's boss, a man who once had a glorious past. You should be proud of that. But right now you can't take down all of Gudo in the present. What you defeated was only Il Hack's past. And Il Hack now is different. At that moment, Du Kyung appeared and loudly said, Well said, Mr. Chairman. Du Kyung had a cigarette between his lips and looked at Sung-min, asking, Got a light? He worried inwardly. Rugasaki has arrived? But where's his brother, Isu? Gunji checked his phone for messages and immediately announced, It's true, Mr. Mudo. Hanum has fallen. Ta blurted, But Daiki was there. Gunji reported, Yes, because of Isu. He went there. Daiki has been killed, and Isu's team also withdrew safely. Sung-min stepped forward. All right, I'll repeat what I said earlier. Stop everything now. We'll have a rematch another time. Or do you want to fight to the death now? If so, you'll lose your life. Which will you choose, Mudo Taiga? He clenched his fist, seething inside. That bastard Daiki. I told him to retreat when he met Isu. So Hanum Dong has fallen? Right now, if I take the head of this Il Hack leader, will anything change? Taiga calculated that Hanum Dong was essentially secure. So he might as well use the opportunity to deal with Il Hack's chairman too. He stepped up close to Sung-min and loudly said, Chairman Lee Sung-min. Seeing the murderous look in his eyes, he felt a bit frightened, but still tried to show the sternest face possible, his gaze resolute. Gu-jun and the others were ready to charge. But unexpectedly Taiga said, Leave it for later. Today is enough. He smiled warmly. Thanks to you, our 10 nights launch went off perfectly. It's an honor the chairman himself attended. In truth, he schemed inwardly that, even if he had to sacrifice a little, he could still save face. But with the current situation, confronting Beck Isu is too much. The 10 Knights must pool all their forces to deal with him. Moreover, Rugasaki is over there too. Victory isn't certain without heavy losses. Sung-min ordered Oh Gu-jun and Jang Se-yong to tend to the wounded in the building. Both immediately complied. Yes, Haruto was furious. Mudo, are you really going to leave like this? He replied, Retreating now is the wise move. Taiga looked back. Inwardly, he thought this was his final show of respect for that person. Shang Min hurried over, shouting, Choi Chan-ho. Du Kyung and Sung-min helped him up. Quick, Take him to the hospital now. Du Kyung exclaimed, damn, this is bad. Sung Min's face was extremely tense. He'd never felt such worry before. Du Kyung reassured them. You did well. From now on, your responsibilities are heavy. Keep your heads high and move forward. From now on, IL Hack must stand firm under the chairman's leadership. On the 10 nights side, the atmosphere was tense. Gunji asked, so the next stop is? Taiga replied quietly, return to Mr. Shogo. We've played our part and drawn attention. Now let those guys fend for themselves. Let's see, the one sync crew said, then they quickly left. In a quiet building, a secret meeting was taking place. Wang Hao held a glass of liquor and lounged on the sofa, slowly saying one sync. Is that organization just an empty name? Wang Hao drew a dagger, held it up to inspect, and mused. Maybe it's a blooming garden. Whatever it is, another war is about to break out. Everything returns to the old ways. He raised his glass. We'll be killing each other again, and when our mouths taste of blood, we'll revel in the frenzy and forget why we ever lifted our swords. Wang Hao drained his glass in one go, then asked the man opposite, just like 10 years ago, right? Right? Director Han Hae-sung. The man in the elegant black suit smiled faintly. Director, it's been a while since I heard that title. He poured his honored guest a glass. It seems you've succeeded, haven't you? Back then you were only an ambitious kid from IL Hack. Hae-sung replied casually. Seems like you know me well. Huh? Wang Hao twirled the dagger in his hand. It's common sense. Money goes where? Rumors follow. I've accidentally heard a lot of things like information about some IL Hack trader, or where they hide. He stabbed the dagger tip into the table, his gaze provocative. The scar-faced man stared at him. Song Tae-gyu thought to himself, Wang Hao, does he know I used to be a member of Good-O? He still wore a polite expression and said softly, come on, leave that for later. Let's talk about the main plan. Our current common enemy is the Tae-san Alliance. We need to launch an all-out assault on their territories. We'll target Tae-san's weak points. Wang Hao lit a cigarette and asked, does Tae-san even have weaknesses? Hae-sung analyzed. Clearly Tae-san is a powerful organization. The twin brothers Beck Yi-soo and Beck Du-kyung, Guduilak, Cheon-woong's butcher, and several other members. But if you look at it another way, they're overly reliant on those people. So they always deploy them in every conflict. He said this as he poured wine into several cups. Then he outlined the battle plan. We'll attack all of Tae-san's territories simultaneously, so their forces will be scattered. No matter how strong an individual is, once isolated, we can handle them easily. Wang Hao laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Sounds more like sharing tips than a strategy, right? The Scarface looked at him and fell silent for a moment. Wang Hao raised his glass and cut to the chase. After all that talk, you mean you want me to take care of someone, right? Not a bad idea. So who exactly should I deal with? Hae-sung pushed up his glasses slightly. First, the plan was quickly drafted, the dagger's blade gleaming on the table. At that moment, Cheon-woong had a large crowd gathered below the building. A subordinate looked out the window and shouted, Boss, we're surrounded. Xiaolan sat in a chair with her head bowed, hair falling over her face. The subordinate reported, the one-sinks are everywhere. We have to retreat. Xiaolan stood up, picked up her axe, and said, Go ahead, I'll hold them off. Someone tried to stop her, saying she couldn't face them alone. Run, she asked coldly. Run? Do you mean I'm going to lose? Suddenly the door was slammed, and someone outside yelled, Don't go out. Xiaolan immediately rushed out to open the door. What's going on out there? She was met with the sight of a corpse lying across the entrance. The one-sinks crowding the hallway saw one of their comrades murdered right before them. Xiaolan froze, her eyes full of killing intent. A subordinate grabbed her, shouting, Hey girl, don't. He dragged her into the room with all his strength and ordered the door closed. A large table was shoved up to block the door. Xiaolan inside growled and released them. The others gripped their weapons and defended themselves. A one-sink member pulled his hood down. What do these bastards think they're doing? The punk shouted, No one is allowed in here. Get in here, you dogs. A man in black at the stairs craned his neck and said, How long are you going to play with those thugs? Taking so long to deal with this. Someone agreed, Yeah. Are you on vacation or what? Shaun said as he moved, taking out one of the men below. The accomplices looked at each other in horror. Huh, one of them shouted, You're Shaun, he complained. Ugh, it's so stifling. He pulled off his hood, muttering, My head's spinning. What's wrong? Scared enough yet? The guy suddenly realized the long-haired one used a karambit. Careful, he is the former captain of Ghost, Li Xiaon. Xiaon felt thrilled. Oh, you know me? Fancy that. You pull out a dagger like that. You can't just stand there and watch, can you? Xiaon blurted out. You even know me? How about that? Well then, I can't just stand here like this. Good, good. You're quicker than I thought. As he spoke, he dodged the masked men's attacks, and at the same time, he drove a knee into the face of one of them. Come on, struggle some more. Just as Xiaon finished off one, another swung a knife down. Xiaon snapped his elbow up, knocking the sword from the man's hand. Then he slashed that man's body. Blood spurted out quickly. A hand reached out, trying to control his knife hand. Then the man confidently lunged with his knife, shouting, "Got you now." Xiaon reversed control of the man's knife, the tip embedding in the hat on his hand. Xiaon then yanked the knife out of it. Xiaon threw the bloodied hat behind him and laughed. You lot sure cling like leeches. With that, he cut a slash across that man's throat. After handling him, Xiaon turned back to survey behind him. There were still others trying to fight back against the masked man. Xiaon loudly asked, anyone left? Where are the bosses of Cheonwu? I've cleared out half of them. Bosses, you better deal with the other two, okay? The masked men turned to look at him. Inside the room, Xiaolon struggled to break free from her subordinates. Hey, stop her quickly. She kept fighting to get away. Calm down. The underlings worried. If the leader falls, suddenly a sound at the door made all three of them freeze. Everything fell silent for a moment. Then clear knocks sounded on the door, accompanied by a call. Hey, if you don't open, I'll come in myself. By now, Xiaolon had been released, and the voice surprised her a bit. She then kicked the door wide open. Xiaolon glanced around. She was stunned to see masked men in hats sprawled across the floor with bloodstains around them. At that moment, Xiaon popped his head out and joked, "Long time no see. I've come to pick you up. Ready your things? Let's head home now." Later, everyone cleaned up and went out to the car. Exclamations of surprise rang out. Huh? What the heck did you say? Not going back? Xiaon was puzzled by her decision. Xiaolon sat in the back with her head down. As I said, I'll stay here. Stay here? Defeat Wang Hao and unify Cheonwu. Not my mission. Xiaon lost his patience and snapped. I mean, you're being way too stubborn. Do you know how hard it was for me to sneak in here? Then he recounted the current situation. It's very serious now. Allied organizations are being attacked all at once. They're definitely trying to split our forces. If we keep getting ambushed like this, providing support will be extremely difficult. And yet you plan to stay here, if you dare. He paused, a little helpless. The stronghold can be retaken later. First, everyone must regroup, but Xiaolon remained resolute in her decision. How many times have I told you? She slammed the axe down defiantly. Let me stay here. Are you deaf? I'm not leaving. I'd rather die here. I have to revive Cheonwu. That's my mission, and I'll do it. Xiaon couldn't hold it in and curled his lip, annoyed. Hey, do you find the situation funny? It's an emergency. Why won't you listen? Or are you laughing because I'm laughing? He said, raising his knife. Xiaolon, riled up, swung her axe and shouted, You sly fox, you planning to start something? Xiaon yelled back, Yeah, I've had it with you for a while. Outside, people near the car panicked at the commotion. They helped each other back, breathing like they'd seen a ghost. Let's move somewhere else quick. Then Xiaon blurted out news that made Xiaolon freeze. The kid? No, Jiang Chun. He's been injured. It's severe. Honestly, I didn't want to come here either. I want to find whoever did this to Jiang Chun and tear them apart. But that's not my mission. My job is to get you back safely. So if you don't listen, don't blame me if I snap. Please cooperate a little. I beg you. If you understand, stop acting like a moody teenager and come back. Before he could finish, a member was thrown onto the hood of the car, the windshield shattering into pieces. Xiaolon panicked, flung the car door open, and rushed out. Means she? Xiaon was stunned. What's going on? Are we being followed? At that moment, old Wang Hao appeared and exclaimed, Sigh, maybe it's because I'm getting old. Abandoned without even a goodbye. I feel so neglected. At least say farewell, Xiaolon. She ground her teeth in hatred when she saw him. Wang Hao, teacher, don't interfere, or I'll confront him. Xiaon jumped out of the car, shouting, What? Hey. Xiaolon quickly sprang forward. Old Wang Hao also swung his blade and charged. All right then, come on, Xiaolon. Then an axe and a blade clashed. Wang Hao's blade struck down onto Xiao Lan's axe handle. She flipped the blade away, then rapidly threw a punch at her opponent. Of course, Wang Hao easily caught the punch. He appraised her. Good, faster. Xiao Lan's axe arm swung again. He raised his blade to block that swinging edge. No, too hasty. You're showing all your openings. Her body lost balance and pitched forward. Seizing the moment, Wang Hao punched her a very strong blow. Xiao Lan staggered once more. Damn, I got hit. Wang Hao broke into a triumphant smile. Not bad. Xiao Lan suddenly glared and thought to herself, but over there, he also left an opening. Just as it seemed she was about to fall, Xiao Lan quickly swung her axe toward his feet. But Wang Hao quickly lifted his leg and just avoided the axe blade. Then he stomped down hard on Xiao Lan's axe. Before Xiao Lan could react, another force hit her. A kick from Wang Hao to her jaw sent her flying backward. Blood spurted from Xiao Lan's mouth. Wang Hao glared cruelly and drove his blade down. You haven't improved at all, Xiao Lan. At that moment, a small knife flew toward his face. Wang Hao quickly leapt backward to dodge the attack. Only then did Xiao speak up. That's enough. Old man, you're a bit late, but being so forward with women like that looks truly pathetic. Wang Hao, still uncertain, blurted out, You are. Sorry, who are you? I really can't remember. Xiao sat down beside Xiao Lan, checking her condition, and replied calmly, Does it matter who I am? Then he anxiously asked Xiao Lan, Hey, did you pass out? No cheating now. Okay, let me deal with the old man, so he has no objections, right? Xiao coldly looked up. Wang Hao slung his blade over his shoulder arrogantly and replied, I have no objection, but it feels strange, as if someone has stolen my daughter away from me. So I'm a bit strict, he said, taking a fighting stance. Xiao also brandished his small but skilled knife in response. Don't chase after her like that. I'm shy, you know. Wang Hao glared at his opponent. Xiao returned the cold look. Then the two lunged at each other. Time rewound to earlier. Wang Hao, smoking, said to Xiao Lan, By the way, do you know, you still haven't achieved what I expected of you, right? Xiao Lan was kneeling before him, teeth clenched, looking disheveled. Then she pleaded, Please, give me one more chance. He stood, spun his chair, and said, Come on. How many times has it been already? Why do you have to be so stubborn? Xiao Lan was puzzled. What? Wang Hao continued. The reason her obsession ran this deep was, after all, you're the third daughter of the most powerful family in China. Even without real power, you could live comfortably for life. Why not stop being stubborn and go home now? I don't much like being a babysitter anyway. Xiao Lan bowed her head, hair hanging, and said, I've run away already. Wang Hao was astonished. Run away? You even fled from my siblings and father. Right now, there's a bloody storm over the Xiao family succession. I'm just an adopted child, so I ran away, because I don't have the strength to fight them. She pushed herself to her feet as she spoke. She frowned and said in a strained voice, Organizations follow the wind whichever way it blows, so I can't trust anyone. He was briefly taken aback by that. An image appeared of Wang Hao walking alone down a dark road, his blade stained with blood. Xiao Lan clenched her fists, her face twisted, looking down. That's why I must become stronger. Stronger still. I don't want to run anymore. Wang Hao fell silent for a moment, then picked up the blade. He tossed it toward Xiao Lan's feet and said, This is a sword your father, the head of your clan, gave me when I left. 100 flowers bloom. That phrase was engraved on the blade. Xiao Lan glanced down and asked, My father? Wang Hao continued, I don't really understand the meaning behind it either. Logically, it should blossom. So why don't you give a hand? Let's see if you can make an organization bloom. I mean, bloom like a flower. With that, he turned and walked away. Xiao Lan picked up the blade and asked, Is it okay for you to give me this? He waved his hand. It's nothing special, whatever. Then Wang Hao remembered the good times with Manhwa. Before stepping out the door, he called back, I just didn't want to cling to it myself. Back in the present, Xiao was still using his small knife to block Wang Hao's blade. While fighting, he thought, His name is Wang Hao, right? According to the captain, he's one of the leaders of One Sing. Let's see what he's made of. Then the two weapons separated again, and Wang Hao swung his blade up. As Xiao moved in to stab, Wang Hao raised his other hand to block. Wang Hao then kicked and swept his leg, sending Xiao falling backward. Wang Hao coldly brought his blade down. Xiao spun his body quickly with a strong twist. He then swiftly escaped that heavy thrust. Wang Hao paused and spoke again. The way you move into your weapon. Those underlings from Beck Isu's faction are annoying. Huh? Pretty good fighting skills, Xiao said, raising his knife confidently. Come on, you're wounded yet you act like nothing happened. Wang Hao suddenly glanced down at the wound under his arm. At that moment Xiao Lan's people helped each other over, checking her condition and saying, that Tae-san blonde guy. We knew he was strong. Who expected him to be this tough? He can go toe-to-toe with Big Boss Wang Hao, maybe even better. Wang Hao relaxed his muscles and calmly said, all right, now I'm finally warmed up. Xiao called out, Uncle Jin Wung? Jin Wung in the back was flustered, wondering how he knew his name, but still answered. Xiao instructed, I'll do my best to stall him. Everyone watch carefully. When you can run, understood? Then he turned back and smiled. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean I'm going to lose. Facing an old man like this is like child's play to me. The only problem is he might not be alone. So everyone head to the Tae-san headquarters first. I'll follow behind. Wang Hao chewed on a cigarette and asked, so, when are you going to fight? Or do you prefer to keep whispering among yourselves? Xiao quickly turned. Then we go straight to the main event. So he charged at the opponent, and Wang Hao swung his blade in counterattack. Wang Hao struck, but Xiao ducked to avoid it. At the same time, he closed in on him and slashed upward. Wang Hao used one hand to parry the cut and said, oh kid, this is just a warm-up, you know. Then he swung his blade up again. Xiao quickly used his other hand to grab the hand pinning him. He immediately fell down, taking Wang Hao with him and throwing the man's slash off course. At the same time, Xiao launched a straight kick into his chest. Wang Hao's body snapped back like a bowstring. He ground his teeth in annoyance. I thought no one could stop me facing Beck Isu, but this guy will slow me down for quite a while. Xiao lunged at Wang Hao again. The man raised his blade, waiting for a counter. Xiao glanced toward the others. Those still able tried to help the wounded into the vehicle. Get up, let's go. Xiaolan began to open her eyes and regain consciousness. The fastest car sped off. Xiao kept blocking Wang Hao's path. Seeing that, he narrowed his eyes and hissed. Oh, so it was just a stalling tactic? Xiao tossed out a fishing line in response. What stalling? Instantly the line, seemingly endless, wrapped around Wang Hao. The blade in his hand was also snared by the line. The weapon was yanked from Wang Hao's grasp and flew into the air. He was momentarily stunned. This is... Xiao then swung his knife faster, calculating inwardly. My chance has come. I'll take him down. At that moment his feet were moving, when he suddenly halted and glanced to the side. A saffron-hooded head thrust a knife in, splitting them apart. Xiao grinned. Well, look who's here. Is that Kaido? Long time no see. Kaido engaged Xiao, while Wang Hao stood behind and exclaimed, Shogo's assassin finally arrived. Sorry, but I'm the one stalling, he said confidently. Xiao fought Kaido while asking, how are you? Is your leg fully healed? This won't do, he said, hugging Kaido's arm tight. Kaido sneered arrogantly, you idiot. Then a giant figure from behind swung a weapon down at Xiao. He quickly drove his elbow into Kaido's chin, then vaulted to the other side, evading that dangerous blow. He couldn't help cursing. Damn it, even you showed up? It was none other than Onizawa. Xiao stood up and added, sorry, I can't remember your name, but you're in worse shape, huh? Onizawa's eyes were rolled back, tongue lolling, drool hanging. Too many drugs. At that moment, another group of people appeared. Xiao turned to look behind him, and it was another gang of masked men. Xiao was now sandwiched like a meatball. He reluctantly blurted, look at you all. Why do I have to face such numbers? Wang Hao turned to his blade and asked, so do we only catch one Tae-san member in this mess? As he moved to pick it up, someone else reached first. A voice from that person called to Xiao, hey you sly bastard. Xiao, startled on seeing her, demanded, what the? Hey, why are you back here? Xiaolan turned back with a terrifying expression. She picked up the blade and said, Wang Hao, I told you, if you interfere in this fight, I'll kill you. Wang Hao forced a tight smile. Xiaolan continued, Master Wang, no Wang Hao, your opponent now is me. This time I'll defeat you. Xiao gritted his teeth, a bit angry. Why did you come back here? Why? You idiot, really? Stay put. I'm seriously annoyed by your actions. He then dealt with Kaido and Onizawa on his own. Xiao first lunged and struck at Kaido's hand. knocking the knife from his grip. Then Xiao twisted the opponent's arm behind his back to restrain him. With Kaido pinned down, Xiao added, "You and the others never listen to me." Xiao was using his strength to bend the arm. "Well, you probably don't feel any pain, do you?" Meanwhile, Onizawa swung an axe toward Xiao's legs. Xiao had to release Kaido to dodge. Onizawa crazily rushed in, shouting, "This time I'll definitely catch you, you bloody rat." At that moment, another man grabbed him from behind and restrained him. Onizawa laughed savagely and raised his axe. Immediately, Xiao ducked, and the swing struck the man who was holding him. He screamed, "You bastard!" Both men went sprawling to the ground. The man who'd been cut lay in a pool of blood, trembling and crying out, "Boss! Nobuhiro!" Xiao ground his teeth. "It's that bastard again." Suddenly, a thrown knife flew past his face. Xiao quickly dodged Kaido's attack. A masked man looked down at Onizawa and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Onizawa staggered up and snarled that they'd lost him. "Can't you tell friend from foe? Are you high?" he asked. Yet he himself kept drooling, looking terrifying. Then Onizawa went berserk, threw his head back, and howled like an ape. "Ah, I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you Tay's sand scum." The masked men backed away in confusion. This madman. They warned each other to keep distance. Any reckless rush would get you hit. Onizawa wildly swung his axe. "Tay-san gang, where are you? You miserable bastards." Meanwhile, Xiao was still fighting Kaido. Onizawa managed to approach and swung his axe up, yelling, "Die! Tay-san scum." Xiao immediately slid back to dodge. Damn it, but he already had a wound in his side that was getting worse. The two of them were ganging up on him. Kaido looked cautious now, while Onizawa crazily licked his lips and drooled, looking sick. Both fixed their gaze on Xiao. Xiao thought, in this situation, it's lucky Xiaolan came back. It would be too much if I had to deal with Wang Hao as well. Meanwhile, Xiaolan was punched in the jaw by Wang Hao, who sneered, "Wonderful, absolutely insane." Xiaolan gripped the blade tightly and ground her teeth. Not done yet. She swung. Wang Hao bent to dodge and then continued. "Oh ho, you've actually improved a bit, haven't you, Xiaolan?" Then he turned and kicked Xiaolan again. Xiaolan flipped backward, thinking he was still out of her reach. He's too strong. He launched a blow that sent her flying and kept taunting that she was still as weak as before. "Xiaolan." Wang Hao stepped closer to her. He looked down and said, "There are no participation prizes in this class, you know." Meanwhile, Xiao had another new wound. Kaido lunged his knife toward Xiao's abdomen. At the same time, Onizawa wildly swung his axe and charged in. Xiao placed his hand on Kaido's back in one smooth motion, then spun and delivered a kick to Onizawa's face. At the same time, he grabbed Kaido's arm and yanked him hard to the ground. Xiao coldly raised his knife. Kaido raised his hand to block blood spraying out. Xiao ground his teeth and said, "Hey, I don't feel much pain, but that's too far." Then Kaido clamped down on his wrist. Onizawa seized the moment and swung his axe to attack. "Die, I said die." Xiao quickly turned that way, feeling annoyed. This damn crazy bastard again. He then flipped over, putting Kaido on top as a shield. The slash missed. Xiao slid away to create distance. Now he started to feel discouraged. This is more troublesome than I thought. The masked men saw him slowing and whispered, "That guy's getting tired, get ready." Xiao noticed they were targeting him. Damn, those bastards are aiming at me too? A prolonged fight would be bad for me. I have to finish them with a decisive blow. If I retreat and keep dodging, this'll never end. Having decided, Xiao leaped forward. Onizawa's axe glanced off and struck his shoulder as he charged. He gritted his teeth and flipped the man's arm up, then closed in and carved a long gash across him. Blood spurted. Onizawa screamed in pain. Xiao kept going and took down another man. Next, Kaido quickly shifted into an attack stance. Xiao swung his knife and pushed Kaido's blade back, asking, "Hey, that right leg the captain hit, it's still not fully healed, right?" Then he thrust his foot toward Kaido's knee. The knee bent grotesquely, and Kaido collapsed to the ground. Then Xiao raised his fist. I don't use fists much, but without another word, Xiao punched with a crushing blow, Kaido's head smashing into the ground. He couldn't react in time and spat a mouthful of fresh blood, then lay motionless, no sign of life. Xiao surveyed the scene and said, "As expected, he's out cold." Now, the masked men finally surged forward. This has never happened. He single-handedly subdued both of our main fighters perfectly. Our only chance is now that he's weakening. Xiao looked up and glanced at them. Still, many of them were charging like maniacs. They probably think this is their one chance to take me down. How optimistic, bless their confidence. You're still green, you damn bastards. Saying that, he used the fishing line to rush at the masked group. Xiao bent down to avoid the stab, then closed in and restrained the man's arm. Immediately, he coldly drove his knife into that arm, then slashed again across the opponent's throat so he couldn't resist. Xiao shoved the man he'd just dealt with forward. Then another guy lunged in and managed to slash him across the body. Xiao let out a cry, thinking, damn, these aren't ordinary thugs. Then Xiao was thrown back. The henchman muttered that whether it was Boss Nobuhiro or Boss Kaido, getting hit like that would kill them. Right then another man appeared and coldly said, "Get out of my way, you idiots." As he spoke, he drew his sword, then called out, "Hey," and Xiao turned to look. He saw Shogo, his eyes dark and addicted looking, pointing the sword at him. Xiao drove his knife down onto Shogo's blade, but Shogo thrust his sword straight into Xiao's waist. Xiao cried out, "Oyama, Shogo." He replied, "That's right, I'm Oyama." The look on his face was nasty, like a wild animal. Xiao felt incredibly unlucky. Damn it, no wonder I fell uneasy today. What was that step? Turns out it's because I ran into this bastard here. Shogo drove the sword hard into his waist. It's been years since someone actually stabbed me in the stomach. I wasn't complacent for a sec. He glared and asked, "Kid, you're Beck Isu's teammate, right?" Then pulled the bloodied blade out of Xiao's belly. Shogo continued, "The reason you failed is because you met me. Accept your rotten fate. You chose the wrong boss, so you die." He raised his sword to strike down. Xiao raised his hand to block and smiled coldly. "Oh, so you're saying it's all my captain's fault, huh?" Then he twisted his body to dodge the blow. Blood from the recent cut kept flowing. Suddenly, a masked man grabbed Xiao's leg tightly. He glanced toward Shogo. Shogo gave a smug smile and swung his sword. Thus, Xiao took a slash to the chest. Xiao could no longer resist. The blood gushed out in torrents. He lay on the ground thinking, damn it, I'm in this because of Beck Isu. Am I done for? At that moment, a henchman exclaimed, "He's finished. We've captured Li Xiao of Tei-san. This time, they've really taken heavy losses." Upon hearing Tei-san, Onizawa turned in that direction. Then he swung his axe and charged, shouting, "Tei-san died." Someone quickly stopped him. It was Wang Hao. He threw the axe aside and cautioned, "Hey, wait a second." Then he turned and grinned at Shogo. "I didn't expect you could take that guy down so easily. You really have skill. We meet again, don't we? Now that he's down, what are you going to do with him?" Wang Hao asked as he sat down to observe Xiao. He replied, "Let him live. We won't kill him right now. To be honest, if we can control him, we might be able to use this guy to lure Beck Isu. Sounds good to you? Then I'll take him first, because if it's Beck Isu, I also have plenty to settle with that man. I have to make use of him." Xiao's eyes were still half open now, but he had no strength to move. Cut to another location. An empty street at night, not a soul in sight. Du Kyung was walking along. As he walked, he asked, "Is the cleanup nearly done? What a mess this is. It's fine to end it here." Suddenly, Du Kyung froze at something he saw. He saw Sung Min standing solemnly, holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Du Kyung came closer, offered a lighter, and said, "You've worked hard." Sung Min started and turned. He replied, "No, I didn't do much." He reached for the lighter, but Du Kyung pulled it back. "Oh dear." Then he lit it for him and said, "If there are things that must be done, you can do them. Let's consider it finished here. From now on, you'll start a new job." Sung Min scratched his head and gave a wry smile, as if being scolded again. Du Kyung urged him, "Do you know holding a lighter like that gets hot?" Only then did he realize and move closer. The next image showed Sung Min receiving the flame from Du Kyung. Afterwards, Du Kyung asked about the good-o uncles. Sung Min replied thoughtfully, "Everyone was seriously injured, especially Choi Chan-ho, whose condition was more severe." He asked again, "But can you stay here like this?" Sung Min fell quiet for a moment. "You said we each have our own duties. My work isn't finished yet." Then he glared forward angrily. "The Ten-Fist sect and one sink. Taking these guys down is my job." Du Kyung nodded in agreement. "Scary, isn't it? Do what you need to do." Suddenly, Se-young burst in, panicked, calling for the chairman. Sung Min asked, "What's wrong?" His expression turned serious. Even Director Beck should hear this. Li Xiaon was heading to Dongjiagu. Cut back to Hanamdong. At that moment, Isu, walking on the street, received a phone call. He quickly picked up. On the other end, Du Kyung was sitting in a car reporting that Li Xiaon had been captured. The forces in Dongjiagu have fled, but it seems only he got trapped there. You know what you're thinking? Du Kyung understood his hot-headed brother well. On the line, Isu interrupted. Even if you don't say it, I get the idea. I'll get there quickly. Du Kyung leaned back in the seat in frustration. What did you say? I'm not trying to stop you, but this time it's not your turn, Isu. He would go to Dongjiagu to handle things. Isu's eyes sharpened as he tapped his fingers. Decision made. Du Kyung continued. Lee Sung-min has returned to headquarters. Go to join their team there first. Isu said Il Hack already is good-o. He replied. Their condition doesn't look very good. Taiga Mudo has arrived in Gwanak. They were injured after confronting him. They're twins, but one of them has to stay behind to watch Tae-san, right? Understand? Just do that. Isu said while driving. Don't joke around. Boris is over there, so it's fine. I'm coming over too. Whatever you say won't stop me. His voice was resolute. Du Kyung sighed. He didn't know why he was still trying to persuade him. The car stopped. We're here, Director. Stepping out, he continued. If you wait, you'll be too late, so I'll get to work. If you want to come. Go ahead, you'll arrive soon. Isu shouted. Wait for me. What if you get in danger too? How could I survive? Du Kyung pulled out a hair tie and said, Really, just go on. He tied his hair up as he continued. You underrate me. You're thinking too low. I'll show you. Oyama Rugasaki is not to be underestimated. Ending the call now. After hanging up, Du Kyung told Se-young, Kid, hang back. It's been a while since I warmed up. Leave it to me. The boy replied in surprise, Yes, sir. Du Kyung eyed the crowd blocking him and remarked, This is a bit crowded. The masked men look somewhat uneasy. Beck, Isu looks a little different, doesn't he? Someone exclaimed. At the mention of Rugasaki, the whole group panicked. Rugasaki, why is he here? What? Someone even asked. Who's Rugasaki? Du Kyung on this side wore a cold smile. Then he sprang forward. Charging in, he drew a knife from behind him. While parrying one man's blow, Du Kyung called out, Let's see what you can do to me. Then he grabbed the throat of the nearest man. He quickly slashed at the man's body. The man's knife fell, and Du Kyung caught it. He cut again across the man's wrist. A scream of pain rang out. He didn't stop and continued plunging the knife. A spray of fresh blood splashed up onto his face, making Du Kyung look even more terrifying. One man was down. He looked toward the others. Then he raised a knife and said, Don't just stand there. Rush in. It's been a long time since I've been this entertained. Cut to Tokyo. A voice rang out. You're later than expected. Is everyone here? Tetsuji asked seriously as he adjusted his tie. The assistant checked his watch and replied, Yes, everyone's here. The chairman is 3 minutes late. He smiled and said, Is that so? Suddenly, I miss Gunji, which left the assistant mildly surprised. Then he continued, There's news from Korea. It seems the QB faction has clashed with Tae-san. Although you said you'd stay out of Korean affairs because Rugasaki is involved, we are still monitoring the situation. Given the current situation, Tae-san might lose to QB. Tetsuji froze, took out a pack of cigarettes, and asked, You think so? Then he looked out and changed the subject. Anyway, we're already 3 minutes late. Once more the assistant asked, dotting the I's. Tetsuji decided to stop and have a smoke, then suddenly asked, What do you think of Rugasaki? The assistant looked puzzled. What do you mean, sir? He passed the lighter over and continued, Whatever else, I want to know what kind of man he is in your eyes. The assistant asked, May I be frank? Tetsuji smiled and said, Of course, speak freely. He bowed his head. I thought Mr. Shogo would inherit the whole company, simply because he's the chairman's descendant. As he spoke, he opened the lighter case, and with the authority he has shown, that seemed obvious. Of course, many support Rugasaki and want him to be the successor, but I'm not sure he has the ability to deserve that reputation. What I see in him is incompetence and uselessness, undeserving of the position he holds. Most of the younger members of the association think the same. Tetsuji smirked. Is that so? I see. Since Rugasaki came to Korea, things change a lot. He asked again, Are you referring to last year's incident? He stubbed out his cigarette and replied, Yes, whenever I think of that, it's regrettable. He shouldn't have been left alive. Anyway, what I mean is that he now is very different. You haven't seen what Rugasaki is truly like. Cut to Do Kyung. Now the masked men were panicking among themselves. Is that Rugasaki? He wiped the blood off his face and said with a grin, "Call him Rugasaki if you like, but call me Do Kyung to be friendly." Immediately, the masked men lunged forward to grab him. Do Kyung twirled the knife in his hand and said, "First, 3 of you." First, he flicked one man's knife away, then shoved hard into the man's chest and reached a finger toward his eye. What happened next is obvious. The man screamed in agony. "Ah, you bastard, how dare you!" Do Kyung quickly slashed across him. Blood sprayed, and he could no longer scream. Another man charged in, but was shoved and took a slash from him. Another man behind his comrade lunged forward and immediately took a slash to the leg. Then Do Kyung sat down and made another cut into the calf. Another man charged. "Where do you think you're going?" He launched a kick at him, but Do Kyung caught it, then sliced upward. Blood gushed everywhere. The remaining men clamored, judging that taking out 3 guys in an instant seems on par with Becky Sue. Huh. Do Kyung heard this, tossed his hair, and said, "Now you're comparing me to Becky Sue too? All right, I'll grant you that wish." Then he removed the hair tie and let his hair down, looking even more terrifying. Suddenly a massive figure charged in, yelling, "Rugasaki." Do Kyung turned toward the sound in confusion and saw Onizawa charging like a mad bull. Finally, I've found you, Rugasaki." Se-young stood behind and shouted, "Let me handle him." Director Do Kyung simply raised his knife and laughed. "No need. He's a fan of mine. Let me autograph him then." As he spoke, he shot a terrifying glance back over his shoulder. Onizawa swung his axe. He ducked to avoid it. Onizawa stumbled forward but still shouted, "Die, all of you." Then he turned back to forcefully confront Do Kyung's knife. He stepped back, thinking to himself that there was no way he could block that axe with his sword. So then, Onizawa kept lunging forward, swinging the axe. Do Kyung tilted his body and managed to dodge. Then he circled back to the side. Do Kyung raised a small knife. He rushed in and struck hard at Onizawa's axe blade. When the swing missed, he used his other knife to slash into the opponent's abdomen. The axe blade was poised to come down on Do Kyung, but it was still a bit short, so he was unharmed. Not stopping there, Do Kyung's eyes suddenly lit up bright. With a knife in each hand, he hacked repeatedly at Onizawa. Blood sprayed everywhere. Onizawa spat blood as he turned to look at his opponent. Then he gave a pitiful, agonized cry. "Uh-huh." Do Kyung turned back and said in a low voice, "You should have just gone down quietly." But Onizawa, like a stubborn ox, kept charging at him. He thrust the knife into the blade of the man's axe. Then he slammed it hard to one side. But Onizawa still had another axe in his other hand that he was swinging at. Do Kyung said coldly, "Isu only struck once?" Then he turned and delivered a cut that sliced off several of his fingers, and with those fingers the axe clattered to the ground. Onizawa stared in shock at his severed hands, alongside the gleaming axe blade lying on the ground. He collapsed, clutching the wound on his arm and screaming. The screams went on for a long while. Then Onizawa still managed to gasp, "I'll kill all of you. Both of you will die." As he craned his neck up, Do Kyung delivered a finishing slash. Fresh blood spurted out everywhere. There was no way he would survive. Then he narrowed his eyes and muttered about killing and slashing. What a hassle. At that moment, Se-young and the others stood at the back, stunned by the scene. Onizawa's men now panicked and cried out, "No, we shouldn't have confronted Rugasaki." Then the whole group dropped their weapons and ran, while the masked men shouted after them in alarm, Hey, what are you doing?" The others fled in disarray, screaming about Rugasaki. One man ran up to Do Kyung, pointed at himself, and hurriedly asked, "Do you remember me? We met in Oyama." Do Kyung uttered a sound as if recalling, "You're Ryohei, right?" Ryohei grinned obsequiously. Yes, that's me." Rugasaki inwardly thought, "Lucky me." On this side, the assistant was still puzzled by Tetsuji's words, never having seen who Rugasaki really was. "What do you mean?" He just smiled calmly and replied, "That's what I mean. You haven't seen who Rugasaki truly is." Tetsuji recalled Do Kyung's former image and exclaimed, "Shogo holds that much power now? Ridiculous. If only you could witness the real Rugasaki." Turning back to Do Kyung, he called out to Ryohei. Did he respond? Without hesitation, he sliced from the wrist up to the shoulder, making him cry out in pain. Ryohei immediately fell, clutching the long wound that couldn't stop bleeding. Du Kyung continued, "All those before him are enemies. No one will be spared. Kill them all." His appearance now resembled a fiend from hell. They don't deserve to live. Se-young and the others, hearing this, braced themselves for battle. Se-young's group rushed forward. The Japanese men's crew fled in terror. Du Kyung nonchalantly stood amid the chaos and smoke. Tetsuji's voice rang out. "So, take this chance to see what Rugasaki is really like." Afterwards, Du Kyung tied his hair up again. He smiled as he stepped forward, while Se-young dealt with the masked men. You ducked to avoid a masked man slash, thinking to yourself, "They're already beaten, just a bunch of low-level thugs. This should be manageable." Thinking that, you handled the ones charging it. Then he looked over at Du Kyung. Director Beck Du Kyung, who knew he was this strong. Unlike Beck Isu, huh? Is he the real leader? Du Kyung walked while tapping his phone, marveling. "Great, just great. Everyone, charge." Then he looked at the missed calls on the screen and thought, still unreachable, but his face tensed with worry for Shaun. Damn it, hang on a bit longer. You're not someone who goes down easily, right? If anything happens, Isu will kill me. Thinking that, he looked up at the massive building before him. Inside the building, in a room, Shaun had been locked up here. When he came to, he was stunned and blurted, "Ah, what the? I'm still alive." Wang Hao opposite him spoke, making Shaun startle. Awake already? He sat with his legs crossed, a table of wine beside him looking utterly relaxed. At that moment Shaun realized he was tied up. His face pale, he said, "Water, please give me some water." He snorted coldly, then raised a large bottle of liquor and smiled. "Sorry, but I don't have any water." "How about this then?" Shaun, weak-faced, sighed. "Hayes, can't you see I'm injured? You should feed the sick properly." Then he asked, "So why are you sparing me?" Wang Hao replied, "Sparing you? You're lucky to be alive. And if we kept you, Beck Isu would have to crawl in the dirt, wouldn't he?" Shaun gave a bitter chuckle. "Lure Beck Isu? You really think you're capable?" Wang Hao poured a glass of wine and said, "Who knows? I just like acting on impulse." Shaun sighed. "Is that so?" And he tried to wriggle his hands, thinking, "Damn it, can I get out of this?" His physical condition wasn't great either. Wang Hao set the cup down and said, "Don't fantasize anymore. I acknowledge your strength." As he spoke, he slid his chair back, then sat down in front of Shaun and reached his hand toward him. "But right now it seems I can beat you, can't I?" Shaun smiled and said, "Wow, so confident. Then untie me and we can continue fighting, okay?" Wang Hao thought he didn't look too well at the moment. Shaun smirked. "You'll only know if you try it." He turned his face away, refusing cheap provocation, which made Shaun furious. Damn it, and he got curious. "By the way, what about your opponent Xiaolan? How is she doing? The foster daughter, right?" Wang Hao exclaimed. "Unfortunately, she didn't make it in time," which puzzled Shaun. Not make it in time. He insisted he was about to catch her, but she slipped away. Shaun blandly repeated that she got away. Meanwhile, his hands tied behind him struggled to wriggle free. Suddenly, he sneered, ridiculous, as if she actually escaped. "You're not very good at lying either, are you?" Wang Hao said, scratching his head and laughed. Cut to outside. In a narrow alley, Xiaolan, lying unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. She was lying on a pile of garbage bags. Xiaolan sprang up and cursed. "Damn it." Then she held her face in exasperation. "What the hell am I even doing, you idiot?" Suddenly, she noticed a saber lying beside her. Cut to another scene. A car was speeding down the road. Isu was extremely anxious now. Suddenly, another car shot out of the tunnel ahead. The cars collided in a very dangerous crash. After the collision, 3 cars came to a stop. Someone climbed out of one of the cars. Isu coolly opened his door and stepped out. The masked man immediately radioed in. Team 6 confirms Beck Isu is near DGO Bridge and is surrounding the target, requesting backup at the scene. Isu was now surrounded by a bunch of people, but he calmly leaned against the car and said, "Surrounding me? Surrounding me? Really?" Then he lit a cigarette and took a leisurely drag. He then glanced with those sharp eyes toward the group. "Impossible." Behind him, some masked men muttered. One sneered, "Is that Beck Isu? He looks like a low-level lackey." Another warned, "Stop it, or you're dead." At that moment, a radio reply came back. "Support from affiliated organizations is on the way," which made him ask puzzled, "Affiliated organizations? Not the army?" After listening for a moment, he answered, "Copy that." Then he turned back and ordered his men, "Support's coming, stall them." Hearing that, Isu stood up straight back up. He withdrew a knife from somewhere and warned, "If you're coming, then hurry up. We're in a rush here too." Right then the man who had sneered lunged forward. So Isu threw the cigarette he was smoking at him. He caught it and was surprised. "What the?" "A cigarette." And because he was wearing a hat, he didn't notice when he bent down. "Damn, terrible visibility. Keep your distance." Before he could create distance, Isu leapt in and slashed twice at the tendons in his elbow. Another man attacked him from behind. Isu grabbed the hand of the man he'd just slashed, then yanked it forward, slamming it into the man charging in. At the same time, he plunged a blade into his neck, blood spurting out quickly. After that, Isu intercepted another man who was rushing at him. Another man crept up to attack his legs, the blade poised to stab his leg. Isu simply sliced lightly at the hand of the upper attacker, while lifting his leg to dodge the strike. Then he stepped down on the hand of the attacker below. Then he quietly grabbed that man's knife, and with two knives in his hands, he slashed at the two men surrounding him, fresh blood spraying. Not stopping there, Isu's eyes lit up wildly as he cut and stabbed. Long gashes appeared across his opponent's bodies, and the masked men had no strength left to resist. One body, covered in cuts, collapsed completely. The remaining men watching this broke out in cold sweat. This monster, Isu, bleeding all over, looked terrifying. He looked over and spoke. "Not coming up? Or should I go up then?" Just then, a car appeared at the end of the road. The masked man breathed a little easier and exclaimed, "They're here." He recalled the earlier call saying backup from affiliated organizations was on the way. He wondered, aren't affiliated organizations supposed to be the military? Someone on the other end answered, "Yeah, I heard they're Japanese." At that moment, someone in flip-flops stepped out of the car. That person spoke up in Japanese, arrived earlier than expected. Seeing him, Isu thought inwardly, could this be the strongest man in Japan? Then he forced a smile and glared at him. "That's right, Mudo Taiga." Cut to 1 hour earlier in Dongjaku. At that moment, a voice sounded outside. "May we come in?" Then Shogo released his sword and said, "Come in." Taiga entered and said, "Greetings, sir. I have just returned. I heard you achieved a resounding victory. I'm ashamed to have missed it." He stepped forward casually and replied, "Not at all. I heard you defeated Gudo of IL Hack. That was a splendid debut for us." He looked at Kaido as he spoke. Kaido bowed in acknowledgement, then quietly walked out the door. When praised, Kaido smiled and said, "You're too kind." Shogo leaned back in his chair and continued, "But I have something to ask." Taiga asked, "What do you want to ask?" He put on a sinister expression and questioned, "I heard Baek Do-kyung appear at the scene. So why did you retreat?" Taiga closed his eyes in frustration. Indeed, Baek Do-kyung is a problem. Then he began to explain. "After assessing the situation, I decided not to waste more energy." Shogo asked coldly, "What do you mean by that decision?" Taiga replied, "Everything I do is to make you the ultimate victor." He was cut off. "That's not it." Then with eyes like a demon, he stepped forward. "My question is why you acted on your own. I want to fight by your side because I have absolute faith in your strength. But right now, we're master and servant, and I intend to use you as a sword." As he said this, he drew his blade from its sheath. "But if that sword has its own will and makes its own choices, then I will no longer use it." Saying that, Shogo let the sword drop to the floor, then growled, "Do you understand me?" Mudo Taiga. Taiga fell into a brief silence, then knelt, slammed his fist on the floor, and admitted his fault. "It is my fault, sir." This Mudo Taiga dared to forget the duty of his sword. "Please give me another chance. This time I will. Use my whole heart to fulfill your will." Cut back to the present. Taiga appears by Isu, arriving earlier than expected. Baek Isu looked like he'd been given a shot of rooster's blood as he ripped off his coat, looking fierce. Isu, just as mad, glared and growled, "Isn't that right, Mudo Taiga?" He stepped forward and asked, "What's so funny?" Isu replied casually, "Why, I'm feeling rather lucky today." The answer left him puzzled. "Lucky?" He held up the bloodied knife and continued, "Actually, I'm a bit worried whether you'd come to Dongjaku or not. And yet here you are appearing right in front of me." Taiga's expression quickly shifted into something terrifying as he marveled. The Rugasaki brothers truly are something else. Then let's begin. Their faces looked like two lunatics who'd caught a wave, grinning with excitement. Isu charged forward with a sword in each hand. Taiga wildly threw a punch. Isu ducked and dodged that blow, but he analyzed inwardly. I sensed this before. The preparatory motion is slow, but the strike comes terrifyingly fast. At that moment his attack was grabbed by him. Taiga charged close to Isu's face and sneered, deliberately lunging in. How reckless! Thus his somewhat weaker body was yanked up into the air by him. Then the fist came down toward his face. Isu steadied the other hand, holding the knife and thrusting upward. The two attacks collided with each other, the outcome still unclear. The masked men outside watched without blinking. See anything? At least one of them should be dead, right? On this side, Isu stood frozen in a stance. He had successfully cut a line across Taiga's arm. Taiga laughed. If you'd been a moment slower, you'd be dead. Then he shoved Isu's other hand, making the knife fall. Isu quickly thrust his knee up to attack the opponent, but Taiga, without hesitation, drove his forehead down to meet it. Isu, astonished, exclaimed, "You're using your forehead to block?" He quickly grabbed Isu's wrist, then flung Isu away and threw him hard toward the car. Before he could react, a foot came down preparing to stomp his face. At a glance, that kick looked brutal, could crush his skull. But Isu leaped out of the way and prepared to counterattack. Taiga swung his fist again, and that blow sent Isu sliding back. He laughed with excitement, a knife planted in his arm. "Oh, you really are different." Then he flicked the knife to the ground. "Playtime's over for now." Isu snorted coldly. "Playtime?" A bit disappointing that, saying that, he began to take off his outer jacket. Then he tossed it aside and lunged into bare-knuckle combat with Taiga. As he surged forward, he landed a solid hit to Taiga's face. Taiga also threw a strike, which Isu dodged by leaning aside. While fighting, he assessed inwardly that Taiga had the edge. So, he had to attack relentlessly, without pause. So Isu began to pour his strength into a barrage of punches. Taiga was a bit off balance and took several of his blows. Sliding across the ground, he said, "The stage was just set up. Why rush it?" Taiga's eyes lit up as he began to swing his fists. Then he slammed a heavy punch into Isu's gut, bending him over. Surprisingly, Isu caught it with both hands. Suddenly, Taiga dug in his strength and dragged him away. Then he slammed the back of Isu's head hard onto the ground. Taiga grabbed his collar and hoisted him up, then slammed him down once more with a brutal thud, adding, "Not finished yet." A masked man broke into a cold sweat. Is Beck Isu being overwhelmed? By now, Isu's head was bleeding from repeated strikes. He, in this posture, remarked, "It's been a long time since I've been slammed to the ground like this. Previously, you must have been roughed up by Godot too, right?" With that, he kicked at Taiga's shoulder. Taiga swung his fist again. "So he even knows joint locks, huh?" Immediately, Isu leapt up and spun around, then drove a knee straight into Taiga's face. After that, he dropped down and landed on the ground. Taiga staggered. Isu spun again and kicked once more. "Don't get cocky. Not over yet." This kick succeeded in sending Taiga sprawling across the ground. The large body slid for a while before finally stopping. The masked men were baffled. "Is it over already?" Then he pushed himself up and started laughing. "Ha ha ha. Really?" As he raised his head, his face grew even more terrifying. Indeed, it's thrilling to fight a strong opponent. Isu rolled up his sleeve, revealing the dark, burn-scarred arm from before, veins bulging as he warned. "Cut the nonsense and get up. Let's continue." Then proceed. Taiga tried to steady himself by leaning on the rail. Isu wiped his face and stepped forward. Taiga looked down at the deep wound on his arm again, then clenched his fist tighter and said, "Now I understand." Isu heard that and frowned, asking, "Understand what?" He recounted, "The first time we met, I attacked you from behind unexpectedly. At that time, I thought I was overwhelmed by your presence. I thought it was a defeat for me, but now I've realized it was the competitive spirit of a man, the desire to beat you, and the will to fight. It's been a long time since I felt these emotions. I didn't expect I'd become so cowardly. Thank you, for you have tempered me once more." Isu cut him off in a growl. "Enough with the nonsense." Stalling for time, Taiga crossed his arms and continued. "So this is my reward to you. A compliment," he said. Then he lowered his hands, and then extended his hand toward Isu. So fallen satisfaction. Taiga assumed a ready-to-fight stance. Isu didn't reply and immediately lunged to attack. His punch was blocked by Taiga. Then he was tossed away forcefully, and Taiga chopped down hard onto his shoulder with his hand. Isu fell over, then spun and launched a kick. Then looked up and asked, "Didn't you say you defeat me? Only defending?" Saying that, Isu pressed his lips and swung another punch with force. That punch seemed to land squarely in Taiga's stomach, but he caught it with both hands. Isu's punch stopped right in front of Taiga's chest. Suddenly, he snapped a kick into Isu's cheek. He leaned aside and was stunned inwardly. A high kick from close range, karate, is it? Done. Isu took the chance to throw a punch at Taiga's gut. He, too, raised his fist again. Isu took that blow and stepped back. At this point, he also spat out a mouthful of blood, but still lunged forward and struck the opponent's stomach. He clenched his teeth to stop the bleeding. Taiga now also began to look tired and glanced downward. His next punch made Isu stagger and slide backward, but he quickly rose onto his toes to regain his balance and charged up, once more unleashing a very strong blow into Taiga's body. Taiga wouldn't be outdone and swung a punch at Isu's face. He quickly countered with an uppercut to the opponent's chin, and then received a punch to the cheek. Taiga, in turn, took an identical hit from him. They kept trading blows back and forth, neither yielding, as if they felt no pain. At this point, Isu thought, attacking continuously without guarding. If so, whoever lands a decisive strike first will win with just that one blow. Calculating that, he spun to deliver a kick, but Taiga leapt up to sweep his leg, saying, "I've seen that move a lot. You're too impatient." So Isu's body fell to the ground. Before he could get up, Taiga's punch came down, a very powerful hit, as if he wanted to smash his face to pieces. After that blow, he had to breathe out. He was still in his punching stance, while Isu lay motionless as if unconscious. Taiga stood up straight and kept his eyes on Isu, marveling, "Dangerous. It's been a long time since I've met a punch like that. Anyway, you do seem slightly ahead of me in offense. I'll give you that." The masked men watching wondered if Isu had lost. Another quickly disagreed. "No, it's not over yet." As Taiga was about to turn away, he glanced back over his shoulder. Surprise registered on his face. Isu rose, blood dripping, and cried out, "Competitive spirit. Your blood's boiling, isn't it? You think this is fun? Want to know what a boiling blood feels like?" His expression was now utterly terrifying. Half his face stained with blood, he looked toward his opponent. "I'll show you. The feeling of blood, so hot it dries up." Then he suddenly lunged to attack Taiga. Taiga raised his hand to block, thinking too fast, but the attack was fairly simple. At that moment, Isu's fist punched his arm away. Then he swung his fist again in one motion. This time he successfully landed a punch on Taiga's face. Taiga's face contorted. Inwardly, he was stunned. What? He's still this strong? No. He seems even stronger than before. Under constant attack, Taiga seized Isu's shoulder and delivered a kick to his butt. Then Taiga stared forward again. He assessed, "Is this defensive stance the one you're most practiced at?" Then took another kick from Isu. "But your legs are weaker than before." Indeed exhausted, he grew confident in his guess and swung his fist, only to be sent tumbling backward by a kick from Isu. His face skewed, he spat blood, and unbelieving, exclaimed, "W what?" The huge body dropped heavily to the ground with a thud. Taiga lay there stunned for a moment, unable to react. Isu sprang up and shouted, "Is blood so hot it dries up?" He drove his foot down hard onto Taiga's face. Suddenly surprise registered in Isu's eyes. Taiga blocked the stomp with one hand, baring his teeth. Pathetic, Beck Isu. Then he grabbed Isu's leg and began punching his calf. Isu thought indignantly, "Damn it, he still hasn't gone down." Now Taiga staggered to his feet again, dried out, but with an unwavering will to win. "I don't fully understand what drives you, nor what made you like this." But he slammed his fists together forcefully. "I also want to savor this fight a little longer." At that moment, Isu bent down to pick up the knife. Then he lifted it forward. He said nothing, his expression cold, as if accepting the opponent's offer. Taiga's expression grew more exhilarated than ever. Cut to the tall building. Inside the lobby, both sides were brawling. Kyung was continuously stabbing and slashing at the blockers, but he was extremely anxious. Finally, they got inside. The problem was how to find Li Xiaon here. They were more numerous than expected. At that moment, someone rushed at him to attack while he was distracted. Then the attacker quickly took a punch to the face. Se-Young appeared in time. The two moved closer. Du Kyung said, "First we have to find the person, then we can decide what to do next." Se-Young replied, "I know Li Xiaon, right? Du Kyung? We can't waste any more time here. Find him and get out fast." "Got it," Se-Young answered clearly. With that, the two split off to continue the mission. Du Kyung charged back in, slashing at the small fry. Suddenly someone shouted, catching his attention that way. "Beck Du Kyung, you came snooping around here by yourself this time?" The other said as he stepped down the stairs. "I thought you'd hide behind your little brother again." Du Kyung's expression turned sour when he recognized the guy. It was none other than Shogo. He drew his sword confidently. "Come on, this spot's for you, Beck Du Kyung." Du Kyung ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. "Wherever you go, trouble follows you." Then he pointed the knife at the other and declared, "This time I'll kill you. Stay right there." Cut to Isu. He was still facing off against Taiga. His hand held the knife forward, but Taiga kept advancing. Isu's eyes remained calm and razor-sharp. He quickly slashed, forcing the opponent to jump back to dodge. Then the attacks from both sides began to clash again. Isu thrust and grazed Taiga's shoulder, creating a small wound. Taiga glared and grabbed his wrist, then struck with a knee. Isu raised his own knee to return the blow. Both were then pushed back by that force. Isu swung the knife in his hand, then stabbed hard toward Taiga's outstretched arm. His arm already bore several wounds. He thought each move was lethal. That dagger was too dangerous. Yet, Isu plunged the knife in once more. He threw a punch at the hand holding the knife. The punch was strong, but Isu still gripped the knife tightly. Isu silently looked down at his hand. Taiga lunged with a punch, saying, "Small tricks are my specialty." That punch landed squarely on his chest. Isu quickly recovered his balance and continued to stab with the knife. This time, Taiga struck his arm, causing the knife to fall. Taiga grinned smugly, but Isu spun and delivered a kick to his face. Taiga spat out another mouthful of blood. Isu seized the moment to reach and pick up the knife, only to be kicked in the shoulder by Taiga. Isu quickly slashed the knife into his abdomen, but his face was grabbed by that large hand. Once again, Isu's head was slammed hard into the ground. He tried again to stab upward with the knife, but Taiga caught it. He let out a shout, accepting this, then pinned Isu down and dragged him along the pavement. From below, he tried to slash the knife into Taiga's hand, then took the chance to kick up at the opponent's chin. Taiga's body also hit the ground hard. He was stunned for a moment, then pushed himself up, marveling at Isu. Amazing that he could still attack in that state. At this point, the two were still facing off against each other. A masked man, taking orders from someone, warned his comrades to prepare. When he runs out of strength, we rush in. Taiga, meanwhile, was calculating inwardly. Deal with that dagger first. Lure him into hand-to-hand combat. Just land one strike, just one. As he thought that, he tightened the wound on his arm. Isu now rushed to attack first, throwing a punch to start. Taiga looked down at his trembling fist and thought. His right hand could only clench like that for now. Then he confidently said, "Once I know how you'll attack, everything will be easy, including this whole hand." As he spoke, he gripped the hand, holding Isu's knife tightly, relying on that crude little weapon. Isu hadn't had time to react. When Taiga drove a knee up and sent him backward, he continued, "That was your mistake." Isu now seemed to have given up. His body went limp, and he fell backward, hitting the ground hard. Taiga, exhausted, looked down at him, at which point Isu spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried to crawl up, his gaze growing sharper and more feral. Taiga broke into a sweat, grinding his teeth. This monster. Isu sprang up and noticed the knife by Taiga's foot, but Taiga quickly stamped hard on the blade, then turned and said, "It's over. Now he can't wield a weapon anymore." Hearing that, Isu twisted a frightening smile. "Can't hold it, huh?" As Taiga's fist swung, he dove underneath. He leaned to the ground, braced with one hand, and kicked Taiga's leg. Then, he rolled his body over, then kicked again into his face. Taiga spat more blood, wondering, did that guy let me hit him on purpose? Isu quickly landed another punch on his face. Taiga's face stretched as if it would split apart. Taiga, momentarily unable to resist, thought inwardly, "Yes, Beck, Isu, I admit you are the strongest." Yet Taiga lay sprawled on the road. Isu stretched out his crooked, curled fingers and asked, "Want a little more fun? Get up, is that all you've got?" Then he turned to the masked group behind him. "Ah, you guys are here too. They panicked, raising their spears defensively. Isu's hand trembled as he tried to light a cigarette, adding, "Come on in. Don't be shy." As he spoke, he tore his sleeve, revealing old tattoos and burnt scars. He wrapped the cloth around the knife handle, then faced Taiga, who was trying to push himself up. Both his hands trembled more violently. He wrapped the torn cloth, tied it tight, then with bloodshot eyes snarled, "All of you, come in, save us the trouble." Over by Shaun, he was dazed, staring at the opponent. Seeing Wang Hao keep drinking, he questioned, "How long are you going to keep drinking?" The man was dazed. Shaun continued, "If you've kept me alive until now, you must have some purpose, right? I'm getting bored too. Hurry up and finish this." As he said it, he managed to loosen the ropes behind his hands. Wang Hao finally set the bottle down and replied, "Your personality is something else. If we're talking about what I want, there is one thing." As he looked up, Shaun finished untying him and launched a kick. He said coldly, "Is that so? Then I'll listen to that later." He then tried to get up while Wang Hao lay motionless. Shaun picked up a jacket, put it on, and pinched his nose because it smelled. "Damn, is this really the only thing here?" After opening the door, he even waved goodbye. "See you next time, Uncle." Shaun didn't notice the corner of the man's mouth twitching. He hurriedly ran out, wondering, "Where is this? Still in Dongjak District? Seems it didn't take me far." Suddenly, he ran past a patrol, and they, seeing Shaun, exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What's this? How did you get out?" Immediately, one grabbed his face and pressed him against the wall. Another man lunged with a knife. Shaun ducked just in time to avoid it. Then he bolted. "I don't have time to deal with each of you one by one. Besides, I'm not in good shape," he thought as he clutched the deep wound in his belly. Shaun halted at the foot of a staircase. His face went pale. "Please, spare me. Forget it. I'm really tired." A group of people sat on the stairs looking down at him. They spoke up. "What? Kid, when did you get out here?" At that moment, a familiar voice came from the top of the stairs. "What are you planning to do to that kid? Why bother mocking Shaun a bit? He does look pitiful, doesn't he, kid?" Shaun breathed a little easier and retorted, "Do you have a right to say that?" Xiaolan, carrying a blade over her shoulder, said, "Enough. I get the situation anyway. Just get the kid out, and that's it, right?" Cut to the foot of the stairs where Isu was fighting. He was facing a group of masked men, with Taiga struggling to push himself up beside them. Taiga looked up, thinking he's still going to continue. He's reached his limit. Why does he still want to fight? The masked men cautiously advanced toward him. Isu called out, "Why so slow? If you don't come in, I'm leaving, you know." Hearing that, one masked man immediately charged in. Isu quickly threw a punch, but the attacker noticed his trembling fist. That man wrapped his arms around him and shouted, "So, Beck, Isu has reached his limit after all. Everyone, rush in." Isu was slammed hard against the car, but he quickly regained his senses and began pushing the man, restraining him away, cutting a few times as he did so. Then Isu gritted his teeth and glared at the man beside him who was attacking. He reached for the car door handle, then threw the door wide to block that guy's stab. Isu quickly stamped down on the hand stuck on the door. Then another guy jumped up and kicked him hard, sending him into the car. He excitedly lunged forward with a knife. Isu tilted his head and dodged it. Then he reached out, grabbed the man's head, and drove it down hard. At that moment, another man tried to attack him from behind. The knife came down, and Isu raised his hand to block. The attacker pushed down with his other hand, using force to hold him. Isu quickly rolled over and pushed the man's wrist away. Then a slash across his throat sent blood spraying everywhere. The image of Isu now was of him continuously swinging the knife and stabbing like a butcher. The guy whose hand had been stuck by the car door widened his eyes in horror and stared through the window. Then his gaze met Isu's cold stare. He quickly slammed the door shut and turned his attention to him. The man broke down crying, hiccuping. Taiga was also dazed, witnessing the scene. What kind of strength does this guy have after all? Even at his limit, how is this possible? That man was begging, "Stop, please spare me," then immediately took a kick from Isu. Taiga still couldn't believe it, wondering how he could stand up and keep fighting. What on earth made him so resilient? While he was stunned, Isu called out, "Hey, you hurry up and die too. Why just stand there watching? Are you scared now?" Ta frowned, then smirked. "All right, I understand. Thank you, Beck Isu. I've learned a lot from you in this fight. You're both an enemy and the strongest person I've met in Korea. so let me try fighting you again once more. Right then, Isu's vision began to blur. He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear his head. Damn, my eyes are starting to close. Ta launched a punch. He bent down and dodged it, but his knees could no longer hold him steady, and he collapsed face first to the ground. Taiga seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "So that's it? Indeed, your body can no longer hold on by willpower alone." Isu struggled to crawl up, pounding his thigh and snarling, "Shut up." At that moment, a masked man seized the chance while he couldn't control his body and ordered everyone to rush in. "Eliminate Beck, Isu." Taiga looked that way and continued, "Those guys rushing to fight and take you down, that's not a fitting in for you in this match. If possible, let me finish this with you." Isu heard that and gave a cold smile. What nonsense is he talking about? Then his eyes grew blank. Didn't you hear him tell everyone to charge? Do I need to say in Japanese or what? Taiga then turned back and nodded. All right, if that's what you're thinking then. Suddenly a noise came from the end of the street. The masked men looked toward it in confusion. The sound grew louder and louder. Then a motorcycle came speeding into view. On it was Deadline holding an iron rod. Deadline appeared, eyes a little terrifying, and shouted, "Beck, Isu." Isu and Taiga stared there in shock. Then the wheels began to skid faster. He swung the iron rod up. Isu tried to push himself up. Suddenly Deadline struck Taiga on the head with the iron rod. As a result, his body went rigid and he fell again. While Isu was bewildered, that voice called out, "Beck, Isu, this will cost you dearly." Then he spun the bike around to block the masked group. Cut to another scene. A blood-stained blade appeared. Xiaolan had just taken care of a few of them from the stairs. Xiaon helped and marveled. "Wow, that's scary, isn't it?" "Hey, how did you know to come here?" Xiaolan asked. "Do you know what's going on?" Xiaon, covered in blood, replied calmly, "It's fine." "Hey, do you have a phone? Lend me it for a sec. As you can see, I'm in this state." She tossed her phone down. Xiaon caught it quickly. "Oh dear." Seeing the phone strap, he asked, "You like stuff like this?" Xiaolan, embarrassed, ran down. "You bastard, that thing." Xiaon quickly dialed someone while reassuring, "There's nothing wrong. Only I know about this, no one else." The person on the other end picked up quickly. "Hello." Xiaon cheered. "Oh, it connected. Are you calling Yuan?" "Director Cha. This is Li Xiaon. She asked about you." "Li Xiaon? Have you met Xiaolan already?" Xiaon leaned against the wall and answered, "Yes. Well, a lot happened along the way, but we could use some backup. How are the others?" Yuan sounded a bit tense. Word is Li Xiaon was kidnapped, so Beck Isu and Director Beck Du Kyung came to Dongjak. Xiaon couldn't hold on and suddenly sat down. "I knew this would happen." On this end, Yuan continued reporting the situation. "It seems the meeting location was mistaken. I only heard Director Beck Isu is fighting the 10 Fist group. But after he went to Dongjak, Beck Isu couldn't be contacted anymore. Not sure if he got stuck along the way." You hurriedly asked, "What about Good-O? Do they have forces heading to help?" Yuan watched Sung Min and the others and replied, "There's been some trouble on this side, too." At that moment, the three of you were stepping into the lobby when someone appeared at the door. That person's footsteps entered. Hearing that, Xiaon jumped up. "Damn it. Why now? Then we'll handle it here." He quickly hung up and, serious-faced, said, "Let's go Xiaolan. We'll assist Director Beck Du Kyung." Xiaolan panicked. "What? You plan to go in that condition?" Xiaon, exhausted, still answered, "Now's not the time to moan about headaches. What's his number again?" Then he quickly dialed again. "Ah, I remember. I told you keeping him there was the right call, right?" Xiaolan, puzzled, asked, "Keeping him? Who?" Xiaon smiled and replied, "Yes, our trump card, a stubborn one no less than Beck Isu." Cut back to the previous scene at Tae-san. Deadline stood with his arms crossed, frowning and asking, "Are you kidding me? Better to have killed me back then. And now you want me to follow Tae-san?" Xiaon smiled and explained, glancing at Isu. "Hey, don't do that. We're in a hurry too. Both sides are attacking. We need more help." Deadline snapped back. "Now you're asking me, someone who used to be your enemy?" Xiaon's been friendly, so I asked him. "Anyway, we've treated you fairly, right? We're veterans. Help each other out. Honestly, you're a mercenary. We'll pay you." Suddenly, Isu sneered, lit a cigarette, and said, "Same background, huh?" He calmly told him he's different from us. We don't want to be treated the same. Xiaon held his head in despair, while Deadline incredulously blurted, "What? Isu's eyes went cold. From the start, you're just a weapons smuggler on the battlefield. You only care about money, right? Honor, trust? Those things probably mean nothing to you, huh? You only chase short-term gains. Someone like you wouldn't act, even for money. It's just because you're scared, right? Even if paid, you wouldn't dare. Hearing such direct insults, Deadline flew into a rage and lunged forward. Isu moved quickly, kicking the table aside. He grabbed Deadline by the face, then slammed his head hard into the ground. Shaun sat amid the chaos, holding his face in despair. Really, I told you I'd talk to him. Even after being subdued, Deadline shouted. How are you any different? Just a bunch of discharged bastards acting like thugs. Isu asked again, a gangster who was discharged. So that's what you think, huh? Then he affirmed himself. Maybe there's not much difference. I've been betrayed by someone I trusted and lost comrades to him. Deadline frowned. What the hell are you jumping about? Isu continued about being discharged. Well, that's reasonable. Even I don't feel like a soldier anymore. Like you. Maybe I've lost honor and trust too. But I'm not some money-chasing bastard. I'll take revenge. If the end means becoming the leader of a gang to get vengeance, I'm willing to do it. As he spoke, he pulled out a knife. Then he jabbed it hard beside Deadline's face, the tip of the blade driven into the floor. If you're the kind led around like a dog, you'd better choose your master clearly. Deadline now saw the look in his eyes reflected off the shining blade. Back in the present, Deadline called out to Beck Isu. That's Deadline, right? The masked men were bewildered. Why is that guy attacking our side? Deadline drove the bike toward Isu and said, look at your sorry self. With that appearance, what do you think you can do? As he was trying to push himself up, his expression froze. Then he warned Deadline, look back. Taiga, unknowingly, had already risen and swung a punch. He revved the throttle quickly, then maneuvered the bike smoothly to avoid him. Lifting his helmet visor, Deadline frowned and said, what the heck is that monster? He can still get up with wounds like that. Then he asked, how much will you give me if I catch him? Isu replied bluntly, if you take him down, I'll give you the whole place. He's not an ordinary man. That guy is called the strongest in Japan. Deadline frowned even more. You mean it's serious? Then he surveyed Isu's condition and wondered, did those wounds come from him? It's surprising Beck Isu was defeated like this. Now's our only chance. Thinking that, Deadline called out. As Beck Isu spoke, he brandished the iron rod in front of Isu. Let's withdraw, get up. Just remember one thing. I never wait for anyone at my back. Isu smiled and gripped the other end of the iron rod. Then he sprang onto the motorcycle. Deadline turned the bike to face the massed crowd. They shouted, they're escaping, catch them. Deadline twisted the throttle hard, then roared off, leaving a cloud of smoke. Isu glanced back and muttered, this bloody stunt. Deadline asked, memories coming back, huh? Then he revved and started throwing up smoke. The whole bunch scrambled into the fog like blind mice. Oh man, I can't see a thing, just charge in. At that moment, the iron rod appeared in front of one of them. Deadline maneuvered the bike brilliantly, taking out each of them. Then he even sped toward Taiga and called out, you're quite valuable. See you around. With that, Deadline really took off, leaving the masked men dazed in the swirling smoke. Damn it, they got away. Chase them. None of them noticed Taiga. He then dropped to his knees, then tried to look back and exclaimed, Beck Isu. At the scene, only Taiga remained. Cut to Sung Min's side. At this moment, Gu Jun and Boris stood still when someone appeared. The newcomers spoke when they saw them. Wow, look at this sharp-dressed crew. What kind of thug house is this? Every time this happens, I really feel left out. What good is wearing a big badge? That guy is Officer Won-ho, right? Director Han. He turned, and another man, Han Hae-sung, appeared. He stepped forward smiling and said, so for now on we must change things. Isn't that the reason the One Sing project exists? Behind him is Goodo's former third, Ju Sung-tae. Hae-sung looked at Sung-min with a fake smile. Long time no see, Director Lee Sung-min. You just frowned and gave him a displeased look. Then the man kept going. Chairman Lee Sung-min of IL Hack. Meanwhile, Yuo was off to the side, trying to make a call. She was extremely tense. Pick up, Director Beck. On that side, Du Kyung was complaining. Seriously, the phone's been ringing nonstop. Then he confidently said, I'm pretty famous around here too. Mr. Shogo surely knows, right? Shogo now had eyes like a crazed beast, brandishing his sword and grinning. Du Kyung raised his knife and declared, This time I'm definitely going to kill you. Just wait right there. Shogo drew his sword and arrogantly replied, What are you waiting for? I'm coming right now. Then he stepped down the stairs, warning his men, no one interferes. Baek Do-kyung is mine. I hope this time my blade will reach you. Baek Do-kyung must be different from last year, right? You don't want to die like your friend, do you? Do-kyung fell silent for a moment after hearing those words. Se-young seemed to sense something. Then he anxiously called Director Baek. The director immediately spoke up to caution him. It's okay. Move to the side. Se-young cried out tense. Just now, Director Baek's expression. Do-kyung advanced forward. His pupils, already red, now glowed even brighter. Shogo casually smiled, saying, How long has it been since we faced each other like this? Before Shogo could finish, Do-kyung lunged into attack. Shogo was startled and hurriedly swung a cut to block Do-kyung's approach. He bent down to dodge. Then he raised the knife again and slashed. Shogo lifted his sword to parry, but a small wound had already appeared on his face. Then he slashed, knocking Do-kyung's blade backward. He raised both hands to shield himself. Se-young handled Shogo's henchman while also watching Do-kyung's movements. Indeed, his moves were slightly different from before. Do-kyung stabbed forward to attack again. Shogo pushed his sword upward to block, then used force to swing a diagonal cut downward. Do-kyung ducked to evade and then rushed forward again. But Shogo's sword point appeared right in front of him. He slashed once more. A small wound also marked his face. He grit his teeth and swore, Damn it. Seeing that, Se-young panicked and shouted, Director Baek. Then he threw a punch, grimacing at the man attacking him. After dealing with him, he looked toward Do-kyung in confusion. Couldn't the Lord hear anything? Indeed, Director Baek was very agitated now. On this side, Do-kyung bent down to pick up another knife. Shogo raised his sword. What's wrong? Your moves are too obvious. Not like you at all. As he said that, he brought the sword down. Do-kyung raised both knives to block, shouting to hold his mouth. Shogo stumbled back, then continued. It's been 5 years, and you haven't changed at all. Back then you threw yourself in like a moth to a flame, without thinking. Do-kyung swung the knife. I told you to shut up. He threw a knife at him. Shogo caught it and kept taunting. Your bodyguard died because of that too. What was his name again? The more Do-kyung heard, the more he lost his composure. He recalled how that person had exclaimed, What? You? Baek Do-kyung was the leader? Who would have guessed that? Do-kyung angrily stabbed down, warning, Don't mention that name again. You don't deserve to speak that name. Shogo also swung his sword to attack, sneering, You think I crave that coward's name? I only remember that he died a humiliating death like a dog. Now the two sides were face to face, hand to hand. Hearing him, Do-kyung glared and snarled. Die like a dog, huh? You'll end up far worse than that. Cut to another scene. At this moment, the trio Won-ho, Hae-sung, and Ju-sung Tae were lounging around in someone's office. Then Officer Won-ho slammed the table and barked arrogantly. Hey, what's with this cold reception for guests? Look at this. There's no effort put into welcoming me at all. This is just rude. Do you need something shoved in their mouths before they talk properly? Just then Sung-min and the 3 men entered. Gu-jun bowed and asked permission. Excuse me, I'll wait outside. Sung-min waved him off. Sung-tae watched Gu-jun's retreating back, thinking to himself, he looked familiar. Who is that? Then his gaze shifted to Boris and the other guy, and sure enough, his hunch was right. The old cop put on an air of superiority and tapped the table. What is this? Director, how do you greet guests like this? Oh, we almost forgot. Now you're the chairman. Huh? You look impressive. Sung-min calmly sat down opposite them and replied, I've been thinking about how to properly receive you 3. As you probably know, we're in a sensitive spot due to many recent incidents. I wasn't sure whether to greet you gently or take another approach. Let's hear what you have to say first, then we'll decide. The cop couldn't help himself and sneered. What? Did you swallow rat poison? Gentle my foot. Then Hae-sung spoke up. Chairman, there's no need to be so tense. We're just here to propose a few things. He sat down in the remaining chair. Sung-min nonchalantly pulled out a cigarette and asked, Propose what? He continued, No, perhaps it's more accurate to call them suggestions, which made Sung-min frown in puzzlement. What? At that, Hae-sung revealed his intention. Why don't you give up Tae-san? Tae-san is just an external organization with no roots. Right now, they're merely using us to vie for power in Korea. I know the chairman has worked very hard. You've done everything to survive, so you need an organization to lean on, right? In that respect, Tae-san is clearly a smart choice. I'm sorry we couldn't help you earlier. Back then, no one expected you'd become this strong. But now Seoul is starting to recognize who you are. You've proven yourself, so please give us a chance to wash away past mistakes. Saying this, he placed his hand on his knee and bowed to Sung Min very respectfully. Let us serve you and allow us to stand under Il Hak's name once more. Sung Min began stroking his chin, pondering and analyzing their motives. Cut back to Do Kyung. His short dagger was still clashing against Shogo's long sword. Continuously being knocked back by him, he thought to himself, damn it, he won't give me a chance to counterattack. Shogo's katana is really a nuisance. Shogo, bored, brought the blade down and split the round table behind Do Kyung in two, saying, you think the issue is just about the sword stance, Baek Do Kyung? The important thing isn't the sword, but what kind of sword it is. Do Kyung frowned. What? He continued. You're the type who relies entirely on the knife in your hand. Quick and unpredictable. Especially good at controlling the tip of the blade. No one can match your knife skills. Even Taiga has to admit that. He said you're like an Itami. Explain. Itami means the person standing at the cutting board, the only one allowed to use the main board. The one responsible for making all kinds of sushi and handling the fish. They're masters with knives. Do Kyung lunged forward and swung a cut. Barking. What nonsense are you spouting? He ground his teeth. That should have hit this time. Shogo raised his sword. His anger was like a hazy smoke in his eyes and a fire between his brows. But I know your fatal weakness very well. As he spoke, he slashed across Do Kyung's face. Luckily, Do Kyung dodged half his body back. Still, Shogo continued, even if this is cheap provocation, I'll do whatever it takes to take you down. Taiga told me to give up martial arts and just focus on beating you. But he also said this, and as he spoke, he kicked him. Instead of learning martial arts, learn how to understand you and how to beat you. Do Kyung stood up, wiped his face, puzzled. What are you talking about? Shogo recounted. From then on, I started watching you. How you walk, how you run, what you worry about and what shakes you. How you hold a knife, how you grip it, and where you aim when you slash. I carved all of it into my head, pondered and swallowed each bit. The better I understood you, the more I hated you until I felt sick. The fire in my chest flared to the top of my head, scorching my eyes. But I endured it all. Back to the present. Shogo had grabbed Do Kyung's wrist that held the knife. Then he glared and spat out. Just to beat you. You bastard. My sword is reserved only for you. He swung the sword into the air. My sword isn't for Japan, not for Oyama, nor for anything in this soul. Baek Do Kyung, this sword exists because of you alone. Shogo glared as if preparing to chop down. Se-young turned and, seeing that, shouted in panic, Director Beck. At that moment, the blade of the sword was about to strike Do Kyung. Rewind a bit. Isu had seriously asked, why do you put your index finger on the blade like that? Do Kyung looked at the knife in his hand and answered, you mean like this? Putting it there makes the tip. He was cut off by his younger brother. That's uncomfortable. I tried a few times, but gave up. He began to analyze. He'd always moved too violently since he was a kid. Of course, his legs were fast, so sometimes that was an advantage. But while he's recovering like now, Do Kyung seemed unable to listen. So he tossed the cigarette box at Isu and called, hey Beck, Isu, you've never beaten me since we were kids. You get my point. He set the knife down as he spoke. Then he began to twist his wrist and frowned. Haven't fought in a long time. How about a match? Loser buys cigarettes, okay? Isu could only stay silent and pushed himself to his feet. After a while, they were still at the training place. Isu sat calmly while Do Kyung lay flat on the floor, groaning, fate, you monster. Then he, unwilling to accept it, pushed himself up and teased. Again, once more, come on. Isu calmly replied that with his current condition, it's no good. No matter how many rematches, the result would be the same. Your fight with Manager Jang last time was already a miracle. Manager Jang isn't the issue. The issue is whether you can beat Shogo. Do Kyung was suddenly annoyed at being lectured by his younger brother. Dream on. You think you can do that? My brother cut you off. First I have to deal with his katana. The weapon I'm holding is clearly a short-range knife, and less durable. And you're saying I should rush and relying on speed that's already inferior? That's basically suicide. He got up and said, stand up. Let your little brother show you a trick, huh? Isu looked down at his brother with a cheeky smile as he spoke. Back in the present, Du-kyung decided to kick Shogo in the knee. Then he violently tossed his leg backward. At the same time, he spun his body. Then he drove an elbow into his face, making it twist to the side. Shogo gritted his teeth to stop the blood from spurting, stunned, thinking, then spun and struck with an elbow. Is it a new trick? Shogo staggered, trying to keep his balance. Du-kyung spoke. You know, you remind me of the old days. Back then you always told me to cool my temper. Isu told me the same. Am I really that hot-headed? He glared back. What did you say? Du-kyung, are you saying I should learn to use a sword like you to get past you? Isn't that the idea? Then both of them lunged at each other again. Shogo slashed hard. Du-kyung blocked with his knife. He spun to throw another elbow, but Shogo raised his hand to block and thought, not this old trick again. Their hands slammed into each other, when suddenly Du-kyung pulled away, leaving Shogo astonished. His eyes were incredulous. He couldn't react in time. Then Du-kyung slashed him once in the belly, making him curl and fly backward. Du-kyung said coldly, what a pity. I was aiming for a single, really strong stab. Shogo propped his sword on the floor to steady himself. Blood began dripping from the wound. Unable to stand, he dropped to his knees and clutched the wound. Later he pushed himself up. Now I get it. You're imitating your little brother, right? Du-kyung flashed a teasing smile. Shogo crazily charged again, shouting, you dog brothers. As Du-kyung attacked, he laughed. Let me remember what Master Beck Isu said back then. Isu said that if you recklessly rush in, you'll fall into Shogo's trap. Facing someone with a longer weapon isn't one by simply charging. You must find an opportunity the opponent doesn't expect and deliver a decisive blow. When that long sword comes to a stop, that's when the sword is at its slowest. Seizing that moment, Du-kyung rushed in close to Shogo. He grabbed the hilt of Shogo's sword. Shogo didn't anticipate this move and couldn't react in time. Du-kyung threw him with a backward takedown, yanking the sword away. His body crashed down onto the floor. At that moment, his own blade was pointing down in front of him. Du-kyung, his gaze dark, raised the sword, preparing to drive it down. Cut to Sungmin. Hae-sung is still bowing before him. Let us serve you, and allow us to stand once more under the name of Il Hack. Sungmin rubbed his chin, thinking. Wonho inwardly exclaimed, damn, he's a venomous snake. Somehow he ends up clutching Il Hack. But in the end, he's still just a bastard. So what does our young master plan to do? Then Sungmin, damn it. He propped his chin and asked, is that all? Sometimes a proposal, sometimes a threat. Say what you want. Hae-sung kept going. I said, listen first, then we'll decide how to handle it. At that, the old cop took off his glasses and couldn't help but jab. Whoever Lee Sungmin is, he sure talks smoothly. Acting like you're doing me a favor, huh? Sungmin leaned over for Boris to light his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, that's right, I'm the chairman after all. Then he waved his hands. Yeah, back when we went fishing with you, it was fun. Scheming every way to worm into the main association. Trying so hard, we couldn't help but laugh. Are you sure you've stuck the straw in the right place? Hearing that, he went mad with anger. That bastard. Sungmin turned to Hae-sung. Han Hae-sung, why suddenly so quiet? Think it over and tell me. As he said this, he stepped up in front of him, then looked him dead in the eye and questioned him. Who is helping whom? Hae-sung glanced back. Sung Tae seemed to get the hint. Hae-sung grabbed Sungmin by the collar, while Sung Tae lunged forward with a knife to do the obvious. You were stunned by their brazen move. As the knife was about to plunge into your throat, Boris quickly leapt out and punched Sung Tae. He twisted, face contorted, fell to the floor, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sung Tae slid along the floor in a pitiful display. He tried to look up, thinking to himself, this beats even the stuff I've heard from the Russians. Boris stepped in front of him and said, a bit rude but usable. This is getting interesting. He said it with an incredibly scary smile, then added, I'll especially skin you alive. Sung Tae's expression turned just as mad. A strange thrill lit his eyes. Cut back to Du-kyung. He still held the sword aloft. Shogo's henchman looked over in confusion. Sir, Lord Shogo, Se-young sneered. Is he beaten? Du-kyung spoke. It ended like this last time too, right? Shogo is strange. What? He gritted his teeth. No, last time I planned to end it like this too, but in the end Then, Du Kyung lost his cool and shouted, "What exactly do you want from me? I said I'd hand Oyama over to you. If you want it, take it all. I said I'd come to Seoul. I gave you everything. What?" He stabbed the sword hard down beside Shogo's ear as he spoke. "Why can't we live like brothers?" He calmly said, "That's precisely the problem." As he spoke, his hand fumbled for the knife beside him. "Baek Du Kyung, you've never wanted it all, nor have you wanted to hate everything. You live in the delusion that you can embrace everything, and that arrogance only shows you don't know your own limits." Du Kyung narrowed his eyes. "So in the end, you still haven't changed, have you?" Shogo's eyes immediately snapped wide open. The hand holding the knife was covered in blood. It was Du Kyung who had driven his knife down at the sight of that move. He declared that you and I can only end like this. You and I. This is the only outcome. Shogo ground his teeth and hissed, "Baek Du Kyung, kill me. Finish me off." At that moment, Kaido shoved Du Kyung, sending him stumbling backward. Du Kyung promptly slashed up at his hand. Kaido turned and barked at his men. "You idiots, what are you doing? Protect Shogo-sama." Then a mob of henchmen lunged toward Du Kyung. Se-young panicked at the sight. "Director Beck." At that moment, a shout rang out, warning him to duck. Se-young ducked just in time as something flew straight over his back and plunged into the back of the man, attacking Du Kyung. Blood sprayed into the air. He then rushed in to deal with the other attackers. Turning back, he saw a blade stuck in that man's back. A sword? Really a sword? Li Xian had thrown that blade with all his strength and shouted that the blonde had arrived too. Xiao Lan anxiously caught him and scolded, "You idiot, I lent it to you, and you just tossed it out like that." Du Kyung and the others hurried over in alarm. "Li Xian, where did you come from? How did you get out?" His expression was extremely worried. Then he warned, "With that wound, you should head back, right?" Xian forced himself up. "Do you take me for patient?" "I'm fine." Just then Kaido stood up swearing, "Damn it." He muttered angrily, wondering why that unlucky bastard showed up here. What the hell is Wang Hao doing? Thinking it over, it did feel strange. One sink. Where did that army go? Upstairs, a group of people were looking down into the hall, observing the situation. It was the masked group. Their leader called out, "Not time to give the order yet." Cut back to 1 month earlier. Hae-sung was walking alongside Department Head Jang. He sighed, "Hayes, the family is bigger than expected, isn't it?" Department Head Jang replied coldly, "Family? They're just passing guests." Hae-sung chuckled, "Is that what you think?" Their eyes all gleamed with ambition. "If you're not careful, you might lose your bowl of rice. Same table, but more mouths to feed." Department Head Jang stopped and asked bluntly, "So what are you suggesting?" He snarled, "We need cuts, too many mouths to feed. You know how it is. If you don't prune branches and leaves, they'll only cause trouble. If it grows unchecked, no one will dare climb up anymore." Department Head Jang is an expert in this field, isn't he? Department Head Jang pulled out a cigarette and replied, "Pruning is important. But is there any way?" Hae-sung quickly lit it for him, then answered, "QB said they'll use troops to stir up trouble in Taesan. This is a war born of hatred between Shogo and Baek Du Kyung. Plus Jeorang is divided. I think Wang Hao is the cause." Department Head Jang kept walking and asked why. Hae-sung didn't understand why he had changed so much. He used to be like a wild dog. Now he's become an unpredictable snake. Moreover, he's now linked with many factions, making him even harder to read. So we need to check him, see whether he's driven by emotion or choosing for the common good. Department Head Jang. Then Wang Hao will take charge of Cha Yua's Jeorang and one more spot. Hae-sung pushed his glasses up and replied confidently, "I'll hack, leave it to me." Department Head Jang asked, "You've tried this before, right?" Then all the organizations in Seoul will be wiped out. After that, Department Head Jang turned and left. "Okay, I'll talk to the police chief. I'll lend you 1 sink. Use it freely." Hae-sung asked in confusion, "You won't personally act?" Department Head Jang turned back and smiled. "You said the table stays the same while more mouths show up, right? Our plan hasn't even started yet. You stay here and tidy things up. Leave the rest to me." With that, he walked off alone. Back in the present, Hae-sung was still sitting at Il Hat, while Boris was facing off against Song Tae. He tried to stand, frowned, and muttered, "Damn, that punch packed a punch." He spoke in Russian. Boris, surprised, asked back, "Oh, you speak Russian?" Song Tae began to pull his shirt down, revealing a tattoo symbol of some organization, and said, I lived there for a few years. Boris was intrigued. With family. Huh? Which group are you with? Song Tae. No organization. Compared to you, we're just tiny shrimp, but we know a lot of interesting things. For example, who shot the big boss and ran? Even who Maxim is. Boris quickly drew a gun and aimed it at his face. Song Tae remained cocky, taunting. Ah, so this is the gun? A single bullet to deal with traitors. Boris gritted his teeth, veins bulging. You do know a lot, sewer rats. The old cop, annoyed, spoke up. Damn it, ruining the mood and then babbling on. Hey Sung, losing patience, shoved Sung Min's hand away. I'm getting pissed too. Why did that guy suddenly rush out? You've been putting on quite a show, still the same as always. He looked at the other with contempt. Hey Sung stood up and said reluctantly, looks like our negotiation failed. As he walked off, he waved his hand. But you should think it over, Mr. Chairman. Song Tae also knocked Boris's gun away and sneered. You should think carefully too. Obcharka, the answer might be elsewhere. Sung Min kept the gun in his hand and signaled with his eyes. Boris pressed his lips and looked at him, and Hae Sung smiled slyly. The objective was achieved. Just keeping that Boris around would be enough. At that moment, they walked past Gujun. Song Tae kept glancing after him. He couldn't help but turn back for a clearer look. That silhouette looked painfully familiar. The image of that person flashed through his mind. Song Tae's face filled with disbelief as he blurted, no way. At that moment, Hae Sung's phone rang. He quickly answered. Yes, this is Han Hae Sung. Department head Jang asked if everything over there was okay. Hae Sung replied with satisfaction. There were some hiccups, but overall things are going according to plan. I hear Shogo and Baek Do Kyung are fighting. When one of them dies, we won't let him finish his sentence. Right now, Department head Jang ordered, stop this, which puzzled him. What? Department head Jang paused, stopping in his tracks. He ground his teeth. If Shogo dies, it'll be a big problem. Hae Sung was baffled. What's he talking about? Everything was about to succeed. Department head Jang continued. Follow my orders, protect Shogo at all costs. And one more thing. Hae Sung's hand trembled as he held the phone, his face stunned as if he couldn't believe it. On Shogo's side, Kaido frantically shouted to hold him back. Try harder. Just then someone appeared behind him. It was the masked one-sync group. The whole gang froze and looked in that direction. Do Kyung, slashing like a butcher, demanded, where have you been hiding? So you finally showed up? One masked man stepped forward and called to Baek Do Kyung. He looked up, huh? The man continued, stop here. That's confusing him. What? He announced. I received 2 orders from above. One is to arrest Oyama Shogo. Upon hearing this, Do Kyung lost his temper and shouted, what the hell? Do you think we stop just because you say so? But Kaito, with one leg still bandaged, charged forward with a knife yelling, Rugasaki. That masked man swatted him away. And the second. Immediately, another masked man grabbed Kaito by the collar, then suddenly let him go, leaving him confused. What? What? The masked man continued. The second order concerning Baek Do Kyung is to protect Rugasaki. This information left Do Kyung utterly stunned. As for Tetsuji, he was being lit a cigarette by someone and asked, so you're satisfied now, Chairman Oyama? The one lighting his cigarette was Department Head Jang. Tetsuji inhaled and then smiled with satisfaction. Back with Do Kyung, one sync continued. From this moment our mission is to protect your life, Baek Do Kyung, or rather Rugasaki, and also Oyama Shogo. Do Kyung snapped a furious question. What? Why suddenly this? The masked man replied. I'll explain details later. For now, just know this is a request from Oyama Tetsuji in Japan. Shaun, bowing, suddenly blurted out, Jesus, what's going on? Director, don't mind it. This is our chance, right? His hand still clutched the knife. He intended to take him down right here. Now's the time. Whatever, it's been a while since I've gone big. Suddenly, Do Kyung placed a hand on his shoulder and said, no need. I get the situation. Shaun looked baffled, huh? He kept looking ahead and replied, this is Chairman Tetsuji's wish. He probably wants to save your life. Anyway, we came here to pick you up, right? Don't try anything else. Our goal's already achieved. I'll stand down here. Stubborn Shaun quickly tossed his knives aside and followed. Behind them, Shogo was still grinding his teeth. Then he grabbed his sword, sprang up, and rushed forward, only to be stopped by a masked man. Hey, Oyama Shogo, you need to cooperate too, the man barked. Outsiders, keep your mouth shut. Shogo, unwilling, yelled, Baek Do-kyung, in this fight already. Don't run away, you bastard. Do-kyung kept his eyes closed as he walked away. As he walked, he lit a cigarette and thought, if father wants this, then I'll try being a good son for once. But, father, he shot a sharp look back, then turned and walked off, snarling, next time I'll really kill you. Over with Tetsuji, he was wearing a satisfied smile. Sitting in the car, he said, thank you, Department Head Jang. I'm grateful you listened to this old man's request. Department Head Jang replied as he walked off. All right, we'll deal with it later. He then shot Tetsuji a covert glance. What an annoying old man. For some reason, he looks familiar, as if. Baek Do-kyung. He smiles all harmless, but his belly's full of scheming snakes. Then Tetsuji stood up and said, anyway, first we need to clean this place up. There's a pretty serious car crash nearby. Cut to 5 hours earlier at the Tokyo Oyama Gumi Hotel. In a meeting, documents were folded as a voice said, then this extraordinary meeting is adjourned. Thank you for taking the time to come. No problem. Oyama led the way. At that moment, a man with a long scar across his cheek spoke up. Of course we'll follow, boss of the Kudo family. I'm Santo Hideo, jurisdiction Setagaya. Another man added, but this is an unexpected proposal. I heard you're about to retire. I'm Nojima Fuku from the Nakano Kai area, Sujinami. Hideo, startled, lunged up and complained, what are you saying? If the chairman orders it, we must act. Fuku calmly replied, who said otherwise? Just a small question. Tetsuji then walked over, put his hand on Hideo's shoulder and said, all right, that's enough. Questions are natural. I'm old too, so I get whims now and then. Besides, you all know, my 2 sons give me headaches. These days I can't find any peace. So if you have questions about the project, come ask me. Honestly, hearing everyone speak frankly like this is actually refreshing. Think it over, I'll wait. With that, he stepped out the door. The others rose and bowed. Fuku watched them leave with interest. Cut to the road. A convoy of cars was traveling in line. Tetsuji sat inside, gazing out. Then he asked, well, the driver assistant answered, just as predicted, sir. Their eyes have changed completely. They're likely planning to seize this chance to expand their influence within the organization. Tetsuji chuckled. Of course they'd do that. They're ambitious men. It's far too early to snuff out the flame. But that's not the only issue, the assistant said, looking up puzzled. Tetsuji continued. Osaka, Kyoto, even some overlapping districts in Tokyo already have many vacant seats. They're thinking this is a perfect opportunity to stir up the balance of power. The Oyama organization was once seen as Japan's pinnacle. Now, a string of members are withdrawing en masse, plus internal conflicts over succession. And now, they're bringing the One Sync project into Japan. No doubt dark schemes are boiling in their minds. They didn't notice a traffic controller watching them. As soon as he saw Tetsuji's car pass, he quickly reported, they're here, start. Immediately after his car sped onto the main road, another truck came barreling in. The 2 vehicles slammed into each other with force. Tetsuji's trailing drivers panicked. Damn it, an ambush. Protect Chairman Tetsuji first. Suddenly, there was an impact force. The bald man was stabbed in the neck by the traffic controller turn attacker. A group dressed as traffic staff were now taking care of Tetsuji's men. The assistant screamed in panic. Shit, sir, hide now. Chairman Tetsuji laughed coldly. Going all out, are they? Then he looked at the people in the passenger seats. Looks like I'll need your help. Give me a hand. Surprisingly, hot Jin Woong was already there. He unbuckled and answered, all right, I understand the situation. Tetsuji was astonished. Ah, really? I thought you said Japanese was hard. Jin Woong opened the door, got out and said, Director Baek Do-kyung told me. Look at the situation and feel it. So just follow your instincts. As soon as he got out, he began unbuttoning his coat. Tetsuji leaned back in his seat, smiling. That guy's no joke. Take this chance to watch him closely. The assistant asked, do you really trust the Gaite-san, Sen? He replied, do you know why I want Rugasaki to be the leader? It makes him extremely dissatisfied. At a moment like this, to bring that up, Tetsuji stood and continued, that guy is strange. On the surface, he seems to ignore everyone. But the way he reads situations is like a demon. He's predicted things to this extent already. When Taiga and his faction withdraw, a new challenger will surely appear. Do you know what he said? At that moment, Jin Woong was taking out opponents one by one. The others quickly rushed at him with knives. Jin Woong calmly struck each of them down, then tossed them into one another. Another man charged at him with a knife. He didn't clench a fist. That punch came down on the man's head, knocking off his helmet. The man collapsed to the ground with shards of the helmet scattering. Tetsuji continued analyzing the situation. He said because he was fighting Shogo, Taiga managed to escape, so he'd send someone of similar size. The assistant looked worried. Even so, bringing him into the inner circle is risky. Tetsuji smiled confidently. It's fine. You heard him say he's not fluent in Japanese, right? Then he glanced back. They've arrived over there too, huh? Department head Jang and his masked underlings stepped out of the car. He tapped on Tetsuji's window. The assistant was stunned. That's Tetsuji. Calmly, Tetsuji said, as predicted, lower the window a bit. After the glass door closed, Tetsuji looked outside and spoke first. Director Jang, this is our first time meeting in person, isn't it? Director Jang bowed. Sorry I didn't greet you earlier. I'm Jang Song-ho. I was going to help, but he said while staring ahead. I didn't expect to run into a familiar face here. Tetsuji calmly took out a cigarette and said, since things have come to this, perhaps some people think the same as the director. So there's no need to beat around the bush. Let's just be straightforward. Oh, do you have a lighter? As he asked, he held the cigarette out, his sharp gaze immediately pinning the other man down. Back to the present. Director Jang frowned and said, now, I understand the situation. I've already saved your two sons, so the chairman should be on our side. Tetsuji pushed himself up. He has to be. What strength does that old man have left anyway? But Director Jang wondered, but will Beck Do Kyung know if Rugasaki will accept? The chairman knows full well that he and I have never been on good terms. Tetsuji said confidently, that's not a worry. This time, I've made a firm decision. He looked puzzled. What do you mean by that? He stared into the distance and replied, I will call Rugasaki back to Japan. Director Jang, do you think Beck Do Kyung will go along with it? Tetsuji simply declared, I will make Rugasaki the chairman of Oyama Gumi. At this point, I have to be decisive. So within the next month, we will hold the succession ceremony. 2 months later, at Taesan headquarters in Seoul, Do Kyung stood smoking while watching the scene outside. At that moment, Isu came in and asked, what's going on here? Why did you suddenly go to Japan? Do Kyung quickly stubbed out his cigarette and grumbled. I told you to rest a bit, and you ran off already? What's the big deal? The old man in Japan said he wanted to meet you. He kept calling for 2 months, so I had to go. Isu sat down and asked again. And then what happened? Do Kyung said in a low voice. And then, they want to make you the chairman of Oyama. Well, of course. Isu continued. Oyama declared neutrality in your dispute, and will support Korea's One Sink. Right. Besides, this time One Sink itself stepped in to back you. So there's only one answer. One Sink will also be rolled out in Japan, and very likely Manager Jang will show up there. Saying this, his expression turned bitter and his hand clenched. Do Kyung pulled out another cigarette and replied, probably. If they're saying they want to make me chairman, that also means they'll force me to cooperate with One Sink, right? Isu waved his hand. Why are you worrying so much? The answer is obvious, isn't it? As he spoke, he slammed his hand down hard on the table, shattering the cast. Zhang Fengjiang is in Japan. That's all it takes. If One Sink or Oyama dares to stand in our way, we'll just wipe them all out. Cut to Il Hack's old villa. Temporary base of the Tatsukagumi. Haruto complained angrily. Is this a joke? What is this nonsense? Rugasaki's younger brother beat Lord Taiga, and now Rugasaki is about to become chairman of Oyama Asia. Kaido stood there and replied, according to the information I received, that's right. He asked again, so where are Lord Shogo and Lord Taiga? Kaido bowed his head, his face tense. As for that, cut to another house. At that moment, Shogo was panting, drenched in sweat. He knelt before a sword. Sitting opposite was Taiga. Taiga looked furious, while Shogo just kept his head bowed in silence. Finally, Taiga pressed his lips together in patience, then rose to his feet and strode straight outside, turning back toward Kaido. At that moment, Kodon stood up and asked, so what will happen to us? We went all the way to Korea, and in the end, the chairman's seat goes to straight Rugasaki. What about our boss? Aren't we stuck in the middle of this mess? Haruto reminded them. Calm down. Kodon, that's the boss's order. She turned and glared warningly. Call him Amaya. Only that person may be named. Call him wrong again, and I'll tear you to pieces. He laughed. Ha. Sounds fun, doesn't it? Ritsu intervened then. Enough. Haruto, now the knife is pointed at Kodon. You should stop, Kodon. If you go through with it, 2 people will jump in here. Immediately, she gripped the blade. Oh, really? Sounds adorable, doesn't it? Try saying that again. Her face was terrifying now. Just then, someone else's footsteps approached. Kaido startled and glanced back to see Taiga stepping through the door. Haruto sprang up in alarm. Lord Muto. Taiga entered and said, You've all worked hard. Even so, I've shown you my pitiful state. Daiki and Nobuhiro gave their lives for Tatsukigumi. Yet news kept coming in from Japan. Kodon spoke up. Those things don't matter. To me, whoever Oyama chooses as chairman means nothing. As long as it's Lord Taiga's order, I'll follow all. Ritsu, seeing the worshipful look on her face, thought in surprise. Amaya Kodon is different from before. Huh, Taiga. Words again, but I'm grateful, Kodon. I hope you'll continue to support us. Everyone, listen to me. From this moment on, everyone listened tensely. Tatsukigumi will no longer obey Oyama Shogo, but Muto Taiga. I will become the new boss. I will declare all-out war on Oyama. So our ultimate goal is... At that moment, Haesung was also entering the old compound. He suddenly froze when he saw someone. Haesung scratched his head and asked, Where are you going, sir? Lord Oyama Shogo. Shogo, holding a sword, was descending the steps. As he brushed past him, Shogo said, Oyama. That name. I've thrown it away. Then he continued walking on, back toward the Taesan headquarters. Isu was tying his hair up at that moment. Du Kyung watched this and exclaimed, Oh wow, feeling oddly strange. No wonder everyone was fooled. It's goosebump-inducing. They really are twins after all. But is it really okay? Aren't you still not fully recovered? Isu adjusted his clothes and calmly answered, It's fine as long as I don't exert myself too much. Still, his older brother's face remained worried. Sai, is this the right thing to do? I can't help feeling anxious. Returning to the previous conversation, Isu said coldly, From now on there will be no Beck, Isu. One sink already said they'd protect Beck, Du Kyung that day. But what if there are 2 Beck Du Kyungs? They wouldn't dare touch either of us until they can tell who's real. In other words, one sink will become our bodyguards. Du Kyung pondered. But Beck Du Kyung will have to go to Japan for Oyama's succession ceremony. How do we handle that? If there are 2 Beck Du Kyungs who will go to Japan, Isu smiled and said, That's the crux of this plan. From now on, no one will know who the real Beck Du Kyung is. The 2 stepped out of the elevator together. Everyone who saw the 2 identical versions was stunned. With sunglasses on, it became even harder to tell them apart. Sungmin grinned. Well, long time no see, it's hard to tell now. Who is who? Du Kyung slung an arm around his brother's shoulder and teasingly asked, Chairman, try to guess. Isu looked over and added, You definitely won't guess right, will you? The 2 of us share the exact same smile. You all also remarked it's been a while. It's really hard to tell them apart. There must be something different, right? One person clapped and instructed, All right, from this moment on, forget the name Beck Isu. Another waved and asserted, Only the 2 of us brothers know who Beck Isu is. If anyone wants to play detective and guess who's who, think it over. Guess correctly and there's a prize. Who knows, someone might actually guess right. Yuwa smiled watching Isu. She must have figured out who he is. Later, the 2 brothers set the plan. Now, we'll head straight to the airport with the smallest possible group. And of the 2 of us, one will fly to Japan. But which one goes? Not even we know. So say your goodbyes in advance. As the 2 headed to the car, Isu waved. Everyone here, be careful at home. Then suddenly, Isu paused a bit. Remember to send my regards to those I haven't seen in a while. His greeting was for the boy Jiang Chun, lying unconscious in the hospital. Shaun sat beside, worried. Don't worry, there's nothing to be concerned about. Cut to outside. Song Tae stood with folded arms against the car, with a massed team waiting for something. At that moment, a group of people emerged from inside. Tatsukigumi declares all-out war on Oyama. Taiga remained seated inside. The others began to step outside, led by Haruto, followed by Ritsu, Kodon, and Kaido. Our ultimate goal is. At this time, Isu sat in the car, looking out at the scenery. Boris was driving, and Taiga, with a bitter expression, continued, destroy those two brothers. Cut to Tokyo, Japan. At this moment, Section Chief Jang was leaning back in a chair, saying on the phone, Beck Do-kyung, he's going to become Oyama's chairman. Do you understand the current situation? Hae-sung on the other end replied. So then, now you plan to make a deal with Beck Do-kyung? Do you think that's feasible? From the start, Beck Do-kyung wouldn't accept. Section Chief Jang, arranging paperwork, said Beck Do-kyung has agreed. He said he'll come to Japan soon. Hae-sung found it hard to believe. Impossible. Section Chief Jang continued. If he comes obediently, it means he knows that I'm in Japan. So he came to take my life? But outwardly Oyama and One Sink are allies. They won't act easily. Hae-sung, outwardly, you know? He smoked and said casually, it's only outward appearances, understand? Hae-sung on this side broke into a creepy smile. As for the two brothers, Isu was still pensively gazing out the window. Boris asked, so you'll go to Japan? He replied, who knows whether it's me or the other Beck Do-kyung who'll go. We'll only know when the plane takes off. He added, then Seoul might no longer have Beck Isu. Isu is 50-50. Either the real or the fake Beck Do-kyung will go. Boris said, then I'll also bet 50-50 and say this. The only reason I'm staying here is because of the deal with Beck Isu. The purpose of the deal is to find the person who shot Pak Han and fled. And because of that, I'm convinced he's hiding in Korea. Isu clapped. Oh, is that so? Great. Boris continued. But that scar-faced guy, he mentioned the name Maxim. That's the traitor's real name before he joined the organization. Not everyone knows that name. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes and asked, so what are you implying? Boris explained. That scar-faced man said the answer could be found somewhere else. Isu rolled down the window and demanded, so, Boris, are you planning to side with him now? Is that what you mean? Boris fell silent for a moment and didn't answer, then repeated, I want to remind you that our relationship began with a deal. Our goals are different. Isu smiled, pulled out a pack of cigarettes. That's right. Boris looked at him through the rear view and continued, if their offer is attractive enough, I might change my mind. Isu said, although I'm not Beck Isu, I'll answer for him. Do as you wish. Boris, no need to be shy. Boris looked briefly shocked, then leaned down and asked, feeling uneasy? Still some loyalty left, huh? He stubbed out his cigarette and continued. Then let me make this clear to you. From the moment you become my enemy, we won't consider loyalties or anything like that. So feel free to choose. We're confident in ourselves. Suddenly, Isu shouted, ah, did I just burn the cushion? Boris was silent. Isu, don't tell Jean Wung about this. If anyone asks, say Beck Isu did it. Boris then broke into a smile. You two brothers are really hard to read. He agreed. I agree with that too. Meanwhile, another car was driving along the road. Se-young drove and asked, sorry, are you okay? Do-kyung was staring out the window. Oh, what's wrong with you? Making you awkward? Don't get me wrong, I'm not prying. It's just I heard Beck Isu was badly injured in the recent fight. He replied, who knows I'm not Beck Isu, while Se-young scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, so that's it. Do-kyung reclined and said, anyway, we won't appear publicly for a while. If anyone finds out who Beck Isu is, the plan will collapse. If you're going to fake it, do it thoroughly. You can't reveal weaknesses through fighting style or the severity of wounds. Se-young smiled and nodded. Do-kyung continued. It's best to leave the country quietly. Then the Young car noticed they were being tailed. A vehicle was following us. It seems they're watching us. Do-kyung leaned back again. Oh, sorry, I think I let something slip. Then a car came close and nearly bumped the front of their vehicle. Se-young tried to jerk the wheel to swerve. He was terrified. Damn it. The car's front smashed hard into the curb. Both cars came to a stop at the same time. Se-young hurriedly turned and asked the director, are you all right? Do-kyung held his head and said he nearly threw up. At that moment, the blocking car opened its door. Kaido's hulking group stepped out looking very confident. Do-kyung, helpless, what a nuisance. It's just leaving the country, yet they make a fuss like it's a state welcome. Se-young cracked his knuckles and said, all right, I'll go out there. Director Do-kyung worried to himself. Are you okay? He unbuckled his seatbelt and replied, you won't know until you try. Besides, I've learned a lot following you and Beck Isu. Just watch, I'm confident. Do-kyung tapped his phone and smiled. Good. Go out there and deal with them all. Then Se-yeon got out of the car to confront those guys. After that, he called his younger brother. Hey, Beck Do-kyung. It seems we have visitors. How's it over there? On this side, Isu replied irritably. Haze, don't remind me. Nothing's pleasant here either. At this moment, Boris's car had also been cut off. This group consisted of three: Haruto, Ritsu, and Song-tae. The car door finally opened. Boris stepped out. Haruto excitedly shouted, Perfect. Caught you at the right time. Ball guy, let's go. Ritsu. Suddenly, Song-tae spoke up. Hold on. Leave that one to me. His face was full of rage. Then he stepped closer to Boris and called, Hey, Avcharka, have you thought about what I said to you? Tae-san is just an outsider's organization. No need for us to slaughter each other. If your goal is to find a traitor, we can help. Boris sat and asked how. Song-tae glared down. No beating around the bush. We'll let you meet Maxim. We're pretty close. Boris heard that and looked up with a smile. Then he began to pull out a knife. Song-tae continued. So join our side. You just hand that name over to us and withdraw. That's it. Boris stood and asked again, Let me meet him? My aim is to tear him apart. Yet you want me to meet him? He said, gripping the knife with eyes full of hatred. Are you going to betray Maxim? Song-tae just smiled calmly and said, So what? It's business. We're not exactly close either. Boris then walked off. He rapped on the window where Isu sat. He called out, You hear that? Beck Do-kyung. That's the issue I was talking about. Our relationship is fragile. Isu answered Boris. Do you remember what I said? Choose freely, I'm confident. At that moment, Boris smiled. Then he turned and spread his arms to Song-tae. Wait, I have a condition that'll confuse him. A condition? Boris then sent a message to Maxim. Whatever you like. At that moment, Boris lunged and grabbed his face, then slammed it hard onto the ground. He slashed the knife down right on the top of his head, then shouted, Avcharka, never forgive a traitor. You damn traitors. At that moment, Haruto stepped forward and said, Leave him. Hurry up. Ritsu rushed forward. Boris looked up. You quickly leaned back halfway to dodge that slash. Haruto then stuck his head out from Ritsu and threw a punch. Boris raised his hand to block the punch. Then, looking down, he saw a wound on his hand bleeding. Haruto stamped his cigarette out on his sleeve and spoke. There was no time for introductions earlier. Now, a meeting like this should be enough time to talk, right? Ritsu scratched his head and asked, You brought those bare-knuckle gloves? You used to say there were no worthy opponents for them. The man replied, All right, now you've got an opponent to play with, you too. He looked visibly annoyed. This fight is going to be intense. Boris had by now taken off his outer jacket and begun pulling down a sleeve. Haruto charged forward, warning, Stay close to me. Any slip-up won't be good. Song-tae also drew his knife, tense and calculating inside. The battle looks heated. I need to be careful and pick the right moment to intervene. Boris absorbed Haruto's attack. At that moment, Song-tae seemed to think of something. Boris turned back and grinned, teasing, Just stand there for now. I'll talk to you in a bit. He immediately turned pale. Haruto attacked more fiercely, shouting, Die. Ritsu. Immediately, Ritsu lunged his knife forward. Boris hurriedly spun back and took a slash across his face from Ritsu. Haruto smugly asked, Scared now? At this point, Boris's wound ran from his shoulder up to his face, but he bit down hard on Ritsu's blade with his teeth. His expression was now truly ferocious. Ritsu exclaimed in disbelief, How could you? Then immediately took a punch to the ribs that sent him reeling back. Haruto, dodging Boris's attack, asked, Ritsu, you okay? Boris turned back with a terrifying smile. He slashed at Haruto. Then afterward, Boris was surrounded and beaten by all three. He even wagged his finger, taunting them. Song-tae loudly warned, That guy's not simple. If you want to beat him, you have to fight to the death. Haruto cursed. What do you know? Shut up when you're on the sidelines. Isu inside watched the situation and thought, 3 against 1. Looks like I need to intervene. But if I step in here, I'll reveal my identity. What about the Japan job? All right, I'll sit here and see how Boris handles things first. On Do-kyung's side, Se-yeon was also facing Kodon Kaido and her henchmen alone. He clapped his hands together and said, All right, I'm coming over. Do-kyung called back. Wait a moment. I need to ask you a favor. Se-yeon approached the car and asked, What's up, director? After listening for a while, he continued, Ah yes, I understand. Kodon, losing patience, glared and hissed. What are those guys still talking about? Do they even want to fight or not? Se-young adjusted his lapel politely, then stepped toward the opponents. Kodon swung the sickle up. And Rugasaki? You planning to fight us all alone? Se-young quickly took a fighting stance and said, Sorry, I don't speak Japanese. Whatever you say, I won't understand. She swung the sickle up again, then slashed down. You bastard, what did you say? Se-young tilted to the side to dodge, marveling inwardly. Too fast. She's really quick. Kodon rushed at him again. You're good at dodging, but let's see how long you can keep it up. He leaned back once more to evade. Then Se-young replied, You move fast too, but not as fast as this punch of mine. With that, he punched her in the stomach, making her spit up a mouthful of blood. Ugh. At that moment, Kaido lunged and attacked from behind him. Se-young elbowed backward to block Kaido's arm. Then he said, No matter how you slash, I can block it. Your knife skills are still lousy. Compared to me, you're just a kid playing with knives. Saying that, Se-young delivered a powerful punch that sent Kaido slamming into the ground. He told him to stay lying there. I'll settle with you later. Right now I have other business to handle. Then he turned back to counter Kodon. With her other hand, she gritted her teeth and swung a small knife. Se-young raised his hand to block her attack and casually asked, You're the one who caused trouble in Hanam. You put Lim Jiang-chun in the hospital, didn't you? Kodon screamed in Japanese in a rage. Speak Japanese, you bastard. Se-young quickly grabbed her wrist and squeezed her hand tight. He growled. Director Beck said this. Earlier, Du Kyung asked me for a favor. That woman must be Kodon. Now Se-young used force as if to crush that wrist and continued. So don't let her walk away alive. Kodon, restrained and unable to break free, showed a look of utter panic. Turned back toward Boris. At this moment, he was still surrounded by the three. They all bore the same tense expression. Then the three simultaneously charged at Boris. Blood trickled from the corner of Boris's mouth. His eyes rolled white. He turned back, looking terrifying, and said, All right, you want to gang up on me? Then I'll take down the weakest one first. With that, Boris lunged at Ritsu. Haruto shouted in panic, Ritsu, be careful. At that moment, Boris had rushed in and slashed Ritsu's arm, saying, Too slow, huh? From the pain, Ritsu dropped his knife and cried out in agony. Boris smashed his head down onto the car hood. I told you, if you're weak, don't show off. As he was raising his knife, Haruto rushed in again, shouting, You bastard. The knife prepared to chop down on Ritsu. Boris coldly warned, Stand still. Move him, and he's dead. This left the other two bewildered, not knowing what to do. Damn it. In that situation, no one dared to move. Some gave up entirely. Others had lost the will to fight. Some wanted to rush in and fight, but had to restrain their anger. Ritsu now screamed for help. Help me. Spare me. His hand trembled. In his final moments, Ritsu still hoped he would be spared. Haruto roared. If you touch him, don't expect to leave alive. I will find a way to kill you. Hearing that, Boris decisively stabbed down. You threaten me? Song-tae and Haruto were stunned by his action. Bright red blood kept flowing down the car hood. Boris withdrew his knife and said, This is a fight to the death. If you've decided to join the fight, accept that you might die, got it? Once this demon rages, no one walks away alive. Cut to Il Hack's old base, Taiga. Sitting there, suddenly a voice called, making him turn. Is your health all right? Haesung approached with a fake smile. Although they'd met before, this was his first direct greeting. I answered, Yes, you're Han Haesung, right? I remember. He bowed and sat down beside him. Oh, I didn't expect you to remember my name. Taiga stared into the distance. But what's the purpose of this visit? One Sink is now aligned with Oyama and Beck Du Kyung, isn't it? Since Tatsukagumi decided to confront Oyama, I think it's hard for us to have a comfortable conversation, right? Haesung cheerfully replied, Oh, come on. Don't draw lines so quickly. It's all just superficial contingency plans. One Sink needs Oyama's support to continue operations in Japan. You understand that, don't you? Taiga turned and frowned. Understand? Do I have to understand? Then he pushed himself up to stand. Yeah, politics is a game for people like you. As for me, I'm just a pawn on that board, so I know my role well. A pawn that, if it understood the game, couldn't win on the battlefield. So my duty is to follow orders and focus on the objective in this fight. Haesung hurriedly denied it. That's not what I meant. How could I treat you like a pawn? Taiga cut him off. But there's one thing I need clarified. When Mr. Shogo failed in Dongjak, what the hell did you one sync do? When things started going south, you just stood there and watched, didn't you? Seeing that expression, he forced a smile. What are you looking at? You're being unfair. Then he also began to stand. The military system acts only on orders, right? He silently cursed someone. Ah, you old fox. I told you. If we'd gone all in from the start, it wouldn't have come to this. At that time, Chief Jang changed the plan on his own and ruined everything. He stood by the train gate and took off his glasses. Actually, I understand why you're angry. I'm not comfortable with this situation either. Taiga asked again. Not comfortable? Not comfortable about what? Hae-sung put on an angry, uncomfortable face. Protecting Baek Do-kyung was one sync's decision. This also puts me in a difficult position. Therefore, one sync cannot fully show itself. But I'll try to support as much as possible. Just then someone appeared and mocked his words. Oh, that long-winded excuse. Smooth talker, aren't you? Taiga asked in surprise. They're here already? And that person keeps taunting, can smell the stink from afar. Sure enough, the Koreans reek of rot as soon as they open their mouths. Hae-sung glanced down, frowned, and thought, Osaka accent? Who is it? Then he shoved the other guy's shoulder irritatingly. That person then asked Taiga, Mudo, what kind of life do you think you're living running out here like this? Hae-sung was about to ask who this guy was when the man stepped forward. Shut up. Can't you smell how rude you are? Taiga warned. All right, that's enough posturing. It turned out this man was Hae-sung. He put his glasses back on and fell silent. Sho? That name sounds familiar, Taiga said. All right, nearly forgot. Then introductions began. This is Hayama Sho, the Wakagashira of Tatsukagami. The two of them entered together. Taiga said, From now on, if you want to speak with us, go through this man, since outwardly we're enemies, right? He went on to explain. Wakagashira is the second in command in a Yakuza group and often represents the organization in negotiations or deals. Sho turned and held up 2 fingers in front of his eyes, warning Hae-sung, Watch yourself. I've had my eye on you from day one. Later, outside, the moon had risen high. As they walked, Sho asked, Mudo, what's the plan now? What plan, Taiga? He patted Taiga on the shoulder. That guy's a big problem. Sometimes you have to use your brain and come up with a plan. Taiga, that's why you came here. Then he fell into a long, thoughtful silence. Sho looked up and said, All right then, give the orders. What should we do first? Cut to Do-kyung. At this moment, Se-young had landed a punch on Kodon's face. Her body flew back and crashed hard onto the ground. Se-young was a bit winded now, thinking, she's fast, but I can still keep up. If I can do this, I can win. Kodon began trembling all over. As she pushed herself up, she cursed, Damn it. She recalled the attack from earlier. Her face hardened in disbelief. That brat actually dared to block me like that? Just then a few others showed up and jeered. Huh. You thugs can only do tricks like this? Come down. Immediately 2 more guys stepped down. Do-kyung inside the car saw the scene. He quickly leaned out the window and shouted, Jang Se-young. The boy turned and replied, Yes. He warned seriously, Be careful. Those 3 coming down aren't pushovers. They definitely one sync. Then Do-kyung quickly dialed his phone. Sure enough, they weren't just standing by. Seeing that, Kodon angrily shouted, What are you doing? Just stand there and watch. I'll handle this brat myself. The leader pulled his mask up and glared at her. If that's the case, you didn't need to get out of the car. Just watch from there. A guy wearing a cap charged in and threw a punch at Se-young. He ducked to evade and at the same time unleashed a hard punch at the attacker. Suddenly, he thought to himself right on time. Then the man grabbed Se-young tightly and shouted, Got him! The masked man then lunged to attack Se-young. Se-young slammed the man's head hard onto the ground. What? Then the masked man swung a knife. He raised his hand to block the strike. While Se-young was alone fighting 2 men, another knife-wielding guy approached. At that moment, a voice called from behind him, Hey, wait a sec. Do-kyung swung his blade once and then again. How many guys are rushing over here? Don't you know when enough is enough? Hey, you soldiers, get in here so I can give you a good beating. I don't have time to waste. Hurry up, I still have a flight to catch. Over here, Boris bowed his head with a creepy smile. Ritsu was attacked so badly he couldn't close his mouth. To the shock of Haruto and Song Tae, he said, People always hide their weakness and nurture the demon inside. You have that demon inside you too, don't you? Boris turned and asked with a smile. Ritsu was smeared with blood and looked terrifying. Haruto lunged forward in fury, shouting, "You dare touch my Ritsu! I'll kill you, you bastard." He swung a punch. Boris leaned aside to dodge, then grabbed his wrist, pulled him forward, then stabbed down. "Your turn now, huh?" At that moment, Song Tae lunged with a knife, forcing Boris to release Haruto. He let out a sound of surprise. "You were hiding like a rat earlier. Now you're getting serious?" he said as he threw Haruto toward him. Song Tae caught his partner and said, "Hey, big guy, charge in. Let me finish him off right here." Haruto rushed in, swinging his fists. "Damn it." Boris dodged while puzzled. "These idiots." Then he slashed with his knife. The man leaned back to avoid it, but too late. Haruto already had a pretty big wound near his eye. Suddenly, he lunged and stabbed across at Boris while shouting, "Hey, Scarface, now it's your turn." Song Tae heard that and rushed in as well. He thrust forward. Boris raised his hand to block and was stabbed. Then he still smiled and said, "That's more like it." Then he delivered a kick that sent the two men crashing into each other. Boris, looking like a demon, swung his knife again. The two men still hadn't recovered their wits. Song Tae quickly grabbed his comrade by the collar and pulled Haruto out of the path of that deadly strike. Song Tae checked him. "Hey, big guy, are you okay?" Haruto gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard. Boris now had 2 wounds on his hands. He looked on in silence. Just then a white car pulled up. The person in the car called out, "Hey, you're Haruto, right? What's with your face?" The newcomer was Sho. Haruto gasped, "Lord Hayama." Sho looked toward the blood-smeared hood and asked, "What happened? Is that guy dead?" he asked as he opened the door and stepped out of the car. Boris stared thoughtfully at the newcomer. Sho began pulling a knife from his coat pocket. "I see." Do Kyung inside also began to get impatient. Sho raised the knife with an excited expression and asked, "We just take care of that guy and we're done, right?" Boris once again broke into a creepy grin. Cut to the sky above Il Hack's old headquarters. As Sho strolled idly around, toyed with his knife, he ran into someone. He was stunned and blurted, "Oh my God, you're here too? You're Hanazawa, right?" Gunji approached with a suitcase and replied, "Long time no see. Lord Hayama, what a surprise to meet you in Korea." Sho fell silent. "Let's see what this is about. It seems Tetsuji and Muto are no longer together. Do you think they're just temporarily separated?" Gunji nodded. "I've decided from now on to support Lord Shogo. Before this, I went to meet and greet Lord Taiga." Hearing that, Sho kept walking and waved his hand. "Oh, really? That's fine then. Since you and Tetsuji used to be so close, I thought you'd join Ryu. If not, that's even better. You've done well." With that, he waved again and walked down the stairs. Gunji watched his retreating figure and murmured to himself, "Hayama Sho. I can't believe that man also joined the Ten Fists organization. The Aaron District, notorious as the most lawless area in Japan. It's the only area in Osaka that Oyama couldn't control. The ruler there is Hayama Sho. Also, the knife he often uses." While he was thinking, Taiga appeared behind him and called, "Why are you standing there, Hanazawa?" Gunji turned, bowed, and asked, "Lord Muto, how is your health?" He answered, "All good now, I can move around." Then he asked, "So you're leaving now?" Gunji kept his bow. "Yes, I've decided to follow Lord Shogo from now on." Suddenly, Taiga put his hand on his shoulder and called, "Hanazawa, Gunji, take good care of Lord Shogo." With that, he waved and walked away. Gunji remained bowed and replied, "Yes, understood." Cut to a bridge. Shogo was carrying his sword. He strode along, dragging the blade across the road, then turned back toward Isu. Sho looked at Boris and asked, "We just have to take down that guy, right?" Song Tae wondered inwardly. "Hayama, he from Japan?" Sho stepped up to Boris and said, "You'd better wipe that blood off first." Boris merely smiled calmly beside the blood-smeared body he'd made. Inside, Isu pressed his lips together, anxious. Then suddenly he sneered. The body began to slide off the vehicle. Sho said, "Honestly, what should we do with that poor sap?" Immediately, Boris swung a slash. The man leaned back and managed to dodge. Boris kept attacking. Sho dodged and cursed, "Damn it," without any warning. Yet he calmly carried on chatting. "Oh ho, this guy's quite gruff, isn't he?" After toying with him for a bit, Sho launched a kick at Boris's knee. Next came another kick to the wounded spot on his arm, sending blood spurting again. He reached out and grabbed Boris's head, then leaped up to stab with his knife. Boris quickly ducked to avoid it and bit down hard on Sho's calf. His body then collapsed heavily to the floor. With a mad look, Boris plunged the knife down. Sho leaped up to avoid that downward strike. Then he sighed, "This guy really is out of control. Where did you find such a lunatic?" Sho turned back toward the rear. "Hey, Ryuga, do you really not want any part of this? Don't you recognize me?" Isu frowned and adjusted his glasses. Cut to Do Kyung's direction. He was dealing with those white shirt thugs from one sink. These guys are really something else. As he spoke, he wiped his face. Before, he was all about protecting Beck Do Kyung. Huh, hide your face for a moment and your true colors show already? Over here, Se-young was having some trouble facing the masked man. After splitting up, Se-young spoke. "It seems they're starting to figure it out over there." "What now?" Do Kyung said. "I was hoping we wouldn't be detected." At that moment, the masked man shouted, "Time to act," and several cars immediately pulled up. The cars stopped, and the doors opened. Out stepped all sorts of filthy thugs, some with bats, some with knives. Se-young frowned. "What is this? Who are those people? They look a bit off." Kodo wondered too. Are those men Lord Hayama's subordinates? The white shirts turned and said, "We're retreating for now. You lot team up and take them down." Se-young was stunned. "Whoa, why are there so many of them? When will our team arrive?" Do Kyung called while on the phone. "They say they're waiting for orders nearby." On the other end, they quickly picked up and then unleashed a string of curses. "What a pain. Just showed up and already asking for backup?" Do Kyung grumbled. Always nagging. "Send her here. The enemies are swarming like ants here. Why is your side making such a fuss?" Xiaolan said as she swung her blade. "We're here." Right beside them, she sliced off the arm of a thug who was crawling toward them. She rode on the back of Deadline's vehicle. Deadline reached the center, then suddenly swerved, scattering the crowd. Do Kyung smiled in relief. Perfect timing. Deadline warned, "Stop making noise back there." Xiaolan, puzzled, asked, "What? Are you talking to me?" "Beck Do Kyung," a voice called out. Xiaolan said, "Hurry up. We'll clear the way for you." Do Kyung put his hands on his hips and asked, "Great, but why are there only two of you?" She gave a sly smile. Right then, a truck suddenly sped toward the crowd. Hyung-gu, long time no see, gripped the wheel and barreled in, muttering to himself, "I can do this. I can definitely do this." His face strained to the limit, yet he still shouted, "I can do it." He rammed straight into the car ahead, shattering it to pieces. Both Kodon and Kaido were utterly astonished. Xiaolan slung her blade over her shoulder and grinned confidently. "I told you I'd clear the way." Se-young opened the car door, and Do Kyung, satisfied, stepped toward the entrance. Kodon saw this and shouted, "Hold those two back. Everyone charge in." At this point, the other henchmen were just wrestling around like addicts. Deadline bent down, drew up his metal bar, and said, "So it turns out they're just a bunch of nobodies." As he twirled the bar, he did the math. Well, with numbers like that, there's probably some cash to be had, right? After a while, the car drove off again. Deadline chased after the vehicle. Do Kyung was still sitting inside. Deadline called out, "Is that you leaving?" Inside, Se-young drove and exclaimed happily, "Truly our strategist. Top planning indeed." Do Kyung wondered, strategic advisor? Who are you talking about? Then he looked back at the destination sign and shrugged it off. "Anyway, I'll probably be the one going to Japan." By now they'd passed Incheon International Airport. To be honest, Se-young was a bit confused here, unable to tell who was who since both wore sunglasses. Couldn't even see eye color. Everyone stay tuned to get the full picture. Scene shifts to the airport port. At this moment, in the departure lounge, Shogo was holding his sword and staring up at the ceiling. His expression now looked utterly desperate. Cut to Japan, a voice rang out. "How's it going? Anything you're unhappy with?" Walking beside Tetsuji, Chief Jang said, "All of this is just a way to make money, so of course there'll be some uncomfortable spots." Tetsuji laughed. "Haha, I think it's more than a few uncomfortable spots, isn't it? I really like your honesty, Chief." Hearing that, he gave a cold smile. "Honest, is it? Can you answer me honestly about something?" Tetsuji asked on. "I do enjoy your honesty." Chief Jang asked, "You once said you'd hold a succession ceremony within a month. It's been 2 months with no progress. Why is that?" Tetsuji prepared to explain that the brat Rugasaki still refuses to submit. Chief Jang's face turned cold as he pressed. Aren't you intentionally waiting for him? Tetsuji narrowed his sharp eyes at him. I am waiting for that brat. I don't get what you mean by that. Chief Jang, what I mean is there are actually two Beck Do-kyungs in Korea. Both claim to be Beck Do-kyung and are coming to Japan. So, I think the chairman is hiding a different picture from me. Tetsuji rolled up his sleeves, smiled, and asked, Haha, what do you mean? I only have one picture, this tattoo, even if I have private thoughts. Saying that, he stepped toward Chief Jang. Do you think I'm someone who just acts without regard for others? Then Tetsuji pulled out a lighter and lit a cigarette for Chief Jang. I understand your worry. Don't fret. It seems those brothers are planning something. The matter of Beck Do-kyung coming to Japan. So, Chief, please spread the word about Beck Do-kyung well. Saying that, he patted the man's shoulder, then turned away and laughed. Don't overthink it. Leaving Chief Jang standing there in the shadows, his expression unclear. Cut back to show. He turned and grinned. You really not getting out of the car? Huh. Do-kyung inside was still tapping on his phone in the car. A message from Se-young arrived. At that moment, he finally smiled with satisfaction, then quickly opened the car door and stepped out. Sho cried, oh wow, finally decided to get out of the car. Huh? Then he slid down out of the vehicle. Facing the person before him, he suddenly froze. Do-kyung pressed his lips together, staring intently at Hayama Sho. Hayama Sho suddenly burst into a loud laugh, came closer, and grabbed him by the shoulder. Ryuga, long time no see. Still look the same as back then, huh? Do-kyung scowled. What's his problem? Really? He asked if Korea was fun and why he hadn't called him. Do-kyung replied, I've been very busy, so I haven't had the time. Seeing them banter so familiarly, Haruto asked, Mr. Hayama and Rugasaki know each other? Sho replied, You don't know. I've been teaching this kid, he said, patting Do-kyung on the shoulder, to which Do-kyung retorted, Teaching? Are you my father or something? Haruto, excited, shouted, Wait, our 10th master of fists. Sho curled his lip. No need for you to worry about that. Then he looked at Do-kyung. Clear company lines, right? He answered, Sho, preparing to leave, said, So today, I just came to see the kid's face, saw it, and now I'm off. Do-kyung exclaimed, Too bad. I don't want to fight Hayama Sho. He warned, Don't tease the adults. But you know, right? We can't let you guys come to Japan. Do-kyung casually leaned against the car and smiled. Oh, really? But then they reported they'd arrived, leaving Hayama Sho stunned. What? He smiled confidently. They should be preparing to depart by now. Cut to the airport. At that moment, Isu got out, and Se-young looked through the window in astonishment. What? What's going on? His face was tense. Are you okay? Isu opened the door and said, It's fine, it's fine. After getting out, he glanced back and said, Then goodbye. At that time, 2 rows of masked 1-Sync members stood in formation. One stepped forward and announced that the waiting lounge had been prepared for the gentleman. At that moment, Se-young quickly exited the car and waved goodbye. Director Beck, safe travels, see you again. He smiled broadly. Isu also smiled and nodded in response. Right then, a masked man announced the VIP would arrive and request orders within 3 minutes. Inside, several 1-Sync members have been slashed to death. Shogo was sitting nearby, resting his sword across his knees. A moment later, Isu entered and said, So dark in here. He pushed the door open as he entered. Why are the lights off? The 1-Sync member following replied, Please excuse us. We're doing repairs. Isu looked inside. What? Are you preparing gifts or something? Immediately, the masked men's eyes went wide in stunned shock. Shogo remained seated there in silence. The 2 masked men panicked and yelled. Where did this crazy guy come from? What did he crawl out of? There's an issue at the front. Isu waved his hand and said, All right, let him in. He must be my guest. He's come all this way to say goodbye. So we should at least hear what he has to say. Shogo picked up his sword, stood, and stepped forward, calling out in a deep voice, Beck Do-kyung. Isu quickly drew his knife, ready to greet him, combat style. Over on this side, Sho had his hands on his hips, head thrown back laughing. Ha ha, looks like you failed. No time, run fast. Ryuga is the kid, right? Do-kyung, still leaning against the car, asked again. So, do you have a feeling about this? Sho, not exactly. The kid's wrong. I know why those kids want to come to Japan, but it's very dangerous because Oyama has changed a lot from before. It's a very chaotic place. You two kids miscalculated. The one who goes will die in Japan, and the one who stays in Korea will die by my hand. Suddenly, Du Kyung sighed. Hayes, Hayama show's gotten old, huh? It made him turn back in puzzlement. He calmly said, Go ahead and kill me if you want, I won't refuse. Especially, no one can kill that guy. On Isu's side, he frowned and looked toward the other man. Shogo stared at him for a long moment. Then suddenly he stepped past him, leaving Isu puzzled. But Isu smiled and asked, Just leaving like that? No goodbye at all. Shogo replied gloomily, Shut up. I have nothing to say to you. Beck Isu. Isu glanced back. Shogo, you think you can fool me? He asked. So you want to kill me like that? Maybe this is your last chance. I'll give you the chance. Shogo halted in his tracks. Then he turned back and growled, I will be the one to kill the one staying in Korea, Beck Du Kyung. So you better kill me first. If I die, your allied teammates will be gone too. What then? He said, looking at the masked man behind him. Isu took off his glasses and replied nonchalantly, Not planning anything at all. The target is Beck Du Kyung. You won't be able to kill him. Then he turned and waved. So let's both give it our all and see who will be defeated. Shogo pursed his lips in fury and watched them go, but could do nothing. Cut to Haneda Airport, Japan. Someone stepped out the door. Immediately, 2 rows of people appeared, lined up as a welcome. While Isu was on the phone, a voice suddenly called out, Come here. Ahead, Tetsuji was standing waiting. He turned and smiled, exclaiming, My son. Just moments after Isu landed at Haneda, he called, Hello, it's me. I've just landed. Du Kyung answered on the other end. Good, you've worked hard, so you've finally come to Japan. Isu. Well, maybe that's for the best. If Chief Jang is in Japan, it makes sense for you to come here. But Du Kyung's face remained troubled as he warned his younger brother. Yes, I understand your purpose, but never forget this. You're now in Japan under the name Beck Du Kyung, not Beck Isu, right? If your identity is exposed, things will get complicated. The leadership of Oyama and its affiliated organizations, and even one Singh, anyone around you could become an enemy. Hearing that, Isu also came face to face with Tetsuji. He quickly hung up the phone while grumbling, Oh dear, okay, this brother sure talks a lot. Tetsuji spread his arms and smiled brightly. Hey, who's this? Long time no see, Ru. Isu thought to himself that this was Oyama Tetsuji. Those around him were low-ranking members, not on any list. From their faces, they didn't look like close brothers. Now I'm like Rugasaki, so I need be careful. Having sized things up, he brightened and moved toward Tetsuji. Long time no see. Father, why did you bring so many people with you? You're getting on, it's fine if you can't sleep, but what do they do to deserve being dragged out so early? Tetsuji, hearing this, playfully punched his chest. Kid, do you want this old man to go alone? Isu glanced at the masked men and forced a smile. Bringing those guys along is a bit of a hassle, you know. Anyway, welcome here, my son, Tetsuji said. Then suddenly he put his hand on Isu's shoulder and smiled again. I really wanted to see you. Later, a convoy of cars drove along the road. Isu silently admired the scenery outside the window. Tetsuji, sitting beside him, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and asked, Doesn't Japan still feel the same as before? Isu glanced back in surprise. Then he laughed. Honestly, I'm not used to it all. So many unfamiliar faces, even things I don't want to see. He struck a match and continued. Although we've talked on the phone, the situation here is more unstable than you think. Even as head of Oyama, as chairman, without a protective detail, I can't even go out. Hearing that, Isu put on an exaggerated expression. That bad? Father, you must have faced a lot of danger. Tetsuji said grimly that news from Korea had even spread to Japan. The Korean QB organization. It said Taiga has clashed with Oyama. Isu added thoughtfully that he'd also heard one sink had started operating. They're trying to stir things up in both Korea and Japan. Father, Tetsuji confirmed. Yes, surely among them are those targeting both you and me. Isu looked out the window pensively. Everywhere he went, Korea or Japan, it was the same. Because all he saw were displays that tired you out. Betrayers mean nothing to him anymore. Danger lurks everywhere. Let's see who survives this battle, Tetsuji said, secretly glancing at him. After a while, the cars arrived at the residential area. As soon as Isu got out, he stretched luxuriously. Phew, I'm shaking. Getting off the plane into a car straight here, I'm beat. Tetsuji grumbled. This kid already complaining? At that moment, someone called from above. Thanks for making such a long trip. He looked up in surprise. Jin Woong. Jin Woong stepped down and smiled. Long time no see, right? Finally you're back. Isu replied. Yes, I'm finally back in Japan. Then Jin Woong ordered his subordinates. From now on, we'll take care of chasing those guys away. He meant the masked one sync members. Hearing that, the man angrily took off his hat. What? Hey, are we here to be your errand boys? We're supposed to be present to supervise all matters. We're not here for you to do whatever you please. Jin Woong asked calmly. So, you don't want to go? Let me escort you out then. As Tetsuji was climbing the stairs, he turned back. I need to ask you a favor. After all, it's been a long time since my son came home. I want to have a little talk with him and rest comfortably. That's all. The man put his hat back on and replied. Then we'll stay nearby and watch until morning. We can't stray far from him. Tetsuji turned back to Isu. Those people are stubborn, but never mind. Go inside. He remained silent, watching them go. At that moment, a car was parked by the roadside nearby. Inside the car, a man with a cap looked up and said, "The guards are pulling out." The man in the seat asked, "Really? Is that intel accurate?" Then he lifted his gun and smiled maliciously. "Get ready. We're moving today." On Isu's side, as the three of them entered, Tetsuji spoke up. "Long time no see, huh? Your room's been kept just as it was. Your clothes are still here, too. Make yourself comfortable, and then we'll talk more." Jin Woong quickly showed the way. Please go this way." Isu waved him off. "No need to follow me like that. Can't I remember my own room?" Tetsuji quietly glanced after him. Later he appeared in a room, opening a wardrobe to look for clothes. Jin Woong called from outside. "Mind if I come in?" He replied, "Come in." Jin Woong stepped in smiling. "You even know your bedroom here?" "Isu, I was briefed on the house layout and personnel placement. Stuff like this is easy for me." Jin Woong exclaimed, "Just as I thought. You really aren't ordinary. Isu, none of this is difficult for you." Then he turned to ask, "Everything going smoothly?" "Long time no see, hot Jin Woong." A short while later, outside the gate, the two guards saw a man in a white shirt approaching and hurriedly blocked him. Hey, don't come up here." Before anything serious could happen, the man was the same one who had been in the car earlier. He aimed straight at the two guards. Immediately, bright red blood sprayed into the air. At that moment, Tetsuji was still sitting in his study, reading documents. His expression was somber. Suddenly, a voice called from the door. "Father, did you go to bed early?" Tetsuji replied, "Oh, come in." Isu opened the door and entered with a bottle of liquor. "Is sleeping the only option? It's boring. After all, it's been a while since we've met." Tetsuji stood up. "Ugh, I don't like that stuff. Gives me a headache." He sat down, put the bottle on the table, and asked, "But is this expensive liquor?" He pulled another bottle from the cabinet, grumbling, "This kid doesn't even know his father's tastes. Is it stubbornness or genuine ignorance? Overall, you've changed a lot." Isu smiled and asked, "What are you talking about, father?" Tetsuji sat back down and said bluntly, "So are you going to drink with me now?" Beck Isu. He heard that and was utterly astonished inwardly. How could that be? Tetsuji calmly poured the drink and said, You've done well. You're truly a spitting image. But like you, I've been with Du Kyung for a very long time. What kind of father would fail to tell his sons apart?" While Isu was listening, he sensed danger and lunged to wrap his arms around Tetsuji, falling backward to avoid the bullet. Isu pressed his head down and asked, "It wasn't the guest you invited, was it?" Tetsuji shook his head. "No, not at all. The gunman outside had just broken in. It's so quiet in here. Open the door. What are you doing?" Immediately, a tense man hauled the door open. "Looks so cool. Huh. Recording a movie or what?" Inside the room, everything began to descend into chaos. A blood-soaked arm of Tetsuji's stuck out. "Check if that old man is dead. If he's dead, everything here is done." Then the man in the white shirt threw an arm over his comrade's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Even that powerful chairman. One bullet and he's just like anyone else. If he survives this, he won't be human anymore." He paused mid-sentence when he sensed someone behind him. The man glanced back and saw Isu scowling at him. 2 days earlier in Tokyo, under the overpass, a voice called out, You want us to take care of Oyama? It was the white-shirt gunman receiving orders. You think Oyama's just some street thugs? Easy to say, huh? Besides, it turns out the other party is actually a one-sink cap wearer, not someone from Oyama. The cap wearer, standing with a suitcase at his feet, replied, "You don't need to know that. Just tell us whether you'll do it or not. If you won't, someone else will." The white-shirt man told them to calm down. "Who said we won't do it? We'll do it." Hearing this, the cap wearer kicked the suitcase toward the group. In 2 mornings, Beck Do Kyung, also Rugasaki, will enter Japan. The white-shirt man stared in surprise at Rugasaki. Then he looked down at the suitcase on the ground. The cap wearer said, "That day we'll deploy forces. Watch the timing and strike." He quickly opened the suitcase. "That's easy." His expression turned serious. Inside were several unassembled guns. He suddenly laughed. "Ha. Look at these. Are these for real?" The cap wearer warned seriously. "No mistakes. If they find out we cooperated, you know what that means." The white-shirt man quickly grabbed a gun to assemble it, excited. "Heard firearms have been flooding the market lately. Be doing, right? I get it. Leave these simple things to me." Back in the present, Isu stood silently behind him. Whether Rugasaki or whoever he was, the man sensed something and glanced back. He thought, just put a hole in his head and it's done. But before he could raise his gun, Isu lunged and slashed across his wrist. Isu's face was calm and cold. The white-shirt man dropped his gun in pain. "Damn, you were hiding there?" "Mizuru." Isu quickly glanced to the side. At that moment, a cap wearer rushed in to attack. He thrust a knife toward Isu's neck. Isu bent backward to dodge. The cap wearer raised the knife again. This time, Isu ducked down to dodge once more. Then he launched a kick that sent the attacker sprawling backward. Isu rushed in to strike first. He swung a blade, and on the other side. Over here, the white-shirt man was being supported by his subordinates, trying to flee. Boss, white shirt, was being helped by his henchmen and trying to run away on this side. Boss. Meanwhile, Isu was still fighting the cap wearer. He already had several wounds and looked extremely worried. Damn, this is happening way too fast. I'd heard rumors about Rugasaki, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Isu swung another slash and laughed, remarking, "Wow, this kid moves pretty well." At that moment, the white-shirt man held up his hand and said, "Hey, where's the gun? Hand the gun over." The henchman quickly produced it. Yes. On this side, Isu was fighting seriously. The white-shirt man tried to fire a sneaky shot, but Isu ducked, and the bullet instead struck the cap wearer. The cap wearer clutched his wound and fell to his knees, trembling as he gasped, "Why, yes, be boss." The white-shirt man shrugged and laughed. "Shit, sorry about that. I didn't expect to hit you." The cap wearer cried out, "You bastard." But before he could finish, Isu grabbed him by the hair. Then he brutally slashed across his throat. The white-shirt man still stuck his head out, trying to take another sly shot. While dodging, Isu started to analyze. "Looks like an M1911 7-round magazine. You can load one in the chamber, so 8 rounds max." The white-shirt man pressed it into his henchman's hand and ordered, "Humph, take it. Run out with it. When you rush him, aim for his head and shoot immediately." The henchman answered, "Yes, sir." Then he tensely pointed the gun inside. Isu seized the cap wearer from earlier. He used him as a human shield and charged out. The henchman with the gun screamed. He tried to press the trigger, but, to his shock, realized, wait, it's out of ammo. Isu tossed the body aside and then said, "At the entrance 5 shots were fired, earlier 3 shots. Sure enough, you guys only used that one gun." No sooner had he finished than the henchman received a knife wound, blood spraying everywhere, and his body fell out the doorway. The white-shirt man, about to move, panicked, damn it. Then he looked down at the gun sliding on the floor. He lunged to grab it, but Tetsuji snatched it up first. He muttered, "Honestly, does everyone carry these things nowadays? Hey kid, this isn't a toy. The safety on this gun isn't even off yet." He said this while coldly glancing at them. At that moment, Isu stepped in and exclaimed, "Whoa, you really startled me. Nearly got shot." Tetsuji replied, "Indeed, I thought they were at the wrong address." The white-shirt man went pale and tried to smile in terror. "Oyama, Mr. Oyama?" Tetsuji asked back. "Oh, so you know I'm Oyama?" Isu also remarked, "Yeah, that's brave. But I keep thinking it's weird. An ambush on the very day I arrived in Japan, and with no security detail present. How convenient. Who ordered you? He asked as he grabbed the man's collar and pressed a knife to his neck. The man hesitated. Teach that matter. Isu threatened. Well, speak quickly. I don't have patience. As the man was about to speak, a bullet suddenly flew in from somewhere and struck him squarely in the forehead. Then a group of people entered and asked, "Oh, are you all right?" "It's Lord Rugasaki." One Sink's men energetically stormed in with guns drawn. Isu, furious, tried to rush forward, swearing, but Tetsuji held him back. Although annoyed, he still shook his head to signal no. Isu looked back and saw his father's patient demeanor. The scar-faced cap-wearer scowled. "TCH, we told you we'd come. Are you deliberately creating more work for us?" Isu snarled. What did you just say?" He pressed the knife to the man's neck. "You bastard. You say that to someone who was almost shot?" The man kept answering. "Yes, you should have followed our arrangement. From now on, I'll double the bodyguards, and we'll place more of our people inside." Isu scoffed. "Who gave you the right to do that?" Then Tetsuji said, "Do it then." He coldly turned and asked, "Father, are you in your right mind?" Tetsuji calmly put a hand on his shoulder to soothe him. "Come on, don't be so touchy, Ryuga. This world isn't a place where petty thugs can just carry guns around. It's just that I don't know where they got these things from." The scar-faced man flicked Isu's knife aside and continued. "If we have time, we'll look into that. You rest, we'll clean up." With that, the three of them turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. Isu called after them, "Father, we need to talk." Cut to Tae-san headquarters. Do-kyung was leaning back in his chair, worried. Maybe I really should have gone instead. Sua, sorting documents beside him, asked, "Are you that worried?" "But he played your role really well." Like this. She picked up a pen and rested her finger on its spine, mimicking his expression when holding a knife. "If he sees that, he'll be displeased. It's my trademark, the thing I always struggle to find. That's it." He slid down in the chair. "It'll be fine, right? It'll be fine." He really seemed uneasy, hot-tempered and lacking self-control. "What'll happen? And Dad is a problem too. He'll figure out it's not me soon enough." Sua warned. "Oh, come on, you're distracting me." Suddenly he sat up straight, stroking his chin. "No, maybe it's better than expected." She asked, "In what sense?" Do-kyung stood and analyzed. "That old Hayama show has come to Korea, right? Maybe I should really stay in Korea. That man is dangerous." "Over here," Hayama Sho grimaced after taking a sip of liquor. "Huh, what's this?" "This isn't quite to my taste." Sitting across was Wang Hao, who chuckled. "Ha. Seems it's not to your liking." Behind Hayama Sho, two men lounged like addicts. He put the cup down and continued. "Wine, after all, tastes best with the right company." "How was I supposed to know what kind of man he is?" Wang Hao replied. Won't that become clear in time?" "I've been thinking from your standpoint, too." "Hayama Sho from my standpoint?" "Huh." With that, he kicked the cup on the table away. Then he glared. "All right, let's talk more freely. Today, I need to see how dark your heart really is." He took the knife from his subordinate as he spoke. He pointed it forward and grinned, asking, "Ready to reveal yourself yet?" Wang Hao stayed calm and smiled at the knife. "Today we must probe the thoughts trapped in his cage." "How to do it? Can it be shown right here?" Wang Hao set his cup down and asked, "So what's it really like? You wanted to open up and take a look, huh? If everything truly turns dark, how do you plan to act?" At that moment, a thug with a pointed head brandished an axe and said, "Teach that guy, thinks he's a stranger," pulling out a blade while just sitting there. Sho turned and smiled. "Do that, and you'll get hurt. Don't do anything thoughtless and wild to us." The pointed head thug? Unbearable. Before he could finish, the trembling guy beside him bit down hard on his nose. Screams of agony rang out. Two of them went sprawling to the floor, and the others rushed over in panic. Two men lunged in to pull the biter away. What a heartless bastard. His expression was terrifying, his mouth smeared with blood. Sho said calmly, "See? I warned you." At that, Wang Hao suddenly stood up and called out to Hayama Sho. He asked, "What? You know my name?" Meanwhile, Wang Hao walked over downing his drink and replied, "Not just the name. I know a few other things about you, too. If you don't understand things clearly, it'll obviously lead to trouble." With that, he smashed the cup hard into the face of the man who had bitten someone. Then he turned back and continued, "You're in the same situation now, aren't you? Shouting like that. Are you planning to gut someone, but you don't even know where you're sitting? Even those fish are the same. As he spoke, Wang Hao moved toward the fish tank. If you change their water and drop them in right away, they'll die. To live in harmony, you must start with adaptation. Shou sneered. You mean outsiders shouldn't act too arrogant, right, Wang Hao? If you've heard and understood it that way, I can't deny it. Shou then produced a stack of documents and exclaimed, Good heavens, such cruel and brutal actions. Wipe off the blood, and don't take it too personally. It's all just a joke. As he spoke, he handed the documents to Wang Hao. I'm here today because of this. Han Hei Sung told me to deliver it to you. Wang Hao flipped through it and asked, Hey, what is this? Shou replied, Take a look. It's guaranteed to be interesting. You must know a bit about the situation with those Tayson kids, right? Those brats seem to be toying with us. Don't you think so? One in Korea and one in Japan. One in Korea and one in Japan. Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Both claimed to be Rugasaki. Hayama, Shou pushed himself up. Why are you giving this to me? Wang Hao grinned harshly. They say we should try dealing with those punks. Shou eyed the fish tank again, the knife pressed close, and said, Now it's our turn? Huh? Aren't we all in the same boat? He himself insisted that to integrate, you must adapt. Then he dropped his knife into the tank and added, Speaking of water reminds me, what about the saying, one fish clouds the water? If you're on the same boat, don't muddy the water. Troublemakers who muddy the water must be removed. If you want everyone to live, there's no other way. Surely you understand. Saying that, the two of them looked at each other with knowing glances. Wang Hao glared at the other man while taking a drag of his cigarette. Cut to the Tetsuji residence. Someone was inspecting. There were 2 bullet holes through the doorframe. The man gasped in disbelief. This is Nojima Fuku, the Nakano-kai leader at the Sujinami base. A chaotic gang who even dare step over the Oyama family's threshold. Tetsuji, sitting at his desk, replied, That's right, they even brought a gun. He was eyeing the weapon in his hand. So I'm investigating across many areas. Besides, last night, that guy also... Just then someone entered and asked, Junichi, you must be from Sujinami, right? Aren't you affiliated with Nakano-kai and overseeing Sujinami? In short, the assassins from last night were your members. Isu entered with an unfriendly expression. Mr. Nojima, am I wrong? Nojima calmly replied, So you really have returned to Rugasaki. Then he turned back to Tetsuji. However, you've misunderstood part of it. The Nakano-kai's main base, as you know, is Nakano. But a few years ago, Mr. Oyama handed Sujinami over to us. We've since moved our base to Sujinami. Right after the one-sink rumor surfaced, it began spreading. As he spoke, Fuku pulled something from his chest. Isu saw it and quickly grabbed his wrist. Nojima calmly said, Calm down, Rugasaki. This gun has no bullets or magazine. That's why. This firearm is something we recovered. These have become widely circulated. This is common among thugs who terrorize neighborhoods. Isu looked down at the gun in astonishment. Tetsuji then asked, What about the transport and distribution routes? Nojima, that matter I'm still sorting through. I don't even know how to explain it. At that moment, Hideo burst in, panicked. Chairman, are you all right and safe? Nojima looked at the other side. The mastermind behind the trafficking and circulation of these guns is a family named Kudo living in Setagaya. Hideo Santo's organization has been operating for a long time. Hideo clenched his teeth, grinding them. That bastard, that crafty old man. He rushed forward and threw a punch at Nojima, clenching his fist. You dare pin responsibility on me? Introducing myself. I am Hideo Santo, head of the Kudo family operating out of Setagaya. He shouted. I came because I know everything. You bastard. Nojima propped himself up and replied, nonchalantly, whether it's true or not, does that add to that muddled head's knowledge? Hideo, furious, took off his coat. You're the one spreading guns into the market, aren't you? The guns are aimed straight at the chairman. Nojima. So it turns out you've chosen what I wanted to express. Hideo shouted, What? Are you making baseless accusations? Then, right there in Tetsuji's office, the two of them were about to charge at each other. Hideo raised his fist to strike. Nojima also lunged forward with a knife. Immediately, Isu appeared between them to stop the fight. With a cold look, he said exhaustedly, You all seem to have forgotten something very important, didn't you? Do you think this is the wild and lawless backcountry where you can start brawling and pulling knives? Then he stepped up to Tetsuji's desk, hands on his hips. Father, You've endured too many trials without me. Do you really live like this? The chairman, smoking, nodded in agreement. I've also been through many years, haven't I? If you're grown and still erupt into drawing knives and acting out, that would take away all the elegance, wouldn't it? Realizing their rashness, the two of them immediately knelt and begged forgiveness. Chairman, I apologize for my carelessness. There's no excuse. Tetsuji stood up again and called out, So, Ryuga. He looked out through the window and said, You must shoulder the responsibility in my stead. There happen to be many dissatisfied opinions about your succession. You also made the mistake of delaying the inauguration by 2 months. Therefore, use this opportunity to let everyone see what you're capable of. What kind of leader will the new Oyama chairman be at work? This is my last favor. As he spoke, he pulled a drawer open. It will also be your final test. You have 1 month to complete it. What Tetsuji took from the main drawer was a box containing the Oyama insignia knife. Holding up the knife, he handed it to Isu and continued, Act in the name of Oyama. Make everyone bow in respect. Isu, face as dark as ink, took the knife and looked at him. Cut to outside. It's already night, and a group of 1 sync members are still lined up there. Inside, Isu looked down at the knife in his hand and mused. So if I want to become chairman, I must become your knife. Is that what you mean? He said, glancing at Tetsuji by the window. Tetsuji turned and replied, Yes, think of it as proof of your qualification. As you know, Oyama now. Yes, consider it a proof of qualification. Isu narrowed his eyes and asked, Why must I be proven? From a start, I had no interest in Oyama. Tetsuji, is that so? Then why did you come to Japan? Isu slammed the knife down hard onto the table, then coldly said, Because that person is here. Director Jang. I came here to arrest him. But if you cooperate with 1 sync to stop me, then who knows, I might turn my attention to Oyama as well. Tetsuji slowly sat down and sighed. Oh dear, even dealing with 1 Ryuga kid was tiring enough. Yet this one who's come back is even more than that kid. So how about this? Beck Isu, if you help Oyama, I'll give you a big gift. Isu asked, What would you give? He poured more drink and answered, Look, Oyama is now a partner of 1 sync. But if you become Oyama's chairman, wouldn't opportunities come your way every day? I mean, you could deal with anyone within 1 sync. So consider this a secret pact between you and me. Hearing the Ryuga kid, your strength is impressive. This time show me what you can do. Use the name Rugasaki to find Oyama's long-standing enemies. Following Tetsuji's words, Isu set out on the mission. First he went to a place to make them all submit. D30 until the inauguration. Inside the room, Isu held a cup of tea and brewed it. Nojima exclaimed, Not expecting you to come here in person. Then asked, Is this an order from the chairman? Isu replied, What order? I came because of the invitation Nojima mentioned. You said the guns spreading in Sujinami were the actions of the Kudo family. He must have had a way to verify that, which is why he dared to say it so loudly, right? Nojima quickly stood up and grabbed a stack of documents. Yes, so it seems, doesn't it? As he spoke, he pushed the documents toward Isu. Isu questioned, So it really is like that? Why is the answer phrased in the past tense? Nojima replied, As I said before, I found the distributor. He confessed he received the guns from the Kudo family, but he died while in custody. No, he was killed by someone. When Isu saw the photo, his expression turned serious. This one had a clean slash across the throat. The wound was neat, showing the killer was no amateur. Then he slammed the documents down. He caught the man spreading the guns into Sujinami, and that man was indeed connected to the Kudo family. But someone had murdered that witness. Nojima said, That's basically it. Then he looked out the window and saw someone watching. His face suddenly grew pensive. Then he turned back to look at Isu. Nojima gave a knowing smile. He said, Can you come with me for a bit? Isu turned. Suddenly like that. Nojima put on his coat and said, It might be better to show you in person. After a while, the two went downstairs. Nojima waved his subordinates back. Isu looked back, puzzled. Where are you going, leaving your men here? Nojima said, There are too many people. That's no good. Then he asked, Have you been to Sujinami before? His eyes sharpened. Tetsuji had briefed him on matters in Sujinami. He walked on and replied, I came here once a long time ago. Back then this wasn't Akanokai territory, right? He thought further. At that time he had been in Korea. Nojima recounted. That's right. This place used to be Nakano, our Nakano-kai area. It's a neutral zone situated between Sujinami, controlled by the Kudo family. At that time, it was managed by several small groups. Then an old man opened the door. Seeing that, Nojima bowed and greeted. The old man immediately slammed the door shut with force. Though Nojima was rebuffed, he continued. However, 2 years ago those small groups collapsed and Nakano-kai took over. Isu peered inside and wondered why they reacted that way. Seemed they didn't like him much. Nojima kept walking. Probably so. Those small groups used to be beloved by the locals. Then the two went deeper into the alley. Isu spoke up. Where are we going? It feels like we've been circling the same spot the whole time. Nojima stopped. It's time, isn't it? At that moment, a noise from behind caught Isu's attention. He turned and saw some guys on motorcycles appear. Who are those guys? He scowled and asked unhappily. Hey Nojima, what are you trying to do? He calmly replied. Don't get the wrong idea, Rugasaki. Those men are aiming at me. Probably. For some reason, they've been loitering around our organization. I thought I'd have my subordinates handle them. Isn't your reputation for skill well known? Since you're here anyway, lend a hand. The future chairman said. Isu drew his knife and grinned. This old man is a bit fox-like, isn't he? We'll continue this chat shortly. At that moment, one of the motorcyclists revved his engine hard. He aimed the bike straight at Isu and charged. He leapt aside to dodge, then dove toward the rider and said, That's not how you drive that. Then spun and delivered a kick. I'll give you a tip. Next time, try swinging a crowbar. On this side, Nojima was also charged at by a biker. Oh ho! He quickly jumped aside and avoided it. Nojima drew 2 knives from his back. Then another attacker lunged at him from behind. Nojima spun and swung a slash, successfully cutting into the belly of the oncoming rider. The man fell to the ground with his bike, crying out in pain. Toward the other guy. At that moment, he got a chin hook from Isu. Then Isu followed with a kick to his face. Another man quickly flicked out a sharp knife in his hand, then rushed at him shouting, You son of a... Isu bent down, grabbed the bike's front end, and asked, What are you planning to do with that tiny thing? Then he twisted the throttle hard, ramming straight into the attacker and sending him flying off the bike. Nojima suddenly looked in one direction. Isu quickly followed his gaze. He wore an exasperated expression. Well, what is this? These guys, they must have seen this. A whole line of bikes had appeared in front of them. Nojima looked over and asked, Looks busier than I thought, right? He replied confidently, Don't worry, I have plenty of people following to protect us. Then he glanced back and called, Come out, you gotta earn your keep too. At that moment those guys stepped out from the shadows. I told you beforehand. The purpose of this was to protect your life. We are not your subordinates. The whole team took positions. These are members of one sing, whose mission is to protect the life of Beak Du-kyung. If they spot any suspicious movement, they can shoot and kill all enemies. The bikers looked up in confusion to the upper floors and saw a sniper barrel peering down. Then they turned back and saw another team armed with guns behind them. Cut to the front of a warehouse door. 2 men were standing guard. Inside were motorcycles lined up and counting sounds. 1, 2, 3, oh my. How many are there here? Isu jumped onto a bike and asked, Can I try driving this? I only know how to fight. It's my first time on this kind of bike. Nojima silently watched him clown around for a while. Isu turned on the headlight, then said, All right, let's get to the point. So what exactly are you guys? In front of him was the group of bikers from before, tied and kneeling. Their leader scowled and gave no answer. He raised a knife but didn't want to speak. Nojima quickly stopped him. Rugasaki, wait. These guys are much younger than I expected. A few boys in the back looked nervous and worried. Isu took a closer look. Huh? Is that so? Hearing him say it, it does seem to be the case, doesn't it? Nojima stepped toward them and continued, I've lived this life a long time, so having people aiming at my back is nothing strange. But it seems I have nothing to do with kids like you, right? The kneeling man suddenly shouted, Nothing to do with you? Are you joking? Nojima, you arrested one of our members. Killed him, right? He glared down. Me? Arrest people and kill them? The man continued, Don't pretend you don't know. You slit his throat in the bathroom. At that, Nojima was stunned and blurted out, Could you be talking about the gun supplier? Isu stepped down from the bike and added, Hold on. If that's the case, this old man isn't the killer. I'll guarantee to surprise that guy. What? He analyzed again. The photo from the scene showed no signs of a struggle. The killer took advantage of the victim's distraction and quietly cut his throat. In such a case, it was done by someone the victim knew, and that person was a very professional knife user. Hearing that, the man lowered his face. Knowing the victim and a professional with a knife? What does that mean? Isu continued, I don't know what the hell you usually do for work. He frowned threateningly. But this time you've gotten involved in something you shouldn't. This isn't a matter, kids, like you can take part in. A boy in the back hurriedly explained, we were just transporting goods. Then someone above snapped, shut up, you idiot. Then the boy continued, saying they received stuff from Kudo's people. They told us to just deliver it by motorbike. That's what they said. Nojima looked toward the bike and said, over there, open the side box of the motorbike and show us. He opened the box and found a black plastic bag inside. Isu exclaimed, no way. Nojima pulled a gun out from inside and said, that's right, there are even bullets inside. The kneeling man lowered his head and said, at first we didn't know what we were delivering, but we opened it by accident and found that. And not long after, things happened like that. Isu thought inwardly, murder to silence them, really? Nojima asked again. So can you prove that Kudo supplied this to you? The man replied, we weren't the ones who met Kudo's people directly. We just heard it that way. Isu wondered, heard it? The man affirmed, yes, because the goods are always received by the regiment commander. He was once again shocked. The regiment commander? Cut to the Setagaya stronghold of the Kudo family. At this time, Hideo was talking to someone. This matter might very well be something only we bear. The Kudo family leader Hideo Santo. His face was extremely displeased. At first, I thought those brats were just delivering packages. The department chief Jang sat opposite. He casually said, if that's the case, the leader needn't worry too much. Because if it were a loose end, I would have decisively helped you cut it off. I used Junichi to prepare for times like this. Sai, right? I never gave guns to that guy. Chief Jang continued. He is a remnant force of the small organization that used to be in Sujinami, outwardly under Nakano Kai, but he can't have good feelings toward Oyama. Hideo asked, because Oyama suppressed the small groups in Sujinami. He affirmed, yes, so I only backed them a little. In the end, the picture was a Sujinami uprising, and it would be seen as a trap against the Kudo family. Hearing that, I laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up. Oh man, I really only trust Chief Jang, sir. You know what I mean, right? How can an outsider like you be so good at handling our internal affairs? Truly impressive. Ha ha ha. Chief Jang grimaced inwardly. Could this guy really hold a leadership position in an area? But it's easier to exploit people like these, right? These are factions that only need their pride stroked. Hideo was still gleefully calling out, is there that good sake we brought out last time? Bring it here. Then he turned to Chief Jang. But Chief, I have one question. Aren't you and the chairman business partners? Why are you targeting the chairman? Chief Jang, what I'm targeting isn't old Chairman Tetsuji. I'm targeting the situation and the reputation. And besides, we need a bit of verification. Old Chairman Tetsuji told me to guarantee the life of Beck Du-kyung, a.k.a. Rugasaki. Hearing that, Hideo huffed and folded his arms. Damn, it's been a long time since I've heard that Korean name. Chief Jang said he'd make him chairman, but I'm the one uncomfortable with that. Hideo, same here about that. That's why I want to cooperate with Chief Jang. But there's no way. You can't just shoot the succeeding chairman. At that moment, Chief Jang pulled out a dossier. So if his identity isn't Rugasaki, could we kill him? Making Hideo puzzled. What do you mean by that? He handed over the documents and said, take a look at this. Hideo skimmed the file containing Du-kyung's information and was immediately shocked, exclaiming, what is this? To Rugasaki's. Chief Jang, this is the verification I mentioned to you. If the Rugasaki in Japan is fake, then we must act as well. As he spoke, he flashed a sly smile and poured a drink for his counterpart. Cut back to Isu. He was standing outside the workshop with Nojima. He raised a pack of cigarettes and asked, want one? Nojima declined. I'm fine. After a moment of silence, he added, I've quit smoking. Isu smoked and asked, so will that regiment commander really come? Nojima guessed, he probably will, since his men are in our custody. Isu countered, not necessarily. He might run away if he sees this scene. Nojima insisted, anyway, I doubt that will happen. Didn't you hear those guys? They regard him as the regiment commander. right? They said that regiment has up to 1,000 followers nationwide. Just then, the person they had been waiting for appeared. He wore a long white coat and on arrival barked, "Hey, gangsters, did you take my members?" Isu bowed and smiled, commenting, "Oh, that's so cool." Nojima replied indifferently, "I don't know. I'm not really sure." At that moment, the other man crossed his arms with a serious expression and introduced himself. "My name is Moriwaki Soichiro. I am the Corps commander leading the Extermination Corps." Isu stubbed out his cigarette and stepped forward. "Such an interesting way of talking." Huh? Soichiro continued. "I personally came here to warn you." "Warn me about what?" "Huh, how terrifying." "Soichiro, now hand over the members of my group that you're holding." He asked calmly, "If I don't release them, then what?" Soichiro's expression turned angry. "Are you someone with command authority? I have nothing to say to you. I'm talking to that old man Nojima back there." Nojima, hearing that, was puzzled. "That young man knows me? I don't recall ever meeting you." Corps commander, hearing that, he gritted his teeth. "Don't remember? You're not that young anymore, are you? Wasn't it you who drove us out of Sujinami 2 years ago? Under the leadership of Oyama Shogo, you crushed all of us." Hearing that familiar name, Isu was surprised. "Wait a minute. Who?" Soichiro then punched the air and shouted, "The mission of our corps is to take back Sujinami. This gang has gathered, so they won't be manipulated in a loop by your criminal groups anymore. This is the uprising and struggle of our extermination corps." The men behind him also raised their fists in unison. Nojima only said coldly, "Is that so?" Soichiro continued, "Therefore I, Corps Commander Moriwaki Soichiro, hereby declare." Nojima Fuku proposed that he duel me like 2 men. Nojima pressed his lips together and stared at the opponent for a long moment. Soichiro set the condition. "If I win, you must leave Sujinami." Nojima's underlings, hearing this, angrily rushed forward. "You crazy bastard, what did you say?" Nojima immediately stopped them. "Everyone stay where you are. Do not interfere." He shrugged off his coat and pulled out 2 knives to face Soichiro. "Is that really all it takes? Young man, if you lose, then what?" He put on white gloves and growled, "If I lose, it's up to you to deal with me." At that moment, Beax stepped in. "Wait, Mr. Nojima. This guy says he's Oyama Shogo, right?" Soichiro looked over, puzzled. "You are. Anyway, I don't know what you're thinking being Oyama." Isu rolled up his sleeves, then broke into an excited smile. "How about settling this with me? I may look it, but I'm also an Oyama." Hearing that name, Soichiro got excited and took off his glasses. "Oyama? So you know that bastard Shogo?" Isu replied, "Yeah, he's my damn older brother." Soichiro pulled a gun from his jacket. "It was you who said that, mind you." He pointed it straight at Liu's forehead and shouted, "Cancel the duel. Oyama may have to die here." He said this through gritted teeth, filled with hatred. Isu's expression at this time was also terrifying as he stared at the opponent. Scene shifts to Du Kyung. He is standing, smoking, and staring off into the distance. Shaun appeared from behind and said, "The weather's getting chilly, isn't it, Du Kyung? What are you doing? Stay inside." He reminded him, "You're a patient, so don't overexert yourself." The young man laughed and replied, "Honestly, if that's the case, then don't bring me here." Then he looked inside and asked seriously, "But is this really the place where they're holding the captain's fake funeral? So can I ask you one question?" Du Kyung, "Ask as many as you like and I'll answer." Shaun turned and spoke. "Is it true the director plans to cooperate with head of department Jan when the director becomes chairman of Oyama, forming a symbiotic relationship with One Sing? So how are we supposed to get our revenge? Even though One Sing claims they'll protect Beck Du Kyung, will they play dirty tricks on Beck Isu? Will they leave Beck Isu alone?" Du Kyung stubbed out his cigarette and replied, "Of course not. They're currently scrambling to find any way to expose my identity." Shaun grew even more alarmed. "Even so, you still chose to join forces with Oyama?" Du Kyung turned, furrowed his brow, and said, "It's all part of the plan." "So what is it you really want to say now?" Shaun pressed his lips together, then lowered his face and blurted out, "The chairman of Oyama. I'm afraid that position will mark the end of our revenge mission. Even that bastard Shogo. That day, I should have killed them all. It shouldn't have ended like that, even if Tetsuji or anyone else had tried to stop me." At this point, Du Kyung put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him, calming him down. "Don't get me wrong, whether you like it or not, he's like a father to me. I understand what you're worried about. First, cool your head down. Saying this, he started to walk away. I've never intended to interfere with my junior's affairs from the start. Shaun, silent for a moment, exclaimed in surprise. Juniors? Du Kyung turned back, smiling, and asked, We've seen each other's darkest sides already. Doesn't that qualify us as brothers? Don't you want that? But why do people like Isu still make me uneasy? Are all soldiers like that? Shaun blushed shyly and looked away. No, not at all. He turned away again and sighed. You and Isu sure know how to make people worry. Just then a car appeared below, and he exclaimed, Oh, perfect timing. Du Kyung quickly walked down the stairs, then spoke up. This must be your first time coming here. Han Hae-sung, CEO of HHS, named Hae-sung, with a smug look, stepped out. Cheon Woong, the boss Wang Hao, and on the other side was Wang Hao. Along with them, several masked members of One Sync also stepped out. Du Kyung calmly approached the group and remarked, Oh, what a strange scene. I mean, the ones who were tearing each other apart a few days ago are now all family. Huh? So let's erase all distances and live together in harmony for a long time. Cheesy, but sure. Scene shifts to Isu. As he rolled up his sleeves, Soichiro shouted, That's why you'll die here. Oyama. He grit his teeth and aimed the gun forward. Nojima was extremely worried. Damn it, there's a gun. Isu reassured him. Don't worry, Mr. Nojima. He's just an idiot who doesn't know how to use a gun. The safety's even on. This startled Soichiro. Isu lunged forward, pushed his hand back, and threw a punch. That's just sweet talk, Commander. Immediately, a sky-straight punch landed squarely into Soichiro's stomach. He spat a mouthful of water. Isu snatched the gun from his hand and said, Looks like it's the same model as that other one. Are these guys really selling them off? He added as he tossed the gun toward Nojima. He warned him to keep his focus ahead. Rugasaki turned to look in that direction. He noticed Soichiro's legs trembling. Then he assumed a fighting stance and shouted, Oyama, is that all you've got? I won't be like last time. The men behind cheered, punching the air. Go on, Corps Commander, take his life. Nojima then called out to Rugasaki, If possible, please don't kill him. At that moment, Soichiro launched a punch. Isu closed his eyes and said, No choice. It's always easier said than done, huh? He said as he sprang into a kick. That Corps Commander is quite rough, too. Then Isu once more landed a punch into the man's stomach. Soichiro cried out in shock. What? What the? Damn it. It felt like being hammered, but he tried to regain his balance, then surged forward once again. Soichiro told himself he wouldn't tuck tail and run like last time. He remembered back when Soichiro had been in a state of confusion. He was kneeling on the ground. Shogo at that time held a sword, turned his back on him, and called Sujinami. Not thinking a place like this would require us to bow out so much. Beside Soichiro lay his teammates who had been dealt with and no longer moved, while Shogo calmly walked away and ordered that management be handed over to an Oyami-affiliated organization to take over this place. Anyone who dares resist will be cleaned out. At that moment, Kaido, with an arrogant face, grabbed Soichiro by the hair and drove a knife down. Cuts scored across his face. Agonized cries rang out. Nojima was beside him then, but could only shut his eyes, unable to look. Back in the present, Soichiro shouted, Oyama, and then lunged forward. He grabbed Isu's stomach and shoved it backward. Isu quickly regained his footing and drove a knee into his gut. Nojima panicked. Rugasaki, please. At this point, Soichiro was kneeling, clutching one of Isu's legs. He called out, Nojima, to stand there. Then he grabbed Soichiro's hair and demanded, What did you even come here for? Aren't you running errands for the Yakuza? Answer me. What's your reason for being hostile toward Oyama? Soichiro screamed. Do you even need to ask? You treated us cruelly. You took our streets, you took our families. Our whole corps will destroy you. Even if there's no corps, even if it's just me alone. Then Isu promptly thrust a strike into the back of his neck. Soichiro collapsed unconscious onto the ground. He looked down and smiled. Let's see how many times you have the courage to stand up. I'll wait. At that moment, Soichiro's men revved their engines and shouted, Corps Commander, you bastards. Just then someone appeared from behind that crowd and called out, Stop right there. It turned out to be Old Man Hideo, standing there with his arms crossed, looking very imposing. Isu was astonished. Santo Hideo, the culprit, actually came here himself? Perfect timing. I have a lot to ask you. Santo said as he stepped forward. Suddenly Hideo shouted, Beck Du Kyung. Isu ground his teeth and repeated, Beck do kyung. Suddenly a line of cars appeared. Along with a declaration, the first Oyama-affiliated group announced was the Kudo family. They do not acknowledge you as Oyama's successor. He raised a hand, missing a pinky, to show his allegiance to Shogo. We have delivered this declaration to the chairman. Until this declaration is accepted, we will go independent and split from Oyama, refusing all management and oversight and accepting no bribes whatsoever. All of this demonstrates a willingness to die for Oyama's safety. Embodying that strong will, a box full of pinky fingers was produced. So it will be called Yubitsum. Understand? You hybrid-named one? Korean name, it's Beck Isu. At that, Isu's hand clenched into a fist. Back to earlier times. When Hideo finished viewing the information, he was stunned and blurted out, What do you mean by this? The current Rugasaki. Isn't he actually not Rugasaki? Manager Jang immediately said, Yes, that's what I mean. There's a possibility he's not. The deal between me and old Chairman Tetsuji was protection for Beck do Kyung, meaning the person who would succeed Rugasaki. But if the person who came to Japan now isn't Beck do Kyung, could you accept him as chairman then? Hideo, if what you just said is true, how can we verify it? He's already been recognized by the chairman as Rugasaki. How could we dare deny that? Manager Jang said, Although I don't fully understand the rules here, can't this at least show determination? He tapped the table, and immediately a man in a cap carried a briefcase in and set it on the table. When opened, inside were documents along with a white cloth and a knife. Hideo picked up the knife in disbelief. Do you understand what this means to us? Manager Jang casually asked while stubbing his cigarette out. Oh, do you need to be told? Is this confusing to Hideo? Manager Jang stood up and continued. Status, honor, trust. Aren't those old-fashioned things about to end? If you let yourself be shackled by those worn-out things, you'll never move forward. The packet of documents below, you can think of it as a future business plan. Those documents bear the seals of the counselors, so there are things that must be cut away. Saying that, he stepped outside. Hideo stared down at the knife in his hand, deep in thought. I already said, if you want to move forward, the box of pinky fingers reappeared. Tetsuji, seeing it, asked, Is this your vote? Because it contains that meaning. Do you call it Yubitsum? At that moment, a group of people knelt on the floor as a show of resolve. Tetsuji said again, This is something I never wanted. Before you remove fingers, you shouldn't have come here on your own, surely. The others continued to keep their heads bowed in silence. Tetsuji frowned, glanced away, and said, Cut it out. That's not even the question I wanted to ask. Then he closed the lid of the box. I'll ask a different question. What do you Yubitsum want? Someone spoke up. We can't let Rugasaki become Oyama's chairman. Everyone knows the chairman and Rugasaki founded this Oyama in the past. Even so, after all, he's just an outsider from Korea. Besides, he's not of the same bloodline who will inherit like Lord Shogo. Tetsuji said, If you want to argue this, into here. Shogo slowly stepped back from his position. The man quickly retorted, Still, he can't be Rugasaki, chairman. We know the situation in Korea very well, don't we? Those twin brothers are deceiving Oyama. They even hid their identities from the chairman. So even if he really is Rugasaki, we can't follow someone like that. Tetsuji ground his teeth, realizing who was pulling the strings. Manager Jang, so you... Then he snapped. You can't follow me? So what kind of chairman do you want to follow? Will you be chairman, Yukio? The man denied it. No way. The bosses are far above me. You're Yukio's senior. Susuk, you'll do it. Susuk jerked his head up in alarm. We don't mean that. Tetsuji gave a cold laugh. Oh, isn't that what I'm suggesting? Then why are you carrying this out? This is supposed to be the position of Oyama's chairman alone. The Japanese underworld. Whoever wants to rule must pay for it. For each district, elect one person and then have them compete for rank during the remaining period until the succession ceremony in 29 days. Then I'll choose which district's organization, ranked first in influence, gets the right to vote for Oyama's chairman. The others recoiled in horror. That's the chairman's plan? Tetsuji continued. But remember one thing. If the candidate we pick becomes Oyama's chairman, it won't end with just Yubitsum. When you cut off your pinkies without my asking you to rebel against my will, then you must have already steeled yourselves for what's to come. His expression was furious. Cut to Hideo. He kept going. You probably understand the situation by now, right? Beck Isu. Isu was walking straight forward. Nojima thought to himself, anyone will do, as long as it's proven. Why would the chairman pick this moment? Such a sensitive time. Stepping up in front of Hideo, Isu asked, why do you keep calling me Beck Isu? It looks like you're the one who doesn't understand the situation, which made him turn red with anger. What? He quickly drew the knife. Who wants to rule Japan's underworld? If so, whether I'm Beck Isu or Beck Du-kyung. He then pointed the blade at the other. What difference does it make, old man? Only then did Nojima realize they'd raised two other issues to prevent Rugasaki from becoming chairman, namely Rugasaki's unclear identity and lineage. That excuse no longer holds any weight now. At that moment, Soichiro suddenly crawled up and shouted, what are you talking about? Isu turned and smiled, asking, already standing up? Soichiro stood up with a trembling body. Anyone can be chairman. You don't care who it is? Hideo laughed and pointed mockingly. Haha, someone like you actually has ambitions for the chairman's seat. Didn't you say you hate Oyama? Nojima was speechless, and Soichiro was clearly furious. He kept laughing loudly. Who would support a kid with no ID? Not even a real Yakuza like you. Nojima sneered coldly. One candidate elected per district, is it? Then he laid a hand on Soichiro's shoulder and declared, then I, Nojima Fuku, representative of Sujinami, nominate Moriwaki Soichiro. This made Soichiro look around bewildered. Nojima continued, I know full well that you, Hideo, will personally represent Setagaya. So now you two are both candidates. He shrugged Hideo's hand away and barked. What the hell did you say? Hideo shouted back. Hey Nojima, don't joke. This is a life or death battle between us. And you let some paper kid cut in like this. At that, Isu twisted the throttle on a nearby motorcycle, cut in and grinned. Hey, are you underestimating the Legion commander? Revving the engine, he went on. This guy is the leader of the Extermination Legion, commanding 1,000 soldiers, you know. Then he called out, hey, Legion commander, how about it? Say something. As a candidate, do you have a pledge to make? If someone like me gets to sit in the chairman's seat. Soichiro immediately rushed forward and finished Isu's sentence by declaring, I, Moriwaki Soichiro, will abolish Oyama. He jabbed a finger at Isu's chest and asked, even so, you won't regret it, will you? He forced a grin. Good. Only that kind of will is worthy. Then he put a hand on the other's shoulder. I've warned you before. Let's see how many times you can get back up. I'll be waiting. Lord Soichiro, representative of Sujinami. With that, they raised their fists and cheered, the drivers pounding the air. They returned to Nojima's side. He smiled with satisfaction and nodded. On Hideo's side, he scowled and grumbled. These damn brats. Just having Rugasaki is enough to annoy me. You sneaky bastard. Whoever you are, I'll be sure to chop your head off. He ground his teeth as he said it. Back at the old house, Du-kyung was receiving Hae-sung and Wang Hao, wearing a friendly expression. Let's live together in harmony for a long time, shall we? By the way, you two came to the funeral without bringing a wreath? What exactly are you here for? The two put on annoyed faces. Wang Hao walked on and said, eh ha, I believe I can keep living like this. Du-kyung teased. Anyway, that sly old fox even has to fight over a single sentence, doesn't he? Then he calmly climbed the stairs, while Wang Hao watched and calculated inwardly. If we want to eliminate the twins, then, returning to the previous conversation, he wondered if there really was a way. Sho slapped his palm in exasperation. Oh my, are you out of your mind? How could you forget something so important? Then he raised both his arms. Here, these are the arms. Wang Hao still looked puzzled. Arms, Sho explained. I heard my brother's arms were badly burned. Wang Hao immediately recalled the last fight. That's right, at that hotel. Back to the present. Wang Hao was still calculating. How can he find out about this? Du-kyung said, let's go inside first. He reached out as if to tug at his sleeve to check. A probing glance around. Du-kyung was now stepping up the stairs ahead. Wang Hao kept his eyes sharp, calculating inwardly. He'd heard the younger brother's arm was burned. Right? I'll check that. He moved to reach out, but Shaun grabbed his wrist and said, long time no see, uncle. I'm really glad to see you here. Last time I owe you quite a bit, Shaun said, his eyes narrowing with meaning as he spoke. Du-kyung turned and called. What are you two doing? Come up here. There's a lot to talk about. Cut to Japan. D. 28 until the succession ceremony. Since Tetsuji's announcement last night, Yakuza from all over Japan have headed to Oyama. One of them who appeared was Kenichi. Kenichi, representative of Katsushika, intended to run. He had just stepped through the gate thinking he should act quickly. The more candidates there are, the harder it will be to reach the time. Damn it. It seems many share the same thought. Ahead of him were groups chatting inside. At that moment, a one-sync guy gestured. It's chaotic inside. Only one person per organization may enter. One of Kenichi's subordinates spat. Hey, do you know who this is? Kenichi calmly waved. All right, so you're the capable soldiers from Korea. I look forward to your help, he thought. Come on. If I'm chairman, these guys will become my men. As he stepped in, some young men noticed him. A moss green-haired boy called out. Oh, so the old man showed up too. He grinned broadly. Well then, greetings, seniors. I'm going over there to say hello a bit. Those who stayed tried to coax him. Hey, Taku, don't be like that. Join Yubitsum. When Lord Hideo arrives, we'll put in a good word for you. He waved him off. Oh, please me. I'd be too pressured. Then when he turned back, he quickly flipped to disdain. Yubitsum, how vulgar. Candidates already forming factions. This was Ogawa Taku, representative of Arakawa, intending to run. Approaching Kenichi, Taku pointed at his own face and asked with a smile, Lord Kenichi, do you remember me? I'm Taku. Kenichi replied, I thought so. It's you. What a hairstyle, kid. Kenichi pinched the young man's cheek and laughed. Next time call me uncle. He flattered him. All right, I'll call you that. While inwardly thinking another sly one has appeared, Taku looked inside and asked, have you heard that rumor? The rumor that Rugasaki is fake. Kenichi said, Ah, I've heard. So that's why there's this situation now, right? The competition among candidates for Oyama's leadership. Taku mischievously asked, so which side are you on? He pondered. Which side? He glanced back. Most of the ones behind me are on the Yubitsum side. It seems the regional representatives are allying to put Hideo up as chairman. So they're doing that missionary-style campaigning. Kenichi thought quietly, a waterfall you can't climb gets no one looking at it. That's why they want to appoint a chairman together to bolster their own positions. It turned out they were all young fish trying to become dragons under a rock. At that moment, booming footsteps echoed. It was none other than Soichiro. He was stiff in the suit he wasn't used to, his face twisted in discomfort. Nojima followed, and, seeing this, grinned and asked, You nervous? Legion Commander Soichiro straightened himself and replied, It's just the suit making me feel awkward. Some nearby guys laughed at this. So Nojima joins too. But who's that country bumpkin next to him? Know him. Soichiro strode inside, while Nojima bowed to greet Kenichi. Suddenly Soichiro lifted his chin high, eyes wide and fierce. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Moriwaki Soichiro will represent Sujinami to run against Oyama's chairman. Nojima sighed in exasperation at this brazen theatrics. A man in a cap handed out a sheet and said, Then write your name and press your fingerprint here and drop in the box. What organization are you affiliated with? Soichiro adjusted his jacket and answered, The Extermination Legion. A bearded man ground his teeth in fury. Then he rushed at Soichiro shouting, Hey, are you kidding? Who does some nobody think he is, trying to talk about running? This was Fukuda Taichi, representative of Naruma, intending to run. He then pointed at Nojima. There, if it's Sujinami, that's Nojima's turf. How can that guy be the representative? Nojima calmly placed a hand on Soichiro's shoulder and explained, Ah, on that matter, I've already given full authority to this fellow. Taichi, hearing this, threw his jacket off and hurried over. You can't be serious? No way. I won't accept this. If you want to participate, settle it with me right here. Saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and squared off with Soichiro. Nojima coldly asked, By what right do you say that? Taichi, still furious, shot back. Nojima, step aside. If this guy is also a leader, of course we must settle it with a contest. Nojima was about to withdraw his hand when someone intervened. Oh, what a racket. Isu appeared, glaring at Taichi. You old gorilla. Why do you keep bullying people? Then he shouted, Rugasaki. Taku also gave a cold smile, thinking, Whoa, it's Rugasaki. Didn't expect to meet him here. No, maybe that guy is... Taichi snarled, pressing his face close to Isu's. Ha ha ha. Perfect timing. I have one question. I just said you're too loud, you old gorilla. Taichi flexed his muscles and argued that this guy was a candidate, not the successor chairman. In short, you're on the same level as us. Isu pointed to Soichiro and said, "Oh right, that Legion commander over there is the same." Taichi continued, "Besides, it's not even clear if you're Rugasaki." Then he swung a punch and yelled, "So we don't need to worry about anything." Isu thrust out his hand to block the punch. He then landed a punch on Taichi's face. He followed with a kick to the opponent's thigh, forcing Taichi's leg to buckle. Then another punch rained down. Taichi's face slammed hard into the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Du Kyung then stomped on Taichi and rubbed his ear, groaning, "Ouch, my ear hurts." Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Apparently, there are still many curious who I really am, right? If any of you are unhappy, then run for office, drop the ranks, and freely fight it out. Kenichi stroked his beard and marveled. Well, it's Rugasaki after all. He stepped forward, waving a greeting. "Long time no see, Oyama." Isu nodded in return. "Long time no see, Lord Kenichi." Kenichi went to the registration table and handed over a form. Kenichi will represent Katsushika Tehran, affiliated organization, Oyama. He smiled and said, "I'll be accompanying Oyama, Rugasaki." Then he looked back at that huge rock and thought, "First, I have to become a catfish." At that moment, another figure appeared. He walked up alone and handed in his ballot. Endo Yakumo, representing Otaku in the contest, affiliated organization, 10th Authority Group. Endo Yakumo, representing Otaku, is running under the 10th Authority Group. Hearing that name, Isu was utterly stunned. Meaningful glances were exchanged. Cut back to the old Nak hack house in Korea. Du Kyung signaled for Shaun to come outside. Hae-sung and Wang Hao looked out after him. Du Kyung took out a cigarette and smiled. "Ah, you two don't be too tense. Let's talk calmly. You want a puff too? Take it." He tossed the pack to Wang Hao, who caught it and replied, "I won't refuse." Du Kyung lit one and asked Hae-sung, "What about Director Han? Want one too?" He refused. "No need. Just say what you want to say." After a moment, Wang Hao tilted his head back and laughed loudly. "Haha, look at this guy. So what you want from us is to work together to deal with Director Jang, right? But even if I don't get it, there's that other friend of yours. Aren't you being a bit too obvious?" Suddenly his phone rang. Du Kyung remarked, "Well, since I'm naturally a schemer, I do feel a bit uneasy." But then he heard the caller, Director Beck Du Kyung. Hae-sung dropped his phone to the floor. On the screen was an incoming call from Jang Sung-ho. Then he stomped on it several times. Crushing and stamping the screen, he said, "My answer is this enough?" Du Kyung smiled. "Why smash it? Just talk." Hae-sung then asked seriously, "Don't talk nonsense. Do you have plans for the future?" Du Kyung, "First we should answer the questions we both have about each other, right? Director Jang is in Japan now, right? Wang Hao, aren't you being too impatient? We can't trust that yet." Before he finished, Hae-sung stepped forward to assert, "Yes, he's probably in Tokyo, Japan." Then he reached for the pack in Du Kyung's hand. "Lend me one." Du Kyung replied, "Sure, take them all." He started probing again. "So, who went to Japan?" "Beck Isu." Du Kyung shrugged off his jacket and said, "I told you that's not important." "Wang Hao, why don't you answer? Give and take, right?" He tossed his jacket onto the table and replied, "Beck Du Kyung." "Is that enough?" His eyes sharpened. "Any proof?" To their eager expectation, Du Kyung began rolling up his sleeves. "Really, Longda, you people are petty beyond belief." He removed the cloth wrapping from his arm, then raised his arm for the two to see. Cut to the wooden box. Yakumo then placed his vote down, a proxy agent. Endo Yakumo, representing Otaku in the contest, 10th Authority Group. Endo Yakumo, Otaku's candidate, affiliated with the 10th Authority Group. Isu stared in shock at the other, thinking, the 10th Authority Group is in Japan too? Nearby, people whispered among themselves. If it's the 10th Authority Group, that's Lord Shogo's organization. Isn't Lord Muto the current leader? But who is that guy? Yakumo turned and said bluntly that if they're choosing the ruler of Japan's underworld, they can't just pick from among Oyama's people. Therefore, the 10th Authority Group will also enter the race for this battle. The others were furious. "You think that's possible, you brat?" At that, Hideo rushed forward, laughing heartily. Aha, well said. Those nearby were startled. Lord Hideo? He stepped into the center and said, This guy has a point. She's right. If we're choosing a ruler, it should be fair. Nojima called out to Hideo. Hideo, not paying attention, slapped Yakumo on the shoulder, laughing boisterously. Welcome, you're Yakumo, right? This must be my first time meeting you. But where are the other members of the 10th Authority Group? Lord Shogo, or Lord Muto, and that Hayama fellow too. Are you saying young people like you should run? Yakumo silently stared at him. Then the man continued. There are more important matters than that anyway. Still, this is Oyama's base. Someone walking into enemy territory unguarded like this won't end well. If you insist on joining, you'd better pick the right side. At his words, the men beside him all drew knives from their coats. Or you'll join our Yubitsum. Before Hideo could finish, Yakumo plunged a knife straight into his throat, then cut downward. Hideo clutched his neck in agony, blood pouring out. Yakumo asked calmly, Pick the right side? So the side you recommend is Yubitsum? If that's a faction, I'll sever it myself. As he spoke, he raised the knife to strike again. This knife drove straight into Hideo's back, blood gushing continuously. Then another blade plunged into his shoulder. Yakumo carved a cruel, merciless line. Hideo by then had no strength left to resist. Isu frowned and watched the scene in silence. Yakumo didn't stop and continued slicing down toward the abdomen. After a while, Hideo collapsed, drenched in flowing fresh blood. Yakumo then stomped on his face, pressing it down, then used the knife to sever the opponent's arm. Holding the severed little finger in his hand, he spoke up again. See that? It's that simple to cut off. You chop off your own finger and call it Yubitsum, because it's supposed to show willingness to die. At that moment, some of Hideo's men rushed in shouting, Lord Hideo, you bastard. Yakumo coldly told the fools. Then he untied the cord wrapped around the severed little finger and asked, Are all Oyama's leaders like this? It looks like the finger is still intact, just been in. The followers were now confused. Wait, Lord Hideo's finger is still there? Yakumo dropped his hand and challenged them. Is that supposed to be your determination? Nojima angered, about to rush forward, but Isu held him back. Hold on, Mr. Nojima. He thought to himself, Endo Yakumo, I've no intel on this guy. He'd stabbed into Hideo's lung, suffocating him in an instant, and jammed that small knife precisely into the socket of Hideo's shoulder joint. Then Yakumo turned toward Kenichi and Taku, one a rookie, the other an old man, and then toward Soichiro, and at a rustic-looking fellow. Are you choosing the ruler from among these? And the most ridiculous of them is this one. He pointed his blade at Isu. Of everyone here, you're the least qualified. Yakumo's expression grew pained. Even if I roll in the dirt, eat dirt, even swim in a cesspool, this is still Japan, not a place where a Korean can just waltz in and interfere. Isu gave a slight, amused smile, then spoke. I know today's a festive day and you're excited, but isn't this a bit much? He said, his face darkening as he drew his knife. Just then Tetsuji appeared and said, Everyone stop. Long time no see, Yakumo. Yakumo turned, frowned, and said, Oyama Tetsuji. Tetsuji glanced at Isu, gestured for silence, then asked, Endo, that's your family name? You use your mother's surname? No wonder we couldn't find you. I have a lot to talk to you about, but today isn't the day. Kenichi looked around and asked, Why are you retiring now? Never mind. It's not something you can explain in a day or two. As he walked off, he added, You should think carefully about those Oyama people over there. The so-called factions you brag about will be cut down in the end. Try to guess who will be the one knocked to the ground then. Who it will be. As he spoke, he dragged a knife across the door, leaving a mark. Isu sheathed his knife. Tetsuji took a drag of his cigarette. The men were still in a daze. Cut to a large building. Chief Jang was there, stamping out a cigarette and demanding, So, who killed Hideo? He looked furious. The scarred man in the cap beside him replied, His name is Endo Yakumo, from the 10th Authority Group? Chief Jang cursed as he repeatedly tapped his phone. Damn it, looks like I baited and recruited an idiot. The 10th Authority Group wanted to make an entrance like this? At that moment, someone's phone lit up. It's a call from Chief Jang Sung-ho. Hae-sung had seen it. He answered, Yes, Chief. Immediately, Chief Jang barked down the line. What are you doing there? Why didn't you pick up this morning? Haesung's face turned grim. Before he could reply, Chief Jang continued, the 10th Authority Group. They sent people to Japan, and they even killed the man we recruited. I think you said that even if they can't help us in every way, we should still keep relations with the 10th Authority Group, right? Haesung, yes, I'm aware of that. In his heart, he cursed silently. Damn it. Who objected at the start? Then he hit the speaker button. Chief Jang's voice continued. Try to make a secret contact with the 10th Authority Group. Start with Mudo Taiga. Probe to see what plan he's drawing up. He laughed and said, got it, I'll do it right away. Chief Jang warned again, if the head gets too big, cut it off immediately. He didn't know that Taiga beside Haesung had heard that intention loud and clear. Cut tonight. Hayama Sho sat on the porch watching the moon and sipping beer. And when he saw someone arrive, he asked, you're here? Where has the patient been wandering off to? Taiga strode over aggressive. Before Hayama Sho could finish, Taiga landed a punch. Sho flew back, breaking a wooden plank of the door. He leaned against the frame and asked in confusion, what is this about? Taiga raised his fist again and called out, Hayama Sho, from now on you must answer my questions honestly. No lies. Hayama Sho wiped his bloody nose and replied, from that reaction of yours I get what you want to ask. When he heard the name Endo Yakumo, his face grew even more fierce. Then he raised his fist again. You dare. This time Sho leapt up to dodge, then turned and demanded, dare to do what, huh? He then brandished a knife. What did you say to me? You said you wanted to topple Oyama, right? Isn't it like this then? Then the two lunged at each other. Taiga drove a knee into his gut. Sho wheezed. Sure enough, Endo is that woman's family name. Sho absorbed the blow and confirmed, that's right. Then he asked again. He said he wanted to use that surname. Taiga grabbed him by the collar, then slammed him hard to the ground. He ground his teeth and swung his fist. The fist was poised to come down on Sho's face. Suddenly, he stopped there. Taiga now blurted out, Hayama Sho, do you know what you brought here? Hayama Sho calmly answered, I know. Karma for you, Oyama lot. The true ruling lineage of Japan that Oyama erased. The last bloodline of the Mikado family, right? Mikado Kai. That child is Mikado Yakumo. Taiga. Sho tossed away the hand still gripping his collar and said, what are you doing to an injured man like me? Taiga let go and slapped his head helplessly. Why did you hide that kid? Since when exactly? Sho, wasn't it less than 10 years ago? About how you Oyama dealt with the Mikado Kai. I hate those Oyama father and son a lot. I can't stand their eyes. Yet you Oyama went to war with Mikado Kai. I once wanted to cooperate with Mikado Kai, but that kid Ryuga is the boy I raised, and you, my friend, are Oyama. So I could only stand by and watch things unfold. Taiga reminded him that wasn't an answer about Yakumo. Sho got up and asked Mudo, aren't you regretful? I bought insurance already, because I'm afraid I'll regret the decision I made then. He popped the cap off a beer as he spoke. Because I raised that kid, Endo Yakumo. This time I'll ask you a question. You said you'd overthrow Oyama, right? Why would that be? Could be because of that brat Shogo? Taiga frowned and stared silent. Sho offered him the beer can and continued, what a blockhead. That's Oyama. You get it. Taiga asked again, do you think they're my rivals? Rugasaki, or that kid Beck Isu? Or can even Yakumo handle this? Sho replied confidently, the knife I've forged will be different. Everything will be decided soon enough. Though it's not very nourishing, the blood of you Oyama lot is what's going to feed Endo. Cut to South Korea. Seeing Du Kyung arrive, Wang Hao exclaimed he hadn't expected him to come. Du Kyung looked around and said, it's true we first met here, right? Honestly, I wanted to come in earlier too, because you stole 2 girls from my place, didn't you? Wang Hao ground his teeth and glared. Du Kyung pulled out a chair and said, why would you say that, old man? Others might get the wrong idea about me. At that moment, a door opened, and he said, perfect timing. 2 young ladies. Yu Hua and Xiulan entered. At the sight of them, Xiulan's face darkened, her hostility obvious. As she was about to rush forward, Yu Hua held her back. Xiulan, calm down, let's talk first. Wang Hao, hands in his pockets, said nonchalantly, yes, I told you to restrain yourself. Xiulan hissed. Wang Hao, he continued, did you have a reason to be angry with me from the start? Those behind Xion Wung are the ones doing bad things, not just me. Dee sat down, leaned back leisurely, and said, after all, this is a family reunion. Now, let's move on to our own business, shall we? First, we need to deal with Chief Jiang. Do you have anything to say? Wang Hao sat and replied, I need to clarify one thing. Although you two want to clean out Chief Jiang for revenge, I still need to benefit from helping you, right? Isn't that so, Du Kyung? Benefits? What Hae Sung said was already clear enough. He's scheming to seize many of your territories. So with that, you should understand at least partially, right? I heard you spared Li Shaon. So before cooperating, I need to know whether you're friend or foe. So speak up. What exactly are you doing? He held out a pack of cigarettes to him as he spoke. What do you hope to achieve in this game of chess? Cut to the road. Hae Sung sat in the car thinking. Take care of Jang Song-ho, then see Seoul directly. This isn't just about removing Chief Jiang. To do that, you'd also need the government's consent. Removing him requires personnel to replace him. The car stopped. He stepped out. Then I'll draw up that chessboard and play it my way. Then maybe I can even replace Chief Jiang myself. If that's the plan, we'll need to use this guy. He headed toward the men sitting by the road messing around and spoke up. You've all worked hard. The others looked up, paying attention. Hae Sung asked, have you eaten or drunk anything? It turned out they were drinking. One of them shot back. Where are you from? What do you want here? You investigating us? They quickly refused. We ain't doing anything wrong. Go somewhere else. Hae Sung's face soured when he was slapped on the shoulder, so he gave the other guy a shove and barked. Who do you think you're touching? The others started to be wary. Has this bastard come to pick a fight? Then Hae Sung suddenly swung a fist forward and ordered them to take the money and bring it to their boss. He wiped his hands and glared. Shut your mouths on the way. If you keep talking, I'll tear your mouths apart. The three looked momentarily startled as the cash fell. Later, at a building blackened by fire damage, Hae Sung was led inside. He looked around and annoyed, thinking, where are these places? Inside, a few people lay and sat cluttered along the corner by the wall. Upstairs, faces peered down, watching. Were these people? The corridor had people wandering like ghosts. After a while, they led him up to a higher floor. Hae Sung's expression was displeased. He stepped past a group eating in a crude, messy way. He noticed that the farther he went, the more people were doing their jobs and completely ignoring him. Through some hanging fabrics, the guide pulled them aside and called, Boss, someone's here to see you. Inside, someone slammed a weight down hard, then sat up and said, I've told you many times. Why am I supposed to be your boss? Hae Sung entered and scratched his head, thinking the situation seemed a bit improved. Didn't it? Ryu Tae-hyung. The man called Ryu Tae-hyung turned to look and growled Hae Sung. He'd cut his hair neatly and looked so different he was almost unrecognizable. Cut to the hotel belonging to the 10th Authority Organization. A guard saw someone appear and called out, Who are you? How did you get in here? Do you even know where this is? The newcomer was Ryu Tae-hyung. He replied, You're asking where this is, right? Isn't that something I know best myself? Inside, Haruto was gulping down alcohol, then slumped back onto the sofa. Phew. Suddenly a noise made him start and look over. Ryu Tae-hyung had kicked the door in and entered with a guard. Haruto demanded, Who are you and where are you from? Ryu Tae-hyung moved to the window, looked down, and remarked, Oh, the view from here isn't bad, is it? People really enjoy it when you look closely. In old memories, this place from above was splendid, but now it's nothing like that. Haruto sat up. What nonsense are you talking about? Ryu Tae-hyung asked. You're the owner of this building now, right? I thought that Shogo would be the one who often came here, right? Haruto was stunned to hear that. What? Shogo? Ryu Tae-hyung continued. If you don't get what I'm saying, I don't need many words. Come here, because the real owner of this place has returned, he said as he cracked his wrists, ready to fight. Cut to the car, speeding down the road. Hae Sung took off his glasses, rubbed his face in boredom, then laughed. Haha. That damn Ryu Tae-hyung again. Back to the earlier conversation. He said your condition seems much improved. If you're already a leader, you should have a solid position in your own way, right? Ryu Tae-hyung was silent. Hae Sung went on. You could definitely find a better place than this. At that point, he cut in, Han Hae Sung. You're sharp-minded, that's true. But that's also why you're always unlucky. During my time here, I've kept thinking about how things were fixed. I remember the year Chairman Lee Sung-hak died, leading to Il Hak's decline, the inheritance of the business conglomerate, and from that the founding of the association. Hae Sung said casually, Those were really good days, weren't they? Don't tell me you want to go back to those times. Ryu Tae-hyung continued. Hear me out first. That's true. It sounds appealing, but I was corrupted by power. Everything is history now. Even now, I don't blame anyone for what happened to me. But from that, I realized my own choices led me to the paths I have to endure now. Hae-sung sat opposite, exclaiming, "Oh my, you're talking a lot now. Very different from before." Ryu Tae-hyung replied, "I have a lot more to say. Let me guess, you came to me asking for help, right? You'll lay out some brilliant plan, but of course you won't give details. You'll use it as bait to lure me in. Then I'll end up chained like a trapped animal in that plan of yours." Hae-sung fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Then suddenly he burst out laughing. His laughter exploded like a madman. Bwaha! As he laughed, he took off his glasses, a twisted, terrifying expression on his face. Ryu Tae-hyung, what you said just now is true. I used to think you had silly ideas, but now it's different. I admit you're right. I still need a dog I can order around, and that will be loyal to me. Ryu Tae-hyung ground his teeth in anger at that. Then suddenly Hae-sung put his glasses back on and continued. But now I've changed my mind. I'm sincere about what I say. So I've changed my attitude toward you. From now on, I want to revive the association as it was and get rid of Chief Jang. Ryu Tae-hyung frowned and fell into thought upon hearing that. Hae-sung raised the cigarette pack and asked, "Well, do you want to hear about this plan?" My associate returned to the Tae-san headquarters. Wang Hao took the cigarette from Du Kyung and replied, "What I desire? Of course I have desires, but can you fulfill them?" He said, "You tell me." He then exclaimed, "What I want is to unite the Cheon-Woong forces. As you know, Cheon-Woong is now divided by Cha Yua's presence. Wise you wander me. You were never the heir to Cheon-Woong from the start." Wang Hao replied calmly, "You speak well, but the real power used to belong to me. Cha Yua. Right from the beginning, I never gave her power. I only treated her as a figurehead. No matter what she does, power in Cheon-Woong has always belonged to me. Didn't you once abandon Cheon-Woong and run to Tae-san? So where do you get the right to be Cheon-Woong's leader? What I need is for you to stay as clueless as before. Don't get greedy for power and climb too high." Xiaolan flew into a rage and charged forward with a blade. Wang Hao and Du Kyung raised their hands to stop her. "Calm down, Xiaolan. This isn't a place you should be interfering in." Then he coldly warned Wang Hao as well. "Tone it down. Ridiculing Cha Yua like that isn't acceptable." He continued, "My only wish is to hand Cha Yua over to my custody. Then I will be able to unite Cheon-Woong and wield enough power to assist you. That's all." Du Kyung laughed coldly at that. "You told me not to let Cha Yua climb too high. Yet here you are no different from her." Wang Hao then explained as he walked. "Instead of both sides fighting and weakening Cheon-Woong, all we need is for you, Hua, to return to my side. Then Tae-san and Cheon-Woong can cooperate, and together we'll dominate Seoul. Cha Yua will be a token of goodwill handed from Tae-san to Cheon-Woong." Yua hung her head, then said, "Hearing what you say doesn't make me happy at all. If you want me, why discuss this with Tae-san? Isn't this supposed to be my decision?" He replied nonchalantly, "Do you think you can decide that?" Immediately Yua threw a glass with a flick, which left the other two stunned. Then she spoke up, "Listen, Wang Hao, half of Cheon-Woong still obeys me, which means your forces only amount to half. Ultimately, command of Cheon-Woong is split between two people, so don't get too delusional." Wang Hao suddenly smiled. She was right. Then turned to Du Kyung and asked, "So what's your decision, Commander?" Over by Haruto, he was swinging a punch toward them, but Tae-hyung leaned aside and dodged it. Haruto's punches kept coming, and he was temporarily on the defensive. Haruto hissed at that. "You're pretty fast yourself." Tae-hyung sprang up and replied casually, "That's normal, nothing special. If it were the old me, you'd already be down." Then he crouched with a wary look in his eyes. This time, Tae-hyung lunged to attack first. Haruto also swung his fist up. Tae-hyung dodged one of his blows. Then Haruto took a punch to the gut from him. Haruto opened his mouth and expelled a cold breath in pain. Tae-hyung, former leader Jeorang, a wolf once abandoned, its fangs gone and its claws torn out. But now its fangs and claws have grown back, and sharper than ever. Tae-hyung's punches continued to rain down. Haruto's face twisted as he coughed up spurts of blood. His stomach wasn't spared either. Tae-hyung kept hammering it. He unleashed a storm of punches. After a while, Haruto couldn't take it and his knees buckled. Taehyung's fists finally stopped. He grabbed Haruto by the hair, then kept swinging punches as he stood up. Already down? It's only the end of the first round. Haruto slipped on his gauntlet, clenched his teeth, and hissed. You bastard, you're better than I thought. There's someone like you in Seoul? Then he charged forward and threw a punch. Taehyung blocked it and exclaimed in surprise. A gauntlet. Haruto kept throwing punches. He quickly ducked to avoid them. Then Taehyung swung around behind him, which made him even angrier. Damn bastard, weaving and dodging all over the place. Taehyung then punched him in the shoulder and asked, tired, you're overdoing it. As he said that, he jabbed his elbow into the other's face. Haruto fell down once more. Taehyung stared wildly at his bloodied fist. Then he suddenly noticed someone appearing. It was a group of Haruto's subordinates surrounding them. Taehyung laughed. Haha, all right, at least we have some spectators. It's been a long time since I returned to the underworld. Miss me? As he said that, he strapped on his gauntlet and asked if they wanted taste. An unexpected variable appeared in the race for Oyama Indo Yakumo's chair. No, Indo Yakumo. It should be Mikado Yakumo, right? The underground world's battle lines trembled violently at Yakumo's imposing arrival. The last bloodline of Mikado's ruling house now bears sharp fangs ready to tear Oyama apart. One who is gradually losing power due to the rise of Yubitsum. Soichiro sat and reported the intelligence our corps gathered. It seems most of Yubitsum have submitted to someone named Mikado Yakumo. Nojima stroked his chin and pondered. Indeed, Yubitsum chose him. Isu, lounging with his head propped up, said that means a war between Oyama and Yubitsum is unavoidable. No, to be precise, it will be a battle between the Tenkyun faction and Oyama. Soichiro suddenly looked over. But Oyama, I need to ask you something. Isu, huh? Ask away, he shouted. What is this picture? What on earth is happening? I said clearly I'd overthrow Oyama. So why am I here with you people now? Isu propped himself up and laughed. Oh please, why are you so stiff? Loosen up a bit. Neighbors should help each other out, after all. Nojima analyzed that a prolonged confrontation between the two major groups could drag on forever. If that happens, the first targets will certainly be small independent groups of uncertain allegiance or just nameless punk kids. Soichiro then lost his temper. Damn it, what do you mean by that? I've only been Sujinami's representative a short time. Now you want me to become Oyama's lackey? He coldly warned. Hey, Corps Commander, calm down. Aren't you embarrassed saying that? Whether we become henchmen or not, we should know our place, right? So, where's that fierce spirit you showed at the warehouse the other day? We want to propose an equal alliance with your extermination corps. I hear you command 1,000 members nationwide. If so, what do you still have to fear? Sujinami still has a worry. My corps members aren't good fighters. They're not warmongers. They're just people gathered for justice, close ties, and trust in one another. We don't have any real power, do we? Isu stood up and walked as he said, strength doesn't only come from force. 1,000-strong bicycle convoy can cross any road. Their eyes see, their ears hear. That's the real power. And the one who can bring them together is you. Oyama, we trust your ability, which is why we took the initiative to propose this alliance. Understood, Corps Commander. So everyone just needs to do well what they're good at. With that, he stepped forward to open the door. Nojima saw that and asked Rugasaki, Where are you going? He replied, I just stated it clearly, didn't I? I'm going to do the work I'm good at. As he spoke, he pulled a knife from his person. Cut to Shinagawa. At that moment, a voice rang out inside. I'm not very interested in this proposal, brother. The man raised his knife and said seriously, To be honest, if I went all the way to Shinagawa to discuss this alliance, you could at least hesitate a bit when you draw. This is Kazuki Toshiro, representative of Oda. At the alliance proposal, the man opposite drew his sword from its scabbard and demanded an explanation. You call barging into someone else's headquarters with a knife a proposal? This is Akehoshi Genji, representative of Shinagawa. Toshiro responded, Ah, sounds like someone else is talking, but who was the first to storm into my turf with a spear, huh? Genji opposite drew his sword and retorted, Don't talk nonsense. We just saw through your scheme and acted first. Before the two could fight, there was a noise outside. What's that? Is something happening out there? Go check it out. But as that underling stepped out the door, his throat was cut in an instant. The man stepped in and said, "Oh, thank for opening the door for me." The two were bewildered. "You're Rugasaki Isu?" At that moment, he walked in covered in blood and smiled. My apologies. I should have brought a gift, right? But on the way, here's some crazies caused trouble. So as you can see, the only thing I can give is this." Isu smiled and held up the blood-stained knife in his hand. Genji shouted, "Anyone out there?" He then said not to bother. They're surely busy, because out there a Yiksha waits, and Jin Woong is carrying out his mission. Inside, Isu sat down and asked, "So, why are you standing there? Sit down and let's chat a bit." The two looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Then both lunged to attack Isu. He flipped backward, dodged, and kicked the table to use as a support. Genji swung and split the chair Isu had been sitting on. He landed and remarked, "Henchman or leader, there's little difference. Before anyone speaks, they already pull a knife." Then he glanced to the side. Toshiro moved in to stab, but Isu quickly parried aside. Then he launched forward like a god. Another flick sent the knife into Shiro's hand, flying into the air. He quickly threw another knife from his sleeve. Isu was now trapped from front and back. Over here, Nojima pondered analytically. Rugasaki plans to circle the neutral districts to expand his influence. Bearing the Oyama name, he can attract many groups wanting to cooperate. But now that he's lost governing power, that name could become a burden. Soichiro heard this, braced his hands on the table, and asked back, "Are you saying the leader will go to battle himself?" "As far as I know, the leaders of those two areas are said to be untouchable. Even Yubitsum wouldn't dare mess with." Nojima analyzed the opponents. Akoshi Genji. "The first time I heard that name was when he was a fighter. His swordsmanship far exceeds the caliber of a typical Yakuza. As for Toshiro, he's no ordinary thug either, born cruel, vicious to the bone." Soichiro was alarmed. Rugasaki actually wandered into that place. Nojima gave a bitter laugh. "If he were Yakuza I cared about, he'd probably be lucky to have survived. But this is Rugasaki, after all." Over here, Isu ducked to avoid Genji's slash and asked, "Hey, where did you get that to carry around? You think you're the only one who can throw knives?" Then he closed the distance and landed a punch to his gut. Genji gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Isu vaulted up and drove both feet into his chest and kneed his head. Genji put up his hand to block, but it broke immediately. He screamed in agony and his sword dropped from his grasp. Genji lay clutching his arm on the ground. He said, "Saw you with a katana and thought you were big stuff. Turns out you're even worse than Shogo." Meanwhile, Toshiro was cutting his own arm and calling for Rugasaki. Genji lay on the floor, trying to cry out, "Toshiro, help me. This guy's stronger than I thought." In an instant, Toshiro drove a stab into his neck, decisive and merciless. What a fool, acting all friendly at this point. Then he turned to Isu. "That kid throws pretty well, but now he's unarmed, huh?" Before letting him finish, he lunged and delivered punch. Then he growled, "Sorry, but I'm also the confident type. D. 25 until the chairman's succession ceremony." Shinagawa. Oda. The candidacy was revoked by Oyama Rugasaki. Isu successfully defeated those two. Over here, Taehyung was ecstatic with his gauntlets. Good. His body warmed up bit by bit, and he took out a few of those guys. The subordinates were panicking. Damn, how many people do we have to rush to take him down? Anyway, he's exhausted, so charged together. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared. Yuri Yang snorted. "Hey, beggar, exhausted already? I told you to work on your basic stamina, didn't I?" Taehyung, sweat pouring down his face, replied, "What stamina? At this rate, it'll be over by about round 4-inch. The underlings looked around in confusion. There was no one. A voice had spoken while they hadn't noticed a line had been looped around their necks. Then Yuri Yang appeared, pulling the line and making a scary face. "Oh, cut to HHS Corporation." A voice rang out. "Chairman chose the location well. Du Kyung said our side has chosen this location twice already." Sung Min sat beside him, Gu Jun behind him, and Shaun behind Du Kyung. Sung Min said flatly, "Because of that, I don't have many memories of this place. Now, there's only a feeling of tension left, since this is the enemy's base." At that moment, someone entered and said, "Indeed, this building is much bigger than I thought. Looks like we aren't late." Hong Hao appeared, accompanied by Yuhua. She entered and sat down. He said, I've come to understand a lot more. This is her place, Commander Cha. Du Kyung warned. Hey, leave her alone. Wang Hao. Gu Jun, seeing him, exclaimed in surprise, Wang Hao. Sungmin looked up and called out to him. Oh, Gu Jun. Gu Jun called out. Mr. Wang Hao glanced over. He walked up coldly and demanded, Are you Wang Hao? At that moment, Wang Hao didn't smile like usual, but said, Yes. I'm the one who killed Oh Myung Hwan. Rage surged through Gu Jun. He quickly drew a knife and lunged forward, stunning everyone there and leaving them no time to react. Then Gu Jun was quickly met with a knee to the stomach from Wang Hao, and Wang Hao snatched the knife from his hand. Gu Jun raised a fist and shouted, Why? Did you crazily rush at me? You killed my father. I heard you two were friends, though. Wang Hao froze at those words. The image of Myung Hwan with a long gash across his back flashed before him. At that instant, he took a punch from Gu Jun and tumbled to the floor. Sungmin hurriedly rushed over and held his arms to calm him. Hey, Gu Jun, calm down. Stop. I know you're furious, but not now. Just then Hae-sung opened the door and came in excitedly. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. No matter how far you traveled, I'm the one who's late, my apologies. By the way, is there some kind of situation going on here? Wang Hao stood up and said, It's nothing major. We're just settling a little dispute, like a greeting of sorts. Hae-sung smiled wryly. All right, if that's the case, let's just say that. But doesn't this just remind everyone of the old days? Looking at this, I feel like everyone's at a general meeting. Du Kyung reminded them. All right, you're late, so sit down quickly. Director Han Hae-sung, he's approaching, I know, but before that, another person is coming. As he said, he gestured toward the door. You all probably know him already. Ryu Taehyung stepped in at that moment. Sungmin blurted, Jiorang. Taehyung planted his foot on a chair to look tough, staring at you like he'd seen a ghost. What gives? I thought you'd be happy to see me. I'm actually pretty excited to meet you guys, you bastards. Cut to Tetsuji's private residence. While he was taking a walk, someone appeared and said, Long time no see. Mr. Oyama. The man bowed respectfully. He turned and replied, Junichi, long time no see. Last time I didn't have time, so I couldn't greet you properly. Junichi said, Not at all. I should have come to check on you first. Tetsuji, I heard you're considering cooperating with Oyama. What have you decided? Junichi scratched his face and replied, There's nothing left to ponder. Of course I'll cooperate with Oyama, but to be honest, I do have some reservations. Tetsuji quickly understood the other's intent. Broadly speaking, the rumors about Rugasaki's identity seem to have shaken Japan's underworld. Therefore, I want to verify those rumors before making a decision. Tetsuji continued walking and asked, So according to Kenichi, do you think that rumor is credible? How could these newly risen organizations possibly know about Japan's underworld from 10 years ago? At this moment, Isu was slaughtering wild. Tetsuji continued, So I guess they're still just kids. They're discontent over Rugasaki's succession, and that kid's identity is only meant to serve their own ambitions. Rugasaki, all judgments about that young man so far failed to account for his true strength. Kenichi said, I've heard he's now attacking small neutral groups. It seems he's even taken Oda. Young people may not have seen his reputation yet, but in terms of ability, he's not someone to be trifled with. When he returns to Japan, there will be much to discuss. Therefore, I have no doubts about Rugasaki. Tetsuji sat on the veranda, arms crossed in agreement. He wasn't entirely wrong. Then he looked up sharply and asked, But why aren't you on Shogo's side? Kenichi replied, I don't overplay calculations. What I deem right is right. So for now, I choose Rugasaki. Suddenly, he grew pensive. But chairman, I'm afraid. Tetsuji asked, What do you mean? Kenichi voiced his concern. Besides your past courage, strategy, and martial skill, I think karmic retribution has long been following us. The vengeful spirits of Mikado Kai are targeting us. At this time, Yakumo was sitting on the veranda when a subordinate arrived to report that Mikado, a member of many underground organizations, was coming to meet us. Indeed, there's news that the true master of the underworld has returned, so we need to confer. He instructed, Call me Endo. I'm Endo Yakumo. If they want to tack Mikado onto my name, that's their mistake. The subordinate bowed in alarm. Yes, we know, but that name could be useful for political maneuvering. Yakumo sat up. Family interests or politics? Do you think such things can sway me? I came here to deal with matters. Yet you want me to debate moral righteousness that I have no interest in? Aide hurriedly explained. That's not what we meant, Sir Endo. Yakumo continued walking and said, do whatever you want with those who come here. Even deliberately invoking the name Mikado is fine. After walking a bit, he stopped. He saw something moving. Yakumo's expression turned terrifying. It was a dog. It was digging. Upon seeing the person appear, it growled in warning. The dog snapped and barked, and Yakumo drew a spear from behind. The dog seemed to sense the malice emanating from him and lunged to bite his hand. Yakumo grabbed the dog's throat, pressed its head hard into the ground, then sat down beside it. He brought the blade close to the dog's neck, then suddenly cut the chain around it. Yakumo picked up the chain and remarked, as expected of an animal, without a chain it won't be tamed. Meanwhile, the dog wagged its tail comfortably. Yakumo smiled. Then he hugged the dog's head teasingly. You know what I mean, right? Just then someone appeared from behind and spoke. Endo Yakumo, right? You like dogs? Yakumo rose and looked back. It was Director Jang. He had a cigarette between his teeth as he continued. But why are you cutting the throats of other animals? Because of you doing that, I ran into a lot of trouble. Yakumo took a paper from his coat and replied, you must be Director Jang. I've heard of you. No matter what you say, I'll do as I please. I've already looked into your beasts, too. Saying that, he dropped the paper. It was a photo from the old days when Director Jang was still in the military. Director Jang, seeing it, grew angry. Seems you know a lot. Where did you get this photo? Yakumo gave a dry smile. Of course I have my ways. Then the two of them lunged at each other. Cut to Du Kyung's side, still swaggering. What the hell is this? Long time no see. Your faces look a bit brighter, huh? Thought a reunion would be less fun. Who's happier now? You bastards. Du Kyung frowned and muttered, Ryu, Tae-hyung really is that guy. At that moment, Tae-hyung stepped forward and added, look at your faces. You all look like you've seen a ghost. Then he moved closer to the glass door, looked down below and sighed. It's been a long time here, hasn't it? Sung-min spoke up, questioning. Ryu Tae-hyung, is that guy joining the game too? Today is the official gathering of Seoul's bosses. Does he even qualify to sit at the same table? Hard to accept. Tae-hyung, hearing that, turned and growled. Huh, that guy? Hae-sung stepped in to smooth things over. Don't worry. Now Director Tae-hyung, or rather my junior Ryu Tae-hyung, will attend accompanying me. Tae-hyung bent down, picked up an apple, and said, you big shots keep discussing things. Then he walked to the director's chair and sat. And me? You think I'm just his pet dog? Yeah, keep thinking that. No one can be as arrogant looking as me. Du Kyung had to force a smile. This is getting more and more interesting, isn't it? Right then, Hee-sung clapped to draw attention. Well, greetings are done. Don't we have important matters today? Tae-san, Illinois Hack, Georang, and HHS, the targets of the 4 allied organizations. Bring down Director Jang. Sung-min, taking out a cigarette, asked, take him down? How will we do that? Under Director Jang is one sink. If you remember the last ambush, he's surely allied with Tatsukigumi, right? Hae-sung didn't say it openly, but he hinted they're close. He thought to himself, these matters are always sensitive for them. I'll give you that information. Wang Hao also spoke. Wait, this is bigger than I thought. Even if one sink is controlled by Director Han, playing with Tatsukigumi means we're ready to suffer big losses. Du Kyung, what the heck? Why bring this up now like you never considered it? Wang Hao, Tatsukigumi is something to handle separately. Whatever they want is obvious. But doing that is just paving the way for others to benefit. There must be a legitimate reason for this. Du Kyung, hearing that, gave a sardonic laugh. Hey uncle, you're really just spouting nonsense. Tae-hyung, who was casually peeling an apple, spoke up. A legitimate reason? Have you guys been looking for that nonsense this whole time? Long time no see. Now everyone's so cocky and confident, huh? Or are you planning to drag each other to the emergency room with broken bones when you face him and call it finding a reason? Sung-min loudly warned. Tae-hyung, if you plan to butt in, Tae-hyung glared, listen carefully. He looked at Du Kyung. That brat's younger brother stepped into this game, and everything changed. From now on, the government and military will choke us like dogs. So why bother asking for a legitimate reason? You think those bastards stabbed me in the gut for a legitimate reason? When the profit is right in front of you, dive in and rip it apart first. That's how this game works. So stop with the useless talk and focus on something practical. The plan is how we take care of that bastard Director Jang. If you lot can't do it, leave it to me, Taehyung said confidently, popping a slice of apple into his mouth. Over by Yakumo, the dog was staring fixedly in one direction. Two blades clashed. A question rang out. Why are emotions stirred up over this? Or maybe I know too many of your secrets already, Yakumo teased. Or guilt about the old teammates you abandoned. Director Jang shoved his opponent away. I don't know how much you found out, but I realize you know more than I thought. As he said it, he swung his blade repeatedly. The two continued their close-quarters duel for a while. Director Jang's arm wrapped around Yakumo's arm. Then both fell into a stalemate. At that moment, Director Jang threw a punch. Yakumo leaned back and dodged it. Then Yakumo swung a punch. Director Jang stepped back, grinding his teeth and thinking. He avoided everything? What the hell is this guy? Yakumo then delivered a sweeping kick, sending up dust and sand, then charged in and successfully slashed down across his opponent's arm. Director Jang sprang forward again, saying, "Not yet. You were innocent a moment ago. Now you're sharp?" Yakumo exclaimed, "Go on in." A laughably small effort for this battle. Just 1 second. If the movement is precise, then you can win this match. With that, he lunged and carved a line across Director Jang's body. Director Jang froze and looked back. Yakumo kept moving. Then the two resumed fighting relentlessly. Yakumo drew another sharp knife from his back, and the two attacked each other with their knives in rapid succession. After a while, Director Jang caught his arm, but Yakumo bent down and slashed a cut across his knee, then slashed another across the wrist near the artery. Director Jang received countless slashes. He thought inwardly, attacking weak points? Yakumo, grim-faced, charged in. Yet Director Jang still wondered, or was that just a probe? Do I have a chance to finish him off? Then he decisively slashed a long line through the air. Yakumo stared down in stunned surprise, then turned back and remarked, "It's definitely sharper now." "Who are you?" "Director Jang, Sung-ho." Director Jang replied coldly, "Didn't you just brag that you know a lot? So what? You're shaken inside." He still managed to dodge at this level. "Your movements aren't those of a professional, but there's something about them that makes me uneasy." Yakumo lunged forward again. He swung a long slash. Director Jang raised both hands to block. Yakumo stabbed with his knife again. Director Jang could only parry the blow. At that moment, he was startled to realize, right, this isn't merely a fight, but a hunt targeting him. Then Director Jang quickly ducked to avoid Yakumo's slash. He spun and rammed an elbow into Yakumo's shoulder. Pain shot through Yakumo's shoulder. Then he stepped back to create distance. At that moment, a group of underlings rushed in, panicked, calling out, "Lord Mikado." Director Jang thought, "Yubitsum, huh? He's lost standing and now joins this side? If that's the case, this side isn't so bad either." He thought as he bent to smooth the crumpled photo. The question is how to control him. He doesn't look like someone easy to tame. Then Director Jang gazed thoughtfully at the photo in his hand. Then he turned and left a line. "Indo or Mikado, or whatever. Next time we meet, it seems both our sides share a target, so let's pause for now." Yakumo and his underlings fell silent and watched him go. At that time, one underling was quietly making a phone call to report, "I'm withdrawing now." Later, a car drove along the road. Director Jang sat inside with many wounds, thinking, Yakumo actually belongs to Tatsukigumi. Whether in Japan or Korea, he's a useful card to exploit. But that card is too heavy to carry forever. So the question is when and where to let it go. Just then a car sped out from another turn. The two vehicles collided. Director Jang's car was hit hard in the crash. Without time to react, he looked out and cursed. What the hell? When another truck immediately came barreling in and smashed into them. A car is flipped over. People nearby cautiously approach. Jang Sung-ho feels a baffling pain. What the hell is this? Damn it, how did it come to this? He warily watches around. Someone concerned. Is the section chief okay? The mysterious men hold their guns tightly. They move closer to the person lying on the ground, then head toward the overturned vehicle. Jang Sung-ho, holding a gun, nods toward one of them. He seizes the chance to attack. Jang Sung-ho annoyed. God damn, is this a concussion or what? Another man appears behind him. He reacts quickly. Jang Sung-ho decisively fires his weapon, but he is also unfortunately wounded. Jang Song-ho continues to press the attack. One of them falls down. Cars one after another drive in to ram people. It suddenly stops. Someone runs anxiously to the section chief. Someone urges, check the injuries, quickly check the wounded. Jang Song-ho's face is smeared with blood. The car accelerates even more. The other person's face is worried. He is being bandaged by others. They rush Jang Song-ho to emergency care. There's too much blood. Hurry up. He weakly says, give me the phone. Give me the phone. The other reminds him, section chief, calm down first. Mr. Jang, he repeats. I told you to bring it here. Hurry up. He answers the phone. A panicked voice rings out. Hello, Dad. Jang Song-ho tries to pretend he's fine. Yes, it's Dad, daughter. He shakily asks after her, is everything okay? She obediently replies, what do you mean? Of course everything's fine. She asks, I'm still having lunch now. Have you eaten, Dad? He weakly answers, Dad, I still can't eat. She scolds loudly, why? At least eat something. Earlier you were. Jang Song-ho quickly wants to hang up. Daughter, I have to end the call. There's an urgent call. She's a bit upset. But you just called. It's been a long time since we talked. He tiredly promises, I'll call you back soon. Really, I love you very much. My little daughter. Jang Song-ho gradually loses all strength. Others urgently perform first aid. Elsewhere, Arakawa Ward. He is closely observing Ogawa Taku, who is currently the youngest candidate for the chairman position. Ogawa Taku is recognized by everyone for his quick, calculating mind and excellent judgment. From a young age, he served as the representative of Arakawa Ward. He doesn't truly enjoy it. All of that stems from survival instinct. Taku has made decisions amid a politically dangerous landscape. He chose the safest path to preserve his life. Every decision of his is carefully considered, always putting his survival first. Tensions are escalating. The battle between Oyama and Yubitsum is more accurately a confrontation between Oyama and Tatsukagumi. Up to now, the balance of power has tipped toward Oyama. Ogawa Taku stands and announces that his choice of which side to take is already clear. He orders everyone, let's start moving. Below the building, Isu is on the phone with Ogawa Taku. He still hasn't aligned with any faction. Soichiro finds it odd. Would he proactively request a private meeting to discuss this? He continues, what kind of person is Ogawa? He recounts what he knows. I only know a few things from rumors, but I hear he has an extremely sharp situational awareness and always makes practical, clear-headed decisions. Soichiro concludes that with Oyama holding the advantage, he's likely considering aligning with us. Isu is delighted. Did the commander just say he's on our side? He hurriedly corrects himself. I mean, for now he's just an ally. He reassures, yes, I understand. Our commander really is quite shy. Soichiro is deeply worried. But Rugasaki, can you handle it yourself? After all, that's not the front line. What if it's a trap? Isu remains very calm. You're worrying too much. You haven't forgotten your Legion commander, have you? He confidently repeats, I am Rugasaki after all. Isu says goodbye. Then see you later, Legion commander. Soichiro is lost in thought. Ogawa Taku, huh? He looks outside. It's a truck. Something opens up. Soichiro feels a bit hesitant. You appear. Ogawa Taku is smiling arrogantly. He's somewhat surprised. Ogawa Taku. He suddenly reappears. Ogawa Taku, who always acts based on extremely cautious calculations. Haha, why is that surprised expression so tense? He orders his men to advance and attack. Relax. Isn't things getting more interesting now? So this decision to attack Oyama can't be part of his usual calculations, especially since this is the first decision made based on emotion. Ogawa Taku is very powerful. He has returned, apparently still alive, not for gain or survival, but to prove himself in an extreme way, something that had been buried before. He is widely recognized. This is the rebirth of a ruler to whom he is willing to devote his heart. Ogawa Taku's steps quicken. The two sides rush at each other to attack. Soichiro suddenly notices he spotted that emblem. Makadokai. He shows no fear. Oh, someone recognized it? Ogawa Taku gains the upper hand. Suddenly he startles. Soichiro swiftly attacks. He falters when provoked. Oh, stronger than I thought. You must have learned judo too. Both hands clench. Ogawa Taku lifts his leg high. He suddenly flips over, but I can't help wondering. Ogawa Taku sweeps Soichiro down. His expression is sinister. If the ankle is injured, I wonder if he can still drive. Lights flick on. The vehicles come into view. A voice is heard in the building. Finally, those snakes. Du-kyung steps out of the elevator. Despite the long time apart, they're just like before, those who attended that meeting. Also, the Plan Han-hye song just mentioned. The person beside him stammers, Director Beck, it seems there are a few things that need clarifying. He listens. Du-kyung is very curious. What's up? Is it important? Someone approaches. Director. He turns. What? What's the matter? Someone rushes over. I have urgent news to report. A knife is hidden behind him. He attacks swiftly. Du-kyung still doesn't get it. Damn, what the hell is this? He realizes that last time it seemed like I got the exact same thing, didn't I? Du-kyung shows no fear. Oh, you're really alive. It's been so long I wanted to give you a gift. He notices you're not dead yet, huh? Why hasn't anything changed? He confesses. That's right, he takes off his mask. So will this end in my hands again this time? In a certain church, someone walks in drinking. Or shall we start now? The drunk staggers up. Hey man, Tae-hyung angrily chases him off. This spot's mine, you go somewhere else. Tae-hyung looks extremely annoyed. Damn it, so irritated. Tae-hyung sits up, want to shove the guy away. Can't you move? Since when did I get drunk like this? The guy, resentful, grabs the bottle. Damn it, this is not good. He smashes the bottle down hard. Shards fly everywhere. This place should be mine. Tae-hyung delivers a powerful punch to the man's face. Tae-hyung throws him down and shouts. Damn you bastard, could it all be because of those twins? Tae-hyung's mind churns. Or is it caused by that guy from Japan? Do you know who I am? Tae-hyung emphasizes, I am that guy. He pulls the man close. It's Ryu Tae-hyung here. That's outrageous. How did things end up like this? The man is quite surprised. What? You say you're Ryu Tae-hyung? He shows suspicion and moves in closer. Really? This is definitely Ryu Tae-hyung? He seems to have known him before. Long time no see, boss. He and the others surround Tae-hyung. He taunts cruelly, get up and fight back. So weak, no fun hitting you, he struggles away. He pretends not to hear. He repeats, finish beating him and get out of here. He leans in close, sneering. Jesus, you've got the nerve. Have you forgotten who I am? Tae-hyung remains cold. You don't remember. Do I have to remember you? He, full of hatred, grabs his collar and repeats. I serve under you for over a year and a half, you bastard. You don't recognize me? Who's to blame for me ending up like this? Hey, I even let you punch me as much as you wanted. He begins to realize. Tae-hyung recalls that moment. Back then my face probably looked like that too, right? He flicks the hand away. If I remembered, do you think things would change? The man is a bit stunned. Tae-hyung is willing to repeat it. If I could remember your three-part name, do you think my relationship with you would be any better? You idiot. He angrily continues to threaten. Damn it, haven't you had enough beatings yet? He suddenly mentions a familiar name. Jang Man-suk from the Jeorang crew. Been with the group for nearly 3 years, right? Tae-hyung rubs his cigarette, but now what? Now both you and I are nearing the end. He angrily slaps him again. See, your mistakes are done for. You fool. He remains very nonchalant. My fault, huh? Tae-hyung lets things play out. So if you want, have at it. You've followed me this far. At least consider it a parting gift. A loud laugh from above. Yu-ryong sits above. You could say the thugs hit the mark, opening with a perfectly timed brawl. Tae-hyung recognizes the voice. He happily takes off his hat. Meeting you here is truly interesting. Yu-ryong reveals his face, angrily cursing. You bastard. He looks up, bewildered. Du-kyung is quite startled. Who did you think it was? You still alive? He sees Yu-ryong take off his mask. Still the same as before, huh? He quickly jumps back. Phew. Just kidding. Long time no see. Luckily you're still the same. Du-kyung draws his blade, ready. Damn it. You planning to run? Come on over here. He speaks up angrily. That crazy guy is unbearable. He steps closer. Hey, I told you to sit down there and wait. Yu-ryong is unfazed. Who gave you orders here? Du-kyung pauses to probe. Wait, who are you guys? He looks puzzled. What's this weird crew? Why are you too close? He snaps back offended. Close how? We're just a bunch who hit rock bottom together and pulled each other up to survive. He doesn't forget to threaten. Whether you like it or not. For now I'm dealing with you lot. But don't think you can relax. His face turns mysterious. We're not obedient lackeys who follow orders. Yuryong turns back to remind them. Next time we meet, be a bit more polite. Du Kyung is surprised. Today was quite a shock. Chairman, are you okay with this? Sung Min speaks up irritably. Director Beck, I think I should make this clear to you. He shows his stance. Our IL hack organization will likely find it hard to walk the same path as them. Du Kyung nervously offers advice. I understand that, but given the current situation, Sung Min has already considered it. If we are forced to ally with them, he had determined beforehand that the relationship between IL hack and Tae San must end here. The familiar truck. Ogawa Taku is still fighting to the death. He reacts very nimbly. Soichiro screams in pain. Ogawa Taku continues to taunt. Huh. Earlier I heard quite a loud shout, didn't I? He's trying to exploit an opening. Huh. Soichiro throws him off of him. Ogawa Taku is surprised. Huh. I clearly beat you to a pulp already. He taunts. Still got the strength to stand up? Soichiro steadies himself, though his legs tremble. Well, what a pity. Maybe I'm just built solid and take hits well. He lunges forward aggressively. Oh, really? Let's see how long you can take this. Soichiro loses strength. Huh. Ogawa Taku knows exactly. Take out that leg over there, and it's done. The pressure intensifies. Soichiro is being backed into a corner. He screams in pain, but taunts back. Does this hurt? What do you think the Yakuza are, huh? Ogawa Taku adds. Nowadays, the Yakuza are all politicians, sycophants, schemers. That so-called ultranationalism collapsed long ago. He clearly shows his displeasure. That's why people worship old Mudo, but that life isn't for me. Soichiro clears his throat. Ogawa Taku keeps going. You want to know how I'm still alive to this day? Seeing him suddenly faint, he panics. Hey, wake up. I'm not done talking yet. But Ogawa Taku still wants, anyway, to keep telling the story. About his past. Back then, I survived by switching sides all the time. Each side I joined, I tattooed another mark to prove my loyalty. He stares at his body thoughtfully, but as you can see, I've been fully tattooed now. Ogawa Taku still has one mark left, while one tattoo remains. He bows his head. The look in young Ogawa Taku's eyes glints. He feels a bit helpless. The tattoo can't be erased. Ogawa Taku emphasizes that Makadokai has returned. He is very impressed. Ogawa Taku is hopeful, and finally a true ultranationalist world opens up. He just sits down. Talk too much, huh? Ogawa Taku climbs onto his motorcycle and gives instructions. I'm off. I'll leave the rest to you. He warns that the more you hesitate, the easier you are to be followed. So get out fast. What does that guy plan to do? Ogawa Taku looks sly, saying finish it cleanly. Despite appearances, he's the one feeding information to Rugasaki. He decides he can't let him keep digging into our information anymore. A subordinate makes a phone call. Isu realizes the situation. We're being set up. This seems to be just bait. Bait? The other side worries. Could it be you've confirmed they're targeting Moriwaki? Damn, traffic is jammed. I should have stayed in Sujinami. Isu is cautious. Just then someone is sent there. I'm hanging up now. He stands there. Someone has arrived. Everyone here yet? The other warns carefully. When they come, act quickly. Treat this as an ambush. Soichiro couldn't have expected it either. The other readies to swing a knife. The knife is razor sharp. Someone is slashed. The movements are very swift. Every cut is very quick. Soichiro is astonished. That person also speaks up. How should I put this situation? A face gradually reveals itself. Oops, sorry to have interfered. Shaun, seeing that attitude, anxiously warns, hey, slow down. If he eats like that, he'll choke and collapse. Jaeong-chun hurriedly snatches a pastry. And that one too. Give them all to me. He gently admonishes, you just woke up. Can you really shove all that into your mouth now? He sighs, remembering, back then I nearly died. Shaun is puzzled. Huh? Jaeong-chun replies exhaustedly. Up there we had to starve and were forced to train. Even when fighting team members, I never thought I'd die. He holds the pastry with trembling hands, still clearly frightened. But this time he really nearly didn't make it. Shaun has noticed this expression. He speaks up to dissuade him. So that's it. Jaeong-chun, let's leave it at that. Jaeong-chun sits up and makes a request. Now show me the way. He's extremely eager. That curved blade, I like to learn that technique. Jaeong-chun makes a sincere request. My boss calls me useless. I'm used to it, so it's really hard to quit. Shaun changes his expression into a smile. He picks something up. All right then. He tosses the knife smoothly. I gave up the Bali Song knife because it wasn't useful at all. Xiao hands that knife to Jiang Chun, but says to practice with this one for now. The corner of his mouth quirks up. Just now. Jiang Chun admires it with delight. Just now, what was that? Teach me that first. Xiao is a bit exasperated. Hey, didn't you say you want to learn something else? Jiang Chun jokes in a teasing tone, leaving Soichiro bewildered. In a situation like this, what should you say? Everyone watches intently. He switches to speaking Japanese. Sorry, that's the right way to say it, isn't it? He looks at him confused. Kid, who are you? Jiang Chun examines the features and asserts. Let's see. Blonde hair, sunglasses, looks like a thug with a scar on his face. It's definitely that guy. He fumbles in thought. What was it? Is that Korean? Oh, there's one more word. Wait, it's coming back to me. Seeing someone sneak attack Soichiro, this warns. Look behind you, kid. Jiang Chun turns around. Ah, I remember now. He reacts quickly. Thanks. His knife skills are truly astonishing. Jiang Chun pulls out the old knife. It moves in closer. Xiao instructs thoroughly. Karambit, you've certainly heard of it, right? He demonstrates. When you slip your finger through this ring and spin, you can change your grip position fluidly. He explains to Jiang Chun that it's also hard for an opponent to snatch away, and it's very convenient to carry. There's one point to note about the knife, but most special is that this curved blade, though short and not exactly sturdy. Jiang Chun uses the knife to slash at the other guys. He knocks out opponents one after another. Jiang Chun springs up nimbly. The knife's peak capability is that to slice and cut deeply with minimal force, there's nothing more effective. Soichiro watches in shock. What's happening? Just what is that, kid? Jiang Chun slowly withdraws the knife. He studies his opponents carefully. That person is no pushover either. Jiang Chun steps forward confidently. I don't see anything impressive about that great blade. He swings the sword wildly. He still gives credit, but it's clearly slower than that old man by a bit. Faster-handed Jiang Chun managed to slash him. In return, the blade is noticeably shorter, especially obvious when a kid like you swings it. Ah, he suddenly flies into a rage and curses, damn, you're one annoying brat. Jiang Chun gets even more amused and taunts. Holy heck, I can't believe I missed him. Another guy quickly grabs him from behind. Got him, this lightning-fast brat. Jiang Chun narrowly escapes the blade and swings down. A car speeds in at a terrifying velocity. Xiao lets out a sigh from inside. Xiaolan, noticing his odd demeanor, turns to ask, What's up? Driving with that sour face like you just swallowed something horrible. He tries to focus, but his face shows worry, like tossing that kid out into the ocean. She still doesn't understand what this guy is babbling about. Xiao, clearly annoyed, turns and asks, Hey, have you ever felt that way? Xiaolan angrily snaps. This guy is really unbearable. Yuhua, sitting in back, suddenly calls Xiaolan. She wearily soothes. Calm down. Xiaolan, a bit irritated, reproaches, that's why it's annoying. Why does he have to come with us? Xiao snaps back louder. Do I look like I'm happy? I'm going because I have no choice. Suddenly a familiar name is mentioned. Someone wants to go to Cheonwon. I was too worried, so I said I couldn't go. Worried? Yuhua immediately notices. Who said that? Xiao looks down and smiles faintly. Oh, you seem curious to know. She looks up, watching Xiao's expression. Well, it's not exactly that. Haley Xiao, why do you look like you're worried about something? Leaving the kid in the middle of nowhere. The sword cuts hard through an arm. That's how it is. Xiao's worry turns out to be about Jiang Chun fighting. I'm afraid that kid will be too reckless. Xiao is surprised by his ability. I only intended to guide him a bit so he'd be less scared. Yet from a start, he showed no fear or hesitation. But you can see clearly about Jiang Chun. He simply follows instinct and is finding his own hunting method. Xiao seems regretful. I accidentally taught that skill to someone like this. Each of his attacks sprays blood everywhere. He darts from one side to the other. Jiang Chun's slashing knife strikes are very nimble. The others watch in utter horror. A blood-curdling scream echoes from afar. Jiang Chun is also startled. Suddenly, he twists his mouth into a smile. Someone screams in terror. Get out! Soichiro turns and seems to recognize that figure. Jiang Chun also knows that person. Kamaitachi approaches and greets. Long time no see. It turns out that person is Isu, the Chocopi Fox. Jaeyoung-chun looks flustered. Isu steps forward to ask, is the Legion commander all right? Soichiro is utterly exhausted, feeling like he's about to croak. Isu teases him. What's up? Awkward because it's been a while. Jaeyoung-chun greets with a bright smile. No, I'm a bit flustered, but it's truly a pleasure to see you again. He turns around excitedly. I'm happy too. Lim, Jaeyoung-chun. Isu says something odd that leaves him puzzled. You don't show an ounce of weakness anymore. Inside a mansion, someone standing inside notices and turns back. That person salutes with loyal formality. He steps further inside. The other's face is thunderous. He pulls out his breathing tube, puzzled. What on earth is going on here? He looks at the man lying on the bed, Lieutenant Colonel Jang Sung-ho. He takes something out, after all. He places it right beside the bed. It's about time to stop, isn't it? Then he turns and leaves. Good luck. I'll be awaiting the results. A guard turns his head, squinting in surprise. Jang Sung-ho, severely wounded, emerges. Seeing him enduring the pain, the young soldier anxiously steps forward to support him. Captain, this wound is deep. He still can't move. But Sung-ho pays no heed and asks, how long have I been lying here? The puzzled soldier beside him reports blankly. About 2 days, sir. Nothing unusual happened. He grits his teeth through the pain and replies, nothing at all. As Jang Sung-ho lifts his head, he sees an angry gaze holding a piece of black cloth. So what's this? He raises an eyebrow. The young man answers cautiously and worriedly. What is this black name tag? But after Jang Sung-ho asks, the man turns and leaves, mockingly issuing orders. Hi. How could you lot possibly understand its meaning? Prepare the vehicle immediately. Then Sung-ho quickly pulls out a pack of cigarettes and nervously bites one. First things first, he breaks out in a cold sweat, angrily crushing the pack. I have to find who leaked my identity. On a narrow lane in Sujinami district, a pair of bandaged legs is hobbling along, each step heavy. Nojima Fuku walks carefully behind and asks, has the Legion commander really recovered enough to move? Soichiro turns his head and confidently insists, I handled it as easy as flipping the palm. Don't look at me like that. My bones are solid. He ponders, a bit relieved, perhaps lucky it stopped at this. Isu looks up the sky briefly and says, the opponent was Ogawa, Taku, right? That guy never intended to kill anyone from the start. In his mind appears an image of Taku clutching at his throat. He focused on attacking tendons and nerves. Simply put, he used moves designed to inflict pain. Nojima looks at Isu in surprise and asks, oh, you could tell just by looking? He casually points at Soichiro's leg and replies, isn't it obvious from the situation? He cheerfully turns back to chat. Anyway, thanks to that I'm still alive. Really, thank you. Isu politely replies to Soichiro, no need to make a big deal out of it, right? He smiles and redirects Soichiro's puzzled gaze toward Jaeyoung-chun. Instead, thank that kid over there. Seeing that, Soichiro grabs the boy's hand in surprise. Thanks, Kamaitachi. Jaeyoung-chun stares at him blankly for a moment before answering, ah, arigato. The two of them stand there seriously shaking hands, falling into silence. A second later, Soichiro is grinning lecherously again. All right then, at least let me treat you to a proper meal. He walks ahead and turns into a house. Come on in. Excited, the boy turns to Nojima in surprise. What's for food? But Nojima falls into pensive silence. Suddenly a door beside them opens and an old man appears. In less than a second the door slams shut again, making Nojima and Isu turn to look. He then turns and looks on hesitantly. Soichiro swaggeringly smiles and opens the door to enter the diner. Old man, I'm here. Where did you wander off to? Hearing the call, the old man parts the curtain and steps out. Soichiro, is that you? And what's with that appearance? Just as he teases cheerfully, he spots Nojima entering. Still up to your crazy antics, huh? He carefully bows his head in greeting. Seeing Nojima, the old man turns back inside and admonishes, what's going on here? I didn't mean to treat you like honored guests. He replies with some sadness. Is that so? But Soichiro cuts in on Nojima's behalf. I know, old man, but I brought company today. Please entertain us first, and I'll explain slowly. Finally, he clicks his tongue and goes inside, asking, well, you all sit. Soichi's usual dish is fine, right? He cheerfully answers again, putting the old man at ease. Thank you, 4 servings, please. After a short while, a stack of dirty bowls appears on the dining table. Soichiro anxiously watches Jaeyoung-chun gobbling bowls and food into his mouth. You look starving, what an appetite. Isu, sitting not far away, says with amusement, watching him worry, the kid's a bit of a glut. Soichiro, helpless, praises him. Haha, eat up, enjoy it. Isu watches the two of them in silence, expressionless. Finally, he gently stands and leaves his seat. I'm stepping out for a cigarette. Nojima, sitting opposite, quietly watches Isu head outside. He stands there pensively, holding a cigarette in his hand. Nojima then opens the door and steps out, glancing toward Isu. Seeing him approach, he tilts his head and asks, "Why are you out here without smoking?" Nojima calmly replies as he walks over. Honestly, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Isu laughs and says, occasionally glancing back, that he's quite perceptive to others' gazes. Isn't that right? He stands there looking down, not denying it. Yeah, because I've lived like that. Nojima looks at him and continues the conversation. Unlike you, I'm always the subordinate, following someone or choosing an enemy. Those things aren't easy to read from a person's face. Isu replies in a low, agreeing tone. That's true. If only you could tell from a face who's trustworthy. Nojima agrees and continues to reveal, I agree. If I judge by looks alone, I certainly wouldn't have thought to follow. Hearing that, he asks with amused uncertainty, what do you mean? Are you saying you'll really follow me now? Is that what you mean? Without hesitation, he answers Isu, I've decided so. Finally, Nojima mentions a name that leaves him stunned. Beck Isu. Isu hesitates a bit, takes a drag, then answers, now you're saying that too? That's obvious. He goes on to reveal, I never intended to follow Rugasaki. I've long been incompatible with him. While Isu listens pensively and inhales another cigarette, you are completely different from Rugasaki. Nojima's demeanor and tone, serious and sincere, state the truth. Therefore, I need to know clearly the person I plan to elevate as king in this game. He stands there silently listening with no reaction. I want to understand what kind of person you are and what your connection is to the man from 1 Sing. Finally, Isu speaks hesitantly. This could get long. As he says this, he tosses the cigarette away. Where do I even begin? Isu tilts his head back and stares at the sky, thinking for a moment. A row of iron bars slowly surfaces in his memory. The shabby figure of Isu sitting at the back appears, and a man's voice rings out. So that means a policeman is summarizing the incident to confirm it with 2 large men opposite him. The grown men left a high school student to shoulder all the trouble. Oh, call that reforming a delinquent youth? No sooner had the officer finished than the kid lunged, grabbed the iron bar swing, and shouted, Are you kidding? You started a drunk. Young Isu, furious, yells provocatively from inside. So why am I the only one locked up? You guys get in here too. Come on, let's have another round. The muscular man in black sighs regretfully to the police. Look at that kid's eyes. Anyway, his fault isn't that bad. We meant to give him a light hit and let it go. Who expected he'd charge like crazy? Still, the kid didn't stop and kept shouting. Damn, eat those bastards. The officer warns, if you keep cursing like that, you won't be released. Give me your guardian's number. How many times have I told you? The muscular man in white speaks up next. That kid's a smart mouth. Never seen one like him in all my years. He reminds the others, you're no better yourselves. The officer then looks suspiciously at the 2 large men and asks, but they remain silent. Who are you? Why can't I pull up your records? At that moment, a bespectacled man steps in with a timid voice. Sorry, I didn't know. On seeing the 2 big men, Jang Song-ho exclaims in surprise, not noticing the man inside watching. His face immediately darkens from a friendly smile. These are the men here. As the man in black attempts to stand, Jang Song-ho's fist swings at him. A move by Jang Song-ho, a sweeping leg and a neck press, sends a muscular man in black crashing down. His head slams hard against the stone floor. Next, Jang Song-ho grabs the shirt and arm of the man in white and throws him down. The man in white's back hits the tiled floor with a painful thud. Witnessing that, Isu, seated in the back, is astonished, eyes wide. The officer, alarmed, stands up and anxiously asks, Hey you, what are you doing? But the man calmly adjusts his glasses and replies, "Ah, nothing. Stubborn brutes like them need a beating to wake up." Song-ho's gaze then goes cold as he orders in a low voice, sternly. The two men snap to their feet, cross their arms over their heads, and shout, "Yes, sir." Then he orders them, "Get in the car." "You bastards." The officer, dumbfounded, hurriedly tries to follow. "Hey, where are you going off to like that?" Before he can say more, a badge is held up in front of him. "Who authorized?" Jang Song-ho looks serious and assures, "Let me explain this to my superiors." Right after, a file bundle appears in the policeman's hands. The officer carefully takes it, then nervously smiles and steps back to let him proceed to the holding cell. Then handle the rest. After he leaves, Jang Song-ho turns back to look at Isu inside and asks, "You okay?" From above, Jang Song-ho looks down in a serious tone and tells him, "He told me to come to an agreement with." Isu's face slightly lowers, staring at him with mild discomfort. Jang Song-ho's expression turns a bit mocking before he forces calm and asks, "Look at that guy's eyes. Have you eaten?" Isu, more annoyed, snaps back, "What? Who are you?" He thinks for a moment, then answers, I'm the one stronger than those who beat." Hearing that, Isu snorts, turns his head away. "How ridiculous." Isu is silent for a short while, then hesitantly asks, "So, are you a fighter?" Jang Song-ho freezes, a little surprised. Then he stands, lifts his chin, and replies proudly, "Haha, compared to what you said, that's sort of true." He then looks down, smiling as he asks, "So, curious about me too?" He looks down at him and compliments, "You seem to have a bit of potential to develop." Isu stares, a little surprised by Jang Song-ho's offer. "Do you want to come with us, uncle?" The car speeds along the mountain road. The others on the training course sit blindfolded beside him. "Where are we going now?" In front of him, someone sits in the passenger seat. The car moves in silence. Then it comes to a stop. The man opens the car door and calls out, "Okay, everyone take off your blindfolds." The old man smiles and chats with Liu as he removes his eye covering. The climb up here was quite a challenge, wasn't it? The bald guy takes off his blindfold, sweating as he steps out. "Oh, I'm sore all over." "Phew." They look back at the mountain pass they just drove and feel bewildered. No wonder people call this a mountain. The old man adjusts his glasses mysteriously. "Yeah, probably. But," he smiles, eyeing them as if judging, and thinks everyone seems cheerful enough. His face darkens as he warns them, "It only takes 10 minutes. Run straight to the summit." The three of them stare wide-eyed in panic. "If you're late, just head home." Afterward, they collapse to the ground, beads of sweat on their faces. The old man sits back enjoying himself while Isu and the bald trainee pant in front of him. He complains, 26 minutes. That's much longer than I expected, right?" Next, he reaches for a water bottle on the table. Isu looks up at the bottle. "I recently adopted a dog, but it isn't attached to me at all." The old man steps forward, waves the water bottle before him with a contemptuous smile. "I took care of it diligently, raised it properly, but if it suddenly dies somewhere, only I would be sad, wouldn't I? Isn't that right?" The two behind also lift their heads, breathing heavily, while the old man's voice continues full of disdain. "So if you can't handle it, why not just go home? That would be great." He quickly grabs the water bottle before the man finishes speaking. "After all, nobody was asking you, right?" Isu tips the bottle back and gulps it down. He wipes the corner of his mouth with his hand. "I'll give it a try. Once I've decided, I won't quit." Hearing that, the old man's face also darkens with determination. Everyone says that, but he interrupts, "Promise me." His face tightens with resolve. "I've promised, so I'll definitely do it. That's something I can guarantee." 2 years earlier, the name tag on Beck Isu's shirt. In a shop, he devours the food in his bowl while Section Chief Jang sits beside him watching. Then between bites, he probes, "So you guys are soldiers? And you still have long hair?" Section Chief Jang only smiles as he watches him eat. "We don't mind, but this is a bit different. Why did you pick a fight with our guys?" Hearing that, he mumbles through his food to deny it. "It's not like that. Those guys were drunk and loud, yelling." He pushes up his glasses. "Oh, so they even dared to get drunk and cause trouble?" He mutters with a bowl of noodles. "If you're going to drink, drink properly. Why pick on kids to look tough?" Section Chief Jang advises, "Eat slowly, calm down." The owner brings out another bowl of noodles. Suddenly, he remembers something and glances at him. Where are your parents? I heard the police wanted us to call. Didn't you call? Isu pauses slightly, mouth still full, and replies, none of that. I got a twin brother, but when he started high school, he ran away to make money. Section Chief Jang is puzzled. Ran away to make money? To where? Isu smiles calmly and sets the empty bowl on the table. Who knows, sir? Then he points to his clenched hand optimistically. But there's one thing everyone must admit about him. He's probably some kind of athlete by now. Those uncles earlier couldn't handle him. Hearing that, Section Chief Jang looks surprised. Oh, how did you get involved in this? You have a twin brother, right? He puts his hand on the table and looks at him. That's right, so I'm saying this. Isu's face lights with enthusiasm as he asks. Could I do that too, like you? Section Chief Jang glances at him, weighing his words. Then he stands, smiling as he leaves. Oh no, you don't know boxing at all. Isu looks at him resentfully. Hey, I'm not that bad. Section Chief Jang steps out, waving at him. If you feel wronged, find your own way in. We don't stop anyone. Most of them ran because they couldn't handle it. You hear me? Someone hurries after him with a panicked look. I told you I didn't run. Section Chief Jang only smiles and judges. Come on, this isn't for everyone. He quickly runs up and blocks his path. Wait! His hand clenches as he stands before him and shouts with determination. Then promise me one thing. Section Chief Jang is puzzled. Promise? Isu looks up at him confidently and asserts, if I don't give up and find my way to you, you just need to do one thing for me. Seeing this, Section Chief Jang just smiles. Oh ho, what do you need me for? He wrinkles his brow, smiles, and explains more determinedly. Because I can't live accepting defeat. Later, at a large company in the city, the ID badge around his neck reads, Beck Isu. A girl steps forward to greet him. What brings you here? Isu approaches, flustered. It's like this. He looks at her solemnly and declares, Today is my first day at work. Someone knocks on the office door. Section Chief Jang inside, reviewing documents, calls out, Come in. Isu opens the door, brings his hand to his forehead in a salute, and enters. Loyal first day on the job. Over there, he keeps leafing through the file while talking. Oh, don't do that. We don't get up to those kinds of things. Section Chief Jang's clothes are rumpled. He flips through the documents seriously. Let's see. Your name is Beck Isu, right? You're the best of his climbing group, he adds. As you can see, we're just ordinary company employees. We call each other by titles. Just call me Section Chief Jang. Isu is momentarily taken aback. He speaks up now, making the chief look up in puzzlement. Don't you remember me, sir? Then the chief bows his head and continues working through the pile of documents, leaving him stunned. What? We know each other? Have we met before? Hearing that, he lifts his head with some disappointment but doesn't answer. Then he lowers his head and steps out. No, sir. I'm sorry to have bothered. Section Chief Jang smiles. He calls out, wait a moment. That makes him pause and look over. Next, he presses the office phone. Assistant Kim, Assistant Park, come in here a moment. The door quickly opens. Two men step through the doorway. Section Chief called for us. His face is full of astonishment. Behind him, Section Chief Jang also studies his expression. He stands and comes forward to introduce them. This is Assistant Kim, and that's Assistant Park. They will be your direct supervisors. You should remember their faces. They look at each other. Section Chief Jang smiles. And more. Isu glances at him in puzzlement. Then he smiles and reminds him, I may forget anyone, but I never forget a promise. He presses his lips together and clenches his fist. Later, in an office, he warms up in front of the two of them. They stand watching him with skepticism. Assistant Kim blinks in confusion. The new employee. Why bring everyone all the way up there to climb? Assistant Park beside him smiles. Your name is Beck Isu, right? Assistant Park looks at him. I heard you're quite good on that climb. And he reaches to take the name tag from his neck. You really don't remember? Isu's eyes are full of determination as he raises the badge to remind them. 3 years ago at the police station, you horrible seniors. How could you forget so quickly? They are astonished and point at him in disbelief. Could it be you? That high school kid back then. Assistant Park shouts in confusion. Why are you here? Immediately after, he lunges and punches him square in the face. His eyes blaze with anger as he glances at Assistant Kim behind them. I made a promise to the section chief back then. If one day I could step foot in here. Before he can finish, the man grits his teeth and throws a punch. Well, a real lunatic really did get in here. Isu calmly blocks their attacks and explains, I asked to fight one-on-one with both of you. Then he lands a punch back on the man's face. The two are beaten until they can barely breathe. He looks at them and challenges, do you know why I became the best of the climbing team? His eyes are full of resolve. He smiles at them in a fighting stance. Because I've waited for this day for 3 years. I can't live with losing. The two of them, hearing that, lift their heads, bodies bruised. Immediately after, Isu charges again. Today I'll fight to the end. In the corner, Section Chief Jiang watches silent. He smiles with satisfaction. At a house that night, a man in a suit walks down the hallway. 2 injured men run out of the building. Section Chief. He brushes the hand of the boy beside him away and ignores his advice. Section Chief. Where are you going? Your wound isn't. Then he gets into the car and locks the doors. He starts the engine, ignoring the people outside, smashing the windows to stop him. Section Chief. Blood is seeping from the wound in his abdomen. Section Chief Jiang grits his teeth and mutters, what the hell are you doing? Jiang Song-ho. He speeds off, paying no mind to those behind who are panicking. The Section Chief. In the car, he pulls a scrap of paper from his jacket. All right then. Section Chief Jiang grits his teeth as he looks at the paper, still driving. If we come this far, we have to see it through. The photo shows him younger, together with his teammates. His eyes stare intently at Isu in the picture. Is that right, Isu? Section Chief Jiang's car stalls on the road. He bows his head and leans against the steering wheel. His hand rummages inside his jacket. Then he sits quietly staring at his slim key. Section Chief Jiang leans down and opens the secret compartment above the dash. Inside is a radio attached there. He takes it off. He winces in pain while opening the radio. A message appears above. Reserve the table for tomorrow noon. Deputy Manager. Menu, as usual. He collapses over the steering wheel, gasping for breath. Then he stares fixedly at his military photo. A large building. You go in, the other party agreed. Go on in. Isu watches Section Chief Jiang intently and reports, there's information from the Chinese partner, sir. Then he flips through the documents and steps in seriously. The documents for the order they said they'd send still haven't arrived. They're much slower than expected, sir. Section Chief Jiang smiles and comes forward to ask, is something wrong? This is our job after all. He walks out to the door, claps a shoulder, and says, go have a smoke first. Suddenly he looks at him seriously. Isu warily looks back at Team Leader Beck. On the rooftop, Section Chief Jiang lights a cigarette and notes, you've been here over a year now. Huh. Team Leader Beck? The man beside him answers honestly, about 1 year and 2 months, sir. Section Chief Jiang smiles and glances at him, dropping the cigarette from his mouth. At first I thought you were some random kid, but you adapted quickly. He gives a wry smile at him. Is that a compliment? Section Chief Jiang smiles, probing. Or what? Are you upset? Then he offers the cigarette to him. Come on, have one. But he refuses. No thanks, sir, I don't smoke. Footsteps approach from behind. It's Assistant Kim and Assistant Park. They hesitate a bit. Oh, you're here? And Section Chief Beck too. Isu bows his head. Hello, sir. The 4 of them look at each other. Section Chief Jiang speaks first. Assistant Kim, Assistant Park, you came at just the right time. Since we're all here, let's discuss. He adjusts his glasses. This time, it's the Chinese partner. So his gaze is full of caution as he looks at them. Do you all remember we received a VIP handover from North Korea? Assistant Kim holds a pack of cigarettes and reports, we remember, sir. The Chinese side requested we obtain identification documents for the VIP. Hearing this, Section Chief Jiang turns and nods to Isu. Probably broken already. His expression is serious as he reports, it's long overdue, and we haven't been able to contact the partner. Assistant Park, smoking as he speaks, adds, so who exactly is that Chinese partner? Why are they operating like this? The chief cuts him off. No need to dig into details. Just treat them as another special ops team. The 3 of them stare at each other when a sound rings out. Section Chief Jiang looks at his phone. It seems I can't treat this as business as usual anymore. Seeing that, Assistant Kim also stares at the phone. Is it the other special ops team you mentioned? He confirms. Yeah. Assistant Park drops his cigarette. What did they say? Did they send the documents? Suddenly, Isu speaks up. I don't think we need the documents anymore. He looks bewildered. What? Section Chief Jang presses the phone, emphasizing that VIP is now in South Korea. The door bursts open with an announcement. The plan has been compromised. He leads the group sprinting down the stairs, and Isu runs after them. Section Chief Jang explains, according to the plan, the other team was supposed to pick up the VIP, and we would just receive them. So how can they now say the VIP is already in Korea? He scowls, deadly serious. He crossed the border himself to come here without needing our pickup. The two behind also follow in confusion. Isu wonders skeptically who could possibly pull that off. Section Chief Jang grips the door handle, looks up at them. He's military, belongs to the 522nd Special Forces team. Isu's eyes widen in surprise. The 522nd? He explains, I thought he was just like us. Section Chief Jang wearily rubs his temples and lets his glasses fall. After all, it's because he acted solo outside the plan, and why he crossed the border without needing our pickup remains unclear. Then he puts his glasses back on and looks at them seriously. So our objective is to approach stealthily and subdue the VIP. Keep it as discreet as possible. Clear. A notification on the phone reads, Chairman Jang Sung-ho, the party will be at the back gate of Jongsan Station at 22:30. Last time it went pretty well there. He folds the phone shut. Isu disguises himself as an ordinary person, holding his phone and scanning the surroundings. Then he turns and nods to Assistant Kim and Assistant Park behind him. Assistant Park mutters, the Chinese side stirs up trouble and then expects us to clean it up? Is that called cooperation? Assistant Kim looks sour and dissatisfied. Exactly. Who knows who we're even working with? So what's cooperative about this? He fumbles through the crowd and whispers into his earpiece. They said they'd support us anyway. A voice inside replies angrily. Support? Please. They just make a mess and pretend to fix it. Assistant Kim walks behind and warns in a low voice. Keep it down. Focus. Didn't you hear? That's the 525th team. Assistant Park up front glares back in annoyance. 525th or 522nd? I don't care. A voice comes over the radio. Anything unusual at 3 o'clock direction? Assistant Park looks toward the suspicious person with his head covered. The person also notices and tilts their head to look. His footsteps come to a halt. Assistant Kim whispers into the radio, You stay put. Team Leader Beck will tail him. Prepare backup for any uncertainty. But don't get too close. Assistant Park nods as well. Isu stands to the side observing them. Understood. They follow him into a narrow alley as evening falls. The suspicious figure blends into the crowd on the street. Assistant Kim and Assistant Park remain close behind. Then they turn off. Isu presses himself against the corner of a wall and looks up. He furrows his brow and darkens his face. Immediately, the suspicious person bolts, surprising the two of them. They chase after him, shouting alerts. He's spotted. Then the man stops by a quiet alley and warns them. Your footsteps are way too obvious. I'm not bragging that I'm being followed. He spins to glare at them coldly. But aren't these guys already hopelessly incompetent? On hearing that, they grumble insultingly. This bastard. Wait, Assistant Park. Isu, standing outside the alley, is startled by the commotion. Then he yells into his radio, Alert! Assistant Kim, Assistant Park. When he gets no response, he turns his head into the alley. Damn! Isu slips in close, fully on guard. His face drains of color. His eyes widen in shock. The Special Forces soldier rains down a flurry of kicks on the two men in front of him. He glares at him. Look, there's another one. Then he lunges forward and delivers a kicking strike at him. He reflexively brings his hands up to block. Then he uses his foot to sweep out the attacker's supporting leg. That guy tumbles to the ground, reaches into his jacket, pulls out a weapon, and admires him. Oh, pretty quick. If that's the case. He swings the weapon at his throat. Isu ducks to avoid the slash. The man stares at him angrily. He's a bit surprised, Karambit, and yet the attacker keeps coming. He ducks aside. The man kicks at his arm. He staggers backward, but the attacker presses the assault. Next, he brings his hand up to parry the blow. He pulls the pen from his shirt pocket. The man widens his eyes and swings a punch, sneering. Are you kidding? What can a pen do? He then lands a punch on Isu, who raises his hand to block. His body reels and bounces backward. The pen slams into the wall and shatters. The attacker rushes him again. He punches up at the assailant's wrist, pinning the weapon-bearing arm against the wall. His other hand darts the sharp pen tip to the soldier's throat, stunning him. The broken tip lodges perfectly against the side of his neck. He pins him against the corner wall and demands, "Well, just this is enough to make a new airway." Light chuckle. The man looks at him impressed. "Oh, this one's interesting." Isu glares at the Special Forces soldier. "You're not as interesting as I thought. I expected the 522nd, so I had higher hopes." He narrows his eyes. The Special Forces soldier drops his weapon and looks up. "So that's why he charged in like that?" Isu is puzzled. "What's going on?" Then he steps back, still holding the wrist pinned to the wall. The man explains, "You didn't hear that backup was coming?" He eyes him suspiciously. "Could you be the backup?" The soldier confirms, "Yeah, I just wanted to test the waters a bit. Didn't expect the welcome to get this chaotic." He pulls off his mask, smiling. "After all, he was hoping you'd help." "Uncle Ballpoint," he says lightly. Then he grins, spins the weapon in his hand, and introduces himself. "I'm Li Xiao." The staff are bustling about with their work. They slit open the fresh fish bellies and pack them into parcels. Xiao feels uneasy seeing the scene. "I wasn't exactly expecting much, but don't you think this has gone a bit too far?" Someone steps forward and criticizes, "My God, this stench is even worse than I imagined." Under Cheon Woong's command, Wai Chong-ho, the ethnic Chinese boss of a North Korean crew who handles One Sink's imports and exports, complains, always putting on airs of superiority and fake morality. Seeing this now makes me want to vomit. I could die. The more he watches, the more he feels creeped out. From the start, were you people really planning to be in the same boat, or was it a joke? I can't believe you actually shook hands with One Sink. He even implies a warning. So don't go snooping around secretly if you're not happy. Hearing those harsh words, Xiao can't stay silent and snaps back. "If we're talking stench, I'm a lot worse." Chong-ho narrows his eyes in irritation. "What did you just say?" His drunken voice deepens as he suppresses his anger. "Don't get cocky. As long as I haven't lost my mind, stay out of trouble. You're standing right on the edge now." Xiao remains silent. When Xiaolon approaches, he finally opens up. "That fishy smell numbs all your senses, right? Later it gets on your hands. No, it sticks to your nose so you can't sense anything anymore." Xiaolon shoots back. "Don't lecture me. You think acting like that makes you some kind of righteous gangster?" Hearing that, Xiao chuckles politely. "Haha, righteous gangster, huh? Not a bad idea." Then he says he's willing to do anything for the mission. But at that mention, Xiao's expression turns thoughtful, simply reminiscing about the past. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice rings out in the room. "No way, Chief, is this really okay?" Scarface looks at the man sprawled in the chair and comments, "Even if he's an exceptional recruit, this rookie is way too undisciplined, right?" The man next to him agrees. "Yeah. What kind of rookie bullies veterans as soon as he arrives, treating the organization's ranks like they don't exist?" Sung-ho pays little mind to these remarks. "Didn't you guys say the same things last year?" He stresses again. "Don't forget, no matter how he appears, his combat experience definitely far exceeds yours." Scarface glances down at the special recruit. "Well, can he do it?" The recruit answers in a very salty tone. "Curious, are you?" Then someone stands up, ready to prove it. "Fine, I can show you a bit." Just then, someone walks in, and at the sight of him, the special recruit visibly brightens. The man strides straight into the room, and as he approaches, he gives the recruit a rap on the head. Accompanying that is a remark. "Your expression is really annoying." Meanwhile, the recruit holds his head in confusion. The man doesn't answer and goes straight to Sung-ho, asking, "Chief, can I take care of this one?" The special recruit behind points. "The VIP has been brought to a safe location." Hearing this, Sung-ho replies, "Oh, is that so? Well done." After checking the document, he slams the table to assert control. "Enough. Stop and get to the main point." Sung-ho states bluntly that while you were busy with nonsense, he already secured the VIP. He cooperated more easily than I thought and is now in a safe place. A staff member asks a couple of questions. "So, isn't everything already settled?" Sung-ho reveals some details. "Initially, we were supposed to receive one thing, but this guy suddenly changed the trade terms." The staff member can't help but wonder what the new condition is. Sung-ho reveals a little-known detail. The VIP has a younger brother, and he demanded that his brother be protected. He's in Hamgyong-do, North Korea. He updates the current progress. The Chinese task force is investigating, but it doesn't look easy. The other asks, "Chief, what exactly were we supposed to receive?" But Sung-ho doesn't disclose that. It's not necessary now. For the moment, protecting the VIP is priority number one. The special recruit's expression is very odd. Now he casts a slight glance at them. In another house, the man's ankles are bound by something tight. He's watching something on the TV screen. It's some big burly guy. He stares at it without blinking. Someone opens the outer door. The guard sees the person and says, "You're here?" Special recruit. Before leaving, he warns, "Don't cause trouble. Sit still." But he walks straight to the sofa and calls out, "Hey, Lim Young-jin." That sudden change of tone is awkward. The guy even utters a threatening tone. "You act like you weren't informed about the deal from top to bottom." Now Young-jin says there should be give and take, right? At that he realizes immediately. "Hey, the way you talk, you're definitely one of them, aren't you?" Not only that, he's eyeing an item, that black badge, and Young-jin has grasped the opponent's whole plan. "Your condition is to bring me to South Korea, right? But if I go on my own, what's the point of the deal? You give me nothing." The special recruit snaps back, "And yet you drag the younger brother into forcing me to help?" Young-jin sticks out his tongue, and there's a USB tucked inside it. He continues, "You have to accept that for the deal to go through, right?" Seeing that, the special recruit asks, "All right, what's your brother's name?" Young-jin leans back to relax. "Huh, you have a point." The handcuff on his wrist is broken. Then he says, "Write it down." Young-jin reads the name aloud. Lim Jaeong-chun. After receiving the name, the recruit acts immediately. "I'll send word to the Chinese task force. You must provide detailed information about your brother." Once the other's credibility is confirmed, Young-jin agrees. "Fine, in that case I'll speak up. But he explains the current situation. Getting someone out of there is like reaching the sky." On the phone screen, a message appears. "Request to extract as planned. Required elements detected. Target, Hamgyong-do, Lim Jaeong-chun." Unexpectedly, Young-jin is very calm. After all, who can't decapitate someone and come back, right? The recruit's sudden reach for the phone makes Young-jin flinch. "You bastard. What the hell are you doing?" This time he menacingly threatens. "Then I'll renegotiate the deal. Shut up and give the information. Or do you want to see your dear brother here with his head separated from his body?" The moment Young-jin tries to grab him, the recruit dodges in time, and Young-jin misses. The recruit sneers, "What a pity." Suddenly something causes him to freeze. It turns out Young-jin has adopted a fighting stance. So the recruit offers one piece of advice. That's not a wise choice. Young-jin impatiently reaches for the phone, but the recruit dodges again. Not happening. More than that, he grabs Young-jin's shirt from behind and punches him hard in the back. The blow makes Young-jin cry out in pain and collapse to one knee. Not satisfied, the special recruit jabs him in the face with a painful shove. Young-jin grits his teeth and spits out a mouthful of blood. The phone remains in the special recruit's hand. His hand holds it while his foot continues to kick Young-jin mercilessly. "Be sensible and talk." Having said that, he gathers himself to strike again. Before he can, someone kicks him away. The special recruit protests angrily. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The one who had bopped his head in Sung-ho's room says, "I knew it the moment I saw you." That look alone is irritating. Then he turns and scolds Young-jin. "Can't you control yourself? That's your own brother." He continues to question him. "If you treat an informant like this, then..." Before he finishes, Young-jin seizes the chance and slips away. Both of them watch in astonishment, because Young-jin risks jumping out the window. He falls from height and lands on a car. The special recruit curses as he watches. Damn it, he got away. Down below, Young-jin gathers his strength and runs for his life. As he passes an alley, someone drags him inside. They half-carry Young-jin down the narrow lane. He's wearing a blue jacket. Right now, he's hiding in a corner while the special recruit and his companions search for Young-jin. Where did he run off to? Not finding him, the special recruit stands up and grits his teeth, blaming, "You kidding me? Your stupid stunt ruined everything." Suddenly, he dredges up the past. "When you were a kid, your brother left you behind and ran off, right? Now I get it." And goes on. "Oh, it wasn't just your brother who disappeared, was it? I digging into stuff like this, so I did some research. He secretly pulls a hidden knife from his person and issues a challenge. As for you, I really want to try you once. The special recruit, who fears no one, replies, how about it? If so, I think you and I will get along famously. The two stand facing each other, preparing for a fight. In the rain, someone keeps asking, so who wins between you and that friend of yours? Can't believe you're actually listening to this. Nojima Fuku tries to chase after Isu. This story is really gripping, like a movie, so it's hard to take it all in. He merely snorts, huh? It does sound like that. Nojima Fuku agrees. True, it sounds plausible, but if you were to tell it. Nojima Fuku offers a colorful comparison. That kid's like a North Korean assassin who defected, and you're like James Bond. Isu exclaims, wow, I didn't know you liked those films. So James, what's your reason for coming to Japan? He answers cryptically, not exactly a reason. It's more accurate to call a target. Nojima Fuku, guessing, asks, if it's a target, is it Chief Jang you mentioned? Isu falls in a thoughtful recollection. At first, I only wondered why he abandoned us. But remembering things like this, I gradually understood everything. This isn't something you can explain with a few flimsy reasons. He brings his hand near his pocket and, in a desperate tone, says, my teammates, my identity, I've lost everything and fallen to the abyss. Isu clenches his fist with bitter, determined hatred. So that bastard Chief Jang, I will drag him down to the bottom with me. I have no intention of wiring revenge into some logical plot. It's instinct. The instinct drives me to personally finish that bastard off. Nojima Fuku racks his brain over the matter, but now he's with Oyama. He states confidently that the One Sync project in Japan will definitely need Oyama's cooperation. Isu is prepared thoroughly, so I'll become Oyama's chairman. The motive doesn't matter. When that time comes, Chief Jang will have to face me. He steps closer to that vengeful instinct. Nojima Fuku pats his shoulder teasingly. You're more Beatrix Kiddo than James Bond, you know? Isu, seeing Nojima Fuku go further, asks in surprise, you really like movies that much? Nojima Fuku continues, curious. So when revenge is over, what will you do next? Nojima Fuku says wryly, the end of a revenge story isn't over the moment vengeance is served. Only when the sword is sheathed and the credits roll does the film truly end. Before leaving, Nojima Fuku reminds him that after the revenge ends, he'll still be Oyama's chairman. Nojima Fuku makes his promising decision. Then I'll become your sword, help you rise to the chairmanship. The two stand facing each other. The rain keeps pattering down. That car drives away. Song-ho sits outside without using an umbrella, letting himself get soaked. He holds his head in utter frustration. Inside Song-ho's head, memories keep surfacing. The more he suffers, Song-ho suddenly speaks. The rain's really coming down, isn't it? Isu, hey, that person's coming to hold the umbrella for him. Song-ho probably knows this visitor too. You're here? The person holds the umbrella close to his face. You've been waiting a long time. Chief Jang, Song-ho. He seems to have guessed something. So you really were in Japan, weren't you? The other bluntly replies, I just happened to pass by. You don't look well. Work been stressful lately. He looks dazed. Stressful? So you're planning to step in yourself? The man flicks a lighter for Song-ho. No way. I know how serious you are about this project. It's your choice, even if it means leaving your teammates behind. He continues, lighting his cigarette as he speaks. That's sincerity. You're here because you want people's trust. Song-ho affirms firmly, don't worry, I'll complete the job myself well. The man is very pleased. That's why you're indecisive. Once you decide, you act without hesitation. If a tree must be cut, cut it. If a sapling must be grafted, graft it immediately. He says pointedly, even if it's a tree you've nurtured yourself. Because you couldn't do that, Beck Isu is still alive today. Now he probes. Or did you deliberately let him live? Did you hesitate? Song-ho is exhausted. How could he hesitate? The cigarette is flicked down. He steps forward. If that man had seen me like this, my head would already have fallen. The man closes the umbrella. Chief Jang Song-ho. The man persuades, getting straight to the point. We're both getting old. What else is there? If it's too much, just say so. Song-ho turns back, suspicious. We're always ready to support you. I just want to ask one thing. Yakumo, you gave my information to the Tatsukagumi organization, didn't you? The man looks away and affirms, don't you know? I don't remember every single name of scumbags like that. After that, the man also leaves. Song-ho wearily covers his face. Every single name? That bastard. He pulls something out. Does he even dare claim he'll help others? Song-ho looks up at the sky, resolute. Indeed, this must end by our own hands. Isu, elsewhere, a large man walks inside. Tetsuji turns and recognizes him. Ah, Kenichi, you're here? He approaches and asks. Yes, Lord Tetsuji, you called for me? He bends to arrange things. The succession ceremony is coming up. After all, I must be getting old. I've been thinking too much lately. Kenichi politely inquires. May I ask what you're thinking about? Tetsuji doesn't hide it. It's about the succession ceremony. He turns back, troubled, unsure whether to wear a yukata or a suit. It's a hard choice. Kenichi stands dazed for a moment. He bursts into enthusiastic laughter and joins in. Ha ha ha. Both would suit you well, Kenichi suggests, but since this is Oyama's succession, a traditional yukata would fit better. He insists, I knew you'd say that. Anyway, I want to leave a beautiful impression in that final moment. He is surprised, but agrees. The end? Of course. Tetsuji concludes, whatever the outcome, our Oyama will soon end. That's why I called you. I have a favor to ask. Kenichi asks, you mean me? Tetsuji trusts you greatly. You know what this organization has been through. So even in this moment of change, I want you by my side. 2 glasses of sake have been poured. He turns and requests that Kenichi become Oyama's assistant director. Kenichi stammers, I'm not sure I'm qualified. Tetsuji encourages him. If not you, then who is more worthy? He hands him a glass. Whatever decision I make, stay calm and stay with me. Kenichi feels hesitation. I will remember that. He takes the cup of sake. The two raise their glasses together. Tetsuji reaches into his sleeve and finally, he gives Kenichi something. I want to entrust this to you. This is the family seal. The driver teases, you still don't believe this is real? He sighs in relief. No, it's just that it's too weighty. The other tries to console him. After all, it's the position of Oyama as general manager. He shakes his head. Not for that reason. Kenichi explains that because it's Lord Tetsuji's Oyama, the end of an era feels truly heavy on the heart. Passing by a place, Kenichi looks back and glances around. The car collides with a truck. The screech is terrifying. The car is hurled away. Kenichi clasps his face in pain. The truck speeds off. He opens his eyes. Kenichi has been arrested. What is this? Ogawa Taku appears before him. He holds the seal excitedly. Uncle, is this really Oyama's seal? Really? Kenichi still doesn't understand. Taku, what on earth is going on? He steps closer, puzzled. Wait, you having this means that. Ogawa Taku places a hand on his shoulder. Wow, you've succeeded, he announces. So, if I become the chairman, you'll be my subordinate? Kenichi speaks with contempt. A subordinate of a brat like you? What a pity. He sticks out his tongue. I'd rather bite my tongue and die right here. Ogawa Taku quickly intervenes. Hey, you can't say that, uncle. He brings it closer. Anyway, I'll return this to you. Ogawa Taku hints mysteriously. That person doesn't need these things. Kenichi coughs a few times. Cough, cough. He kicks the chair hard. I hope you'll stay for a long time. Ogawa Taku stomps his foot down hard. He instructs him to witness with his own eyes the collapse of Oyama caused by that person. A week earlier, Taku gently confided, It's unbelievable, I'm really shocked. Only at this moment can he confirm it. Now it seems I too have become a big player, right? Because Taku clearly saw one thing. I had a private meeting with the department head. Song-ho, hearing this, lowered his voice. Do you know who I am? Still, Taku beats around the bush. Well, you must have eavesdropped on something, right? Song-ho, losing patience, warns. Enough of the rambling. Get to the point. Then he begins interrogating with the first question. How much attention have you paid to this game? Taku plays coy again. Let me think. It's quite a bit. If measured at a high level, then probably... Finally, he settles on an approximate range like this. Taku even evaluates. I'm not interested in the top position, like the chairman's seat. So Song-ho finds it very puzzling. Why wouldn't he care? Accordingly, Taku honestly confesses. You could say I know myself pretty well. That position already has a worthy owner, and I'm not complaining about my current place. But then he contradicts himself. No, This is the perfect position for me, where I can observe everything most clearly. And he deliberately emphasizes the next line. Fools who don't know their place will pay the price. Song-ho bluntly adds, Hey, someone sensible like you is causing trouble this time. Isn't that odd? His voice suddenly drops. Oyama, why did you suddenly meddle with Rugasaki? How do you plan to handle this? Taku's earlier attitude showed some surprise, but he immediately jokes again. Oh, is this a warning? Because I touched Oyama, the one sing partner, right? Song-ho takes a sip of water to steady himself, then states clearly, What warning? I said it from the start. This is the level of my interest in this game. He enunciates each word. Who holds the initiative in this game? I don't care. What I care about is who will cause me fewer troubles. So Song-ho can conclude that, by that measure, Oyama is truly a very troublesome party. Actually, it's fair to say two parties are troublesome. After spouting all that, he asked for the other's impression. So, do you feel more interested now? Taku gestures an approximate distance with his hand. Yeah, this much should be okay. Nevertheless, Song-ho still has a few words of advice, though he's not aiming for the top position. At that, Taku suddenly raises his voice. I told you so. He clasps his hands together tightly, emphasizing that the position should be reserved for someone worthy to rise to it. Elsewhere, a fog now blankets the entire sky. Surprise shows on Tetsuji's face. Can't cooperate? Why not? Scarface carefully explains the reason. Sorry, but we consider this incident an interorganizational conflict. One sink can't be involved in this. So Tetsuji tells him this is not such a simple matter. At this point, he has to reveal. Kenichi, our Oyama Secretary General, has been kidnapped. Aren't we business partners? Yet Scarface remains resolute. Precisely because of that, we cannot be involved. Isn't this incident part of the candidate race you yourself started, Lord Tetsuji? He finds it ridiculous to repeat that it's part of the race. Yet Scarface bluntly claims that's our perspective. He shows no caution, laying everything bare. From the start, organizing this candidate race was Tetsuji's unilateral decision. Isu has been standing outside the door forever, suddenly barging in loudly. That guy doesn't bow to his elders at all, shows no concession whatsoever. He stomps in gruffly. This bunch are always like this, right? Sir? Then, approaching Scarface, Isu deliberately taunts. Allies only when there's benefit, right? Finally, he offers assurance. Anyway, don't worry too much, we'll handle this. Tetsuji hears the phrase we with some puzzlement. Without explaining, Isu issues an invitation. Let's go outside and get some fresh air, sir. Then Tetsuji goes outside with him. But in front of them, they're blocked by a crowd of people. Tetsuji recognizes a familiar face and calls out, Nojima. Then he glances at a stranger and asks, What about you? The man clears his throat, and then plainly introduces himself. I am Moriwaki Soichiro of the Death Brigade. He pushes up his glasses to assert firmly, I'm here today entirely for the Alliance. Oyama is a partner of our Death Brigade, and Soichiro mentions a case. I hear the perpetrator used a cargo truck to attack. Tetsuji is stunned into immobility by this man. Soichiro continues, This is identical to a previous attack, so identifying the vehicle type shouldn't be too difficult. Immediately after he says that, a unit on motorcycles appears, so the eyes and ears of our Death Brigade will scour Tokyo to find him. Seeing this group only further confuses Tetsuji. Of course, Isu could understand his thoughts. This really isn't the Oyama way, right? Suddenly, he clasps his hands together. Well then, my brigade general. Isu smiles slyly and reminds him, Let's begin. Soichiro stands opposite him, smiling as an affirmation, then steps forward to accept Isu's signal. The two stand in the night, turning the slogan into a pact. Scarface stands below, pulling the brim of his cap down low. Instantly, Soichiro switches on his radio to transmit. All Death Brigade units, he announces solemnly. He solemnly proclaims, I order the launch of a search operation covering all of Tokyo. Soichiro points clearly. The target is the large truck that attacked us previously. Next, he issues an order. Report to me immediately as soon as you find it. Finally, a careful reminder. Pay close attention to your actions. All finished, he shouted everything out. All the guards heard the orders clearly. Yes, sir, brigade commander. They targeted the truck and gave chase. One man reported the current situation. on Route 7 near Tokyo Bay. The target has been sighted and is moving south. Soichiro instructed firmly, do not let it get away. But then another report came in. Brigade Commander, there's another truck here too, which made Soichiro jump and exclaim, what? Another side kept reporting in succession. It's heading toward the northern industrial zone. Soichiro was now thrown into confusion. There are multiple trucks? A driver was knocked down. After completing that, they reported back. We intercepted the truck on Route 7. The leader ordered a search inside. Before they could do anything, a foot came from nowhere and kicked him in the face. A burly guy standing on the truck kicked Soichiro's man off and sent him flying down. 1 sinks Japan Task Force. Team 4 leader Kong Incheol sneered in contempt. What is this? A bunch of shrimp. Those below were momentarily stunned by the situation. Incheol stood arrogantly inside the truck's cargo box. With that swagger, he actually intrigued someone. Move aside. The mercenary waved his knife excitedly. Just by looking you could tell he was my opponent, right? A factory smokestack was belching toxic fumes. Soichiro's guard lay pitifully on the ground. Not just one, but the whole group was defeated. 1 sinks Japan Task Force. Team 7 leader Im Jun-ho cracked necks after handling the lot. At that moment, a compact car pulled up in front of him. The man who stepped out gave a compliment. Not bad at all. Fuku approached with weapons in both hands. This is going to be a tough one. Jun-ho saw him and had to pull the knife he carried. Now I see you're really overdoing it. Fuku took a fighting stance and couldn't help but grumble. Yeah, of course it's overkill. Tomorrow you'll be sore all over. With that, the two charged forward together. On Soichiro's side, there was news. Another vehicle was being pursued near Tokyo Port. The situation was now beyond his control. Damn, there's yet another truck? The guard worried. Brigade Commander, what do we do now? It seems this truck might be the real target. He continued reporting. The suspect have slipped into a hideout. Given the current situation, the guard had no choice. We can't advance any further. Soichiro gritted his teeth in anger. Damn, a voice came over the radio. That's enough here, withdraw. Soichiro could guess whose voice it was, Rugasaki. The other coldly said, just knowing the location is enough. Isu, positioned above, transmitted. This time I'll handle it myself. After turning off the radio, he covered his face with a cloth. Beck Isu, former captain of HID Special Task Unit, Operations Team. Tetsuji lit a cigarette to relieve his tension. He stood before the window frame, watching the scene below. A glass of red wine sat on the table, and someone there spoke up. I truly. At that time, Kenichi honestly admitted he once abandoned Oyama. Tetsuji found this a bit puzzling. Why are you running for Oyama chairman? And Kenichi replied, yes, precisely because I walked away that I decided to stand up. He began to recount everything in detail. 5 years ago, after the war between Lord Shogo and Rugasaki, this organization began to rot from within. When it was over, Rugasaki, blinded by hatred, conducted purges. Kenichi continued along that thread. Shogo manipulated power, used violence to control, drenched it in blood. He still remembered the image vividly. Seeing the chairman merely stand by. I thought Oyama was dead. That day he took all the blame upon himself, saying Oyama's decay was my fault. Surely this has weighed on you for a long time, hasn't it? Hearing this, Tetsuji could guess what came next and was ready to speak. Recalling it, Kenichi could not help but feel anger. I braced myself, and he spoke sincerely. Oyama is no longer the organization you once hoped for, Sir Tetsuji. It's become a battlefield for power-hungry men. At this rate, sooner or later only ruins will remain. Tetsuji echoed the word ruins. Kenichi gave his reason plainly. Yes, that's why I want to run for chairman. Upon hearing his resolve, Tetsuji suddenly scoffed. Is that so? But the smile on his face immediately brightened. Indeed, you are the one fit to be Secretary General, Kenichi. Seeing his expression, Kenichi was stunned. Lord Tetsuji simply believed an organization needs people who dare to speak hard truths like Tetsuji was very moved by Kenichi's attitude. How many dare speak plainly to me? Most only flatter or bow. Yet he still denied himself. I'm not worthy of this position. Tetsuji offered an illustration. The human heart is like this glass. If you don't empty it out, where you put anything new? Using that example, He urged him onward. So why don't you and I pour out those mountains of regret and start over from scratch? But Kenichi still lacked the courage. Would I dare to pour it away? Immediately after, Tetsuji also lifted his own glass to him. It's hard to do alone. And he presented a reality before him. Today, there are 2 glasses. Tetsuji said mildly, I have decided. A small shaft of light slipped into the room. At that moment, Kenichi lay unconscious, tied to a chair. A streak of fresh blood ran down his head. Isu stood above, watching the whole scene below. He stayed as quiet as possible to avoid detection. From his vantage, Isu clearly saw that suppressors had been prepared. Them were no nameless thugs. So he easily concluded, as expected, it's you, one Sing. Those men below continued to patrol every nook and cranny. Waiting for the right moment, Isu took a running jump down. He moved swiftly, clamping a hand over a mouth while eliminating one man. As that one fell, the man above looked down. Immediately, he lunged quickly toward the opponent. Who was that? Not wasting a second, Isu sprang up, and in the blink of an eye landed a successful punch to the man's face. The sound drew the attention of a guard. The moment he poked his head out, he saw his comrade lying in a pool of blood. So he hurriedly radioed in without noticing someone behind him shouting an alarm for Sector B. An intruder. Isu drove a stab straight into his neck, then forcefully twisted his neck. Finished, he hurled the guard aside. At the same moment, someone approached and fired a shot. Seeing a promising opponent, the man exclaimed, "Oh, you dodged that." But then he put the gun away. Thought he was a rat. Turns out he's a kitten. Japan's second task force. Team leader Cha Yong-Soo licked his lips like a professional hunter. Come on then. He taunted the intruder. Come out and play. Don't you understand Japanese? As he neared Isu's hiding spot, Yong-Soo finally drew a small knife. All right, show yourself a bit. He stepped forward slowly, full of eager anticipation. Let's see. At this point, Isu had to reveal himself. Let's have a match. Come on over quickly. Hearing that, Yong-Soo's interest peaked, and he stuck out his tongue. Before his opponent could prepare, the man swung the sharp knife. Luckily, Isu was nimble. Not only did he dodge, he countered strike. More than that, he snatched Yong-Soo's weapon away. But the man was no less capable. He jabbed a foot into Isu's belly. The blow seemed to hurt him a little. Then he spun his leg and recovered his stance. Next, Isu returned the earlier attack against Yong-Soo. This time the man couldn't react in time and took the full hit. Blood flowed from his nose, and Yong-Soo licked it off. He looked like a madman. You're strong, huh? Despite taking those hits, Yong-Soo showed no fear. Keep going. Then he ran up and shoved his head into Isu's stomach. Yong-Soo, strong as an ox, pinned him against the corner of the wall. After subduing him, he brandished the knife, ready to finish the job. But Isu was quicker, slashing into his side. The sudden attack made Yong-Soo grimace in pain. The knife in his hand veered off course because of it. In Yong-Soo's mind, he assessed that if it were just a wound, he'd be fine, but his body wasn't yet used to it. After that blow, he commented he'd longed for a worthy opponent. Not bad to warm up. Still, those moves excite Yong-Soo more. Pretty good, getting interesting. From kitten, I'll turn you into a wildcat. Now, Isu spoke for the first time. Just a friendly fight. Hearing that, Yong-Soo was a bit surprised. You speak Korean? Isu, no less eager than his rival, charged in. Let's see who has more fun. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung the knife. But Yong-Soo parried. Before he could recover, Isu struck again, even faster. Truly, Yong-Soo's fury had reached its peak right then. He lashed out with a furious, powerful attack. In his rage, Yong-Soo raised the knife viciously. In the end, he was still stopped by Isu. This made him pause for a moment. He couldn't toy with him any longer. Yong-Soo pulled out his gun, then aimed to shoot Isu, but Isu was quick and slashed his hand. At that instant, memories flooded Yong-Soo. I've heard this before. The words echoed in his head. Even when surrounded by a company, this guy cleaned out former special agents and escaped. Now Yong-Soo suspected and confirmed. You're him? On the other side, Guard Kenichi was flustered reporting. Captain, Team C isn't responding, Captain. A nearby bodyguard asked. What's going on? Even in this situation, he's so confident. Why worry? Captain Cha isn't easy to take down. He's a top card. No sooner had he finished than someone stepped closer, just arriving. Seeing a familiar figure, he hurried to complain, "The captain's late." Team C still hasn't replied. Hearing no response, the man called back to the captain. Yong-su is kneeling on the ground. Isu followed behind contemptuously. "This level, and he wants to be captain?" Everyone looked up in astonishment. Isu tightened his grip on the knife. "I'm not warmed up yet, so come at me," he taunted. "Come on, hurry up." The other man shouted, threatening with his gun. "Stay where you are." He sneered. "Is that what they taught you?" The trembling gunman didn't understand. "What girl?" With a cold face, he reminded them to fire immediately when given the chance. Bullets were poured out continuously, and he signaled. He shoved someone and dashed away from there. He raised his knee and kicked a man in the gut. He snatched the gun. "Remember this well, Isu." The gun was pressed close. In a gunfight, if the opponent closes in, Song-ho had once instructed carefully. Just aim at any spot on their body and fire. He enjoyed passing on the tip. When enemies are at close range, they're much easier to hit, right? He carefully fired repeatedly at that spot. 2 hits would jolt the body, even with armor. The muzzle was pressed against the throat. He fired decisively. Finishing them off came afterward. He struck vital points: ribs, internal organs, and muscles. Even with all that, it's hard to penetrate fully. You get me? Someone on the other side was furious. That bastard. He didn't lose spirit and elbowed 2 others away. Another vicious man with a gun tried to shoot from cover. He quickly kicked someone's leg. The man rolled several times across the ground. Someone looked back in panic. A shot rang out and hit the seated man. The bald man turned, eyes filled with horror. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. He knocked out the gunman in an instant. Could he really do that? He suddenly turned his face. He fumbled to pull out his gun. Shit, damn it. He strode up and aggressively kicked the gun from his hand. Idiot, what's there to panic about? His gaze was vicious. We haven't even started yet. He clutched his bloodied stomach, whining in pain. I get it. You're Beck Isu. That's right. He tried to back away. Having only heard about you, he hadn't expected your skill. It's really something. He glanced toward the gun behind him. So that rumor was true. Then, he probed for information. They say your unit broke up because someone inside colluded with a spy, right? He realized it and slammed his foot hard onto the man's hand. He asked again in a stern voice, "What did you say?" He shouted accusingly, repeating that Lim Young-jin, whom your team once captured, people are saying you made some sort of deal with him. He recounted what he knew. The rumor had spread far. They say that's why you went to New North Korea. Song-ho's bright smile. He recalled in his memory. He clenched his hand until the veins stood out. He froze in place. A loud explosion rang out. He pressed his foot down to pin the man's face right there. The man rolled onto the ground, screaming loud. He stomped down even harder with his foot. He angrily demanded, "Tell me, who spread that rumor?" The other stammered. He might have been about to confess, which annoyed him. So then, what the hell is he? You're the ones being detained here anyway. Finally, he mentioned a familiar name, the brother of Lim Young-jin. Jaeyoung-chun swung his knife fiercely. He was flung back. The blade sliced past him. He turned around in a taunting tone. "Too bad. Didn't expect you to dodge that. You came from South Korea too?" He had already realized. North Korean accent. "Ah, you're a Tae-san member." Jaeyoung-chun grew even more excited. "Oh no, should this be a secret?" A spring in his step. Jaeyoung-chun surged forward to attack. His eyes flicked swiftly. The man's body was also extremely agile. He drew a sword from behind. He slashed down unexpectedly, but luckily Chun dodged. He closed in again. Jaeyoung-chun raised both knives to parry. He stepped back a bit. Jaeyoung-chun grew more cautious. "This is tricky." Thought it would be a random scuffle. His hand seemed shaky, but this old man had skill. Jaeyoung-chun's face showed pleasure. "This is getting interesting." He rushed in with wind-like speed. The man swung down, but Jaeyoung-chun had already leapt back. The man flushed and turned to look. He tried to dodge. Chun had warned that kid the range was short for attack. Remember? Jaeyoung-chun inspected confidently. This was meant for situations like this. He kept charging. He had nimble feet. Jaeyoung-chun figured out he only needed to create a very brief moment. He planted his foot. Jaeyoung-chun used the force to surge upward. He quickly drove a knife into the man's body. The knife struck hard, blood spurted, and it bounced out. Jaeyoung-chun also sprang away from there. The man was utterly surprised. He was very confident. "I'll handle the rest my way." "Is that what you mean?" Another person readied a knife. He looked at the wound on his hand and remarked, "Not bad." His tone was scornful, but unfortunately he had met the wrong opponent. "Sweetie, it's not just a simple ache." The other person wiped sweat nervously. "These one-sink guys are better than I thought." He hesitated, looking at the knife in his hand. "Should I stay to stop them from escaping? Can I do it?" He boasted, daring them to continue. "You know that's pointless now, right?" Seeing his bewildered face, he said, "Come on, go on." Suddenly, a horrific scream rang out. Soichiro roared in on a motorcycle. His face seemed distorted. The other shouted, "Soichiro." He left. Soichiro muttered, "Soichiro, he is extremely arrogant. I'm a Legion commander." The two on the porch were getting ready to play a game of Go. One of them took a Go stone from a box. "Do you know how to play Go?" He placed a stone down first. "Director Jang." Sung-ho humbly placed his stone as well. "I wouldn't brag about being good. What I learned isn't really related to this stuff." He spoke with a hint of meaning. "Isn't your work a bit like Go?" He smiled broadly, drawing a conclusion as he made his move. "You have the talent to see the board as a whole, so you probably never make rash moves." Ishida Masao, president of the upper house. Ishida Masao squinted mysteriously. "After all, being far from home can't be easy for you, right? I've heard quite a few rumors lately." Sung-ho picked up a black stone. "Every job has its difficulties," he stated matter-of-factly, treating it as normal. "The bigger the house, the louder the noise." Ishida got straight to the point and asked, "Your relationship with Oyama doesn't seem smooth, does it?" He skillfully warned with his move. "A big stone is hard to capture, Director Jang." He fell silent and stared thoughtfully. Sung-ho had made his final decision. Oyama has taken too much influence on this board. Difficult as it is, that stone still has to be removed. A white stone was placed down. Ishida was already aware of the situation. "So you had Oyama's secretary kidnapped, didn't you?" He delicately reminded him. "I'm afraid you've underestimated Oyama." Sung-ho lifted his glasses and declared bluntly, "That was only the opening move." He reached out decisively. Sung-ho was very mysterious and well-prepared. It was all to set up the decisive move. Ishida probed with some hesitation. "Are you sure that move will succeed?" Sung-ho answered indirectly, but confidently. "You understand too, don't you? The rules of Go never change." He said flatly, "When surrounded, you die. The rule is very simple." Sung-ho continued, "And when the big stone is gone, I'm ready to place other stones to fill the gap." Ishida looked puzzled. "Stones to fill the gap?" Sung-ho announced news about Indo Yakumo of Yubitsum. "No, now at Mikado." Ishida laughed heartily with delight. "Ha, that's a prominent name, just mentioned." He hinted and probed. "Are you confident?" Director Jang, clearing that stone opens a new door. Sung-ho will follow that path too. No task is easy, but it must be done. Staring at the board, he was resolute. "I will do it." A loud sound rang out. "Gasp!" The other shouted wildly. "You crazy bastard! Who do you think you're better than? A traitor colluding with spies to sell out the country like you. You despicable scum." He appeared right in front of him and sneered. "Sell out? What the hell have I abandoned?" His emotions seemed stirred. "Where did I go wrong? Tell me." He turned and called out anxiously. "Hey you." He, somewhat flustered, urged hastily. "I don't even know what to call you anymore. But first we should get out of here. They seem to be planning something else." He tried to warn him. "Watch the surroundings carefully. The Yakuza captured me. I don't see Taku's men anywhere." He warned that if it was that venomous snake, it's surely plotting something. Hearing that, he immediately realized, could it be? Suddenly footsteps approached. 3 figures ran in. He was furious. "Damn it." He warned, "You wait right here." Then he left the words behind. "I'll be right back." A glass of red wine sat on the table. Tetsuji sat at the table, clutching his head, exhausted. He had a pounding headache. "Kenichi's kidnapping happened just after I promoted him to Secretary General." Tetsuji looked back. This was no longer just a political move. If you call it a coincidence, it's too sudden. He had noticed the people standing outside. "Right, they've been tailing us every step, and now they're starting to act." Tetsuji realized someone had opened the cabinet. "They're changing tactics." There were many people standing guard outside the door. Suddenly someone asked, "Got a cigarette?" One man, delighted, reached for the pack. "Let's see. Finally you're speaking up." As he went on, the other was quicker. "That's more like it. Let's have a little chat." He slashed with a knife. The others were no better. Someone reported that the entrance had been secured. He sent out the order and information. Go in. He cracked the door open and peered inside. Suddenly a hand grabbed him. Tetsuji struggled. The others were terrified. He pulled a gun from his sleeve. I'm old, but these guys didn't expect this. Damn it. Tetsuji shot him in the head. You brats like you. He stared with a venomous look. The stuff from my years of living, it's so different from you lot now. Tetsuji was about to pull the trigger. He fired continuously. Two others exchanged glances. Can we use guns yet? Not yet. We were told to handle it quietly. They ignored caution and rushed forward. Damn, he's just an old man after all. Charge. Tetsuji calmly kept using the gun. He easily dodged their attacks. One man was hit. The man behind clenched his teeth in anger. He lunged forward and shoved Tetsuji. Get off, old man. His gaze was icy. Don't be stubborn for nothing. He reached out his hand. Tetsuji launched a fierce counterattack. Outside, it was blood everywhere. The door was open. The other's neck was twisted to the side, blood flowing all over him. Finally, he collapsed. Tetsuji nonchalantly, really? He stood in the room. I don't want to be old and still have to play these games. Tetsuji's footprints were bloody, but thanks to you lot, I remember the old days. He burst out full of vigor and ran outside. I feel 10 years younger. The others became even more cautious. Tetsuji's assistant sat clutching his chest in pain, stifled. He ground his teeth in pain, but remained determined. No, we must stop him. He tried to push them back, but seemed powerless. This number couldn't be resisted any longer. A hand was grabbed. He tried to hold them back. You can't let them get any farther. Just as he was about to swing the knife, a voice shouted, "Get away." Someone was coming. I have many more questions for him. The assistant stammered, looking at the man before him. What are you doing here? The others surged one after another toward Tetsuji. Another man was dragged away. Taiga hurled him away forcefully. Taiga's voice made Tetsuji break into a sweat. That's why I hate these move-by-move games. One move begets another. Alliances form and shift, always changing. I hate having to watch all that tiring nonsense. So I'll smash this board to pieces. Cut to a house in a remote area. Sho, leaning against the door, asked puzzled. Hey, what's this? You've invited someone over. Why are you sitting there looking pitiful? Taiga sat there sullenly and said, Sho, I've decided from now on we'll move to Japan. Sho, hearing that, was puzzled. Japan? Are you kidding? Just up and move to Japan. What the hell? Because of Oyama, right? He questioned. Yeah, exactly. No need for more words. So here's the plan, Muto. I know your boss is planning to push that Shogo up to be boss. I don't need any of that, but Oyama can't stay. How about we form a new organization? Taiga began to stand. Oyama is finished. Form a new group and make Shogo the boss, huh? Sho looked helpless, right? And that Yakumo fellow. He's not interested in being the top boss. All he wants is Oyama's head for revenge. So you can't keep father and son both alive. As he said it, he reached out to touch Taiga. Oyama must be removed, but Taiga merely brushed past calmly. Seeing that, Sho, annoyed, hurriedly called to Muto. Taiga didn't turn back and only replied, You're not wrong. I once wanted to push Shogo up to be Oyama's boss. More precisely, I wanted to correct a mistake. Those two. He recalled the conversation with Tetsuji. Sho, exasperated, covered his face with tiredness. Seriously, why are you suffering like this? So what am I left with then? Taiga clenched his fist. To fix mistakes, sometimes you have to endure pain. The hand that strikes feels more pain than the one that takes it. Right? He said, glancing back with a smile. Sho, tired, held his head and sighed. That stubborn streak of yours never changes. Well, then I have something to ask of you. Taiga asked in surprise. A favor. Sho opened his mouth, about to say it. Taiga listened seriously to what he was about to ask, with a faint wry smile. Cut to the present. Taiga clenched his fists and ground his teeth. All right, if everyone understands now, then everyone step aside. He looked extremely fierce. The one-sink eyes were bewildered. That guy, why are you in Japan? Tatsukagumi is our ally. Taiga said nothing and decisively threw a punch. Then he straightened his coat and calmly replied, Tatsukagumi, ally my foot. Sure, in terms of interests, I probably shouldn't be here. But right now I'm not Muto Taiga of Tatsukagumi. I'm a man keeping a promise out of old loyalty. And besides, hasn't the alliance between us and you ended? It's only ended on paper anyway. One sink man rushed forward with a knife and demanded, What the hell are you babbling about? Taiga raised his hand to block the knife. He twisted it hard and snarled, "You hold a knife like this, not like that." A pained scream rang out. A. Tetsuji staggered to his feet, astonished, calling, "Taiga." Taiga replied, "We'll talk later. I have to give my brother a proper punch first. But first let's clean this place up." Kenichi stood there stunned, looking at the scene. In this line of work, I've run into dangerous situations a few times, thinking I was about to die. Each time I just tell myself I'm lucky to have survived. But this time that scene couldn't be called lucky anymore. It was Isu single-handedly butchering the kidnappers in no time. Yep, today they're having the worst luck. After dealing with them, Isu cut Kenichi free from his ropes. Then he handed him an armored vest. "Take this, better put it on." Kenichi rose and asked, "Who are you?" Isu didn't answer, busy stripping armor off the kidnappers. Suddenly his sharp gaze looked up and saw others had appeared. They confidently approached with pistols in hand. Isu drew his gun and told Kenichi, "Stick close to me from now on." Meanwhile, Soichiro was standing opposite someone. That wasn't a big deal. On the contrary, he had quite a struggle. Nojima stepped up and replied, "You seem awfully confident, Corps Commander." "Where's old Kenichi?" Soichiro responded. "That matter. Rugasaki has already been there. This time he says he struck personally, whatever that means." Nojima breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, what about Lim Jian-chun?" He laughed. I hear that place has been handled too." Nojima still looked uneasy. Did everything really finish that easily? He thought it over. Surely there were a few fairly strong ones among them, like one-sink types, but their numbers were too small. Suddenly a panicked report came over the radio from the other side. "Corps Commander, can you hear me?" Soichiro answered, "Yes, what's wrong?" The subordinate reported while observing the situation. "I'm at Oyama's main gate. Those guys in suits. They're swarming in force, and you can hear noise coming from inside." Nojima, having heard everything, was stunned and blurted out, "Could it be?" Then he grabbed the radio excitedly and shouted, "Everyone fall back immediately. Hurry, there's no time left." Soichiro asked in panic, "What's happening?" Nojima cried, "We've been fooled. From the start, this wasn't just an attack on the Secretary General. On Taiga's side, he was continuously throwing punches, sending them flying outside. The door was flung off as well." Then he flashed a sly grin. "Step aside. After all, you used to be one of Oyama's men. Depending on how things go, you could very well become my enemy." Over here, Tetsuji was handling the one-sink guys too, replying coldly, "What did I tell you?" Taiga kept punching as he spoke. "I told you to think ahead a bit, didn't I? Since you didn't plan at all, I had to double the plan." Tetsuji thrust with his blade and said, "It's been a long time since my blood's boiled like this. You look like you're enjoying it too." But at that moment, he already had a deep wound in his side. Taiga saw it and fell silent, thinking, yes. It felt like a weight he'd carried for so long had eased. Then he reminded himself, "First we have to retreat. I'll make a way out. Cover the rear for me. Can you still carry on after we're out?" Tetsuji replied confidently. "Worried for what? If I'm stabbed, just think of it as tripping and falling." Taiga led the way, breaking a path out, while Tetsuji closed in behind him. He held his gun, aimed at the enemy. Then the two of them charged out together. At the gate, a few one-sink men were standing guard. A moment earlier, it had been peaceful behind the gate. The next moment, two one-sink men were hurled out along with the gate. That was none other than the result of Taiga's fists. Looking down below was a group of people standing there. He called out, "Glance tells it all. You're Mikado, right?" Below is Yakumo. He turned to look up and was shocked to see him. "Mudo Taiga." Then he kindly warned, "Step aside. After all, you used to be one of Oyama's men. Depending on the situation, you could become my enemy. If you agree to hand over that old man's head, I have no reason to fight." Taiga calmly propped himself on his knee, sat down, and replied, "Hey, Kid Mikado, you say there's no reason to fight me? I've got a whole pile of reasons. I'm not handing him over, so you'll have to take him from my hands yourself." Yakumo heard that and coldly stepped forward. "If you lot insist on seeing blood," Taiga continued, "there's one more thing. Endo Mikasa, that woman, died by my hand." Hearing that, Yakumo's face showed deep, hidden rage. He pressed his lips together, trying to hold it down and swallow it back, then drew two sharp knives and started up the stairs. Muto. At that moment, someone appeared and fired a shot into the air to attract attention. Tetsuji looked down in astonishment. The one who fired was Kenichi, looking very tired. Tetsuji exclaimed, "Kenichi." Isu stood behind, placing a hand on Kenichi's shoulder and asked, "Why the commotion?" Then he warned those standing opposite, "You came just to make up the numbers, so all of you get out of here, because I don't intend to spare anyone left behind." He stepped forward with a knife, his expression grim. Yakumo also turned and glanced down, while Taiga burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. Seeing a familiar face again, huh?" Isu looked up in surprise and blurted out, "Muto, Taiga." Taiga. His face lit up with excitement. "Long time no see, my formidable rival." Cut back to not long ago on a bright day. Beneath the tall building was a park, people strolling and playing cheerfully. Chief Jang sat alone among the crowd, just pensively watching people pass by. He was looking at a family of 3 happily teasing one another. Yakumo approached and said, "I was wondering why you'd pick a place like this to meet. Turns out you're a more sentimental type than I thought." "Chief Jang Song-ho," he said as he sat on the bench nearby. "Chief Jang, what are you rambling about?" Then he lifted his coat to reveal a wound still seeping blood. "As you can see, I'm not feeling great today. If you recklessly rush in like last time, it'll be troublesome." Yakumo replied, "Choosing this spot so you'd have plenty of eyes on you, right? If I wanted, I could clear everything out right here." He glanced coldly and pulled a knife from his pocket. Chief Jang glanced over as well. The image of an angry Isu flashed through his mind. He muttered, "That bastard, his eyes full of murderous intent. You're no better, your head's all tangled. Right? Weren't you planning to take care of Oyama? Work with me, I'll back you," he offered while taking a drag of his cigarette. Suddenly a toy gun barrel was pointed up. A little boy fired a toy gun at Yakumo. Yakumo looked down sadly and pensively, then bent over and asked, "Hey kid, where are your parents?" The boy joked, unaware he'd spooked them. Yakumo picked the boy up onto his lap and warned, "Don't say creepy things like that. Sit here a moment, your parents will be right back." Chief Jang sat nearby in silence. After a while, Yakumo spoke again. "Did you train your dogs that way too?" He turned in confusion. "What?" Yakumo continued, using treats to get them used to his scent, then slowly tightened the leash under his control. But in the end, they all suffocated from that leash. The boy, half understanding, asked, "Did your dogs all die?" Yakumo answered, "Yes, that's right. Every dog he ever kept died." Then he pointed the boy's toy gun at Chief Jang. "He's a terrible man. Shoot him." At that moment, the worried parents rushed over. "Ruji, what are you doing over there?" The mother bowed to Yakumo. "Sorry, we were just a bit careless." He replied, "It's fine." Before leaving, the boy turned back, smiling brightly, and waved at them. Chief Jang, puffing his cigarette, asked, "Were you trying to slip the leash over my neck so I'd escape?" Yakumo replied, "I just want to make everything clear. If I take Oyama, what exactly do you want from me?" "Chief Jang, what I want. To be blunt, what I need is your name. But more importantly, it's time for me to put an end to everything." Cut back to the present. Yakumo's face dark as he turned to look at Isu. The two of them calmly faced off against each other. Suddenly, I burst out laughing, breaking the silence. "Ha ha ha. So you really have been hiding out in Japan, huh?" Isu stared in shock and blurted, "Muto Taiga, what are you doing here?" When Yakumo wasn't being watched, he clenched his teeth in anger, then moved toward Taiga and said coldly, "Hey, it seems you've forgotten something." He hurriedly leaned to the side to dodge, then said to Isu, "First let me clear up this mess, ready?" "The Mikado bloodline," Kenichi exclaimed in astonishment. "What the hell is going on?" Isu wondered in surprise. "Am I actually covering for Chairman Tetsuji?" At that moment, Yakumo's henchmen charged with knives, targeting Kenichi first. Isu quickly swung his blade to handle them here first, and then figure out the rest. Alone, he was swarmed by 4 or 5 men. Isu's eyes widened, and he switched into killing mode. One cut one attacker. Another immediately took a knee strike in the face. Sensing danger, he quickly spun around to the rear. The lead man swung his knife. He slipped back to evade. His attacks were fairly sharp too. Then suddenly the man shouted, "You're Beck Isu, aren't you? They say you're supposed to be really skilled, right?" Isu answered calmly, "Everyone seems to mention those rumors when they meet me. Yet the actual ability looks like this. No wonder people keep talking. On Taiga's side, Yakumo was still rushing in to attack. He threw a hook to the chin that sent him flipping backward. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, but gritted his teeth and endured. Yakumo swept with one hand while stabbing the opponent's chest with the other, but Taiga managed to land a kick to his face. Then he glared and said weapons that are sharp must be keen. They're meant for cutting and stabbing, so every move should be as sharp as the blade itself. Yakumo bowed his head and stared intently, then continued stabbing and said, I know that. Then he placed his hand on Taiga's side. His punch missed. Yakumo took momentum and lunged forward to attack Tetsuji. Taiga looked back in alarm, then quickly delivered a kick, but his leg was also gashed by Yakumo. Taiga stared down at the wound on his calf in surprise. Yakumo tried to steady himself and exclaimed, It's a trap. Taiga snorted a laugh. Ha ha ha. So this was the move you were aiming for. He thought that expression looked oddly familiar. The image of Isu fighting without yielding flashed before him. Taiga exclaimed cheerfully, Looks like there's another poor soul. My friend, I think we made ourselves a monster. Tetsuji, covered in wounds, struggled to reply. Yes, in the end this is how it turned out. Taiga turned back and said, Hey, why talk like an old man about to go to his grave? Also, Muto Taiga, I'm still here, you know. Then he swung his fist and charged at Yakumo again. He quickly tilted his head to dodge. The punch cracked the wall behind them. Then the two resumed their fight. Yakumo swung his knife, slicing a line, but Taiga leaned aside and avoided it. Yakumo weaved silently and lunged at Tetsuji once more. Taiga rose up with a knee in front of him and said, That cat-and-mouse trick should only be used once, you know? The blow was so powerful that blood sprayed across Yakumo's face. He staggered and fell back, and Taiga suddenly halted, his expression turning pensive. Remembering that Sho had asked a favor recently, he thought, I also have something to request. He wondered, request what? Sho urged, It's about that Yakumo. Don't kill him. Taiga replied, If he needs a way out, I have no choice. Sho sighed, Muto, you really don't know how to lose, do you? Because you are the pinnacle of Japan, after all. But for friends, losing once is fine. I'm counting on you, he said urgently. Back in the present, Yakumo was falling back. He kicked out at Taiga's leg. As a result, Taiga lost his balance as well, unable to steady himself in time. The two of them tumbled hard down the steps. After a moment, they rolled down onto the lower road. Everyone scrambled to sit up. Taiga, observing Isu's situation, saw that he was being attacked by a man using a fishing line as a weapon, looping it around his neck. Immediately, a punch was thrown, denting that man's face. That man was then slammed hard into the car window. Taiga turned back and joked, Looks like it's a bit much to go alone. Isu teased back. Funny, you just took a great tumble, didn't you? Not running away out of fear, huh? Tetsuji was still up on the steps. The one sinking was being hauled out. He held his gun cautiously, watching them. Taiga headed back toward Yakumo. I just have my reasons. Now I have to climb back up there. He glanced over. Give me a hand, will you? Isu ruffled his hair and sighed. Very clever. Taiga warned, Don't get in the way and stick close properly. Thus the two of them began an alliance. Kenichi once again stared in astonishment at the scene. What the hell is happening? Oyama was clearly hanging by a thread in grave danger. Yet those two men who should never be on the same side, were turning the tide of the battlefield upside down. Taiga threw punches that sent opponents flying backwards. Isu calmly dealt with each man one by one. His movements were extremely neat and decisive. Suddenly, his sharp gaze flicked to the side. Then he shouted, Kenichi. Kenichi was now being held at knife point by a man. Immediately, someone grabbed that man's collar from behind and yanked him back, at the same time lunging forward and slicing a cut across his throat. The newcomer who appeared was none other than Jiang-chan. Isu hurriedly told Lim Ki-ung-jun, Don't give any more explanations. Great, keep it up. He broke into a satisfied smile. Jiang-chan paused for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. He lunged forward and attacked enthusiastically. Told you so. On the other side, Isu continued to handle the remaining men. The unlucky fellow was stuck between Isu and Taiga. He wound up his fist, preparing to swing. The two of them fought their way up the stairs. Taiga laughed loudly as he fought. Ha ha ha. Couldn't you pick stronger opponents? Half of them are just weaklings who can't aim. Isu didn't stop and shot back. Is that even called conversation? One by one they fell. One man swiped with a sharp knife. Isu leaned aside to dodge, but in the blink of an eye he had thrust his blade toward the man's throat. Blood spurted. Another man charged from behind to attack him. Taiga quickly appeared and punched that man away. The man's body flew far back. Then he looked down and said, "Don't worry about what's behind you. Keep moving forward. I got your back." Isu felt a warm glow inside, thinking Mudo Taiga, having someone support your back like this really puts you at ease. Still, he complained aloud, just using brute force with no brain. Saying that, he charged up the stairs. Taiga grabbed the man who was chasing them. Isu was also looped by a man using a fishing line around his body. Taiga threw one man down, blocking the others below. Isu quickly dealt with the man with the looped line, stabbing and slashing continuously. Then he pressed his lips and pondered inwardly. There must be one sync members mixed in there, and their weapons are only Karam bits and wire? Has the order to open fire still not been given? Taiga unleashed thunderous punches into the opponent's faces. Yakumo reappeared, stabbing forward, but his face was pale and filled with grim coldness. Taiga was momentarily stunned as he stared at his opponent. Then he swung his leg and delivered a kick. Yakumo bent down and evaded. Yakumo said coldly, "You plan to use the same trick twice?" His footwork moved with nimble precision. Isu appeared, thrusting his spear to separate Taiga from danger. Yakumo thought inwardly, "Fast, this guy is quick. Could be Beck, Isu." Taiga laughed, "Haha, thanks a lot." Isu frowned and demanded, "What the hell are you doing? Now you're hesitating in front of him too, aren't you?" He replied reluctantly, "I have my reasons too." Isu said, "Don't say things like that to me. Save the rest for later." Taiga responded. His eyes sharpened as he reminded, "This fight is life and death, so don't get distracted." Taiga fell silent and looked toward Yakumo. His face conflicted, not knowing how to resolve things perfectly, because Sho had recently asked him to spare Yakumo. More people appeared above. Taiga gritted his teeth with difficulty. Isu raised his blade and said, "Move up. Leave this one to me." Taiga looked down and replied, "I'm counting on you." Yakumo's face tightened, as if ready to explode. Then he lunged toward Isu. Isu quickly took a receiving stance. At that moment, the words of Chief Jang echoed in his head. "Oh, and by the way, if you run into that guy, don't think about defeating him." Then Yakumo asked, "That guy? Do you mean the dog you raised?" "Rugasaki's brother." Chief Jang smiled. "Because I raised it, even if it's chained, it will bite through the chain and escape." From the start, it wasn't something that could be tamed. Dangerous. His moves are unpredictable. Isu leaned aside to dodge his thrust. His eyes were sharp and alert. He dropped down and, at the same time, kicked up and sliced a knot-like cut into Yakumo's torso. He thought in amazement that even with his stance and center of gravity off, it could still deliver such a strike. Isu landed safely and asked, "You're Indo Yakumo, right? Ambushing Oyama like that and dragging one sink in. Seems you know more than people think." Mention one sink, and he instantly bristled with righteous fury. Yakumo also felt that shift of murderous intent. He decided to dive down and attack Isu again. Isu ducked to avoid the blow, closed in, and then successfully slashed his belly again. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched into a slight smirk. Chief Jang's warning resurfaced. "If you meet Becky Sue, don't try to beat him." Yakumo suddenly wrapped his arms around Isu and dove down. Chief Jang's voice continued, "You must be ready." Isu was on the bottom at first, struggling to wrestle Yakumo to flip him over. Then Yakumo tightened his hold, hugging him to prevent movement. His eyes shone wildly. His expression was utterly mad. The warning echoed again, luring him into the trap, and the two of them tumbled head over heels down the steps. Isu grabbed a man who was about to attack him and used him as a human shield. At that moment, Ogawa Taku appeared. He curled his lip into a smile, pulling him into the trap. That was Chief Jang's whole admonition. Ogawa Taku confidently leveled his gun down. Isu felt he couldn't react in time. Just as the shot was fired, Kenichi leapt up and took the bullet for him. Huh! His face drenched in sweat. He was even wearing a piece of armor. Ogawa Taku continued firing 3 rounds while shouting, "Bastard, don't block the way, move." Isu shouted to Kenichi in panic. Kenichi took those bullets and could only think inwardly, Tetsuji, you told me I must witness the turning point. Now Ogawa Taku squeezed the trigger, but no more bullets came out. Kenichi's body trembled, and then he smiled faintly. If that is what you wanted from me, I think I've seen enough. Ogawa Taku now moved to reload. Kenichi exclaimed, "It's you." At that moment, Isu lunged forward and slashed multiple times at Ogawa Taku's throat. He went rigid and turned to look. To Kenichi, he mouthed that this person was the real Oyama. A fist stained with blood appeared. Taiga was continuously handling those henchmen and then surged upward. There were still quite a few men ahead of him, but he paused and began to think. Gunshots rang out under the stairs. With no time to look back, pause a few seconds, then Taiga broke through and charged up again. On the rooftop, Tetsuji was single-handedly dealing with a one-sync group. He held a gun in his hand, his expression wary. One sync member tried to throw a rope to subdue him. At that moment, Taiga suddenly lunged in front of that man. The man immediately stuck to Taiga's fist. Another one sync member tried to swing a knife at him from behind. Taiga twisted his leg, then used his elbow to fling that man toward the gate. He hurriedly turned back and called, "Hey, are you still conscious?" Tetsuji leaned against the door and tried to force a look, but saw nothing. "What? You're late. Just thought I'd let them taste a round to ease my anger." Taiga teased, "You're still strong, old man." Then he looked back and thought inwardly, "Beck Isu, I've got your back from behind." Down below, Ogawa Taku incredulously glanced back to see Isu, blood all over his face, skimming past him like a ghost. He clutched the wound on his neck and couldn't utter a word. Yakumo had risen and moved closer to Ogawa Taku. His expression was gloomy. Ogawa Taku forced a smile. He was pleased, thinking he would be rescued. Yakumo's gaze fixed intently on Isu. Then he stepped in that direction. Isu still had his back turned. A figure appeared. Ogawa Taku tried to gasp. "Mikado-sama." Yakumo muttered inwardly, "Beck Isu. So that's as far as you could go, huh? Now then, let's tighten the noose a bit more and see." Then his henchmen began to rush together to attack Isu. He continued to move his body to dodge their blows. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared behind those men. It was none other than Soichiro riding a motorcycle, speeding in and crashing straight into those men, a truly satisfying sight. The tires scraped against the pavement. Then he looped around and stopped in front of Isu, wearing a confident grin. And he said, "Sorry I'm late." Then other motorcycles pulled up, the Annihilation Squad. The entire force had assembled in full. Not only bikes, but a convoy of cars behind them. Car doors opened, and Nojima stepped out. Another person got out complaining, "Ha, really?" His whole body ached. "This is Fukuda Taichi, the Nerima boss." Isu turned and saw him, exclaiming that the guy belonged to the Nerima faction. Taichi stepped forward and said, "How dare some nobodies invade Oyama?" Nojima replied, "You guys wasted too much time on pointless quarrels." Taichi nudged the man beside him in approval. "And the kid's punch is pretty decent. Not bad at all. Is he Iksha?" "That person is Jin Woong." Nojima thought to himself. Unexpectedly, hot Jin Woong managed to lure stubborn old Taichi here. As Yakumo tried to rush forward, Ogawa Taku grabbed his hand to hold him back, trying to warn him. "Dodge, get out, dodge, get out." Yakumo froze, staring at the opponent before him. Reinforcements had arrived. Ogawa Taku dragged him along. Yakumo could only follow angrily. Damn it. Then the other two fled, leaving their henchmen to block the way. Over here, Jiang-chun was shaking Kenichi. "Wake up, come on." Try to cover his wound's mouth. Isu tried to run over there. Kenichi was still a bit conscious. He put his hand on Jiang-chun's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Now that I look closely, the kid really is young." Isu warned, "Don't say that. It's the flank, he's bleeding out." Kenichi trembled as he reached out. "I'm fine. Keep going. This outcome isn't so bad, right?" His face was pale now. "Even if I can't witness Oyama's final moments in person, at least I can contribute to the organization's new beginning, right?" So Oyama Kenichi placed his hand over Isu's hand and tried to send his final message. "Oyama is counting on you." Isu was stunned. His hand had gone limp. Sometime later, Tetsuji, dressed in black and holding a single flower, spoke respectfully. "Didn't I tell you? We're yukata. And yet here we are." Kenichi had become a cold portrait. Tetsuji choked up, saying, "Why did you make me wear this outfit?" Outside, the rain fell like a petty anger. Oyama's members were deeply grieving, standing in the rain without care. Isu remained calm, smoking, when a voice rang out, "Thank you." Tetsuji let himself get wet in the rain too, pulling out a cigarette. Lighting it for him, he asked, "What do you mean?" Tetsuji explained, "He's alive because of you, isn't he?" Isu joked, "Are you really that noble? Or just putting on an act?" The cigarette quickly got soaked. Tetsuji said, "Neither of those. I'm holding back my rage." His expression was pallid now. Isu fell silent, brooding as he smoked. The two stood together like that for a long while. After a while, Isu turned to the side and said, "But, do you intend to leave that guy like that forever?" Taiga was standing in the rain, receiving visitors. Hearing that, Taiga turned and grinned. "What a coincidence. We used to be comrades in arms. Even watch each other's backs, right?" Isu frowned. "You probably don't remember our moves too well, do you?" Tetsuji chimed in, suddenly remembering. "You two faced each other before, didn't you? It made quite a stir in Japan, too." "So who won then?" Both answered in unison with the same reply. "Of course I won." Taiga smirked and looked down. "You forget fast, don't you?" Isu wouldn't concede either. "Who was the one flat on his back first, huh?" Tetsuji turned away and sighed. "That was quite a sight back then. Now let's discuss a bit. There are still many things to handle immediately." Then he called Nojima. "Ah, Nojima, you should stay as well." Nojima nodded solemnly. Later the scene shifted to a room. Someone opened the door and entered. So it's decided then. Any objections?" Tetsuji turned to ask. Isu replied, "Yeah." Taiga reminded, "Yeah." "What yeah?" "You're talking to your superior. Have some manners." Tetsuji turned back, smiling. "All right, Muto, let it go. You can't blame him now. Now you're the eldest senior among us. Isn't that so?" The new chairman of Oyama, Beak Isu. Now, Isu's position is chairman of the Oyama Corporation, the second head of Oyama Gumi. Taiga gestured inward. "Well then, new head, why don't you say a few words?" Below were the factions looking up. Everyone standing above looked down at them. Taiga asked again, "What do you want to deal with first?" Isu, without hesitation, said, "One sink, and all the lice crawling at their feet too. Crush them all and come back. Let them see. Let them know what they're up against. The tallest mountain, Oyama, is Tei-san." At this time, the four so-called pillars of Oyama gathered together, returning to earlier in the room. The four of them discussed matters. Tetsuji spoke first. "I'll get straight to the point. I plan to install Beak Isu as chairman of Oyama. However, placing an outsider in that seat will surely face considerable opposition from related parties. Therefore, to elevate him to the chairmanship, we cannot succeed without your support. Taiga." At this moment, he stood up. "No question needed to understand. You want me to vouch for him to persuade other powers within Japan's organizations, right?" Isu pressed his lips and looked up at them. He continued seriously, "With my support, even as an outsider, this will be much easier. But buddy, I'll put one condition." Tetsuji, hearing this, asked, "A condition?" Taiga replied, "Yes, just agree to that condition." He leaned on Isu's chair, looked down and smiled. "This scenario isn't bad either. My founding of the Tatsukagumi organization is precisely for that purpose." Suddenly a subordinate burst in, panicked. "Excuse me, Chairman. There's an urgent matter that needs your immediate confirmation." An emergency bulletin appeared on the news. It concerned the recent clashes between violent organizations that occurred downtown Tokyo. Against the backdrop of continuous armed confrontations, the public's fear is growing. The number of innocent civilians affected keeps rising. The four turned on the TV to watch. Taiga couldn't help exclaiming, "What the hell is going on? Civilian casualties, what's that about?" The man on the news continued. "Given the situation, Senate Chairman Ishida Masao has called for an emergency parliamentary session. He stressed that this incident is a grave threat to national security." Tetsuji ground his teeth in anger and hissed, "Ishida, Parliament believes that with the current police force, controlling the situation is almost impossible. Therefore, they are considering debating a special measures bill to deploy security forces on an emergency basis." Cut to a temple on the mountain, where a group of people are gathered. "What's all this about? What is this special measures bill to deploy security forces on an emergency basis?" One of them challenged. The man at the head replied, "It's all to protect the people and maintain balance." The challenger nervously asked, Balance of what exactly? The Special Measures Bill to deploy security forces on an emergency basis. He dunked his tea and casually explained that the bill would allow the self-defense forces to intervene to restore order. Depending on the legislator's decision, when society falls into severe chaos, he said, adopting a sinister expression. Another person, uneasy, asked, Chairman Ishida, maintaining order by the self-defense forces includes allowing them to open fire in central urban areas, right? He laughed and replied, yes, though that must absolutely not happen. That remark made the others startle. One man forced a smile and said, I have a concern, Chairman Ishida. Isn't that going too far? Old Ishida set his teacup down. Too far? What are you all thinking? He put on a cruel smile. This is a rare opportunity, a chance to fulfill our long-held wishes. Oyama and the Yakuza have always been an independent force that even the police struggle to intervene against. But if this bill is passed, not only the police or the self-defense forces, but the Yakuza will also be completely under the control of our political faction. Hearing that, the group began to feel excited, pondering the possibilities. Ishida lifted his teacup again and continued, precisely 6 hours from now, this bill will be brought up for debate in Parliament. Therefore, cooperation from the representatives of the factions present here is vitally important. At that moment, someone appeared at the temple entrance. Ishida turned back. Ah, ladies and gentlemen, this is Department Chief Jang Song-ho. Department Chief Jang stepped inside. He is the key figure who will assist us in implementing this bill. Outside, a bodyguard had discreetly pressed his phone and sent a message to someone. The message read that Chairman Ishida summoned the attendees to the Prime Minister's residence. Nojima, having received the message, immediately worried. Mobilize the self-defense forces too? This has gone too far. It's absurd, Taiga exclaimed. Are they planning to openly sweep us away now? Isu coldly and calmly analyzed. This action is identical to one sink in Korea. It turns out all the recent attacks and chaos were just a pretext to push this bill. It's certainly Chief Jang's plot. Then he glanced over and saw Tetsuji wearing a smile. He wondered how Tetsuji could still be smiling. Tetsuji leaned back and tapped his forehead. Ishida Masao is a real bastard. He once partnered with Oyama to build a massive power. We thought he'd been silent for a while, but he re-emerged in this way. In any case, we've made our own preparations. Politicians have never been a trustworthy bunch. As he spoke, he beckoned to his assistant. The assistant, holding his phone, replied, I've had someone tell Ishida Masao per your orders, and have confirmed a secret meeting between Ishida Masao and party leaders at his private residence. Additionally, a man believed to be Department Chief Jang Song-ho is also present. At that, Isu pushed himself up to a standing position, then spoke up. So it's decided, right? There's 6 hours until the bill is brought forward, correct? Open the door. If the self-defense forces start intervening with force, we stand no chance. Meaning in 6 hours, we'll all be living targets for the government. So consider your lives as having only 6 hours left. Therefore, burn it all down. Put every last ounce of strength into these final 6 hours. Show no mercy to anyone. Incinerate everything in return. The four of them, Isu leading, stepped down forcefully. His eyes honed in on targets. Within 6 hours, they must take the lives of the faction representatives. Take down Department Chief Jang. After a while, a road closed sign came into view. All around were police officers standing guard. At that moment, a car appeared. A police officer stopped it. Suddenly, their eyes widened in surprise when they saw who was inside the car. It was Isu, looking out with a somber expression. Not just one car, but countless vehicles were trailing along the road like ants. A cop approached the car and announced, Sorry, this route is currently blocked. Another officer immediately called someone to report. Oyama has begun moving. On the other end was that Department Chief Jang. He answered, Understood. Then he looked to his companion and said, Let's go. You know what to do, right? Show them your true power. The two figures melted into the shadows, faces indistinct. On this side, Isu asked, Any alternate routes? Sir, his subordinate replied, the situation is similar at the other exits. What now? Isu stared ahead in silence. Then he decided coldly, We can't waste time here any longer. Execute now. Immediately, a car behind slammed the gas and surged forward. That vehicle smashed through the roadblocks. Isu roared, destroying everything. Then a convoy sped straight ahead. Nothing could stop them. The barriers were shoved aside. Isu's car shot forward, leaving behind several dented cars. From one of them came a remark, "Truly, the stupid mindset of this chairman never stops." It was Taiga who rammed just now. He had a few wounds but was grinning comfortably. After Isu's car had gone some distance, something else blocked the road. The driver panicked. "Chairman, up ahead." There were excavators and steamrollers blocking the road. Standing beside them were two men from Department Chief Jang's earlier group. They faced off. Isu decisively opened the car door and instructed the driver, "Do not leave the vehicle." He advanced toward the two men. These were two fresh-faced thugs who looked very confident. Isu continued forward without stopping, commanding the self-defense forces into the city until the special measures law to deploy security forces on an emergency basis is passed. Time remaining, 5 hours, 10 minutes. Isu drew his knife and faced the two men. He calmly assessed the situation. They were controlling the main entrances, so the enemy had anticipated our approach. The brown-jacketed man toyed with his knife and joked, "Oh, looks like we picked the right spot, huh?" Sure enough, they showed up here, right? The black-jacketed man silently looked down. The brown one composed himself. "All right, stop staring at me like that. I'll concentrate." But as he spoke, he slipped his hand into his jacket chest pocket. Isu immediately noticed the movement. A little nervous, just a bit. The brown-jacketed man blurted out, then pulled out a pistol and fired a shot. Isu quickly leaped aside to dodge. He took cover behind the car. The man, advancing with the gun, remarked, "Oh, pretty quick, huh?" Then he fired straight at the driver, through the window, almost hit him. Too bad. Isu, eyes sharp, surveyed the scene, and saw the bullet hole pierce through, while the driver had already been dealt. The brown-jacketed man suddenly appeared on top of the car, aiming his gun straight at him. His eyes widened. Then he leapt up and grabbed the man's arm. He swung his knife. The man tumbled and dodged. The black-jacketed man swung a sledgehammer down, striking the car. The hammer blow looked devastating, shredding the car door. He raised the hammer again. Isu bent aside to avoid it. He crouched and simultaneously delivered a counter-slash. His eyes kept widening as he scanned around. He noticed an item revealed in that torn part of the jacket. Isu ran around the car again, dodging bullets fired by the brown-jacketed man. Seeing that, the man laughed. "Well, that guy's quick as a flash. Annoying." At that moment, the black-jacketed man pulled down his collar to reveal a raw, scary red jaw. The brown-jacketed man said, "Planning to hide forever? Show yourself then." Meanwhile, Isu had been hit in the thigh by a bullet. He was crouched hiding behind the car, over by Department Chief Jang's side. He glanced at his watch. 5 hours remaining. At that moment, old Ishida appeared above and called out, "Department Chief Jang Sung-ho, why are you present here?" He stepped down the stairs, approached Department Chief Jang, and continued, "That Beck Isu you're wary of, if the self-defense forces join the fight, it's nothing less than suicide." Then Ishida placed his hand on Department Chief Jang's shoulder. "He'll only survive about 5 more hours. Moreover, the two men you sent ahead are no small fry." He replied, "They're the elite agents we've trained recently." Ishida sighed, "Oh, such high skill." On this side, Isu was still dodging bullets. He began analyzing the situation. Judging by individual combat ability, both of those men rank at the top among special operatives. The muscular one had once served in the Naval Special Forces UDT, a monster capable of hauling an IBS cannon alone at full tilt. The black-jacketed man lunged and kicked the car door, sending Isu sprawling backward. He swung his axe down. Isu swung his arm to deflect the blow. He kept analyzing. In terms of raw power, our side is at a disadvantage. The man gritted his teeth, then launched a kick. Isu retreated back. Somewhere else kept firing bullets. Isu ran and dodged behind the car again. He looked at the black-jacketed man and laughed. "You okay? You look exhausted. If you're tired, know when to fall back." A wound marked the black-jacketed man's wrist. "Department Chief Jang already told us, just clean this up properly, and they'll recommend me for black tag." Hearing that name made our clan gasp. Isu quickly remembered confronting Department Chief Jang back then. Does even he know about this? How long have you been hiding this so-called black tag from us? At that time, he had pointed a gun at Isu's throat and replied, "What about you, Beck Isu? Are you really hiding nothing from me?" Back to the present, the brown-jacketed man confidently said, "This time, I'll be the one to get in a black tag." And Isu lunged forward. The black-jacketed man gritted his teeth and raised his axe and swung a strike. Isu ducked to avoid it. The brown-jacketed man moved with lightning speed. He swung his knife up and sliced the gun from the brown-jacketed man's hand. That man stomped on the bullet wound in Isu's thigh. Isu clenched his teeth in pain. The black-jacketed man swung the axe again. He bent down to dodge. The brown-jacketed man pulled out a knife again, preparing to attack him. Isu stepped back to create distance. Then he lunged forward with a stab. The black-jacketed man swung the axe down once more. Isu thought to himself, "This guy just keeps throwing huge attacks, leaving gaps created by those big moves, annoying in a cartoonish way. He plans to strike from the blind spot to fill those openings. If so, right now the axe blade would be cutting toward his face." The blow came down on the car again. Isu jumped into the car to dodge and planned to deal with the troublesome one first. At that moment, the brown-jacketed man lunged with a knife and sneered, "Not that easy, huh?" Isu ducked to avoid the stab, then flipped and carved a few cuts across the man's body. The brown-jacketed man, no longer smug, snarled, "Bastard. So I was your primary target from the start?" Suddenly, the black-jacketed man grabbed Isu by the collar and hurled him hard onto the ground. He quickly sat up. The man charged with the axe again. Isu's eyes flashed as he glanced at him. The thin dagger's tip caught and held the black-jacketed man's axe blade. Then 2 slashes came from either side. The black-jacketed man gritted his teeth and raised the axe. But Isu was quicker. He slashed once, cutting into the man's throat. Blood spurted. The brown-jacketed man stood stunned, staring at the result. He raised his knife and said, "I have a lot more questions to ask. Just now that guy seemed unable to speak, right?" The brown-jacketed man was now hiding behind the car, peering out in fear. His eyes stared down menacingly. "So that's why you're still breathing." On this side, old Ishida confidently said, "Having sent people like that, there's nothing more to worry about, right?" Department Chief Jang replied, "You already declared it yourself. In 5 hours, he'll be a corpse anyway. Sending anyone else won't stop Beck, Isu. In the end, he'll still reach this place." The old man frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Department Chief Jang's face darkened as he continued. "So it's not that only 5 hours remain, but there are still up to 5 hours left." Old Ishida fell silent and looked down at the others. Cut to Isu's side. He pressed the blade to the brown-jacketed man's throat and warned him, "Talk nonsense now, and you'll lose your head." He controlled him and forced him to drive. The brown-jacketed man tensed up. My leg was injured earlier, so driving is a bit." Isu cut him off and clamped his mouth shut. "Having a hole drilled in your neck and then breathing is the hard part." The brown-jacketed man quickly complied. "Right," Isu growled, urging him to speed toward Jang, Song-ho's location. Only 4 hours, 16 minutes left. The car kept driving along the road. The brown-jacketed man nervously looked down at the blade at his throat. "Hey, can we put this aside until we get going?" "Look, I'm being nice waiting for you to leave like this," Isu growled. "Quiet, focus on driving." The brown-jacketed man fell silent again, then suddenly spoke up. "But why do you have to go this far? Are you the brother of that guy? After all, he's not dead, so why push things this far?" Hearing that, Isu covered his face and sneered. "Why should I go that far?" He recalled the bloody scenes from the past. "Wasn't your team's loss of contact due to collusion with a spy? Jang Song-ho had backed me into a corner with no way out. Then only going all the way to the end would finish it," Isu declared. Cut to another location. Taiga broke into a bright smile as he stepped out of the car. The cops aimed their guns at him. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop right there." Taiga just laughed. "Haha, it's been a while since I drove. It's a bit of a workout. Is this car supposed to be a toy or what?" At that moment, a policeman behind him reached out and asked, "What are you holding that for?" "Move aside." The policeman stepped back. Deputy Inspector Kenji, newly arrived, is from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, 1st Investigations Division, specializing in serious crimes. Deputy Inspector Inui Kenji. He walked up to Taiga and said, "Long time no see. Mr. Muto, didn't expect you'd be in Tokyo." Taiga seemed to remember the man. Who are you again? Inui Kenji ran a hand through his hair. Oh, I figured you'd react like that. Back then, I was just a lowly corporal. It's no surprise you don't remember. A large scar was revealed on his forehead. Now, Taiga recalled. Ah, that scar. You're the cop from before? Kenji bowed. I owed you a lot back then. Taiga mused. Looks like you've moved up in rank. Kenji, puffing on a cigarette, suddenly told Mr. Muto the current situation is not good. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police have issued an all-out order to closely monitor every move by Oyama, strictly control certain routes, and more besides. If an armed conflict breaks out, there's an order to deploy the entire Special Assault Unit to join it. Taiga heard this and coolly responded, I see. Thanks for the heads up. Kenji bent down to pick up the sign. I had a rough idea of what you were planning, but please don't do it. Japan doesn't want to upset the balance among the three powers that was so hard to establish. Taiga stepped closer, put his hand on the sign, and replied, if Japan doesn't want that balance broken, then let me go ask plainly myself. Get out of the way, Inui. Kenji looked up. You know very well that's not allowed. Taiga turned on his heel. Fine, then I guess I'll just have to accept. My only option is to barrel straight ahead toward a convoy of cars ready to intercept. Kenji raked his hands through his hair and cursed, then rushed out. At that moment, a cop tried to suggest to the deputy inspector to request backup, but unexpectedly Kenji waved him through to make way, which stunned the officer. What? He said, if he's decided to charge straight in, he'll certainly do it. Look at their faces. They chose the wrong path, knowing the consequences. No need for our entire police force to spill blood. Clear the way. I'll take responsibility. Having said that, he fell into thought. And if he breaks through this blockade, the military will get involved. The nearby cops grew anxious. Suddenly, a hand landed on Kenji's shoulder. That can't be allowed to happen. It was Ogawa Taku holding a knife, restraining him. He put on a crazed expression. Do you lot need to keep bleeding until the end before you stop? Then he slashed Kenji, blood spraying out. The officer panicked and shouted, Deputy Inspector. Ogawa Taku's men charged in and began slashing at the police. After dealing with Kenji, he ran off. He was elated, thinking now Oyama can't avoid a showdown with the police. Taiga rushed over in panic. Kenji, what the hell is going on? A group of officers immediately trained their guns and warned, Stop. Everyone put their hands on their heads and lay face down on the ground. Taiga froze and quickly realized he was surrounded by a bunch of police. Time remaining, 3 hours, 30 minutes. Over on Isu's side, he was tightening the bandage on the bullet wound at his thigh, then quickly pressed the knife to the brown-jacketed man's throat again. He drove while thinking, right, with Beck, Isu involved, he'll find a way to manage somehow. Isu suddenly spoke up. But why are you trying to encroach on the black tag area? The man exclaimed in surprise. What? You again? Do you know what those people do? The brown-jacketed man scoffed. What's so important about that? The pay is several times a civil servant salary. Nothing to compare. Isu suspected it was really just for that. Then he leaned down. So I'll ask one last time. He glanced at him and demanded, when are you going to act? I'm ready any time. Just charge in. The brown-jacketed man was momentarily stunned, then quickly hit the button to recline the seat. He fell back, one hand reaching out to block Isu's knife. Everything in the car descended into chaos. The brown-jacketed man popped open a compartment to reveal a weapons box. He grabbed the gun and aimed to fire. Isu slapped his arm away, then slashed his stomach with the knife. The car fishtailed down the road, looking extremely dangerous. Isu's knife sliced through the brown-jacketed man's hand. He was now in a position to fire directly at him. Isu kicked up. He gritted his teeth and thrust his hand out to brace himself. With a cold expression, Isu drove an elbow into his face. Blood ran from his nose and mouth. He continued to grab the hand holding the gun, the other hand winding up a punch. The brown-jacketed man inwardly cried out in horror, "This damned monster." His hand, pierced through, quickly seized the steering wheel. At this point, there was nothing left to lose. Thinking that, he yanked the wheel out of the car. The car shot straight toward the riverside railing. The flimsy railing shattered, and the car burst through. It plunged in free fall into the river. The car gradually sank beneath the surface. A car door was open. The brown-jacketed man clenched his teeth and try to swim out. Immediately, a belt was looped around his neck. Isu's eyes flashed, and he tightened his grip around the man's neck. The brown-jacketed man gasped for air, his eyes bulging. After a while, he stopped struggling and sank. Isu struggled to swim up to the surface. He bared his teeth in an excited smile. Then he remembered the past, when Department Chief Jang had pointed a gun at his throat and interrogated him. Beck, Isu, are you really hiding nothing from me? Nothing at all? That bastard. He lost his temper and shouted. Isu calmly replied that for now, he couldn't say anything. He shot up, still pointing the gun. Are you kidding me? Isu also shouted. Because I can't trust the chief, Department Chief Jang demanded. How much am I supposed to trust you? Isu pressed the barrel to his own head and answered. Either tell me everything clearly, or at least give me an order. Back in the present, his hand had reached the shore. He struggled to crawl out of the water. A squad of soldiers had appeared there, standing guard. They quickly leveled their weapons forward and reported spotting a suspicious person. Then they warned, stop, move any closer and we'll shoot. As Isu approached, he blurted, is this the place? Jang Sung-ho is in there, isn't he? Wait a little longer, I'm almost there. He looked like a death-seeking demon right now. Time remaining, 2 hours 55 minutes. From the darkness, dripping with river water, Isu stepped forward with the knife gripped tight. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at them. The officers were poised, ready to fire at any moment. A corner-mounted camera was recording the whole scene. Sung-ho was inside the control room monitoring everything. He was surprised. Beck Isu actually crawled all the way here. The image reflected on the screen. No matter how capable you are, you alone can't take on this armed force. His hand clenched. Do you really want to die here? Cut to another scene. One officer warns, stop right there. This is your final warning. But he kept walking. The officer shouted, if you step forward, we'll shoot. Suddenly, Isu glanced toward a light nearby. A man was lying collapsed on the ground, while a policeman bandaged him up. Mudo shouted angrily, Inui. A cop fired a shot into the air. Don't be reckless. Then he aimed his gun at the man. Damn Yakuza scum. All the officers there drew their guns. Everyone drop your weapons and lie face down on the ground. Right now, he looked flustered. I never wanted things to come to this. From behind, Taku slowly approached. He flashed a sleazy grin. A sharp screech rang out as the brakes locked. Soichiro gradually came to a stop in front of the chaos. He looked bewildered. Didn't you just hear gunfire? What on earth is going on? Nojima Fuku stepped forward and ordered, Soichiro, you all fall back. He protested, fall back? What's that about? He glanced at the officers still holding their guns. This place is too dangerous. Try to find another route. He argued back. Obviously, there's no other way. We're finally. Suddenly, the man shouted and shoved him. I told you, do just enough and get out of here. You spoil brats. Nojima Fuku lost his temper and shook him. Guns are already drawn. Facing the authorities is a whole different level from gang disputes. Soichiro continued his earlier point. If it's us, we can get through. He was surprised. He looked ahead. If we just distract them for a moment, we can slip through those barricades. Then he rubbed his motorcycle, claiming this could smash right through. Nojima Fuku's hand clenched, veins popping. No, we can't. It's too dangerous. What if he gets shot? Soichiro took off his glasses and said, honestly, what a weak Yakuza. He said you'd never lift your head up again. He raised his fist toward him. You're quite the respectable adult. Each word emphasized, Mr. Nojima. Under the headlights, the two of them looked like macho men. After this, buy me a bowl of udon, okay? Nojima Fuku said. Then I have a favor to ask, too. He looked up. Then he delivered a thunderous punch to Soichiro's face, shattering his glasses. He fell to the ground in pain. He pushed himself up and shouted, What are you doing, Mr. Nojima? He climbed onto the motorcycle, as he said. With this bike we can make it through. Nojima Fuku looked down at him. Fine, lend it to me for a bit. A hand rested on someone else's shoulder. I don't underestimate you guys. Nojima Fuku's men replaced Soichiro's crew on the bikes. His voice echoed. It's just an adult battle. Let the adults handle it, understand? And this was the first time someone called me a decent adult. Saying that, Nojima Fuku and his guys tore off on their bikes. He, riding behind, could only shout, Mr. Nojima. Hearing the engines, Mudo glanced back. A policeman who saw the light shining on him jumped in surprise. The motorcycles and Mudo charged forward, smashing through the checkpoint. Nojima Fuku led the way. Behind him, someone had already been shot down. Muto saw that and grinned with excitement. Taku fumed. What the hell is this? He gritted his teeth. This won't do. Then he grabbed a knife and lunged at a policeman. Not good, but Taku took a punch from someone. Blood spurted from his mouth. Taku's head flew off, smashing into the glass. The puncher was Soichiro. He taunted. Okay, that was a hit. Taku tried to look up at his attacker, his face red with anger. Get up, this won't cool my rage. A wheel slammed into the head of an armed officer. One man was thrown from his bike, but still screamed as he ran to clear the way for the boss. The armed police kept firing, shooting away. Subordinates kept sacrificing themselves right before Isu's eyes. In an instant, bodies and scattered motorcycles littered the road around him. The air smelled of blood and gunpowder. Before dying, the man still tried to struggle. Boss ahead. His expression twisted, his pupils narrowing. Nojima Fuku, covered in wounds, placed a hand on his shoulder. Beck Isu kept charging forward. We must blow that door open and storm in. He was stunned. Nojima, he shouted, if you stop, we'll all be dead. Isu ground his teeth and made a clicking sound. He bent down and grabbed a ballistic shield from the ground. Isu stood up, his eyes fixed intently ahead. He surged forward. His men were fighting the armed guards ahead. He thought, time remaining, 2 hours 40 minutes. He targeted a struggling police officer. Isu rammed the shield into the officer's head. He bent down and slit the man's throat. A nearby man panicked at the sight. He yelled, stop him at all costs. Don't let him get inside. Bullets came flying. Isu used the shield to block them. He slapped the gun away with the shield and then stabbed into the man's throat. Isu used the shield to block incoming fire from behind, but in front of him another man was taking aim to shoot. Isu turned his head, all alert. The man fired. Bullets flew, but Nojima Fuku sacrificed himself to deflect the rounds. A shot struck his waist and stomach, making him bleed. He watched him collapse before him. If I target the enemy's throat, Nojima Fuku signaled with his eyes that they'd also squeeze the throat. Isu glanced over. So, I must stab harder, sharper. He gritted his teeth and struggled even more fiercely. He swung the shield across that man's neck, struggling harder, pouring all his strength into the fight. Isu hurled the shield and lunged at the door. In this operation, sacrifice was unavoidable. He forced the door open, so before my head falls, I must behead them first. Upon entering, someone stood on high waiting for Isu. Songho slowly turned his head. So you finally made it here, huh? He looked down condescendingly from above. Come here, Isu, his gaze fixed on the old man. Songho still said, seems I have about 2 hours left. Shall we chat a bit? Isu walked forward slowly, closing the distance. Memories surfaced with his silhouette. He muttered, extra time, huh? Bodies were scattered. Jang Songho. Do you know what I had to go through to get here? Isu gripped the bloodied knife in his hand. You think I have spare time? If you have something to say, mutter it to yourself. Murderous intent radiated from him. I'm listening while I do my job. Songho heard that, lifted his robe, and pulled out a knife. The two faced each other, bristling with killing intent. Quite fitting, isn't it? The first snow began to fall. Flakes drifted onto the bridge parapet. The solemn old house came into view. Moonlight shone on the door. Suddenly, a bloodied knife sliced the door in two. Inside, Isu and Songho fought fiercely. The old man clenched the knife and lunged forward. He leaped up and met the attack with a murderous stare. The knife stabbed toward him. The man thought, they at least left you a few scratches, didn't they? He suddenly said, what are you looking at? He quickly used the knife to awkwardly parry the blow. Songho seized the moment to kick the injured calf of his leg. Blood spurted. Isu's gaze flashed sharply to the side. Then he forced the man against the door with his hands. The door couldn't withstand the force, and the two were thrown backward. He punched down at the man's face, but the man tilted his head and avoided it. Songho drove his knee into his jaw, making blood spray from his mouth. Isu quickly got up and grabbed a bookshelf. He hurled it toward the man, but the man pushed his body back to avoid the shelf. He leapt onto the bookshelf and lunged. The man reached back with his hand to brace himself. Their knives clashed, sending sparks flying. Songho took the advantage and kicked in. Isu turned and blocked with his leg. The old man spun and then crouched to rise again. He backed up and grabbed a hanging calligraphy scroll from the wall. He threw the scroll to block the man's forward view. Song-ho slashed the scroll in two with his knife. Isu took the chance to rush in. He gritted his teeth. His head smashed hard into the man's nose. The man was dazed by the headbutt and glanced down. He lunged, but the man bent down and lifted his knee, another knee, to his chin. Then the man kicked hard and sent him flying outside. Isu's body slid along the floor for a distance. Song-ho wiped his nose painfully. Dirty tricks like this don't suit you at all. Isu, what are you in such a hurry for? He wiped the blood from his nose. I told you not to be so impatient. He resumed his lecturing tone. Calm down. Watch your opponent's shoulders and anticipate. How many times have I told you that? He struggled to push himself up on his thighs, still weak as ever. Isu's eyes were thick with murderous intent. Then I'll tear that mouth apart first. The two glared at each other like two savage beasts facing off. The doors separating inside and outside had been shut. The special forces had their guns up, defending the place. They kept firing at anyone who dared to charge in. One man used a shield to take the bullets while someone shouted toward Nojima Fuku, Sir Nojima, over here. He clutched his wound and moved there. Someone behind was hit. The bullet lodged straight into his heart, making him let out a cry before dying. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, there's no time to look back. Nojima Fuku shouted, keep pushing forward. He peered into the house anxiously, but something fell off. Even though the chairman had gone inside, he stared straight at the roof, yet it was eerily silent inside. Suddenly a creak rang out, and a motorcycle rushed forward. I'm a bit late. Jaeyoung-chun dismounted. What should I do now? He knelt. Nojima looked at him. Lim Jaeyoung-chun, I don't know how much you'll understand of what I say, but Nojima Fuku said with effort. You must go inside. Chairman Beck Isu. On hearing Isu's name, Jaeyoung-chun didn't hesitate. Beck Isu understood. I'll go in, right? Looking at the SWAT around them, he said, we'll create a gap for a moment. Leave the rest to you. He glanced to the right, where there was a wall made of rectangular blocks. Jaeyoung-chun pointed at it. I have to climb up there? Nojima Fuku nodded. Looks like you get the idea. Then he stood and shouted, everyone hang on a little longer. Seems our little assassin wants to go in now. He took a step forward. Don't let anyone block him. Nojima Fuku hurled his wounded body forward with dignity. We'll create a diversion. He yelled, everyone charge in at once. He looked at Nojima cautiously then. Jaeyoung-chun didn't hesitate and leaped up. The SWAT team opened fire non-stop as they saw them surge up. A lead rider roared his motorcycle forward. He charged with Nojima Fuku, ramming straight into the SWAT. He used the moment to slip inside. He looked up as the boy jumped over the wall, his eyes full of hope. The chairman is counting on you. Lim Jaeyoung-chun. Inside the tree cover, the snow fell ever thicker. Two sharp knives struck each other, sending sparks flying. Isu and Song-ho both drew their hands back. He swung his knife backward, but it struck a bamboo shaft and chipped the blade. He looked back in alarm. The old man seized the moment and swung his knife down, driving Isu's blade deep. He reached behind his back and pulled out another knife. The old man's voice rang out. In cramped spaces, it's better to switch to a reverse grip. Song-ho slashed. He quickly parried with his knife, but still took a hit. The old man assumed a stance and smiled. Pick the weapon suited to the situation, perhaps. Isu lunged while the old man backed up. An overhand downward stab, for example, might not be the optimal choice. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened. A boomerang-like slash he delivered made Song-ho's hand bleed. He couldn't believe it and stared at his bleeding arm. His index finger rested on the spine of the knife. It's the same grip you use when cooking. Isu spoke up. Why are you mocking me? Isn't this a grip you don't know about? Song-ho slashed horizontally, but he ducked and cut into the old man's calf. I used to do the same. His razor-sharp, feinting cuts forced the old man to leap back. The old man calculated the explosive, changing trajectory in an instant. The two knives met. The index finger on the spine concentrated all the weight onto the blade. Isu bent down and slashed at Song-ho's waist. The old man gritted his teeth. That's just a byproduct of that grip. But Song-ho swung down with force, sending the knife flying out of his hand, which weakened his grip. The knife flew out, but he caught it. Using the momentum, he leapt forward, spun, and slashed Song-ho's hip and a long line down the back of his thigh. The old man was surprised. He had never taught him moves like that. He turned around and slashed downward, but Isu had already withdrawn his hand. He rammed his foot hard into the knife stuck in the bamboo trunk, snapping the bamboo. It fell and landed on the old man's head. He seized the moment and jabbed his knife into the back of his left hand, while the bamboo slammed into the old man's right shoulder. Isu yanked the knife out hard and blood gushed from his hand like a stream. The old man swung fiercely. He leapt back, looked at the knife in his hand, and spoke. "Well, Jang Song-ho." Isu looked up. The knife techniques of street thugs can be formidable, right? He raised his blood-soaked hand to his glasses. True enough, his gaze was sharp. "You really have turned into a proper thug now."